Chapter 1. Surrey County, Heighton District 4 Privet Drive. A modest sedan crawled along the road, coming to a halt in front of a quaint two-story house. The car door swung open, and a middle-aged man, eager yet portly, attempted to exit the driver's seat, but, in his haste, stumbled and fell to the ground. Paying no heed to the dust that clung to him, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed to the passenger side, flinging the door open. "My dear Petunia, let me see our child. Look at that chubby little fellow in your arms. He must surely be my own." Upon hearing her husband Vernon's words, Petunia cast him a sharp glare. "What did you just say?" Vernon, momentarily taken aback, mentally berated himself for his slip of the tongue. Realizing his excitement had led to a disjointed remark, he quickly attempted to clarify. "My dear Petunia, what I meant was, look at our hefty little boy. He has undoubtedly inherited the illustrious lineage of the Dudleys. Oh no, I mean our family's distinguished bloodline. Just look at those sparkling eyes. They are so vibrant. I have a feeling he will grow up to be a great entrepreneur." Petunia, unimpressed, handed the child over to her husband with a sardonic remark. "Our child is merely 2 days old, and you're already planning his future? I heard there's a new circus in the city center featuring clowns, acrobatics, animals, and magic shows. We should take the baby to see it tomorrow." You could see the mention of his wife's suggestion. Vernon's mood soured slightly. "I think it's best if we refrain from going. Acrobatics, performances, circuses, clowns, these are all mere tricks to amuse the wealthy, a pastime for the lower classes. What if our Dudley takes a liking to such nonsense? That would certainly give me a headache." Petunia frowned. "Vernon, are you still troubled by that bizarre letter that appeared in our home?" Vernon's corpulent form trembled slightly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. "I have told you countless times, Petunia, that letter was not bizarre, but rather the work of a thief playing tricks on us. What kind of sane person would write such a logical nonsense? Besides, you witnessed the content of that letter yourself. Do those 8 sentences sound like something a rational person would say? A being capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord is about to emerge, most likely born into a family that has faced the Dark Lord thrice. The birth will occur on the last day of July. He will be regarded as a formidable adversary by the Dark Lord. The child of prophecy possesses extraordinary powers unknown to the Dark Lord. Their fates are intertwined. One shall perish at the hands of the other. It is impossible for them both to coexist. In this new era, the child of prophecy and the Dark Lord shall meet their demise within the jaws of ancient beasts." Petunia, in a state of frustration, interjected, "Vernon, the recipient of that letter is my sister Lily. Perhaps she is trying to convey something to us." Vernon waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her narrative. "Enough, Penny. You promised me not to mention those arrogant relatives of yours in our lives. They are not friendly towards us at all." Penny opened her mouth, ready to argue, but upon seeing her husband's serious expression, she sighed and began to tidy up the baby items in the car, following her husband back home. Along the way, she attempted to contend that it was unwise to set life goals for a child at such a tender age, and that the child's preferences should dictate their future. The two adults debated back and forth, oblivious to the exceptionally lively pair of eyes blinking in the swaddled infant cradled in their palms. Is this a rebirth? Glancing at the objects around him, which were several times larger than himself, he raised his small hand with its childlike fingers. Darryl had no choice but to accept the reality before him. He had truly been reborn. Listening to the authentic English accents surrounding him, he discerned that he must be in London, deducing from the car's decor and the surrounding environment that it was likely the late 1970s or early 1980s. "Sigh," Darryl exhaled as memories from his previous life flickered like phantoms. He was born in the distant East, excelling academically in his youth, and was directly promoted, recommended by his school to the prestigious Harvard Genius class in Shanghai, where he developed a fervent passion for the biological sciences. Receiving a government-funded opportunity, he ventured to the University of Cambridge in the UK to pursue a degree in biological research. From undergraduate studies to graduate school, ultimately achieving a doctorate. On the eve of submitting his doctoral thesis, he was still not yet 26 years old. After moving abroad, to better integrate into his advisor's project team, he adopted the English name Darryl. Yet on the very night before his graduation from Cambridge, he awoke to discover that he had transported to another realm. There had been no car accident, no poisoning, no foul play. As a distinguished researcher in the biological sciences, he was held in high regard by others. Yet the undeniable fact remained. He had indeed traversed into another existence. However, this may not be such a misfortune that in his previous life, he had devoted himself entirely to his studies, advancing rapidly in the field of biology, which left him little time to manage interpersonal relationships. Resulting in a scarcity of friends, he had even been brusque with women who admired him. After all, from the perspective of human evolution, researching how cells reproduce or how insects metamorphose into flying creatures is far more fascinating than accompanying a girl on a shopping trip. Possessing exceptional intellect is a blessing, yet it cannot shield one from the limitations of biological instinct. Having been born merely 2 or 3 days prior, the juvenile stage of mammals requires extensive sleep to foster physical growth. During these 2 days, Daryl spent nearly all his time either eating or sleeping, with only a scant portion of time left to explore his surroundings and gather clues. Having traversed to London in the year 1980, endowed with a knowledge system far ahead of the 21st century and a macro perspective on future economic development, he possesses the potential to become a new father of fruits, a figure reminiscent of Dolly Jobs in the coming 2 decades, that a man who propels the forefront of global technological advancement is destined for eternal reverence. However, Dolly does not intend to pursue such a path. What significance lies in ascending the heights of academia or the commercial realm? Life is finite, and devoting extensive energy to certain pursuits inevitably leads to the neglect of others. The family of a certain Jobs exemplifies this well. Thus, Dolly, who was an elite in biological research in his previous life, believes that his expertise in genetics, heredity, and paleontology can be set aside. It is often said that great talents remain hidden among the masses, among the billions of people worldwide. There are no shortages of brilliant minds. Time spent in a state of mental repose, he passes swiftly. In a daze, Dolly feels himself being lifted, and he is greeted by the sight of his mother, Penny Dudley. Her expression is one of tender affection as she gently rocks him in her arms. Yet, Dallas' eyes widen in disbelief as he observes the streetlights near the glass window, where the incandescent bulbs, once illuminated, inexplicably detach from there. Lampshades, to be precise, the orange glow emanating from within the lampshade flies out, converging toward a singular direction. Dolly momentarily thinks he is hallucinating. The second and third lights exhibit similar strange phenomena, providing ample proof that this surreal scene is indeed real. Knock, knock. A sound echoes at the door point 10 minutes prior. In the little whinging district of London, at 4 Privet Drive, 2 figures stand upon the asphalt road before the 2-story house where Dolly currently resides. A woman clad in black attire and a hat cradles an infant in her arms, her face etched with worry. "Professor Dumbledore, are you certain you wish to entrust this infant, Harry, to the Dursleys for upbringing? Based on my observations, as well as input from staff at the Ministry of Magic, this does not seem to be a prudent choice, particularly given Vernon Dursley's staunch realism and adherence to various Muggle doctrines." Dumbledore shakes his head, interrupting the woman's discourse. "Professor McGonagall, this is the safest place for the child. The dark alleys of Britain are rife with remnants of dark wizards. Even the fidelity charm cast by the child's parents has been compromised by the Death Eaters. This so-called absolute confidentiality spell can only be broken by internal traitors." Professor McGonagall is taken aback. "Are you suggesting that dark wizards still linger among us?" Dumbledore does not respond directly. Instead, he carries the swaddled Harry step by step toward the 2-story house before them. The child who survived the deadly curse of Avada Kedavra will undoubtedly attract the attention of certain individuals. Apart from her mother, Lily Potter, who sacrificed herself to create the blood bond that protects this child through lineage and love, I have also reinforced this layer of guardianship present. Harry must be distanced from the realm of the Philosopher's Stone, and the one who can steadfastly sustain this protective blood bond is his aunt, Petunia Dursley. Oh no, it should be Petunia Evans. This moment. Dumbledore had arrived at the doorstep of the 2-story cottage. Gazing at the Dursley nameplate on the door, Professor McGonagall seemed unable to contain herself any longer and spoke up. "Professor Dumbledore, there are 2 children who fit the prophecy. One is Harry Potter, and the other is Neville Longbottom. Both were born in late July. Why, then, does the pure-blood wizarding world choose the Potter family?" Dumbledore paused in the act of knocking, his voice taking on a somewhat hoarse quality. "The child of the Longbottom family is a descendant of pure-blood wizards, while Harry and he share a similar background. They can equally be termed as half-blood." At this point, Dumbledore chose not to elaborate further. He gently rapped on the door and, together with Professor McGonagall, vanished from sight. The knocking ceased. Dudley, cradled by his mother, approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of a baby nestled in a blanket, a letter resting atop him. "From Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore." Dudley's eyes widened in disbelief, for the lightning-shaped scar on the child's forehead was strikingly conspicuous. Piecing together the contents of the letter, he was none other than Harry Potter. This was a world of magic. The influx of information was overwhelming, and the infant's body could hardly bear the intensity of such mental exertion. Weariness enveloped him, and Dudley reluctantly succumbed to sleep. When he awoke again, it was to the sound of a fierce commotion. The speaker was his father, Vernon Dudley, a portly man clad in a standard suit, who slammed his hand heavily upon the dining table. "Petunia, look at your relatives. I told you not to associate with that disreputable sister of yours. You could easily find a stable job, and I could even help promote her husband, yet she insists on filling our heads with talk of magic, fairies, and dragons. Even the money I earn through business pales in comparison to what they make selling a single potion. Petunia, this is sheer daydreaming without hard work. How can one enjoy the material comforts of life?" Petunia's expression soured, and she couldn't help but chastise her husband. "Vernon, could you refrain from speaking so much? Speak less? My goodness, Penny, just look at how your sister and her husband neglect their parental duties after having a child, weaving tales of magic and dark wizards vanquishing them. Like some fanciful child's deception that I suspect they have simply gone on a holiday." Vernon felt utterly disheartened. He was the most prosperous businessman of the Dudley family, yet now he found himself burdened with the responsibility of caring for his wife's sister's abandoned child due to the absurd logic of his relatives. Although it was a legal obligation, might one not consider the sentiment of raising another's child? After all, this was not his own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, nestled in the pram, Dudley's previously dormant thoughts began to awaken in his past life. As a biologist, his research encompassed the realms of biological genetics, tracing the lineage from cells to tissues, organs, and the circulatory system of human beings and other organisms. Now, a living embodiment of a great wizard lay beside him, and a long-buried desire for research surged forth. He gazed at the infant sporting a lightning-shaped scar, his interest piqued with fervor. His gaze swept around. The mere thought of having a wizard in his proximity stirred a sense of excitement within Dudley. His previous studies in biology had clearly delineated the evolutionary processes of various life forms on Earth. For instance, humans, gorillas, pigs, and corn could all trace their genetic ancestry back to a common origin, all part of the same species, while birds descended from reptiles. After eons of evolution and species selection, the world as we know it in the 21st century emerged. Analyzing this solely from a biological perspective, achieving any academic success necessitated considerable time investment. Ample evidence and repeated validations required extensive time to accomplish step by step. Sometimes, if one strayed from the correct path, decades of effort could vanish into thin air. However, the present was different. Although Dudley had previously immersed himself solely in research, reveling in the ocean of knowledge encompassing genetics and paleobiology, this did not mean he had completely severed ties with the outside world. He had long heard of the Harry Potter films, yet regarding such fantastical themes, he preferred the observation of cellular proliferation. He was not well versed in the plot or intricate details. Yet, this did not alter the fact that a wizarding world existed. The peculiar phenomena outside the window, where streetlights appear to be drawn away alongside the emergence of Harry Potter, indicated that everything was advancing toward a magical realm. If he could become a wizard, would the world as he perceived it undergo a monumental transformation? This stemmed from a biologist's instinctive desire to explore the unknown and expand the horizons of knowledge. Ideals are splendid, yet translating them into action proves extraordinarily challenging, much like Dudley's current struggle with his frail constitution. Researching wizards felt too distant. Perhaps it was more practical to simply sleep. "Vernon, look at our child. He is remarkably full of energy today, and he seems to have taken quite a liking to Harry. Just behold the joy reflected in my dear child's eyes," Petunia remarked while gesturing towards her husband. Vernon's initial expression of annoyance transformed into one of tenderness and affection upon seeing Dudley. "Of course, as a member of the Dudley family, he possesses exceptional genes that I shall provide him with the finest educational resources and the best gifts to ensure his childhood is vibrant and colorful. As for Harry," Vernon pondered for a moment before continuing, "I believe I shall contact the orphanage. I trust that the London Rescue Center will take good care of him." Penny's expression shifted as she clenched her jaw and spoke. "My dear, perhaps my sister has truly passed away. This letter is indeed genuine. Perhaps there truly exists a dark lord in this world." Vernon furrowed his brow, ready to unleash his ire, yet upon seeing Petunia's earnest expression, he stifled his critical impulses. Petunia glanced at Harry, who stood beside Dudley, and began to explain, "Before we married, I mentioned to you that my sister is somewhat peculiar. She has the ability to conjure things out of thin air." However, before Petunia could elaborate further, Vernon slammed his hand on the table. "All right, dear, I understand. After all, Harry is your sister's only son. I consent to him residing in our home and raising him until he turns 18. but you must promise me from this point forward to refrain from uttering those bizarre wizarding notions in my presence. It is utterly ludicrous. To me, wizards are merely the antics of clowns in a circus. Do not allow it to consume our precious time at home. London, June 1987. Outside number 4, Privet Drive in the small suburb of Little Whinging. A diminutive figure gradually emerged on the asphalt road. The June morning was far from cool. The sweltering summer heat would persist for quite some time. Clad in high-end athletic shoes, imported sports shorts, and a black short-sleeved shirt, Dudley glanced at his wristwatch. It was 6:30 in the morning, marking the beginning of his daily regimen. Since mastering the art of walking 3 years ago, Dudley had consciously embarked on a journey to strengthen his lower body, enhance his muscular development, and improve his endurance. Through his studies of biology, Dudley understood that the genetic sequences of various species differ vastly. Take humans and gorillas, for instance. Gorillas, confined to cages from a young age, receive ample sustenance without exercise, resulting in a muscle mass that far exceeds that of the average human. Conversely, humans who indulge in food without physical activity find their sustenance accumulating as fat. The only means to alter one's intrinsic condition lies in external environmental stimuli. By consciously regulating his diet and engaging in training, Dudley aimed to prompt his body's genetic makeup to adapt to its surroundings. For example, at over 6 years old, he could perform 20 push-ups and 60 sit-ups, his muscles distinctly defined and well-proportioned. Given the limitations of his current resources, discipline remained one of the best pathways to transform his genetic structure. Good morning, Dudley. As he halted his steps, Dudley spotted a small, slender boy, shorter than himself by a considerable margin, emerging from his home with a plastic bag in hand. Morning, Harry. Have you been assigned the chore of taking out the trash again? Harry offered a shy smile in response. There's no choice. Uncle Vernon insists that those who do not work are unworthy of food. If I don't pitch in, I want to have breakfast. Dudley chuckled and stepped forward to assist with the trash bag, for Harry's frail frame appeared as though it might topple with the slightest gust. You don't need to worry about me, Dudley. If Uncle Vernon sees you helping, you'll just end up getting scolded. Gazing at Harry's somewhat stubborn expression, Dudley did not press further. With a faint smile, he opened the door and returned home. It had been over 6 years since he had come to live in the Dudley household, and it seemed that his parents harbored a deep-seated prejudice against Harry. Dudley often mused that perhaps Harry would fare far better in an orphanage than being sheltered in his own home. After all, an orphanage at least provided a bed, whereas he himself was relegated to sleeping in the cramped storage space at the bottom of the stairs. Due to his young age, he had never mustered the courage to urge his parents to alter their attitude toward Harry. As it stood, aside from their unkind demeanor, they at least ensured that his basic needs were met. After finishing his morning exercises and changing into fresh attire, Dudley made his way to the dining room. Petunia had prepared slices of toast, sausages, eggs, and some cheese. Dudley pulled out a chair and sat down. Before long, a stout man in a black suit staggered into the room. The limited space made movement cumbersome, yet his appearance was meticulously groomed and impeccably arranged. With some effort, Vernon settled into his chair and casually remarked, Dudley, the professor you asked me to contact regarding the children's biology journal has made some progress. There are prospects with the wizarding studies at Cambridge, or perhaps finding a professor in biology there. Images flashed rapidly in Dudley's mind. He merely smiled faintly, recalling that this matter began last year when he discovered the existence of wizards. Each time he accompanied his parents on shopping excursions, he would implore Vernon and Petunia to purchase various magical trinkets. He longed to uncover some extraordinary secrets within them. Initially, Vernon had dismissed it, attributing it to the innate curiosity of children, believing Dudley would soon grow weary of such novelties. However, as Dudley matured, his evident fascination with magic intensified, causing Vernon to feel a growing sense of anxiety. Dudley had long discerned his father's sentiments. The years spent gathering clues about wizards had yielded little useful information. With the passage of time and the changes in his own physique, Dudley felt it was now the opportune moment to take action on matters that had long been set aside. In the dining room, his father wore a somewhat ostentatious demeanor, seeking Dudley's admiration. Dudley recalled how he had once made a promise to his father. Vernon squinted playfully, reluctant to scold his beloved son, opting instead to express himself in a roundabout manner. I remember. I shall uphold our agreement. From this day forth, I shall endeavor to become an independent biologist. I have already asked my mother to pack away the magic books for the neighbor's child. Upon hearing Dudley's words, Vernon's face lit up with joy. The burdens that had weighed heavily on his heart seemed to vanish, and his spirits lifted considerably. Dudley, I knew it. This is precisely the attitude we expect from a Dudley. Magic is nothing but a distraction from our true pursuits. These tricks impart no tangible value whatsoever. Even the workers who dispose of trash at the doorstep surpass those who languish in the circus all day. Ahem. Vernon was momentarily taken aback. Upon noticing his wife's fierce gaze, he realized he had perhaps overstepped. He chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment. Dudley, my drilling company has recently seen a surge in sales and secured a project with a hospital. A friend introduced me to the renowned London biologist Morrison Hill. After a cordial conversation, he has graciously agreed to allow you to visit his private laboratory and will have his assistant teach you the fundamentals of biology during their spare time, crafting a comprehensive plan for your future interests and professional development. Vernon's enthusiasm was palpable, yet Penny nudged her husband. Vernon, let us not forget, today is our child's birthday. You promised 7 distinct gifts for his 7th year. After hearing his wife's words, Vernon offered an awkward smile. Dudley, let me explain. Most of the father's liquid assets have been allocated to Morrison Hill's laboratory. Next year, I assure you, your father will present you with 13 birthday gifts, including those missed this year. Dudley smiled in gratitude, and the family enjoyed a harmonious breakfast together. However, at the corner of the restaurant's exterior wall, a frail figure clandestinely observed the jovial family of 3. A flicker of envy crossed Harry's face. Dudley had long been aware of Harry's presence. All he could do now was wait until he could ask his mother for a few more sausages and slices of bread to quietly share with him. Though his gestures of kindness were limited, the 6-year-old Dudley was not yet self-sufficient. Born into a family where his father owned a company and his mother was a full-time housewife, he enjoyed considerable financial stability with ample pocket money. If he were to abscond with Harry, the capital market would not show much compassion for the weak labor force. After all, Harry was not his biological child, and societal assistance was inherently limited. If memory serves, in a few years, Harry would receive an acceptance letter from a magical school, significantly improving his circumstances. Contemplating this, Dudley's plans began to take shape. He recalled that magical schools only admitted students with magical aptitude. Presently, Dudley felt entirely ordinary, devoid of any connection to magic. The crux of the matter was that Harry was his cousin, his mother being the sister of Dudley's own mother. According to genetic theory, if Harry could become a wizard, then Dudley should also possess the potential to do so. Where, then, had the discrepancy arisen? To clarify this matter, I leveraged my father's connections to reach the esteemed biologist Morrison Hill at the University of Cambridge. In 1987, Britain was at the forefront of the world, especially in the realm of biotechnology, boasting cutting-edge equipment and technology that ranked among the most advanced globally. Biologist Morrison Hill later published numerous influential papers on the evolution and division of biological genetic factors, garnering widespread attention worldwide. My objective was to utilize Morrison's laboratory to assist him in conducting a particular analysis. I named my inaugural academic project An Overview of the Genetic Differences Between Wizard Cells and Ordinary Humans. Although the title is somewhat lengthy and cumbersome, the essence of scholarly pursuit lies in the fact that true understanding often eludes those who seek it. Over the years of being with Harry, Dudley secretly collected strands of hair that Harry had shed, as well as his nails, and some of the dead skin that had flaked off his lips during the winter months. The afternoon visit to the laboratory marked Dudley's inaugural attempt to analyze and study the composition of Harry's bodily tissues. The current plan is not particularly arduous. It merely necessitates the utilization of the laboratory's high-precision microscope for magnified observation. Derry, listen to me, Vernon implored as he drove his silver sedan, glancing at Derry in the back seat. When we arrive at the laboratory, it would be prudent to exhibit some manners. Although Professor Morrison has acquiesced to my request, it is merely an opportunity, not an everlasting commitment. Vernon, a businessman at heart, felt a twinge of inadequacy in the presence of truly learned individuals. After all, knowledge resides within others' minds. Monetary compensation may not guarantee its acquisition, and even when attained, many are hindered by their innate abilities and struggle to comprehend. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that the lineage of the Dudsleys possessed not only commercial acumen but also potential in the realm of academia. As Vernon continued his incessant chatter, Derry feigned attentiveness, nodding along while striving to recall the general layout of Morrison's biological laboratory from decades past. He contemplated how to conduct this wizarding cell observation experiment without arousing suspicion. Seated in the back of the silver car, Derry's gaze drifted to the scenery outside. One must admit, the London of the 80s bore a striking resemblance to that of the 20th and even the 21st centuries, at least in terms of architectural aesthetics. The smooth asphalt roads, the myriad of advertisements and neon lights lining the streets, and the young men and women occasionally emerging from their vehicles, healthy figures clad in short sleeves and hot pants, casually clutching beverage bottles, seemingly at ease. Derry, are you even listening to me? Vernon, gripping the steering wheel, halted at a traffic light and glanced in the rearview mirror, catching sight of his son's distracted demeanor. The engine roared deliberately, prompting the previously gathered group of blue-haired youths to frown in displeasure. After all, it was merely an ordinary silver sedan. What was there to boast about? With that, they turned and departed. Vernon raised his slightly wrinkled brow, asserting, "Derry, you must heed my words. Those young individuals are the epitome of idleness. On a workday, to gather so early instead of attending their jobs is a sheer waste of time. You cannot afford to emulate them." Derry offered a wry smile, surprised that his father, who often appeared carefree, was so intent on subtly establishing his own image through such trivial details. "Yes, father, you are absolutely right." As Daly followed Vernon's words, the traffic lights changed, and the car resumed its journey. Vernon's lips curled into a smile, as if he had stumbled upon an intriguing topic, and he began to chatter incessantly. "Daly, do not perceive your father's ramblings as mere nagging. Consider this, at this very moment, you are en route to engage in enlightening discourse with the esteemed British biologist Morrison Hill, while those fashionably clad youths squander their time in frivolities that yield no value whatsoever. I dare say they shall come to regret their choices eventually." Observing his father's somewhat corpulent figure, Daly was acutely aware of his own reality. In his previous life, he had specialized in biology and genetics, delving into the primal instincts of humanity. Among the youthful crowd, he could distinctly identify several strikingly attractive individuals with golden hair and alluring physiques. As a fellow male, it was only natural that Vernon's visual perception would gravitate towards them. Noticing the young men's muscular frames clad in sleeveless shirts, Vernon must have silently compared himself. Feeling the weight of his own bulk, given his less-than-ideal physical condition, he likely sought a sense of superiority elsewhere. Daly sighed. He resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with his mother, Penny, about the unjust treatment he had endured. He could not let it go unaddressed. At that moment, Daly noticed that the car had entered an expansive complex, reminiscent of office buildings from his past life, though with a distinctly European architectural flair. From a distance, one could easily discern the spacious and well-lit rooms within the corridors. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Vernon removed the car keys and struggled to extricate himself from the silver sedan. His exaggerated movements nearly caused him to topple, but Daly was quick to offer support. Ugh, so heavy. At just around 6 years of age, Daly recognized that if not for his commitment to fitness, he might have found himself tumbling alongside his father. "Oh, this is truly dreadful. I have long felt that this car's dimensions do not accommodate my stature." "Daly, fret not. I am aware of your fondness for larger vehicles. You and I have always believed that bigger is better. Rest assured, once the hospital's construction project is completed, I shall procure a family-sized SUV for you." Daly observed his father, adjusting his slightly wrinkled black suit, then retrieving hair gel from the car's inner door to style his hair, rendering the golden strands glossy once more. Vernon closed the car door and meticulously adjusted his black bow tie. "Quite perfect, wouldn't you agree, my dear son?" Derry did not pay any heed to his father. In the biological realm, when one gazes into a mirror, it is often assumed that one's attractiveness is optimized by 30%. Thus, he had no desire to engage in such disingenuous discussions. Vernon swiftly approached, marveling at how his child, merely 6 years of age, exhibited such intelligence and maturity. His heart swelled with pride, and he found himself lost in reminiscence, recognizing how the distinguished Dudley lineage was particularly manifest in his son. 10 minutes later, at the Morrison Laboratory, a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, donned a white lab coat and held several volumes on biological science. "Greetings, Mr. Dudley. It is a pleasure to see you once more. You have grown even taller and more handsome than I had envisioned during our last encounter. May I see? This dapper young lad must be your son, Derry Dudley. From a genetic perspective, I discerned an 80% resemblance between you at first glance, particularly in your facial features, which are strikingly identical." Upon hearing this, Vernon's chubby face nearly squinted into a narrow slit. He paid no mind to the veracity of the professor's words. He was simply elated. "Professor Morrison, your discernment is truly remarkable. I happen to be re-evaluating the hospital planning in the London area." Observing the exchange of pleasantries between his father and Professor Morrison, Derry comprehended the essence of uttering the most insincere compliments with a smile. He found himself questioning whether the Morrison he knew from his past was indeed the same individual. However, upon noting the similarities in facial structure, he resignedly shook his head, attributing the passage of over 30 years to some transformation that had led Professor Morrison to abandon trivial social niceties in pursuit of breakthroughs in the biological field. Vernon and Morrison continued their discourse regarding the financial aspects of cultivating knowledge in biology. One argued that a foundational grasp of biological concepts must begin in childhood, necessitating considerable effort. The other countered that the Desley family had already invested sufficiently, and the funds available were ample for a child's education over 15 years, essentially prepaying for these resources. Derry remained uninvolved in their conversation, opting instead to accompany Evans Gary, an assistant at the Morrison Biological Research Institute, on a casual exploration of the premises. After surveying the basic layout of the laboratory, Derry nodded in satisfaction, noting that the arrangement bore little difference from his previous life. The laboratory, constructed at great expense, represented a significant architectural endeavor. From a commercial standpoint, reconstruction was far more economical than renovation. "Uncle Evans, it seems my father is calling for you," Derry said earnestly, seeking an excuse to carve out some time for himself to conduct research on the biological composition of the wizard Harry. "Oh, is that so? Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Evans did not hesitate. A child of around 6 years, with those innocent and untainted eyes, could not possibly lie. Given the current openness of the area and the absence of any imminent danger, coupled with the fact that they were inside a laboratory, the child could not go missing. Once Evans was diverted, Dolly immediately surveyed the surroundings. The laboratory could essentially be divided into 4 distinct zones: the cultivation area, the observation area, the experimental area, and the storage. This time, Dolly's primary objective was to observe the area. With limited time at his disposal, he aimed to utilize the laboratory's observation zone to closely examine the effects of certain bodily tissues from Harry under a high-powered microscope. Taking a glance at the imposing table and chairs before him, Dolly brought over a chair, placed his hands on it, and leaped up. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a plastic bag, within which lay the dried, cracked skin that had fallen from Harry's lips during winter. He picked up a test tube, added a drop of chemical solution, grasped the skin fragment with tweezers, covered it with a glass slide, and placed it under the high-powered microscope. The fundamental elements of biological exploration are observation and discovery. This time, the objective was to observe the cellular tissues of Harry. Leaning closer, Dudley scrutinized intently. It was a June evening in London, 1987. At 4, Privet Drive, Surrey, the night had fallen, and the 2-story house was aglow with bright lights, occasionally echoing with bursts of hearty laughter. "Penny, Penny, listen to me, it's all true." Vernon's voice resounded in the dining room of the Dudley household, his face glistening with excitement as he spoke at the round dining table. "My dear, you must believe me. Today we visited Professor Morrison's laboratory, and he personally informed me that our son Dudley possesses extraordinary biological talent. With his guidance, he could very well become a distinguished biological researcher before the age of 25. Penny, dressed in a lovely frock, gathered her voluminous black hair and interjected, "All right, Vernon. You've been rambling on for the past 2 hours. It is time for dinner, so please consider your precious son's mood and appetite." With that, Penny gestured towards Dudley, who was seated nearby. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about this. I had previously encountered the use of microscopes in a popular biology magazine. This time, by mere happenstance, I caught a clear glimpse of the cell. It was simply a coincidence. Dudley shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "Oh dear Petunia, listen closely. This is the kind of intuition that only a genius possesses. I am certain my great-grandfather would be exceedingly pleased. The illustrious Dudley lineage is manifesting in my son, and our family is finally poised to produce a scholar." Vernon's incessant chatter bore witness to his excitement, which had persisted since their departure from the biology lab that afternoon. Dudley quietly pushed his dinner around, sensing he may have been too ostentatious. "Harry, what are you dawdling about? Hurry and add 2 more pieces of steak and some bread for your cousin." Vernon shot a glare at the diminutive Harry. "Be mindful. The temperature should ideally remain at 50 degrees Celsius. Should you dare to burn my Dudley child, you will be punished with 2 days of starvation." Petunia, overhearing her husband's words, furrowed her brow but chose to remain silent. Vernon was in high spirits, and she did not wish to disturb the harmonious atmosphere over trivial matters. "All right, uncle, I will be careful. Harry replied as he busied himself at the stove, flipping the steak. He bit his lip, secretly yearning for the beef, and patted his emaciated stomach, acutely aware that he would only receive leftovers after the Dursleys had finished their dinner. Before long, Vernon concluded his meal and, with Petunia, retreated to their bedroom. As they departed, he kicked the door of the cluttered storage room at the bottom of the stairs. Harry, hurry up and clear the table. If I find any grease on it in the morning, you will know the consequences with that. He stomped upstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath his weight, a fine layer of dust settling upon Harry's hair. All right, Uncle, I'll do it right away. Harry responded. Damn it, I said immediately. Right now, go clean up. Bang. The door slammed shut. Harry rubbed his somewhat hollow stomach and approached the center of the dining room, towel in hand, ready to wipe the table. Just then, a plate appeared before him. On the white dish lay a generous portion of freshly cooked steak, neatly sliced into small pieces. Gurgle. Harry swallowed hard. Dudley. I can't take it. If Uncle sees. Dudley smiled, raised his hand to signal Harry to be quiet, pointed upstairs, and without further words, turned and left the dining room, disappearing from Harry's grateful gaze. Back in his private room, Dudley's bright eyes gazed intently at the night sky outside. He felt a measure of sympathy for Harry and would assist him to the best of his ability. In the past, he had helped Harry, albeit by sharing some of his food. However, from this day forth, Dudley regarded Harry's role as a tool with greater significance. Harry's frail physique hampered Dudley's analytical observations. Adequate nourishment and a robust mental state were fundamental for biological research. Otherwise, the subsequent plans stemming from today's observations could not be executed as intended. Dudley recalled his previous experiences at a biological research center. The human body is fundamentally composed of a vast array of proteins, which, when provided with nutrients and a conducive environment, develop into cells. Through a high-powered microscope, Dudley observed that the dead skin cells from Harry bore an identical shape to those of a normal person. Yet, his discoveries did not end there. Normally, dead skin cells, when separated from the body for an extended period, devoid of moisture and oxygen, would deteriorate, cease to function, and transform into crystals or other organic matter. Astonishingly, the dead skin cells from Harry had retained significant vitality even after 3 years of separation from his body. They could move. Dudley's prior biological experience indicated that if he desired, he could implant these isolated cells into an artificial cultivation medium, prompting them to proliferate and divide. This initial observation felt like a groundbreaking discovery in his 30 years of biological research. At this moment, Harry had transcended into a treasure in Dudley's eyes. Deciphering and exploring unknown realms of knowledge was the pursuit of a true scholar. Dudley planned to utilize the electron microscope at the Morrison Laboratory for a more in-depth examination of Harry's cells. Only under the electron microscope could he discern the intricate details of the cells on Harry's body. His second research topic comprised the wizarding cells, including the cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus, as well as the molecular differences in amino acids compared to ordinary humans. Gaining insight into even a fraction of this domain would enable him to delve into other biological research fields. The third topic in genetics involved observing the implantation of a virus into wizarding cells. In London, England, January 1991, Dudley glanced at the clock on the table. It was now 6 in the morning. Following tradition, despite the frigid weather, Dudley felt compelled to maintain his rigorous physical training. Once a regimen of discipline is established, a sudden deviation can feel quite disconcerting. Observing the pitch-black streets outside, Dudley decided to forego his morning exercise, for he had more pressing matters at hand, organizing his research notes on wizarding cells. Since his initial encounter in 1987 at the private biological laboratory of Morrison Hill in Cambridge, approximately 4 years had elapsed. During these 4 years, Dudley had consistently visited the laboratory 3 afternoons a week, taking advantage of the professor's attentive instruction to observe and record his experimental data under various pretexts. Frankly, Dudley's impression of Professor Morrison had shifted. He had initially expected that after accepting his father's payment, the professor would assign a mere assistant to dismiss him. However, upon discovering Dudley's exceptional biological talent, it seemed that the professor genuinely wished to nurture him toward becoming a professional researcher. This situation, while distressing for Dudley, also brought him a certain sense of solace. After all, being in the company of a renowned biologist, he could always pose his curious professional inquiries in a roundabout manner, and the scholar would invariably provide unique insights. In Morrison's view, it was inconsequential that Dudley, still young, might not fully comprehend everything. Knowledge, after all, is best memorized during optimal periods of retention. When faced with similar challenges later on, practical experience would naturally lead to understanding. Dudley extended his hand and retrieved a leather-bound notebook from the drawer of his desk. As he opened the first page, he found it adorned with entries chronicling the musings of a wizard, alongside specific plans and parameters. Wizard Cell Experiment, I, London, Wednesday, 1988. After concluding a day of study, I had hoped that the stolen moments would soon allow me to observe the wizard, Harry's cells, the cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus, even delving deeper into amino acids and other molecular structures. Alas, I was mistaken. The laboratory equipment was not as sophisticated as I had envisioned. My memories lingered in the 21st century, and in my fervor for research, I failed to notice that high-precision electron microscopes had yet to be widely adopted. Even in the esteemed Morrison Biological Laboratory, the procurement process necessitated a partnership with Japanese firms, a venture that would take approximately a year to come to fruition. Wizard Cell Experiment, 2, London, Monday, 1988. I am truly elated, for, under Professor Morrison's guidance, the high-precision electron microscope has finally been put into regular operation. After some time, having discerned the patterns of the laboratory's instruments, I have finally seized the opportunity to begin earnest observations of the wizard cells. This may lead to new insights. Wizard Cell Experiment, 3, London, Saturday, 1989. I found myself in a state of distress. The electron microscopes of this era were still antiquated, relying on monochrome projections. Judging solely from certain features, the cytoplasm and nucleus of the cells found in Harry's lips, along with some proteins, appeared almost identical to those of a normal human. Although this revelation was not particularly encouraging, it also bore a silver lining. This observation suggests that the fundamental structure of wizards could still be classified within the realm of humanity. After all, the continuous division of cells and chemical reagents indicates that the protein composition of wizard cells has not undergone any unexpected transformations, with anomalies ruled out. We optimize according to the primary theory. Therefore, the reason wizard cells have maintained their vitality for 3 years despite a lack of nutrient supply likely resides within the nucleus. Wizard Cell Experiment, 4, London, Saturday, 1989. Recently, I have ceased my observations of Harry's cells. Biological experiments require time for contemplation. Professor Morrison's biological laboratory currently lacks the capacity for in-depth research on the cell nucleus. This requires more advanced instruments and equipment. I overheard him discussing with his assistant the imminent procurement of a batch of nanoscale injection needles. If I am not mistaken, Professor Morrison must have unveiled new information in the field of biology, which has prompted both the United States and Japan to willingly offer technological support. If memory serves me right, the recent outbreak of a novel influenza in the UK was addressed by a solution provided by Morrison, and local institutions in London were set to offer improved treatments. Soon, this experimental apparatus will be delivered. The Wizard Cell Experiment, v. November 1990 marked over 3 years since the commencement of research on wizard cells. During this period, I have been diligently working on a viral implantation plan targeting wizard cells. This time, I have chosen the common influenza virus. With the assistance of Morrison Hill's laboratory in the recently acquired nanoinjectors, which are over 100 times finer than a strand of hair, I successfully injected the virus into the wizard cells. This is not a formidable task. Under the electronic microscope, it is almost effortlessly accomplished. A singular virus exists in a realm between life and non-life, being an organic entity incapable of independent survival. Genetic studies unequivocally indicate that upon entering a cell, a virus can infect or compel the nucleus to proliferate and produce the virus itself. Should this hypothesis hold true, the wizard cells would incessantly divide in the culture vessel, spawning new influenza viruses. Experimentation with Wizard Cells, Part 6, November 30th, 1990. I remain uncertain whether to deem this experiment a success or failure. The common influenza virus, upon infecting the wizard cells, ceased to proliferate and divide once a certain quantity was reached. The normal wizard cells have not exhibited an observable limit to their division. In contrast, the virus-infected wizard cells divided merely a few dozen times, with the maximum being no more than 50. Such an occurrence should not transpire without external interference. Is it a disparity between the influenza virus of this world and that of a previous life, or could there be other underlying reasons? Experimentation with Wizard Cells, Part 7, December 1990. I have grown weary of this suspicion. Aimless research is the most time-consuming endeavor. having gone a day without water. My lips exhibited noticeable cracks. As I touched the dead skin at the corners of my mouth, a novel idea struck me. I would personally validate the theoretical premise. I extracted cells from the dead skin on my lips and simultaneously procured cells from Harry's lips, placing them together while introducing the local influenza virus. The influenza virus infiltrated the cell membranes almost simultaneously, advancing toward the nuclei. The instinct of the virus dictated that it must seize the core to facilitate reproduction and division. The virus commenced replication. Experimentation with wizard cells, Part 8, January 1991. This world appears to function normally. The influenza virus cells successfully caused my cells to perpetually divide, continuously producing new influenza viruses. In the absence of external disruption, as long as the nutrition is sufficient, theoretically, they could divide indefinitely. Meanwhile, the wizard's cells remained stagnant, having only divided a few dozen times, automatically halting the production of new viruses. I find myself at a loss for words to describe the scene before me. The influenza virus has infected the wizard, Harry, cells, and due to the inherent nature of the virus, they have commenced the proliferation phase. I extracted a newly proliferated virus and injected it into my cells. A week later, having been removed from the cultivation reagents, my cells, infected with this new virus, neither decomposed into organic matter nor transformed into crystals or perished entirely. Under the microscope, they still brimmed with vitality. This is simply unbelievable. So, let us boldly hypothesize that if I were to inject the newly proliferated influenza virus extracted from Harry's cells into my body, what transformations might occur within me? Would I perhaps acquire the fabled powers of magic? This is a fact unknown to anyone. However, a plethora of data suggests that should I proceed in this manner, I would become the first experimental subject to succumb to death from a common cold. This is predicated on the assumption of contracting the influenza virus, which currently has no cure. After perusing the experimental journal of the wizard cells in my possession, I glanced at the clock on the desk. Over 2 hours had elapsed. As chronicled in my biological experiments, I successfully captured the details under the microscope, leading to the replication of a novel strain of the influenza virus after infecting the wizard cells. The last recorded entry in the relevant wizard cell experiment journal dates back 6 months, and thus far, Derry has yet to take that crucial final step. Any biological experiment necessitates a vast array of evidence and repeated procedures for validation. Science is meticulous. The consequences of recklessness are often uncontrollable. Opening the window to allow the brisk air to caress my skin. London, April 1991, Surrey County, number 4, Privet Drive, a quaint 2-story house. Derry, why are you still inside? It's already 7:30 in the morning. Hurry down for breakfast. Penny's voice wafted through the crack of the door. Derry, startled awake, felt a twinge of annoyance. Any scientific inquiry or biological theory that encounters a bottleneck requires a balance of work and rest. Fixating stubbornly on a single point is counterproductive. All right, Mother, I'm coming, Derry replied as he hastened downstairs, deliberately softening his steps on the final flight. For he had become acutely aware of this matter the last time he saw Harry emerge from the storage room, covered in dust. Good morning, my beloved son. You don't seem to be in the best of spirits today. You usually venture out for your morning exercise on time. Vernon adjusted his black suit. A half-eaten piece of dry bread and a cup of red tea before him. Penny shot her husband an exasperated glance and retorted, "Look at what you're saying. It's merely a matter of waking up a bit later. Besides, life requires a balance of work and leisure. A little relaxation is beneficial. Rather than insisting Derry rise early for his exercises every day, perhaps you could first address your own snoring issues at night." Observing his wife's defense of Derry, Vernon awkwardly rolled his eyes. "I was just making a point. I meant no offense." Derry accepted the plate from his mother, which held steak, egg whites, and some milk cereal. "Mother, your culinary skills remain as exceptional as ever." Upon hearing her son's praise, Penny beamed with delight. "Of course, with your rigorous daily exercise, you maintain strict standards for your diet. Listen to me, Derry, you are barely 11. There is no need to impose such stringent demands upon yourself. At this age, one should indulge in play and exploration," Penny nagged, fully aware of the futility of her words, unable to comprehend her son's unwavering commitment to exercise. Dudley sat at the dining table, savoring his steak while listening to the incessant chatter of Penny and Vernon, a warm feeling swelling within him. Although his cousin, Mr. Harry Potter, remained confined in the cupboard beneath the stairs, Dudley resolved to share a moment of camaraderie with him. lest he feel neglected. Enough, Penny. I acknowledge my mistake, Dudley declared, intending to make amends. Vernon, with a hint of smugness, wiped his mouth with a napkin and, under the curious gazes of Dudley and his wife, raised his hand. Look what I have here. He presented a pair of anonymous tickets to the zoo, a gift from his business partner. Originally intended as a delightful surprise, they now merely served as a token of compensation, with hopes that his beloved son would be pleased. Vernon took a sip of his tea, envisioning Dudley leaping with excitement, showering him with praise. However, the moment Dudley's voice broke through, Vernon nearly spilled his tea. The London Zoo sounds splendid. We should take Harry along as well, considering he rarely partakes in any recreational activities. Upon hearing this, Vernon's expression shifted dramatically. He was about to refuse, but the sharpness of Penny's gaze compelled him to clear his throat. Cough, cough, that is a splendid idea. It seems Dudley understands the joy of sharing at such a young age. Let us indeed invite Harry along. At the entrance of their two-story house, Dudley, clad in a pristine designer shirt and shorts, assisted his mother in loading some belongings into the trunk of their silver car. Vernon's footsteps deliberately slowed, his corpulent figure resembling a formidable wall, blocking the doorway. Uncle Vernon, you're in my way, Harry timidly voiced from behind him. At that moment, Vernon turned around, his large hand, resembling a fan, firmly pressing down on Harry's shoulder. Listen here, boy, he said. Today is a joyful outing for the Dursley family, and you would do well to suppress any of your little thoughts. Particularly, do not utter any lowly terms like magic in front of Dudley. If I catch you doing anything abnormal, you can forget about emerging from the cupboard under the stairs for a week. Just then, Petunia's voice rang out. Vernon, what are you doing? We'll be late. Vernon shot a menacing glare at Harry before lowering his head. All right, Uncle, I understand, Harry replied weakly. Vernon, with his corpulent frame, squeezed himself into the driver's seat. He turned to glance at Dudley in the back seat, his face beaming with a smile. Here's to wishing our family a delightful trip to the zoo in advance. Dudley chuckled, and as the car's engine roared to life and they drove down the tarmac road, he took the opportunity to pat Harry's shoulder and slipped a creamy candy into his hand, halting Harry's instinctive gesture of thanks as his gaze drifted out the window. On this particular excursion to the zoo, he harbored his own intentions, uncertain of their potential for success, as he couldn't shake the feeling that time was slipping away. Today being the weekend, the zoo was bustling with families and children. Under the guidance of Vernon and Petunia, Dudley and Harry entered the London Zoo with ease. After a few minutes, Dudley noticed his father, Vernon, who was slightly out of breath, and suggested, Father, there's a resting area right here. Why don't you and Mother take a moment to sit while Harry and I explore a bit further ahead? Upon hearing this, Vernon found the suggestion quite agreeable, replying, All right, Dudley, but don't wander too far. Petunia and I will rest for a bit before joining you. With a smile, Dudley took Harry by the hand and headed forward. Throughout this journey, I have been observing the animals, and the knowledge of biology from my past life gradually becomes clearer. My eagerness to visit the zoo stems from a desire to untangle the intricate web of memories through detailed observation. At that moment, Darrington halted his steps, noticing that Harry beside him was behaving oddly, fixated on a massive glass window. Behind the glass was a large, tawny python adorned with dark spots. The zoo exhibit simulated the python's natural habitat, with a puddle of water near the glass and a backdrop of trees and complex rock formations. One python languidly coiled its body, resting on the rocky surface. Harry, do you have an affinity for these cold-blooded creatures? Darrington inquired, puzzled by Harry's unwavering gaze on the python. Harry, his head lowered and clad in an oversized checkered shirt, hesitantly replied, Aside from what I've seen on television, this is my first encounter with a living python, although it seems somewhat discontent. Darrington furrowed his brow in confusion at Harry's observation. How could he discern discomfort from a python that lay motionless on the rocks? Though intrigued, he chose not to press further, instead glancing at the species display nearby. Black spotted python, habitat. Brazil, is it merely a black spotted python from Brazil? Darrington pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Despite his youth, his previous life as a biologist led him to instinctively engage in a deeper analysis of certain biological traits, age, behavior, place of origin. All of these may assist him in acquiring more valuable information. However, Dudley does not wish to focus all his attention here. This time, he ventured to the zoo primarily to explore the insect section, or perhaps the arachnid area, in search of essential materials. In the realm of genetic studies from his past life, crustaceans, arachnids, and even ordinary insects exhibited an astonishing metamorphosis that current biologists find difficult to fathom. The transformation from a caterpillar to a butterfly, emerging from its cocoon, transcends the fundamental theories of genetics. Through the biological laboratory at Cambridge University, perhaps he could find solutions to some of his predicaments. At that moment, a series of loud thuds captured Dudley's attention. He noticed several adolescents gathered around Harry. "Hey, you stinky python, are you a caterpillar? Hurry up and get up. You're coiled here like a lump of cotton." Seeing the commotion caused by the children, Dudley shook his head in resignation. Although they were in London, the behavior of these unruly teenagers was no different from that in any other country. Poor Harry, being slight of build, was forced to be pushed aside from the center of the crowd. Just then, Dudley observed that the scales of the black boa constrictor appeared somewhat peculiar under the spotlight. Compared to his recollections, the serpent's scales seemed more delicate and crystalline. A flicker of realization crossed Dudley's eyes. He understood that the reason this python lay languidly coiled here was likely due to having recently shed its skin. This elucidates why a group of fair-haired, blue-eyed children can create such a ruckus while the black-spotted python remains utterly unfazed. After a brief period of commotion, the children, noticing the snake's indifference, quickly turned their attention to another section of the animal exhibit. "All right, Harry, let us depart from this place. I believe the insect area will prove far more intriguing," Dudley declared, patting Harry gently on the shoulder. However, at that moment, his hand stiffened. The coiled black-spotted python slowly raised its head, its dark slit-like pupils fixated on the two outside the glass. Dudley heard Harry's almost entranced whisper beside him. "Hello. What is your name? You do not know your own name? How unfortunate. Do you have a father and mother? Ah, it is quite dreadful that you do not even know who your parents are. Do you long for home? Do you know where your home is? Brazil. Indeed feels quite distant." Observing Harry muttering to himself, Dudley felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Harry, being a wizard, was acutely aware of the existence of magic in this world, and while he was prepared for it, witnessing a direct interaction with a cold-blooded creature for the first time left Dudley with a sense of unreality. With each utterance from Harry, the serpent responded, either by flicking its tongue or nodding its head. Eventually, Dudley heard Harry's seemingly melancholic whisper, "It turns out you're as unfortunate as I am. I too have no parents." At that moment, a faint pop resonated. Dudley instinctively stepped back as the massive floor-to-ceiling glass window of the serpent exhibit vanished into thin air. A rustling sound ensued. He watched as the serpent lifted its head and swiftly glided past the railing. The triangular head inclined slightly towards Harry, expressing gratitude. Dudley, however, paid little mind to the serpent's departure, understanding that all of this was connected to Harry and that the serpent posed no threat to him. His focus shifted to the shed skin of the serpent, now visible in the crevice where it had been coiled. Without a moment's hesitation, fueled by years of athleticism, he vaulted over the railing with remarkable agility, landing deftly on the rocks and avoiding the water below. Quickly, he grasped the head of the serpent's discarded skin and applied gentle pressure. He knew that the serpent was several meters long, and he could not carry away the entirety of its skin. A small portion would suffice. Moreover, it was rather peculiar for a serpent capable of intelligent communication with wizards to exist, was it not? He stashed the head of the skin into his pocket and, with a powerful push from his toes, leaped back towards the railing. Thud. Snap. Crash. What the hell? Why did that blasted glass appear so suddenly? Dudley felt utterly disoriented, particularly since, to his eyes, that window had to have been imported from some country, given its resilience against such impact. It could only be bulletproof glass. The commotion soon captured the attention of a gathering crowd. Harry, anxious at the sight of his cousin splashing into the water through the glass window, was at a loss as to the unfolding events and sought assistance from the bystanders. A portly middle-aged man pushed his way through the throng, nearly fainting at the alarming scene before him. "Vernon, hurry and call the park staff. Dudley is trapped inside. Goodness, we are still in the snake exhibit, damn it. Call for help quickly. Dudley, do not panic. Attracting the snake's attention could lead to disaster." Penny was somewhat disoriented, her heart racing at the sight of her beloved son confined behind the glass, consumed by anxiety for Dudley's safety. 2 hours later, in Surrey County, at 4 Barry's Lane, a silver sedan came to a halt. The car door swung open, and Penny hurriedly escorted Dudley, wrapped in a blanket, back home. Meanwhile, with the crowd dispersing, Vernon Dudley roughly grasped Harry by the neck, shoving him against the car door frame. "You little brat, this time I am truly angry. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will never learn." Vernon's brutish demeanor thoroughly intimidated Harry. especially after Dudley nearly fell into the water due to the mysteriously vanished glass. As for how the glass disappeared or why Dudley inexplicably found himself behind it, Vernon had no interest in such trivialities. He stubbornly believed that Dudley must have been tricked by Harry, a notion that, although absurd, was preferable to accepting the existence of magic. Listen here, kid, I mean it this time. From now on, you will go hungry. Perhaps the pangs of hunger will instill some sense in you. As he spoke, Vernon seized Harry with one hand, intent on forcing him into the storage room at the bottom of the stairs. Uncle Vernon, I truly do not understand what happened. Dudley was standing right next to me. He can testify that the glass on the snake exhibit simply vanished into thin air. It was akin to magic, Harry pleaded incessantly, for the grip of Vernon was so forceful that it left his neck aching. Magic? Damnable magic. You little wretch have truly overstepped your bounds. Do not let me hear such illogical and nonsensical drivel from you again. Get inside. Vernon forcefully pushed Harry into the cupboard. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the cupboard door slammed shut, and Harry continued to argue through the crack. Vernon turned around, rolling his eyes. I cannot fathom how. After enduring 6 years of education at a renowned London primary school, your mind remains cluttered with such trifling nonsense. You ought to take a page from your cousin Dudley's book and focus on your studies, so that you may become a useful individual in the future, Vernon muttered, thoroughly exasperated. Encountering such a situation was infuriating, and even the most reasonable argument would go unheard. Dudley falling into the snake enclosure should rightfully warrant a claim for psychological compensation from the zoo, yet it was humiliating for him to loudly proclaim, in the presence of the park manager, that the glass had suddenly vanished. Such a debacle was a disgrace, a tarnishing of the Dudley family's reputation. The quarrel unfolding downstairs was not lost on Dudley. Since his arrival at the Dudley residence, he had keenly perceived, through various nuances of daily life, the profound prejudice that Vernon and Petunia harbored towards Harry. This is an unusual state. The biology studied in the past allowed him to perceive the underlying intricacies with remarkable clarity. Within this prejudice, one can sense a palpable fear, to the extent that the stoutly built Vernon must feign a menacing demeanor. Nevertheless, these details are of little consequence. Having found an excuse to send his mother, Petunia, away, Dudley adorned himself in a fresh outfit and positioned himself before the second-floor window. He cautiously rummaged through the pocket of a nearby pair of trousers, his heart racing increasingly fervently. With utmost care, he laid the hard object flat upon the table. Success at last. This palm-sized snakeskin is fortuitously the head portion of the black-spotted python from the zoo. Although it has incurred some wear after being placed in a pocket, the majority remains remarkably well-preserved, revealing the intricate scales, the thin membrane over the eyes, and the textured structure of the jaws in clear view. As for Harry's situation, assistance will be rendered once Vernon's anger diminishes. For now, he retrieves a cherished biological research notebook from the drawer. The Diary of Wizard Cellular Experiments. London. Early 1991. At long last, I have acquired what I have long desired. Initially, I intended to utilize arthropods or crustaceans for cellular experiments. However, I discovered a superior specimen at the zoo, a python capable of communication, one that comprehends human speech. Although this python hails from Brazil, it is a product of captive breeding. London, February 1991. Despite it being February, this place resembles the world as I remember it. The greenhouse effect of heavy industry is not as severe as I had imagined. The chilly air still provokes shivers, and the ground is blanketed in snow. Bang! I kicked a pebble by the roadside and continued onward. Along the path, I could see children with black backpacks, clad in long boots, frolicking on the icy pavement. Alas, despite my numerous calculations, I still have to partake in the daily primary school education in the UK, squeezed together with a group of preteens. Watching the teacher clapping and singing on stage, implementing interest-driven educational guidance. Although it is tedious and fails to pique my interest, I must admit that the enthusiasm of the children in such an environment is remarkably high. One can hardly observe any who shrink away in fear or cry to their parents about not wanting to attend school. Dudley, wait for me. Harry, with his backpack, hurriedly caught up, panting. Dudley stood still, glancing at Harry's slightly reddened cheeks, frowning. What happened to your cheeks? Did someone bully you again? Harry rubbed his cheeks and replied, It's nothing, cousin. I accidentally bumped into something. Noting Harry's evident deception, Dudley sighed, knowing full well that Harry feared causing trouble for himself. After a moment's contemplation, Dudley turned and walked ahead, while Harry smiled shyly and followed behind. Since the peculiar incident at the zoo, Vernon's treatment of Harry has grown increasingly harsh, denying him new clothes, resulting in Harry appearing disheveled in class. With filthy garments and glasses held together with tape, even walking beside Harry, Dudley can faintly detect an unpleasant odor. In summer, one can only imagine how much more pronounced it would be. Bang! Dudley's footsteps came to a halt, and Harry, caught off guard, bumped into his cousin's back. Due to his diminutive stature and lack of physical strength, the recoil nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. "What's the matter, Dudley?" Harry inquired. Observing his cousin with hands in pockets, gazing at the sky, filled with perplexity. "You know that mere cowardice and acquiescence will not deter the bullies in our class from their relentless torment." Harry opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. "Why do you not muster the strength to resist?" Dudley's tone grew slightly more assertive. Harry shook his head in resignation. "It's futile. They outnumber me and are significantly larger." "Harry, you understand that I am not referring to that," Dudley reiterated. "Cousin, I fail to comprehend your cryptic words. When did you become so enigmatic?" Observing Harry's demeanor, Dudley chose not to elaborate further and instead took Harry's hand, leading him towards the station etched in his memory. A wizard capable of magic, yet oblivious to his own potential. Is it because, deep down, he believes that magic has no place in this world? Or does he subconsciously fear that revealing his magical abilities to Vernon and Petunia would result in his expulsion and a forced residence in an unmonitored orphanage? Dismissing such conjectures, he could add an entry to his Wizard Observation Diary. Wizard Observation Diary. Wizards may, under emotional duress or in extraordinary circumstances, inadvertently and aimlessly enact magic, thereby creating extraordinary occurrences. London, April 1991, Surrey, Little Whinging, 4 Privet Drive. Within the two-story house, Dudley sat organizing stacks of documents. Noticing the time, he rose to don his sneakers and ventured out for a morning jog. Since the last observation through the electronic microscope at Morrison's Laboratory, where he noted the inexplicable vitality of the cells on Harry's lips, he had resolved to use a nanoscale syringe to infect ordinary influenza viruses with wizard cells. From this, he extracted a newly generated influenza virus infused with wizardly vitality. Consequently, Dudley categorized this novel virus based on biological conclusions as the magical power type 1, influenza virus. According to his plan, he intended to inject this magical power type 1 influenza virus into himself. Given the cellular vitality characteristics, there was a certain probability of transformation, however. Whether this transformation would bestow him with magical abilities remained an enigma. In my mind, I recalled the records I had made some time ago regarding the wizard cell experiment. On Wednesday, February 1991, London time, I once again entered Professor Morrison's biological laboratory. This time, I had brought a small portion of the shed skin from a zoo python, which I placed in a reagent, covered with a glass slide, and meticulously examined under the latest batch of electron microscopes. Regrettably, the cells of this python were not as I had envisioned. They exhibited no characteristics of a wizard, merely reflecting the ordinary nature of python cells. Once detached from their host, the cells displayed a crystalline form, devoid of any signs of life or vitality. I felt a profound disappointment. Yet I understood that biological experimentation requires persistent exploration and practice. On Saturday, February 1991, I remained discontented. The python from the zoo had the ability to communicate with wizards, which, in itself, should serve as a testament to its extraordinary nature. After all, the cognitive capacity of animals is limited, and a snake's brain is particularly small, scarcely capable of storing significant information. With a spirit of experimentation, I cast a small piece of the python's shed skin into a culture solution and, simultaneously, injected it with my newly extracted magic virus I influenza. 3 days later, when I retrieved the reagent, I was astounded. The piece of snake skin, initially no larger than a fingernail, had grown approximately 1 centimeter. I questioned whether my vision had deceived me. Once more, I placed the specimen under the electron microscope for further observation. I felt as though my previous studies in genetic science were being profoundly challenged. The once inactive, crystallized python cells had astonishingly regained a semblance of life. The cells were active, beginning to divide and produce new proteins. On Monday, February 1991, after 3 days of observation, I resolved to embark on a new experimental endeavor. This accomplishment can be attributed to a genetic experiment I conducted during my previous life while pursuing a master's degree in genetic biology on the Blue Planet. The details of this experiment are rather disheartening, as the outcomes frequently prove to be less than favorable. Nevertheless, it has sparked an intriguing notion within me. My quest for insects and arthropods primarily stems from their ovular form during embryonic development, which facilitates observation. However, this time I am inclined to be more audacious. There exists a fundamental distinction between oviparous and viviparous species. Observations recorded in genetics and biology reveal that the similarity between the retinal cells of serpents and those of mice reaches an astonishing 70%. Under the scrutiny of high-resolution electron microscopy, their intrinsic amino acid structures and configurations appear nearly identical. I intend to procure a docile mouse for a new series of experiments. As I traverse the broad thoroughfare, the pace of Dolly's steps accelerates, his small frame having undergone deliberate training for over a decade, rendering him nearly impervious to perspiration even during an hour-long run. In this gentle realm of low-intensity aerobic exercise, the body gradually acclimatizes and lung capacity steadily increases. To ensure the successful progression of the wizard cell experiment envisioned in his mind, he had meticulously devised a strategy from the very morning. Ordinary field mice, groundhogs, gray mice, and even laboratory rats exhibit certain tendencies towards aggression. Biological experimentation demands a rigorous approach, as the genetic makeup of organisms inherently inclines them towards specific temperaments. Should he indeed engineer a formidable creature, it would be paramount to select a more docile species in light of his limited capabilities. After much contemplation, Dolly recalled the renowned manga master from his past life, Mr. Hayao Miyazaki, and his creation, the beloved Totoro. The Totoro's gentle nature, soft and fluffy fur, and tail reminiscent of a squirrel captivated him. However, it is not a member of the feline family, but rather a woolly mouse. To smoothly introduce the adorable Totoro to his parents, Petunia and Vernon, Dolly had crafted a detailed plan from the outset. Glancing at the little courtyard before him, Dolly opened the door and returned home to change into fresh attire. "Dolly, come down for breakfast." Petunia's voice resonated at the perfect moment. Dolly acknowledged her, adjusted his clothing, and stepped outside to the living room. There, he found the rotund Vernon already squeezed into his seat, his body shifting, causing the bench to creak ominously. "Dolly, you have finally returned." "I have good news," Vernon said, unusually speaking without simultaneously munching away. He sat nervously in his chair, fidgeting with his hands. Meanwhile, Petunia took the initiative to help Dolly pull out a chair, gesturing for him to sit first. Once Dolly was settled, Vernon could no longer contain his excitement. "Dolly, guess what?" "All right, Vernon, just say it already. You've been so cryptic since this morning," Petunia interrupted, clearly irritated by the suspenseful atmosphere. "Then I shall be direct. This morning, I received a call from the editor of the Children's Biology Journal. They informed me that your submission has been accepted." Petunia, taken aback, responded with a hint of confusion. "What is so surprising about that? Professor Morrison has always said our child, Dolly, possesses a gift for biology." Vernon shook his head. "This is different. I inquired about the difficulty of the Children's Biology Journal. Typically, they publish works from high school students or those in their final year of middle school. Yet, Dolly, in the 6th grade, has produced a commendable article, marking a first in all of England." His words were accompanied by an exaggerated expression of astonishment. "You often nag me about my prior investments, but Dolly's talent in biology has now garnered recognition beyond just Professor Morrison, which affirms that our educational direction is indeed correct. Speak, Dolly. What is it that you desire? Your father shall do everything in his power to fulfill your wishes." Dudley gazed at Vernon's smug expression and returned a smile. "As I mentioned last time, I wish to have a pet. I have a particular fondness for a silky mouse, and I would like it to become a part of our family." A silky mouse? Vernon's hand, resting on the table, trembled slightly, and his expression turned somewhat unnatural. "Dudley, I believe you should reconsider. My business partner runs a pet shop. Our family could consider a loyal Labrador or perhaps a golden retriever. Alternatively, we could opt for a smaller Persian cat. I imagine these would be easier to care for." As for a mouse, Vernon awkwardly lifted a cup of sweetened tea from the table and took a gentle sip. A cup of sweet tea each morning helps clear his mind. He instinctively cast a glance at his wife beside him. Noticing the pleading look in her husband's eyes, Petunia, however, did not side with Vernon this time. She glanced at Dudley and spoke up. "Vernon, as a father, it is your fundamental duty to keep your promises in front of your child. After all, you promised 3 weeks ago." Seeing Petunia's intent to dredge up past grievances, Vernon hastily waved his hand. All right, I understand. So, the silky mouse it is. Here is the £1,000 I promised in advance. Dudley, take this to prepare a separate room for the mouse. After all, It will be a member of our extended family. Dudley accepted the funds from his father with a smile. Clearly aware that Vernon had recently secured a lucrative project with a developer, explaining his sudden generosity. It seemed Vernon recalled something and spoke again, if I'm not mistaken. The call about the children's biology journal came this morning. Therefore, this afternoon, the postman should deliver our manuscript payment and a call for submissions. Such a significant moment must be witnessed by you, Dudley. Dudley merely smiled softly at his father's words, for everything had been meticulously planned in advance. The real Silky Mouse had already been introduced into experiments alongside pythons at Morrison's biology lab. During this period, a crucial growth cycle is underway. It is inconceivable that the chinchilla could remain confined within Morrison's biological laboratory indefinitely. Any unforeseen incident could jeopardize his meticulously crafted plan. After finishing breakfast, Dudley glanced at the cluttered storage room where Harry resided beneath the staircase. The door to his little abode was still secured with a lock. A clear indication that the recent incident at the zoo had rendered Vernon somewhat jumpy. In an effort to mask his own trepidation, he had prohibited Harry from having breakfast for 2 consecutive weeks. However, this did not trouble Dudley in the slightest. Harry was, after all, a valuable specimen for his wizard observation. In terms of sustenance, he had discreetly procured a considerable supply of dry bread and canned goods for his cousin. Today, he had no time to concern himself with Harry's feelings. Clutching the £1,000 given to him by Vernon, Dudley exited the house and hailed a taxi from the roadside, hastening his way to Morrison's laboratory. He was eager to witness the new species he had created, a chinchilla endowed with active cells resembling the eyes of a python. The taxi came to a halt, and Dudley paid £10, arriving at the towering office building that lingered in his memory. At the entrance of the Morrison Biological Laboratory, before even stepping inside, a young man clad in a white lab coat cheerfully waved his hand, exclaiming, "Dolly, I never expected you to arrive so early today." Dolly paused momentarily and noticed Evans, the individual who had previously guided him through the laboratory, approaching with a smile. "My dear Dolly, you are truly a genius. The hypothesis regarding the genes of dragonfly larvae and the eyes of the golden-mantled ground squirrel is so fantastical. How did you conceive such an idea?" Evans continued. "You appear to be in excellent spirits, suggesting that there has been a significant breakthrough in the research on the genetic aspects at Morrison." With a light wave of his hand, Evans replied, "We have yet to reach the final stage, but it is indeed thanks to your wildly imaginative propositions." Dolly smiled, downplaying the compliment. "I merely mentioned the connection between the genes of dragonfly larvae and golden-mantled ground squirrels in passing. I never expected you would truly discover a correlation." Evans, reflecting on Dolly's words, replied with a hint of nostalgia, "What may seem like a fleeting thought to you often serves as the spark of inspiration in biological research. When an idea strikes, it does. When it doesn't, it may remain forever undiscovered. Oh, by the way, you are heading to observe the laboratory as well, aren't you? I happen to be on my way to check on my experimental progress and would love to discuss something intriguing with you." Dolly nodded in acknowledgement and followed Evans up to the 2nd floor of the laboratory. Along the way, Evans animatedly spoke, his enthusiasm palpable. "To be candid, Dolly, after examining the cellular structure of the eyelids of the golden-mantled ground squirrel under an electron microscope, I discovered that it bears a striking resemblance to that of a dragonfly. To validate the traits of genetic inheritance, I specifically extracted the proteins from the cells of the squirrel's ocular region and injected them into the embryos of dragonfly larvae. After 2 weeks of observation, while I cannot divulge the results, I did indeed witness the emergence of new eyes on the dragonfly larvae. This alone is sufficient evidence that the genetic fragments from the squirrel's eye cells were successfully integrated into the dragonfly embryo, initiating replication and division. Though you may not grasp the intricacies of this now, you shall comprehend it all once you enter university." As they reached the junction of the 2nd and 3rd floors, Evans hurriedly departed, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Watching his retreating figure, Dolly shook his head in resignation. He had merely conveyed a fragment of genetic analysis he had studied in a previous life as a hypothesis, yet with Evans' keen intellect, he had unwittingly provided a few trivial clues, enabling Evans to independently progress. Indeed, the acumen of a biology student from Cambridge in the late 20th century was remarkably sharp. However, none of this was of paramount importance. Dolly's initial design was to find a plausible excuse for Evans to apply for the laboratory to import a chinchilla. After all, the golden-mantled ground squirrel was a creature whose fur was costly, temperament gentle, and price steep. Should he spend his own money to acquire one, It would undoubtedly raise questions from Vernon or Petunia, and he was reluctant to weave yet another fabrication. Once a lie takes root, it necessitates a multitude of others to sustain it, a process both exhausting and intricate. Upon arriving at a storeroom he had cleared out in Morrison's laboratory, Dudley noticed a chinchilla about the size of a palm, encased under a glass dome. Checking the date, he realized that 2 weeks had already elapsed. The chinchilla had tenaciously survived on the nutritional reagents provided. The glass dome bore a clear label in black ink, number 3. Dudley took 2 steps forward and casually retrieved a notebook from a nearby compartment, beginning to write on the latest page. So far, this chinchilla seems to have lost its visual observational capacity, retaining only basic physiological traits and displaying no aggression. Unbeknownst to him, the chinchilla, which had been lying motionless beneath the glass dome, suddenly opened its eyes. Dudley remained engrossed in his notes, documenting the daily observations of the chinchilla. Observation of culture no. 3 revealed that from the embryonic stage, the protein from the eyes of the spotted python infected with the magic virus I influenza had been ejected. Since chinchillas are not oviparous, it is impossible to observe them in detail under an electron microscope during their larval stage. Observations can only be made directly from the offspring produced by female chinchillas. However, an occurrence took place that starkly contravenes biological principles. After replicating the magic virus I influenza from the dead skin cells of Harry's mouth, it successfully stimulated the ocular cells of the spotted python. This indicates that the magic virus I influenza can infect cells of various species beyond humans. In the realm of biology, the only natural suppressor of the influenza virus is another type of virus, the bacteriophage. The question arises whether injecting bacteriophages into ordinary organisms infected with the magic virus I influenza could yield a suppressive effect. Dudley glanced at the records in his hand, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the 3 glass vessels nearby. Within this, there are 2 juvenile Totoro creatures. This experiment is divided into 3 distinct phases. The first phase involves the direct injection of the magic-A virus, influenza, into the embryo without any interference. The second phase entails the injection of the magic-A virus, influenza, followed by the introduction of a conventional bacteriophage. The third phase consists of injecting the magic-A virus, influenza, into the embryo, subsequently followed by the infusion of newly proliferated bacteriophages derived from wizard cells. The 3 chinchillas present a stark contrast to what one might envision. Typically, a single nest of mice can produce dozens of offspring. However, since the introduction of the magical influenza virus strain I into the embryos, all female chinchillas have birthed but a solitary offspring. The first offspring exhibited no discernible changes and perished shortly after birth. The second offspring, upon its arrival, bore at least 8 peculiar protuberances, which upon closer inspection revealed the presence of crystalline formations. The third chinchilla offspring, the very one that Dudley beheld, displayed remarkably stable vital signs. Its entire being appeared unremarkable, save for its inability to open its eyes, rendering it indistinguishable from a typical chinchilla. As Dudley meticulously recorded his observations, a frown etched upon his brow. He pondered that this chinchilla should have, during the embryonic phase, assimilated the genetic fragments from the eyes of a spotted python and successfully commenced genetic replication. Could it be that the disparity between species accounts for the chinchilla's inability to open its eyes? Just as Dudley contemplated this, the chinchilla, nestled within the glass vessel, stirred slightly, its eyelids slowly parting, as its palm-sized body wobbled into an upright position. The moment Dudley laid eyes on the chinchilla's open gaze, a shiver coursed down his spine. This is not the common black pupil of a mouse, but rather resembles that of a python. Within the pale blue crystalline structure, a slender line manifests itself in a flattened form. Has it succeeded? Dudley's palm trembled slightly. This marks the first occasion on which he has applied the theories of genetic inheritance in practice. Astonishingly, the probability of death or mutation, which stood at a staggering 99% in the previous life, has entirely failed to materialize. Is this merely a coincidence, or is it a consequence of some external interference? Dudley's breath grew heavy, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a monumental discovery, the joy was fleeting, yet he was compelled to confront reality. The chinchilla before him might very well harbor issues. A mouse with serpent-like eyes was an unsettling thought. At that moment, Dudley distinctly observed the pupils of the chinchilla's eyes suddenly dilate and then constrict, and the glass vessel meant for containment inexplicably vanished. Before he could react, he felt a blur before his eyes, and the chinchilla standing before him had vanished into thin air. When he regained his senses, He found the little creature nestled in the palm of his hand, its tiny body curled into a ball, its head nuzzling against his skin, eyes half closed as it drifted into a deep slumber. Cute? Adorable? By the time he departed from the Morrison Laboratory, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Throughout the day, Dudley had been intently observing his pet chinchilla. He hailed a taxi and settled into the back seat, reminiscing about certain details. One undeniable fact about the chinchilla in his possession was that it had acquired some extraordinary abilities, unimaginable to the average person. Through the experimental records he had previously gathered from his observations of the wizarding cells, this act capable of making the glass cover vanish into thin air. There's an uncanny resemblance to the peculiar incident conjured by Harry at the zoo. However, it additionally possesses the characteristic of rapid movement. Whether it is the swift motion or the sheer disappearance remains elusive to Dudley due to limitations in his observational equipment. Nevertheless, within a confined space, whenever he places the little Totoro on the ground, this diminutive creature inexplicably vanishes, only to reappear perched atop his head. In terms of temperament, it aligns with his expectations. The silky mouse exhibits a gentle disposition devoid of aggressive tendencies. Yet, it seems to have inherited traits from a python, as it often curls up to sleep, despite being merely a mouse, feeling the warmth of the plump creature in his pocket. Dudley is acutely aware that this silky mouse perceives him as the first being it encountered after its birth, considering him a parental figure of sorts. This is quite acceptable. Given the current circumstances, this little creature, resembling a Totoro, does not require a cage. It may even find its way home. Thoughts, often chaotic, flit by rapidly as the taxi speeds along the uneven road, soon coming to a halt before a quaint 2-story house. After paying an £8 fare, Dudley furrowed his brow, wondering if the morning taxi driver had taken a longer route, costing him an unnecessary £2. He dismissed the notion from his mind. His priority was to return home as swiftly as possible. Before the 2-story house hung a sign, inscribed in English, bearing the name Dudley. Below it stood an antiquated mailbox. Reflecting on some details that Vernon had mentioned earlier that morning, Dudley casually opened the mailbox and retrieved several folded letters. A cursory glance revealed titles: London Children's Biology Journal, Daily Financial News, and Charlie's Regular Greetings. He paid little heed to the letter from the London Children's Biology Journal, for among the mundane correspondence, he discovered a peculiar letter that caught his eye. It was addressed to Harry. Regaining his focus, he examined it closely. Surrey County, Little Whinging, 4, Privet Drive, Mr. Harry Potter. In the cupboard under the stairs of the Dudley residence. A letter addressed to Harry Potter? Dudley was certain he wasn't imagining things. He flipped it over and scrutinized the details, particularly the sender's information. The sender read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Is it truly a school of magic? Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Gazing at the letter in his hand, Dudley furrowed his brow. Although he was not well versed in the narrative of the original Harry Potter series, aside from knowing the existence of wizards and magic, this letter arriving at his home indicated that the magical world, which had not been in contact with Harry Potter for a decade, would now boldly enter their lives. The letter addressed to Harry was sealed with red wax, yet the name Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was clearly inscribed on the front, accompanied by a prominent crest at its center. This marks the first time that Dudley has encountered such a peculiar letter, which depicts 4 creatures, a serpent, a lion, an eagle, and the last one, obscured by the inky patterns, is difficult to discern. Is this an acceptance letter from a magic school? Dudley murmurs, hesitating to hand the letter directly to Harry. His intention is not to obstruct Harry's opportunity to attend a magical institution. Judging by the conventional timeline, it is currently February. Yet this letter has arrived nearly 7 months in advance, leaving him with little time to prepare. He has yet to awaken his wizarding talent. And should Harry Potter establish communication with the sender, his biological research may very well reach an impasse. With this thought, Dudley casually pushes open the door. Upon changing his shoes, he is immediately greeted by Vernon's somewhat disgruntled voice. Petunia, how many times must I tell you not to engage in idle chatter with those elderly women until we have confirmed the facts? They do nothing all day but peddle anxiety, and you bear the burden of their fears. Petunia, listening to Vernon's words, finds them utterly absurd. Peddling anxiety? Vernon, are you serious when you say this? Though the elderly ladies may harbor no ill intentions, one cannot deny the wealth of experiences they possess. Vernon, finding the situation somewhat amusing, slams his hand on the table. Petunia, we are now in the 19th century, yet those antiquated minds remain stuck in decades past. We must meticulously plan our approach to our children's education. Petunia, turning to sit in a chair behind her, responds, "Very well, Vernon Dudley. I reiterate that any decisions must consider the child's perspective. While Dudley is indeed a prodigy in biology, I firmly believe that every genius deserves a joyful childhood. Your previous suggestion was nothing short of oppressive towards Dudley's talent." With a resigned sigh, Vernon raises his hands. "Petunia, you have been working from home, and you are unaware of what public schools are truly like. Once Dudley enters middle school, he will encounter a diverse array of students, some from affluent families, others from impoverished ones, and many from the middle class. When these individuals congregate, it is easy for divisions, conflicts, and bullying to arise. Our family has rarely produced a gifted learner. During this period, he is at his most receptive to acquiring knowledge. I believe the junior division of the Royal Private School in London is the most suitable choice for him, where he can study diligently, conduct research, and benefit from a dedicated mentor who will outline a 3-year academic plan." Just as the two were engaged in discussion, Dudley's soft cough broke the silence. Vernon and Petunia immediately ceased their chatter, their faces beaming with smiles as they looked at their beloved son. "Dudley, welcome home. Let your father discreetly introduce our family's new member." Vernon exchanged a knowing glance with Petunia, shifted his bulky frame, and approached Dudley. His curious eyes surveyed the fluffy creature perched atop his son's head. Dudley instinctively reached into his pocket, but the Totoro that had been hidden there had mysteriously vanished, only to reappear resting on his head. "Dudley, why do I get the impression that this little fellow is lacking in vitality? Surely you weren't deceived by the pet shop staff? These insufferable salespeople consistently seek to extract substantial profits from the hands of children and women. These wretched salespeople seem to relish in siphoning substantial profits from the hands of children and women." Vernon's countenance appeared somewhat perturbed, despite being a businessman himself. Witnessing such occurrences befall Dudley left him quite discontented. "Father, this is a new member of our family. You may refer to it as Totoro," Dudley casually explained, allowing the little creature to remain undisturbed for the time being. Upon hearing her son's words, Petunia expressed a modicum of surprise. "Is this a cat?" "It certainly does not seem so. It resembles a mouse instead." "Nevertheless," she continued, "my darling son, since you wish to call it Totoro, then it shall be Totoro." As she spoke, she prepared to approach, but her gaze fell upon the folded letter in Dudley's hand, wherein lay a symbol that was all too familiar to her. Petunia's steps faltered, and her fingers trembled as they pointed towards Dudley's palm. "My dear, could you tell me whence this item originates?" Dudley's brow furrowed slightly. His mother's reaction was unexpected. He had deliberately placed the Hogwarts acceptance letter on top to gauge how much they knew about Harry Potter's background. Now it appeared that his mother was not as averse to magic as she had always claimed, nor did she truly believe it to be mere trickery. Did they truly possess some knowledge? Observing this scene, Dudley nonchalantly handed the Hogwarts letter to Petunia and feigned indifference, saying, "I haven't had the chance to read this letter yet. I simply brought it in after retrieving it from the mailbox upon entering. What is the matter? Is this letter yours?" Petunia stepped forward, casually taking the Hogwarts envelope from Dudley's hands. She glanced briefly at the rather plain Hogwarts crest on the back and remarked, "Dudley, this letter is from a friend of mine. In the future, should any such correspondence arrive, do not take it upon yourself to open it. Inform me instead, and I shall handle it personally." As she spoke, Petunia sensed that her tone might have been slightly off. She quickly crouched down to meet Dudley's gaze, her expression earnest. "This letter is a private matter of your mother's. Please refrain from opening anything similar in the future." Dudley could feel the tremor in Petunia's voice, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance. "All right, Mom, I will. Enough of your cryptic exchanges, you two. Since Dudley has returned, let us gather as a family to discuss which secondary school he intends to attend in a few months," Vernon interjected, gesturing for them to join him at the dining table in the living room. As the head of the household, he deemed it imperative that they convene to deliberate on such a significant matter. Education was not to be taken lightly. However, his voice abruptly halted. Noticing that Vernon had something further to say, Dudley frowned. He still had not completed his wizarding cell observation journal, and moreover, he had plans to attend Hogwarts with Harry, to experience the wonders of the magical realm. The thought of revealing his intentions to learn magic to Vernon filled him with trepidation, as he feared it would incite his father's ire. "Considering my secondary school options, I think you should prioritize Harry for now. After all, I believe you should attend the same school as I do," Dudley replied casually. "Harry? That boy thinks he can attend secondary school?" The tuition for 6 years of primary school has already been a strain on my finances. At 12, he should spend a year at home resting, and then, after that year, he can assist Petunia with household chores. By 18, he'll be ready to leave our Dudley home. Vernon continued, his gaze narrowing towards the cluttered staircase. Just then, Petunia's actions interrupted his monologue. She appeared to nonchalantly present the envelope bearing the Hogwarts insignia. Vernon's voice halted abruptly. In Dudley's eyes, his father's formerly domineering demeanor dissipated, his corpulent form trembling involuntarily. Blast it, this letter couldn't have arrived at a more inconvenient time. At this moment, Vernon realized Dudley was still present, and his facial expression underwent a dramatic transformation. Dudley, you should return to your room. I need to discuss a few matters with your mother. Dudley chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The situation was already quite evident. His parents, Petunia and Vernon, were clearly aware of certain truths. As he turned to exit the living room, he had not ventured far when he caught the muffled, tremulous tones of Petunia and Vernon's discussion. Fragments of their conversation drifted into his ears. Magic, school, sister, deception. Half an hour later, Petunia tentatively spoke. Vernon, do you believe we can truly prevent this? Vernon's voice emerged hoarse. Petunia, do not fear. I am here to protect our home. Regardless of the circumstances, we are Harry's sole guardians. Without our consent, he cannot go anywhere, including that ridiculous Hogwarts. Even if wizards truly exist, they cannot openly defy the laws of London. Trust me, Petunia, even if wizards exist, they cannot contravene London's laws. Believe me, should they come forcefully, my grandfather bequeathed me a shotgun. The taste of gunpowder will teach those wretched beings a lesson. They are merely a gaggle of fools. Petunia's voice quivered with emotion. I cannot thank you enough. I am at a loss for what to do. The world of wizards must be fraught with danger, and my sister met her end under mysterious circumstances. Her only son is Harry. Under no circumstances can he be permitted to enter such a place. Vernon, observing the sorrow etched on his wife's face, leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, Petunia, listen to me. Recently, some associates in my business have mentioned a compendium of wizarding taboos. I have decided to procure some from them. Trust me. Everything will turn out positively. London, June 1991. At 4, Privet Drive, in the small 2-story house of the Dursleys located in Surrey, Dudley sat at his desk, fervently scribbling. Ever since he discovered the acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry addressed to Harry in the mailbox, he had felt an urgency. His parents, Vernon and Petunia, continued to treat Harry as they always had. However, occasionally, when passing Vernon's study, Dudley would catch sight of a new book on the desk. One pertaining to magic, the complete guide to expelling wizards, what wizards fear most, the taboos of mysticism. Dudley distinctly remembered that since February, Vernon's room contained only a couple of books related to magic. Yet, nearly a week had passed since then. One day, during a meal, Dudley unexpectedly discovered a letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry on the dining table, eliciting remarkable expressions from Vernon and Petunia. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of nonchalance, much to their relief. Subsequently, Dudley noticed several books concerning wizards had mysteriously appeared in Vernon's study. 2 weeks later, after the Dursleys had finished their dinner, Dudley and Petunia were preparing to take a stroll when they heard 2 peculiar sounds emanating from their front door, only to find another letter from Hogwarts had fallen to the ground. On this occasion, Vernon was exceedingly irate. He yanked open his drawer, revealing dozens of unsolicited letters from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Clutching these missives, Vernon approached the hearth in his home, methodically tossing each letter into the flames while muttering unintelligibly, uttering words like God and prayers. Yet, such actions proved futile. Just a couple of days prior, as Petunia rose in the morning to prepare breakfast, she returned from the market with eggs, placing them on the countertop. Upon cracking the shells, a letter from Hogwarts emerged. From that moment forth, a letter or two from Hogwarts would sporadically materialize from various corners of their abode. This peculiar phenomenon has been unfolding since its inception, exuding an air of strangeness. Vernon and Petunia have relinquished any attempts to explain matters to Dudley, as long as the child remains oblivious. They choose to ignore the issues that their own eyes have discerned. Dudley is well aware of the underlying truths. However, the frequent arrival of letters from Hogwarts has genuinely astonished him, marking the 3rd instance in which he has witnessed the marvels of magic. The first occurrence was with Harry, the second with the creature he had nurtured, and now, the innumerable letters inundating their home. During this time, Harry has also become cognizant of these letters. but he has been forcibly deprived of his freedom by Vernon, rendering him unable to access the correspondence from Hogwarts. He can only watch helplessly as Vernon discards each letter into the flames. The situation at home is deteriorating rapidly, and Dudley understands that with the start of school in September drawing near, his time is alarmingly scant. In Morrison's biological laboratory, after several phases of research and observation concerning the cells of Harry, they have successfully extracted the magic virus I influenza. Now, Dudley is wholly focused on cultivating the magic virus 2 bacteriophage, which, in theory, can inhibit the effects of the first virus, drawing from his experience with nurturing the creature. This bacteriophage could be validated within his own cells. Yet, should it be directly applied to his body, unforeseen complications may arise. After all, the anatomy of animals differs significantly from that of humans, and the likelihood of adverse events is considerable. During the experiments, when the magic virus 2 bacteriophage eradicated the magic virus I influenza, there was nearly a 30% chance that his own cells would crystallize. In humans, the transformation of cells into crystals and organic matter signifies necrosis. The experimental progress is far from satisfactory. At that moment, as Dudley pondered these matters, a startled exclamation from downstairs broke through the air. "Harry, you little wretch. What on earth are you doing? Stop this at once." Vernon's voice, laced with astonishment and fury, compelled Dudley to abandon his preparations for the Wizard Cell Observation Journal. Alongside his father's enraged outburst, a cacophony of noise surged upward. Dudley rose, opened his door, and descended the staircase to the ground floor. Before him lay the sight of Vernon's corpulent form careening chaotically around the room. In front of him, Harry was crouched low, utilizing the dining table and chairs as barriers to evade capture. Although Harry's slender physique typically appeared frail, he now exhibited remarkable agility, deftly navigating the pursuit of Vernon. "Stop, you little brat." After only a few steps, Vernon's long-standing sedentary lifestyle weighed heavily upon him, causing him to speak with a breathless tone. Harry shook his head slightly and remarked, "Uncle Vernon, I can stop, but you must promise not to lay a hand on me." Upon hearing Harry's voice, Vernon felt an overwhelming surge of rage. "Damn boy, what do you think you are doing? Hurry up and return that letter to me. It is not for your eyes." Harry pushed up his tape-bound glasses, his small face adorned with seriousness. "Uncle Vernon, you need not deceive me. I just saw it clearly written on the back of the letter, for Mr. Harry Potter. This letter was sent to me. It belongs to me." Although Harry insisted otherwise, the wrinkled Hogwarts letter clutched in his hand told a different story. In truth, he had caught sight of his correspondence some time ago, yet due to his confinement, he could only watch helplessly as it was cast one by one into the flames of the fireplace. "Enough, Harry. Listen to your uncle. You cannot read this letter. It truly does not belong to you." Petunia, observing Harry's obstinate demeanor, could not refrain from interjecting with her counsel. "No, this is mine, clearly labeled Harry Potter." However, before Harry could continue to protest, Vernon reached out and shoved aside the chair blocking his path. "You little brat, you must understand your place. You are merely an orphan without parents. In this world, aside from the Dursleys, who knows you? Who would take you in? Listen here, you wretched boy. You need to grasp the reality of your situation. This is the Dursley household, and everything that enters here is my personal property. You shall not lay claim to it. Such behavior, if viewed seriously, amounts to theft. Before I change my mind, you had best hand over that letter." Vernon's expression twisted into a grimace as he glared at the Hogwarts acceptance letter crumpled in Harry's grasp, his words nearly seething through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Harry's face flushed with tension and anger. Standing at the staircase, Dudley shook his head in resignation. One must admit, Vernon was a dismal failure in parenting. Adolescents, in their teenage years, often symbolize stubbornness and defiance. As Harry's pent-up frustration threatened to erupt, Dudley swiftly approached him and gently placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Harry, it's me, Dudley," he said, noticing Harry's puzzled expression at his sudden appearance. With a warm smile, Dudley continued, "Listen to me, Harry. Since Uncle and Aunt don't want you to see this letter, it likely contains something they don't want you to know. Besides, it may indeed be as my father suggested. This letter might not be intended for you at all." Just as Harry was about to argue, Dudley leaned closer and whispered, "Don't worry, Harry. Leave this matter to your cousin. After some time, I will quietly hand over your letter to you, just like before, after they've gone to sleep." Harry considered Dudley's earnest demeanor, recalling the times Dudley had slyly slipped him bread and jerky at night. His anxieties eased considerably. "All right, cousin, I'll trust you." Reluctantly, Harry tossed the envelope onto the dining table and trudged back down to the cupboard under the stairs, dejected. Phew. Thankfully. This kid didn't see the contents of the letter. Otherwise, it would have been the end of everything. Truly, Dudley was a good older brother. You must keep a close eye on Harry. Being willful is not a virtue. Vernon casually picked up the Hogwarts envelope from the table and tossed it into the flickering flames of the nearby fireplace. In his line of sight, the envelope succumbed to the fire, reduced to ashes. Humph. What nonsense is this magic? Such deceitful tricks still yield to the flames and obediently turn to ash. Vernon stared intently at the fireplace, lost in thought, his mind an enigma. It was a mystery to comprehend what exactly was swirling in his mind. Meanwhile, Dudley let out a quiet sigh, briefly explaining his plans for the day to his parents before turning to leave the house. Stepping outside, Dudley took a breath of the fresh air, and in the distance, he spotted a white owl. An owl? How peculiar. This left Dudley somewhat perplexed. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, he noted that it was shortly past 8 in the morning. Typically, creatures like owls are nocturnal. So why was it so lively during daylight? Could it be a species that had journeyed from the eastern hemisphere to the western hemisphere? Observing the owl's talons gripping the fence by the roadside, it tilted its head, scrutinizing Dudley as he stepped outside. Dudley's thoughts began to wander. While the owl appeared rather adorable, he regrettably believed he lacked the time to investigate this unusual occurrence. After all, he intended to closely observe his pet chinchilla today. The arrival of this little creature seemed rather fortuitous. At this realization, Dudley experienced a moment of astonishment. Meanwhile, the white owl stared intently at him. His chinchilla was likely still perched atop his head. Could it be that? Is this owl planning to hunt its own pet? This simply won't do. The young chinchilla has become prey for the owl, leaving it no time to lament its fate. Yet, before Dudley could reach out to rescue the chinchilla from above, a nearby white owl seemed startled by something, emitting a series of frantic cries. Hoot, 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 hoot. It left a flurry of feathers in its wake as it took flight. Feeling the soft sensation above, Dudley cradled the chinchilla in his palms. Observing its curled-up form as it dozed peacefully, Dudley felt uncertain whether the recent mishap was caused by this creature. He raised a finger and gently poked its fluffy side. With a slight shake of its head, the chinchilla shifted its position and continued to snooze. Perhaps it would be best to seize the moment and attend class at the Morrison Biological Research Institute in London. After a tedious day of remedial basic biology lessons, Dudley concocted an excuse to send away his ever-present teaching assistant, Evans. He then made his way to the cluttered storage room of the Chinchilla Cultivation Laboratory from his previous visit. This is indeed his secret laboratory, a vast biological research facility, within which only a handful of researchers, perhaps 5 or 6, can be found. The standard is one of spaciousness with a sparse population. In contrast to the observations of wizard cells, Dudley has recently been engaged in organizing the genetic inheritance of a new species. This particular documentation arose from his discovery of peculiar phenomena associated with the cat bus. Glancing at the plaque reading Morrison Biological Laboratory, Storage Room, Dudley unhesitatingly shut the door behind him. Upon illuminating the space, a row of glass containers came into view. Container I, Container 2, Container 3. Notably, the contents of Container I and Container 2 had been meticulously cleared, devoid of any extraneous materials. Dudley casually placed the cat bus atop the glass cover. He then retrieved a piece of cheese from his pocket. Instantly, the cat bus, which had been in a drowsy state, seemed to regain some vitality. Its fluffy body stood upright, and its nose approached, sniffing curiously. The previously shut eyelids parted slightly, revealing a glimmer of change within. The cat bus extended its tiny paws forward, grasping a small piece of cheese and stuffing it into its mouth. Munch, munch. The ears atop its little head rhythmically swayed back and forth. The experimental documentation commenced. Observing the cat bus as it feasted, Dudley casually extracted a notebook from a nearby cabinet, chronicling his observations over the past 4 months regarding the cat bus. Beyond a few trivial matters, Dudley unearthed several intriguing phenomena. During the past 4 months, the cat bus has predominantly remained in a state of lethargy, only rousing from slumber when food is brought tantalizingly close to its mouth. This can be classified as a state of immaturity. In rare moments of wakefulness, the eyes of the chinchilla remain perpetually half-closed, as if it can never awaken fully. Through a series of intriguing experiments, Dudley uncovered 2 peculiar characteristics in the chinchilla that he had not observed until now. The eyes exhibit a striking resemblance to serpentine slits rather than the original pitch-black circular pupils. This phenomenon is understandable. as the genes of the python were injected during the embryonic stage of the chinchilla. Consequently, the cells in the ocular region underwent transformation. Based on this, one can deduce that the genes of the python's eyes have successfully supplanted those of the original chinchilla, giving rise to a novel proliferation within its eyes. Thus, it is quite reasonable to conclude that the chinchilla possesses eyes reminiscent of a serpent's, given that the internal biological composition of both creatures is derived from the same protein cell division. However, a month ago, Dudley was astonished to discover that his chinchilla had begun to shed its teeth. Originally, the incisors in the upper and lower jaws were the natural teeth of the chinchilla itself, resembling the prominent incisors of a rabbit, which, if not worn down, would continue to grow indefinitely and fail to fall out naturally. Yet, this particular chinchilla exhibited the phenomenon of naturally shedding its teeth, akin to the fangs of a cold river. From the upper jaw, two backward-facing spines emerged. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of biology, Dudley recognized that these were the early forms of the serpent's fangs. This is simply astonishing. A chinchilla not only possesses the eyes of a serpent, but has also developed the fangs of a snake. This unexpected revelation left Dudley both perplexed and pleasantly surprised. Within the retinal cells of the python, the most minute structures are life-sustaining molecules composed of amino acids. These amino acids combine freely to form specific configurations, subsequently leading to the continuous synthesis of proteins. Given a conducive environment for growth and reproduction, these proteins ultimately evolve into cells, which, through a process of division governed by certain principles, give rise to the eyes of the python. Dudley comprehended that biology regards this fixed and uniform state of division as a set of segments within the gene. The concept is akin to grafting in botany, exemplified by the cultivation of yellow-fleshed watermelons. Similarly, the snake eyes of the Totoro can be understood, as biological research has established a connection between the genetic fragments of the two. Yet, the question arises, how could the python's fangs emerge during the shedding of teeth? What is the reason behind this? Based solely on this phenomenon, Dudley is unable to provide a definitive conclusion. It can only be surmised that perhaps the snake cells that infiltrated the ocular region also contain certain genetic fragments from the fangs of the serpent. This is precisely what gives rise to such an unscientific phenomenon. Just as Dudley was compiling and summarizing his notes, the half-asleep chinchilla underwent yet another transformation. Its gaze shifted toward a nearby petri dish, where the results of Dudley's latest magical concealment experiment lay. Dudley meticulously organized the genetic records of the newly discovered species in his hands. Meanwhile, after indulging in the cheese provided by Dudley, the chinchilla's body suddenly vanished into thin air, only to reappear perched atop Dudley's head. Curled up and half-closed eyes, it began to doze off. Sated and content, it succumbed to slumber. Even after transforming into a new species, it remained shackled by the constraints of its juvenile stage. Concluding his daily observations of the chinchilla, Dudley exited the cluttered corner of the laboratory, following his memory to the area designated for the storage of pharmaceuticals. This is another of his experimental venues. Glancing at the wall clock, he realizes he has ample time for analysis. Within the low-temperature refrigeration unit, 2 vials of his newly formulated reagents await: magic.A influenza and magic.2 bacteriophage. Habitually, he dons white gloves and places these 2 vials into his pocket, simultaneously procuring a disposable syringe. Seizing the opportunity, Dudley approaches the electron microscope once more, ready to insert the pre-prepared wizard virus specimen. After meticulously placing the glass slide, he patiently observes the screen for a moment. A furrow forms on his brow. The situation appears exceedingly dire. This suffices to illustrate that for an ordinary individual to acquire magical power through sheer effort, even at great cost, the opportunity remains elusive. This marks his 5th experiment. He opens the report on the wizard virus experiment. Dudley has extracted a small amount of skin from his own lips, subsequently injecting the magic.A influenza into his lip cells. Following the experimental protocol, he must await a period before injecting the magic.2 bacteriophage and subsequently observe the cellular conditions. Wizard virus experiment report. First experiment. Waiting 1 day. His cells exhibit vitality. Under low temperatures, they autonomously divide in the nutrient solution, and upon detaching from the solution, 70 crystallization occurs, transforming into organic matter with no special activity. Wizard virus experiment report. 2. Second experiment. Waiting 3 days. His cells display vitality, autonomously dividing in the nutrient solution, and upon detaching, 40 crystallization occurs, transforming into organic matter with no special activity. Wizard virus experiment report. 3. Third experiment. Waiting 5 days. Upon detaching from the solution, 35 crystallization occurs, transforming into organic matter with no special activity. Wizard virus experiment report. 4. Fourth experiment. Waiting 1 week. After detachment from the solution, 30 crystallization occurs, transforming into organic matter with no special activity. Fifth experiment. Waiting 10 days, which is today. Derry now observes under the electron microscope the cells from his lips. After injecting the magic virus 2, bacteriophage, a marked crystallization occurs once more, while the probability of transforming into organic matter has diminished to 20. The occurrence of this scene presented Dudley with a newfound opportunity. According to this conclusion, as long as he administered the magic virus I, influenza, theoretically, the longer he could endure, the more likely the desired outcome would manifest. By injecting the magic virus 2, bacteriophage, before reaching the limit, he could potentially restore the vitality of the cells. However, all of this is contingent upon theoretical foundations. To harness this magic, it is imperative that his body withstands prolonged suffering from illness or resolutely endures the onslaught of the influenza virus. Thus, is it true that the longer one perseveres, the greater the strength one acquires? The data remains insufficient, the time inadequate. I have yet to validate the consequences of administering the magical serum No. 1. Influenza virus, for over a month. Yet here we are in June, with merely 2 months left before the commencement of the magical school in September, leaving me with precious little time to seize the opportunity to enroll in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I must possess magical aptitude as per the school's regulations. I must acquire this magical essence, and the solitary method available to me is this. Clutching the 2 vials of serum, I concealed them close to my person. They represent the culmination of my invaluable experimentation, tidying the workspace and ensuring the instruments were reset. I finally departed. London, July. Surrey County, 4 Privet Drive. Today marks a Sunday in London, and I, as always, diligently engage in physical training. It has been over a month since I obtained the 2 vials of serum, and I continue conducting various tests and observations, refraining from hasty injections. After all, life is singular. Should any misfortune occur, I would have to bid farewell to this magical realm. My pace quickens, and ahead, the 2-story house becomes increasingly distinct. Recently, for reasons unknown, our family has ceased to receive any correspondence related to Hogwarts. This has certainly eased the previously anxious demeanor of Vernon and Petunia. The once palpable atmosphere of fear has dissipated. As he reached to open the door, Dudley slipped on a pair of slippers, just in time to see Harry placing a plate of cookies on the dining table. "Good morning, Dudley cousin," Harry greeted, to which Dudley politely responded, "Good morning, Harry cousin." Nearby, Vernon wobbled his hefty frame, extending his hand to grab a cookie from the platter, chewing contentedly as he remarked, seemingly casually, "Ah, my dear son Dudley, do you not sense that today feels somewhat different?" Dudley, puzzled, replied, "What do you mean? Is the weather in London particularly splendid today?" Vernon chuckled dismissively, "Oh, no. This is far better than London's sporadic dreary weather. Wouldn't you agree, Harry?" Vernon smiled at Harry, who nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, Uncle Vernon is absolutely correct. I believe what brings you joy must be the absence of any letters arriving lately." "Splendid. Harry, that is the wisest statement I have ever heard from you." Vernon snapped his fingers in affirmation. Just then, Dudley felt a sharp twinge above his head. "Ah, truly delightful. The Dursleys have recently been free of those wretched disturbances." In the living room downstairs, Vernon reached for a cup of red tea from the table, taking a small sip and smacking his lips in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Harry, you are spot on. This indeed marks the happiest time for the Dursleys." He continued, "Look, no annoying knocks at the door, no inexplicable letters, and certainly no absurd individuals whispering nonsense about magic in my ear. Moreover," Vernon paused, lifting another cookie from the table and waving it before Harry. "What is this?" "Oh, it's your breakfast. Yet you do not appear as inept as you seem. At least you know what you ought to do." In Harry's view, Vernon's plump face was contorted with features pressed together, his double chin prominently displayed, and his squinty eyes fixated on him while clutching a cookie. Harry recoiled slightly. "Uncle Vernon, what is it that I should be doing? I find myself rather perplexed, especially since things seem quite the same as ever." His voice bore a note of confusion, sensing an underlying message in Vernon's words. "Humph. I hope you genuinely do not understand, given that our family has finally enjoyed a period of peace. During this period of tranquility, I have graciously permitted you to partake in breakfast," Vernon remarked, reaching for another biscuit and extending it towards Harry, gesturing for him to accept. Observing the food before him, Harry instinctively retreated a step, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It had been a considerable time since he last enjoyed breakfast. Following his previous act of pilfering a letter, faced with the delectable morsels and feeling the pangs of hunger within, he hesitated before finally expressing, "Thank you, Uncle Vernon." He then accepted the biscuit from Vernon's hand and began to chew. The crisp sound, accompanied by the sweet aroma of milk, filled his senses. How delightful! Harry experienced a fleeting illusion of happiness. In stark contrast, the enigmatic world shared by his father Vernon and Harry unfolded beside him. Those unaware of the situation would undoubtedly be curious about the underlying narrative between the two. However, Dudley was too preoccupied to notice such details. Above him, a small Totoro grasped his hair with its tiny paws, emitting a series of squeaks. Dudley was taken aback, for it was the first time the little creature had behaved in such a manner since their acquaintance. Previously, Totoro remained still atop his head or nestled in his pocket, needing ample sleep during its juvenile stage. Its newfound vitality piqued Dudley's curiosity. "Hey, you're hurting me a bit," he exclaimed. No sooner had the words left his lips than the sharp pain at the roots of his hair vanished. Before he could react, he felt a soft sensation in his palm. A fuzzy shadow appeared above. Totoro no longer lay flat or curled, but stood upright, half closing its eyes and raising one paw to poke at the air. Well, it has become animated. Although he had anticipated such a phenomenon, Dudley was still quite startled. After all, images typically confined to animation were now vividly manifesting in reality. The initial reaction of an ordinary person would be astonishment. It is indeed a jarring experience to witness a wooden figure suddenly perform a dance. Such a shocking occurrence requires time to process. Fortunately, after this display, Totoro shook its furry body and climbed down Dudley's sleeve into his pocket, resuming its slumber. What lies beyond the window? Dudley inhaled deeply and strode towards the direction the cat bus had indicated, pulling aside the curtains with a steady hand. The scene that greeted him through the glass sent a shiver through his being. Owls, countless owls, white, yellow, tawny, gray, and mottled gray and white. As he gazed out, it was evident that his small courtyard was nearly overwhelmed by these creatures. A cursory estimate revealed that, including those on the lawn, the fence, and even perched atop the gleaming silver sedan at his doorstep, there were at least 100. Owls, creatures of the night. Gathering in such an unusual manner, what could it possibly signify? Most peculiarly, despite their seemingly chaotic presence, each owl appeared to be purposefully confined to their respective homes, with scarcely any residing in neighboring yards. A sense of foreboding arose within Dudley as he beheld this unsettling tableau. When aberrant occurrences become frequent, it often heralds something ominous. Before he could fully process this, he felt a weight on his wrist. The cat bus, hidden in his pocket, emerged once more, its little head peering out towards the window, its half-closed eyes now wide open. Dudley instinctively glanced in that direction, only to be momentarily dazzled. At the far end of the street adjacent to his door, a tall and robust silhouette flickered briefly, vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. This illusion even led him to contemplate the very possibility of recent realities. Who could it be? Just as he was pondering this, an unusual rustling sound emerged from behind him. In the dining room of the quaint house, Penny called out, "Come quickly, Dudley, it's time for breakfast." Not far from her, seated before the fireplace, she continued, "Dudley, the hour is growing late. After breakfast, your father and I have arranged to take you on a tour of some prestigious private secondary schools in London, so you may make your own choice. We are confident you will find one that suits your fancy." As she spoke, Penny rose, urging Dudley to join her, for she had prearranged a visit to the Royal Academy of London. If they delayed any further, the esteemed institution would not wait for them. At that moment, Penny sensed something amiss. The rustling from behind grew louder. Vernon glanced at Harry, perplexed, and inquired, "Harry, do you hear that noise?" "No, I don't hear anything, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied, his words muffled by the biscuit he was chewing. He was far more concerned with the treat than the oddity. The rustling intensified. Dudley, ever perceptive, swiftly turned to gaze at the fireplace. Above it loomed the chimney. If he was not mistaken, the sound originated from there. Suddenly, a letter shot forth, followed by a torrent of white envelopes cascading down from the chimney. Each envelope bore the name of Mr. Harry Potter, and in the blink of an eye, the living room was filled to the brim with letters. They fluttered gracefully, one after another, as if it were a rain of envelopes. amidst the family's astonishment. Harry's face radiated joy. Letters. These are all my letters. All of this is addressed to me. Harry danced with joy amidst the towering pile of envelopes. Petunia sat motionless on the sofa, her eyes glazed over, unconsciously murmuring, "They have come. They are here." Vernon, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, had his pudgy cheeks contorted in disbelief. His hands resting on the dining table gradually clenched into fists. Dudley, seemingly contemplative, glanced back out the window. Is this truly magic? A wizard who can whimsically toy with ordinary people? Dudley's mood was dismal, for this was his home. In London, July, at 4, Holly Road, Surrey. The night had completely enveloped the surroundings. Inside the modest two-story house, Vernon and Petunia sat at the dining table, where roast meat and pineapple soup lay spread out. Their aromas wafting through the room. Yet neither of them had the inclination to touch their meal. "What are your thoughts on what transpired this morning, Petunia?" Vernon's voice was low, burdened by his discontent. The Dursleys had only just enjoyed a brief period of tranquility, and now, bizarre occurrences loomed before them. Petunia glanced at her husband, uncertain of how to respond, her expression a tapestry of emotions. After much hesitation, she chose to remain silent. Vernon's jaw clenched as he scrutinized his wife, then cast a glance at the locked door of the storage room beneath the stairs nearby, his voice dripping with frustration. "Petunia, listen, I can no longer endure this. From this moment on, we shall adhere to my rules. I demand that Harry Potter be expelled from our home. Immediately. At once." Petunia looked up in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief as she regarded her husband. "Expel Harry? You must be jesting, Vernon. Are you serious?" Taking a deep breath, Vernon met her gaze. "Petunia, I acknowledge that such a demand may seem excessive. However, please understand that we are a family, and my paramount duty is to ensure the harmony of our household. I can tolerate your peculiar relatives, regardless of their financial straits or their disdain for me. I can even accept adopting Harry and caring for him. This means little to me. However, it is imperative that we ensure our family can maintain a semblance of normalcy. Penny, you must understand that we are a family, not just comprised of ourselves, but also our son Dudley. He is a prodigious talent, an intellectual destined to represent the Dursley lineage, and he should not be subjected to disturbances beyond our control. I trust you share this sentiment." Vernon's ample frame quivered slightly, his small eyes filled with determination. Yet this time, Penny seemed to recall something, and her demeanor shifted. "Vernon, you must heed my words. Sending Harry to an orphanage is absolutely out of the question." Vernon, shocked and frustrated, slammed his hand on the table. "Penny, are you jesting? We are a family. Dudley is your biological son. What you propose—" Penny interrupted his protest. "Vernon, I understand your perspective. And it is precisely for Dudley's sake that we cannot cast Harry aside." "What do you mean?" Vernon took a deep breath and sat down again, sensing something amiss in his wife's expression. Penny fixed her gaze on her husband and ultimately resolved to speak. "Before we wed, I informed you that my sister is a witch. When she turned 11, our family received an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School. But, Vernon, you must believe me. I attempted to respond to the address on the envelope, and before long, I received a reply from Hogwarts. Through this, I can ascertain that there exists a substantial number of wizards or witches in corners unseen. They possess their own communities and organizations." "Penny, have you communicated with them, the wizards?" Vernon's face was a mask of disbelief. "Yes." Penny nodded seriously. "To be frank, during the initial period of our guardianship over Harry, I was contacted by Hogwarts." Vernon's expression was remarkable as he exclaimed, "Who was it?" Penny hesitated before responding slowly. "Albus Dumbledore, who claims to be the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He explicitly stated that in their world, there exists a faction of dark wizards who are mercilessly wreaking havoc. Harry was entrusted to us because we could protect him. Furthermore, half an hour later, after hearing Penny's account, Vernon felt utterly deflated, akin to a deflated balloon. "Penny, are you suggesting that these monsters are utterly indifferent to the lives of ordinary people? Just as today, they can conjure a flurry of letters into the air. They can also summon a whirlwind of blades. Are they so vicious that with a mere gesture, we could meet our demise in a tragic accident?" Vernon, with a sudden shift in tone, slammed his hand on the table and bellowed with exasperation. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What kind of entity have we provoked? Listen, Petunia, I discovered from a friend that in wizarding lore, they harbor a fear of water. The vast ocean is the only force capable of halting their advance. Trust me. We must relocate to a secluded island surrounded by the sea, where we can hide for a time. Once we have evaded the start of the Hogwarts term, we will have succeeded. They will not find us. They absolutely will not find us. Petunia opened her mouth, gazing at the terror-stricken Vernon, feeling utterly helpless. Leaving home may indeed be the wisest choice. Well, I will go pack. Yes, we shall retreat to a place where they could never discover us. Vernon squinted, called Dudley and Harry. We depart tomorrow night. In London, at the Morrison Biological Laboratory, Dudley stared at the office building before him, his mind replaying the strange matters that his mother Petunia had conveyed to him the previous night. Recently, bizarre occurrences had unfolded at home. It was said that only seawater could thwart the impending peril. Such mystical utterances, even when placed in the distant East, would hardly find any believers. The notion of wizards wielding peculiar magical abilities to harness the sea as a defense seems utterly absurd. They are magicians capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, not mere characters who have consumed devil fruits akin to those in One Piece, where encountering seawater leads to their demise. Moreover, being pirates implies the possession of a ship. These wizards, being human, would not be foolish enough to directly wade into the sea. Traveling by boat is indeed a sagacious choice. Having never witnessed a true wizard, all assumptions remain speculative. Yet, Harry once accompanied the Dursleys to the beach for a day of frolic. Did he not revel freely in the waters? Although it remains unclear why Vernon and Petunia blindly adhere to the wizarding taboo with an air of neuroticism, to Dudley, it does not seem a negative affair. An isolated island, encircled by the sea on all sides. This signifies that here, all living facilities are quite rudimentary, devoid of electricity, lacking signal. And communication with the outside world is sluggish, rendering it somewhat isolated. However, this also presents a unique opportunity for oneself. The first phase of the wizard cell has reached a conclusion. Darley, I just received a call from your father. It is indeed rather unfortunate. A middle-aged man clad in a white coat emerged, and Morrison gazed at the child with a look of pity, lamenting, Darley, you must persuade your businessman father. Learning such matters requires consistent effort. It cannot be interrupted. Blindly indulging in vacations and entertainment will cause you to forget the knowledge you have acquired. Listening to Morrison Hill's incessant ramblings, Darley understood that he genuinely meant well, yet there were many matters he could not express openly. Very well, Professor. I shall convey your sentiments to my father. Morrison sighed helplessly. After all, this was a matter within the Silly family, and he was not Darley's guardian, thus lacking the authority to intervene. Following his memory, Darley arrived at the biological laboratory, meticulously cleaning up any traces of related research. He was uncertain when he would return next. He glanced at the magical virus I, influenza, and virus II, bacteriophage, cradled in his arms. Time. There was no more time. Darley hesitated no longer. He seized a disposable syringe, extracted a small portion of the reagent, and placed it into a small medical cooling box. The experimental data was incomplete. The overall planning was inadequate. The details were insufficiently scrutinized. It was all too rushed. Darley's heart was heavy with concern. 2 days later, on the night of July 30th, London time, a towering dome-shaped tower stood on an unknown small island. The surrounding waves churned and roared, with foamy cascades crashing against the dark reefs, producing a terrifying thunderous sound. On the second floor, near a glass window, Darley sat nearby, watching the oil lamp slowly burning in the distance. His body had already begun to exhibit adverse reactions. After much hesitation, he struggled to rise from the bed, dragging his heavy form to the desk. He glanced at the area near his lower lip, where a faint red dot was reflected in the glass window. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since the administration of the magical virus No. I influenza. Reaching for a notebook resting on the table, inscribed with clinical observations of the magical virus, I was about to open it when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the living room below. The tempest raged, accompanied by flashes of lightning. The violent bolts illuminated the sky, casting a cold pallor upon Darley's face. A perplexing thought stirred within him. Is the ultimate conclusion of all science merely equivalent exchange? The boundless sea stretched before him, while the sky loomed dark and foreboding. At the heart of the island, encircled by water, stood a towering edifice. Boom! Another rumble of thunder reverberated through the air. The ocean heaved restlessly, and outside, the storm raged on. On the second floor of the tower, Penny, clad in her pajamas, sat upon a chair, her visage somewhat haggard. Glancing at her somewhat portly husband beside her, she spoke. Vernon, are you certain that everything your business partner has told you is true? The notion that wizards fear water, does that hold any credibility? Vernon turned in bed, sitting upright as he listened to his wife's concerns. Observing her weary countenance, an inexplicable anger welled up within him. directed at those accursed wizards. "Penny, you must trust me. My business associate has been negotiating with our Dudley Drilling Company's engineering project for over a decade, and we have maintained a close relationship." He mentioned that he had encountered similar situations in the past and resolved them safely using this method. "You need not worry. Everything will be fine." As she regarded her husband's repeated reassurances, Penny's anxiety began to ease slightly. "Vernon, to be honest, I have been feeling quite unsettled lately. Although I do not believe in the existence of a sixth sense, ever since we moved to this small island, our life has not." Vernon sighed in response to Penny's hesitations. "Truth be told, we should have anticipated this. This island, surrounded by water, lacks electricity and signal. And even our provisions of food and water were prearranged to be delivered here weeks in advance. I apologize, Penny. The living conditions are indeed rather poor. The sound of the waves keeps me awake at night, and during the day, I am perpetually on edge. However, the true culprits behind our current predicament are those wretched wizards. Had they not appeared, I believe our family would be sitting at the dining table, enjoying slices of bread with butter." Hearing her husband mention food brings a tinge of irritation to Petunia, who retorts, "Vernon, have you not noticed?" Curiously, Vernon inquires, "Noticed what?" Petunia replies with a hint of confusion, "Your son, Dudley." Vernon gazes at Petunia, puzzled, and asks, "What about Dudley?" "That boy has been isolating himself in the attic lately, seemingly displeased with our move." Sighing, he adds, "But that is to be expected. He has never faced hardships. The current island living conditions lack comfortable bedding, milk, and meat products. Even the environment for his morning runs is gone. With so much lost, it is only natural for him to feel a bit of negativity." As a mother, Vernon, dismissing her concerns with a wave of his hand, reassures her, "Petunia, have faith in Dudley. Give him some time to adapt, and he will come to understand how affluent our life in London truly was. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Life is about enduring trials." "Enough, Vernon. You must cease this," Petunia interjects, feeling the need to awaken him to reality. She glances anxiously out the window. "Have you not noticed Dudley's deteriorating demeanor? Just a few days ago, he would join us for lunch on the ground floor. But lately, he hardly emerges from his room, insisting I leave his meals at the door, only to collect the dishes the next day. This noon, when I approached his door, I found that the food I prepared for him yesterday remained untouched. Were it not for the clear sound of his voice through the door, I would be deeply worried about his condition. A normal child should not behave this way. He has always been so polite." As Petunia speaks, Vernon rises from the bed and approaches the table. "All right, Petunia, do not overthink this. Dudley's behavior is akin to the rebellious psychology described in educational texts. Tomorrow, I shall bring him lunch. It is time to have a heart-to-heart. Indulgence and free-range parenting are not always beneficial." As Vernon's words echoed through the air, a resounding crash emanated from downstairs once more. The dull thud prompted him to furrow his brow, unlike the earlier rumble of thunder. The sound of a heavy object striking the door was distinctly jarring. Penny, her face etched with terror, cowered behind Vernon. He casually retrieved a hunting rifle that had been prepared in advance from beneath the wall. "Penny, fret not. Stay close behind me as we investigate what has transpired," he said, advancing forward while Penny followed him down the staircase, holding an oil lamp. The first floor of the tower was relatively spacious. At that moment, a small figure lay prostrate on the ground. Ever since moving to this remote island, Harry had been forced to curl up on the floor, devoid of a bed. He had only a carpet beneath him, resting atop a cold wooden floor, making his slumber quite uncomfortable. Harry lifted his wrist to glance at the time displayed on his electronic watch, July 30th, 11:59, 10 p.m. Only 50 seconds remained. He stared at the birthday cake he had drawn in the sand with his finger, murmuring softly to himself, "Happy birthday to me, Harry, once more." He opened his eyes. July 30th, 11:59, 10 p.m. 50 seconds left. Harry gazed at the birthday cake he had traced in the sand. Midnight on July 31st was approaching. In 50 seconds, it would be his birthday. All that had come before was merely history. From this moment onward, he resolved to maintain a cheerful spirit as he welcomed a new year of life. 3 seconds left, 2 seconds, 1 second. At the stroke of midnight on July 31st, 1991, happy birthday, Harry. Just as Harry raised his hand to make a wish, a loud bang resounded. The wooden door of the tower crashed open. Bang! With a second thud, the door collapsed entirely to the ground. Outside, a burly figure forcefully pushed the door down. Immediately, a gruff voice, tinged with irritation, echoed, "This blasted weather. It was perfectly fine before, and now it suddenly rains. What a stroke of bad luck. As the figure spoke, he bent down to lift the fallen door, attempting to reattach it to the doorframe. Turning to survey the room, he could barely make out 3 figures in the dim light, 2 huddled at the staircase, and 1 lying on the floor. The intruder lifted his foot, intending to step inside. "Stop right there. You trespasser. I command you to leave immediately, or I shall be forced to fire." Vernon brandished a double-barreled shotgun, glaring menacingly at the intruder. "Do not be so agitated, Mr. Vernon. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rubius Hagrid, but you may call me Mr. Hagrid. Under normal circumstances, you should have been aware of my visit today. After all, it is Mr. Harry Potter's birthday." As Hagrid spoke, he retrieved a cake box from his coat pocket and handed it to Harry. "Happy birthday, Harry. I hope this cake has not been compromised by my posterior." Harry, visibly startled, instinctively reached out, numbly accepting the birthday cake, while murmuring, "Thank you, Mr. Hagrid." However, Hagrid's hand hesitated. "I believe I may have mistaken you. Perhaps you are not Harry." "Ah, mistaken?" Harry replied, somewhat perplexed, as he noticed Hagrid pointing behind him. Turning around in confusion, he was taken aback. "Dudley, when did you appear behind me?" "Dudley? Harry?" Before Dudley could speak, Hagrid's lips twitched as he glanced at the robust and well-proportioned Dudley. Then at the scrawny Harry before him. With a resigned smile, he remarked, "You are Harry? Yet it seems you have not fared well living with the Dursleys. Your frail frame and tattered clothing are quite telling. I can hardly imagine you as the child of the illustrious James, a remarkable graduate of Hogwarts, a true prodigy of the school. But fear not. From this day forth, you shall bid farewell to those around you. No one shall bully you again, Harry." Observing Harry's dazed expression, Hagrid continued, "Happy birthday, Mr. Harry Potter." Amid Hagrid's peculiar remarks, Harry's curiosity turned towards his parents. "Wait, Hagrid, you know about my parents?" Hagrid paused for a moment, but eventually nodded. "I have heard that my parents died in a car accident. Is that true?" Harry inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "A car accident? Do not jest, my dear Harry. In the realm of ordinary people, what kind of engine power could possibly extinguish the life of an exceptional wizard? It would be the subject of jest for millennia. The finest wizard perishing in a car crash is simply absurd." Harry furrowed his brow. "Wait, what did you just say? Wizard? What is that?" Hagrid was equally astonished. "You do not know what a wizard is? Your father was an exceptional wizard, and you are their child. You are a wizard, Harry. Magic? Enough of this nonsense, Mr. Hagrid." Harry interjected, feeling that such sentiments were rather ill-timed on his birthday. I could never be a wizard." He took a small step back, grappling with the incredulity of the revelation, which felt like a seismic shock to his small universe. Hagrid opened his mouth in astonishment, then turned with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "You imbecile! Damn those Dursleys! What kind of twisted notions have they instilled in Harry? I have lived for 63 years and welcomed numerous new students to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and yet you would have him question the very existence of wizards." Frustrated, Hagrid stormed past Harry, directing his ire towards the rotund man not far ahead. Vernon trembled with indignation and retorted, "I demand that you shut your mouth. You nonsensical intruder. Get out of my house at once. Your current actions constitute trespassing and defamatory slander. Stop spreading your vile tales about wizards and such nonsense. These deplorable objects are nothing short of a symbol of ignorance." Vernon was exceedingly enraged, clutching his shotgun, his voice quivering with a mixture of trepidation. Hagrid's expression was somewhat grave. "Mr. Dudley, I believe you have gone too far. One should refrain from uttering words about that which they have not witnessed firsthand." Hagrid's imposing physique exerted an extraordinary pressure upon Vernon. This compelled Vernon's hand to involuntarily pull the trigger of the shotgun. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. "Humph! Dudley, do you truly believe such trivial antics would be effective against a wizard?" Just at the moment before the shot was fired, Hagrid stepped forward, forcefully bending the barrel of the gun, causing the bullet to shoot upwards instead. "What on earth do you intend to do, you wretched?" Vernon spoke through gritted teeth, suppressing his fear. "Do not be overly concerned, Dudley. I shall do nothing. I merely wish to afford this child the truth. He has the right to know his heritage. His relatives are wizards. They are heroes within the magical realm." Hagrid articulated each word with conviction. Meanwhile, Harry, uncertain, timidly inquired, "Uncle Vernon, is this true?" Vernon raised an eyebrow, but refrained from responding. Harry then turned to Petunia, yet before he could voice his question, Petunia, gritting her teeth, bluntly declared, "Yes. Harry, your mother was indeed a witch." Upon hearing Petunia's words, Harry stood frozen in disbelief. "You, You all knew this, but why didn't you tell me? Petunia, somewhat irked, retorted, Tell you? What should I tell you, Harry? That your biological mother, my own sister, is a legendary witch? Or that she is a sorceress? Such an unbelievable matter is utterly revolting. Vernon, with eyes wide open in fury, declared, Indeed, Harry. Wizards are nothing but a bunch of freaks. Their existence is simply nauseating. You have no idea what the true nature of wizards is. Hagrid could no longer contain himself. Dudley, do you even comprehend what you were saying? This is sheer prejudice, a symbol of ignorance. You, an ordinary person, cannot fathom the world of wizards. I cannot fathom? You can? You lot, who, bolstered by your little abilities, wreak havoc on others' lives without the constraints of law, morality, or even government. Your presence in society is nothing short of a calamity. Return to your wizarding world. I will not allow Harry to join your kind. Vernon spoke with conviction, harboring no favorable sentiments towards the wizards who disrupted his life. Hagrid's eyes widened in disbelief. Ridiculous. It's impossible to reason with you muggles. Our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has nurtured countless exceptional wizards since its inception. Their accomplishments are beyond your mundane imagination. As Hagrid's voice fell, Vernon scoffed. Hogwarts? A school of magic? What kind of place is that? What credentials does it possess? Hagrid instinctively replied, Hogwarts is a gathering place for the elite of wizards, presided over by the greatest of magicians, Professor Albus Dumbledore. Vernon, gazing at him as if he were a fool, retorted, Hogwarts? A school of magic? The esteemed Professor Albus Dumbledore? Listen to the nonsense you are uttering. This is clearly an old man performing tricks, accompanied by a group of children engaging in similar antics. What kind of exceptional talents could such a person possibly nurture? The sorcerers that emerge from his tutelage might wreak havoc upon the world. Hagrid's face flushed with a spectrum of emotions, feeling deeply insulted. I will not allow you to slander the headmaster of Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore is not someone you can easily defame. Hagrid raised his hand, concealing a wand within his umbrella, his fury bubbling to the surface. He resolved to impart a profound lesson to this detestable muggle. No one could insult the headmaster of Hogwarts in his presence. He was prepared to disregard the constraints imposed by the Ministry of Magic if necessary. A surge of magic surged within him, and he intended to cast a spell. Just then, an immense force bore down upon him, as though he were struck by a speeding truck. Hagrid's massive frame lifted off the ground, propelled backward. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the doorframe, the wall splintering and debris cascading down upon him, burying him beneath the rubble. In the pitch-black night, the winds howled around him. At the center of the island, beneath the towering spire, flickering candlelight danced, accompanied by the roaring waves crashing against the rocks. A figure moved through the shadows, eyes fixed ahead, their voice raspy and grating, reminiscent of a broken wind instrument. Standing in the corner, Dudley emerged before Vernon and Harry. His stature imposing, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. Rubius Hagrid. Without my permission, you shall not harm anyone here. You are Dudley? Harry stammered, startled by the sudden presence behind him. Had it not been for the familiar timbre that resonated from Dudley's throat, he might have believed he encountered a ghost. The Dudley before him was a stark contrast to the polite and genteel figure he had always known. He was draped in a gray sheet, fashioned into a hood that obscured much of his face, his body entirely swathed in the fabric from the neck down. Dudley, come back. Do not provoke him. This giant is a wizard. Penny, overwhelmed by Hagrid's imposing presence, no longer cowered behind her husband. In desperation, she attempted to rush forward to retrieve Dudley. Although she was oblivious to the events that had just transpired, the shattered wall and swirling dust were beyond her comprehension. Wizards were indeed terrifying. Before Petunia could approach, her body was seized by Vernon, who forcefully pulled her back. Calm down, Petunia. Let us not act impulsively. Hagrid is merely here to take Harry Potter away. Any extreme resistance will only provoke the wizards to take more drastic measures. Those who resist too fervently may face dire consequences. Petunia, please allow me a moment to speak with them. Let us implore them to release the Dursleys. As Vernon consoled his wife, he anxiously fixed his gaze upon the rubble, silently praying that this towering wizarding creature would never emerge from the debris. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, Dudley was too preoccupied to pay attention to his parents or Harry. His current state was utterly dismal. To describe it as merely bad would be a gross understatement, for within this disarray lay a peculiar sense of wonder. This extraordinary sensation, emanating from the depths of his mind, bestowed upon him an unusual illusion of comfort. If one were to seek an appropriate adjective, it would be euphoric. From a medical standpoint, it bears a striking resemblance to the after-effects produced by the injection of hallucinogens or certain illicit substances into the body. His gaze fixated on the pile of rubble before him. Dudley felt an uncanny clarity, perceiving through the debris the form of Hage, who was struggling valiantly. "What the hell just happened?" Hage exclaimed, attempting to claw his way out from beneath the stones. Yet, before he could extricate himself, a tremendous force bore down upon him once more. Bang! Hage, towering at nearly 2 to 3 meters in height, was violently hurled from the mound of debris. His body spun through the air, completing 3 full rotations before crashing heavily onto the ground not far from the island. The impact this time was undeniably greater. Nevertheless, Hagrid still extended his hand to pat his own head and unsteadily rose from the ground. "You little rascal! Are you aware that your actions have violated the Ministry of Magic's regulations concerning Muggles? In the ordinary lives of Muggles, magic cannot be used indiscriminately. Yet, the figure beneath the hood stared intently at Hagrid, seemingly unfazed by his words. Within his own eyes, a wondrous scene appeared to unfold. Each time Hagrid was struck by a surge of magical energy, a subtle ripple, imperceptible to the naked eye, would emanate from the surface of his body. This fluctuation mitigated a significant portion of the damage, while the impact force applied to the surface of his body dissipated. Most of it merely stagnated on the outer layer of his skin, with only a small fraction penetrating inward. However, it appeared that it posed little threat to his physical form. Dudley suddenly realized that there was an issue with his vision. This was Dudley's first reaction. Yet the searing sensation within his chest soon rendered him exceedingly uncomfortable. Taking a breath, Hagrid, with his thick, tousled beard obscuring his features, fixed his gaze upon the silhouette ahead. "Isn't it curious why I remain unscathed? That is because I possess a lineage of giant blood. But never mind. Your Muggle family likely knows little of what giants truly are." Observing the young man before him standing motionless, Hagrid, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a voice laden with temptation. "Giants are an ancient entity from a distant magical realm." However, before he could elaborate further, Hagrid swiftly raised his umbrella. Aiming it forward, concealed within, his wand channeled its magic. He began to recite an intricate incantation with remarkable speed. The tip of the umbrella glimmered with a white light. And at the moment Dudley beheld this radiance, clarity dawned upon him. The spell, Petrificus Totalis. The wand shimmered. Dudley felt his body stiffen in place. His limbs immobilized to the point where he could not even shake his head. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. His steps gently moved forward. The force that bound him inexplicably dissipated. However, Dudley made no further moves. This was sufficient. He had safeguarded his family while subtly showcasing some unconventional powers. Surely, this wizard who ushered in Harry Potter would have subsequent actions. The wizarding world was entirely severed from that of ordinary people. Thus, for children endowed with the potential for magical awakening, there ought to be a desired approach to their handling. After casting the spell, Hagrid exhaled deeply. Casting a wary glance at Dudley, cloaked in gray robes and a hood, and cautiously remarked, "Fortunately, I possess a bloodline of ancient giants." Had it been any other ushering wizard, under such impact, they might not even have had time to utter the incantation. "I must report this matter once again to Professor Dumbledore of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Do not be surprised, my lineage traces back to ancient giants. However, it appears you have yet to master your magical prowess. Fear not, the petrification spell will render your body rigid for 2 hours, after which the enchantment will automatically lift." At this, Hagrid cast an apologetic glance towards Harry, who was not far away, and smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I must take my leave for a short while. I shall return within 2 days at the latest. In the meantime, you will have to endure staying with the Dursleys." With that, he disregarded the astonished expressions of those present and strode directly to the other side of the island. Mounting a fitting motorcycle, the engine roaring to life. Amidst the shocked gazes of the onlookers, he revved the throttle and soared into the sky, disappearing into the night's embrace. "Dudley, what on earth has happened to you?" Harry inquired, concern lacing his voice. "Get lost, you little brat. If you wish to attend that wretched place, Hogwarts, then be my guest. Just to not drag the filth of your world onto my son." Vernon stepped forward, raising his hand as if to seize Harry by the nape of his neck. In his mind, he instinctively believed that all the bizarre occurrences were the result of this peculiar child's actions. Harry quickly retreated a couple of steps, shaking his head in protest. "Uncle Vernon, what are you saying? What just happened had nothing to do with me." Vernon's fury erupted. "Nothing to do with you? Spare me your lies. Your parents were wizards, and you were the child of a wizard. What unreasonable act could you not commit?" Harry was at a loss for words. Truly. Enough. No more shouting. This ends here. I'm going back inside. Vernon stared in shock at his son, for it was the first time Dudley had ever raised his voice at him. The anger on Vernon's face faded instantly, replaced by guilt and self-reproach, remaining in place. Dudley took a deep breath after confirming that Harry's escort had departed. Very well, for now the plan has succeeded splendidly. However, another pressing matter loomed before him. Dudley's body began to shift, gradually fading from view. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. Vernon staggered backward, falling to the ground in shock. Petunia, too, rolled her eyes and fainted into her husband's arms. Cough, cough, cough. Upon returning to his room, Dudley was seized by a violent coughing fit, gazing at the crimson blood pooling in his palm. Have I failed? Within a chamber of the island tower, under the cloak of darkness, an oil lamp flickers softly, casting a wavering light that gradually reveals the silhouette of a young man. After resolving the disputes on the first floor, he returns to his modest abode. Dolly stands motionless. The gray sheet draped over him gently rises and floats aside, smoothing itself back onto the bed. The black canvas of the night sky outside the glass window serves as a backdrop, reflecting his entire form within the pane. His once well-defined muscular physique has diminished significantly. The contours of his bones now starkly visible beneath skin that clings tightly, almost skeletal. The outlines of his collarbones, ribs, tailbone, and even pelvic bones are pronounced. His skin bears an unhealthy pallor, tinged with a hint of gray, particularly around the abdomen, which is deeply sunken, making the ribs unmistakably prominent. His facial structure is sharply defined, with sunken eyes, dilated pupils, and sclera that appear a deep shade of gray. Is this still a human? Dolly stared blankly at his reflection in the glass window. He yearned to extend his fingers and caress his own cheek, yet he found himself utterly devoid of strength. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Judging solely by the fundamental biological characteristics, one could say that he now resembled a corpse. In this state, he could distinctly perceive the depletion of his physical vitality, creating a stark contrast with the acute clarity of his cerebral faculties. This sensation resembles a fleeting glimpse of twilight. The heartbeat grows increasingly feeble. Perhaps, in a matter of hours, he will succumb entirely to death. Was my decision to inject the magic virus I, influenza, too reckless? Dolly glanced at the record book before him, adhering to the instinct of a biological researcher. Daily documentation facilitates future reference. Within lies the genetic inheritance records of the sorcerer. With a mere thought, the genetic inheritance records were unveiled. Sorcerer's Genetic Inheritance Records, Island Experiment Base, Part 1, London time, July 10th, 3 p.m., overcast skies. After several days of recuperation, I arrived at this isolated island. As I had envisioned, there is no external communication, no electricity, only the crashing waves and the reverberations of thunder, or perhaps a tempest. Recently, I have feigned the demeanor of a petulant child, avoiding my parents and secluding myself in my room. That very night, I gritted my teeth and resolutely injected the magic virus I, influenza, into my lips. Within 5 minutes post-injection, an overwhelming anxiety enveloped me. I yawned like a child. For the arrival of extraordinary beings such as Superman or Ultraman, I even took great care, convinced that some extraordinary event might unfold. I awaited the manifestation of superpowers or phenomena beyond the realm of science. Yet, I was mistaken. On the evening of July 10th, nothing transpired. My body exhibited no anomalies, save for the crimson dot left by the injection beneath my lip. I could find no trace linked to the magic. Sorcerer's Genetic Inheritance Records, Island Experiment Base, Part 2, London time, July 13th, 8 p.m. It has been exactly 3 days since the injection of the magic virus I, influenza, yet my body remains devoid of any notable changes. The supernatural, the bizarre, the sci-fi elements, phenomena akin to Harry's magical outburst, or the rapid movements of the cat bus have yet to occur. What is the reason behind this? I find myself growing increasingly impatient, even feeling as though all my previous experiments have been in vain. When confronted with incomprehensible phenomena, I typically gather clues through rigorous and repeated verification. Yet, this island lacks advanced electron microscopes and even basic observational facilities. Currently, there exists only a solitary glass window, rendering the locations available for observation exceedingly limited. Does the magic virus I, influenza, hold any significance for the average individual? I remain skeptical. After being injected with the magic virus, I have maintained my distance from my family, refraining from sharing meals and only allowing my parents to place food at the door punctually. I can only find solace in hypotheses. Every virus, upon entering the human body, possesses a certain incubation period. The incubation period varies according to individual physical constitution, leading to differing reactions. I hope my conjecture proves to be accurate. The genealogical records of the Sorcerer Island Experiment Base, Part 3, on July 17th, London time, at 9 in the morning. It has been a week since the administration of the magic virus I influenza. I apologize for not documenting my observations in the past few days, as I have been meticulously monitoring the changes in my body. I am pleased to report that approximately 5 days post-injection, the virus has safely surpassed the typical incubation period. The viral offensive has commenced. I occasionally experience peculiar tingling sensations in my lower lip. However, I have resisted the urge to scratch, as the risk of my nails exacerbating any wounds remains an unknown variable. At this stage, it appears that the magic virus I has successfully infected certain cells beneath my lip and has begun to proliferate extensively. The tingling sensation likely indicates that my body's macrophages have identified the invading virus and initiated the first phase of clearance, releasing specific hormonal signals to prompt my hands to scratch the affected area, seeking external assistance in combating the intruder, the magic virus I. Yet, I must refrain from such actions. I need to wait. I must allow my body to accelerate its assimilation by the virus. The genealogical records of the Sorcerer Island Experiment Base, Part 4, on July 20th, around 9 in the evening, since the last episode of unusual bodily reactions. I have been sustaining myself through sheer willpower. As a precaution, I have placed the magic virus 2 bacteriophage in a conspicuous location. In the event of a critical moment, I must be prepared to administer it promptly. This is merely an experiment, not a quest or pursuit that risks one's life. Yet, since 2 days ago, I have occasionally felt a chill. Despite it being summer and the air sweltering, my hands and feet remain inexplicably cold. This phenomenon pertains to hypothermia. It appears that the initial line of defense mounted by macrophages is not as effective as one might hope. They require the body's functions to engage in a suitable collaboration, attempting to employ lowered temperatures to inhibit the rapid division and proliferation of viral cells. However, how could the immune system of an ordinary individual possibly contend with the formidable magic virus number 1, known as influenza? This sensation is profoundly unpleasant. The experience of having a runny nose in the sweltering heat of summer is truly perplexing. The genetic inheritance records of the Sorcerer Island Experimental Base, Part 5, on July 22nd, London time, at 7 o'clock in the morning. I currently feel utterly dazed. This is an experience unlike any I have ever encountered. I recall feeling similarly during a severe illness in a past life. The effects of the magic virus I influenza far exceed my expectations. In recent days, my body has instinctively implemented several emergency measures. Initially, it responded to low temperatures, followed by a reaction to high temperatures. This alternating state of cold and heat is an experience I have encountered for the first time. This fleeting and rapid fluctuation, if not for the physical resilience cultivated over more than a decade of disciplined exercise, I fear I would have succumbed to despair. Thus, it becomes evident that in the absence of external interference, self-discipline serves as an excellent means to maintain one's health. The genetic records of the Sorcerer's Island Experiment Base, Part 6. At 5 o'clock in the evening on July 24th, London time. I apologize. I find myself at a loss for words. It has been 2 weeks since I was injected with the magic virus I influenza, and I feel as though my body has reached its absolute limit. I can no longer speak normally and am plagued by intermittent coughing. My body does not exhibit low temperatures but remains in a state of elevated heat. I can sense perspiration seeping from my skin, yet the sweat is unnaturally cold. I fear I am on the verge of collapse. I can feel my immune system working at an overwhelming capacity. The final bastion of my immune response is beginning to mobilize, with an influx of white blood cells converging around my neck, near my lower lip, and even in the vicinity of my chest. My body yearns to conclude this war against the viruses. It has resorted to the most extreme measures. The white blood cells commence a chaotic and indiscriminate assault, annihilating and engulfing both viral and healthy cells. Some of them are faltering. I must open the window, for a multitude of cells in the magic virus I influenza are perishing within my mouth and lungs. Each cough serves to expel these deceased cells. My immune response has reached its zenith, accompanied by an increasing array of abnormal symptoms. Cough, cough. I shall pause here for today. I apologize, but I just coughed again. I cannot wait until evening. Delaying further may lead to unforeseen consequences. I must urgently inject the magic virus 2 bacteriophage. Just now. I distinctly observed blood on the paper after my cough, a phenomenon indicative of either cancer or tuberculosis. It is evident that my immune system is severely compromised, with no chance of victory. If this continues, disaster is inevitable. I cannot perish. I hope to awaken the next day to good news. Derry gazed at the genetic records of the sorcerers on the table, but what should have represented a page for Island Experiment Base, Part 7, was a blank sheet. Lost in thought, Derry stared out the glass window. It was 2 o'clock in the morning on July 29th, London time. Almost 5 days have elapsed since the last occurrence. After the injection of the magic.A virus, bacteriophage, the anticipated scenario of gradual recovery of his bodily functions did not materialize as Dudley had envisioned. He suddenly became aware of a rather dire situation. The magic.A virus, influenza, had been residing within his body for a full 2 weeks. The virus has been engaged in a fierce struggle against its own immune system, utilizing its very flesh and blood as the battleground. The virus undergoes a relentless cycle of demise, division, and proliferation. Perhaps they have transformed into something entirely different. In the relentless march of natural selection, only the fittest prevail. A significant portion of the magic virus I, influenza, has undergone unknown mutations. They yearn to establish complete survival within my body. This is akin to the use of insecticides in the face of swarms of locusts. There remain a few that develop resistance. It is these resilient strain of the magical virus type I, influenza, that stubbornly survive within my body. The minuscule amount of magical virus type 2, bacteriophage, that I carry has failed to yield the anticipated results. They are incapable of exterminating the mutated magical virus type I, influenza. Meanwhile, lines of new text quietly emerge on the page of the wizard's genetic inheritance record, the Island Experiment Base 7. What am I to do? The virus mutates, the bacteriophage is powerless against the magical virus, and I can only observe the changes in my body through the glass each night. I am utterly helpless. My body is so frail that I cannot move. As time passes, the muscles beneath my skin visibly begin to atrophy at a disconcerting pace. My skin, once a pristine white, gradually transitions to a gray hue, eventually deepening into a dark brown. This transformation unfolds progressively. Breathing becomes increasingly laborious. My heart beats at a markedly slower rhythm than usual. 3 days later, my emaciated body, sunken eyes, and exceedingly faint breaths. This has nearly driven me to despair, the thought of surrendering. Survival seems almost unattainable. Perhaps, should there be another opportunity? Experiments conducted on the human body must not be undertaken with such recklessness. Note, from the eldest son of the Dudley family, Dudley. Yet, the genetic records of wizards at the Island Experimental Base 7 momentarily stagnated before new lines of text began to emerge. Just as my physical faculties were on the brink of complete exhaustion, I felt an extraordinary clarity in my mind. This state is quite intriguing. I find myself unable to exert control over my own body. Yet, whenever I desire, I can lift my arm, not in the usual manner, but as if an external force is compelling my arm to rise. I realize that, in some mysterious way, I possess the ability to control certain aspects. Such a phenomenon may be referred to as magic, yet its true nature remains elusive to my understanding. To my astonishment, I found myself standing, not merely because I possessed the ability to rise, but rather due to an overwhelming desire to do so. And so I stood upright, elevated within the confines of the room, suspended, floating, an experience so utterly extraordinary. This is nothing short of a miracle. Gazing at my reflection in the glass window, aside from the irreparable decay of my body, at this moment, I am filled with the whimsical notion that I can achieve anything I desire. It is somewhat absurd, yet I still chose to give it a try. Is it not intriguing to glimpse into another world at the end of life? Thus, I embarked on an attempt. Teleportation. Indeed, I succeeded. Appearing outside the window of the tower on the island without any forewarning. With my eyes closed, I could sense my parents, Petunia and Vernon, as well as my cousin Harry, gazing at my reflection within the glass. The surrounding waves crashed around me, and I was convinced that I had now mastered the arcane arts. However, a sense of joy eluded me, for the figure reflected in the glass appeared increasingly decrepit. If the body perishes, so too does the mind. What value does such power hold if it leads to my own demise? Though I could now effortlessly part the sea at will, I feared that such a cost would render my body devoid of vitality in the next moment. The genetic records of wizards, Island Experimental Base 8, London, July 31st, 4 a.m. With anticipation, the wizard meant to escort Harry finally arrived. I swiftly concluded my confrontation with Hagrid and revealed to him that I had awakened my magical abilities. During this time, just as I had envisioned. The magic manifested at my command. I cannot fathom why it does, yet it aids me in realizing the desires of my consciousness. Merely imagining a truck colliding with Hagrid twice imposed a tremendous burden on my body. Upon returning indoors, I felt as though I had reached my limits. I could even see that my nails had turned black, which is hardly a promising sign. The nail tissue began to necrotize, though reluctant to admit it. I am constrained in various respects. The amalgamation of the magical virus I, influenza, and virus 2, bacteriophage, can be deemed a failure. The human body is a finely tuned instrument. Viruses, seemingly insignificant, possess a tenacious vitality. Yet, perhaps, this is not the final outcome. In the realm of genetic inheritance, I have also delved into latent knowledge. However, those remain mere hypotheses. Should the conjectures prove successful, it would affirm the validity of previous assumptions. Lily, the mother of Harry Potter, was an exceptional witch. Her sister Petunia, though an ordinary woman, as her offspring, should inherently possess the latent magical aptitude attributed to their shared genetic lineage. This is inevitable, for within the framework of genetic inheritance, every individual carries a fragment of their maternal lineage, and I too possess the same physiological conditions. Currently, my body is in a state of continual decline, with normal cells rendered incapable of division and propagation. The magical virus, influenza I, has nearly usurped dominion over the majority of my being. The extraordinary capabilities I seem to possess may very well stem from this viral takeover. My body has been thoroughly invaded by the virus. To transcend this predicament and seize a chance at survival, one must rely on instinct and latent potential. If my body is unwilling to succumb to death, then as a collective of cells, they too shall evolve amidst this brutal conflict. Viruses are capable of evolution, and my own cells are incessantly learning and adapting. Even amidst the overwhelming chaos of warfare, there are always some who escape the onslaught, given sufficient time. It is theoretically possible for white blood cells or unique antibodies capable of vanquishing the influenza I virus to emerge. Alternatively, it may be possible to activate and proliferate cells that can restrain the virus. I am resolute in my belief. Somewhere within my organ systems, there must exist such cellular structures, albeit perhaps scarce. They have merely been dormant, awaiting the right stimulus. Though the prospect seems bleak, I place my faith in science, in the principles of genetic inheritance, the records of a wizard's genetic lineage. Yet, before I could resume my documentation, Dudley, in astonishment, lifted his gaze, sensing the once faltering rhythm of his heart begin to thrum with renewed vigor. The cadence quickened, racing ever faster. This is the sensation of hitting rock bottom and rebounding. The body instinctively fights for survival. Even cells devoid of wisdom can urgently evade danger under a microscope. This instinct is imprinted in our very genes. The heartbeat accelerates, and the surface temperature gradually rises. I found it, right here. Despite being emaciated and resembling a mere husk, Dolly's eyes shimmer with an exhilarating light. If the pinnacle of science is equivalent exchange, then applying scientific principles to the realm of magic will unveil a scene of unparalleled tumult. This marks a breakthrough from nothing to something. A significant advancement in the application of genetic science within the microcosm, now successfully influencing wizards. The long-concealed genetic factors of wizards, hidden within their very beings, have finally been actively uncovered. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in the headmaster's office, an elderly man adorned in a light crimson robe and a tall hat gazes intently at a piece of parchment before him, upon which dark-inked lines of text are inscribed. This is the future trajectory of the seer professor I once employed. A being endowed with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord is destined to emerge. It is highly probable that this individual will be born into a family that has confronted the Dark Lord thrice. The birth will occur on the final day of July. This being will be regarded by the Dark Lord as a formidable adversary. The child of prophecy possesses extraordinary powers that the Dark Lord cannot comprehend. Their fates are entwined, and one shall perish at the hands of the other. It is impossible for both to coexist simultaneously. In this new era, the child of prophecy and the Dark Lord will both meet their demise within the jaws of an ancient beast. A fleeting white shadow danced before Dumbledore. Suddenly, an owl appeared. The owl, while preening its feathers, occasionally tilted its head, scrutinizing the elder before it. The reflection of Dumbledore's visage shimmered in its keen eyes. With a sharp clap, it concluded its presence. Dumbledore rose from his chair, and a cloud of white smoke erupted from the spot where the owl had been, causing it to vanish. Calculating the time, Hagrid should have located Harry as per the established plan, and now I can entrust him with the subsequent secret mission. I hope those miserly goblins from Gringotts will honor their agreement." Dumbledore mused aloud as he moved forward, circumventing the desk and approaching the metallic door. His gaze lingered on the ancient, intricate patterns above for a moment before he took another step forward. With a sudden whoosh, Dumbledore's form passed through the iron door, entering the enclosed space beyond. In this dimly lit space devoid of candles, surrounded by walls of impenetrable darkness within an area of merely 4 square meters, a faint azure glow emanates from the center. To Dumbledore, this glow resembles a broad, hollow basin. At the very heart of this vessel, a liquid-like substance appears to flow. Dumbledore understands that what resides within this basin is not mere water, but rather a vast reservoir of potent magic, akin to the boundless depths of an ocean. Within this magical essence flows the information expelled from his mind. It is once again time for contemplation. Dumbledore murmurs to himself, reaching into his sleeve to retrieve his wand, its tip aimed at his temple. With a decisive flick of his wrist, the wand's tip sparkles with light, and a small stream of ethereal white mist is drawn from his consciousness, cascading into the azure magical source beneath him. Important memories are extracted. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore is acutely aware of the multitude of matters demanding his attention each day. Even for a wizard of his extraordinary caliber, lapses in focus are inevitable. He yearns to uncover what he has overlooked. Why does he perceive an eerie smile reflected in the gaze of the owl? This time, he must be brought to light. Dumbledore's lips moved, uttering a series of obscure and complex incantations. In the next moment, Dumbledore felt his body lighten, plummeting downward as everything around him transformed. The pensive, a realm of memories. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with distant flickers of light dotting the horizon. Beneath him lay a deep brown rocky cliff. Ahead a precipice, and behind him only a narrow, winding path. Dumbledore stood still, gazing towards the edge of the cliff where a figure, identical to himself, stood poised, hands clasped behind, utterly motionless. This is precisely the self from my memories. Yet Dumbledore paid little heed to the reflections of his past, directing his gaze instead to the shadows behind him. In the inky darkness of the night, a figure clad in a gray robe cautiously surveyed the surroundings, stumbling as they passed by. This individual is Severus Snape. Snape, Dumbledore murmured, following in Snape's footsteps as he approached his own figure standing on the precipice. In this world of memory, Dumbledore was acutely aware that this was a clandestine meeting with one of Voldemort's minions. As Snape hastened towards the cliff, his steps faltered, and his expression revealed a profound inner turmoil. I am here. On the cliff, Dumbledore stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not turning around. Snape hesitated for a moment. I conveyed the prophetic information I pilfered from you to my master. You know, I cannot deceive him. Every loyal subordinate of his faces a fate worse than death if they betray him. However, Dumbledore merely snorted in disdain, disregarding Snape's words. Taking a deep breath, Snape continued, Professor Dumbledore, whether you believe it or not, my master has taken notice of the Potter family. He intends to personally extinguish their lives. The prophesied child instills in him a deep-seated dread. Suddenly, Dumbledore turned to face Snape, his gaze piercing and unwavering. Do you truly believe I would trust you? When you informed Voldemort of the wizard born on July 31st, you were fully aware that the child's mother was Lily. Did you not even attempt to plead for her before him? Snape's face turned ashen under Dumbledore's penetrating stare, and he could only stammer, I implored my master. In exchange for divulging this information, he promised to only kill the child who poses a threat to him, Harry Potter. He consented to spare Harry's mother, Lily. Dumbledore's expression suddenly morphed into a peculiar one, hinting at a sense of amusement. Since your master has granted you this assurance, then why have you come to me? I would not hesitate to cast you, a Death Eater, into Azkaban. I believe many would relish the sight of a prisoner confined within the dungeons of Hogwarts. Snape trembled all over, hastily shaking his head. No, it is not as it seems, Professor Dumbledore. I trust that no one understands my master better than you do. He is the most formidable schemer of Slytherin, a leader among Death Eaters. Voldemort never leaves room for error. Even if he agreed not to harm Lily, that is merely his word. His loyal Death Eaters have made no such promise. Regret may indeed linger in the fleeting moment of thought. As the organization he belongs to, the Death Eaters, would personally eradicate such hidden troubles, you are well aware that their capriciousness is almost a matter of routine. Severus Snape spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse, as he gradually bent his body, yearning to kneel before this individual in a supplicatory stance, seeking assistance. In his desperation, he was willing to forsake even his dignity for the sake of his beloved. the esteemed Professor Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. I implore you, when the Potters face peril, to extend your hand in aid to Lily, ensuring that she does not meet her demise in this unfortunate incident. I beseech you." Yet at that moment, Snape's previously silent voice trembled. At the precipice, Dumbledore took a small step forward, his expression increasingly marked by peculiarity and doubt. One could even detect a hint of irony in the slight upturn of his lips. This is the most direct expression, mockery, and disdain. "Severus Snape, to be honest, I have always admired you. Even when you allied yourself with Voldemort's organization, I believed you were not a villain. Exceptional individuals have the autonomy to choose their own factions. However, now, look at your current state, akin to a stray dog, begging your adversaries, pleading for the affection of a girl you once cherished. Yet, she is now married. And you remain infatuated, even willing to sacrifice your dignity unbeknownst to her." Dumbledore, standing at the precipice, advanced a step, his expression shadowed. "Snape, truly, I must assert that you exhibit the utmost selfishness." Dumbledore's formidable presence forced Snape to retreat several paces. Lily, James, and Harry Potter, they form a family united. Now, when faced with peril, you seem solely concerned about Lily's safety, showing indifference to the fates of the other two. Such behavior is utterly. Fear filled Snape's eyes. His gaze evasive, his voice tinged with bitterness. "Please, I implore you, do not refuse me, Professor Dumbledore. I have a proposal. Could you conceal the entire Potter family in a place where no one could find them? With your power, this could be accomplished effortlessly. Even if the Death Eaters and Voldemort approached them, as long as they remain under your protection, the Potters would be safe. I beg you. I truly beseech you." Snape's body trembled slightly, pouring every ounce of his strength into pleading with the man before him. "Professor Dumbledore, I entreat you. I implore you. Lily's family genuinely needs your assistance." Dumbledore atop the cliff appeared exceedingly astonished. His benevolent visage grew somewhat sinister, the corners of his mouth curling upward, his voice resonating with a beguiling tone. "So, Mr. Severus Snape, you present to me such a heartfelt request. I urge you to ponder your position carefully. I may acquiesce to your demand, but what will you offer in return for this request? What can you provide to ensure Lily's safety? You must comprehend your identity. You are, at present, a Death Eater within Voldemort's ranks, a villain of the highest order. Should I assist you, what could you possibly offer as recompense?" "Severus Snape." Snape stood frozen in place, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity in the presence of Dumbledore before him. Such an expression, such a tone, accompanied by such gestures. "Professor Dumbledore, how can you?" At this point, Snape clenched his gums and spoke directly. "As a condition for your protection of Lily and her family, I am willing to become your spy under Voldemort. For her sake, I can betray my master." Ha 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 ha. It is not a hearty laugh, but rather a subdued sneer. Dumbledore, perched upon the precipice, turned around as a piece of parchment floated gracefully into Snape's palm. It was a topographical map of the area surrounding London, with a section labeled Godric's Hollow at the bottom, a place that was once my home. I shall settle the Potter family in this location, and you must uphold your promise, serving me while also being under Voldemort's command. Silence. Be quiet. Get out of my body. Dumbledore, who had been observing from the side within the memory fragment, wore a grave expression. He gazed at his former self upon the cliff, and, almost instinctively, raised his hand. The incantation dispersed the mind. At the moment the words were uttered, a radiant barrier suddenly burst forth, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding white light. Disperse the mind. As Dumbledore recited the spell, a brilliant light erupted beside him, surging forth with overwhelming magical energy. The sound erupted like a bubble bursting. Simultaneously, the timid Snape standing nearby vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, standing resolutely on the cliff, suddenly became indistinct. Amid the tumultuous waves of magic, his form swayed unsteadily, his features seemingly casting multiple shadows. Deep echoes reverberated throughout the space. "Albus Dumbledore, how many times have you come to this place? You know such an attack cannot kill me. You lack the power to change anything. Surrender." The voice of the ethereal figure resonated. Dumbledore's tone was grave, his voice unusually solemn. "Get out of my body." "Ha, ha ha." The spectral figure chuckled softly. "Get out? These are actions you have personally undertaken. Even if you were to take my life, you cannot refute the undeniable reality of your deeds. Now, all that remains for you is to extract me from your mind, to confine me within this meditative basin. But does this possess any significance? The one who is perpetually wounded is you. I am fully aware of your inner machinations. Dumbledore inhaled deeply. Unlike you, I have resolved to relinquish power and authority. I, Albus Dumbledore, cannot wield power. Are you not aware of this? The shadowy figure smirked disdainfully. Huh? How absurd. Deceiving oneself. Do not presume that I am ignorant. Your schemes commenced a decade ago. Trelawney's 8 prophecies are exceedingly clear. A being capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord is imminent. It is highly probable that he will be born into a lineage that has confronted the Dark Lord thrice. His birth date will fall on the final day of July. He shall be regarded by the Dark Lord as his most formidable adversary. The child of prophecy possesses extraordinary powers unknown to the Dark Lord. Their paths are fated to cross, and one shall perish at the hands of the other. They cannot coexist. In the dawning of a new era, the child of prophecy and the Dark Lord shall meet their demise within the jaws of an ancient beast. You are acutely aware that prophecies will invariably come to fruition under any circumstances. And in the text, Harry Potter shall not die. Yet you insist on meddling in this affair. You profess to forsake power and authority, which can only bring you calamity. Yet in the end, you confront everything with wisdom. You aim to protect yourself solely through strategy, without engaging in battle. You claim that you intend to rely on wisdom to continue attaining, as if mastering power. Dumbledore's eyes widen with fury. Silence. You comprehend nothing. I do not? Then why do you not keep Harry by your side? Because you understand that a genius must endure suffering before acquiring power. The indelible scars of tragedy will prevent him from becoming a perpetrator. Absurd. Utter nonsense. Dumbledore's gaze was resolute as he calmly regarded the shadowy figure before him, the speed of his incantations accelerating. Spell, mental dispersion. Spell, mental lockdown. Spell, mental severance. A magnificent surge of magic poured forth, and the white apparition began to fade. Just as it was on the verge of vanishing, a faint voice echoed in Dumbledore's mind. Stop deceiving yourself. You are more aware than anyone of the meaning behind the final words spoken by Trelawney. In this new era, the prophecy's child and the Dark Lord shall meet their demise together within the jaws of an ancient creature. This ancient creature refers to none other than yourself, Albus Dumbledore. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered, and the fabric of memory shattered. Knock, knock. The door to the office of the headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was rapped upon once more. An elderly man with a white beard, clad in a light red robe and adorned with a tall hat, sat in a chair. His complexion was somewhat pale, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. With a creak, the door swung open. A pure white owl flapped onto the desk, clutching a letter in its beak. Dumbledore extended his hand to receive it. The envelope bearing a single line, dictated by Sender, Rubius Hagrid. Recipient, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, I have successfully arrived at Harry Potter's home. I have made a new discovery. Your nephew Dudley exhibits significant magical fluctuations, which I initially suspect may be a natural awakening. Dictated. Due to Hagrid's difficulty with reading, I am summarizing here. He found a muggle in London, an ordinary person with naturally awakening magical abilities. Signature, Ministry of Magic. As Dumbledore perused the letter, a hint of perplexity crossed his features. However, similar occurrences had transpired throughout the ages. And Dudley's situation was hardly worth undue concern. After all, among his relatives, there were those who had become wizards, much like Harry's mother, Lily. Furthermore, an influx of new wizards would benefit the growth of Hogwarts, for the institution required fresh blood. Contemplating this, Dumbledore flicked his fingers, and a pre-prepared magical envelope soared towards him. This is a meticulously crafted admission letter. Please inscribe your name in the designated section. Harry Potter. Congratulations on receiving your acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please ensure your arrival at Hogwarts within the stipulated time frame. The first rays of sunlight caressed the earth on a London morning. 2 figures stroll leisurely along the cobbled street, observing the swaying, slow-moving silhouette ahead. One cannot help but exclaim, Hagrid, I must say, you really ought to shed a few pounds. A middle-aged man with red hair, clad in a suit, voiced this complaint. Mr. Weasley, you know that my physique is rather exceptional. Moreover, it is not that I move slowly. Rather, I possess the blood of giants coursing through my veins. It is inherent. Hagrid, with his towering stature, swayed as he ambled along, responding slowly. Arthur Weasley, somewhat vexed, reproached, I should have anticipated this occurrence. After all, Muggle transportation simply cannot accommodate your size. However, the task assigned to me by the Ministry does not provide vehicles like trucks. Hagrid glanced at the somewhat loquacious Weasley beside him, expressing his frustration. In truth, giants are not slow over short distances. Yet this excuse should not justify your insistence on our walking several kilometers. How I wish we could drive a magical vehicle. Weasley shrugged. What can be done? The ministry stipulates that magic must not be used casually in the real world. As one in my position, I must lead by example. It seems. There is some truth to that. Weasley nodded. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Suddenly, Hagrid halted his forward stride. I find your reasoning quite compelling. Now, could you kindly dismount from my back, Mr. Weasley? Throughout this journey, I have been nearly burdened by your presence. While this may seem inconsequential, I perceive a peculiar gaze from the passers-by. Arthur Weasley awkwardly leaped down from Hagrid's side, deliberately avoiding Hagrid's expression as he strode forward, extending his hand into the briefcase beside him. Mr. Hagrid, as a member of the Ministry of Magic, I am well aware of your needs. If I understand correctly, there is a child from a Muggle family who has awakened magical abilities. However, due to the unreasonable demands of their guardians, you find yourself compelled to seek our assistance. I require a mediator. Upon hearing Arthur's voice, Hagrid sighed. Indeed, Mr. Weasley, the Dudley family has indeed produced a young wizard, but unfortunately, his father appears to be somewhat difficult to manage. He seems rather unappreciative. Before Hagrid could finish his sentence, Arthur casually interrupted him. I have grasped the general situation. It seems that upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomena associated with their child, the parents have experienced discomfort, leading to fear, avoidance, and various degrees of negative emotions, which they subsequently project onto others. Am I correct? Hagrid appeared conflicted. One could say that. It's just that. Arthur interjected. I believe you have sought the right person this time. Among all the grassroots workers in the Ministry of Magic, none are more suited for such mediation than I. The difficulty you perceive arises from not considering things from the Muggle perspective. You must learn to adopt a different viewpoint. This will greatly facilitate the resolution of such matters. After all, Muggle values differ from ours as wizards. In my opinion, we need a gentle approach. Hagrid halted, once again tugging at his hair in frustration. Mr. Weasley, this is exceedingly troublesome. I suggest simply taking the young wizard and erasing their memories, employing a strong charm if necessary. Arthur, somewhat irritated, nudged Hagrid, who furrowed his brow. Let me reiterate, Muggles live in a society governed by law. We cannot act recklessly. Hagrid frowned. Are you fearful of their wrath? Arthur turned and continued, never mind. Discussing this with you is futile. Allow me to ascertain the precise location of this young wizard you mentioned, Dudley. Ah, yes. London, Surrey, Privet Drive, number 4. Is this the place? He paused, gazing at the two-story house before him, confirming the address in his hand. Correct. He turned to Hagrid, gesturing for him to wait outside momentarily. Adjusting the collar of his suit, Arthur cleared his throat softly and, eyeing the plaque inscribed with the name Dudley, prepared to knock on the door. At that moment, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. The source of the clamor emanated from within the small house. Vernon's furious voice rang out. Harry, you wretched boy. Come out this instant. No, please. I refuse to go out. Harry replied resolutely. I believe the cupboard under the stairs is a safe haven, but if I emerge, you must promise not to scold me. Vernon's wrathful retort followed. You dare defy me. You insufferable brat. Harry, I shall reiterate. Come out at once. If you do not comply, I shall punish you by withholding food for an entire day. Harry, filled with indignation, argued. Uncle Vernon, allow me to explain. Dudley is in this state due to no fault of mine. You must trust me. Vernon, exasperated, replied, my precious son is in this condition, and you claim it has nothing to do with you? You must be jesting. Such words would not convince even the most gullible of wizards. Harry, I caution you. Your despicable tricks always result in inexplicable consequences, and this is not the first instance. You must provide me with a plausible explanation for Dudley's current appearance. Otherwise, you shall transform him back to his original state immediately. Harry's head shook vigorously. Uncle Vernon, you cannot do this. Has Dudley already explained it to you? Vernon's furious condemnation followed. Explain? That was no explanation. That must have been your vile sorcery deceiving my child. That accursed little brat. Come out this instant. The sounds of banging and crashing filled the air. Outside the door, Ron's fingers froze, the motion of knocking abruptly halted. He sensed that perhaps Rubius Hagrid had not been entirely truthful with him. The Dudley family. Clearly, there are significant issues at play. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the tightly shut door burst open. Harry, with his slight frame, rushed out from within. In his haste, he was clad in loose-fitting garments, facing Ron Weasley, yet his feet did not falter as he spoke with a hint of urgency. Uncle Vernon, you cannot do this. Dudley's situation has nothing to do with me. Immediately, Ron beheld a corpulent middle-aged man standing before him. Breathing heavily, Vernon leaned against the doorframe, exclaiming, "You little brat. You run well, don't you? If you have any guts, don't come back. Who are you? What are you doing at my doorstep?" Adjusting his briefcase, Ron endeavored to present a congenial smile. "Hello. I presume you must be Mr. Vernon Dudley. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Arthur Weasley." Observing the impeccably tailored suit of the middle-aged man, Vernon inhaled deeply, a flicker of confusion crossing his plump face, yet he gestured for Ron to proceed. After all, manners are rooted in detail. He was indeed a gentleman. Inside the dining room of the two-story house, Petunia was preparing red tea in the background. While several individuals occupied the table, Dudley glanced at the suited man before him, then shifted his gaze to Harry standing behind him, finally surveying his father's somewhat sullen countenance. Arthur hesitated but eventually retrieved a folded letter from his pocket, dividing it into two parts to hand to Dudley and Vernon. "You may already be aware of the general situation. Dudley can first examine the letter from Hogwarts that I hold." In contrast to Vernon's dismissive demeanor, Dudley began to read attentively. As he had envisioned, this was indeed an acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Accompanying the letter were several enrollment manuals and lists. Some of the books particularly piqued Dudley's interest: Wizarding Spells, Beginner's Guide, History of Magic, Theory of Magic, Introductory Guide to Transfiguration, 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Monsters and Their Habitats, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense. "Very well, Mr. Dudley." I can distinctly sense the magical aura emanating from Dudley. The best course of action is to enroll him in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Throughout their prior interactions, Arthur was aware that Dudley harbored no aversion to magical phenomena. The sole obstacle remained the man in front of him, Dudley's guardian, Vernon. Vernon wrinkled his nose and prodded the letters before him. "It is not my intention to trouble you, Mr. Weasley. Education is a serious matter. The environment and quality of education can determine whether a child becomes a valuable member of society. If my son Dudley were to attend your magical school, as it stands, let us not even discuss it. 5 years from now, he would be destined to be cast aside by society, unable to penetrate the upper echelons of London." Without waiting for Weasley to respond, Vernon's expression darkened. "Mr. Weasley, I believe you should take a good look at the curriculum of your magical school. History of magic? Theory of magic? What are these things? What purpose do they serve? And what of the myriad of magical herbs and plants? In this day and age, one simply takes medicine or undergoes surgery when unwell. Have you ever seen anyone rely on herbs? If I recall correctly, herbs are relics of the past. As for magical creatures and their habitats, can I assume that the tales of Godzilla still echo through your Hogwarts magical realm? Is it possible that some heroic children's cartoons featuring monster battles are products of your institution? Let us set these matters aside for the moment. What is this Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense? To attend Hogwarts, one must learn skills for personal safety. Shouldn't ensuring the safety of students be the school's responsibility? Most importantly, my son Dudley." At this, Vernon glanced at his son before turning to Weasley. Speaking each word deliberately, "My son is currently studying biology under the esteemed Professor Morrison Hill at the University of Cambridge. His future is bright, and he is destined for greatness. And you would send such a prodigy to that, in my view, backward, ignorant, and even dark and secluded school for education? It is utterly ridiculous. Any father would prevent his child from attending such a place." At this, Vernon sought affirmation, and Dudley chimed in, "Father, my dear son. What father says is right, I assent to it. My beloved son, you agree with father, don't you?" Vernon looked at Dudley with hopeful anticipation. Dudley, after a moment of silence, carefully examined the list from Hogwarts, glancing at his father's expectant gaze. "Yes, father, you are absolutely correct." Clap. Vernon snapped his fingers, beaming at Weasley. "See, Mr. Weasley, please respect my son's personal wishes. He would never attend such a disreputable place." Weasley appeared busy and awkward, but before he could explain, Dudley raised his hand and, looking calmly at Vernon, addressed Weasley. "No, father, I believe that Hogwarts is a splendid place. Moreover, I have made a decision. I shall attend this magical school." Vernon appeared utterly astonished, his face a mask of disbelief. Harry was filled with delight, realizing he could attend school alongside his cousin. Meanwhile, Petunia bit her lip, her eyes glistening with an unusual excitement beneath a veil of conflict. Only Ron Weasley wore a frown. "I'm sorry, Dudley, this matter. You may not have the authority to decide alone. In the world of Muggles, minors lack the power to make such decisions. Only guardians possess that right. Dudley, you are still a minor. Dudley's calm smile faltered slightly, as he had momentarily forgotten this fact. As the sun and moon exchanged their dominion, a day later, in London, England, aboard a swiftly moving underground train, Dudley sat in his seat, meticulously examining the letter from Hogwarts in his hands. Beside him sat two figures, one small and panic-stricken, the other tall and silent. The two individuals were none other than Harry and Hagrid, whom Harry had met only once before. Gulp. Harry swallowed nervously. Dudley, is it truly all right for us to proceed like this? He asked anxiously, casting a timid glance at Dudley. Dudley, in response, affectionately ruffled Harry's hair and offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Harry, everything is fine. Trust your cousin, things are not as dire as you imagine. Yet, Harry voiced his lingering concerns. Dudley, we snuck out, and Petunia will be upset, and what if Uncle Vernon gets angry when he sees us? Dudley dismissed the worry with a wave, turning his gaze casually to Hagrid. All right, Harry, I've explained this before. I promised my father that after we complete our studies at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I would retake the entrance exams for Cambridge University in biology when I turn 18. I plan to pursue both a master's and a doctoral degree. Additionally, during every winter and summer break, as well as holidays like Christmas, I must attend Professor Morrison's biology lab for further study. Although my father claims he will consider it, I know he will approach it like a business negotiation, and time is of the essence. Hagrid glanced at Dudley, a hint of frustration in his tone. All right, my boy, I understand your point. As a reward for aiding Harry in successfully enrolling at Hogwarts, your mouse, oh no, I should say your chinchilla, will accompany you as your personal pet to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Furthermore, you have the option to acquire an additional pet, be it an owl, a cat, or a toad. As he spoke, Hagrid's gaze drifted upwards, where a furry creature was dozing atop Dudley's head, unmistakably resembling a mouse. Despite the insistence on its whimsical name, in the magical realm, dragons were known to be fierce creatures, while cats were often regarded as proud and unfriendly beings. These two combined, however, have become the name of a mouse. It is hoped that when school begins, Professor McGonagall will not cause trouble for Dudley because of this. The cat atop Dudley's head seemed to sense the gaze of a stranger. Squinting its eyes and casting a sidelong glance at Hagrid, its fluffy ears twitching. Turning around, snap, it changed its position and resumed its slumber. Meanwhile, Dudley paid no heed to Hagrid's thoughts. Instead, he cast another glance at the preparation list for the upcoming school term sent by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts enrollment guidelines: first-year students are required to have 3 plain work robes, black, a plain pointed hat for daytime wear black, a pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar material, a winter cloak, black, silver. Then there are the textbooks previously mentioned, including history, herbology, and core subjects. Among these, Dudley found the supplementary materials particularly intriguing. Students may prepare at their discretion: a cauldron, tin, standard size number 2, a set of glass or crystal vials, a telescope, a brass balance. From this, Dudley was certain that within this magical institution, there must also exist elements related to experimentation. Thus, this time during enrollment, he could bring along high-precision microscopes and glass reagents for his experiments without worrying about standing out. Thinking of experiments, Dudley glanced ahead. The subway was speeding along, and the glass mirror reflected his form. Since the incident on the island, his plans regarding the magical virus I, influenza, and magical virus II, bacteriophage, had not yielded the expected results. However, this did not signify a complete failure of the experiment. The doors to science and magic had been opened, although his body had been frail and withered at that time. After a period of rest and recuperation following his body's instinctive survival, he could now walk normally and jog lightly, though he could not speak loudly. And his emotional fluctuations required restraint, otherwise he would succumb to breathlessness and severe coughing. This is a clear indication of lung damage. Now, in comparison to the past, he has lost his robust musculature. Merely by appearance, he seems even more frail than Harry, exhibiting signs of malnutrition. Visually, he manifests an increasingly delicate and somewhat sickly charm. In a moment of reflection, Dudley feels that he appears somewhat effeminate now. Yet, he understands that this is only a temporary state. Compared to his initial emaciated form, his current condition is a stark contrast. However, upon awakening his normal magical powers, Dudley regretfully discovers that he has lost the peculiar abilities he once possessed in the tower on the island. When he injected the magical power I virus, influenza, and the magical power II virus, bacteriophage, he could accomplish anything his imagination conjured. Now, Regardless of how fervently he dreams of soaring through the skies or breathing fire, it is all in vain. Were it not for Hagrid and the Weasleys feeling the magic emanating from themselves, Dudley might even succumb to the illusion of having regressed to a time before liberation. Due to the lack of experimental data, this dilemma can only be gradually explored and resolved through study. Ahem. All right, children, gather your belongings and follow me. Hagrid stood up from his seat and approached the subway door. Dudley rose and casually took Harry's hand, trailing behind him. Harry, with a puzzled expression, leaned out from beside Dudley. Mr. Hagrid, where are we going? Hagrid smiled mysteriously and shook his head. A place only adults venture to. I am certain you will adore it. Harry's curiosity was piqued. Dudley gently pressed Harry's head down, calmly observing him. Harry, you are still young. Do not let curiosity about the adult world take hold. Hagrid looked at Harry and Dudley with a weary sigh. Do not overthink it. The place only adults go is a location that many young witches and wizards experience. It is a pub. The Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron? Dudley nodded thoughtfully. The trio exited the subway and walked through the streets of London, with the bushy-haired Hagrid leading the way. Dudley and Harry followed closely behind. To be honest, since their arrival in London, Dudley had been diligently working on optimizing his physical genetics. He adhered to a disciplined routine, studied earnestly, reviewed knowledge, maintained an exercise regimen, and strived to meet rigorous self-imposed standards. Most of the time in life was spent in Morrison's biological laboratory and in a disciplined, self-restrained existence, leaving Dudley with little opportunity to savor the unique charm of 20th century London. As he walked the streets, observing passers-by and the chairs set outside shops, he noticed groups of young men and women or middle-aged couples, all engaged in polite exchanges. The atmosphere exuded an indescribable sense of simplicity and tranquility. After gazing at the crowd for a moment, Dudley felt a pang of reflection. Had he been unaware of the existence of magic in this world, he might have relished life just like those around him. Present-day London boasted a commendable happiness index among its inhabitants. Meanwhile, Dudley sensed a gentle tug at his wrist and turned curiously to find Harry gazing at him with a look of bewilderment. Dudley, what exactly is a pub? As Uncle Hagrid mentioned? Dudley glanced at Hagrid, who was leading the way, and paused for a moment, noticing that Hagrid had no intention of offering an explanation. He then replied softly, Harry, you are still quite young. A place like a pub is theoretically not suitable for you. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Is a pub a frightening place? Why can't I go? A slight smile crept across Dudley's face. Indeed, pubs can be rather perilous, as they often attract a certain type of clientele. This group of individuals is prone to anger, exhibiting a volatile temperament and a penchant for outbursts. Simultaneously, an enigmatic liquid permeates the atmosphere, which, upon consumption, leads to dire consequences. Harry appeared startled, his body trembling slightly. Dudley, what are these severe consequences? Dudley cast a glance at Hagrid and casually replied, severe consequences. Those who enter the pub become far more irritable than Uncle Vernon. If they are indeed more irritable than Uncle Vernon, then... Harry's heart sank, his footsteps faltering as he grasped Dudley's wrist, shaking his head vigorously. Dudley, it's too frightening there. Can't we avoid going? Enough. Where did you hear such nonsensical tales? Hagrid scrutinized Dudley with irritation, as this Dudley child often uttered astonishing statements, much to his vexation. I have heard of such scenarios. I encountered similar descriptions in books on Muggle studies. However, you must understand that wizards and Muggles are distinct. We are wizards, even in a pub, we maintain our decorum. Just like me. Whenever I enter a pub, regardless of how much I drink, the patrons remain polite and refined. They are not as terrifying as you imagine. Listening to Hagrid's dismissive explanation, Dudley calmly surveyed him, perhaps thinking that his imposing stature deterred anyone from provoking him. He refrained from debating the matter of the pub with Hagrid, instead recalling a book he had borrowed from Arthur Weasley regarding Hogwarts, The Modern History of Wizards. How Hogwarts stood resilient in the wizarding world. Some of the records piqued Dudley's interest. Hagrid continued leading the way, while Harry kept his head down, appearing timid and burdened with thoughts. Meanwhile, the Totoro resting atop Dudley's head dozed peacefully. Approximately 20 minutes later, Hagrid's somewhat gruff voice broke the silence. All right, children. Wait here for a moment. We have arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid's finger pointed toward the corner of a nearby building. Dudley noticed that at this humble corner, about 2 meters away, a sign was installed. The sign bore no markings. Dudley clearly saw 2 young men pass beneath the sign, yet it remained unchanged. However, as Hagrid approached, an image resembling a cauldron abruptly appeared on the sign. How peculiar. No electricity, yet it magically displayed and altered images, such as the effect of magical objects. The peculiar transformation captured Dudley's attention. Could it be that this sign serves to distinguish between wizards and ordinary people? Dudley, I believe this is your and Harry's first visit to such a place. Be cautious. This is a venue where wizards frequently engage in idle chatter. Once inside, refrain from speaking indiscriminately and stay close to me. Losing your way could lead to considerable trouble. Hagrid prattled on. Suddenly, the tightly shut door creaked open without warning. The entrance was engulfed in darkness, rendering Dudley unable to discern any details within. As Hagrid stepped over the threshold, at that moment, bang! A hand unexpectedly reached out and grasped him. Dudley tugged at Hagrid's sleeve with considerable force. Wait. Hagrid turned back in confusion. Dudley pointed to his right pocket. Mr. Hagrid. It seems I accidentally misplaced the money my parents gave me when I reached into my pocket 10 minutes ago. Hagrid furrowed his brow. Somewhat vexed. Why did you not inform me sooner? Dudley shrugged helplessly. Meanwhile, Harry stood nearby, wide-eyed and curiously observing his cousin, appearing bewildered as if he were on the verge of speaking but held back. After a moment of contemplation, Hagrid produced an umbrella from beside him and lightly tapped it on both Dudley and Harry. The tip of the umbrella gleamed with a white light as he muttered something incomprehensible. After a pause, Hagrid mumbled, "Give me 5 minutes, little ones. Regardless of the outcome, I shall return in 5 minutes." Watching Hagrid's swift departure, Harry could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke up. "Dudley, what on earth is going on? If memory serves me right, I distinctly witnessed you drop your wallet and gesture for me not to inquire further. You should not have done that." Harry's voice was somewhat feeble. However, Dudley paid no heed, meticulously scanning his surroundings and noticing that no one seemed to pay attention. With a calm and gentle expression, he said, "Harry, due to the urgency of the situation, from now on, do not ask questions or interrupt my speaking. You need only listen." Harry was taken aback. Dudley was behaving unusually. The gravity in his tone was something Harry had scarcely witnessed on his cousin's face before. Dudley then retrieved a notebook from behind him and waved it before Harry. "Harry, take a good look at this notebook I've transcribed, with the original text sourced from the History of Magic by Bash-Ida. What I am about to share pertains to the wizarding world as documented in magical history. Harry, I have a habit of thoroughly understanding them before embarking on any endeavor. Confusion is an exceedingly irresponsible attitude, both for myself and for you." Harry tilted his head, finding his cousin Dudley's words rather profound and somewhat perplexing. Sensing Harry's confusion, Dudley promptly elucidated. 2 days prior to the Weasleys' visit to our home, I inquired of them and obtained this tome, authored by Bash-Ida, detailing the history of magic. During this period, I have diligently studied it and acquired some fundamental knowledge. After all, the magical realm is an uncharted territory for us. Initially, I intended to share this information with you sooner, but for quite some time, the Weasleys and Hagrid have occupied our living room, leaving me with little opportunity to discuss such matters with you. The History of Magic penned by Bash-Ida explicitly mentions both humans and wizards. The world of ordinary people is referred to as the Muggle living area by them. Furthermore, the wizarding world has entirely concealed the existence of magic from all Muggles. Although the book does not clarify why wizards engage in such secrecy, it seems to me that delving deeper into the reasons may not yield optimistic results. It may be premature to dwell on these topics. My primary purpose in seeking you out is that I have uncovered several critical pieces of information within this book. This narrative encompasses 2 pivotal elements. One is Harry Potter, and the other is the esteemed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Through fragmented expressions, from my personal perspective, Hogwarts currently exhibits considerable issues. Is Hogwarts truly problematic? Moreover, does it bear some relation to oneself? At the entrance of the leaky cauldron, Harry gazed at his cousin Dudley, feeling somewhat dazed. To be honest, much of what Dudley said eluded his understanding, and even the comprehension of it proved to be a challenge. However, through Dudley's tone, Harry sensed that he was conveying something of great significance. Time was of the essence, and Dudley, unable to provide a detailed explanation, resorted to the most succinct of phrases. "Harry, do not overthink it. You merely need to remember what I articulate. I know you are exceptionally intelligent, and from this moment forth, you must commit every word I utter to memory." Upon hearing this, Harry nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Dudley, I shall." Dudley continued straightforwardly. "From my perspective, one must analyze problems rationally. First and foremost, any historical literature possesses reference value, irrespective of whether it has been rewritten or compiled. It records fragments of past occurrences, remnants of genuine events that transpired. In the annals of magical history, I encountered your name, Harry Potter. Harry Potter, a miraculous symbol, who survived the clutches of the Dark Lord and triumphed over him, is heralded as a hero and a beacon of hope for all wizards. Furthermore, magical history is designated as one of Hogwarts' core curricula. If this tome of magical history is a requisite subject for all first-year students at Hogwarts, it implies that, at the very least, the majority of the wizarding world is aware of your existence, and you are revered as the boy who saved the world. Within the wizarding realm, or at least within the confines of Hogwarts, you are indeed a hero. A hero? I once saved the wizarding world? Harry gazed incredulously at his cousin Dudley. Dudley, hastening his speech, did not elaborate further. Harry, when confronted with challenges, one must analyze calmly. According to the chronicles of magical history, you are already an iconic figure admired by all wizards. Yet, in reality, why have you been fostered in our household for so many years? The most pressing question, why does Hogwarts, and even the Ministry of Magic, which is directly associated with the school, remain oblivious to your living conditions? Harry appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend much of what his cousin was saying, and even the meanings eluded him. Yet, one thing he grasped was the implication that perhaps the current situation was fraught with danger. Dudley, what should we do now? Dudley regarded Harry with a calm demeanor, harboring a sense of helplessness within. After all, he was but a child, and expecting him to fathom the complexities of human nature seemed premature. Nevertheless, Dudley expressed these thoughts solely out of a desire to protect Harry. In the realm of biology, it is said that the first creature an infant sees upon opening its eyes becomes its most cherished figure. Moreover, the significance of first impressions and emotional development cannot be overstated. In navigating an unfamiliar world, maintaining composure and rational analysis is crucial for self-preservation. Harry could not grasp these nuances, and Dudley understood this. He stepped forward, gently patting Harry's shoulder, his expression soft as he affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. Harry, do not worry. I will not hinder your ambition to join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, for I shall accompany you. I will also not prevent you from seeking the truth behind your parents' demise. However, I urge you to maintain a clear and rational mind. Yet, I cannot assure you that everything I say is entirely accurate, for our knowledge of the wizarding world is exceedingly limited. Harry, listen. From our present standpoint, the wisest course of action is to remain silent. Observe, contemplate, and reflect. As Dudley leaned in slightly, a gentle smile graced his face, and he raised a finger to lightly poke Harry's forehead. Harry, knowledge can empower us. In recent years, Professor Morrison and I have delved into the study of biology, uncovering that every animal population adheres to its own distinct survival principles. In this world, the concept of survival of the fittest does not hold true. In the realm of biology, the most inconspicuous and genuinely frail creatures do not necessarily lead lives of utter despair. Their strength is often easily overlooked. It is essential to observe, learn, and contemplate, allowing wisdom to permeate our understanding. Dudley extended his hand once more, poking Harry's forehead. His voice faded, leaving only the shape of his lips moving. Harry, my brother, you must learn to utilize your brain for contemplation. Meanwhile, Dudley's peripheral vision caught sight of a robust wizard approaching from the end of the alley. He smiled as he withdrew his finger, glancing at Harry before turning around. Standing in front of him with his somewhat slender frame, Harry, in a daze, stared at the back of his cousin. For a fleeting moment, he felt rather foolish. How he wished he could possess the sagacity of Dudley. Hagrid approached the two, panting heavily. If he were not concerned about being seen casting magic by muggles, he would not be so fatigued. Dudley, really, you present yourself as a mature and composed individual, yet you still manage to commit such elementary blunders. Here, take this. Make sure to remember this time. I do not wish to witness such circumstances again. Hagrid shot a stern glance at Dudley, then turned back to gesture subtly to Harry, who nodded in understanding. He stepped forward first. With a shrill creak, the door of the leaky cauldron was forcefully pushed open. Dudley's expression remained unchanged as he followed suit, while Harry kept his head down, trailing behind Dudley. In his young mind, he was incessantly contemplating the earlier words exchanged. Harry, you must learn to think critically. Memories flooded back of living alongside his cousin for over a decade, despite Uncle Vernon's frequent reprimands. Nevertheless, his cousin had always treated him with kindness. Perhaps, besides his parents, Dudley was the only one who genuinely cared for him. As this realization dawned upon him, Harry, though still young, was not foolish. Dudley was correct, if he truly were the hero of the wizarding world. The tales he had heard during school depicted heroes as figures of immense admiration. How could they possibly allow him to languish in a cupboard for over a decade, deprived of adequate meals and new clothes? subject to the ridicule of his peers? Although he remained silent and bore the weight of it all, Harry understood that he detested being the subject of mockery and abhorred the disdainful glances directed at him. His thoughts were so tumultuous that he scarcely noticed the waning excitement he once felt about leaving Uncle Vernon behind for the enchanting world of wizards. Dudley observed quietly from the side, recognizing that children inevitably navigate through confusion before they grow. During this period, there is no need for excessive guidance. Harry will navigate these experiences independently and arrive at his own conclusions. Dudley has never considered whether Hogwarts or the wizarding world is splendid or dreadful. As someone who has delved into biology, he is acutely aware that fragile and vulnerable creatures often possess remarkable alertness, which aids them in surviving their early stages of life. Caution is never a detriment. With the wisdom amassed over decades from both his past and present life, he is well acquainted with an Eastern proverb: there is no such thing as a free lunch. Flattery without cause is often a prelude to treachery. The allure of Hogwarts warrants deep contemplation. It must be said that Harry did not enjoy a particularly pleasant existence during his years at home. At this moment, a formidable figure suddenly emerged before Harry, enveloped in a halo of redemption, bestowing upon him love and tenderness. This coincidentally aligns with the maternal logic of biology. It is quite effortless to win Harry's favor. After all, the impact of timely assistance is profoundly memorable. From the perspective of adult experience, as Harry matures and enters the rebellious phase of adolescence, he is likely to follow his innermost feelings. Moreover, all magical strains of the flu virus and bacteriophage virus in the biological laboratory originate from Harry's cells. The exploration of the wizarding world is inextricably linked to Harry. In this new life, one cannot afford to easily relinquish the warmth of human connections that were neglected in the previous existence due to an obsession with academic pursuits. This time, the course of life shall be self-directed. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, Dudley surveyed his surroundings, noting that everything here contrasted sharply with the outside world. The worn-out seats, clusters of individuals huddled together in hushed discussions, and even a couple of cloaked figures sprawled on the floor in deep slumber painted a vivid picture. An odd scent permeated the air, reminiscent of spoiled liquor, a peculiar aroma that was difficult to define. Young men, refrain from staring. It is exceedingly impolite to gawk at unfamiliar wizards. Hagrid, leading the way, slowed his pace, his voice lacking its usual thunderous resonance, deliberately lowered. Dudley, gripping Harry's wrist, reassured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Hagrid." As Dudley embarked on his inaugural journey into the magical realm, he found himself reflecting on the momentous occasion. At that instant, Dudley felt a sudden sharpness on his head. The previously dormant Totoro had now risen, leaping from the crown of his head to perch upon his shoulder. Its fluffy form stood upright, long whiskers quivering rhythmically, and its half-closed eyes gazed ahead. Dudley halted abruptly. Harry, looking down, could not stop himself from colliding with Dudley. Leaning back as if to fall, a powerful hand reached out. Hagrid caught Harry with a firm grasp. Startled, Harry quickly regained his balance, wriggling free from Hagrid's support. Instinctively hiding behind Dudley, Hagrid shrugged helplessly, understanding the shyness of children. However, he cast a slightly exasperated glance at Dudley. "Could you, as the elder brother, be a bit more cautious?" Dudley, taken aback, entirely ignored Hagrid's words, his expression filled with astonishment as he gazed at the man before him. This individual was wrapped in a thick bandage that encircled his head. If not for his steady demeanor, Dudley would have instinctively blurted out, "Brother, have you crossed over as well?" However, he swiftly suppressed the urge to voice his thoughts, for he noticed the Totoro on his arm, its fur standing on end. This reaction immediately evoked 4 words in Dolly's mind: danger warning. Meanwhile, Hagrid took the initiative to step forward with a warm smile. "Hello. I never expected to see you here, Professor Quirrell." Quirrell turned around, astonished. "Hagrid? What are you doing here? It is indeed a coincidence to encounter you." Hagrid then took the liberty of leading Quirrell to Dolly, casually introducing, "Dolly, Harry, allow me to make an introduction. This is your future professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Do not be deceived by his youthful appearance. He is renowned for his vast knowledge." Suddenly, however, the individual recoiled. Quirrell's voice trembled, his gaze darting to Dudley behind Hagrid, his palm instinctively tightening. And his words emerged stutteringly, "No. It can't be." "What can't be?" Hagrid inquired, bewildered. Yet Quirrell's retreat came to an abrupt halt. His eyes fixed above Dudley's shoulder, his mouth agape forming a silent oof shock. Astonishment rendered his expression almost beyond words. Monster. You monster." However, before he could finish, the creature, previously resting calmly on Dudley's shoulder, suddenly stirred. Its eyelids lifted halfway, and its dark pupils constricted into vertical slits. Its fluffy fur bristled with an explosive intensity. The barbed fangs were bared, and its claws glinted ominously. In an instant, it vanished from sight only to reappear directly before Quirrell. With a swift downward swipe of its tiny paw, Quirrell's countenance shifted from terror to a dark resolve. Without a wand, he cast a spell, Disentangle. The battle commenced. Inside the dimly lit leaky cauldron, the cat's sudden outburst left Dudley utterly unprepared. The tempo was simply too rapid. Before him, he could see Quirrell's mouth moving soundlessly. The air around them seemed to slow, as if an invisible hand gently brushed against the skin of all present. This sensation, it is enchanting. Totoro's body remained rigid in midair, utterly motionless. Stop. What is the meaning of this, Quirrell? Hagrid immediately sensed something amiss. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Harry and Dudley. His large hands, resembling flapping wings, were clenched into fists. Should the situation escalate, he was prepared to act in defense of the students. TSK. Quirrell's expression shifted abruptly from malevolence to panic. No, it's not like this. Hagrid, sir, this is a misunderstanding. The situation was spiraling unpredictably, and Quirrell hastily attempted to articulate an explanation, but before he could eloquently complete his sentence, Totoro, suspended in midair by magic, vanished once more. By the time everyone comprehended the turn of events, Totoro was already close to Quirrell's face. He instinctively recoiled, yet several faint scratches appeared upon his cheek. Simultaneously, Dudley felt a soft sensation in the palm of his hand once again. Glancing down, he found Totoro standing in his palm, its small frame striking a fierce pose, clearly challenging Quirrell. This is disastrous. Perhaps this incident marks the beginning of all troubles. However, the anticipated scene of Professor Quirrell being provoked by Totoro and becoming enraged did not unfold. Instead, he calmly tended to his injury. Professor Quirrell, it appears you are in quite a state, but do not take it to heart. You know these two are merely children. Nevertheless, I must apologize on their behalf. Hagrid sighed, feeling helpless. Such a trivial encounter had spiraled into chaos, leaving him frustrated and secretly remorseful for agreeing to let Dudley bring his pet to the leaky cauldron. In no harm done, Hagrid. You know that before I became a lecturer in the dark arts theory at Hogwarts, my studies focused on Muggle research and wizarding exploration. Professor Quirrell retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the shallow wounds on his face while struggling to articulate his complete thought. Very well, Professor Quirrell, our time is limited. These two students will appear in your class henceforth, and you will have further opportunities to meet. I shall take my leave with them now. Noticing the increasing number of onlookers, Hagrid unceremoniously pulled Dudley and Harry away from the scene. As they departed, Dudley cast a glance back at Quirrell. Observing the wounds upon his face, the thick bandage encircling his head, and the perpetually composed smile he maintained, Quirrell waved dismissively, signaling that there was no need for concern. Dudley said little, following Hagrid to a wall shrouded in mystery. The wall, constructed of weathered stone, bore the marks of time etched deep into its surface. Mr. Hagrid, this is just a wall. There's no way through. Harry inquired softly, gazing at the barrier. Look closely, this is not merely a wall. It is a door, Hagrid proclaimed, as he lifted the umbrella from behind him and rhythmically tapped the upper part of the wall. With a series of clicks, the wall parted from the center, revealing an entrance. Harry stood in astonishment, while Hagrid wore a proud expression. Dudley, however, remained furrowed in confusion. Meanwhile, in a secluded room within the leaky cauldron, stood Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, who had previously crossed paths with Dudley and his friends. Surrounded by the flickering glow of several candles, Quirrell raised his hand to touch the strap on his forehead, murmuring to himself. Unlike before, his speech flowed with remarkable fluency, devoid of any stutter or hesitation. Great and exalted presence, I have heard your summons. Your most devoted servant, Quirinus Quirrell, stands here, ready to heed your teachings. His voice bore a certain dullness. As a face emerged on the back of his head, its features grotesque, lips moving in a macabre rhythm. I sense it, that thing. Its existence. Quirrell hesitated but continued. Great Master, are you referring to the rat we encountered earlier? According to my recollection, it should be a rat known as a hairy tail. Yet this creature possesses sharp claws and a formidable magical talent. Abruptly, the voice from the face on his head interrupted. No. This little creature holds a familiarity that resonates within me. Its peculiarity extends beyond mere claws and magic. I can feel it, capable of harboring my soul. I need it. As the voice faded, Quirrell found his knees compelled to the ground, panic lacing his voice. Master, you cannot mean this. Am I to understand that my humble human form is inferior to a mere rat? Am I merely your temporary, flawed vessel? A disposable container? The expression of the face on Quirrell's head twisted into a menacing grimace, its tone chillingly sinister. No, that is not the case, my master. Please do not misunderstand. I am your humble servant, eternally devoted to you. However, just as Kylo's voice faded, a searing pain erupted within his mind. His entire body convulsed. Kylo was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth in silence. After a prolonged moment, he managed to force out a series of words through clenched jaws. Great, esteemed master. Upon my arrival here, I have not forgotten the teachings of my master. Since you desire this new body, I shall assist you with all my might. Moreover, I have discovered the whereabouts of the eternal life philosopher's stone, aided by their powers. The turmoil of emotions above Chilo's head began to wane, and his voice, once hoarse, now took on a chilling tone. Go, Chilo, this is an opportunity for redemption. Utilize the power I have imparted to you in summoning the hidden entities lurking in the shadows. The new body may be delayed, but the power of immortality must rightfully belong to me. Chilo knelt on the ground as black mist began to envelop his form. The haze seeped through the crevices of the door and windows, and he rasped, Yes, my master, I have sent out the signal for gathering. The Death Eaters lurking in the nearby darkness will assemble at number 1 Diagon Alley. The Philosopher's Stone of Immortality, along with the body you desire, will be secured without fail. In the wizarding world of Diagon Alley, 3 individuals strolled along the street, with Hagrid leading the way, while Harry gazed around in awe. Mr. Hagrid, is this the wizarding world you mentioned before? Are all the people around us wizards? Hagrid glanced at Harry's expression and casually explained, Harry, this is number 1 Diagon Alley. Think of it as the trading hub of the wizarding world. Due to trade, this place is filled with an abundance of magical items and merchants. And it is not limited to humans alone. You will encounter unicorns, skeletons, elves, beasts, and creatures beyond your wildest imagination. Listening to Hagrid's introduction, Harry's gaze fell upon a massive glass window displaying a broomstick. Are you interested in this? It's a mode of transport for wizards. Once you enroll at Hogwarts, there will be classes teaching you how to ride a broomstick. It will lift you into the air. Hagrid explained, but then noticed Dudley lost in thought nearby. Hagrid, puzzled, asked, What's the matter, Dudley? Still troubled by earlier events? I told you there is nothing to worry about. Don't you find the magical items around us incredibly fascinating? Dudley glanced at Hagrid, perplexed, and replied, Mr. Hagrid, don't wizards use wands and recite spells when casting magic? That's what the books say. But just now, Professor Chilo only raised a finger, and my Totoro was suspended in midair. Listening to Dudley's inquiries, Hagrid cast a glance at the dozing Totoro perched atop Dudley's head. After a moment of contemplation, he began to elucidate. Under normal circumstances, the sequence for a wizard to cast a spell involves wielding a wand followed by reciting an incantation. However, there are exceptions. Some powerful sorcerers have attained such mastery over spellcasting that they can conjure magic with merely a flick of their fingers, which could be regarded as wandless or wordless magic. Dudley raised an eyebrow. Such individuals are rare, aren't they? Hagrid sighed. Indeed, those capable of casting spells silently are few. Take Quirinus Quirrell, for instance. He achieved remarkable expertise in the theory of dark magic and even passed Dumbledore's examination. Otherwise, he would not have been appointed as an instructor for such courses at our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Do not be deceived by his frail appearance. His magical prowess is undeniably formidable. Noticing Dudley's eagerness to continue questioning, Hagrid promptly waved his hand. Enough, Dudley. These matters will be covered once you arrive at the magical school. For now, we must adhere to the detailed list in the Hogwarts admission letter and proceed with our shopping. Harry, somewhat puzzled, interjected, Shopping? Mr. Hagrid, I don't believe I possess the funds to purchase those items. Hagrid responded with a mysterious smile. No, Harry, you do have. And even if you don't, you have your cousin Dudley. Dudley was not overly concerned. Converting pounds into wizarding currency would be quite beneficial. Money, at this juncture, was not a pressing issue for him. Hagrid gestured, Children, the next destination is the only bank in the wizarding world. Upon hearing Hagrid's description, Dudley became intrigued. According to some basic information, this so-called financial institution in the wizarding world could exchange Muggle currency for wizarding currency. Just from this aspect, it seemed that the real world was not entirely disconnected from the wizarding realm. In the bustling heart of the chaotic streets, Diagon Alley, Gringotts. Throughout the journey to the bank, Harry remained curious yet silent. while Dudley targeted his inquiries with peculiar questions. Hagrid felt quite helpless. He could manage ordinary questions. But Dudley's queries were exceedingly challenging, even pertaining to matters he had never heard of before. For instance, the exchange rate between pounds and sickles, and whether Gringotts provided loan services, along with interest rates and annual percentages. This is truly a conundrum of epic proportions. Where do ordinary children acquire such a plethora of peculiar inquiries? In any case, to quell Dudley's incessant questioning, Hagrid procured a copy of the Goblin Bank Overview from a nearby shop and handed it to Dudley, pointing out that all his questions could be found within its pages. To be frank, Hagrid had not perused a single word of that overview. Following this, Hagrid finally relished a moment of tranquility. Dudley scrutinized the informational summary in his hands, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Gringotts, established in the year 1474 in London, dates back approximately 500 years to the current year of 1991. If we consider this point alone, 500 years ago humanity was still in the Iron Age, yet Gringotts had already come into existence. As a financial institution, the true wizarding civilization could indeed be traced back several centuries further. The history of this wizardry is far more ancient than one might imagine. As Dudley pondered this, his feet tread upon the steps of the staircase, leading him into the interior of Gringotts alongside the bustling crowd. "Children, be cautious," Hagrid admonished. Before them sat a group of diminutive beings perched upon high stools, their elongated ears and pointed noses reminiscent of human hands. A sudden thought sprang to Dudley's mind. Elves. No, that term was not quite fitting. These creatures bore a closer resemblance to goblins. "Mr. Hagrid, are these the staff of Gringotts? They don't seem particularly formidable. Can we truly rely on them?" Harry inquired, puzzled, as guardians of treasure were typically robust entities. Hagrid replied in a hushed tone, "Harry, do not underestimate these goblins. They possess astute intellects and exhibit remarkable diligence in their work. Their efficiency is commendable, and they are capable of safeguarding any item. The security of Gringotts has withstood the test of time. Since its establishment, there has never been a theft or loss, nor any financial misfortune." Harry nodded in surprise. Hagrid's introduction was momentarily interrupted as the trio approached a long workbench. A Gringotts employee, adorned with a monocle, paused his tasks and scrutinized the visitors. Clients. Oh, a scar." The goblin quickly adjusted his tone. "It appears you are one of our esteemed clients. The Honorable Mr. Harry Potter, it seems. You are faring quite well. So, what business do you wish to conduct today?" Harry gazed at the goblin, momentarily at a loss for words. Beside him, Dudley patted Harry's shoulder to calm him, gesturing toward Hagrid. As Harry turned to follow Dudley's indication, he observed Hagrid frantically rummaging through his coat. Strange. Where has my item gone? I distinctly remember having it just a moment ago." Harry's mouth opened in confusion, uncertain of Hagrid's predicament. What was happening? Why had his cousin directed him here? "Mr. Hagrid, I believe the item you seek is located atop your head," Dudley pointed out, indicating the thick, unruly mass of Hagrid's dark hair. There, a small figure emerged, a tiny creature clutching a crumpled yellow envelope within its little mouth. "Be gentle, little one. That item is of great significance." Hagrid initially believed it would take considerable effort to retrieve the envelope from the cabus, but to his surprise, the little creature leaped and landed directly in Harry's hands. Harry glanced at the surface of the envelope and casually returned it to Hagrid. With a sigh of relief, Hagrid exclaimed, "Thank goodness. As long as it isn't lost." "Esteemed customer, time is of the essence. Please refrain from any further tomfoolery," the irritable fairy atop the platform remarked. Hagrid, disregarding any irritation with Dudley and his companion, promptly handed the letter to the fairy before him, saying, "Sir, please take a look. This is his request. Once again, I hope you can act swiftly. Otherwise, if time slips away, I will find it difficult to explain." Hagrid spoke with a hint of urgency in his demeanor. The goblin at Gringotts stared at the envelope for a long while, saying nothing further, signaling for the staff to escort Hagrid and his companions to the vault to retrieve their belongings. Approaching the subterranean tracks, Hagrid suddenly announced, "I have a matter to attend to. I must step away. And Dudley, as an older brother, I trust you can look after Harry for a bit. I have some matters to address, so let us part ways and reconvene in the main hall shortly." Dudley gazed into Hagrid's eyes and smiled faintly, responding, "Certainly, Uncle Hagrid. I will take good care of Harry." Dudley readily agreed and led Harry to follow another staff member onto a separate underground train. How peculiar it is that this little fellow is so obedient in his tone, Hagrid mumbled instinctively. Meanwhile, guided by the staff, Dudley and Harry arrived at the vault of Harry's parents. The goblin gestured for Harry and Dudley to enter, while he remained outside, partially covering the entrance, waiting. Inside the vault left to Harry by his parents, piles of gold galleons rose like a small mountain, accompanied by a smattering of silver sickles and bronze nuts. However, Harry paid little attention to the gold coins, for as soon as the vault door closed, his expression shifted dramatically. With a serious demeanor, Harry remarked, "Dudley, according to the plan you devised earlier, I just caught a glimpse of some writing on that envelope." Dudley leaned against the wall, calmly stating, "Time is of the essence. Let us get to the point and analyze swiftly." Harry strained to recall the fleeting contents of the envelope. 713 vault, sealed. Philosopher's Stone. 713 vault, sealed. Philosopher's Stone. Inside the subterranean vault of Gringotts, Harry looked at his cousin Dudley in bewilderment. Ever since he uttered the words Philosopher's Stone, Dudley had leaned silently against the wall. Philosopher's Stone. "Dudley, what should we do now?" Harry inquired hesitantly. What to do? Observing the hint of desperation in Harry's gaze, Dudley pondered for a moment. He glanced at the galleons before him, then at Harry's expression, which bore a mix of confusion and plea. After carefully choosing his words, he finally spoke. "Harry, I believe this matter must remain confidential, regardless of what transpires. Do not mention anything related to the Philosopher's Stone when we meet Hagrid later. In my view, we should proceed according to our previously agreed-upon plan." After listening to Dudley's words, Harry nodded. Yet, he had an expression that suggested he was hesitant to speak. Dudley, curious, looked at Harry and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Harry pursed his lips for a moment, as if he had made a resolute decision, and replied, "Cousin, I believe you are correct." Dudley looked up in confusion, unable to comprehend why Harry would suddenly express such sentiments. Harry, with a serious demeanor, continued, "Dudley, just as you mentioned before, we are currently facing an unusual situation. It would be best for us to remain silent, to observe, reflect, and contemplate. Through keywords such as Philosopher's Stone and Gringotts, it is evident to me that Hogwarts appointed Hagrid as my guide for a reason. They must be concealing something from us. Moreover, Hagrid has never disclosed any similar information to us within Gringotts. He has deceived us and lied to us. This alone indicates that Hagrid does not genuinely regard us." "Oh, wait." Before Harry could finish, Dudley quickly waved his hand to halt Harry's endless speculations and associations. Had he not been aware of the general context, Dudley would have felt that his cousin was transforming into Detective Harry, albeit minus the round glasses. However, clues and suspicions cannot be employed in such a manner. Observing Harry's earnest expression, Dudley felt certain that little Harry had begun to conjure negative thoughts about Hogwarts. Feeling slightly guilty, Dudley sensed that he had inadvertently led Harry to unearth the buried suspicions and conspiracies regarding his hidden character. After some contemplation, Dudley could empathize with Harry's shift in mentality. For over a decade in his own home, he had been subjected to the disdain of Vernon Dursley. Beatings, reprimands, and humiliation were almost daily occurrences. As he had articulated, suddenly, a figure like Hagrid from Hogwarts appeared before him, promising to usher in a new life for Harry. Furthermore, he asserted that in the wizarding world, most would treat him kindly, support him, and cherish him, just as Hagrid did when he personally delivered a birthday cake on Harry's special day. Yet, such a righteous and kind individual had lied to Harry, the one whom he initially trusted the most, concealing the true purpose of bringing him to Gringotts. Trust and deception, and the inability to reciprocate genuine candor. This moment rendered Harry's sensitive spirit acutely aware of an overwhelming sense of disparity, perhaps driven by his own delicate thoughts. To Dudley, it seemed evident that Harry must feel the weight of finally encountering someone trustworthy, naturally desiring transparency from them. A true friend should not conceal anything from one another. Dudley observed the subtle glimmer of disappointment in Harry's eyes and recognized the necessity to articulate something. Employing one's intellect does not equate to fostering suspicion. The innocence of childhood should not be eroded. While one may possess a meticulous mind, the tendency to overthink, combined with immaturity, presents its own challenges. After all, Harry was merely 11 years old, and expectations of him should remain modest. Resolute, Dudley extended his hand, and with a sharp clap, it landed on Harry's shoulder. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he spoke gently and unhurriedly. "Harry, I realize that discussing this now may be somewhat inappropriate. However, I must address the adult world. First and foremost, you must understand that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a collective entity. Hagrid represents only a certain type of individual within this collective, or perhaps a specific kind of wizard. Just as you can distinctly sense from him love and kindness, there also exists a natural element of estrangement and distrust, as recently experienced in the underground vault. Harry, when confronted with such emotions, what you need to do is to understand and embrace. Do not overanalyze the thoughts of others. Dudley's voice softened. After a moment of silence, Harry suddenly lifted his gaze to meet Dudley's, his eyes wide with confusion and mist. Cousin Dudley, I don't understand what you're saying, but I just want to find someone who can fully accept me. Hagrid is a good person, at least. I hope he would deliberately hide things from me or lie. Dudley offered a faint smile, observing the earnest expression on Harry's face, and spoke soothingly. Harry, you must realize that lies will always exist in this world, whether born of kindness or malice. Harry's expression became somewhat rigid, his gaze dimming slightly. Dudley sighed softly, his typically gentle voice tinged with an unusual rasp. Harry, there is no need for you to feel this way, to be sad. Perhaps there are other ways in this world. Ways? Harry inquired. Cousin Dudley, do you have a method to eliminate lies from this world? Can you resolve this issue? Harry gazed at his cousin Dudley, whose eyes sparkled with hope. Cousin, please tell me what the solution is. There are numerous ways to dispel a lie, and I shall illustrate one of them. Dudley turned to face the towering pile of galleons before him. Do you see that? Harry, puzzled, responded. See what? Dudley replied nonchalantly, the solution is quite ordinary. It relies on this mound of gold coins. Harry, bewildered, questioned, coins? What use are they? They can grant you sufficient power. Yet, Harry's eyes remained filled with confusion. Power? Galleons? What relevance do they bear? How do they relate to power and lies? Dudley turned his head and poked at the top of the pile. Do you know where this is? Harry answered, Gringotts. Dudley smiled faintly. Indeed, this is Gringotts, the repository of vast wealth within the wizarding world. I believe those in need would find it quite appealing. Harry struggled to keep pace with Dudley's thoughts. Cousin, I do not comprehend what you are trying to convey. Dudley gestured casually with his hands. In your opinion, how do those goblins seated at the desks appear? Harry instinctively replied. They are diminutive, their skin is wrinkled. In short, they seem quite unpleasant. Dudley smiled slightly. Now, Harry, reflect on how other wizards entering Gringotts, as well as the magical creatures of the wizarding world, regard the staff here. Harry shook his head, instinctively responding, Cousin Dudley, did you not hear what Hagrid said? These fairies possess a benevolent character, a diligent work ethic, an astute intellect, and a conscientious spirit. What connection do these attributes have with power and deception? Harry, you are mistaken. These qualities are the very essence of the respect and admiration they have garnered. Dudley's smile remained unchanged. Harry, I believe you, too. Embody these admirable traits and virtues. You are kind, reliable, genuine, and considerate of others. So, why then, do you continue to be bullied by your peers at school, shunned by your teachers, and unappreciated at home? Harry seemed to realize something, opening his mouth to hastily retort, that is because they see me as a freak. I am a monster. Dudley observed Harry in silence, refraining from further words until he noticed Harry instinctively avert his gaze. Dudley then spoke slowly and deliberately. In your eyes, are not the goblins within Gringotts also considered freaks? Yet, why do they earn respect, understanding, and admiration? Harry swallowed hard, faintly grasping a question he had long overlooked or perhaps deliberately avoided. Goblins are freaks, and I am a freak. If they can thrive, why cannot I? At that moment, Dudley stepped closer and gently patted Harry's head. Harry, do not overthink. Many matters cannot be resolved through mere contemplation. It requires personal experience and insight to uncover what you deem the answer. As I previously mentioned, do not focus on changing anything right now. Instead, observe, learn, and ponder. Particularly engage this. With that, Dudley raised a finger and lightly tapped Harry's forehead. His youthful face radiated a calm and gentle smile. Within the resplendent cave, the scattered galleons on the ground reflected beams of golden light. Before Harry, Dudley's exceedingly gentle smile was as warm as the sun's golden rays. After a moment, Harry instinctively replied, All right, Cousin Dudley. Suddenly, with a thunderous rumble, the entire vault began to tremble. Hello, hurry up. The conversation between Harry and Dudley came to an abrupt halt as the voice of a goblin echoed. You too. Mr. Hagrid is urging you to move quickly. He is waiting for you upstairs. Outside, a Gringotts staff member opened the vault door with a somewhat anxious expression. With animated gestures, the two expressed their urgency, ultimately cautioning that they could not linger in the vault any longer. Harry, his face a mask of confusion, was about to voice his inquiry when Dudley interjected, redirecting Harry's attention to the pre-prepared package, cramming it with a substantial amount of gold galleons. Once the coins were adequately stuffed without any omissions, Dudley and Harry followed a somewhat anxious goblin out of the cave. In the Grand Hall of Gringotts, Dudley and Harry boarded an underground cart, guided by the goblin as they exited the vault. Hagrid, observing the two boys behind him, spoke with a broad smile. "It seems, Harry, that your haul is quite impressive. Next, we should consider a visit to the magical bookstore in Diagon Alley, where we can procure the items listed in your Hogwarts acceptance letter." "Oh, let me see. What else do we need to buy?" As he spoke, Hagrid retrieved a letter from his pocket. "Currently, we are in need of 3 plain work robes, a daytime pointed hat, a pair of protective gloves, and a winter cloak. We can purchase these items at the shop across the street shortly." Harry, I believe you should prepare some additional galleons." Dudley, trailing behind Hagrid, listened to his fragmented ramblings regarding their shopping plans, casting a glance at Harry's lowered head, which bore the expression of distraction, perhaps due to the earlier comments that had left Harry bewildered. Dudley chose not to elaborate further. After all, some things require time, and growth is not achieved overnight. At that moment, Dudley felt a sudden sharp sensation on his head. The chinchilla, which had been napping atop him, stood upright, its tiny paws tugging at his hair. "Easy there, little one," Dudley murmured, gently lifting the chinchilla away from his head. However, the creature bristled, resembling a typical cat in a defensive posture. Was it a warning? Dudley's mind conjured the word, danger. His years of studying biology taught him that such behavior in animals typically signifies a preemptive alert, often exhibited when encountering an adversary of unknown strength or one that is formidable. The chinchilla's demeanor heightened his awareness. The threat, he surmised, was unlikely to emanate from Hagrid, but rather from their surroundings. His gaze followed the direction in which the chinchilla was focused, and at the entrance of Gringotts, he spotted several wizards cloaked in black, their faces obscured. They were being interrogated by a group of goblins, their demeanor arrogant and their movements impatient. Meanwhile, Harry noticed that Hage's footsteps abruptly halted. His expression shifted from astonishment to an almost nonchalant demeanor as he swiftly turned away. Glancing back at Harry, he casually remarked, "Well, Harry, since you have always been quite curious about wizards, our next destination shall be Ollivander's wand shop. Where can one select their very first wand?" Hagrid mused aloud, his large hand, resembling a fan, guiding Harry and Dudley toward the left side of Gringotts Hall. Not far off, a group of robed figures became acutely aware of the disturbance, their demeanor shifting dramatically. The leader of the group brusquely shoved a goblin aside, exclaiming, "Step aside. This is not your affair." Hagrid visibly trembled, his expression darkening. Seizing the advantage of his imposing stature, he discreetly reached into his cloak and produced an object, which he pressed into Dudley's hand. Dudley, without question, complied silently. "All right, children, let us proceed to Ollivander's wand shop." As he spoke, he withdrew a pinch of powder and handed it to Harry. "Harry, repeat the name of the shop I mentioned in a hushed tone, and then scatter the powder." Hagrid shielded the two children with his robust frame. Coincidentally, behind Harry stood a fireplace, and just as he contemplated asking a question, Dudley seized Harry's arm, pulling him into the fireplace. He whispered a few words into Harry's ear. Understanding dawned on Harry. All he needed to do was wave his hand and softly intone, "Ollivander's wand shop, 1 Diagon Alley." Just as Harry's palm opened, Dudley heard a cacophony of angry shouts erupt from the other side. A spell was cast, Gravity Crush. Before them, the earlier robed figure brandished a sleek, ebony wand. The tip shimmered with a green light, visibly gathering magical energy. Hagrid's formidable form began to levitate off the ground, colliding with the wall at an astonishing angle, resulting in a resounding crash. Dudley distinctly noted the crowd parting, revealing a winding serpent tattoo coiling around the wrist of the leading wizard. Within the confines of the Gringotts fireplace, the powder in Harry's hand was released. With a soft pop, a faint surge of magic emanated, and a blinding light erupted as Harry and Dudley vanished from sight. Arriving at Ollivander's, 1 Diagon Alley. In the storeroom's fireplace, the light flickered. 2 figures materialized abruptly, and before Dudley could regain his footing, he was met with a series of clattering noises beside him. Harry attempted to rise but found himself unsteady, his balance compromised. "Dudley, I feel dizzy," Harry lamented, collapsing onto the floor amidst a toppled bookshelf and scattered sheets of parchment. "It's all right, Harry, do not fret." Dudley stepped forward to assist Harry to his feet. Dudley, what just happened? Where's this? How did it come to just the two of us? What about Mr. Hagrid?" Upon hearing Harry's inquiry about Hagrid, a fleeting image crossed Dudley's mind, causing his expression to darken. The wizarding world was indeed as perilous as he had imagined. Dudley then turned to Harry and explained, "It seems that Mr. Hagrid must have encountered some trouble. He first sent us away from Gringotts." "What? Trouble?" Harry exclaimed, incredulous. "No. What are we to do, Dudley? We can't just leave him like this. We must seek help." Harry's voice was tinged with urgency. Hagrid must be in trouble. However, Dudley shook his head. "No. Harry, you need to calm down. It would be best for us not to engage in any additional actions right now. We are utterly unfamiliar with the wizarding world, and we lack any real power. If we were to make a grand show of ourselves, it would likely only exacerbate the situation. The wizard who attacked Hagrid seems to possess formidable abilities." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but his words were abruptly interrupted. Who on earth is so rude? At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, revealing an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair. His brow furrowed in displeasure as he gazed at the two young gentlemen within the room. "Gentlemen," he exclaimed, "it is now 12 o'clock noon. At Ollivander's wand shop. Our regular hours of operation are from 8 in the morning until 11:30, and then again from 2 in the afternoon until 5. The 2-hour interval in between is my designated time for rest. This is the regulation of my wand shop. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation." Harry, upon seeing this, hurriedly spoke. I apologize, Mr. Ollivander. We have come to purchase." However, Ollivander waved his hand, and Harry's words abruptly ceased. His gaze fell upon the lightning scar on Harry's forehead, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, no, Mr. Potter." In the reception area of Ollivander's wand shop, Dudley sat in a chair, perusing the promotional brochure. Ollivander's wand shop, the foremost manufacturer of wands in the wizarding world. Note: every wizard in the United Kingdom has transacted at this wand shop. Upon reading the final line, Dudley looked up in surprise, uncertainly asking, "Mr. Ollivander, is your wand shop the exclusive establishment in the British wizarding community?" Ollivander casually waved his hand. "Exclusive is not quite accurate, but indeed. Our wand shop is one of the oldest establishments. Just look at our shop sign. It clearly states that this shop was founded in 382 AD. My ancestors have been running this wand shop for generations." Dudley looked up, exclaiming, 382 BC. This must be a millennia-old brand." Dudley grew increasingly contemplative, regarding Ollivander with a scrutinizing gaze. Ollivander turned to face Harry. "Well, Mr. Potter, let us set aside our reminiscing. Our shop's wands are made from wand wood and wand cores, and I believe the range of options befitting your wand is rather limited. After all, you are the child who survived the Dark Lord." "Who is the Dark Lord?" "That is of little consequence. I believe you are correct. I do indeed require a wand." Harry nodded. Ollivander fell silent for a moment before turning to enter the wand storeroom behind him, muttering, "Unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, phoenix feather. Which one would suit you best?" Harry, perplexed, found himself struggling to comprehend. Noticing Harry's bewildered expression, Ollivander instinctively furrowed his brow. "Mr. Potter, it seems you are not well versed in the knowledge of wands." Harry, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly scratched his head. "I apologize. I had not previously understood these things. Until 3 days ago, I believed wands existed solely in the realm of imagination." Ollivander once again furrowed his brow, contemplating before speaking. "This complicates matters, Mr. Potter. Each wand possesses its own spirit. Within my wand shop, it is the wand that chooses its rightful owner, rather than the owner selecting a wand that matches their personality." Harry felt a bit at a loss when Dudley beside him inquired, "Mr. Ollivander, do you mean to say that when a wizard wields a wand, it gauges the compatibility with its user to determine whether the wizard is suited to it?" Ollivander looked at Dudley in surprise and slowly responded, "My dear boy, I did not expect you to employ the term gauge. However, I do not believe that the concept of electronic data reading from the Muggle world can be applied to wands. These are two entirely incomprehensible concepts. Although my mother is an ordinary person, I can grasp your line of thinking. However, the enchantment of the wizarding world is not something they can easily envision." Upon hearing such an explanation, Dalyton was immediately intrigued. Meanwhile, Ollivander turned and re-entered the wand storage compartment, selecting a wand with great solemnity and placing it in Harry's hand. "Mr. Potter, you may wish to try this wand. Crafted from yew wood and infused with the core of a male unicorn hair." Harry extended his hand to accept the wand. Yet he was uncertain of what to do next. Ollivander patiently gestured. "Mr. Potter, relax your body and give it a gentle wave." Instinctively, Harry waved the wand in his hand, and in an instant, The papers strewn across the floor and various boxes within the storage compartment scattered chaotically. Observing this, Ollivander sighed. It appears that this wand does not favor the power within you. This is indeed somewhat vexing. Let me ponder. The wand shop was in utter disarray. Nearby, Dudley observed as Ollivander presented an array of bizarrely shaped wands to Harry. Apart from the inexplicable and mysterious destruction that ensued with each wave, there was also the alarming phenomenon where glassware in the room shattered the moment Harry grasped certain wands. Such a wondrous spectacle captivated Dudley, who watched intently from the sidelines. Is this the effect of a wizard's magical power being awakened? Ollivander felt a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, exceptional wizards inspire awe from a young age. After a moment, Dudley, staring at the somewhat dazed Ollivander, inquired, "Mr. Ollivander, you previously mentioned unicorn hair, dragon heartstrings, and phoenix feathers. What specific effects do these materials have when used in wands?" The moment of shock was interrupted as Ollivander glanced at Dudley and casually explained, "Unicorn hair possesses remarkable stability. Throughout the history of wizards, it has demonstrated extraordinary qualities, such as resistance to dark magic that other wands lack. A wand chosen by a unicorn hair will be utterly loyal to its master. However, the drawbacks are also quite evident. Wizards wielding such wands often find their other talents suppressed after being endowed with formidable protective abilities. Additionally, there is the matter of using dragon heartstrings as the core. Owners of this particular class of wands often possess considerable potential, exhibiting exceptional qualities across various domains. Their adaptability is remarkable, and they demonstrate a strong affinity when confronting dark magic. Despite their formidable nature, they are not invincible and do have their shortcomings. The singular drawback lies in the rather untamed temperament of dragons, which may provoke the core of the wand during its use." At this juncture, Ollivander's voice faltered once more as his gaze settled upon Harry, as if he had resolved to awaken something profound. He bent down and presented a wand, approximately 10 inches in length, stating, "Harry, the final piece is the wand with a core of phoenix feather. The applications of this type of wand are extensive, and its effects are quite remarkable. The only drawback is its selectivity towards its user. The phoenix is exceedingly proud, and few are capable of mastering its power. Come, Harry, give this wand a try," said Ollivander, presenting a wand measuring 11 inches, crafted from holly wood and containing a phoenix feather as its core. "I hope you find success." Ollivander's multitude of terms bewildered Harry, yet this was of little consequence, for an inexplicable emotion stirred within him upon first laying eyes on the wand. He felt a rush of anticipation. The moment Harry grasped the wand, it trembled slightly, and a radiant light emerged, illuminating the entire ground floor in an extraordinary brilliance. Within Dudley's line of sight, a faint orange-red aura enveloped the space, causing Harry's hair to dance as if caught in a breeze. The scene was surreal and enchanting. "Mr. Potter, it seems that this wand is perfectly attuned to you, much like its previous master." However, before Ollivander could finish his sentence, Dudley stood up from his seat, curiosity driving him to approach the wand counter. "Mr. Ollivander, I am quite curious. Aside from unicorn hair, dragon heartstring, and phoenix feather, are there other types of wand cores?" Ollivander shot a glance at Dudley, his tone slightly displeased. "Young lad, interrupting others is not a mark of politeness, yet you have asked the right person. The crafting of wands is an intricate art, with the core being of utmost importance. Beyond the aforementioned 3 types, there are many others that I personally handle. Our Ollivander's wand shop has engaged with countless wizards over the ages, even with many peculiar creatures. For instance, centaur tail hair or Vila hair." Dudley, intrigued by Ollivander's description, interjected, "Vila? What are they? Are they creatures?" Ollivander sighed with exasperation. "Child, your questions are plentiful. Like Harry, you have not been well acquainted with the wizarding world in the past decade. There exist many strange beings in the magical realm, and I cannot clarify everything in a brief moment. Once you enroll at Hogwarts, relevant courses will enlighten you. The Vila is indeed a rare creature, yet not particularly elusive. In contrast, beings like the Phoenix deserve more attention, and if you truly come to know the Vila, you may find yourself losing interest in them." Meanwhile, Harry observed the exchange between Dudley and Ollivander with little interest. Rather, he was filled with delight at the wand now in his possession, feeling an undeniable connection as he held it in his hand. "This wand rightfully belongs to me." Harry felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. However, at that very moment, Ollivander gasped, his expression a mix of gravity and astonishment. Harry, intrigued, shifted his gaze and was taken aback to see the usually composed old man now displaying sheer horror on his face. What exactly were you just saying? Ollivander's eyes were fixed on Dudley, his voice inexplicably hoarse and trembling. Yet, Dudley did not allow for any moment of reflection. He spoke again, each word enunciated with deliberate clarity. Mr. Ollivander, as I mentioned earlier, you possess extensive knowledge of the wizarding world, and you are well acquainted with the various wands and materials. Therefore, it stands to reason that the illustrious Ollivander's wand shop, which has thrived since 382 BC, should be well aware of what the Philosopher's Stone is. The Philosopher's Stone. This time, Ollivander confirmed that he had not misheard. The Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it was the Philosopher's Stone. He had actually heard about the Philosopher's Stone from the lips of a mere child. This is simply incredible. He could not comprehend it and even felt a sense of dread. The term Philosopher's Stone had unexpectedly emerged from the lips of an 11-year-old child, leaving Ollivander at a loss for words to convey his emotions. In his astonishment, Ollivander's keen eyes darted toward Harry, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Meanwhile, Dudley fixed his gaze on Ollivander, refusing to budge an inch. After a moment of hesitation, Ollivander finally spoke. My child, I believe the Philosopher's Stone you mentioned is merely a magical stone, a common object in the wizarding world, often utilized by certain alchemists. However, Dudley lightly tapped the table, subtly gesturing toward Harry, and then addressed Ollivander, saying, Mr. Ollivander, the Philosopher's Stone I refer to is related to Hogwarts, the wizard who brought us here. Aside from wanting us to purchase a wand from you, also hopes you can reveal the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone to us. Ollivander furrowed his brow and responded, Reveal it to you? Dudley shook his head and calmly replied, No, not to us, but to Harry Potter alone. Ollivander stared blankly at the two children, his gaze instinctively avoiding theirs. His voice trembled slightly as he uttered, Children, I believe you must be joking with me. Here lies Ollivander's wand shop, and I am merely a craftsman dedicated to the study of wands. The Philosopher's Stone, you say? I have never heard of such a thing. Observing Ollivander's continued evasion and refusal, Dudley fidgeted with his fingers behind his back. Beside him, Harry, wand in hand, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, addressing Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, what we refer to as the Philosopher's Stone is not merely a literal term. It denotes the object that has been vigilantly guarded by the goblins within Gringotts. Enough, children. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Ollivander swiftly grasped a wand from the table. The tip of the wand emitted a pearly glow, and his eyes bore an unusual gravity as he recited, Spell, Silencio. A beam of white light shot forth. The radiant light enveloped the surroundings. Harry's mouth moved, visibly speaking. Yet Dudley heard not a sound. Harry, sensing the anomaly, tugged at Dudley's sleeve, yet no matter how loudly he spoke, his cousin remained entirely unresponsive. Meanwhile, Ollivander's gaze fixated intently on the two children before him. His eyes swept across the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, and unsettling images began to flood his mind. The wand's tip glowed red, dancing in the air as words coalesced. Children, this is not a matter for your inquiry. I am unaware of the stone you speak of. The shop requires tidying, and I need rest. You must leave at once. Harry, upon deciphering the message, opened his mouth in exasperation. However, Dudley's expression remained unchanged as he reached into Harry's bag, seizing a handful of gold galleons, which he placed on the counter with both hands. Ollivander, regarding the galleons and Dudley's demeanor, instinctively felt compelled to speak. Yet at that moment, Dudley casually picked up a quill from the table, dipped it in ink, and hastily scribbled a few words on the parchment. Philosopher's Stone XXXX. Ollivander's expression suddenly darkened. With a flick of his wand, the words Dudley had inscribed ignited spontaneously, turning to ash. With a sigh, Ollivander turned and retreated into the storeroom, returning moments later with an ancient tome in hand, the wizard's alchemical artifacts, manuscript. Upon seeing this book, Dudley realized it might contain the very notes regarding the Philosopher's Stone. With a smile illuminating his face, he reached out to accept the alchemical notebook, simultaneously discovering that it was wrapped around a wand. Once everything was concluded, Ollivander led Harry and Dudley to a nearby fireplace. It was not until the vibrant green light flickered and Harry and Dudley vanished that he remained behind, murmuring to himself, This shouldn't be. They ought not to know of these matters. I am merely a craftsman in a wand shop in Diagon Alley, within an ordinary residence in London. With a soft pop, the green light reappeared, and two figures emerged from the fireplace, one following the other. Harry still felt somewhat dizzy, yet his condition had markedly improved compared to the last time. Cousin Dudley, where are we now? Harry inquired, surveying the surroundings and discovering that they were in a rather ordinary living room. A round table stood before them, adorned with remnants of half-eaten food. Dudley, dismissively shaking his head, replied, "Oh, Harry, don't overthink it. When I scattered the powder in the fireplace, I was reciting the address Arthur Weasley had given me." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment. "Uncle Weasley? When did he give you his address?" Dudley glanced around, ensuring there was no danger, before explaining, "When Uncle Weasley visited our home. My father initially opposed my attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He devised several strategies, one of which was that if I wished, I could write a letter to him, and he would find a way to forcibly take me away." Listening to Dudley's explanation, Harry opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. "By the way, Dudley, back at Ollivander's wand shop, I thought we would fail, but what did you write that changed his mind?" Dudley glanced at Harry and reached up to ruffle his hair. "That's a secret, Harry. When we next visit number 1, Diagon Alley, I shall reveal it to you in front of Ollivander." Noticing Harry's slight frown as he turned his head away, Dudley sighed. Harry was still too young. If he were to learn of the threatening remarks Dudley had made, it could have an adverse effect on him. It was better he remained unaware for now. "All right, Harry. We must leave this place," Dudley declared as he checked his belongings. He had the alchemical notebook from Ollivander, the bag from Hagrid containing the Philosopher's Stone, and a silver wand approximately 12 inches in length, the specifics of which he would need to explore on his own. Satisfied with his inventory, Dudley turned and rummaged through the room, pulling out a piece of scrap paper on which he began to write. Curious, Harry leaned in closer. "A note? Cousin Dudley. Where are we headed now? Uncle Weasley is likely to return from work soon. Shall we wait for him here?" Dudley shook his head emphatically. "No. We cannot remain here any longer. The outcome of the recent incident at Gringotts remains unclear to any of us. Based on the current conditions, it appears that the world of ordinary people is isolated from the wizarding realm, while Uncle Weasley has connections to that world. Thus, we cannot consider ourselves completely safe. We must return to our home immediately. I have left a note for Uncle Weasley. He will contact us once he finishes work." Hearing this, Harry's expression fell into despair. "Oh, Dudley, could we not go back? I fear Uncle Vernon." However, before Harry could finish his sentence, a strange noise emanated from within the room. In London, at the Ministry of Magic, in the bustling first-floor administrative hall, amidst the throngs of people, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit stood in a vacant area, his gaze somewhat ominous. "Mr. Weasley, I believe your recent performance at work has been rather lackluster." Mr. Weasley stood frozen in shock. His lips moved, but no sound escaped them for a long while. The man in the black suit raised his voice several octaves higher. "Mr. Weasley, to hold a position within our Ministry of Magic, one must demonstrate their worth. Yet you have repeatedly declined the reassignment documents proposed by your superiors. Do you truly wish to continue your employment here?" Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, intending to voice a retort, but found himself rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. The man in the black suit felt as though he had struck a bubble with his fist, all his energy finding no outlet. He took a deep breath and withdrew a crumpled newspaper from his pocket, forcefully tossing it above Mr. Weasley's face. "Arthur Weasley, I feel it is necessary to remind you that you seem entirely oblivious to the errors you have committed. Please take a careful look at this Daily Prophet." As Wesley extended his hand to open the newspaper, the bold print on the front page sent his heart racing. The headline read, "Gringotts. The renowned wizarding bank in Diagon Alley has fallen victim to an unidentified invasion. The losses are ominous. Preliminary reports indicate that the injured party is none other than Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Our special correspondent, Rita Skeeter, conducted in-depth interviews with witnesses and victims at the scene, including those closely associated with Hagrid. It was revealed that the only person Hagrid had interacted with the day before the attack was none other than Mr. Arthur Weasley. As Wesley perused the contents of the Daily Prophet, he felt an overwhelming surge of indignation, as if his lungs might burst from anger. He lifted his gaze to the man in black before him, his voice laced with fervor. "I believe you need to hear my explanation. The special correspondent for the Daily Prophet is clearly steering public opinion. She has no understanding of the events that transpired and has recklessly thrust my name into the spotlight based on mere conjecture." Yet, the middle-aged man in the black suit merely smirked in disdain. "Mr. Wesley, among most of those employed at the Ministry of Magic, there are no fools, yet you have made yourself one of them. You must submit an explanation. Otherwise, the next person to be dismissed will be you. Not even your pureblood surname Wesley can save you." With that, The man departed, leaving Wesley clutching the Daily Prophet in silence. However, beyond the conjectures and slanders of the Daily Prophet, Wesley's heart was more troubled about Harry and his companions. If his memory served him correctly, today was the day Hagrid was to escort Harry and Dudley to Diagon Alley to purchase their Hogwarts supplies. Meanwhile, at the Wesley residence, an unusual sound startled Harry and Dudley. "Dudley, should we investigate what is happening?" Harry furrowed his brow, clearly aware that Arthur Wesley had already left for work, leaving him and Dudley alone in the house. "Harry, don't overthink it. If you're worried, you can go check for yourself." Dudley waved his hand dismissively. With the many unexpected occurrences in Diagon Alley that day, he had not had the chance to feed his pet, leading the little creature to dash straight to the kitchen upon entering the Wesley home. The little creature possesses an astute nose, currently rummaging through the refrigerator in search of cream or perhaps bread. Shortly thereafter, Harry returned to Dudley's side, offering a shy smile. "Cousin Dudley, Uncle Weasley's kitchen." Dudley interrupted Harry's attempt to continue, waving his hand dismissively. In the palm of his hand, a small, fleeting figure appeared, observing the slightly rotund belly of the Totoro. Dudley sighed. "Little one, you ought to eat less. Otherwise, you will become quite plump." The Totoro shook its head, half closing its eyes as it curled up in Dudley's palm, drifting into slumber. Witnessing this scene, Dudley casually tucked it into his pocket, while his other hand grasped Harry's wrist, hastily leading him away from the Weasley residence. Upon reaching the roadside, Dudley located a designated parking spot, waved down a taxi, and, after informing the driver of their destination, let out a sigh of relief. Gazing out of the window at the receding scenery, Dudley touched his chest where the wizarding alchemical artifact ledger, gifted by Ollivander, lay securely in his palm. Sitting in the taxi, Dudley exhaled softly. Now they had entered the realm of Muggles. And based on the degree of separation between the wizarding world and the ordinary one as described by the Weasleys, he felt assured of his safety. Seizing the opportunity, Dudley unfurled the wizarding alchemical artifact ledger he had obtained from Ollivander. This tome is quite substantial, appearing to exceed 1,000 pages at first glance. Had it not been for Ollivander's foresight in marking the relevant sections, Dudley would have found it a formidable challenge to locate the overview of the Philosopher's Stone. Upon turning to the first page, Dudley was profoundly captivated by the words inscribed therein. The Philosopher's Stone, preface, hails from ancient history. This marks the 4th year since I, Ollivander, departed from England to traverse the continental realms. As the sole heir of my family lineage, I harbor little affection for dilapidated structures or the pelts of beasts. Rather, I am drawn to exploration and the allure of the world's most wondrous locales. Just a couple of days ago, I stumbled upon a rumor regarding an elderly wizard who, lacking the means to mend his wand, sought to trade secretive information instead. Upon hearing this tidbit, I was taken aback. From the lips of the old sorcerer, I learned of a clandestine legend that had long been whispered in the shadows. The venerable wizard confessed that an angel had descended. In his dreams the previous night, the angel revealed to him that the fateful Philosopher's Stone would soon arrive. Only those who possess the stone may refine their mastery along the path of wizardry. Naturally, I dismissed this as mere fabrication and paid little heed to such tales. However, upon my return to London after my continental sojourn, I chanced upon information I had previously overlooked. Wizard consultations. The preeminent alchemical genius of the wizarding world, Nicholas Flamel, after more than 2 decades of dedicated research, has finally demonstrated to the broader wizarding community the tantalizing possibility of transmuting base metals into gold. This is not merely a transformation spell from the realm of sorcery, it is the genuine art of transmuting base metals into gold. The gold extracted from or has garnered the unwavering endorsement of a prestigious organization of wizards, enabling its circulation in the marketplace. As he perused the preface of the alchemical manuscript, Derry instinctively closed the tome. The Philosopher's Stone was indeed as enigmatic as he had envisioned. The initial paragraphs articulated a phenomenon of extraordinary marvel. With this thought, he felt an overwhelming urge to return home and subsequently to the laboratory at Morrison Hill. The Philosopher's Stone was destined to remain in his possession for only a fleeting moment, for Hagrid would soon return to escort him and Harry to Hogwarts. He must immediately embark on his analytical research. In the realm of science, matter is immutable, just as charcoal and diamond are both composed of carbon atoms. Their forms and textures vastly differ, yet their essence remains identical. However, the manuscript recounts that the Philosopher's Stone possesses the ability to transmute or into gold. How could such an unfathomable feat be accomplished? Has the very essence of matter been altered? This is truly astonishing. To attribute everything directly to the blessings of angels is rather lacking in rigor. The transformation of matter. Possessing a magical stone that can transmute or into gold. This exceedingly unscientific phenomenon, when contemplated within the confines of the microscopic realm, evokes a curious scene. Could the power of the magical stone directly influence the properties of atoms? Might it be possible to glean some valuable information from the magical stone, thus allowing one to transcend the stagnation of their wizarding biological experiments? Dudley, dear cousin, what thoughts occupy your mind? In the taxi, Harry gazed at his cousin with a furrowed brow, perplexed. Dudley merely shook his head, refraining from offering an explanation. All right, Harry. We have arrived home. In London, Surrey, at 4 Privet Drive, a silver sedan was parked in front of a modest two-story house. The doors swung open from the driver's side. Penny, what do you suppose Dudley will encounter today? Vernon wobbled his corpulent frame as he alighted from the driver's seat, extending a hand to receive the luggage that Penny offered from the back seat. Penny smiled and, glancing at her husband's expression, replied, Vernon, did you not previously declare that you would not concern yourself with this matter? You've only been out of sight for 7 or 8 hours, and already you're incessantly chattering in my ear. Vernon squinted his eyes in exasperation. Alas, Penny, I never anticipated that my well-behaved son would engage in such childish antics. Penny, hearing this, shrugged in resignation. Vernon, do not forget that before we wed, you confided in me how your father wished for you to excel in your studies. Yet you found academic pursuits dull and preferred social interaction. If memory serves, you once ran away from home at the age of 13. Vernon wore a glum expression. Enough of that. If it weren't for my father ensuring I was well-nourished in my youth, my plan to escape at 13 would have been flawless. Penny chuckled lightly. Yet, Vernon furrowed his brow and sighed. In any case, Penny, I remain steadfastly opposed to Dudley attending Hogwarts. We know nothing about that place. Penny countered, I believe sending Dudley to Hogwarts is not a folly. At the very least, my sister Lily always returned home, brimming with excitement when she spoke of the magical school. Your outright dismissal might stifle our child's future choices. Vernon regarded his wife with irritation. Penny, you cannot speak to me in such a manner. Dudley has lived in the world of ordinary folk for over a decade. I fear that a sudden exposure to those freaks might lead to him being bullied. Penny shook her head in exasperation. Vernon, there is no need for concern. If I am not mistaken, they will return by tomorrow morning at the latest. Furthermore, Dudley has likely already encountered the magical world. At that time, why not inquire directly and ascertain the circumstances for yourself? Vernon sighed, casting a glance at his wife, and after a prolonged pause, he hesitantly uttered, Petunia, I believe you should share my perspective. After all, sending our child to the magical institution of Hogwarts, what kind of talent can this wretched place truly cultivate? Our family, the Dursleys, must produce someone of scholarly merit. Otherwise, my father's aspirations may remain unfulfilled for eternity. I have become a businessman, while my son has transformed into a wizard. What a situation this is. Penny cast a sharp glance at her husband, choosing not to engage with his remarks. At present, Vernon's mindset remained unaltered. Regardless of what she said, he invariably associated it with negativity. After all, once prejudice takes root, altering it proves to be no simple task. Vernon muttered to himself up ahead, firmly convinced in his heart that Dudley would undoubtedly achieve great things in biology. Having interacted with Professor Morrison for such an extended period, perhaps by the time he graduated from middle school, he could be granted special admission to Cambridge University for further studies. The foreseeable future profits were palpable. However, at that moment, Vernon let out a sigh. As he turned back, he happened to spot a taxi parked at his doorstep. 2 familiar figures emerged from the rear compartment. Darryl? What brings you back? 4 Hollahawk Road, Weybridge, Surrey, London. Behind the window of a quaint 2-story house, Darryl sat quietly, gazing at a gray fabric bag that lay before him. This is what Hagrid discreetly handed to himself within Gringotts yesterday. This is an exceedingly ordinary pink gemstone. Judging solely by its exterior, the stone bears a closer resemblance to its raw form, and according to the criteria used in the evaluation of commonplace gems, its clarity, luster, and refractive index suggest a rather modest grade, which unfortunately conveys an impression of cheapness. The surface of the red gemstone is pockmarked, and when exposed to sunlight, one can distinctly observe the impurities within. Such a gem would undoubtedly fail to command a desirable price in the market. Yet, This seemingly unremarkable stone, perceived as inexpensive by the average person, is safeguarded within the confines of the most secure fairy bank in the wizarding realm. Moreover, it has garnered particular attention from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which refers to this red gemstone as the Philosopher's Stone. This sufficiently illustrates its value. Dudley rotated the magical stone in his hand and laid it flat on the table. Simultaneously, he retrieved a thick tome entitled The Wizard's Alchemical Curiosities from the other side of the desk. This was obtained from Ollivander, and I had not observed it closely in the taxi. Upon returning home, I merely exchanged hasty greetings with my parents before retreating to my room. At this moment, the night outside had deepened, and the dim electric light illuminated the room. Harry gazed at the wizard's alchemical artifact notebook in his hand, lost in contemplation. He has perused the pages concerning the Philosopher's Stone in the book The Wizard's Alchemical Compendium several times, while merely skimming through the remaining sections. The book is replete with a plethora of peculiar and extraordinary materials. Ollivander's wand shop truly deserves its reputation as one of the oldest wizarding establishments, having compiled an eclectic array of products through generations of wizards, leaving Dudley with a sense of wonder. Among the entries are items such as elven wings, the teeth of leviathans from the deep sea, and the pelts of mystical creatures that dwell atop snowy mountains. If it were not for his ample understanding of the mundane world, Dudley would feel as though he were reading a new fantasy novel. Nevertheless, the records pertaining to the Philosopher's Stone are rather sparse, and through his own deliberation, he can only distill a few notably useful fragments. The Philosopher's Stone is indeed a legendary artifact. This legend bears a certain relationship with angels. The author of the Grimoire of Alchemical Wonders gleaned this tale during his travels through the world of wizards, listening to the ramblings of the elderly. In the margins of this grimoire, the author has made specific annotations, suggesting that these might all be mere fabrications. This is underscored by the fact that Ollivander has never encountered a second individual who claimed to have seen an angel. Furthermore, the fundamental reason Ollivander's lineage ultimately dismissed the Philosopher's Stone as mere myth is rooted in the legend itself. It is said that whoever possesses the stone could transcend the barriers of time, achieving an ultimate pursuit unattainable by anyone in the wizarding realm: eternal life and immortality. When Dudley first laid eyes on the phrase eternal life, he nearly believed he had stumbled upon the wrong tome. Could it be that the author of the Grimoire of Alchemical Wonders had ventured to the Eastern continent, engaging with the enigmatic founding emperor in discussions of grand ambitions for immortality? However, it is highly probable that the mightiest of beings share a common flaw: yearning for their powers to endure through time. Dispelling these impractical notions from his mind, Dudley diligently organized the information he had gathered from his reading. Through the fragments of the Grimoire of Alchemical Wonders, an undeniable truth captured his attention. Even in the legendary world of wizards, steeped in centuries, if not millennia, of history, it remains impossible for the majority to attain immortality through magical means. They may wield magic, yet they cannot achieve everlasting life. This feeling is akin to the notion that the sorcerers, as a collective, embody a conduit of power. Sorcerers possess the ability to accomplish numerous feats through their magical prowess. However, scarcely anyone, if at all, can transcend the barriers of time and life. Perhaps I am overthinking. Dudley extended his hand to stroke his chin in contemplation. If the rumors hold any truth, then this magical stone could indeed grant its possessor the gift of immortality. Is it genuine or mere illusion? Now that he has awakened his own magical potential as a novice sorcerer, he clutched the stone, yet aside from the frigid surface of the stone, he sensed no extraordinary phenomena or reactions. Gazing intently at the stone's surface, Dudley understood that if this magical stone truly possessed the ability to bestow eternal life, as stated in the Sorcerer's Compendium of Alchemical Wonders, then even if it were merely a rumor, it would undoubtedly wield immense allure. Consequently, it could not possibly remain in his possession for an extended period. Time was of the essence. He must swiftly uncover the secrets concealed within this enigmatic object, all within the confines of limited space and time. Having organized his thoughts, Dudley departed from his home under the cover of night, making his way to the laboratory at Morrison Hill. This time, he merely left a note in the living room, indicating that he would return shortly. Before departing, Dudley casually opened another notebook, which contained 2 entries. One was a record of observations on wizard cells, and the other detailed experiments on wizard genetic inheritance. Now, however, there was this third volume. Dudley hesitated for a moment and decided to title it Research Notes on the Philosopher's Stone, I. dated August 25th, London. Ever since acquiring the Philosopher's Stone, I have learned through the wizard's alchemical compendium that this object is of immense significance. In order to seize the moment, I rushed to the biological laboratory at Morrison Hill overnight. Upon my arrival, Evans appeared quite astonished. However, upon realizing that I was merely on vacation, he refrained from further inquiries. He expressed immense admiration for a child like me who yearns for knowledge. Additionally, he conveyed his gratitude, as my insights regarding the biological research topic had led to a remarkable breakthrough in the similarity of genetic cells between dragonfly larvae and the eyes of the woolly mouse. He had to be present for the entirety of the experiment and was unable to attend to my needs. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. As I observed Evans engrossed in his research, I sought out a secluded corner to embark upon my own exploration of the Philosopher's Stone. Research records on the Philosopher's Stone, Part 2, London, August 26th, year. Afternoon. I must admit, this time, I acted somewhat recklessly. Gazing at the crimson magical stone in my hand, I found myself lost in contemplation. Due to my limited knowledge, I struggled to identify a suitable approach. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, it is exceedingly challenging to explore and observe all aspects of the magical stone. I have come to realize that I have yet to master the art of magic. Although I possess a wand, I lack the corresponding incantations. At this moment, the magical stone before me resembles a vast mine, yet I am devoid of the tools necessary to excavate it. Is it possible that the notion, which suggests only magic can vanquish magic, holds any validity? This leaves me somewhat at a loss. When mistakes occur, it is time to reflect. During this period, I only rested for 2 hours. As I revisited and studied the notes on the alchemical artifacts of wizards, I was astonished to discover that my thoughts may have strayed from the most fundamental concepts. The notions of transmuting base metals into gold or achieving immortality seem exceedingly distant. To begin anew, one must start from the very basics. It is essential to employ the simplest methods for experimentation. Since this is an observational endeavor, I shall commence by analyzing the most elemental substances. The magical stone presents a pale red crystalline form with angular edges, yet its surface is irregular. It appears that the smallest internal crystals do not exhibit orderly growth patterns. Had there been a regular formation, this magical stone would exhibit properties akin to quartzite. Regardless of whether it is fractured or assessed for surface structure, it should ideally display a standard quadrilateral form. Upon examining its cross-section, one side of the magical stone reveals an undulating surface. To validate my hypothesis, I shall start from the most fundamental level. Given the irregularity of the surface, I surmise that the Mohs hardness of the magical stone's exterior is likely not very high. I resolve to employ stainless steel tweezers and a small knife for another attempt. Indeed, when the two met, the stainless steel blade gently grazed the surface of the magical stone, and I successfully dislodged some fragments from the top. To my astonishment, I effortlessly collected a bit of the powder from the surface of the magical stone. These powders clung to the blade. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded. As I gazed at the metallic steel knife in my hand, the transformation occurring before my eyes left me utterly astounded and somewhat bewildered. The silver metal tweezers and steel knife had inexplicably transformed into a resplendent golden hue, and they felt exceptionally heavy, gripped in my hand, so weighty. If my conjecture holds true, their density has also undergone a change. Research record on the Magic Stone, Part 3, London, August 27th, morning. Yesterday's shock compelled me to hastily suspend my experiments. The unknown is the source of confusion and fear. I need to revisit the notes on wizardly alchemy. I feel as though I have overlooked something. Today, with a sense of trepidation, I arrived at Morrison's biological laboratory. After the metallic steel knife turned golden yesterday, I suppressed my discomfort and forcefully sawed the knife in half with a tool. The internal structure had uniformly transformed into a golden shade. Based on the properties and weight of the metal, I can ascertain that the metal touching the surface of the magic stone has, due to some peculiar factor, metamorphosed into gold. This is a truly wondrous phenomenon. From its internal composition to its external specifications, the stainless steel knife has completely transformed into gold. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Research records on the Philosopher's Stone, Part 4, London, August 28th, morning. Stainless steel has transformed into gold. Although all indications regarding the metal's form and quality suggest that the tool in my possession has entirely metamorphosed into gold, such a direct alteration of the inherent properties of an object remains somewhat unfathomable. Could we then hypothesize that all metallic elements are capable of transmuting into gold? If my conjecture holds true, theoretically, even mercury, this liquid metal, should be able to convert into gold. Upon re-examining the alchemist's notebook, I discovered a detail I had previously overlooked. There was once an individual in the wizarding realm who utilized the philosopher's stone to transmute mercury into gold. The precise method remains unknown. I am merely curious. When liquid mercury at ambient temperature encounters the philosopher's stone, will it solidify? Or will it persist in its liquid form? I sense that time is of the essence. Today marks August 28th, with merely 3 days remaining until the commencement of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, compelling me to expedite my experimental progress. The laboratory at Morrison Hill is replete with sealed mercury. However, I prefer not to employ them. Instead, I retrieved a thermometer from my spare toolbox, utilizing tweezers and a small knife, both of which have already transformed into gold. I carefully extracted a small quantity of powder from the philosopher's stone. I then cast this powder into the mercury I had procured from the laboratory. I eagerly anticipate the ensuing events. Research records on the philosopher's stone, Part 5, London, August 28th, noon. I must apologize for pausing my experiment. I once again sensed a deviation in the direction of my research. It is indeed a fact that the philosopher's stone can transmute metallic substances into gold. Yet I find myself incapable of observing this phenomenon from a microscopic perspective. The trajectory of change eludes my sight. If it is invisible, then regardless of what the philosopher's stone transforms into gold, it holds little significance for me at this moment. I require a shift in my approach. The electron microscope at Morrison Hill can observe cells, but it fails to detect atoms, which are even smaller. Cells are composed of molecules, and molecules are composed of atoms. Given the current experimental apparatus, it is nearly impossible to fully observe atomic changes, even as future technologies advance. Achieving a clear observation of atomic transformations will remain a formidable challenge. The research records on the philosopher's stone must be amended post-haste. I find myself deep in contemplation. Is there a method that would enable me to observe the effects of magic on atomic reactions from a broader macroscopic perspective? After much reflection, a prior experimental plan from before my journey into this realm has been classified as a taboo. However, I believe that this taboo must be shattered. As I am about to enter the realm of sorcery, I may encounter even more perilous situations. I have resolved to activate the experimental data that was shelved prior to my journey. At that time, the experiment was abruptly halted. Since alterations in cellular structure can indirectly validate the arrangement of genetic sequences, it stands to reason that we can also explore the process by which magic transforms atoms through changes in cellular composition. The previous experiment involved hereditary segments of human genes, of which I was one of the participants. The project was aptly named the Heavy Metal Species Gene Project, Mercury. The majority of mammals, primates, aquatic beings, and insects harbor heavy metal substances within their bodies. The existence of life is inextricably linked to heavy metals, regardless of their abundance. Heavy metals exert a profound impact on living organisms. Primates, for instance, contain iron, mercury, and various other heavy metal elements within their systems. Observing from this perspective, the theoretical application of magic on the human body may yield groundbreaking insights. Mercury, as one of the heavy metal elements, exists as a liquid metal at room temperature, with a melting point of -38, 87 C and a boiling point of 356, 58 C. Its chemical properties are remarkably stable. At room temperature, it possesses significant surface tension, allowing iron to float upon its surface. Yet it also presents a well-recognized lethal threat to humanity, with a fatal dosage estimated at approximately 1 G. It is indeed a highly toxic substance. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that most metals, upon entering the human body, can be classified as poisons. However, synchronizing the Heavy Metal Species Gene Project into practical application within the Morrison Hill Laboratory is evidently no simple task. The challenge lies in filling cells with mercury while preventing the organism from succumbing to toxicity and death. This experiment is indeed deemed taboo. In the stillness of the night at the Morrison Hill Biological Research Institute, Dudley gazed intently at a new notebook before him. Wizard cells combined with heavy metal elements. Animal cells combined with heavy metal elements. Plant cells combined with heavy metal elements. An overarching theme. The Heavy Metal Species Gene Project, Reboot. The moment the notebook closed, Dudley, clad in a white lab coat and adorned with rubber gloves, stood poised. The fluorescent lights of the laboratory cast a stark glow upon his face, rendering it unusually pale. His gaze lingered on the living experimental subjects not far away, his expression gentle. As he smiled softly, his hand rose, and a reinforced gas mask was secured over his face. This time, he intends to shatter taboos and achieve a breakthrough in his academic field once more. On August 29th, London time, in the atrium of the Morrison Hill Biological Laboratory, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A young man clad in a white lab coat looked at the middle-aged man before him with palpable excitement. "Professor Morrison, our hypothesis is indeed correct, and our experimental direction has not been misguided. We have successfully articulated findings regarding the characteristics of genetic inheritance in biology, with a wealth of data available for reference." Professor Morrison regarded his assistant, Evans, thoughtfully. "Evans, are you certain that your experimental records are entirely reliable?" With an expression brimming with enthusiasm, Evans responded, "Professor, look at this data from our observational records. Based on our actual hypothesis, we have discovered a striking similarity between the genetic makeup controlling the ocular region of dragonfly larvae prior to metamorphosis and that of the eye region in the golden hamster. Through an analysis of photographs taken at various stages, we have established that the results of our experiments demonstrate that when cells from the eye region of the golden hamster are implanted into the eggs of dragonfly larvae, after a period of incubation, the resultant dragonfly larvae will develop new eyes. Although these eyes may appear somewhat abnormal, we cannot deny that they successfully replace the original ocular structure of the dragonfly." Evans elaborated with fervor. Professor Morrison remained contemplative, silent for a moment. Finally, Evans, with a hint of regret, shook his head. "However, Professor, this experiment is not entirely successful. There are significant shortcomings. Firstly, the eyes that develop from the golden hamster's ocular cells within the dragonfly larvae's embryo are quite peculiar. Although we have confirmed that the genomic structure within the dragonfly cells can successfully read and initiate normal growth following the genetic transplantation from the golden hamster, the majority of the outcomes are indeed deformed. Even though a few of the ocular structures are not malformed, we have detected that these new crystalline formations are neither ordinary eyes. They are neither the eyes of a dragonfly nor those of a golden hamster. Under the microscope, I find it difficult to articulate an appropriate description for these ocular formations." Upon hearing this, Morrison carefully reviewed the data and raised his gaze to Evans. "Did your experiment yield any dragonfly larvae that successfully metamorphosed into dragonflies?" Evans opened his mouth, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. "I regret to inform you, Professor Morrison, that thus far, none of the dragonfly larvae have survived to undergo metamorphosis. It appears to follow a pattern, as all have succumbed to death within 2 to 3 weeks post-birth. Not a single one has defied this trend." Morrison gazed at Evans, who bore a somewhat dejected expression, and sighed softly. "Evans, the reality of the situation is evident. Currently, this research data is not suitable for public disclosure. Let's temporarily set aside the experiments pertaining to biological genetics. I have other tasks for you." Evans, taken aback, nonetheless bowed his head in acquiescence to his mentor's directives, his face still etched with disappointment. Once Professor Morrison departed, Evans instinctively glanced down at the data he had painstakingly prepared through sleepless nights, feeling a sense of reluctance, yet finding himself powerless. After all, at this stage of the experiment, lacking any breakthrough progress, it was indeed prudent to pause and redirect his limited energy towards more pressing academic projects. However, in light of this development, he felt it was essential to discuss the matter with Daly personally. Despite the fact that Daly was merely the initial proponent of the experimental hypothesis, the child's imaginative ideas never fail to leave a lasting impression. I wonder if learning that the experiment has been shelved would dampen his enthusiasm. Lost in thought, Evans endeavored to recall the whereabouts of Dolly's room. Odd. He was certainly on the second floor. After a while, Evans shook his head in resignation. Since he could not locate Dolly, he would return another time. With this thought, he casually opened the trash bin next to the staircase on the second floor, intending to discard the research materials in his hands. Although Professor Morrison had spoken delicately, Evans was acutely aware that this project had effectively met its indefinite demise. However, as he lifted the lid, he froze in place, for he spotted an abandoned glass vessel. Inside the glass container lay what appeared to be a recently deceased silky mouse. How curious. Was this silky mouse part of his biological experiment? Through the glass cover, Evans could clearly see that the mouse's body had turned black and shriveled. Had he not been observing silky mice closely of late, he might not have recognized it at first glance. Driven by curiosity, Evans instinctively reached his hand into the trash bin. The blackened, shriveled condition suggested it had been dead for over a month. His palm gently brushed against the glass cover. Just then, a youthful voice called out from behind him, "Uncle Evans, what are you doing here?" The voice came so unexpectedly that Evans jolted, instinctively turning around to find Dolly, the very person he had been searching for, standing abruptly behind him. And nothing. Evans stammered, shaking his head instinctively. Despite facing a mere teenager, he felt an inexplicable sense of formidable pressure, particularly emanating from those calm and gentle eyes. A crisp sound echoed. His fingers, resting on the glass cover, instinctively tightened. Yet Dolly frowned and inquired, "Uncle Evans, could you please step aside? Professor Morrison instructed me to clean out this trash bin, as I've been on the second floor lately, reading biological texts and discarding my draft papers in here." Evans hastily shifted his position, his mind recalling Professor Morrison's indifference towards his experimental results, which further dampened his spirits. It turned out that the mentor had been observing him from behind and likely conducting related experiments as well. The creature, resembling a hairy mouse, is likely the outcome of the teacher's exploratory experiments. Meanwhile, Dudley pushed the trash bin away from the laboratory on the second floor, in a state of inner turmoil. Evans did not suspect Dudley. After all, this child had been engrossed in a vast sea of books, absorbing knowledge like bread. Observing Dudley's departing figure, Evans instinctively raised a finger, only to discover a small wound on the tip. A drop of crimson blood oozed forth. With a troubled sigh, Evans lamented his misfortunes. Perhaps the glassware in the bin had shattered, injuring his finger. Truly disheartening. His project had been halted, and now he bore an injury. On the other hand, Dudley, as he pushed the trash bin, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Had he arrived any later, Evans might have uncovered his previous experimental records. It was peculiar, though. According to the laboratory's cleaning regulations, the trash bins on the second floor ought to be regularly attended to. These experimental materials should have long been disposed of in a specialized waste processing facility. As for the recent heavy metal biological project, Dudley had chosen to defer such actions. The uncertainties of dangerous experiments were manifold, and currently, he had a more relaxed approach, albeit one that required gradual progression. Fortunately, Evans's actions today had unveiled some flaws he had previously overlooked. Before heading to Hogwarts, he must meticulously clear away the data and experimental items he had left behind in recent days. Only the cautious practitioner of research can venture further along the paths of science or magic. In London, Surrey, at 4 Berberis Road, a man's voice echoed within a two-story house across the main road. "Penny, what would you like to prepare for breakfast today?" Penny glanced back at her husband, who was clad in a neatly tailored brown suit, a tie secured at the collar, and with wet hands, he smoothed down his hair. "Vernon, you seem in good spirits today," Penny remarked as she sliced bread at the stove. "Indeed, dear. Do you know what day it is today?" Penny paused, her action ceasing as she turned back to Vernon with a hint of puzzlement. "What is it?" "Today is just an ordinary weekend." Vernon shook his head, his jowls quivering. "Dear, you must realize that what we perceive is entirely different." Vernon spoke with an air of mystery while casting a curious glance at his wife. Penny, with a resigned expression, merely shrugged and chose not to delve deeper into her husband's enigmatic demeanor. She turned back to the stove to continue preparing breakfast for the day. "I believe you could use some cream and honey. I hope this sweet treat will render your speech more coherent. I have little patience for your perpetual secrecy." Observing Penny's indifference, Vernon decided to abandon his intrigue. For a true performer requires an audience. "Dudley, Harry, come downstairs for breakfast." Surprisingly, it was not Penny but Vernon himself who called them to the table. Penny looked at her husband in astonishment, perplexed by his unusual behavior that day. Dudley, who had been upstairs taking biology notes, gathered his belongings and stepped out to find Harry, who wore a puzzled expression in the stairwell. Without uttering a word, they proceeded together to the dining room. "Good morning, Uncle Vernon." Harry stood awkwardly at the threshold, hesitant to enter the dining area. This place had always been a forbidden zone for him. Entering without permission could lead to reprimands or, worse, a day without food. Dudley nudged Harry's shoulder, signaling him to disregard his unease, especially since Vernon had not reprimanded Harry for about to step into the living room during mealtime. Dudley approached the stove to assist his mother in setting the breakfast on the table. As Harry beheld the array of cakes, whipped cream, pancakes, sausages, and potato soup, he instinctively swallowed hard. In a timid voice, he asked, "Uncle Vernon, may I eat this?" Harry's hesitant demeanor evoked a mixture of amusement and exasperation in Dudley, yet beneath it lay the deep-seated severity that Vernon instilled in Harry's mind. "All right, Harry. Since your father has invited you to dine at the table, you should feel free to enjoy your meal without concern for trivial matters. Such thoughts will only bring you discontent." Dudley reassured Harry, taking a piece of dry bread from the table and handing it to him, then spreading some fruit jam atop it, followed by adding a few slices of sausage. The delectable sandwich was incredibly tempting. Dudley's words eased Harry's tension slightly, though he remained apprehensive, fearing an outburst from Uncle Vernon. Fortunately, Vernon appeared quite composed today, his expression exuding an inexplicable warmth. "Now, Vernon, you seem unusually cheerful and mysterious today. Do share what matters remain unaddressed." Penny found it increasingly difficult to tolerate her husband's smug demeanor, and she emphasized her thoughts aloud once more. Dudley, too, was somewhat curious, for his father's attitude towards Harry had always been rather unfriendly. Even upon learning that he and Harry were to embark on a journey to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he merely reduced the usual taunts and beatings directed at Harry, yet his overall demeanor remained largely unchanged. The behavior displayed today was, in fact, quite unprecedented. Vernon, with layers of fat accumulating on his face, smiled at everyone present. "Since you are all here, I shall reveal what I know." As Vernon's voice echoed, he fixed his gaze upon Harry and pronounced deliberately, "Congratulations, Mr. Harry Potter. I believe you will be unable to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Upon hearing Vernon's proclamation, Harry stood frozen, as though struck by a thunderbolt, his eyes betraying a hint of panic as he glanced towards Dudley, stammering, "Cousin Dudley, what does Uncle Vernon mean by this?" Dudley looked back at his father in confusion. However, Vernon waved his hand dismissively. "Asking your cousin is futile, Harry. Let me ask you, what is today's date?" Harry instinctively recalled the date and replied, "Today is August 30th, Uncle Vernon." Vernon shrugged his shoulders. "Indeed, that much is obvious. Take a good look at the date on your Hogwarts acceptance letter. If my memory serves me correctly, it clearly states that young wizards must arrive at Hogwarts before September 1st to enroll. Otherwise, they forfeit their admission for the academic year." With a grin plastered on his face, Vernon continued to gaze at Harry. "Harry, I believe you can spend the upcoming year at home, reflecting on the losses you caused me at the Island Tower." At that moment, Penny interjected, interrupting Vernon's words. "Darling, what do you mean by that?" Vernon picked up a napkin from the table to wipe his greasy mouth. "Penny, calculate the time for yourself. If we are not mistaken, Hogwarts is located above London in England, heading north into Scotland, ultimately situated in a remote area. Given such a distance, even by train, it would take a day and a night to reach. Moreover, with only a few hours left until September 1st, I do not believe those wizards can arrive in time." Vernon cast a glance at Harry, who was sulking with his head bowed, and chuckled nonchalantly. "As I mentioned, that so-called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is hardly reliable. The teachers and even the headmaster seem rather untrustworthy. Clearly, Chin Nua would ensure the children's educational progress, yet here you both are, abandoned and ignored. However, it works out for me. Dudley, I shall take you to the Royal Private School in London tomorrow. Not adhering to agreements. Humph. Then I shall not hold back." Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Vernon frowned and gestured for Harry to see who it was. As Harry approached the door, he opened it to reveal a voice that Vernon dreaded. "My dear Mr. Potter, it seems you have not been faring well of late. I apologize for the minor inconveniences caused by the Ministry of Magic in recent days. There was an incident at Gringotts involving an open attack." Another voice chimed in. "I regret, Harry, that due to the situation at Gringotts, we are unable to spare anyone for you." Arthur Weasley, dressed in a suit and tie, stepped into the Dursley home with a smile, waving to those present. Vernon's expression darkened, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Dudley, however, eagerly descended from his chair, his gaze caught by a familiar figure waving at him. Behind Weasley stood a towering silhouette, Hagrid. Dudley sighed and approached. Hagrid gestured with his chin, his face wrapped in a bandage, showing signs of a possible neck injury. It appeared the pain from the curse attack by mysterious dark-clad figures at Gringotts had not yet healed. Standing at the doorway, Hagrid fixed his unwavering gaze on Dudley, his imposing stature exuding an air of intimidation. "All right, kid, return to me what I entrusted to you back then." Dudley feigned ignorance, but Hagrid shook his thick mane of hair, reiterating with emphasis, "Dudley, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?" Weasley looked on in astonishment at Hagrid. He hadn't heard the giant from Hogwarts mention such matters the previous day. He stepped forward, but was halted by Hagrid's outstretched hand. Dudley sighed, realizing that this item would not be relinquished easily, feeling a tinge of regret, although previously informed by Ollivander about the truth of the magical stone. Perhaps the secret of immortality, which even an emperor from a distant eastern land could not comprehend, could be gleaned from this singular magical stone. Nonetheless, this object rightfully belongs to Hogwarts, and he is merely a fledgling wizard of modest power. Confronting Hagrid directly would be an imprudent course of action. With this thought, Dudley hesitated no longer, reaching into his pocket to rummage about until he produced a gray cloth pouch, which he then returned to Hagrid. Hagrid, with hands as large as paddles, weighed the stone in his grasp, inspecting it thoroughly before carefully stowing it away in his own pocket. Only at that moment did he exhale a long breath of relief. Redirecting his gaze from Dudley, he noticed Harry, who was partially concealed in the corner of the wall. Harry nestled against the doorframe, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness towards Hagrid. However, Hagrid paid it no mind, attributing it merely to the imposing nature of his own physique, which was nearly twice the height of an average person and rarely encountered in London. "I apologize, Harry, for the abrupt visit today. As compensation for not being able to fulfill my duties regarding your wizarding enrollment at Gringotts, consider this a small gift from me to you." As Hagrid's voice resonated, Harry cautiously emerged slightly from his corner. Observing this scene, Dudley let out a silent sigh. After all, he was merely a teenager, and the sight of someone arriving with gifts was bound to stir excitement within him. Suddenly, Hagrid produced a large iron cage from behind him, within which resided a white owl. The owl's feathers were sleek, its large, round eyes exuding an adorable charm, and its claws gripped the bars while it instinctively emitted a couple of soft hoots. "Harry, look, this is a new gift for you, an owl named Hedwig," Hagrid declared, placing the large cage before Harry, who gazed at the owl with delight as its eyes blinked cutely. Dudley, too, was intrigued, sensing that this owl possessed a certain uniqueness. Harry, filled with elation, glanced up at Dudley, hesitating as he contemplated whether to reach out for the gift. Just then, Dudley felt a sharp pain atop his head. The recently dormant cat from above suddenly leapt up, baring its teeth menacingly at the owl within the cage. The startling incident caused the owl within the cage to flap its wings unnaturally, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Mr. Hagrid, if I recall correctly, owls are supposed to have a diet that includes mice, right?" Hagrid listened to Weasley's inquiry, opening his mouth but finding himself at a loss for words. It was astonishing that a mere mouse could instill fear in an owl. Having spent considerable time with animals, he too found this quite unbelievable. As if the roles had reversed from cat catching mouse to mouse catching cat. "Harry, I think you need not concern yourself with such matters. After all, one cannot apply ordinary logic to the wonders of the magical world. Just as with this owl, perhaps it possesses a rather unique disposition." Hagrid awkwardly uttered his own incredulous thoughts, feeling that the proprietor of the Diagon Alley Menagerie had surely deceived him. Meanwhile, as Harry was lost in thought, he sensed a gentle push from behind him. Hagrid, still flustered, hoped that no one present would dare question him. Beside him, Weasley merely chuckled, clearly without any intention of supporting him. "Mr. Weasley, I must entrust the following matters to you. As you know, I have pressing business to attend to, and I need to consult with Hogwarts promptly." With that, Hagrid waved goodbye to Harry and turned away, disappearing from Dudley's view. This was the first time Harry had witnessed someone vanish as if by magic before his very eyes, and he excitedly turned to Weasley. "Uncle Arthur, how did Hagrid do that?" Weasley shrugged. "I'm sorry, Harry, but since you have not yet officially enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I cannot divulge such information to you. By the rules, he has already violated the Ministry of Magic's regulations." "Oh, I see," Harry responded, somewhat disheartened. However, Weasley retrieved a ticket from his pocket and handed it to the two children before him. "Here, children, take this. We must make haste to King's Cross Station." Just as Dudley received the ticket, his Uncle Vernon's gruff voice boomed from behind. "Damn Hogwarts. Damn that magic school. Damn all these tricks. You all swarm around like pesky flies." As Vernon spoke, he stormed out of the dining room, blocking Harry and Dudley's path, glaring at Weasley. "Mr. Arthur Weasley, I believe it is clearly stated on your acceptance letter that if you do not arrive at Hogwarts before September 1st, your enrollment will be forfeited. Today is August 31st, and in just a few hours, it will be September 1st. While there is much I could refrain from saying, it is evident that my child, Dudley, does not possess the extraordinary abilities you seem to have. How could he possibly arrive at school within the stipulated time?" The voice of Wesley abruptly ceased. After a moment of contemplation, he carefully composed himself and spoke again, each word deliberate. Mr. Vernon. This document pertains to the 2 latest orders from your project team in London. I have successfully negotiated this community project for you. This represents my personal opinion and does not reflect that of the Ministry of Magic. Harry opened his mouth in bewilderment. Dudley appeared somewhat helpless, clearly feeling as though he had been sold out. Petunia stamped her foot, looking at her husband with disbelief. Meanwhile, Arthur Weasley adjusted his suit. Only Vernon, in silence, took the contract from Arthur's hands, glanced over it, and nodded in satisfaction at its contents. Observing Vernon standing by the door, Arthur's expression remained remarkably composed. Mr. Dudley, please heed my words. In regard to the matter of young wizards attending Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic has established certain measures. In times when there was no ministry or orderly conduct, most wizards would travel to school on flying broomsticks, in enchanted cars, or on magical creatures. However, such practices were deemed highly problematic and were expressly forbidden long ago. The mystery of wizards should not frequently intrude upon the lives of muggles, disturbing their normal existence. Hence, we have adopted a new approach. Funded by Hogwarts and facilitated by the Ministry, a magical train has been established. All new students will board this train to reach Hogwarts. Therefore, there is no need for you to express your concerns. Vernon waved his hand dismissively. Truth be told, it seemed as though the Ministry was sponsoring his son Dudley and Harry's education at Hogwarts. Although he was uncertain as to why Hogwarts would extend such generous treatment to his family, with the Ministry providing him with 2 new contracts. He envisioned a future where he could secure a fortune for Dudley upon his graduation from the magical school. Adequate financial resources would surely enhance Dudley's academic pursuits. At least from the Dursley's perspective, an exceptional scholar aiming to commence their studies from scratch, all the way from a degree in biology at Cambridge to postgraduate studies and ultimately a PhD, would inevitably incur substantial expenses and tuition fees. In order for his son Dudley to achieve a successful academic career and become the Dursley's sole recognized figure in the British scholarly community, he must lay a solid foundation in advance. Dudley looked at his father, completely taken aback that he was considering his future 10 years down the line. Meanwhile, he gazed thoughtfully at the ticket being handed to him by Mr. Weasley. Platform 9, London, at the train station. 2 figures navigated through the bustling streets. Harry pushed a cart laden with various items, including a change of clothes, several large suitcases, and atop the pile, a cage. Inside the cage, a white owl curiously surveyed the throng of people. Cousin Dudley, I can't shake the feeling that Hedwig's expression seems a bit off. Harry pushed the cart with a sense of hesitation, while Dudley walked beside him, his hands empty and clad in a plain short-sleeved t-shirt. In contrast, Harry's attire appeared rather shabby, despite the immense fortune inherited from his parents. However, the exchange services between galleons and pounds were beyond Harry's current knowledge to navigate. Dudley halted, gazing helplessly at the scene within the cage. Don't you think this is rather unscientific? He remarked, his eyes fixed on the creature inside the cage. Strangely enough, ever since the creature had intimidated Hedwig, it had shown a marked disinterest in perching atop his head. Instead, it had adopted an unusually lively demeanor. With the usual lethargy vanished, and it particularly enjoyed burrowing into Hedwig's cage. This led to Hedwig's spacious cage now being occupied by the pitiful white owl. Huddled at the edge, its feathers shivering against the cage's framework. Reluctantly, Dudley reached out to open the cage door, entering despite the little creature's protests, and unceremoniously seized the chinchilla, stuffing it back into his pocket. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the second significant gift from Hagrid to Harry, imbued with sentimental value. Should Harry's chinchilla frighten him to the point of losing its ability to deliver messages, he would undoubtedly have to consider finding another messenger. Moreover, Dudley could discern Harry's affection for Hedwig from the worried expression on his face. In truth, Harry possessed very few personal belongings. Cousin Dudley, I feel that Uncle Weasley is just as unreliable as Uncle Hagrid. Harry's voice rang out once more. Dudley nodded, clearly concerned. The Ministry had initially arranged for Weasley to accompany you and me to King's Cross Station, where we would board the express magical train to Hogwarts. However, it seems he was interrupted by some unforeseen circumstance along the way, leaving without uttering a word, abandoning us at the station. Is such a perilous place truly acceptable? Dudley offered a noncommittal remark. Rather than questioning Wesley's bewildering actions, Dudley was more concerned with how to locate Platform 9. For someone like him, who was not well versed in the original narrative, even with his clever intellect, He found himself utterly perplexed upon encountering such an inscription: Express Train Ticket. London Hogwarts Platform 9, 34. Does such a platform truly exist? At that moment, Dudley felt a sharp pain at the top of his head. He noticed that the Totoro, which he had tucked into his pocket, had returned to his head, playfully tugging at his hair, and, in a remarkably human-like manner, pointed towards a nearby wall. Dudley observed that it was situated between positions 9 and 10. Curiously, ever since arriving at King's Cross Station, Dudley realized that he and Harry had passed through this area several times without ever noticing it. It seemed as if they subconsciously overlooked this specific zone. It was only under the guidance of Totoro that he became aware of its existence. Without further hesitation, Dudley led Harry to the grand entrance of the massive stone pillar. "Cousin Dudley, what are we supposed to do?" Harry inquired, his curiosity piqued. Dudley furrowed his brow, recalling the scene he had witnessed earlier. Carefully choosing his words, "Run towards it." Harry was taken aback. "Cousin Dudley, what do you mean? If I dash forward, I'll collide with it. And Hedwig will be hurt too." Without uttering another word, Dudley stepped ahead, and as he approached the stone pillar, his body flickered and vanished from Harry's sight. Upon spotting a shiny new express train before him, Dudley understood that this must be the train leading to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry that he and Harry were seeking. However, he was puzzled as Harry had not yet caught up with him. Just as he prepared to turn back to find Harry, a figure rushed forward, dragging another along. Harry quickly steadied himself and waved at Dudley in the distance. "Hey, Cousin Dudley." Before Dudley could respond, a male voice interjected from beside him. "Harry? Is this your cousin you just mentioned? Doesn't he seem very reliable, leaving you out here all alone?" Perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of his words, the red-haired boy smiled and boldly introduced himself to Dudley. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ron Weasley." Dudley regarded Ron's somewhat foolish demeanor without acknowledging him. Instead, he approached Harry, his expression serious. "Harry, what did we agree upon when we arrived at the train station?" Harry, who had been smiling, suddenly froze in place. His slight frame retreated a step, lowering his head like a child caught in a mistake. "Cousin Dudley, I'm sorry. We had said not to talk to strangers when we're out." Beneath Dudley's calm exterior, a mixture of emotion stirred within him. "My foolish brother, why must you so openly disclose our agreement in front of others?" Observing Harry's somewhat awkward demeanor, Dudley let out a resigned sigh. After all, he was merely a teenager. Whether a wizard or an ordinary human, children are often filled with innocence and simplicity, unburdened by complicated thoughts. His own perspective was clouded by the ingrained biases of a past life, leading him to overlook this essential truth. With this in mind, Dudley stepped closer to Harry and said, "Let's consider this a one-time occurrence. From now on, stick close to me and don't wander off again." As he spoke, Dudley reached out and ruffled Harry's hair. Feeling the warmth of his cousin's affectionate touch, Harry relaxed slightly, a smile returning to his face, which had previously shown signs of guilt. "Hey, I say, how can someone like you be so rude? I'm trying to introduce myself here. Don't pretend you can't hear me." Ron Weasley exclaimed with a hint of annoyance. He glanced at the obedient Harry, who was trailing alongside Dudley, feeling a sense of injustice. "Harry, you say he is your cousin? What a joke. This guy irresponsibly left you alone outside Platform 9, completely failing in his duty as an older cousin." Ron, with his fiery red hair, shook his head in exasperation. Though his words were harsh, he had little tolerance for arrogance. Dudley regarded the sulking boy in front of him, arms crossed, but chose to ignore him. Just a spoiled brat. A few harsh words wouldn't bother him too much. "Come on, Harry," Dudley said, turning to grasp Harry's wrist and lead him towards the nearby magical express train. Midway, Harry quietly turned his head, offering an apologetic wave. He silently mouthed a thank you to Ron. Noticing this, Ron smirked slightly, responding with a perfunctory smile. But how can these two brothers be so different in character? Ron pondered, recalling his own twin brothers, George and Fred. Despite sharing the same mother, their personalities were worlds apart. In comparison, Dudley, though unreliable, seemed somewhat more tolerable than his own brothers. Perhaps, shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, Ron moved away towards the other side of the train, muttering, Harry, why does that name sound so familiar?" Meanwhile, Dudley examined the one-way train ticket in his hand. This is a sheet of special paper adorned with a golden sheen. The exact material remains indiscernible, yet it feels somewhat soft and silky, reminiscent of rubber, though distinct from plastic. The ticket features ornate golden borders, possibly crafted from some type of metal. It appears unlikely that it is gold. A one-way ticket from London to Hogwarts, Platform 9. The ticket lacks a specific seat number. Is it possible that this is a standing ticket, or perhaps the Hogwarts Express does not assign seats? As Dudley pondered these thoughts, he felt a stir beside him. He turned to see Harry, his face aglow with wonder, gazing eagerly at the scene before them. Dudley, look. It's a train. It's a rail train, Harry exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Having often been confined to the small cupboard at the Dursleys, he rarely ventured out, making this his first encounter with the magnificent steam locomotive. The train's body was forged from steel, its front proudly displaying a crown insignia, topped with the number 5972. Clouds of steam billowed from both sides of the underground tracks. Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively wriggled free from Dudley's grasp, sprinting towards the train with arms outstretched in an exaggerated gesture of embrace. He turned to his cousin, incredulous. Dudley, look how enormous this train is. Dudley merely smiled faintly at the sight. Having previously immersed himself in research, he had cultivated a rather limited social circle and little childhood joy. Now, in the magical realm, he unconsciously applied an adult's perspective to interpret wizarding history, fostering a natural wariness towards the current dynamics of the wizarding world. Yet, children are meant to be childlike. They should embrace their innocence. Excessive constraints may stifle their true nature. Engaging in the most appropriate activities during their prime years is crucial. Missing the opportunity may lead to regret. Dudley smiled at Harry, offering him a reassuring glance. Harry's enthusiasm attracted the attention of many peers, most wearing curious expressions, while some regarded him with the disdainful eyes typically reserved for country bumpkins. Dudley stepped forward to shield Harry from the scornful gazes, preventing any interaction that might hurt his cousin. Sensitive children possess an uncanny ability to decipher meaning through mere glances. Cousin. Harry looked at Dudley in confusion. All right, Harry, it's time for us to board. Dudley extended his hand, reclaiming Harry's wrist as they made their way toward the entrance of the adjacent carriage. Harry set aside his questions, captivated by the novelty of the situation. Cousin, do you know where this train is headed? How far can it go given its size? Gazing into Harry's eyes, filled with curiosity, Dudley casually explained. This train departs from London, traverses the borders of England, and then crosses into the region of Scotland, ultimately arriving at a place known as the Highlands. Our magical school, Hogwarts, is situated in a certain area of the Highlands. Listening to Dudley's description, Harry scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened and perplexed, wishing, if only I could possess knowledge like my cousin Dudley. Dudley nonchalantly patted Harry on the back and said, It's not difficult, Harry. If you read more, you'll surpass me in intelligence, and besides, you're still young. There's no need to be too hard on yourself. Harry tossed his head, muttering, You're only a few days older than me, always acting so mature. Dudley smiled nonchalantly, unaffected by Harry's little thoughts, and shifted his gaze towards the entrance of the train compartment, lost in contemplation. The steps are rather steep, leading to the custom magical train to Hogwarts, though there are not many. Each stair reaches the height of Harry and his cousin's calves. Gazing at the mountain of luggage piled behind him, Harry seemed to grasp the gravity of their predicament. Cousin, what should we do now? Dudley remained silent, his expression betraying a desire to retort, How would I know? Harry, the legendary magical prodigy, pondered, Surely, you could employ a levitation spell or something of the sort. Despite his musings, Dudley finally spoke up, Come on. Just start moving. Harry looked at Dudley with hopeful eyes, believing in his cousin's prowess, feeling a sense of security that he would surely resolve their current dilemma. However, Dudley's next words sent a chill of despair through Harry. He blandly suggested, You go up first. I'll pass things up to you, and you can drag them up bit by bit. Harry thought, No, something's off with cousin today. Reluctantly, he stepped forward and obediently positioned himself on the second step of the train, straining to lift the luggage that Dudley handed him. Yes, Harry, just like that. Your body lacks exercise. Working out will benefit your health. Harry's face flushed with effort as he toiled to drag the suitcase upward. His small stature made the task arduous. Just then, a large hand clasped around Harry's wrist. Two similarly featured young men smiled at him, saying, It seems you are in need of assistance. Harry instinctively shook his head in refusal. However, glancing at Dudley, he gritted his teeth and insisted, Yes, we need help. Thank you, both of you. A few minutes later, within the carriage of the express magical train, in a cozy, dual-facing seating area, Dudley was engrossed in a tome titled Chronicles of Wizards. Harry's voice resonated from outside the compartment. Thank you, Fred and George. Moments later, Harry, panting, rushed to Dudley's side and plopped down, bouncing with excitement on the sofa cushions. "Cousin, I think my classmates at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are quite splendid. Fred and George, being upperclassmen, are ever so helpful." Dudley chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Since the last awakening of his magical lineage atop the Tower Island, Dudley had faced the formidable clash of the magic virus I influenza and magic virus 2 bacteriophage, which had far surpassed his expectations. Miraculously surviving had left him in a state of considerable frailty. His once robust physique, meticulously cultivated over the years, had been thoroughly ravaged by the viruses. Though his health was gradually mending, it was a process that would not yield instant results. According to scientific planning, with proper care, Dudley was confident that within 2 years, he would achieve a complete recovery. For now, challenges loomed. However, the plans were unfolding in an orderly fashion. Having awakened his magical talent, he was now seated on the train bound for Hogwarts. Once the Hogwarts Express entered the magical school, he would officially step into the realm of wizards. The train's engine roared to life, sunlight streaming through the window onto the pages of his book. Dudley gazed out at the verdant world beyond the glass, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable brilliance. It was a feeling of exhilaration, a thirst for knowledge poised to unveil the mysteries ahead beside him. An equally excited Harry fell silent, staring in astonishment at his cousin. Sunlight illuminated Dudley's profile, and Harry found himself captivated by that handsome visage. Those deep, dark eyes. Holding a volume of magical chronicles for reasons unknown, Harry felt that his cousin, bathed in sunlight at that moment, possessed an inexplicable allure. No, it was more like an air of mystery. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the moment. A thud echoed as someone rapped on the wooden door. Curious, Harry turned to see a red-haired boy leaning against the doorframe, his expression tinged with hesitance. "Sorry, all the compartments are full. May I, Harry?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. Harry waved his hand dismissively, instinctively saying, "Come in, it's all right." But the moment the words left his lips, he regretted it, glancing nervously at Dudley. Dudley gave a slight nod. Instantly, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him as he smiled at Ron. Ron, upon noticing the situation, stepped into the compartment and took a seat on the opposite side. "I never expected to see you here," Harry exclaimed joyfully. "Well, I'm equally delighted to encounter you. I realize I neglected to introduce myself earlier. My name is Harry Potter." Ron was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Harry Potter? Come on, Harry. Don't tease me. That's impossible." Harry felt somewhat bewildered. He had never considered such a deception. Eagerly, he attempted to clarify, "Ron, I would never lie to you." However, Ron remained unfazed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the frail boy before him. "Harry, there's no need for explanations. I can tell you've grown up in the realm of muggles. Their understanding of the wizarding world is quite limited. My father mentioned that in modern magical history, a boy named Harry Potter became a hero among all wizards. He saved everyone in the wizarding world. Many children your age are incredibly envious of him. I, too, pretended to be Harry when I was younger, but I was quickly found out." Ron's expression was dramatically exaggerated. Harry managed an awkward smile, feeling a bit helpless. Just about to say something when a voice interrupted him. "All right, Harry, since you have a friend here, why not offer him something?" Harry instinctively glanced at his cousin Dudley, only to find Dudley's gaze fixed on the door of the compartment. Knock, knock. There came 2 more muffled sounds. The wooden door of the train was knocked upon once again. A middle-aged woman clad in work attire appeared, pushing a cart laden with an array of snacks. "Children, would you like anything? I have a plethora of magical treats, such as chocolate frogs, cockroach clusters, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, eggnog, ice cream balls, ginger nut biscuits, and licorice wands. I believe these will delight you." Upon hearing this, Ron smiled awkwardly. His father, Arthur Weasley, worked at the Ministry of Magic, earning a meager salary while supporting a large family. In fact, the coat he wore today was a hand-me-down from his brothers Fred and George. One was Fred's from 2 years prior, and the trousers were patched up from George's last year. Both articles appeared oversized on him. Pressing his lips together, Ron instinctively reached into his pocket and pulled out a sticky rice ball. "Sorry, we brought our own snacks and don't need anything." Without hesitation, Ron chose to decline, having noted that Harry's attire was quite similar to his own. Presumably, Harry's circumstances in the Muggle world were not particularly affluent either. The snack vendor offered a polite smile, turning to leave with her cart. Ron, feeling a pang of envy, swallowed hard. "Wait, madam." At that moment, The crowd turned towards the sound. They beheld Dudley, who had set down his book, gazing at Harry with a gentle expression, saying, "Harry, I mentioned before. Since friends have come, one should be generous." Harry instinctively turned his head, his face lighting up with surprise. "So, can I buy all of these?" he asked, eyes filled with hope as he looked at his cousin Dudley. After all, he seldom indulged in snacks, as Uncle Vernon typically fed him leftovers. Now, liberated from their presence, the innate curiosity of a child compelled him to desire the entire cart of novel treats. Dudley silently regarded Harry for a moment, and after a pause, slowly uttered 2 words, "No way." However, he quickly patted Harry on the shoulder and turned to the red-haired boy, saying, "Ron, this is our first visit to Hogwarts. Could you please help us choose some snacks? I beg you." Upon hearing this, Harry discreetly shot a glance at Ron. Ron understood perfectly and responded with a knowing look that conveyed, "I get you." Their eyes silently struck a deal. Ron dashed to the cart, filling his pockets and finally cradling a hefty stack of snacks in his arms. When he returned to Dudley, he wore a mischievous expression. Having specifically chosen the most expensive treats from the cart, he couldn't quite articulate why. But Dudley's condescending behavior towards Harry always evoked painful memories of being tormented by his 2 brothers at home. Humph. Everything here is undeniably expensive. A sense of small, vindictive joy welled up within Ron, leaving him quite pleased. However, Dudley merely shook his head in indecision. The whims of a spoiled child are always unpredictable. If it were up to him, he would resolutely avoid such futile social interactions. Though it may seem harsh, one can deduce from Ron's attire, demeanor, and expressions that his family is not particularly affluent. Yet, such reasoning often leads one to overlook the simple joys of childhood. Having traversed into this new world, why not seize the opportunity to rectify the regrets of a past life, all while ensuring one's safety? After all, what ill intentions could exist among children? Before long, Dudley's attention was captivated by the magical snacks before him. Harry, too, was taken aback. His cousin, who typically showed interest only in books, was now intrigued by these treats. Ron, cradling a bag of colorful jelly beans, excitedly proclaimed to Harry, "You must know. I hold in my hand Bertie Bott's every flavor beans." "What are those?" Harry inquired, genuinely perplexed as he had never heard of such a thing. "Hey, don't underestimate these. The name itself suggests an astonishing variety of flavors. Just wait. Let me describe it to you." The assortment is extravagant. As Ron stuffed a handful of beans into his mouth, he mumbled, "Harry, I'm telling you, I've tasted flavors such as eggplant, sardine, and even hamburger." "Nevertheless," he continued, "some poor souls have encountered the taste of sewer. Who knows if that's true? I've certainly never had the misfortune." Curious, Harry decided to try one, exclaiming, Ron, I think I just tasted a cream flavor." Ron chuckled, "You're lucky, Harry. Several of my friends have unfortunately tasted the sewer flavor." The novelty of the snacks piqued Dudley's curiosity as well, prompting him to absent-mindedly pop a jelly bean into his mouth. Dudley was astonished. "This is surprisingly the flavor of fish-fragrant eggplant." In an instant, a conjecture formed in Dolly's mind. Perhaps this was akin to the peculiar flavored beans, likely a magical snack that randomly simulates scents in the mind, capable of evoking the taste buds by substituting similar foods. "Is this the magical snack?" Dolly curiously pinched the bean in his hand, driven by a scientific curiosity. He yearned to decipher how this peculiar object functioned. However, the moment was clearly not opportune. Simultaneously, a furry shadow appeared on the back of Dolly's hand. A tiny paw reached out and swiftly snatched the bean from his grasp. It was promptly placed into its mouth, and its cheeks bulged. Smack, smack. Its large ears flickered. After a pause, the cat-like creature unusually opened its mouth, human-like, and stuck out its tongue. "Phew, phew, phew." Dolly chuckled and poked the creature's head. "It seems your luck is rather poor." The creature collapsed, its facial whiskers drooping to the side. It conveyed that this was the most distasteful thing it had ever consumed. "Hey, Dolly, you need not look further. This mouse must have a flavor reminiscent of the sewers, which is why it reacted this way," Ron surmised casually. Dolly laughed and clarified, "This is not a mouse. He is called Totoro." Ron expressed his confusion. Yet in comparison to the novelty of Totoro, he was far more preoccupied with the snack before him. To him, it appeared that Harry's cousin Dolly did not harbor any fondness for these magical treats. Thus, he felt free to indulge. With that, Ron rummaged through the snacks and unearthed a small box. Harry gazed at Ron with curiosity. "What is this?" Ron confidently declared, "This is the famed chocolate frog." Observing Harry's puzzled expression, Ron excitedly elaborated, Harry, I must tell you that chocolate frogs are one of the most popular confections at the Magical Academy. The primary reason for their popularity is the collectible cards featuring famous wizards included within the packaging. With Harry's curious yet bewildered gaze upon him, Ron slowly opened the box. Harry also peered inside. It was a chocolate-shaped frog. Ron handed the box to Harry and pointed at the design. Harry, Hogwarts students are quite keen on collecting these cards. And I myself have amassed over 500. Hey, why are you just standing there? Quickly, catch this frog and eat it. Ron urged impatiently. Harry, somewhat flustered, exclaimed, It moves. Before Harry could finish, the chocolate frog leaped onto the table. Ron, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. Give up, Harry. Since you didn't catch it to eat from the start. Normally, no one can catch up to this chocolate frog. I, too, have learned that the first thing to do upon opening the box is to eat the frog. As Ron spoke, the chocolate frog leaped again. Look, Harry. It's trying to escape. In the next moment, a fluffy figure flickered and intercepted the chocolate frog midair. The Totoro landed atop Dudley's head, its tiny paws clutching the chocolate frog as it eagerly stuffed it into its mouth. With a triumphant gulp, it swallowed the treat, its little eyes narrowing in sheer delight. Well done, Harry. Your cousin Totoro is far more impressive than my mouse, Scabbers. After speaking, Ron glanced disdainfully at the brown mouse perched on his thigh. Scabbers, have you not yet shed your gluttonous habit? He remarked, observing the mouse whose head was completely buried in the snack box. Ron's expression turned somewhat rigid. No comparison. No harm done. He cast a glance at the curled-up Totoro atop Dudley's head, feeling a twinge of envy at the obedient nature of Harry's magical pet. Hey, Harry, can you perform magic? Ron asked between chews of his snack. Harry instinctively shook his head. Not yet. I don't know how to cast spells. Ron's interest piqued. He pulled a wand from his pocket and waved it in front of Dudley. Harry, does your cousin Dudley know how to perform magic? Dudley gazed at the boy with keen interest. Indeed, the common ailment of mischievous children is a strong desire for attention. However, Dudley was also curious to see what kind of magic an untrained young wizard could conjure. In this manner, one can possess a reference in their heart. Observing Derry's silence, Ron couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Thus, I shall open your eyes. With a flourish of his wand, he pointed it towards the speckled creature resting upon his thigh. He swayed his head, poised to cast a spell. Just then, a knock echoed through the door. A young girl appeared from the side, her long chestnut hair cascading down, and her face subtly resembling the shape of an oval egg. She wore a voluminous black robe, adorned with a bow tie at her neck. At first glance, she imparted an impression of a little adult. Hey, I am searching for a toad. Have you seen it? Ron, wand in hand, froze mid-motion. His expression transformed into one of vexation as he regarded the girl before him. This was his first attempt at casting a spell, yet he was interrupted, much to Ron's dismay. Are you truly attempting to perform magic? How extraordinary. Allow me to witness it. The brown-haired girl seamlessly entered the room, displaying no shyness in the presence of strangers. She confidently took a seat beside Dudley. Ron's expression turned awkward as he glanced at Harry, who remained silent in the presence of the compartment's occupants. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. Very well. Let me cast the spell anew. Observe closely. As he spoke, Ron began to mutter a series of incantations. Daisies, sweet cream, and sunlight. Wand, heed my command, quickly. Transform the fur of this foolish, plump rat into yellow. Dudley furrowed his brow at the beginning of the incantation. Although he had yet to learn how to wield magic, Ron's recitation of the spell sounded so reminiscent of the unreliable rhythm of jump rope from his memories. This is rather imprecise. Yet, almost immediately, the tip of Ron's wand began to gather light, shimmering brilliantly. After a moment, the mouse on his thigh continued to gnaw at the biscuit within the box. Ron's expression froze as he gazed in confusion at the three companions beside him, feeling somewhat at a loss. No, that cannot be. This spell must surely be a trick played on me by my brother. Suddenly, a stifled laugh erupted. The brown-haired girl covered her face with her hand, chuckling softly, and then looked at Ron with an air of pride. Is that all? Is this the magic you intend to wield? Ron was rendered speechless. The brown-haired girl effortlessly produced a black wand from her pocket. What are you planning to do? Ron instinctively inquired. The girl with the round face replied calmly. I must ask, are you certain that what you just performed can be deemed magic? To be honest, I reviewed the textbook content before the term began, and every member of my family is adept in magic. I have practiced a few spells myself. As she spoke, the brown-haired girl surveyed the surroundings, ultimately sighing in resignation. It seems there are no suitable objects here. Hey, just admit you can't perform magic. Ron sees the opportunity to retort, feeling somewhat displeased after being consistently overshadowed by this girl. The brown-haired girl puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Who says I can't perform magic? I just learned the repairing charm. Ron glanced around, shrugging his shoulders. It appears there's nothing here for you to repair. The girl, somewhat disheartened, retracted her wand. What a pity. However, Dudley interrupted. Wait, if it's the repairing charm. At this point, Dudley took the wooden box of chocolate frogs from Harry and pressed down firmly on it. Crack. A sharp sound resonated as a small portion of the wooden box collapsed. Care to give it a try? Dudley offered the box with a smile. The brown-haired girl, surprised by the handsome boy before her, wrinkled her nose slightly. Very well. She then raised her wand and softly murmured, repairing charm, reparo. As her words fell, a brilliant light emanated from the tip of her wand. The damaged wooden box began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The shards that had scattered on the ground floated into the air, rising from within the box. In a manner akin to assembling building blocks, they rejoined seamlessly. In a mere 3 seconds, the wooden box was restored to its original state. Ron's expression was one of astonishment. Harry looked equally shocked. Meanwhile, Dudley examined the restored box with keen interest. Under the influence of this enchanting effect, one might even dare to believe that the legendary act of mending a broken relationship could be achieved. What, then, is the true essence of magic? Dudley's curiosity deepened. Unlike most magicians, mastering and employing magic is not particularly arduous. However, the transition from nothingness to existence is a profoundly challenging endeavor. It is akin to possessing a handgun. While one may wield it with lethal potential, the origin of that firearm is of paramount importance. To unravel these mysteries, perhaps Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry holds the key to enlightenment. This is akin to pondering why 1 + 1 = 2. There exists an immense distinction between understanding and knowing, in contrast to Dudley's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Harry and Ron are filled with excitement at the prospect of a peer who can wield magic. The mere thought of a girl their age being able to perform spells allows them to envision a future where they too might conjure magic. How did you accomplish that? Harry exclaimed, astonished. The girl responded effortlessly. Is it truly that difficult? Although no one in my family possesses magical abilities. From the moment I received my acceptance letter from the magic school, I commenced voraciously reading pertinent literature. I not only previewed and memorized the entire first-year curriculum for wizards, but also discovered within the pages that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is the most esteemed institution in the history of the wizarding world. With a confident smile, the girl concluded, My name is Hermione Granger. And you? Ron, with a hint of embarrassment, introduced himself, Ron Weasley. Harry observed his cousin intently examining the wooden box in his hands and instinctively intervened. He is Dudley Dursley. And I am Harry. No, I mean Harry Dudley. Harry stared incredulously at his cousin, nearly exclaiming out loud, I am Harry Dudley? I am Harry. At this point, Harry's voice faltered. He recalled Ron had previously whispered his disdain for jesters. Hesitatingly, as if to dispel the confusion surrounding him and to assert his identity, Harry reached up to brush aside his hair, preparing to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. It was in that moment that a gentle hand caressed Harry's forehead. With a puzzled expression, Harry turned to the figure beside him. Dudley, what are you doing? Dudley, with a serene demeanor, gazed at Harry and calmly stated, Listen, Harry, being engrossed in hero stories is not necessarily a good thing. Harry, bewildered, expressed his utter confusion regarding his cousin's words. Dudley then withdrew his hand and, with an air of nonchalance, addressed Hermione and Ron. He is my cousin, named Harry Dudley. Wow, Harry gasped in surprise. However, observing his cousin's remarkably composed expression, he surmised that Dudley may have his own reasons. Pleased to meet you, Harry Dudley, he replied with a hint of anticipation. Hermione smiled as she extended her small hand. Harry awkwardly shook it, feeling uncomfortable being addressed as Harry Dudley. It felt so unfamiliar. If you don't mind, you may simply call me Harry. Hermione chuckled softly, covering her face with her other hand. Meanwhile, Ron could no longer contain himself, shaking his body and vigorously slapping his thigh. Ha, 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 ha. Ron laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Hey, you are quite rude. Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance. Unfazed, Ron poked Harry's forehead with his finger. Actually, when I was younger, I was just like him, obsessed with becoming a hero who saves the world. Unfortunately, no matter how many lightning bolts I drew on my forehead or how many band-aids I stuck on, it was all in vain. No one would believe me. Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively touched his forehead and glanced at the nearby window. Sure enough, Dudley had placed a band-aid over his own lightning scar. Hermione, observing Ron, remarked irritably, "To be honest, no matter how you disguise yourself, it will never work. Your fiery red hair could never grow on Harry's head. One of his parents must have had black hair, as I have read descriptions in history books." Ron scoffed, dismissing the idea of arguing with a girl. Harry, suddenly energized, exclaimed, "You've heard about Harry's parents? Please, tell me more." Hermione tilted her head, scrutinizing Harry before sighing, "I don't know much. But there are snippets of descriptions in the history of modern magic and the rise and fall of dark magic, as well as the events surrounding the greatest wizards of the 20th century. However, the content is quite similar, lacking in extensive details." Hearing this, Harry's expression dimmed a bit. Hermione raised her eyebrows, slightly puzzled. However, Dudley, seated by the window, suddenly interjected, "All right, Harry, don't dwell on it too much. If you wish to learn more, once you enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you will naturally uncover relevant clues." Harry looked up at his cousin in astonishment. Dudley then patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, Harry, I will help you. After all, the Ministry of Magic staff who visited our house mentioned this matter, although you were not present at the time." Harry, adjusting his glasses, revealed a genuine smile. "Thank you, Cousin Dudley, you are really kind." Dudley, however, keenly sensed something amiss. He vigorously ruffled Harry's hair. "Humph. Don't think that just because you said a few nice things, I will help you carry your luggage when we get off the train." Harry was left feeling quite bewildered. Why do I feel that today my communication with Cousin Dudley is not quite in sync? Ron, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Harry, I truly envy you. I wish I also had a gentle brother. Look at my two brothers. When I was young, their favorite pastime was to torment me. I did not relish their company at all." Meanwhile, the train's speed began to decelerate, and the scenery outside the windows of the express magical train grew dimmer. "Well, I must take my leave. I hope we can successfully be sorted into the same house at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Hermione tossed her slightly curled hair. Her small face lifted as she instinctively moved to exit the compartment. However, she paused and, glancing at the three boys, said deliberately, "I advise you to don your Hogwarts uniforms promptly. Otherwise, you will be publicly reprimanded on your first day." With her words, Hermione turned and left them with a brisk, decisive silhouette. "Ugh, that's truly infuriating." Ron grimaced, visibly displeased. Yet, he did not wait for Harry to respond. Continuing his complaints, "She carries herself with such arrogance, as if we owe her money. Her tone is just like my nagging mother. It's utterly exasperating." As Ron grumbled, he turned to Harry earnestly, saying, "Listen, Harry, I have a keen eye for these things. If you spend too much time with Hermione, her temper will drive you mad. I would rather die than share a house with her at Hogwarts." Harry managed an awkward smile. Ron waved his hand dismissively and added, "Harry, I must go now. I need to fetch my luggage and change clothes. I certainly do not want to be reprimanded at the very start of the term. That would be mortifying." After the two departed, only Dudley and Harry remained in the compartment. Observing Dudley, who was engrossed in a book, Harry finally could not restrain himself any longer and asked, "Cousin Dudley, why must I use a false name?" Strictly speaking, this should be considered deception." Dudley glanced out the window, calmly setting aside the history of dark magic he had been holding. Leaning against the side of the car window, his gaze was fixed upon Harry beside him. The rhythmic rumble of the train filled the cabin, leaving only the heartbeats of the two. After a moment, Harry shrank back slightly, sensing the unusual tension in the air. Although his cousin remained silent, an air of gravity surrounded him. Dudley sighed, diverting his gaze from Harry to the window, and casually inquired, "Harry, upon arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, what do you most wish to change?" With his head bowed, Harry fidgeted with his fingers, contemplating his response. "I wish to uncover clues about my parents. Additionally, I hope to forge more genuine friendships." Dudley's tone remained flat. Making friends, like those two little wizards we just encountered? What do you think of them?" he asked nonchalantly. Harry recollected his thoughts and shyly replied, "Actually, they're quite nice. Although Hermione can be a bit spirited. Ron tends to complain. But they both give me a good impression, at least I can sense their kindness towards me. They do not regard me with disdain." As Dudley listened, He absent-mindedly flipped through the pages of the history of dark magic, muttering to himself, "Harry, have you forgotten what I previously told you? In unfamiliar surroundings, devoid of power and knowledge, the wisest course of action is to observe keenly, listen attentively, learn diligently, and then reflect." This book meticulously chronicles the illustrious achievements of your parents, as well as the reverence you, Harry Potter, earned from all wizards after vanquishing the malevolent forces of the magical realm. Previously, Dudley had expressed sentiments that Harry could not fully grasp. However, this time, Harry tentatively scratched his head and inquired, "Dudley, are you suggesting that when strangers first encounter me and learn my name, knowing I am Harry Potter, it might affect my ability to make good friends?" Harry cautiously regarded his cousin. Dudley, with a gentle pinch of Harry's cheek, replied, "Enough. Harry, you needn't overthink this. Matters are not as convoluted as you perceive. More often than not, heeding your cousin's advice proves beneficial, yet dwelling on such thoughts privately offers you no advantage. Furthermore, we are headed to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Harry winced as Dudley pinched his cheek, rubbing his face with a look of indignation. Dudley smiled faintly. "Harry, do not fret excessively. To be frank, your name is only an enigma to the students. For the magical professors, it is hardly a secret. Trust me this time, Harry. You might consider adopting the name Harry Dudley for a while. When the moment is right, you can revert to your true name. Theoretically, this approach will aid you in discovering the most sincere friends." The situation was somewhat convoluted, and although it posed a challenge to comprehend, Harry nodded thoughtfully. "Cousin, while I may not fully understand, I am willing to trust you. Because Dudley is the kindest person to me in this entire world." Harry's expression was earnest, his eyes wide with sincerity. Observing Harry's innocent gaze, a flicker of helplessness briefly crossed Dudley's otherwise calm demeanor. Harry was still young. He deserved to enjoy a carefree childhood. The magical school, in theory, existed as an ivory tower, yet it gathered wizards with extraordinary abilities. At times, rules could feel cumbersome. In the lives of ordinary humans, there exists both light and darkness. In the wondrous realm of magic, the laws of survival of the fittest undoubtedly prevail. As living beings, competition is inescapable. Ultimately, possessing a mature and sound mindset necessitates caring for one's cousin. The act of changing names, at its core, embodies dual meanings. This is a test, a trial for Dudley to gauge Hogwarts' attitude towards Harry Potter from an adult's perspective. Dudley seeks to probe and compare, and this inquiry will soon yield results. Glancing at Harry, who was hurriedly changing into his wizarding robes nearby, Dudley turned to look out of the train window. Through the heavy darkness, a semicircular spire faintly emerged. Hogwarts, that realm where wizarding elites congregate. The magical train came to a complete halt. A series of sharp whistles pierced the air. Watching the little wizards disembarking from the carriage, Dudley grasped Harry's wrist. He strode ahead, while Harry's other hand clutched a heavy suitcase. The two of them followed the crowd, departing from the express train. Panting, Harry inquired, "Cousin Dudley, where should we go now?" Dudley merely pointed towards the front of the throng. A familiar deep voice resonated. "First-year students, this way." A burly man appeared, holding an oil lamp. His stature was imposing. Most first-year students barely reached his knees. "Cousin, it's Uncle Hagrid." Dudley nodded. It seems he was eager to leave upon seeing us, likely to return to Hogwarts for the new student reception. Rubius Hagrid led the crowd, raising his lamp as he moved deeper into the darkness once everyone had gathered. Dudley held on to Harry amidst the throng to prevent being swept away. Progressing through the night, Dudley was taken aback to see a lake appear ahead. A thick mist enveloped the water's surface, obscuring what lay beyond. This scene deepened Dudley's curiosity, if he surmised correctly. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry must be hidden behind that fog. But why would a school be established amidst such dense mist? Just as Dudley pondered this, a figure squeezed through the crowd. "Hey, Harry, I've been looking for you." Recognizing the distinctive red hair, Harry beamed. "Ron, what are you doing here?" Dudley appropriately released his grip. Harry and Ron joyfully congregated. Soon, ripples danced across the lake's surface as wooden boats docked at the shore. "All right, children, find a suitable boat and board. We are about to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Hagrid commanded from the front as the young wizards gradually boarded the small boats. Harry and Ron quickly identified their target, selecting one of the unoccupied wooden vessels. The boat was situated rather high above the riverbank, requiring them to assist each other in climbing aboard. Meanwhile, Dudley observed an amusing scene from a distance. Hermione, lost in thought, stared at the wooden boat before her. Being of petite stature, she faced the challenge of stepping onto the boat from the water's edge. And the occupants of the boat were unfamiliar to her. Hermione hesitated, contemplating whether to call for help. Wait for me, anxiety coursed through her. Yet the anchored boat began to drift away. Frustrated, she stamped her foot on the bank, reluctantly shifting her focus to another boat nearby. Hey, Hermione, you're too small. You really ought to eat more, or you'll never be able to climb into a boat. Ron couldn't resist commenting on Hermione's predicament. Stepping forward to offer his hand. Here, grab my hand, and I'll pull you up. Hermione's round face displayed a mix of annoyance and determination. No, I don't need your help. Remove your hand. Ron shrugged, conceding, fine, suit yourself. He watched as Hermione struggled against the side of the boat. This is what you asked for. It's not that I'm unwilling to help, he remarked, hands on his hips. Realizing her struggle was futile, Hermione felt a sudden pair of hands grasp her waist, and with that assistance, she successfully climbed into the boat. Harry, pull me up. All right, Dudley's cousin. Harry stood to help Dudley onto the other side of the boat. With a sigh of relief, Dudley shook his head in resignation, acknowledging his own weakness. Truly pathetic. Isn't at this slight exertion left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Harry, observing the faint sheen of sweat on Dudley's forehead, expressed his concern. Cousin Dudley, are you all right? Dudley waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. It's perfectly normal. A brief rest will suffice. At that moment, a packet of tissues was handed to Dudley. Observing the puzzled expression on his face, Hermione raised her round face slightly. These are for you. Remember to return them. Dudley managed a resigned smile. How could he possibly return used tissues? Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude and accepted them, for the chilly night air and perspiration made him prone to catching a cold. As he stood there, his cheeks flushed and beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Hermione suddenly remarked, It appears your health is somewhat fragile. Look at Harry. Though he is also quite slender, his physical condition is far superior to yours. Upon entering Hogwarts, if you aspire to become a competent wizard, a robust constitution is essential. Moreover, there are sports activities within the school, such as Quidditch and broomstick flying. All right, Hermione, that's enough. In truth, Dudley's physical condition was once quite good. It's merely an incident that has led to the current state. Harry interjected, unable to refrain from defending his cousin. He understood the feeling of being misunderstood and could only imagine how Dudley must be feeling inside. However, Dudley waved his hand dismissively with a slight smile. It's fine, Harry. No need for explanations. We are about to arrive at Hogwarts. We must remain focused. Harry wished to clarify further, but seeing Dudley's earnest expression, he reluctantly returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Ron seemed to have caught wind of some gossip, subtly shifting closer to Harry and whispering, Harry, what exactly happened to your cousin? Harry swallowed hard, sensing his cousin's calm gaze upon him, and instinctively shook his head. No, it's nothing. Disappointed at the lack of juicy details, Ron stuck out his tongue. Humph. How boring. Hermione, glancing back at Dudley, shared in the curiosity. Pondering what incident could have led the seemingly quiet boy to his current predicament, breathing heavily and with flushed cheeks. This is a sign of hypoxia and respiratory distress. Could it be that there was a prior infection of a pulmonary ailment? This thought caused Hermione to recall the novel influenza outbreak that occurred a few years ago near London. Meanwhile, at the stern of the boat, Darryl gazed intently at the thin mist shrouding the lake's horizon. His suspicions deepened further. The wizarding school was largely enveloped in a thick, impenetrable mist. Moreover, the waters of the lake were far from ordinary. Both its hue and reflective qualities exuded an ominous shade of black, a darkness that felt unsettling. If my suspicions were correct, this was a lake of death. Yet, for now, this remained merely a conjecture. After a moment's contemplation, Dudley turned to Harry and said, Harry, could you lend me your water bottle? Harry, slightly perplexed and unaware of his cousin's intentions, retrieved the bottle from the inner pocket of his coat. Here you go. Dudley took the water bottle and promptly poured its contents onto the surface of the lake. Oh dear, Dudley, you are quite wasteful, Ron instinctively chastised. However, Dudley paid no heed to the remark. With the aid of the torches on either side of the small boat, he was astonished to witness an utterly extraordinary sight. The water seemed, it could not dissolve in water. This is quite unscientific. There are numerous liquids that are insoluble in water, such as cooking oil and gasoline, which are directly related to the texture and density of the substances themselves. However, drinking water exhibits a pronounced tension response when reflected in the flickering light and upon the dark surface of a lake. The lake surrounding Hogwarts is indeed fraught with issues. During the glide of the boat, Dudley filled a small portion of the kettle with water from the lake. How intriguing! Observing the water sealed within the cup, a smirk crept upon Dudley's lips. Having just entered the realm of magic, I have already stumbled upon intriguing wonders. It appears that attending Hogwarts will not be as dull as I had imagined. Harry, what is your cousin up to? Instead of drinking clean water, he insists on filling a lake with it. My mother has warned me that untreated water harbors a multitude of bacteria, and consuming it without boiling poses health risks. Harry chuckled awkwardly, unable to comprehend why his cousin behaved in such a manner. It's nothing extraordinary, Ron. Water is abundant in this world, he reassured. Faced with Harry's defense of Dudley, Ron relented. However, Dudley leaned over and patted Harry on the shoulder, stating, Harry, while your remarks may seem ill-timed, I must remind you that water is a precious resource. Use it sparingly. It is non-renewable. Ron's head was filled with questions. Non-renewable? Precious? His limited vocabulary rendered him incapable of grasping these concepts. Harry, too, was bewildered, gazing blankly at his cousin. Though Dudley possessed many admirable qualities, his penchant for using incomprehensible language was a flaw. Meanwhile, Hermione, with a glimmer of understanding, recognized the underlying truth in Dudley's seemingly mundane statement. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but scrutinize Dudley anew. Soon, the boat came to a halt, and the first-year wizarding students disembarked in succession. Before them lay an open area, with a stone structure in the European architectural style ahead. The building's apex formed an inverted triangle, while its base was fortified by thick stone walls. Adorned with an inscription reading Boathouse, Dudley surveyed his surroundings, noticing that Hagrid, the original guide for the group of wizarding apprentices, had vanished. Yet, the crowd seemed to follow a predetermined path, moving toward a specific destination. As Dudley held Harry's hand beneath his wizarding robe, they approached the boathouse and prepared to ascend the academy staircase. Dudley paused, momentarily stepping aside from the throng, and fixed his calm gaze upon Harry, silently mouthing several words. Harry's expression shifted from astonishment to comprehension as he quickly nodded in agreement, murmuring, All right, Dudley, I'll listen to you. Listen to what? Ron interjected. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Harry. He sensed a secret shared between the two cousins. Harry hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, And nothing. You misheard, Ron. Hermione leaned in, scrutinizing Harry's expression, and with a tilt of her round face, she remarked, Humph. A lie. So poorly concealed. Harry felt somewhat awkward. Dudley, however, merely smiled ambiguously. A group of magical apprentices ascended the staircase into Hogwarts. Dudley surveyed the interior of the building. Previously, the gloomy weather outside had obscured the contours of Hogwarts School. Upon entering, the surrounding walls, staircases, and decorations revealed themselves to be uniquely captivating. The walls were a rich, earthy yellow, and the beams displayed a distinct grain. The banisters of the stairs were intricately carved, each detail exuding a profound sense of weightiness and antiquity. Yet, if Dudley were to offer a candid assessment, he would remark that the architecture here was steeped in the passage of time, but regrettably, it felt rather outdated. A vague sensation began to stir within Dudley's mind. In this profound and antiquated atmosphere, there undoubtedly exists a standard of institutional rigor that approaches the stringent. This is an indelible mark left by all edifices steeped in the dust of history. A turn. The footsteps of the new students come to a halt. At the corner of the staircase ahead, a lady adorned with a pointed, rounded hat made of enchanted stone appears unexpectedly. The freshers stand still in their tracks. Darryl also gazes thoughtfully at the woman before him. Her visage bears the marks of age, presumably in her 60s, yet she possesses a remarkably unique aura. Her gaunt face imparts an impression of sternness and rigidity. The dark-robed sorceress clears her throat and speaks in a calm tone. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The door behind me is the threshold you are about to cross. However, before you enter through this portal, you must be apprised of certain matters. The school is your home. Every home has its rules. Our Hogwarts has stringent regulations, and I hope you will engrave my forthcoming words in your hearts. The tone of the dark-robed sorceress shifts as she turns her palm. A wondrous scene unfolds. The smooth wall behind her begins to shed crumbling stones in abundance. Behind these stones, 4 recesses are revealed. All the wizards are captivated by the sight. Darryl observes the statues within the wall, a flicker of familiarity stirring within him. The dark-robed sorceress elucidates. Through this door, you will be sorted into 4 houses, and your performance within each house will yield rewards for excellence or penalties for shortcomings. Now, let us briefly introduce them from left to right. First, the red hourglass upon the back of a lion represents Gryffindor. Second, the blue hourglass upon the back of an eagle represents Ravenclaw. Third, the yellow hourglass upon the back of a badger represents Hufflepuff. Fourth, the green hourglass upon the back of a serpent represents Slytherin. As the dark-robed sorceress concludes, Daryl instinctively looks down at the badge on his chest. Behold, the emblem of Hogwarts. Adorned with the lion, serpent, badger, and eagle, it signifies the 4 distinct houses of this venerable institution. Beneath the crest lie 4 phrases. A dragon in slumber must not be disturbed. In an instant, Dudley's pupils dilated, and his mind instinctively echoed a warning. Never provoke a sleeping dragon. Good heavens! It was undeniable. Dudley scratched his chin, realizing that Hogwarts was indeed as he had envisioned. Both the crest and the motto exuded an air of menace. In the realm of magic, does even a school necessitate veiled threats to intimidate its peers? Undoubtedly. The annals of magical history are replete with fleeting references that serve as indelible marks of Hogwarts. For an institution to thrive amidst such foreboding, one must ponder. Just then, Dudley sensed an emptiness within the palm of his pocket. The once fuzzy sensation vanished. Almost instinctively, he raised his gaze and caught a glimpse of a familiar furry figure emerging from the shadowy recess behind the serpent statue of Slytherin. The Totoro lay sprawled atop the Slytherin glass case, its mouth agape in a fierce display. 2 tiny tusks protruded ominously. Oh whoa! The entire scene transpired in the blink of an eye. Alas, Dudley's countenance stiffened as the familiar fuzziness returned to his palm. He instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. Serpents possess an innate predatory instinct toward Totoro. Could this possibly have triggered a stress response in Totoro? Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds erupted. The black-clad sorceress turned in astonishment, her expression one of horror and dismay. Meanwhile, all the young wizards stood agape, equally bewildered by the unfolding events, intimidated by the sorceress's imposing presence, each straining to listen intently. The Slytherin scoring hourglass shattered into pieces. The sorceress's demeanor was gravely serious, her countenance nearly dripping with gravitas. Silence. Pay heed. I am the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. Do not presume that trivial tricks can capture my attention. In my eyes, you are all rife with flaws. Much like certain individuals, do not think that being a hero grants you the right to be arrogant and complacent. This is an exceedingly foolish and arrogant act. Do not allow fame to cloud your judgment. The sorceress concluded her statement, casting a pointed glare at Harry, as within her magical perception, the recent surge of magic emanated from this very vicinity. Professor McGonagall, of course, recognized Harry. Among the young wizards, it was undoubtedly he who possessed such exceptional magical prowess. The warning glint in the sorceress's eyes left Harry perplexed. How curious. Why did he feel as though he was being unjustly singled out? Instinctively, Harry recoiled slightly, seeking refuge beside Dudley, using his cousin's form to shield himself from the sorceress's gaze. Alas, Professor McGonagall sighed softly and with a flick of her wand, repaired the shattered glass and the scattered green sand. As if influenced by the reversal of time, they floated back to their original state. Without further ado, Professor McGonagall turned and departed the scene. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of chatter. All the young wizards began to murmur animatedly. Ron, standing behind Harry, stepped forward and clapped a hand on his shoulder, stating, "That old woman is truly terrifying. When she gets angry, she shows no mercy, as if we owe her money. I have a strong intuition that she is even stricter than my mother. By the way, what did she mean by her last words? Why was she glaring at us?" Harry, equally bewildered, shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "I'm sorry. I have no idea." Ron was utterly confounded. Just then, a gap in the crowd opened up. A voice, tinged with mockery, rang out, "Listen, what have we just heard?" Among our newly admitted young wizards, there is a Harry Potter. Instantly, silence fell. Not a sound. The entire assembly of young wizards fell into a hush. All eyes turned toward a blond boy standing amidst the crowd. The golden-haired lad seemed to revel in the attention of all those gazes. This sensation is one of immense attention. As the focal point, he leans forward, actively parting the crowd before him. The golden-haired boy, with a heart-shaped face and strikingly chiseled features, is exceedingly handsome. He strides confidently to Harry's side, one hand resting casually on the staircase railing, his eyes glimmering with a scrutinizing intensity. After a brief pause, a barely perceptible smile graces his lips. Harry, it is a pleasure to meet you. Behind me are Clark and Goyle and I. At this point, the golden-haired youth furrows his brow and declares, "Why are you still standing in the way?" Assessing Ron, who blocks his path, the boy scoffs and continues to deride. Your iconic red hair and tattered wizarding robes are truly pitiable. Weasley, step aside. You are a disgrace to the wizarding world. Malfoy glowers coldly, recalling his father's disdainful remarks about the Weasley family, known for betraying the sacred lineage of pure-blood wizards. He, Malfoy, would never extend a warm welcome to them. The esteemed title of pure-blood has been tarnished by the Weasley clan. Only wizards of Muggle descent would stoop to associating with commoners. This despicable behavior. Ron's face flushed crimson. His lips pressed tightly together as his body instinctively shifted aside. Malfoy chuckled softly. See, Harry, certain dubious wizards are unworthy of your friendship. Only the aristocrats among wizards can associate with their own kind. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Harry's expression shifted from shock to confusion as he glanced around, ultimately pointing at Malfoy, and then at himself, bewildered. You, are you speaking to me? Malfoy's brow furrowed, his outstretched hand freezing midair. Harry, still perplexed, clarified, apologies. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Harry Dudley. Malfoy's smile faltered, his handsome face contorted in disbelief, morphing into something oddly twisted. Harry Dudley. Malfoy looked utterly flabbergasted. He scrutinized Harry before him, finally pausing at the spot on his forehead, where a bandage was affixed. What happened here? Malfoy instinctively asked. Beside him, Ron chuckled softly. Having been intimidated by Malfoy's presence, he now felt emboldened with Harry standing in front of him. What do you mean, Malfoy? I was in the same carriage as Harry and witnessed him accidentally bump his forehead. This injury is simply a result of that. What? Do you intend to rudely rip off someone's bandage in public? Malfoy's hand, reaching towards Harry's forehead, hesitated. As a scion of the illustrious Malfoy lineage among the 28 noble wizarding families, he deemed it beneath him to waste words on these lowly wizards. Yet, the audacity of a destitute Weasley daring to provoke him was utterly intolerable. After a moment's contemplation, Malfoy bypassed Ron and addressed Harry. Harry Dudley, I now offer you a chance. If you agree to sever ties with this unsavory company beside you, I can allow you to become my follower. Listen, Harry. This is your singular opportunity to effortlessly approach the aristocracy of wizards. I hope you can see the truth and make the right choice. Malfoy wore a look of disdain, casting a scornful glance at Ron, accompanied by a derisive snort. Harry's bright eyes behind his round spectacles sparkled. It seemed as though his gaze was filled with inscrutable meaning. The implications are profoundly intricate. In a state of bewilderment, Harry experiences a fleeting sensation. Could it be? Could it truly be that this is the authentic world, accessible only under a different name, as his cousin Dudley described? In the realm of magic. If it were known that I am Harry Potter, the ever-arrogant wizarding aristocrat, Draco, would be compelled to befriend me. Yet, I deny my identity as a hero. In an instant, Malfoy's demeanor becomes one of superiority, rendering even the notion of friendship beyond my reach. I am relegated to the status of his subordinate. In that fleeting moment, Harry was enveloped in a sense of bewilderment. He had never quite grasped the intentions of his cousin Dudley. In his younger days, such thoughts rarely occupied his mind. Yet, the stark contrast before him stirred within Harry an impulse to question everything around him. His expression was one of turmoil. Just then, a hand gently patted his back. Harry understood that this gesture surely emanated from his cousin's care. This prompted Harry to vividly recall a phrase often whispered by his cousin Dudley. When confronted with something incomprehensible or perplexing, simply refrain from thinking or speaking. Observe quietly. Feel silently, and understanding will come naturally in due time. Harry turned to Dudley, his face adorned with a pure and radiant smile. Rest assured, cousin, I am perfectly fine. At that moment, a witch clad in black robes suddenly materialized behind Malfoy, her tall, slender figure exuding an air of authority. Her coal-black eyes gleaming with an intense scrutiny. Ahem. Professor McGonagall gently cleared her throat, tapping the parchment she held against the back of the golden-haired youth. Who? Malfoy furrowed his brow and turned, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment as he averted his gaze. I am sorry. Professor McGonagall, unfazed by his glance toward Harry, remarked casually, since you have arrived at Hogwarts, you must adhere to its rules and regulations. More often than not, the tales of heroes do not yield significant benefits. Kindness and unity are the bridges for communication among wizards. Professor McGonagall spoke with a hint of admonition. Observing Harry and instinctively believing that this child had been misled by the legendary narratives presented in the Daily Prophet and other sources of the magical world. From her perspective, such a view seemed ludicrous. To aspire for the praises of a hero necessitated commensurate responsibility, accountability, and composure. She hoped this moment of reprimand would impart some wisdom upon young Harry. After all, it was understandable given his upbringing without parental guidance and lack of discipline. As the black-robed witch pondered, an unexpected voice broke the silence. You are absolutely right. Oftentimes, the history of heroes does not afford certain individuals much advantage. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Deputy Headmistress. Harry lifted his head, his dark eyes calmly fixed on Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall? She furrowed her brow in astonishment, perplexed by the impression that this child exuded an air of maturity beyond his years. Such a scene evoked a faint sense of familiarity within her. The last student bold enough to speak in a tone of skepticism seemed to be a former genius of Slytherin. That once. Is it so? Professor McGonagall spoke softly. Indeed, her intuition proved correct. Dumbledore's decision had evidently been a grave mistake. That Muggle family harbored an aversion to magic. It was only natural that a young wizard raised in such an environment would develop a character so abrasive. The influence of the foster family, perhaps. As this thought crossed her mind, Professor McGonagall's gaze softened slightly. Before she could utter a word, Harry stepped forward earnestly. Yes, Deputy Headmistress, I believe you're entirely correct. But I think there may have been a misunderstanding. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Harry Dudley, the rigid figure of the dark-robed which froze in place. Her eyes widening slowly as she seemed to hear an utterly astonishing declaration. When had Harry Potter become Harry Dudley? However, as the Deputy Headmistress, Professor McGonagall revealed little in the way of emotional response, merely responding in a measured tone. Oh, is that so? Harry Dudley. An intriguing name. It seems you wish to sever ties with your past. Very well. I understand. For now, this may indeed be a wise choice. Clever Mr. Dudley. Her tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as she turned and strode to the front of the wizard apprentice line, arms outstretched. The heavy doors swung open with a resounding creak. Dudley grasped Harry's somewhat stiff and cold wrist and offered him an encouraging glance before they joined the throng. Entering the resplendent hall, the first sight that greeted them was a multitude of students clad in wizard robes, their faces alight with smiles as they welcomed the newcomers. Harry was captivated by the scene before him. The hall was adorned in opulence, shimmering with gold. As they walked down the central aisle, Dudley looked up to behold a ceiling adorned with swirling clouds, dark mist, and a faintly visible starry sky. In an instant, he was certain that such a vivid environment could only be the work of wizards, for beneath the ceiling floated numerous burning candles. Wow, this is simply unbelievable, Harry murmured softly. He gazed at the hall that resembled a dreamscape, feeling not only excitement, but also a tinge of awe. Is this the world of wizards? Beside him, Ron remarked quietly, Indeed, it's astonishing. This scene is far more impressive than our family's worn-out floating pots and pans. Dudley, however, observed the surroundings from a vastly different perspective. His gaze swept over the new students, eventually settling on a row of chairs not far away, where wizards of varying expressions sat. These individuals, whether scrutinizing, curious, contemplative, or apathetically assessing, cast their gazes upon the newly arrived wizard. Yet, without exception, their eyes collectively sought something amidst the crowd. Is this an inquiry for someone's whereabouts? This is Dolly's first intuition. It appears that the matters he speculated upon may indeed be more grave than anticipated. He initially believed that Harry was merely a hero, deliberately crafted within the annals of magical history. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that even amongst the upper echelons of the wizarding community, there remain numerous individuals who hold him in high regard. This is certainly not good news. Perhaps the significance of Harry needs to be reassessed. As Dudley pondered, the entire wizarding party came to a halt. The leading witch, clutching a scroll of parchment, strode forward and paused before a dusty yellow hat. Professor McGonagall did not speak, but gestured to a white-haired elder seated at the center of the high platform. The old man's countenance was kind, despite his advanced age. His eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Clearing his throat, the white-haired wizard began. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you shall find your home, and you will feel no constraints. However, before we commence the sorting ceremony, I must reiterate the prohibitions of Hogwarts." Before Dumbledore could continue, Professor McGonagall, to everyone's astonishment, approached him with the parchment in hand. She unfurled the scroll, revealing a list of names of the new students. Yet her finger lingered on a particular name. Harry Potter was marked with a striking line, replaced above it by Harry Dudley. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as well, remaining silent, and unusually closed his eyes. His fingers gently rapped on the table. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythmic sound echoed. Dumbledore's fingers lightly drummed against the surface. Tap, tap, tap. Again and again, the rhythmic thumping resonated. Yet, disregarding Professor McGonagall, he spoke for himself. "Now, young wizards, welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, your home. You shall feel no constraints. However, before we commence the sorting ceremony, I must emphasize the prohibitions of Hogwarts once more. Firstly, all students of this school are strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest. It is an exceedingly perilous place. Additionally, the basements of the school are off-limits without the express permission of a teacher. Similarly, the corridor to the right on the 3rd floor is also prohibited. I mention this solely for your safety. If you wish to avoid peril, it would be prudent not to venture into these areas." Dumbledore's voice was calm. Yet to the ears of all the young wizards, it felt like a profound revelation. Instinctively, they developed an inexplicable dread for these locations. This is magic influencing thoughts? In the crowd, Dudley furrowed his brow. He had no awareness of the dark forest or the school's basement. No impressions or images. The perils that arise from beyond one's self-awareness do not, for many individuals, constitute a breeding ground for fear. Moreover, possessing the cognitive faculties and sensibilities of an adult, he finds the dissection of cadavers to be a familiar endeavor. Since birth, he has long been devoid of any similar sensations of terror. Emotions. He is in the process of evolving. What is the situation? Yet, it is precisely this bizarre circumstance that envelopes Dudley in his own overwhelming fear. It grants him a vivid impression of the bearded wizard seated at the highest point of the table. Powerful. He must be extraordinarily formidable, for his mere murmurs can sway the emotions and even the thoughts of everyone present. This entirely signifies his profound mastery of magic. Silence. A hushed stillness. Dumbledore was quite pleased with the reactions of the young wizards present, yet he continued to disregard Professor McGonagall. At that moment, Dudley felt a sharp pain in the tips of his fingers. Biting. His body suddenly felt light, and the overwhelming fear dissipated. He savored the fuzzy sensation in his palm. Dudley felt a sense of satisfaction. This Totoro, aside from its playful antics, was indeed somewhat useful. However, in that fleeting moment of regained clarity, Dudley seemed to recall a peculiar image. At the center of the hall, a hat of earthy yellow. If he wasn't mistaken, he had seen it before. It resembled an illustration from the Wizarding Alchemy notebook he had obtained at Ollivander's in Diagon Alley. Indeed, that notebook contained a depiction of a hat strikingly similar to the one before him. "Cousin Dudley, I see you've been gazing intently at that hat. Is there something unusual about it?" Harry inquired, observing Dudley's increasingly serious demeanor. In a hushed tone amidst the crowd of wizards, Dudley replied, "Harry, this should be the sorting hat." Harry, puzzled, responded, "Professor McGonagall mentioned before that this hat helps us determine our houses. What's so strange about that?" Dudley shook his head. "No? You underestimate it, Harry. This is a legendary magical hat." Without waiting for Harry's confusion to linger, Dudley elaborated, "This sorting hat once belonged to Gryffindor. The reason it is placed here for the sorting ceremony is that it has been enchanted by the most remarkable figures from Hogwarts' 4 houses. I've read relevant information. Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin infused the hat with cunning and treachery. Helga Hufflepuff imparted loyalty and resilience. Godric Gryffindor instilled bravery and chivalry. And the distinguished figure from Ravenclaw infused it with wisdom and cleverness." Harry's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered such a magical narrative. Dudley lowered his voice further. "Harry, do not underestimate this sorting hat before you. It is clearly documented in the Wizarding Alchemy notebook. This sorting hat is imbued with the wisdom of 4 remarkable founders. After absorbing their magical essence, this hat possesses the ability to articulate. Simultaneously, it has awakened a passive magical talent that can only be described as legendary. This extraordinary talent instills fear in all wizards. This magical gift, for the hat, bears no adverse effects. It is none other than the forbidden spell known as legilimency." Upon hearing Dudley's description, Harry instinctively recoiled. his heart racing as he cast a wary glance at the sorting hat perched upon the platform. With great difficulty, he inquired, "Legilimency. What would happen if I were to don it?" Before Dudley could respond, a curious girl with an egg-shaped face leaned in, looking at Harry with keen interest. "Were you just talking about legilimency? I have previously encountered reports regarding this curse, which appears to be employed by the Ministry of Magic as a last resort during the interrogation of prisoners. The caster is capable of penetrating another's mind, extracting the individual's memories and thoughts. The notion of delving into the recesses of the mind?" Upon hearing this description, Harry's complexion instantly drained of color, and he hurriedly shook his head, exclaiming, "In nothing." Hermione, with a look of suspicion, inquired, "Where did you hear this term?" "This is a forbidden curse explicitly prohibited by the Ministry of Magic, which inflicts varying degrees of psychological harm on both the caster and the prisoner." "So, what happens if one suffers from psychological harm?" Harry inquired weakly. Hermione shrugged. "What can I say about psychological damage? I truly don't know. There are psychiatric hospitals in the Muggle world. Perhaps the most likely outcome would be becoming a fool." Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively swallowed hard. "Ah." Just then, he suddenly gasped softly. Dudley turned, puzzled, to look at Harry. Rubbing his forehead, Harry replied with a hint of confusion, "It's nothing, cousin. Just a bit of a headache." Beneath Dudley's calm facade, however, there was an unprecedented gravity. At this moment, within the Hogwarts sorting ceremony, two figures stood side by side in the left corner. One was adorned with a purplish-red turban, his back facing the crowd of wizards. Professor Quirrell trembled slightly, his head bowed, and his body slightly hunched. Waves of voices echoed in his mind, hoarse and somber, infused with obscure murmurs. "He has arrived. I can feel it. I see him. It is he. My new vessel. He is among the young wizards not far ahead. The best container I have ever encountered. That rat." Quirrell's body shuddered as he tightly closed his eyes, silently praying, "Great and noble master, your loyal servant, Quirrell, will fulfill your wishes. Just please, do not be impatient. There are many powerful wizards around, and we must not reveal any weaknesses. Rest assured, given enough time, I will locate it for you." In the ranks of the wizard apprentices, Dudley cast a bewildered glance at Harry. He found it strange, especially since Harry was rubbing the spot on his forehead where a band-aid was placed. Beneath the band-aid lay the unmistakable lightning-shaped scar. Squeak. Hearing the call, Dudley lowered his head. He saw a furry little paw poking out from under his wizard robes. The paw of the Totoro was remarkably long and human-like, prodding the space in front of him. "Is someone there?" Seeing this, Dudley instinctively looked up and spotted a dark-haired man at the edge of the Hogwarts Hall's high platform, who just so happened to be slightly tilting his head, gazing in his direction. No, to be precise, his gaze was fixed upon Harry, the teacher from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dudley felt a sense of bewilderment. Observing the melancholic expression on the man's face, Dudley's brows furrowed. He could perceive the weighty emotional turbulence within the serious pupils of the somber figure clad in black robes. Perhaps an ordinary person would overlook such subtleties, but Dudley, possessing the mindset of an adult, recognized that the man's eyes eerily mirrored his own deep-seated imaginings. Those eyes bore the marks of hardship, containing untold stories. Often, when Dudley found himself alone in unfamiliar surroundings, an intense longing for his homeland would wash over him, a profound emotional resonance stemming from a deep-seated reliance on something or someone. It was a heavy feeling. Yet, such a gaze should not be cast upon a mere child of 10. A child could hardly bear such emotions. Dudley was certain he had never encountered this individual during his years in London. It was peculiar, extraordinary. He sensed the gravity of the situation. While Harry might remain oblivious to the intensity of the wizard's gaze, Dudley instinctively reached out, pulling Harry to his side, shielding him with his slightly taller frame. At the dining table of Hogwarts, the man with flowing black hair and a sorrowful demeanor suddenly sensed the familiar feeling dissipating. A sense of emptiness enveloped him. Severus Snape's eyes reflected a glimmer of confusion once more. Almost instinctively, he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Lily Evans, is that you?" Standing at the edge of the dais, his gaze swept over the newly admitted students of Hogwarts. Since his tenure as a professor at the school, he was no stranger to such occasions and had grown somewhat numb to them. Yet, it was this very monotony that had birthed a flicker of hope within him, the pair of eyes he had longed for, belonging to Lily. In a daze, Snape noticed the figures around him beginning to fade away, the Hall of Hogwarts becoming desolate. Even Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and the familiar apprentices had vanished. Everything around him was quietly transforming. Here lies the homeland nestled deep within Severus Snape's memories. After decades of being sealed away, these recollections are once again unveiled. At this moment, Snape stands before a street. Here lies another city near London, Cockworth. Standing here, he gazes at the signpost in the narrow alleyway, which bears the name he is about to forget, Spider's Tail Alley. Snape's expression remains rigid, his melancholic visage betraying no emotion. Instinctively, he steps into this familiar passage. The alley is shrouded in thick fog, a byproduct of the factories churning out steel, with fumes from the furnaces permeating the air. The stench of coal hangs heavily, causing discomfort to those who reside here. Yet, Snape remains unfazed, pressing onward through the heart of the alley. In the distance, the faint sound of running water can be heard. Observing the river, he recalls that it has never been clean. Even after all these years, it remains as filthy as ever, a truly appalling sight. The water is choked with debris, including heaps of charcoal and dark, viscous liquid, the noxious odor assaulting his nostrils. Nevertheless, Snape continues on, seemingly indifferent, until he comes to a halt before a dilapidated house. Surrounding the structure is a mound of refuse, and wisps of white smoke occasionally escape from the chimney, indicating the presence of inhabitants within. Surveying the dismal surroundings, he notes that even insects and stray dogs shy away from this wretched place. Only those desperate for survival seem to endure here. He spots discarded fish and chips wrappers strewn about the doorstep, and within Snape's calm gaze, a flicker of unease emerges. This may have been one of his most cherished dishes from the past. As he gazed at the closed door before him, Snape hesitated. His hand lingered awkwardly in the air, uncertain whether to push the door open. In the midst of his indecision, the worn door creaked open slightly, and a small figure approached from behind him. A young boy ventured past Severus's figure and opened the door to return to his room. The door swung wide, revealing the interior clearly. "Mother, I'm back," the boy exclaimed, joyfully racing inside. In the modest room, a woman was tying her apron while scrubbing dishes at the stove. She paused her actions, gently dried her hands, and enveloped the boy in a tender embrace. With a soft smile, she inquired, "Severus, why have you been out playing again?" The boy, tilting his head upward, responded with delight, "Mother, I've made a wonderful new friend. Her name is Lily." The woman affectionately ruffled her child's hair, saying, "Severus, you are truly remarkable. Being able to independently make new friends is quite an achievement." A radiant smile illuminated the boy's face. However, this heartwarming moment was fleeting. Outside, a figure of a man appeared, his hawkish nose and slightly squinting eyes giving him a somewhat elongated appearance. A cigarette dangled from his lips. Forcefully pushing open the door, the man plopped down at the dining table, immediately venting his grievances. "Boring work, tedious life, and you lot of insipid wizards. Enough." "Severus, go back to your room," the woman gently urged her child. Reluctantly, Severus turned away. "Stop right there," the man suddenly barked. The boy froze in place. The man continued, "Why is it that upon my return, no one greets me?" The boy pressed his lips together and replied, "Welcome home, father." "Humph," the man snorted. The woman hurriedly ushered her child back into the room. The door closed behind them. With a reproachful look, she addressed her husband, Tobias. "I have told you countless times not to vent your anger upon the child. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Moreover, how could I have been so blind as to be attracted to you?" Silence. Tobias, upon hearing the resounding slap on the table, exclaimed, "Aaron, are you still blaming me? Damn it, you are a sorceress. Do you have any idea what others are saying about me? They claim I have married a wife who performs tricks. My wife showcases her talents in public, seeking attention and provoking laughter. Damn it, do you know what they say when they see me? They label me a coward." Aaron, her cheeks flushed, retorted, "Tobias Snape, what exactly do you mean by this? Are you blaming me? What gives you the right to speak to me in such a manner?" The man, eyes wide with fury, bellowed, "Stand tall, Aaron. Is that not enough? As a housewife, to perform for a living, is that not disgraceful? Where am I to save face as your husband?" "Humph. Ridiculous." Aaron scoffed, "Disgraceful. Look at yourself. Tobias, have you not secured a proper job since our marriage? You've left every job I painstakingly introduced you to halfway through. After the child was born, all financial burdens fell upon me. I not only have to provide for the child, but for you as well. How can you live with yourself?" Tobias, filled with shame and rage, overturned the table, shouting, "I've told you. Those jobs were unbearably dull. I loathe them entirely. Besides, that does not justify your street performances." The woman nearly screamed, "Tobias, you You are absolutely unreasonable. Within the dilapidated foyer, the angry exchange between the couple continued intermittently. Meanwhile, a small boy cowered within the room, trembling, powerless to alter this situation. He despised this man who claimed to be his father, a mere muggle devoid of magic, merely shouting and screaming. What right does he have to be angry with his mother? The boy withdrew a wand from his pocket, its tip glowing crimson, and a beam shot forth, instantly reducing the flies in the room to ashes. Standing at the doorway, Snape remained silent for a long time. He detested this place. Even if it was once his home, even with his beloved mother inside and his loathed father, he still abhorred this place. I despise it here. Having never even set foot inside, with a mere flick of his wrist, Snape made the dwelling before him gradually dissolve into nothingness. The dilapidated neighborhood, the decaying alleys, and the foul surroundings all vanished without a trace. In a lush green meadow, surrounded by fragrant grass, stood a magnificent tree at the center. Its branches were abundant with leaves, swaying gently in the breeze. In the heart of this serene landscape, two figures, a boy and a girl, could be seen. They were both young, seemingly under the age of 10. At this moment, the little girl, Lily, knelt beneath the grand tree, her bright eyes wide with emotion. Before her stood Severus Snape, clad in tattered garments. With her lips pressed together and tears glistening in her eyes, Lily implored, "Severus, truly, I have not deceived my sister Petunia. You must believe me." Snape gazed tenderly at the girl and replied, "Indeed, I trust that Lily would not lie." As he spoke, he gently reached out to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. However, the girl remained troubled. But, my sister Petunia says that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is all a fabrication. It is a gathering place for a circus that deceives children. Those who go there never return." In response, Snape reached into his cloak and produced a wand, softly uttering a spell. With a flourish, the tip of the wand glowed with a radiant light, causing a fallen leaf to levitate before the young girl's eyes. Snape looked at her with a smile, saying, "Do not worry, Lily. You and I are both children of magic. Receiving a letter from Hogwarts is perfectly normal for us. However, for Petunia and her kind, Muggles, magic will forever remain beyond their reach. In essence, she is not wrong. Magic does not exist for her. The magical world is real only for young witches and wizards like you and me." Lily gazed at the leaf floating in midair, uncertainty etched on her face. "Is this truly real?" Snape nodded emphatically. "Yes, it is all very real." Yet, Lily remained perplexed. "But I heard you say before that your mother was a witch, so it makes sense that you possess magic. My parents, however, cannot wield magic. They are what the wizarding world calls muggles. My identity might be a bit," Lily murmured as she lowered her head. For she had never encountered magic nor possessed any magical abilities. Unlike Snape, who was born of a witch mother, she was blissfully unaware of the magical realm. Snape instinctively recalled his muggle father, who often succumbed to the bottle and took pleasure in tormenting his mother. A wave of disdain surged within him. Yet, upon observing the desolate look in Lily's eyes, he suppressed his inner prejudices and reached out, taking her hand in his. "Rest assured, Lily. Trust me, your muggle origins and my heritage as a wizard are fundamentally no different. We are of the same kind. We are all wizards." The girl whimpered, "But what if they bully me?" Snape replied resolutely, "Believe me, Lily, I will protect you." Upon hearing this, the sorrowful expression on Lily's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile as she leaped into Snape's embrace, exclaiming, "This is truly wonderful, Snape. Thank you so much. You are such a good person." Lily was immensely joyful, for Snape was the best person in her life. And as he gazed into her bright and enchanting eyes, this scene profoundly etched itself into Severus Snape's eyes, a form of pure beauty, so stunning it defies description. Yet, beauty is ephemeral. An illusion lasts but a fleeting moment. In the past, I was too feeble to alter the predetermined conclusion. And now, I, Severus Snape, am destined. At that moment, a hand unexpectedly rested upon Snape's shoulder. "The sorting ceremony at Hogwarts has commenced. Professor Snape." Upon turning, Snape beheld Professor Quirrell, swathed in a turban, gazing at him with a look of perplexity. "Snape, Professor, what were you just staring at?" Snape furrowed his brow at Quirrell, expressing his disdain. "Remove your filthy hand." Quirrell offered an awkward smile, hastily retracting his hand, visibly at a loss. However, his eyes brimmed with curiosity. Why was the area of Snape's gaze aligned with the direction his master was observing? What underlying secrets might be concealed within this? Could it be that? What has Severus Snape discovered? Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had begun to grow somewhat impatient. She whispered, "Headmaster Dumbledore, it has been over 10 minutes. If we do not commence soon, the impact is somewhat unfavorable." However, Dumbledore seemed akin to an elderly man just awakening from slumber. He stifled a yawn and waved his hand nonchalantly, offering no further indication. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow as she returned to the center of the great hall, clutching the yellow parchment roll. She unfurled the roster and cast a cursory glance over it, only to discover that there had been no new alterations regarding the name of Harry Potter. It remained unchanged. Just as before, Harry Potter was crossed out on the left, with the name Harry Dudley inscribed above it. What could this mean from Headmaster Dumbledore? A hint of frustration flickered in McGonagall's eyes as she cast a glance at Dumbledore. His thought processes were perpetually elusive. It appeared that this matter is about making one's own decisions. Professor McGonagall, with her serious demeanor, surveyed the gathered wizards and witches before her and proclaimed, "Now, the sorting ceremony officially commences. Those whose names are called, please step forward." Soon, the witch McGonagall reached for the Hogwarts sorting hat, which rested at the center of the table. At that moment, the hat began to murmur to itself, "Dearest young wizards and witches, allow me to introduce you to the various houses. Should you wish to join Gryffindor, take heed. It is a place where bravery, valor, and generosity are deeply rooted within the heart. If you aspire to be a Hufflepuff, this institution embodies integrity and loyalty." While the students of Hufflepuff are characterized by their resilience, honesty, and industriousness. Naturally, if those two do not appeal to you, then, should you possess a keen intellect and considerable intelligence, you might consider the erudite realm of Ravenclaw, inhabited by learned individuals. Lastly, do not underestimate Slytherin. This place is indeed a gathering of elites, where one can forge the finest friendships. However, those who gain entry here are undoubtedly masterful schemers. As the sorting hat spoke, Hermione, positioned behind Dudley, suddenly appeared to recall something. She leaned closer to Harry and Dudley, whispering, "I remember now. Dudley, the spell you mentioned earlier, the Patronus charm, was discussed in some articles in Diagon Alley. They claim that achieving a high level of mastery in the Patronus charm also renders it an alternative name. It seems to be referred to as the Heartbreak Curse." "The Heartbreak Curse?" Dudley inquired, perplexed. "What is this?" Harry was also startled by Hermione's description. Hermione shook her head, somewhat uncertainly, and said, "Before the school year began, I noticed many intriguing books and newspapers at various stalls in Diagon Alley. But my understanding of the Cruciatus Curse is rather superficial. The mind-reading charm allows the caster to glimpse into the memories and thoughts of others. If we were to infer merely from its name, the effect of the Cruciatus Curse should be to alter the victim's thoughts and psyche, to dismantle their psychological defenses." As Hermione elaborated, she glanced at Harry beside her. Harry, why does your complexion appear rather pale?" Harry took a deep breath to steady his emotions. It's nothing really. I was just startled by your mention of the Cruciatus Curse." Hermione, with her egg-shaped face, looked puzzled. She pursed her lips, unconvinced by Harry's explanation, but seeing his hesitance, she simply shrugged. "All right then." Meanwhile, Harry felt a large hand resting on his shoulder. He looked up to see his cousin Dudley watching him with a calm expression. "Harry, you needn't worry. The primary function of the sorting hat is to assess the potential and personality of each student, assisting them in determining the most suitable house for themselves. Furthermore, the history of the sorting hat dates back to the early days of Hogwarts, and the students of Hogwarts have never perceived anything amiss about it." As Harry listened to Dudley's explanation, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. His small head nodded, displaying a bright, encouraging expression. "Don't worry, cousin, I will do my best. I hope we get sorted into the same house." However, Dudley merely nodded noncommittally. The truth was, he felt a profound uncertainty. Who was the most anxious? Surely, it was himself. Despite all calculations, he had never anticipated that there would be such an evaluative mechanism during the sorting at Hogwarts. Dudley had previously speculated. According to the annals of magical history, the magical world has been embroiled in civil strife for years, with various factions entangled in conflict. The most crucial aspect of establishing a school amidst such turmoil is safety. Viewed from another perspective, a magical school produces wizards, who subsequently venture into the magical realm. This realm diverges from that of ordinary individuals, as wizards wielding wands inhabit it. Viewed from another perspective, these wands are indeed formidable weapons. Through the lens of a rational adult's judgment, the wizard apprentices ensconced within their ivory tower are akin to students in a military academy of the mundane world. This is a bastion for nurturing talent. The greatest taboo in such a place is the infiltration of enemy forces. To extinguish a fully developed wizard is far more challenging than to snuff out a fledgling sorcerer still in the early stages of growth. It was assumed that prior to enrollment, each student's magical guide would conduct a thorough review of the young wizard's identities. However, it was unexpected to encounter a second layer of scrutiny. The Sorting Hat possesses the forbidden spell, legilimency. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable. If one were to ascertain solely from the records in the wizard's ledger, legilimency can delve into thoughts. To what extent can such thoughts be accessed? How profound can the intrusion into memories be? What effects could the heartbreak curse yield? Although Derry is keen to explore this legendary magical artifact, he is burdened by an overwhelming number of secrets, aside from those memories originating from a distant eastern land. The Wizard Genetic Cell Experiment. The Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Reboot, Ollivander's clever acquisition of information regarding the Philosopher's Stone, and the remnants of Philosopher's Stone dust lingering within him. Should these be read by the heartbreak curse? Dudley furrowed his brow, his expression grave, while Harry gazed at his cousin Dudley's somewhat serious face. He instinctively pressed his lips together. Suddenly, Ron leaned closer, casting a glance at Harry before whispering, "Isn't it just so pretentious? Why does Hermione always have to flaunt her knowledge? Just because she spent a year at home reviewing all the first-year wizarding courses, does that justify such arrogance?" Harry felt somewhat bewildered. He had not previously considered these thoughts. In his past life, he had subconsciously adapted to the commands of Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. In the face of Hermione's somewhat haughty demeanor, Harry felt no particular discontent. Yet, upon hearing Ron's suggestion, he instinctively found some merit in his words. Nevertheless, Harry remained mindful of his cousin Dudley's advice to listen more, observe more, and think more. He did not directly express agreement with Ron's perspective. Just then, at the head table, Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment in her hands. Glancing at the names inscribed, she spoke with utmost seriousness. "Miss Hermione Granger, please come to the stage." Upon hearing this, Hermione in the crowd was momentarily taken aback. "Me? Is it my turn?" She glanced around, feeling a bit lost. Her heart began to race. Bowing her head, Hermione tightly shut her eyes, murmuring rapidly, "It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hermione, you're the best. You must believe in yourself. You are the most capable. Do not mind the gazes of others, absolutely not." Watching Hermione pass by, muttering to herself, Ron smirked and nudged Harry. "You see, Harry, I told you, Hermione isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. What do you think?" Although Harry wished to agree in his heart, his expression turned awkwardly into a smile, and he refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Dudley was entirely unconcerned with the surrounding young wizard's anxious emotions. Instead, he meticulously examined the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts. Maintaining composure at all times is a fundamental quality for a researcher. Only through detailed observation and calm contemplation can one capture fleeting clues. Dudley's gaze was fixed ahead. At that moment, Hermione stepped out from the crowd, and as she distanced herself, her tightly closed eyes decisively opened. A spark of extreme confidence replaced the previous anxiety in her lively eyes. With determined steps, Hermione ascended the stairs, approaching the Sorting Hat. With a confident smile and a graceful turn, a bold smile emerged on her round face. However, Dudley saw through her facade at a glance. Is it possible to conceal anxiety with the most intense emotions? Many fragile creatures possess this instinct. Dolly recalled a particular breed of poodle, diminutive in size yet fierce in its bark. When confronted by strangers, they resort to the most vehement displays of emotion in defiance. This is merely a facade to conceal one's fears. Professor McGonagall, with her rigid and austere visage, cast a glance at Hermione seated upon the stool. With a casual motion, she placed the Sorting Hat upon the girl's head. Time gradually passed. In the depths of Professor McGonagall's indifferent eyes, a sense of incredulity began to emerge. In her perception, this unassuming girl was capable of causing the Sorting Hat to remain indecisive for several minutes. What does this signify? The girl before me. Does she possess a brilliant mind? An extraordinary magical talent? Or perhaps, Professor McGonagall's lips curve into a rare smile. She is delighted to have discovered a gem on the very first day of the sorting ceremony. A young wizard with remarkable potential is truly a blessing for Hogwarts. In the next moment, the tawny Sorting Hat, with its wrinkled fabric, splits open to reveal a cavernous mouth, as if it were conversing with itself. "Oh, it seems quite difficult to decide," Dear young wizard, to which house do you truly belong? In my eyes, you are intelligent, exceptional, and eager to learn, possessing an insatiable curiosity that drives you to question and explore everything. These are indeed admirable qualities. Let me ponder. To place you in Slytherin? No. The students there are cunning, shrewd, and ambitious. Your presence would surely incite their envy. Then, how about placing you in Hufflepuff? Allow me to reflect. While Hufflepuff House is commendable, the students here are warm-hearted and loyal, and the cafeteria serves excellent meals. I believe you will undoubtedly have a delightful experience. However, I fear this environment may not be suitable for you. You are an exceptional and intelligent young woman, and amongst this group of students, you would undoubtedly stand out, which might lead to a sense of complacency and pride, ultimately squandering your remarkable talents. This is not your fault. To be candid, students from Hufflepuff House do possess a certain degree of naivety. However, I truly believe that Ravenclaw would be the most suitable fit for you. The students within Ravenclaw House are, to speak honestly, profoundly curious about the realms of the unknown. They are astute, and they delight in the pursuit of knowledge and the cultivation of a life of excellence. Indeed, this place should suit you perfectly. I believe you will forge friendships with all manner of wizarding companions here. And then, Hermione, Ravenclaw. In an instant, Hermione's face drained of color, her eyes tightly shut as her mind involuntarily recalled the moment she had witnessed on the Hogwarts Express, when Dudley had casually ruffled Harry's hair and remarked, "Harry, you're quite clever, but after thoroughly reading wizarding historical biographies, I have come to realize that in the magical realm, perhaps intellect pales in comparison to emotional intelligence. As mentioned in the book, when the magical war arrived, the clever ones fled. The wise wizards lost their principles." Harry remained perplexed. Yet Hermione sensed, albeit vaguely, the reason for her own exceptional nature yet limited circle of friends. She fervently murmured to herself, "I will not be sorted into Ravenclaw. I absolutely refuse to be placed in Ravenlaw. Please do not assign me to Ravenclaw. I will not go to Ravenclaw. I will not go to Ravenclaw. I will not go to Ravenclaw." The voice of the Sorting Hat hesitated. It seemed to struggle with comprehension. After a moment, it took on a somewhat introspective tone. "Not to be sorted into Ravenclaw? Why? This place is undoubtedly perfect for you. Only when remarkable individuals come together can they ignite even more splendid sparks. Is this not what you have longed for in your heart? Since you harbor such disdain for Ravenclaw, allow me to uncover the reasons behind it. Oh, I see now, my dear child. You possess an exceptionally astute intellect and a profound awareness of responsibility. In truth, Gryffindor is quite admirable. The majority of students here are brave, noble, and among them, there are certainly those of considerable intelligence. So, this place is quite marvelous. Perhaps what you currently lack are those most essential elements. I hope you can discover them within Gryffindor. At last, Hermione Granger, Gryffindor House. The Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. Professor McGonagall instinctively lifted the hat. The pallor on Hermione's oval face vanished entirely, replaced with an expression of sheer exhilaration. Her joy was palpable as she sprang from her seat, bouncing with delight. The entire hall, comprising both upperclassmen and faculty, erupted in applause to welcome her. Through the sorting ceremony, at this very moment, Hermione officially commenced her journey at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dudley's gaze swept across Hermione's cheek as he observed her acceptance into Gryffindor, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He felt a sense of happiness, not due to Hermione, but rather because he had discerned a significant clue. As a legendary magical artifact, it appeared that the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts could not instantaneously access all the memories within a young wizard's mind. For the time being, the Sorting Hat required time. At this moment, after meticulous analysis by Derry, the time should range from several seconds to a few minutes. Powerful beings inevitably reveal vulnerabilities inadvertently, for they stubbornly believe that certain things are absolutely impossible. Indeed, a calm observation can always uncover valuable clues. Derry glanced at the old man with a white beard seated in the central position. He noticed that the man's hands were gently interlaced, one hand remaining still while the other lightly tapped against the back of his hand. His pair of unremarkable eyes were as tranquil as a deep well. With just this glance, Derry felt a sense of familiarity. It was reminiscent of his past experiences at the Biological Research Institute, a signature gaze that only his postdoctoral advisor possessed. Within the simplicity lay profound wisdom. Derry couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, the headmaster of Hogwarts was quite remarkable. However, he did not linger for long, as he had come to the magical school. He did not require a strong presence at this moment. Too many eyes upon him would likely invite unnecessary troubles. Soon enough, the actions of the sorting hat further corroborated Derry's suspicions. From the moment the young wizards took the stage to the conclusion of the sorting ceremony, the shortest duration would last 2 to 3 seconds, while a minority took several minutes. The blonde youth, Malfoy, was sorted into Slytherin. Ron Weasley was placed in Gryffindor. The other young wizards were unfamiliar to Derry. The crowd of young wizards was rapidly diminishing. On the platform, Professor McGonagall gazed at the parchment in her hands. And for the first time, a troubled expression appeared on her otherwise stern face. She turned to glance at Dumbledore behind her. Dumbledore, on the other hand, adjusted his posture, leaning back while sitting upright, his hands firmly grasping the armrests. His facial expression remained unchanged, yet his attention evidently began to focus. Beneath Professor McGonagall's broad black robes, her fingers pressed firmly, and she frowned at Dumbledore. She no longer paid heed to this riddle-loving headmaster. From the moment she laid eyes on Harry, she sensed that this little fellow had quite a temper. He dared to retort to an elder, displaying a lack of manners and a certain rudeness. This is evidently a consequence of the irresponsible upbringing from the Dursleys, a Muggle family. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, the weight of the name of a hero. To wear the crown, one must bear its burdens. At this moment, Harry appears unworthy in Professor McGonagall's eyes. His illustrious reputation may even bring him peril. Professor McGonagall has now made her decision. Next, please welcome Harry Dudley to the stage for the sorting ceremony. Harry Dudley. The surrounding wizards did not react with much fervor. This is quite a common occurrence, considering the multitude of individuals bearing the same name in London. Moreover, it is evident that their surnames differ. The extraordinary wizard who saves the world is known as Harry Potter. In stark contrast, the individual before us is named Harry Dudley. They are entirely distinct persons with no connection whatsoever. Professor McGonagall surveyed the scene with evident satisfaction. Since you have chosen to remain concealed, so be it. Living as an ordinary person may indeed suffice. Let this matter pass as it may. May Harry Potter forever fade into the annals of history. At this moment, Harry, amidst the crowd, appeared somewhat pallid, his body instinctively resisting the advance. Yet, a gentle hand patted him reassuringly on the back. Go on, Harry, it's all right. You must trust me. Upon hearing his cousin Dudley's assurance, Harry exhaled deeply, nodding earnestly as he gazed at Dudley, articulating each word. Cousin Dudley, rest assured, I will fulfill the promise we made. With that, Harry reached into his pocket to retrieve a fresh band-aid, intending to apply it to his forehead scar. However, Dudley chuckled and restrained Harry's movement. To allow Harry to proceed in such a manner would be akin to revealing a hidden truth, as if to suggest that others might not suspect. Go on, Harry, relax, everything will turn out fine. Dudley smiled, affectionately ruffling Harry's hair. Meanwhile, Harry adjusted his round spectacles and descended the steps to the sorting ceremony with deliberate intent. Finally, under the watchful gaze of the assembly, he took his seat upon the stool designated for the sorting ceremony. A robust wizard on the platform instinctively swayed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The boy, who had been known as Harry Potter just a day prior, now appeared as Harry Dudley, an utterly inconceivable transformation. Absurd. He quickly turned to survey the surroundings, casting a puzzled glance towards Dumbledore. Yet, the headmaster of the magical school paid him no heed. No, it cannot be. Subsequently, Hagrid instinctively opened his mouth to inquire, but was met with a stern countenance that compelled him to immediately close it. Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze fixed upon Hagrid. Her intent was unmistakable. Utter another word, and you shall see the consequences. The towering giant, nearly 3 meters tall, suddenly resembled a deflated balloon. Even Severus Snape, standing nearby, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Harry Dudley, this is impossible. Such familiar eyes, and that face resembling an enemy. It convinced Snape beyond doubt that the child before him was indeed Harry Potter. The image of that damned bully was etched deeply in Snape's memory. No mistake. This boy was Harry Potter. Professor Dumbledore. Why? As this thought crossed his mind, Snape glanced at Headmaster Dumbledore, whose expression remained calm and serene, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Behind the chair, Professor McGonagall, with an air of indifference, inquired, Are you ready? Harry, in her hands, she held a parchment scroll, while the other clutched a dusty yellow hat. Harry's expression was tense, his face pale, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, I am ready. And thank you for accepting my new name, Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction, offering no further explanation as she firmly placed the sorting hat atop Harry's head. In an instant, the incessant chatter and trivial remarks of the sorting hat ceased abruptly, plunging the entire hall into profound silence. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly. Professor McGonagall's expression shifted from calm to bewilderment. No, it can't be. As her astonishment grew, she turned, her face a mask of disbelief as she looked at Dumbledore. How? How is this possible? Professor Dumbledore. Wizards of considerable power can perform remarkably simple spells without a wand, just as the two engaged in a basic spell of communication. Professor McGonagall's gaze towards Dumbledore conveyed an unmistakable understanding. This is truly astonishing. The sorting hat remained silent for an entire 5 minutes. Professor Dumbledore. Since the inception of the sorting hat at Hogwarts, has not witnessed a peer achieve such a feat apart from myself. Harry's magical talent and potential are utterly remarkable. Just how much magic resides within him. Furthermore, he truly rivals his former self, that prodigious Slytherin. Dumbledore's expression remained impassive. Yet a warm voice resonated in Professor McGonagall's mind. No, Professor McGonagall, you are mistaken. The Slytherin version of him was merely an immature child, while Harry's magic and accomplishments will surpass his. This is inevitable. For Voldemort is merely an ambitious man. Yet Harry is a hero. He is a true hero in every sense of the word. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall appeared utterly astonished. It was the first time she had ever heard the headmaster of Hogwarts speak so highly of anyone, and that individual was merely a child. Under the gaze of the crowd, Harry instinctively closed his eyes. After a prolonged silence, the sorting hat finally murmured, as if speaking to itself, Harry, you are indeed a remarkably courageous child. However, courage alone is insufficient. This is a reckless act. Yet, it transcends mere folly. Strange? Why do I sense that you embody two distinctly contrasting personalities? Within you reside two opposing emotions, both contradictory and conflicting. Introversion and exuberance. Oh, I can sense that you possess a remarkable intellect, wisdom, and a commendable degree of courage. Indeed, splendid, truly splendid. I believe that Slytherin may be the most fitting house for you. The wizards of Slytherin, while cunning, embody a certain brand of intelligence. They are shrewd, astute, and are not lacking in formidable ambition. This suits you well, Harry. I can sense another emotion within you. It is known as desire. Harry, are you yearning? Oh no. Are you desperately trying to prove something? You wish to break free from the incessant murmurs of the sorting hat. Yet Harry, with his eyes tightly shut, fervently repeats a series of words in his mind. I am Harry Dudley. I am Harry Dudley. I am Harry Dudley. But the sorting hat remains unmoved, writhing its dark maw, muttering to itself. It appears to be correct. Ambition is indeed ambition. This sentiment resonates deeply with me. Excellent. I perceive that you are exceptionally suited for Slytherin at this moment. In this house of wizards, your aspirations shall be fulfilled, while your personal prowess will experience a remarkable enhancement. Your once feeble spirit will be fortified through rigorous trials. And as long as you emerge as a distinguished figure within Slytherin, your dreams are bound to be realized. This is also the path that brings you closest to your innermost aspirations. This time, Harry clearly understood the words of the sorting hat. Slytherin? What was happening? Was he truly destined for Slytherin? To share a wizarding school with that blonde, pointed-faced Malfoy? The very thought of encountering Malfoy, who was so haughty and scornful, mocking and bullying ordinary young wizards, filled Harry with instinctive aversion. The image of Malfoy, with his air of superiority and disdain for others, was utterly repugnant to him. He despised the feeling of being bullied. Yet, he still recalled the promise made to his cousin Dudley, pushing aside his distractions and silently repeating, I am Harry Dudley. I am Harry Dudley. I am Harry Dudley. The voice of the sorting hat faltered. This time, the sorting hat no longer disregarded Harry's murmurs. Its mouth twisted slightly, the corners drooping as it remarked, What? You do not favor Slytherin? You must understand that joining Slytherin would assure you a prominent place in the wizarding world. You would attain all that you desire. Are you truly willing to relinquish this opportunity? Harry dismissed the sorting hat's temptations. In his view, as long as he did not end up in Slytherin, any other house would be preferable. The sorting hat fell silent, seemingly entrenched in profound deliberation. After a moment of irritation, it shook the tip of its hat and, with evident dissatisfaction, declared, Very well. I comprehend now. Since Slytherin is off the table, considering all factors, Gryffindor may indeed be a suitable choice for you. With that, The Sorting Hat appeared to await Harry's decision. Noticing Harry showed no signs of dissent, the yellowish hat perked up. Its dark mouth opened wide, expressing an unexpected exuberance. Then, "Congratulations to Gryffindor House. A new wizarding student has joined your ranks." The Sorting Hat's voice boomed, resonating throughout the grand hall. The Gryffindor students, who had previously risen in unison, stood frozen in their places, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. "Mr. Harry Potter, congratulations on joining Gryffindor House." The Sorting Hat's voice echoed again in the hall. The Gryffindor students remained stunned, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Their hands, once raised in anticipation of applause, hung motionless in the air. Rows upon rows of dark-clad wizarding students stood in collective astonishment, shock, utter amazement. Within the entire Hogwarts hall, both new and seasoned wizards gazed at the stage in disbelief. Countless wizarding eyes brimmed with confusion. Harry Potter? Did Professor McGonagall not say he was Harry Dursley? How had he transformed into Harry Potter? Could it be a mistake on Professor McGonagall's part? This is impossible. Professor McGonagall has always been stern and serious in demeanor. So, could it be an issue with the Sorting Hat? These are the questions plaguing all the wizards present. My goodness, could it be that the Sorting Hat has made an error? Hermione's face, resembling an egg, was etched with astonishment. Ron gazed at Harry on the platform with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. It is often said that cultivating friendships can yield benefits in the future. And now, Ron has already befriended a legendary figure of the wizarding world. Malfoy furrowed his brow in frustration. Curse it! He slammed his fist onto the table. Clark and Goyle shared the same bewilderment. Malfoy glared at his two lackeys with venomous disdain. What is there to be surprised and puzzled about? It's just Harry Potter. After all, damn it, being a Muggle-born is one thing, but to conceal his identity and, most importantly, to audaciously refuse my friendship in public. This is utterly disrespectful to the Malfoy family. I believe he must be taught a lesson. You're right, Malfoy, said Goyle. It is indeed reasonable. Harry is simply insufferable. Let us show him what we are capable of. Snape's expression was impassive, yet he instinctively discerned the crux of the issue. The vice principal, Professor McGonagall, and Headmaster Dumbledore. A rare occurrence of discord in the decision-making at Hogwarts. Why exactly is this happening? Snape fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Great Hall grew increasingly awkward as many began to murmur among themselves. Professor McGonagall's countenance darkened significantly. She was furious. As the vice principal, she felt for the first time in the glaring eyes of the crowd, her dignity had been challenged. Such an occurrence should not transpire under the scrutinizing gaze of the public. The incessant murmurs and inquiries from the young wizards below rendered Professor McGonagall's somewhat antiquated expression increasingly rigid. With the transfiguration spell, the shape-shifting trap, an inexplicable aura enveloped the surroundings in an instant. The clamor of students within the hall abruptly stilled. Down below, Dudley sensed an ominous threat. A sensation both peculiar and profound. Although nothing in the vicinity had altered, his instincts were nonetheless issuing a warning. This sensation arises solely in moments of peril faced by living beings. He was quite familiar with this situation, reminiscent of Professor Dumbledore's prior conduct in the limelight. However, a stark distinction existed between the two. Professor McGonagall had evidently employed deliberate magic to conjure all of this. What is the principle that can profoundly influence the emotions of the masses? Since the naked eye cannot perceive everything around us, we are unable to assess our mental and emotional fluctuations from a material standpoint. If one must compel a fundamental judgment from Tao, this is remarkably akin to radio waves invisible to the naked eye, imperceptible and unseen, yet when they impact the brain, they can instantaneously illuminate one's understanding of their intent. This is intriguing. Observing Professor McGonagall on stage, Dumbledore maintained a calm smile. A humanoid signal transmitter and a humanoid computer terminal? Perhaps the bridge connecting them is the very magic spoken of by wizards. At this moment, the hall was enveloped in profound silence. Professor McGonagall remained utterly still. Yet, a voice of inquiry pierced the air, directly reaching Dumbledore's ears. Professor Dumbledore, what does this mean? I demand an explanation. A reasonable explanation. Professor McGonagall's tone was rigid. Since Dumbledore had tacitly entrusted this matter to her discretion, what was the purpose of suddenly revealing Harry Potter's identity? Furthermore, the legendary Sorting Hat had always been under Dumbledore's stewardship. If the Sorting Hat encountered issues, Dumbledore bore undeniable responsibility. However, Dumbledore's expression underwent little change. He merely responded cryptically, Professor McGonagall, I believe you have misunderstood. This time, the authority to determine whether Harry can successfully abandon his past identity does not rest with me. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow in protest. Not you. Then who? Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at the Sorting Hat and remarked, Professor McGonagall, this matter is not one that you or I can ultimately decide. Since the founding of Hogwarts, we have adhered to a system of voting and deliberation. I believe that. This is a decision made collectively by the most distinguished figures from the 4 houses of Hogwarts, Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. After their deliberations, the answer emerged. Therefore, Professor McGonagall, there is no need for you to be so earnest. This has become a reality. Dumbledore, you. Without waiting for Professor McGonagall's response, Dumbledore advanced, his hands gently clapping together. The sound of applause resonated, and all the wizard apprentices present felt an inexplicable lightness, as if the weight of the world had been lifted from their shoulders. In the center of the Hogwarts Great Hall, Harry stood as the focal point, his complexion pale, his small face etched with tension. In the heart of the hall, Harry took the initiative to place his hand upon the bandage on his forehead. Gathering his courage, his eyes calm, he reflected on the figure from his memories, gradually finding his emotional equilibrium. After a moment, Harry spoke with a tone of calmness tinged with regret. First and foremost, I wish to extend my sincere apologies to everyone present. I am truly sorry. Dumbledore's clapping hands faltered. Professor McGonagall's voice, poised to speak, hesitated. The assembled wizards were taken aback. The brief silence augmented Harry's confidence. I apologize for the trouble and misunderstandings I have caused. To speak honestly, changing my name was a reluctant decision. Having lived in the Muggle world, upon discovering my identity, I felt for a long time that I was not yet worthy of being hailed as a hero in the wizarding world. My arrival at Hogwarts, under a veil of anonymity, was to forge genuine friendships with all of you. My foster parents warned me that fame would attract unwanted attention from strangers, and I did not wish for my status as a hero to affect the way others perceived me during our initial encounters. Ultimately, I deceived you all. I sincerely extend my heartfelt apologies. I hope my fellow wizards will show understanding. Upon finishing his speech, Harry bowed towards Gryffindor House. In that instant, the Great Hall fell into a momentary freeze. When a child, speaking with the tone of an adult, delivers words capable of inciting shock, the crowd cannot harbor disdain for the child, for Harry exudes sincerity. He genuinely desires friendship. Emotions require a catalyst. Had he become too anxious to remember the final step? Dudley quietly observed Harry, who was calmly articulating all of this. The hero Harry Potter, who saved the world, changing his name merely to better integrate into Hogwarts. What a charming child he was. Dudley smiled slightly, extending his hand to applaud gently. Clap, 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 clap. Soon, 1, 2, 3. Waves of applause erupted, echoing throughout the hall. Particularly, the wizards of Gryffindor House rose in unison, some applauding, others waving their arms, expressing the warmest of welcomes. Harry beheld the scene before him, a sensation known as awe surging and igniting within his heart. This is the focus of widespread attention, garnering immense support. Is this what Dudley refers to as the adulation of the masses? Enveloped in the fervent warmth of welcome, Harry experiences an indescribable thrill at the center of it all, though it feels like a distant dream. The sensation of being acknowledged and encouraged by the majority resembles a furnace slowly igniting in his heart. He longs for this. Harry's emotions are stirred, his face alight with astonishment. This place is unlike the Muggle world, where he is not despised but embraced. As he descends the steps amidst the cheers of the crowd, he moves towards Gryffindor, instinctively scanning the surroundings. Harry yearns to find Dudley. He wishes to tell him of his triumph. Yet, as his gaze lands in the central area of memory, he discovers it is already devoid of any presence. Harry's exhilaration surges once more. His eyes instinctively search for Dudley, but there is no trace of his cousin. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Harry quickly finds solace in the warm welcomes of Gryffindor, stepping into his rightful house. Among the throng of young witches and wizards, Dudley has long since taken up a position elsewhere, observing Harry's mixture of excitement and solitude. With a resigned smile, Dudley reflects on Harry's youthful exuberance. Recognizing that at around 10 years old, he is still a child who has forgotten his own admonitions in the throes of exhilaration. His youth and lack of self-control were to be expected, yet he nearly exposed everything. My foolish brother. Professor McGonagall watches as Harry is welcomed into Gryffindor with incredulity. In her memory, he had been the rude child who had brazenly defied her, leaving a poor first impression. Yet now, he has made an astonishing turnaround in mere minutes. If one were to summarize it succinctly, it would be that a person should be viewed differently after 3 days apart. But Harry's transformation in such a short span is truly astonishing. Not only has he alleviated the awkward atmosphere, but he has also offered his apologies to everyone. This evidently conveys words that are incongruous with what one would expect from someone of his age. Nevertheless, at this moment, Harry not only dispelled the doubts of the majority, but also fostered a greater sense of acceptance and closeness towards him as a hero, seamlessly integrating into the collective. This is indeed a fortuitous event for the entire Hogwarts. With this thought, Professor McGonagall turned to gaze at Dumbledore behind her. He had previously stated that Harry Potter and Voldemort were fundamentally different, Voldemort being an ambitious figure, while Harry represented heroism. As it stands, perhaps Harry's future achievements may surpass those of Voldemort. A smile of satisfaction graced Professor McGonagall's face. However, she noticed that Dumbledore's gaze seemed to be searching for something. Ultimately, her eyes followed the direction of his intense focus, and there it was, an empty space. How curious. What could Dumbledore be staring at? Professor McGonagall found herself puzzled, yet the sorting ceremony must proceed. Soon, she called out several more names: Neville Longbottom, Sybil Trelawney, Luna Lovegood. Dudley stood among the wizarding crowd, his demeanor composed, hands tucked within the ample folds of his wizarding robe, showing no signs of change. After careful observation, Dudley had uncovered an intriguing phenomenon. It pertained to the allocation time of the sorting hat for the young wizards. Quietly recording his findings in his mind, he ultimately discerned that the sorting hat at Hogwarts possessed a precise timing mechanism for the division of the young wizards into their respective houses. Based solely on his acquaintance with the young wizards, he noted that Harry's sorting took the longest, followed by Neville Longbottom, then Hermione Granger, next Ron Weasley, and finally Draco Malfoy. Could this imply a simple deduction? That, according to fundamental magical talent and other comprehensive factors, a longer sorting time signifies a higher innate ability among the young wizards? Although merely a hypothesis, Dudley felt a considerable degree of certainty about it. Simultaneously, he realized one undeniable truth. Hogwarts, the magical school, harbored some concerns regarding its stance towards Harry Potter. After all, Harry had previously expressed a desire to remain incognito, to engage with the students as an equal, fostering genuine connections. This arrangement is indeed mutually beneficial, and it is unlikely to have any significant impact on Hogwarts. However, the ultimate outcome warrants deep reflection. Within the walls of Hogwarts, there must exist controversies that have led to divisions and a lack of consensus. Ultimately, the decision to conceal Harry's identity was repudiated. There exists a significant issue within this matter. Fortunately, Dudley has always approached tasks with a calm and cautious demeanor. Having meticulously summarized the plan with Harry prior to the commencement of the sorting ceremony, the strategy can be broadly categorized into a standard plan and a contingency plan. Frankly speaking, aside from a few minor flaws at the end, Harry has performed admirably. The data collection has nearly reached completion, providing a preliminary insight into Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's initial impression of its heroic cousin. In summary, Hogwarts is rather tumultuous. Just as recorded in the annals of magical history, the peace brought about by the Dark Lord's disappearance is fleeting, and history may plunge the magical world into a new vortex. As he observed the sorting ceremony on stage, Dudley's hands remained unceasing. His left hand clenched a furry creature nestled within the pocket of his wizard robe. The one-snapping Totoro, oblivious to the grip, shifted positions, fluttering its large ears while nuzzling its head against Dudley's palm, settling into a more comfortable slumber. Yet, at that moment, the half-awake Totoro opened its eyes slightly, sniffing the air, its gaze widening. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The scent of cheese wafted through the air. The Totoro became anxious, desperately attempting to escape Dudley's grasp, only to find itself firmly ensnared by the human hand. Ark! The Totoro, in exasperation, revealed its small fangs in a futile display. Flailing its limbs, ultimately resigned to its fate, realizing it was trapped in the pocket, unseen by Dudley. After a while, it begrudgingly accepted its predicament, feeling utterly disheartened. Suddenly, as if recalling something, the Totoro nodded earnestly. At that precise moment, Dudley felt an unexpected furry sensation in the palm of his right pocket. A subtle smile graced his previously calm countenance. Success. As Dudley continued his composed analysis and planning, a familiar voice called out, "Dudley Dursley." Professor McGonagall, holding a parchment scroll, glanced at the name, her mind recalling a certain familiarity. Dudley. Wasn't that the surname of Harry's guardians? Her gaze swept across the crowd, honing in on a fair-skinned child, somewhat pale and appearing unwell. The child seemed to be of a similar age to Harry. However, Professor McGonagall's expression grew somewhat grim. This child must undoubtedly be the detestable son of the Dursleys, a family of muggles. It is astonishing that, despite being the offspring of two such disdainful practitioners of the mundane, this household, so averse to magic, could still nurture a child with the potential for magical prowess. I wonder how that corpulent Vernon Dursley will feel upon discovering this revelation. Nevertheless, the Dursleys are truly appalling. Not only do they mistreat Harry, but they have also raised their own son in such a lamentable manner. Professor McGonagall's expression remained stern and unyielding as Dudley approached and took his seat beneath the sorting hat. It seemed to be said with both intention and nonchalance. My dear little one, it appears you are somewhat lacking in exercise. Furthermore, according to the regulations of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, you must pay heed to your appearance. Untidy hair may result in point deductions. You are wizards, not unruly children roaming the streets without supervision. Do remember to tidy up afterwards. A failure to maintain proper appearance will incur point penalties. And I hope you can amend the habit of wiping your hands on yourself after eating. Listening to Professor McGonagall's voice, Dudley offered a gentle smile and did not counter. Thank you for your kindness, Professor McGonagall. I hope you can keep that in mind. Professor McGonagall ceased her admonitions, her wrist flicking as she gently placed the tawny sorting hat upon his head. Although Dudley's expression remained unchanged, his hands remained motionless in his pockets. The soft, furry sensation in his palm was soon to vanish. The instant the sorting hat settled upon his brow, its dark mouth curled up. The hat began to mumble. Oh, Dudley Dursley, let me ascertain your character and preferences. You enjoy reading, you appreciate sports, and you value self-discipline. This is a commendable character trait. Oh, although it is not particularly challenging. So, dear little wizard, where do you truly belong? In my view, you relish reading, enjoy physical activities, and, above all, cherish self-discipline. These are indeed admirable qualities. Let me ponder. Placing you in Slytherin? Although that would not be suitable, I inexplicably feel that you belong here. It is somewhat regrettable. So, shall we consider placing you in Hufflepuff? Allow me to reflect. Hufflepuff House, while commendable, does have its merits. The students here are warm-hearted, loyal, and the cafeteria serves exquisite meals. However, due to your excessive self-discipline and high expectations of yourself, I fear this environment may not be suitable for you. You might squander your innate talents. In my humble opinion, I believe you would thrive in Ravenclaw. The students of Ravenclaw are, to be candid, curious, intelligent, and in pursuit of knowledge and a life of excellence, which aligns perfectly with your interests. You enjoy reading, you appreciate sports, and you cherish discipline. Just look at how well this fits you. I am confident you would be warmly welcomed by the Ravenclaw community. However, as I ponder this, the sorting hat's voice falters, as if it were conversing with itself in confusion. Curious. Strange. Young one, why have you suddenly changed your mind? Why do you no longer enjoy reading or sports? Have you developed a disdain for discipline? Is there another self residing within your heart? How intriguing this is. The sorting hat's tone quickens, clearly intrigued. Let me glimpse into the depths of your heart and see what you truly cherish. Oh, I see it now. Deep within, you genuinely prefer lounging and dozing off? What happened to your previous routine? How is it that your favorite pastime has become napping? Do you perhaps indulge in even more delightful pursuits? Is it that you dream of endless cheese while you sleep? My dear young wizard, this is not a commendable habit. An insatiable appetite for knowledge is to be approached with caution. At this moment, the sorting hat's voice becomes somewhat strained. How can you harbor such feelings? You truly detest discipline. You despise it. Why is this so? What? The reason is that the discipline of repetitively engaging in a singular task can invoke a sense of anguish. It is an exceedingly monotonous and tedious endeavor. Strange. How peculiar it is that there are so many distasteful aspects in your life. Is there not a glimmer of positivity to be found? Never mind. Allow me to discover what your favorite activity is. Your fondness surprisingly lies in curling up to sleep. The sorting hat is taken aback, realizing that everything seems irretrievable. Oh, now you have developed an aversion to lying down to sleep? It is exceedingly dark here. Have you recently noticed a slight discomfort in your cervical spine from sleeping in a curled position? The poor quality of sleep is adversely affecting your mental state, which in turn may impact the quality of your hair and skin. What peculiar hobbies these are. The sorting hat appeared rather irritable. Let me ascertain your character. You possess a timid disposition, easily startled. Yet, you harbor a profound disdain for those of larger stature, believing that vanquishing them is your most imperative duty. Well, it seems you perceive yourself as feeble, yet you are never lacking in courage. Thus, it is decided. At that moment, the other hand of Dudley, tucked within his pocket, began to stir once more. The Sorting Hat's tone remained unfaltering. Dudley Dursley, your house is Gryffindor. May your courage be tempered into something even more formidable here. Professor McGonagall decisively extended her hand, her expression unwavering. Glancing at the clock, barely 30 seconds had elapsed. The young wizard Dudley, born into a Muggle family, lacked remarkable talent. As he casually picked up the Sorting Hat, his expression remained remarkably calm as he approached the Hogwarts campus. The applause around him was rather tepid. Yet he noticed Harry at the front table vigorously waving his small hand in a gesture of welcome. Dudley smiled and made his way to Harry's side. Harry nudged Ron, saying, "You're blocking me. Move aside." Reluctantly, Ron, with a sulky expression, stood up to sit on Harry's left. "All right, Harry, you must learn to consider your friends." Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder and took a seat opposite him. Curiously, Hermione looked at Dudley and inquired, "Aren't you excited?" Dudley responded calmly, "Excited about what?" Hermione gestured broadly. "With so many people welcoming you, how can you remain so composed? Are you, perhaps, expressionless? Otherwise, it is quite astonishing." Dudley gazed at Hermione's oval face, pondering before he replied. Hermione tilted her head, puzzled. "Dudley, I don't understand what you're saying." "And what language is that?" Dudley replied calmly. "A proverb from a distant eastern land." Hermione, slightly bored, tilted her head. "A proverb? Eastern? What is that place? I've never heard of it." On the high platform, Dumbledore observed that no one remained before the Sorting Hat. He exchanged glances with Professor McGonagall, then stood and gently clapped his hands together. "All right, young wizards of Hogwarts. The sorting ceremony has officially concluded. Let us commence the formal welcoming celebration." As Dumbledore's words resonated, an array of delectable dishes materialized before the students on their plates. "Hey, Harry, look, there's my favorite chicken leg. I've been looking forward to this," Ron exclaimed joyfully, reaching for a chicken leg and devouring it with gusto. His cheeks puffed out and lips coated in grease. "It tastes great. Harry, you must try it." Hermione, unable to resist the grapes that appeared before her, also reached out, placing one in her mouth and chewing gently. Ron, with curiosity, looked at Harry, urging, "Come on, eat. Why aren't you touching all this food?" As he spoke, Ron grabbed a piece of bread from his plate to offer it to Harry's. However, Harry shook his head in refusal. This left Ron utterly perplexed. Harry did not disclose anything to Ron. He turned to his cousin Dudley and asked earnestly, "Dudley, why aren't you eating?" Dudley stared at the sumptuous feast that had appeared before him out of thin air. To speak candidly, ever since he had subtly gauged Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's stance on Harry Potter through indirect validation, Dudley instinctively became increasingly cautious. This caution arises from the innate instincts of a researcher, fostering a persistent skepticism towards periods devoid of scientific rigor. Yet, this inclination may also present its own drawbacks. For instance, when confronted with an unexpectedly lavish feast, Dudley is often beset by an illogical sense of disbelief. Before him lies an abundance of food, meats, vegetables, and even fruits, meticulously arranged with exquisite artistry. However, the sudden appearance of these disparate items, each cultivated under entirely different conditions, evokes an instinctive suspicion within Dudley. The suspicion expressed here does not stem from the belief that the food has been poisoned, but rather from a bewilderment at the extraordinary nature of magic. Could it truly possess the ability to transcend the material realm and conjure creations from thin air? Hogwarts, and perhaps the entire wizarding world, would seem to suggest that if magic indeed holds such power, then why do we still encounter reports in the Daily Prophet indicating that certain wizards have succumbed to starvation, their decayed bodies discovered in the sewers? Pondering this, Dudley turned to the ravenously feasting Ron and inquired, "What does your roast chicken taste like?" Ron scratched his head in response, "It tastes like chicken. What else could it possibly taste like?" Dudley then shifted his gaze to Hermione, asking, "And what about the fruit you just ate?" Hermione instinctively shook her head. "It simply tastes like ordinary grapes, though they seem exceptionally sweet here at Hogwarts." "But why do you ask?" As she spoke, Hermione appeared to suddenly grasp something, her cheeks puffing up in indignation as she exclaimed, "Well, Dudley, you're not eating. You want me and Ron to be the test subjects." Dudley remained unfazed and did not offer an explanation. Ron, still bewildered, asked, "Test subjects? What are you talking about? Hermione, exasperated, retorted, look at you. You're so dense. Dudley has touched any of the food on the table because he suspects there might be something wrong with it. Ron paused, his chewing instinctively halting as he surveyed the room, observing the older students and fellow apprentices happily enjoying their meals. He finally stammered, but they seem to be eating just fine. Perhaps you're being overly cautious. At this moment, Harry couldn't help but interject, Ron, you come from a wizarding family. Yet you mentioned that your mother usually prepares the meals. If wizards could conjure food out of thin air, what need would there be for kitchens? They could simply create their meals. As Harry spoke, he pushed up his round glasses with a firm hand. Ron found himself inexplicably agreeing with Harry. The reasoning seemed sound and insightful. His smile faltered as he realized, I never considered such a question before. His gaze wandered around the room until it settled on Draco Malfoy, who was not far away in the Slytherin house. The golden-haired, oval-faced young gentleman appears. Seemingly has not dined at all. At this moment, Malfoy wore an expression of indifference, with a hint of a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, were heartily indulging in the delectable fare laid out before them. Malfoy, why aren't you eating? Inquired his portly companion with a note of confusion. Indeed, the food at Hogwarts is quite splendid, echoed his slender counterpart in agreement. With a stoic demeanor, Malfoy regarded the food before him and remarked coolly, the celebratory feast at Hogwarts pales in comparison to the afternoon tea at the Malfoy estate. I have grown weary of these dishes. If you wish to consume them, please do so without bothering me. Clark, I truly envy you. Gore, count me in. But it would be a pity not to indulge in these delicacies. Ron, of course, could not hear the exchange between Malfoy and his two cronies from Slytherin. However, witnessing Malfoy's disdainful expression as he regarded the food before him as mere refuse, Ron found himself instinctively halting his movements. Before he could spit out the morsel of chicken in his mouth, he felt as if his back had come into contact with something inexplicable. All right, little ones. Fret not. Today marks a traditional festival at Hogwarts. Most of the dishes at this gathering were meticulously prepared in advance by the Hufflepuff house. Subsequently, they were magically presented onto our plates by Professor Dumbledore. It was not as you might imagine, with food suddenly appearing. Quite a vigilant bunch, indeed. Ron felt something lodged in his throat and hastily grabbed a nearby drink, gulping it down fervently. After a moment, he finally regained his breath. Dudley looked at the speaker with a hint of confusion. Harry, too, felt a twinge of curiosity, slightly embarrassed by the unwavering gaze directed at him. Hey, don't interrupt casually. Ron initially intended to retort, but upon seeing the newcomer, he was instantly rendered speechless. Ron timidly turned his face away. The young man, with a mane of red hair and a tall stature, appeared somewhat older than the other young wizards present. Ron turned his head, pretending not to notice the newcomer, hoping to sip his drink and avoid the situation. However, the young man swiftly turned his head back. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Percy Weasley. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. I am truly glad to see that you and Ron are so familiar with each other. Harry, taken aback, glanced from the towering Percy to the astonished Ron and exclaimed, Percy Weasley. Ron Weasley. He is your brother? Ron awkwardly swallowed and nodded. Hermione, equally surprised, remarked, Percy, I have heard your name. The young wizard next to me referred to you as prefect. Percy nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I am the prefect for the first-year Gryffindor class at Hogwarts. My duties involve overseeing your daily routines and casually informing you of the dormitory rules and other mundane matters. As Percy spoke, he naturally took a seat beside Ron. He continued, Harry, Ron, since you are new here and unfamiliar with Hogwarts, allow me to introduce you to the esteemed professors on stage, as they will be among your instructors in the future. Percy's words immediately captured the interest of Hermione, Ron, and Harry. However, Hermione noticed that Dudley had been intently staring at the copper candle holders on the dining table. Just as Hermione was about to beckon him to join in listening, Dudley casually remarked, Percy, if it's convenient, could you start introducing the wizarding professors from the left? In this manner, by following the sequence, we shall also be able to remember the appearances of our esteemed teachers. Percy, upon hearing this, found merit in Dudley's words and, without further contemplation, naturally spoke up. The one at the very end, with black hair and dark eyes, bearing a serious expression, is named Snape. He's your potions instructor. Do not let his role as the potions master lead you to underestimate him. There are rumors circulating within the academy about his profound expertise in the dark arts, but their veracity remains uncertain. After Percy concluded his remarks, He proceeded with the introductions. Next to Snape is Professor Quirrell, who has recently assumed the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. There are some rather unsavory rumors surrounding him. Whispers suggest that he has long been coveted by Snape for his position, which may explain his somewhat fearful demeanor towards the professor. Percy continued his introductions incessantly. Dudley fell silent, choosing not to heed the subsequent details. The reason he refrained from partaking in the food upon the table and fixated upon the copper pillars was that, from the very moment the sorting hat was placed upon his head, he sensed an inexplicable gaze directed at him. This sensation is truly extraordinary. Initially thought to be an illusion, yet prompted by the deliberate nudges from the Totoro in his pocket, Dudley could ascertain that the source of the dilemma stemmed from the formidable wizards atop the high platform. However, Dudley was uncertain as to who exactly was observing him. The surface of the copper pillar was smooth enough to create a refractive angle. Choosing to sit opposite Harry was a strategic decision, intended to avoid direct eye contact with the wizards on stage. To Dudley, wizards represented a mysterious collective. Acting recklessly in the absence of sufficient information could lead to grave missteps. If one were not cautious, it would be all too easy to reveal vulnerabilities. At that moment, Dudley fixed his gaze upon the copper pillar, which fortuitously reflected the two figures positioned at the far left of the stage. The silhouette swayed, and through Percy's introduction, Dudley could identify one as Professor Snape of Potions class. The other was none other than Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor. Yet both of them were now gazing in his direction. What, precisely, are these two individuals observing? Following the deliberate gazes of the two wizards, Dudley discerned that, unbeknownst to him, a Totoro had been stealthily concealed within his pocket and had now manifested beneath the grand platter atop the banquet table. The platter bore a whole turkey, perfectly roasted to a crisp exterior while remaining succulent within. The furry body of the Totoro lay languidly beneath the platter. After a brief moment, its tiny paws lifted, and then it propped itself up, its fluffy ears twitching with anticipation. Finally, it leaped forth, seizing a drumstick that was larger than its own form. With a wide-open mouth, it exclaimed a woo. The drumstick disappeared into the Totoro's mouth, causing its previously furry body to swell considerably, transforming from an elongated shape into an oval form. It swayed like a weeble, seemingly unable to withstand such delectable temptation. Ultimately, the rotund creature toppled backward, landing with a soft thud beneath the silver platter. At that moment, Professor Quirrell's head hung low behind the professor's podium, his mind racing with a whisper that grew increasingly frantic. The expression on Quirrell's face shifted from initial terror to astonishment, and finally to hesitation. With a deep breath, he tremulously responded in his mind, "Oh, my great and noble master, your humble servant Quirrell has discovered the body you so fervently desire. He is within Gryffindor. Oh, my great and noble master, your devoted servant has indeed located the body you have long sought. Please, master, remain calm. I have ascertained that the Totoro resides in Gryffindor, and its master is also there. Acquiring a new body is not a daunting task. We have ample opportunities. As the defense against the dark arts instructor for the young wizards of Gryffindor, we possess abundant time and chances. I shall ensure that he dutifully presents the body to you. To become the vessel for the master is their honor." As the tumultuous whispers in his mind began to quiet, Professor Quirrell finally exhaled in relief. He turned to his side, addressing Snape, his brow slightly furrowed, stammering, "Professor Snape, what are you gazing at over there?" Snape turned, his eyes flat and devoid of expression, offering no response. His gaze was profoundly deep. Quirrell, feeling as if he had been stepped on, stammered with a newfound fluency, "I am telling you, Snape. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. You must not be overly strict with the students of Gryffindor. Only I am their professor for defense against the dark arts, and you shall not interfere." Quirrell's words were laden with significance, as Professor Snape was unexpectedly gazing at Harry. Before Harry lay a chinchilla, and instinctively, he believed that the potion's master and master of dark magic, Snape, must have taken an interest in this extraordinary creature. The body favored by the great master must not be tainted by others. Thus, Quirrell resolved to subtly warn Snape. Snape's expression remained impassive as he merely uttered two words, "Nonsense. Foolish." Quirrell was left speechless, his face flushed with anger. The constraints of Hogwarts were too numerous. Were it not for his fear of revealing his true power, Quirrell would genuinely wish to make Snape suffer a bit. Meanwhile, during the meal, a white phantom emerged from beneath the chair at the dining table. Dudley curiously scrutinized the translucent, mist-like apparition before him. Percy, sitting nearby, casually remarked, "Just enjoy your meal." Pay them no mind. These ghosts always appear during Hogwarts ceremonies. My goodness, ghosts! Ron exclaimed in surprise. Hermione and Harry were equally filled with curiosity. Dudley then asked nonchalantly, Ghosts? What are they? Is there any specific information regarding this? Percy pondered, seemingly searching for the appropriate words, as no one had ever posed such a question to him before. After a moment, he spoke. To refer to them as ghosts might not be entirely fitting, for they can more accurately be described as lost souls. In simpler terms, from the perspective of your Muggle world, these souls are transparent and three-dimensional. They possess no physical touch. Yet their forms can become ethereal, allowing them to traverse all solid objects and non-magical artifacts. In life, they were wizards, but upon becoming lost souls, they are devoid of emotions and instincts. They are even unable to communicate, and instances of free communication are exceedingly rare. This explanation was provided by a former professor of magical creatures, though it appears he has resigned. At this point, Percy paused, then, with a hint of resignation, added, In truth, they are a pitiable and fragile group. Their current state evokes a sense of compassion. Harry and Ron were left bewildered. While Hermione seemed to relish the information, Dudley glanced at the ghost before him and remarked, If becoming a ghost entails losing so much, why do these wizards still choose to transform in such a manner? Percy shook his head. Who knows? I have little interest in their lives as wizards. However, I once heard from the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher that only the weak and pitiable would wish to retain their forms in this world. They refuse to transcend. The truly wise wizards would never opt to become lost souls. Such a form of immortality can only bring about endless suffering. Listening to Percy's explanation, Dudley instinctively reached out, yearning to touch the ethereal white mist of the soul before him. However, the other party abruptly tore off their own head. The grotesque wound was starkly vivid, the flesh and blood alarmingly clear. Harry and Ron appeared pale, and even Hermione tightly shut her eyes. Dudley's expression remained unchanged as his hand effortlessly passed through the figure's form. Soon, intrigue flickered across Dudley's face. There was no sensation at all. It was truly remarkable. If wizards can exist in such a manner after death, could it also be understood that, in this wizarding world, there exists a medium that can materialize thoughts? Contemplating this, Dudley's eyes narrowed. The time in the Hogwarts dining hall swiftly came to an end. Percy took the initiative to rise, breaking the silence. All right, first-year students, follow me. Soon, the first-year wizards gathered together. Percy stood at the forefront of the line, his steps brisk and agile, with the young wizards closely trailing behind. Wait, Harry, slow down. Ron murmured as he sidled up to Harry, grumbling softly, honestly. Harry, you should listen to me. At home, my mother always says that after eating, you shouldn't exercise, otherwise, your stomach will hurt. Look at my brother Percy. He has completely transformed since arriving at school, becoming authoritative and decisive. This contrast is truly unrecognizable. Harry gazed at Ron in astonishment, pondering for a moment before inquiring. It seems, Ron, you appear to have some grievances regarding your brother. Grievances? No. Upon hearing this, Ron seemed to have found a confidant. Let me explain, Harry. You have no idea what I've endured at home. To be honest, several of my older brothers find joy in bullying and mocking me. Their favorite pastime is watching me cry. I assure you, it's true. Don't be deceived by how spirited my brother Percy seems now. You have no idea what he's like alone. Ron continued to vent about his brother's shortcomings. Dudley, positioned beside Harry, paid little heed to Ron's words. His attention was captivated instead by Percy's ongoing narration. After departing from the Hogwarts dining hall, the young wizards first traversed through the main tower of Hogwarts. Dudley discovered that the interior of the magical school's main tower featured staircases that automatically changed direction. These staircases lack any form of mechanical structure. One might imagine cranks or even gears, yet they bear no trace of machinery whatsoever. Nevertheless, these stairs possess the remarkable ability to alter their trajectory in a rhythmic and orderly manner while suspended in midair. Percy's introduction continued unabated, while Dolly's gaze was captivated by the black and white images adorning the walls. The images displayed encompass oil paintings and watercolors, with the majority leaning towards a realistic style. As one gazes around, countless frames adorn each tier of the staircase. Percy paused momentarily, casting a glance at the nearby portraits and remarked, When you pass by these portraits, do so with courtesy. They are not mere paintings. Upon his utterance, one portrait of a lady in an evening gown inclined forward, exclaiming, Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, my dear little wizards. At that moment, Hermione leaned closer to Harry and Dudley, whispering, I once read in a book that some of the portraits at Hogwarts are said to conceal secret passages to other parts of the school. Though these may just be rumors, who knows if there's any truth to it? Harry nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Dudley observed quietly, casually pulling out a notebook to sketch and jot down notes. Hermione furrowed her brow, her oval face tinged with curiosity as she attempted to peer over Dudley's shoulder. However, Dudley naturally stepped forward, blocking her view. Missing the opportunity, Hermione, slightly vexed, instinctively pouted, humph. So stingy. Dudley, unfazed by Hermione's expression, continued along the path taken by the young wizards. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at a long corridor. Flanking either side were clusters of copper torches. Percy halted, turning to address the new Gryffindor students behind him. Everyone, take heed. Remember the path we traversed. We have now reached the entrance to the dormitory. This is the common room of Gryffindor, where young wizards typically return after classes, and it is advised not to wander aimlessly, for there are many forbidden areas within the grounds of Hogwarts. Furthermore, it is imperative that everyone remembers that the password for the dormitory changes daily. Change the password? Ron instinctively nudged Harry beside him. Harry looked at Ron with a puzzled expression. What is it? Ron whispered. Don't you find this portrait a bit peculiar? After a moment of careful observation, Harry shook his head. No, Ron, I don't find anything strange. Leaning closer to Harry's ear, Ron murmured, I just saw the eyes of the lady in the portrait move. The painting at the entrance to our dormitory is alive too. The two exchanged hushed remarks. At that moment, the lady in the portrait shifted her body and addressed the gathering. Greetings. Please state the password for passage. Percy responded promptly, Dragongrass. As his words echoed, the lady extended her palm in a gesture of invitation. The portrait slowly swung to the side, revealing a doorway tall enough for a person to pass through. How marvelous! Harry and Ron gaped in astonishment. Soon, they followed the crowd into the opening. Percy stood firm and addressed the Hogwarts students behind him. The lady in the portrait at the entrance is known as the Fat Lady. We are currently situated in the common room of Gryffindor House. Here, the dormitories for boys and girls are separate. The staircase on the left leads to the boys' dormitory, while the right staircase leads to the girls' dormitory. Percy continued to detail various matters concerning the new wizards settling into Hogwarts. Harry, Ron, and Hermione listened intently, while Dudley quietly observed his surroundings. From the outside, the common room of Hogwarts appears modest in size, yet upon entering, one discovers a remarkably spacious interior. Judging solely by the volume of the structure, the interior is undoubtedly larger than its exterior would suggest. This edifice is not merely a conventional assemblage of bricks and stones. The perceptible disparity of the space is likely influenced by the lingering traces of magic that permeate the surrounding area. However, constrained by his current understanding of the arcane arts, Dudley finds himself unable to fully comprehend the phenomenon of this spatial expansion. The style of the room is exceedingly antiquated. This obsolescence is not a matter of the physical age of objects, but rather a weariness in style. This imparts a profound sense of nostalgia to Dudley. The sensation is akin to having grown accustomed to the bustling traffic of a grand metropolis, only to suddenly find oneself in a quaint mountain village. Before him lies a scene of individuals journeying on donkeys, a stark juxtaposition of eras. Dudley glanced upward at the chandelier above, which was fashioned in the shape of a pentagram. At each pointed tip rested a base the size of a bowl, within which flickered a flame. Beneath the flame lay a candle. Dudley furrowed his brow, as a question quietly emerged in his mind. So backward. It is truly so backward. Could it be that in this fantastical realm of wizards, electricity remains a luxury yet to be widely embraced? This sense of incongruity left Derry, who had inhabited the modern world for 30 years, feeling quite uncomfortable. I apologize, Percy, but may I pose a question? Suddenly interrupted, Percy appeared momentarily taken aback. He turned to identify the source of the inquiry. Typically, a young wizard visiting the magical realm for the first time would dutifully listen to his presentation regarding rules in various aspects of Hogwarts. Rarely does anyone dare to interrupt his discourse. However, in front of so many new aspiring wizards, Percy maintained his composure and smiled warmly, saying, Derry, feel free to ask any question. I shall do my utmost to assist you with anything I know. Derry pointed inquisitively at the chandelier above. Percy, why is it that throughout my journey, I have not encountered the presence of electricity? Electricity? Percy responded with surprise, momentarily at a loss. In his experience, New wizard students typically inquired about class schedules or topics related to magical texts. Why this sudden question about electricity? Noticing Percy's bewildered expression, Derry felt even more astonished. What sort of magical institution was this, where wizards in Hogwarts were seemingly unaware of electricity? Percy furrowed his brow and replied, Derry. Are you referring to the lightning spell used in casting? Derry shook his head, pondering for a moment before explaining. What I mean by electricity is the phenomenon in the ordinary world that illuminates light bulbs as one walks down the street. It can be utilized for lighting. Percy paused. Then his expression transformed into one of understanding. I apologize, Derry. I have lived in the wizarding world since childhood and have had little exposure to the lifestyle of muggles. However, what you refer to as electricity is merely the term used by muggles. Here, from the perspective of illumination, the continuous use of the fire-making spell is significantly easier than the lightning spell. Derry frowned, perplexed as to how electricity could be related to magic. As they spoke, Percy withdrew a wand from his robe. With a beaming smile, he waved it casually while softly reciting an incantation. The incantation, Electric Arc. Upon completion, the tip of the wand glimmered with a white light. A faint azure arc, intertwined with blue luminescence, shot forth from the wand's tip. The blue arc moved at a leisurely pace. In an extraordinary turn of events, the trajectory of its movement was distinctly visible to the naked eye. The arc of electricity, guided by the wand, descended upon the bowl-shaped lamp fixture in the communal lounge of Gryffindor. The once burning orange flame was supplanted. Instead, a cerulean arc of electricity danced incessantly in its midst. The crackling sounds echoed continuously. For a fleeting moment, the entire dormitory was enveloped in the vivid brilliance of the flickering arc. The surroundings oscillated between light and darkness. Shortly thereafter, with a casual flick of his wand, Percy made the arc vanish. He turned to explain to Dudley, this is precisely why we wizards do not rely on electricity for illumination. It consumes excessively, produces inadequate brightness, and fails to meet expectations. In fact, it is far less stable than flame, Percy stated with utmost seriousness. Yet, in Dudley's ears, it sounded like mere nonsense. This creates a cognitive bias for Dudley. Is this disparity truly a result of differing subjective perceptions? Has the world of wizards genuinely become disconnected from the lives of ordinary people? What, then, is the underlying cause of this phenomenon? These inquiries must be reserved for future exploration. Dudley chose to remain taciturn. Transforming a wizard's worldview is evidently not a matter that can be resolved with mere words. Dudley nodded silently. Percy resumed his explanation of the dormitory rules. Yet, amidst the crowd, a pair of beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Hermione quietly approached Dudley and inquired, how did you come up with these thoughts? This is rather unexpected. Dudley gazed at Hermione's eager, egg-shaped face and casually replied, it's nothing really. I come from a muggle family. Growing up with the education of ordinary people, I simply questioned the illogical aspects. Hermione, taken aback, exclaimed, wait, your parents are also ordinary? But that can't be right. Your brother is Harry Potter, and both of Harry Potter's parents are renowned wizards. Dudley looked at Hermione with a hint of confusion. That's Harry's parents, not mine. Though somewhat puzzled, Dudley continued, this is not a secret. Over time, everyone will come to understand it. However, Hermione seemed to experience a joy akin to finding a kindred spirit. She exclaimed, I too grew up in an ordinary family, you know. When I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, my entire family thought I was playing a prank, although they never said it. I could see their disbelief in their eyes. Yet, I alone believed it to be true. And you have no idea how my best friend reacted when I told her. She mocked me and told me to get my head straight. Hermione's face was filled with indignation, her small fist clenched tightly. Typically somewhat proud, she rarely transformed into such a chatterbox, expressing the discomfort many ordinary individuals feel upon entering the magical realm. Dudley, however, expressed his disinterest in listening to the unfruitful ramblings of a little girl. This is a sheer waste of time. However, constrained by Percy's tiresome dormitory regulations, which are even more insipid than Hermione's incessant chatter, Dudley is left with no choice but to choose the lesser of two evils. After more than half an hour has elapsed, as he observes Percy turning away from the young wizardess dormitory, Dudley cannot help but admire one remarkable fact. Hermione's propensity for loquacity is indeed formidable. Is this an innate characteristic? Throughout the entire conversation, I merely nodded, while she lamented for quite some time, akin to a solo performance. In the end, it was Harry who stepped in to defuse the situation. Indeed, it seems that when it comes to refusing such matters, it is most fitting for a cousin to intervene. Dudley ascended the left staircase and entered the dormitory. The environment here is spacious, surrounded by windows. Beyond them lies the enchanting forest encircling Hogwarts. Dudley's footsteps falter. It seems as though something is pressing against his back. Silence now. Dudley reaches into his pocket to stow away the fidgeting Totoro. He glances out the window. The sky is an inky black, indicating that the hour has long surpassed midnight. Presently, this is a standard double room. It features a communal area as well as a study. The belongings of both himself and Harry have already been delivered to the dormitories of Hogwarts. Upon entering the room and surveying his surroundings, Dudley notices Harry, who has inexplicably seated himself alone on the windowsill. Harry's arms are wrapped around his knees, and his eyes are fixed intently on the world beyond the glass. During this period, the faces once adorned with smiles seem to be shrouded by a layer of gloom. Meanwhile, the owl, Hedwig, who had been confined within its cage, took the initiative to leave its prison and fluttered gracefully before Harry. Its pristine white wings spread wide, and it turned its head, its keen eyes curiously observing the newcomer who had entered the room. Suddenly, as if struck by an overwhelming fright, the white owl took to the air in a flurry, hastily attempting to retreat back into its cage. Yet, the fluffy creature that had been hidden within Dudley's pocket was nowhere to be found. A small, plump chinchilla unexpectedly appeared before the cage, standing defiantly with its paws on its hips, its ears twitching. Hedwig, terrified, pressed herself against the side of the cage, her eyes filled with fear. The chinchilla, with its large, flappy ears, approached the metallic enclosure, squeezing its chubby body through a narrow gap. To Hedwig's astonishment, this pudgy little creature managed to slither into the cage like a serpent, defying all expectations. The chinchilla stood upright, its tiny paws raised in a mock predatory stance. With a loud clatter, Hedwig was startled and fell from the bars of the cage. The chinchilla emitted a couple of squeaks, then boldly lifted Hedwig's wings and nestled itself inside, curling up to take a nap. Hedwig, utterly despondent, gazed helplessly at the figure outside the cage. Dudley watched this curious scene with great interest, choosing not to interrupt the peculiar interaction between the chinchilla and Hedwig. Instead, he moved to the windows, observing Harry curled up on the windowsill. The moonlight poured down like water, casting a silvery glow upon Harry. What thoughts occupy your mind, Harry? Is the journey through the wizarding world, with all its wonders and excitement, far beyond your imagination? Or is the magic realm simply too enchanting? Harry's eyes remained fixed on the outside world, his round glasses glimmering brightly in the moonlight. He did not respond to Dudley's inquiry, maintaining his silence. Dudley, unfazed, began to speak for himself. If Harry is well, he should rest early. Adequate sleep is essential for us to absorb knowledge during our upcoming magical studies. With that, Dudley casually pulled out a notebook and turned to a page. We are now first-year students at Hogwarts, and first-year wizards must study 7 subjects. The first Transfiguration class is taught by Professor McGonagall. The second Potions class is conducted by Professor Snape. The third Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson is under Professor Quirrell, followed by Herbology and Flying. Just a moment, Dudley. Before Dudley could finish his sentence, Harry suddenly turned to face him. Harry's eyes flickered, and his expression was somewhat hesitant. In the end, he could not restrain himself and spoke. Cousin Dudley, do you know why this is? Dudley calmly closed his notebook and regarded Harry before him. What? Harry shook his head, striving to articulate his thoughts. I am not quite sure. I cannot find the words to express it. Cousin Dudley, the magical world is truly extraordinary and remarkably wondrous. Everything here captivates me. I feel a profound sense of belonging. Truly, I belong here. Yet, I cannot find happiness. Dudley silently observes Harry, refraining from interrupting his narrative. Harry seems to be both recounting and muttering to himself. Cousin, I have applied to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I believe they should understand my intentions. Am I not merely an ordinary wizard, not a savior of the world? Yet, they still insist on uttering my true name. I was unaware before, but now, I can distinctly sense the significance behind my name. The very moment it is spoken, all the students and wizards at Hogwarts fall into a hushed silence. In their eyes, I see nothing but shock. I am bewildered. Yet no, this does not belong to me. At this point, Harry, in a state of agitation, exclaims, Cousin Dudley, I never imagined my name could wield such influence. If I truly am the hero they speak of, the one who saved the entire magical world. But I am acutely aware that I am utterly powerless at present. I lack formidable magic. I do not even comprehend the slightest spell. How could I possibly be deemed a worthy hero? Cousin, I believe you are correct. Until I have achieved something substantial, it is perhaps best not to be referred to as a hero. Otherwise, when they discover my ineptitude, all that awaits me is mockery, just like tomorrow. When classes begin, what am I to do? Dudley silently watches Harry, listening to his incoherent ramblings. Harry continues to speak, until he loses track of his own words. His throat feels parched, and his gaze wanders. The bizarre world of magic entices him, yet he is not a hero. Just as Harry is engulfed in despair, a hand suddenly rests upon his shoulder. Harry's voice falters, and with a hint of tears, he asks, "D. Dudley, what am I to do now?" Dudley gazes silently at Harry. Harry, however, found the pair of eyes before him to be profoundly deep. As he gazed into them, his tumultuous emotions gradually settled. For reasons unknown, his cousin's calm and gentle visage always brought Harry a sense of comfort. After a prolonged moment, Dudley released his grip and said with a grin, "Harry, your heart is in disarray. Moreover, you have forgotten the very first piece of advice I imparted to you." Harry, taken aback, instinctively replied, "Cousin Dudley, I haven't forgotten. You said to remain silent, to observe, to listen, and to contemplate." Dudley smiled faintly, "Indeed, but you have only managed to observe and listen, neglecting the use of your mind. It is contemplation." At this, Dudley extended his hand and gently poked Harry's forehead. "Harry, you must think more, quiet your mind, and reflect. Once your heart is at peace, the concerns you bear will, in fact, prove non-existent. To put it plainly, all this pressure is self-imposed. Hero is merely a title bestowed upon you by others. So, Harry, I ask you, how do you perceive yourself?" Harry's expression became somewhat bewildered. His cousin's words felt profound, eluding his understanding. Yet, he grasped the final statement. I am not a hero, I am just an ordinary person," Harry instinctively retorted. Dudley chuckled softly and patted Harry's shoulder, saying, "See? In this manner, the problem is resolved, is it not? You yourself perceive that you are merely an ordinary individual. So, what connection does heroism have with you?" Upon hearing Dudley's elucidation, Harry experienced a moment of clarity, as if there was some semblance of truth in it. Although much remained unclear, Dudley was indeed correct. He was but an ordinary and unremarkable young wizard. The opinions of others belonged to them alone. Harry did not need to exist on the foundation of others' accolades. As for everything else, Harry lacked the energy to ponder, feeling the burdensome doubts within him dissipate. A wave of fatigue washed over him. He turned back to his bed. "Good night, Dudley." "Good night, Harry. Wishing you sweet dreams." As Harry succumbed to slumber, Dudley approached the window, gazing out into the dark, oppressive night. The expression of ease and subtle amusement that once adorned his face vanished entirely. In its place was a demeanor that was somewhat serious and grave. There were many thoughts he found challenging to communicate directly to Harry. This originates from the contemplations of an adult mind. Aside from the nuanced attitude that Hogwarts itself exhibits towards Harry, it is exceedingly perilous here. A senior wizard brazenly casts spells in front of all the young sorcerers. Although the exact procedure of the incantation remains unclear, Percy's strike, with its arc of lightning, upon mere visual assessment, surpassed a theoretical voltage of 1,000 volts. The shape and duration of the lightning arc suggest that if Percy harbored even the slightest malicious intent, the new wizarding students present would undoubtedly face dire consequences. This sentiment can be most directly articulated as the presence of lethal weaponry within the confines of an ordinary educational institution, where both educators and pupils enter the hallowed halls akin to a church, rendering danger omnipresent and devoid of stringent regulations. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry harbors significant security vulnerabilities, unlike the conventional world where weapons are confiscated. Garnering attention in the magical realm demands far more than it does in the mundane human sphere. My apologies, Harry, for your youthful days. However, as a seasoned researcher, I cannot afford to disregard the notion of danger. Resolute in my decision, Dudley turned back towards the luggage nearby, opened the case, and retrieved a notebook from within. Before departing from London to Hogwarts, he deliberately left behind a groundbreaking research topic, the heavy metal biogenetic project, titled Awakening Plant Genes. Within the dormitory of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Dudley gazed at his notebook, absorbed in contemplation regarding the heavy metal biogenetic project. After a while, he opened the study door and glanced at Harry, who was resting on the bed. After a brief moment of silence, he closed the study door behind him. The basic design of the Gryffindor dormitory for newly admitted wizards was complete. Although the outside world was shrouded in darkness, the instant the door was shut, it seemed as if the room sensed the presence of an intruder. The magical sconces on either side of the study's walls ignited, flickering to life with flames that radiated an intensity surpassing their intended glow. The entire study became exceptionally bright through the illumination of the sconces. Dudley, however, paid no heed to these details. Instead, he crouched down near a suitcase, casually retrieving several bowl-shaped flower pots, filled with soil he had prepared in advance. He then arranged the pots sequentially in the corner of the study's windowsill, before finally extracting a series of glass test tubes from the suitcase. The test tubes are filled with an array of verdant plants. This is the water orchid, a close relative of wild grasses. Renowned for its remarkable adaptability to various environments and its comparatively broad foliage. Observing the water orchid thriving within the glass tube, Dudley nodded in satisfaction after a period of preservation and a lengthy journey. The experimental specimens displayed no discernible signs of dehydration. Without hesitation, Dudley extracted the water orchid from the glass jar. Subsequently, one by one, he transplanted them into the flower pots on the windowsill, adhering to a sequential order. The water orchids were a vibrant green, their leaves elongated and flat. Their vitality was remarkably resilient, exhibiting no stringent demands for their growing environment, surpassing even that of weeds in their tenacity. This is the primary reason why Dudley initially selected the water orchid. Its short growth cycle allows for high observation efficiency, repeatability, and remarkable variability. The water orchid serves as nature's own little laboratory mouse within the plant kingdom, perfectly suited for contemporary research on the awakening of plant genes. According to the original conception, applying mercury directly to living organisms is entirely impractical. Pure metallic mercury not only evaporates easily but is also highly toxic. The toxicity of mercury is merely a concept. It is colorless and odorless, making it undetectable and incapable of being directly absorbed by natural organisms. Once it enters a living organism, even a small quantity can prove fatal. To witness whether mercury within a living organism can be transformed into gold through the Philosopher's Stone, the living subject must exhibit vital signs. Death offers no useful reference. During his graduate studies, Dudley once devised an experimental plan along these lines, but it remained unpublished due to the constraints of taboo regulations. Dudley's extensive experience in biological research over the decades has shown that mercury present in animals or humans is not in its pure metallic form. Instead, it is organic mercury, a mixture of mercury with cells and tissues, commonly referred to as methylmercury in biological contexts. Dudley is acutely aware that his current objective is to cultivate plants capable of directly absorbing and storing methylmercury within living organisms. Methylmercury represents the final step in the awakening of biological heavy metals. Prior to this, applying mercury directly to living animals not only poses challenges in dosage control but also hinders direct interaction with the Philosopher's Stone. An excessive dose can lead to death, and there is no turning back. Once mercury enters a living body, it tends to precipitate and amalgamate with a significant portion of fat, making it nearly impossible to expel. A slight deviation in dosage can end a life. Even the most sophisticated instruments cannot ensure the accurate delivery of mercury. Such taboo experiments must be approached with greater scientific rigor. The ultimate goal outlined in Dudley's notes on plant gene awakening is to enable plants to autonomously absorb mercury during their growth cycle. This would allow the mercury element to influence the internal structures of plant cells, primarily serving to indirectly validate the preliminary reactions of cytoplasm, cell walls, endoplasmic reticulum, and vacuoles. Ultimately, it aims to demonstrate whether the chloroplast within can continue to perform photosynthesis under the corrosive effects of mercury, thus sustaining essential vital signs. When plants have absorbed sufficient mercury while still being able to conduct photosynthesis to a certain extent, they will embody the essence of this research. This implies that the precursor of methylmercury will manifest. The mercury element acting upon living organisms compels them to consume the heavy metal water orchids that have absorbed and survived the mercury. The experimental design is now refined. Thus, it is time to focus on practical applications. With this in mind, Dudley directed his gaze towards the windowsill of his dormitory study. There are a total of 3 experimental potted plants that have undergone the awakening of plant genes. This shall be his experimental subject. The awakening of plant genes, part, is hands-on. Experiment No. I involves a potted water orchid, accompanied by a bowl of clear water at the soil's edge. A small amount of mercury has been added to the clear water, allowing it to fully blend with the tap water. A regular schedule is planned. The potted orchid in Experiment No. I will be periodically watered with tap water infused with a trace of mercury. Experiment No. 2 also features a potted water orchid. Adjacent to its soil lies a mercury bead the size of a grain of rice. Mercury, in its liquid state at room temperature, will naturally evaporate. A regular schedule is established. The potted orchid in Experiment No. 2 will have normal water sources injected during a natural time frame. However, the glass cover will be filled with the vaporized mercury. Experiment No. 3 includes a potted water orchid with a bowl of clear water by its soil. This clear water contains a small amount of mercury that is not yet vaporized, failing to integrate fully with the tap water. A regular schedule is set. The potted orchid in Experiment No. 3 will regularly be watered with tap water mixed with mercury for the orchid's leaves. The 3 experiments will be recorded sequentially in Dolly's experimental notebook. The awakening of plant genes, part, is no simple endeavor. To study the effects of the Philosopher's Stone on living organisms, one must observe the effects and influences of magic from the perspective of the observing world. Hence, the challenge of addressing the entry of heavy metals into living beings must be resolved. 3 experimental materials will begin cultivation today. As the growth rate of the water orchid allows it to mature from seedling to full growth in no more than a week. During this period, it is essential to conduct thorough analyses and meticulously document the most suitable experimental plants. According to Dolly's conception, as plants grow, their leaves are imbued with an abundance of chloroplasts, which coalesce to form a photosynthetic complex. These chloroplasts engage in the process of photosynthesis, absorbing moisture from the soil and the atmosphere, decomposing it to absorb hydrogen while releasing oxygen. Within this nearly cyclical process, one may ponder, what transpires if mercury is introduced into the equation? If one could cultivate a water orchid infused with a certain amount of mercury, would the branches and leaves of this water orchid ultimately be suitable for consumption by living organisms, thereby increasing the presence of heavy metals within their biological systems? Starting with plants, if successful, this could eventually ascend to a pivotal position within the food chain. The water orchids containing mercury would be consumed by fish, marine creatures, amphibians, and ultimately terrestrial mammals. Gazing at the blueprint for heavy metal biological genetics in his hands, Dolly has clearly delineated a path forward. Having enrolled at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he is engaged in the study of magic while simultaneously pursuing his research, perhaps leading to unique discoveries and insights. Observing the experimental potted plants, now carefully separated into batches, he notes that it is already 3 o'clock in the morning. It is indeed late, and he should retire for the night. His old habit resurfaces. Upon encountering something novel, he invariably becomes wholly engrossed. Were it not for the sudden reminder of his magic class the following day, Dolly believes he could continue his research throughout the night. He turns away from the study, closes the door, and returns to his bed, casting a glance at the inky darkness outside the window. A faint smile graces Dolly's lips. The unknown is a locked door. He is determined to push this door open himself, to uncover the mysteries that lie beyond the realm of magic. In the deep of night, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, at the pinnacle of Hogwarts Tower, an array of bookshelves encircles the space, each laden with voluminous tomes. A wooden long table stands at the center, accompanied by chairs of European design, their backs resting against the tabletop. Seated upon one of these chairs is an elderly gentleman with a mane of silver hair. His forehead tilts slightly to one side, and his eyes oscillate between slumber and wakefulness, seemingly fixated on the glass lampshade before him. The magical crystal lamp houses a flickering flame, suspended delicately at its center, casting a soft, amber glow that dances in the dim light. Cough, cough. Professor Dumbledore. The curriculum for our newly admitted Hogwarts students has been organized. Mondays will encompass transfiguration, charms, and herbology, while Tuesdays are designated for defense against the dark arts and herbology. Adjustments have been made to include courses on magical history and Quidditch. Wednesdays will feature herbology, defense against the dark arts, magical history, and astronomy. Thursdays will consist of transfiguration, charms, flying lessons, and Quidditch, with potions scheduled for Fridays. Lastly, aside from rest on the weekends, I plan to incorporate Quidditch matches. Professor McGonagall articulated the recommendations for the new cohort of young witches and wizards at Hogwarts. After a prolonged silence with no response, she observed the half-awake headmaster of Hogwarts. Cough, cough. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat once more. Professor Dumbledore. While I am aware that the hour is late, it remains your responsibility to confirm the students' course arrangements, she stated with an edge of irritation. Dumbledore slowly pivoted in his chair, meeting McGonagall's rather austere visage with composure. Deputy Headmistress, I surmise you have something of significance to discuss with me, he remarked. I believe you are aware of my intent. McGonagall furrowed her brow. Headmaster, I refer not merely to your fundamental duties, but to the true purpose of your visit. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, McGonagall resignedly shrugged, placing her curriculum notes aside with candor. Since you have broached the subject, I shall be forthright. What exactly was the meaning behind your previous actions? Why did you allow the Sorting Hat to reveal Harry's original name during the sorting ceremony? That rigid-minded Sorting Hat. Humph. I believe such conduct was entirely inappropriate. Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall gazed intently at Dumbledore, who slowly shook his head. Professor McGonagall, have I not already conveyed? The decision rests with the leaders of the 4 houses of Hogwarts, not solely upon my judgment. He continued, the Sorting Hat inherited the legacies of Slytherin and Gryffindor. However, before Dumbledore could finish, McGonagall decisively interjected, Headmaster Dumbledore, it is just the 2 of us here. There is no need for you to offer such feeble excuses to placate me. You are well aware that no one cares more about the significance of Harry than I do. His parents, along with his tragic background, fill me with a sense of guilt when I confront him. The discord between wizards and muggles should not be projected onto a child. Yet, Harry Potter, his current state is quite peculiar. At this point, McGonagall raised her hand, gripping a wand in her palm, its tip glowing with a radiant light. A series of incantations flowed from her lips. The spell, time-lapse. The luminous energy converged in the air, and soon several images began to materialize before them. These images are all observations made by Professor McGonagall regarding Harry Potter. Every word and action, every subtle shift in expression is meticulously revealed. Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe you must take this matter seriously. From the very beginning, I opposed your decision to place Harry with the Dursleys, a family that harbors a disdain for wizards and atheism. They possess no faith, and I even find their beliefs, if any, to be as repugnant as mere gold coins. You must understand, growing up in such an environment is profoundly detrimental to a child's mental and emotional well-being. How am I to confront the deceased parents of Harry with such a decision? Professor McGonagall's voice was grave, her expression revealing an unusual sense of helplessness. Dumbledore's demeanor remained unchanged, his eyes fixated on the spell, the flickering images of light and shadow. It was unclear what he was contemplating. Please, respond to me immediately, Professor Dumbledore. Reflect on your previous decision. Observe what Harry has done. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall magnified the magical projection. Look at Harry as he arrived at Hogwarts. In the presence of all the young witches and wizards who hold me in the utmost respect, Harry dared utter words tinged with a hint of provocation. He is merely a child. Do you comprehend the implications of this? The struggles of that Muggle family have evidently instilled within him a deep-seated desire to defy the established norms. Upon first encountering me, Harry demanded to be known as Harry Dudley. This alone suggests that he possesses a somewhat nebulous understanding of the responsibilities associated with his name. I am perplexed as to how Harry has developed such notions. Yet, when confronted with these circumstances, his response was to evade difficulties. For the sake of safety, he even forsook the surname Potter. With another wave of her wand, Professor McGonagall declared, let us set aside other matters for the moment. Professor Dumbledore, observe this. Under the watchful eyes of all, I had already consented to allow him to relinquish his past honors, only to have the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts expose this on the spot. Witness Harry's actions. His immediate reactions and strategies were nothing short of exemplary. I cannot fathom how he has become so astute. Not only did he alleviate any awkwardness with his peers, he also successfully integrated into the grand family of Gryffindor. His spontaneous responses and psychological resilience are entirely uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old child. Professor McGonagall poured forth her doubts in one breath, her gaze fixed on Dumbledore. Yet, Dumbledore simply smiled gently, seemingly unfazed, as he busied himself with preparing a pot of tea. Well then, Professor McGonagall, given the circumstances, what is it that still troubles you? Professor McGonagall was momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed upon Dumbledore. After a considerable pause, she hesitantly remarked, Harry, he is exceedingly clever. Quite reminiscent of him from Slytherin's past. No, at the same age, I dare say that the Dark Lord from Slytherin did not exhibit the finesse that Harry demonstrates today. Of course, under similar circumstances. Professor McGonagall finally articulated the concerns that had been repressed deep within her. We must guide. Dumbledore interjected with a wave of his hand, rising slowly without haste. So, Professor McGonagall, you were apprehensive that our Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry might once again produce an individual who could rival Voldemort? Professor McGonagall's expression was grave as she nodded. One could say that, yet it cannot be entirely so. However, Dumbledore casually waved his hand, asserting, Deputy Headmistress, I believe this is merely your overreaction. Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of confusion. Voldemort's emergence had not only inflicted losses upon Hogwarts but had also plunged the entire wizarding world into turmoil, with war and terror becoming synonymous with his name. After the recent events, Dumbledore ought to be more cautious. How could he appear so relaxed? Yet Dumbledore chuckled. Professor McGonagall, have you forgotten the most crucial thing I previously conveyed to you? Voldemort is an ambitious man, whereas Harry is a hero. The paths of these two individuals are destined to diverge dramatically. Moreover, regarding the suspicions surrounding Voldemort, I believe you are somewhat aware. Professor McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore's gentle smile, momentarily perplexed by the meaning of his words. After a brief pause, a realization struck her, and she looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. Professor Dumbledore, are you suggesting that you wish to cultivate another genius? Dumbledore, however, turned his head towards the flickering candlelight behind him and calmly replied, no one can be certain that Voldemort is truly dead. The survival tactics of powerful wizards are numerous and varied. An individual who prides himself as the heir of Slytherin, his capabilities are well understood by both you and me. Yet, this is of little consequence, Professor McGonagall. When a wolf infiltrates a flock of sheep, that wolf becomes a symbol of savagery. Now, if yet another wolf emerges within this new flock, then during the ensuing conflict between wolves, for the sheep, the time when the wolves are battling amongst themselves, he becomes the hero. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. No, this cannot be. You once placed such immense trust in him. Yet he betrayed you. Headmaster Dumbledore, what you are contemplating carries an exceedingly high level of risk. Furthermore, it is unnecessary to thrust Harry into the eye of the storm. Dumbledore's expression remained largely unchanged as he spread his palm open. Suddenly, a cluster of flames ignited within it. The flames swelled and contracted, exploding into a cascade of shimmering light. In an instant, it transformed into a fiery phoenix. The phoenix fell, and the flames morphed once more. The surging magical energies danced and flowed. Dumbledore looked at the creature darting across the table and smiled at Professor McGonagall. Do you know what this is, Professor McGonagall? McGonagall furrowed her brow, her expression shifting to one of growing astonishment, ultimately bordering on losing her composure. Can you guess what it is? Do you know what this is? Professor McGonagall? McGonagall, in silence, replied, is this a wolf? Dumbledore denied. Incorrect. This is a shepherd dog. Wolves and dogs are quite similar in their youth. Their future accomplishments are intricately linked to their living environment, which serves as a direct factor. A wolf can become a dog, and a dog can also become a wolf. Professor McGonagall, I believe you have overlooked a crucial point. As mentors at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it is our duty and responsibility to guide the young wizards towards a positive and uplifting path, instilling within them a heart full of love and courage, rather than allowing fear to take precedence at the first sign of adversity. This is contrary to your demeanor as a professor of Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and refrained from directly answering Headmaster Dumbledore's inquiry. Instead, she spoke solemnly. Are you intending to cultivate another guardian for Hogwarts? To make Harry into a mere shepherd? Dumbledore regarded Professor McGonagall with a gentle smile and replied slowly, no, not at all. A shepherd cannot effect change. That is far too conventional. Only a majestic and formidable lion will fiercely protect its pride. What we need at Hogwarts is a true lion. He shall safeguard us all, and in the not-so-distant future, become the new generation's hero of Hogwarts. As his words fell, the flames in Dumbledore's hand surged dramatically. The shepherds, once darting about, instantly disintegrated, only to coalesce once more. A lion, exuding flames and radiating a glorious aura, stood proudly atop the highest desk in Hogwarts. A silent roar echoed, flames erupted, and magic surged. Professor McGonagall was left awestruck by the scene before her. She gazed at the fiery lion, feeling its heat in her very eyes. Ahem. Very well, Headmaster Dumbledore. I believe I understand what must be done. However, I still possess my own methods for educating young wizards. And as for the rightness or wrongness of your decision, let time be the judge. History will always provide us with an answer. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and walked towards the office door. Just as she grasped the doorknob, she paused to say lightly, I apologize, Headmaster Dumbledore. I forgot to inform you. Hagrid has been waiting outside for quite some time. With that, she prepared to depart. However, Dumbledore suddenly called out, Wait, Professor McGonagall. Have Hagrid wait outside a little longer. I shall summon him shortly. Upon hearing this, McGonagall said no more and left Dumbledore's office directly. Hagrid had been leaning against the door for over an hour. He was already growing impatient. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall emerge, he quickly exclaimed, "Professor McGonagall, you're finally done. Is Dumbledore still busy? When I saw him earlier, he made me wait at the door." Professor McGonagall glanced at Hagrid's somewhat anxious expression and frowned. "Headmaster Dumbledore instructed you to wait a bit longer. He will call for you shortly." Hagrid gazed at Professor McGonagall's hurried retreat, unable to suppress another stamp of his foot. There were still some animals nearby awaiting their evening meal, and if he delayed any longer, they might go hungry. Meanwhile, in the hallowed office of Hogwarts, Dumbledore rose from his seat, circumnavigated his desk, and approached the metallic door on the opposite side. This marks the second occasion in recent times that he has ventured to this place. His gaze lingered momentarily upon the ancient and intricate magical patterns above, before he took a step forward. In an instant, with a soft whoosh, Dumbledore's form passed directly through the iron door, entering a confined space beyond. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the absence of candles. The walls were enveloped in darkness, and the area measured scarcely 4 square meters. Dumbledore's attention was drawn to the center of this shadowy realm, where a faint azure glow emerged amidst the gloom. The light was exceedingly dim, appearing to Dumbledore as a broad, hollow basin. At the basin's core, magical energy seemed to flow forth like water. The meditation basin, Harry Potter. Slytherin. Moments of contemplation. Dumbledore leaned forward gradually, his pale visage nearing the basin. Yet, just as he was about to reach it, his body stiffened. His eyes, which had remained tightly shut, suddenly opened wide. His lips moved involuntarily, yet no sound escaped them. No. A soft sigh escaped him. Dumbledore gazed intently at the meditation basin, slowly shaking his head. No. The time is not yet ripe. It is not the moment for reflection. With that, he exerted himself and withdrew from the basin's presence. He extended his hand to smooth the creases of his wizarding robes before turning and departing from the cramped confines. However, just as Dumbledore turned away, the basin, brimming with magical energy, began to ripple, sending forth layers of waves, and a cerulean aura diffused into the space. Within the darkened confines, the blue luminescence illuminated the surroundings. Dumbledore paused, acutely aware of the magical vibrations emanating from the basin. Were his memories stirring once more? Yet, as he pondered, a low, gravelly voice echoed behind him. "You have indeed come. Why not take a look? I can sense the purest longing for her within your heart. This is an opportunity. I can grant you this chance, Dumbledore, for you have not seen each other for far too long." Instinctively, Dumbledore's eyes closed tightly, and he instinctively shook his head. "No. You think too much. I do not wish to see her." From that day onward, the moment of my sister's tragic demise, it signified. As Dumbledore's voice trailed off, he chose not to elaborate further. Silence. The confined space resonated with utter stillness. So be it. A subtle sense of loss arose within Dumbledore's heart, and he prepared to depart. Meanwhile, a raspy sigh, imbued with an inexplicable resonance, echoed throughout the small room. Alas, this is a sigh of resignation. As he opened his eyes, Dumbledore was taken aback by the sight before him. The cramped and confined space had vanished, replaced by an expansive meadow. Surrounding him were lush greenery and flourishing foliage. Along the sides of the path, students donned in distinctive wizarding robes could be seen. Where is this place? Dumbledore raised his head, and he could distinctly see a magnificent edifice not far away. It was the entrance to a school, with the words Durmstrang Institute of Magic inscribed clearly upon the gate. Memories began to awaken. This scene felt strikingly familiar to Dumbledore. Almost instinctively, he stepped into Durmstrang School of Magic. Following a certain path, he arrived before an elegant teaching building. Without hesitation, he crossed the threshold of the division entrance, ascended the stairs, and stood before the door of a circular classroom. Before entering, he could hear a hoarse roar. "Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, are you attending my charms class or not? Who gave you the audacity to be so brazen?" A slightly younger male voice responded, "Professor, please calm down. Of course, I intend to attend the charms class, but the way Professor Mace conducts the lesson is exceedingly dull. It is even somewhat." Dumbledore remained outside the classroom window, clearly observing a silver-haired young man, twirling a wand in his hand. The wand danced in his grasp, while a middle-aged wizard on stage glared at the youth with fury. "Grindelwald, excellent, excellent. You dare openly challenge the content of my charms class as being too tedious. That is simply barbaric." Grindelwald smirked slightly, waving his wand. Conjuring a plume of flames that twirled in the air, resembling little dancing sprites, rejoicing in the atmosphere. Professor Mace's expression darkened as he enunciated, Grindelwald. I warn you once more to refrain from disrupting my class. Otherwise, you shall be expelled. Your reckless use of magic shows a complete disregard for your own safety. And I assure you, no one appreciates such foolish behavior. Grindelwald chuckled softly at this, leaping off the desk to face the middle-aged wizard on stage, provocatively declaring, Old man, be silent. Do not constrain me with your rules. I have thoroughly studied your charms class. Theory is something only children concern themselves with. The essence of magic is a form of influencing everything around us with magical power. From the perspective of muggles, it can be perceived as supernatural phenomena. In your antiquated curriculum, education merely entails repeating. First take the wand, then recite the spell, and finally, state. The connection between spirit and attention. Spells change due to incantations. In practice, casting magic emits a beam of light. The beam serves as the vessel for the incantation. Only through the harmonious combination of the spell and magical energy can it be projected from the tip of the wand. Should the beam be obstructed by an obstacle or evaded during the casting process, it would result in the nullification of the spell's release. You incessantly regurgitate these meaningless platitudes. Professor, my ears are nearly calloused from your droning. The matters you speak of seem utterly worthless to me. The middle-aged wizard appeared taken aback, his expression shifting to one of indignation as he retorted, Grindelwald, what do you mean by this? If you do not wish to attend this lesson, you may leave. Should you continue to disrupt the class and hinder the learning of other wizarding students, I shall be compelled to summon the disciplinary wizards, who will not entertain your magical debates. However, Grindelwald turned away, his wand dancing lightly in his grasp. With a casual toss, he tucked it into the folds of his wizard's robe. His eyes, brimming with vitality, locked onto the middle-aged professor. Professor Mace, how do you explain this? As he spoke, Grindelwald snapped his fingers. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Spell, sparkling fireball. As the words left his lips, a surge of magical energy emanated from before him. The magic coalesced into clusters of dark red flames, flickering and swaying before ultimately freezing midair. The flames aligned in a neat and orderly fashion. Professor Mace, I am without a wand. So, might you elucidate what my act of casting magic with empty hands signifies? The middle-aged wizard stared blankly at the young man before him, his eyes devoid of clarity, muttering to himself in a daze. No, this is impossible. No one has ever been able to achieve such a feat at your age. No, Professor Mace, I have accomplished it. This is wandless magic. Grindelwald, with an air of arrogance and a hint of pride in his tone, exclaimed, So, Professor Mace, am I a genius? And does that mean I no longer need to arrive punctually for your future classes? The middle-aged wizard took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss for words. He was merely a specially appointed spellcasting instructor at Durmstrang Institute, having dedicated decades to his teaching career with utmost diligence. Yet, the actions of this prodigious wizarding student left him feeling utterly out of his depth. No one had ever prepared him for how to respond to such a brilliant young sorcerer. Just then, in the last row of the spellcasting classroom, Dumbledore observed the unfolding scene at the front with keen interest. His hand instinctively rose and waved gently, extinguishing the flames that hovered in midair on the podium. Who? Grindelwald turned abruptly, his gaze locking onto the last row of the classroom. There, a handsome young man with a gentle demeanor looked back at him, a smile gracing his face. Dumbledore's aged figure seemed almost to merge with the standing youth before him. At this moment, countless years have been traversed. Yet those eyes alone have transcended the passage of time, colliding with hers. A long, dormant heartbeat stirs. An inexplicable sensation rises within Dumbledore's heart. It is a feeling of mutual appreciation, a profound understanding that can only arise when two geniuses converge. Grindelwald spoke almost in unison with Dumbledore. I greatly admire your talent. Perhaps we could become dear friends. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. This was not the first encounter between him and Grindelwald. Yet it was the first time he found himself captivated by the other's remarkable talent. As his eyes fluttered open once more, the spacious classroom had vanished into thin air, leaving behind the desolate wizarding school, now devoid of life. As the surrounding light softened, Dumbledore discerned that he was in a vast chamber spanning hundreds of square meters. The doors and windows on either side of the room were boarded up tightly. Hiss, hiss. Two sounds echoed as a cluster of flames ignited. In the dim environment, light began to spread. Flickering orange flames danced gracefully in the air, filling the expansive shadowy space with a warm hue. Here lies a circular domain. A sorcerer, clad in a black robe and cradling a tome, sits quietly upon a chair. At the very heart of this assembly resides a young man. With striking silver hair and chiseled features, he bears an expression of haughty indifference as he declares, "I believe. You are all aware of the reason I have summoned you here." One of the sorcerers rises from his seat, affirming, "Indeed, Mr. Grindelwald. We have gathered because you openly expressed your disdain for the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy in the Wizarding Daily." Grindelwald nods in acknowledgement, responding, "No. It is not merely dislike. It is loathing and hatred. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you. What has the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy ever bestowed upon us wizards? This legal regulation aimed at wizards is astonishingly not an external constraint, but rather an entirely internal one. This is utterly preposterous." The assembled wizards below began to murmur amongst themselves. Grindelwald stood at the center, his demeanor shifting from aloofness to a hint of sardonic amusement. "I believe most of you have never ventured beyond the wizarding world, nor perhaps even into the realm of muggles. Therefore, allow me to enlighten you on just how extravagant the lives of those ordinary folk truly are. This group of muggles, possessing vast expanses of land and fertile fields, erect towering edifices across numerous regions. They cultivate grains, ensuring an abundant supply of sustenance. Their lives are marked by contentment, each face adorned with a smile that embodies the essence of happiness." As Grindelwald brandished his wand, vivid images materialized before the assembly of wizards. Expansive, pristine landscapes, opulent, stylish edifices, revered cathedrals, and even breathtaking natural vistas unfolded. Grindelwald gazed intently at the gathered wizards and pronounced with deliberate clarity, "My fellow wizards. Since the abhorrent enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, tell me, what challenges do you anticipate upon mastering magic? Will you assimilate into the collective labor of the muggles? This is regarded as one of the most despicable occupations by the surrounding wizards. Thus, remaining within the realm of sorcery entails being organized to wield magic in the pursuit of livestock. Alternatively, one might venture into the enigmatic forests to explore potions. In our struggle for survival, we are perpetually confronted with peril. Yet, we are a pack of ferocious beasts adorned with fangs. Why must we feign innocence in the presence of muggle sheep? Listen, I now have ample reason to suspect that the International Wizarding Secrecy Act is a malevolent curse. Those wizards who advocate such ideologies are mere pawns under the dominion of muggles. This approach is transforming our very thoughts. It stifles our innate gifts. It leaves the fundamental rights of us, the wizards, utterly unprotected. The once chattering assembly of dark-robed sorcerers fell into an abrupt silence. Their gaze is fixated on the silver-haired man before them. "We are powerful wizards, not mere domesticated livestock," Grindelwald declared with a commanding voice. In an instant, the eyes of the wizards present were ablaze with an emotion on the verge of ignition. It was fury. It was humiliation. It was the dignity of wizards, being mercilessly strangled. "We are the strong. This world ought not to be this way." Grindelwald, witnessing the transformation of those present, became filled with indignation and fervor. With a casual gesture, he levitated a copy of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, inscribed by the Ministry of Magic, suspended in midair by his levitation charm. The book was opened page by page, its black text on white paper hovering around Grindelwald. Meanwhile, Grindelwald took a step forward, positioning himself at the apex of the podium. Gazing down upon the assembly of dark-robed wizards, an overwhelming confidence radiated from his eyes. What absurd proclamations did the ludicrous wizarding laws truly dictate? This absurd regulation relegates us to the status of wretched rodents dwelling in the sewers. Each utterance ignites a flame from thin air. The flickering flames descend upon the parchment of the International Wizarding Secrecy Act. We yearn for freedom. With every word that escapes Grindelwald's lips, flames spontaneously combust. The flickering flames cascade down onto the document of the International Wizarding Secrecy Act. Behold, what absurd statements are stipulated by this wizardry law. Such foolish regulations render us akin to mere rodents confined to the sewers. We are ferocious beasts. We are not mice. Our ferocity has been suppressed. This is akin to severing the fangs and claws of a cheetah, relegating it to the status of merely a decorative feline. As Grindelwald's words echoed, a page of parchment was entirely consumed by flames. The inferno blazed on relentlessly. A segment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was swiftly reduced to ashes. The emotions of the gathered wizards were stirred, while Grindelwald let out a disdainful snort. "I shall inquire from a wizard's perspective. This cursed regulation compels us to masquerade as a group of bewildered muggles, a preposterous act that utterly tramples upon the dignity of our wizarding kind. Such regulations appear to be enacted in the name of our protection. However, they are, in essence, absurd. How could those fragile muggles who cannot even withstand a single surge of magic, ever stand as adversaries to us wizards. To allow those feeble ants to ride atop a tiger and dictate its actions is preposterous. Such ignorant behavior is truly a disgrace. Allow me to pose a question to all the esteemed wizards present. In your hearts, does this cursed international statute of wizarding secrecy truly protect our wizarding community? Or is it merely a safeguard for the muggles residing in the Eden? As his words echoed, Grindelwald waved his hand once more, and flames erupted into existence. The fire consumed the international statute of wizarding secrecy, reducing it to mere ashes in the inferno. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the crowd of wizards, gazing intently at Grindelwald and speaking deliberately. Mr. Grindelwald, if it were you facing the international statute of wizarding secrecy, what would you do? Grindelwald tossed his silver hair back, his expression one of haughty pride as he addressed the assembly of wizards. Articulating each word with conviction, what would I do when confronted with the international statute of wizarding secrecy? This question is indeed excellent and highly pertinent. However, from a personal standpoint, in regard to the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, I choose to refuse. For the sake of freedom, I shall not submit to its regulations. As my words linger in the air, within the dimly lit room, a throng of robed wizards gazes on, their eyes ablaze with a glimmer of hope. The gaze was imbued with a fervent purity. For freedom, for freedom, for freedom. We refuse to submit to those ignorant regulations. Let us overthrow the accursed International Wizarding Secrecy Act, which poisons the new generation of wizards. For the sake of our descendants, we wizards shall reclaim our inherent dignity. The room resonated with the relentless cries of wizards. Enough. Dumbledore raised his hand, exerting force for a moment. The once tangible scene shattered instantaneously, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. In a daze, that familiar and seductive voice echoed in his heart. Dumbledore, since you have arrived, evasion is futile. The opportunity lies before you. The Philosopher's Stone awaits just beyond the door. It is within your grasp, and you have the power to alter what has already transpired. With it in your possession, you could attain not merely immortality. You could even resurrect the departed Himannor. I can sense the call of your sister's spirit. Follow your own desire. Dumbledore, your sister, she yearns to see you. Albus Dumbledore. Silence. Dumbledore's steps faltered. His brow furrowed, his voice tinged with complexity. No, the dead cannot be brought back to life. This rule has endured among wizards for millennia. No matter how I long for my loved ones, it is impossible. Absurd. No, it is indeed possible. Dumbledore, you have witnessed the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Your dear friend, who possessed the stone, has survived for over 6 centuries. Just consider. This is a lifespan unattainable by mere mortals. Look at yourself now, skin wrinkled, body weary, yet your spirit is vibrant. An immense magical force imprisoned within a body on the verge of decay. This is indeed a tremendous pity. The hoarse voice grew increasingly beguiling. Enough. Dumbledore suddenly turned, his palm pressing against the mirror-like surface of the pensive, and he sternly admonished, silence. I believe you should understand better than anyone that I must not possess power at this moment. Even a wand, I cannot wield. Do you not realize what it means for me to hold a wand? I, Albus Dumbledore, cannot again possess power. This is a blood lesson. As the words fell, Dumbledore's wizarding robes billowed without a breeze, his spirit invigorated. He intoned an incantation, magical energy reflux. The flickering blue light surrounding him converged, gathering towards the center of the meditation basin. In the ethereal realm, a hoarse voice vanished along with the light, having exited through the hidden door of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore returned to his desk, his gaze fixed upon a sheet of paper before him. With a graceful flick of his wrist, the paper levitated, lines of text materializing upon its surface. After 2 minutes of meticulous scrutiny, he confirmed its accuracy and with a casual wave of his hand, the unfolded paper neatly folded itself into an envelope. A quick snap of his fingers sent the envelope gliding towards the door crack, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, outside the headmaster's office, Hagrid's massive form crouched upon the floor. Truth be told, he had been waiting at the door for several hours, yet Dumbledore had not summoned him. Were it not for Professor McGonagall's insistence to be patient, Hagrid would have genuinely feared being forgotten by the headmaster. Before long, Hagrid was startled by a rustling sound beside him. A folded letter materialized, hovering in front of him. Before he could reach out, the letter began to contort, its surface wrinkling. A mouth split open from the center, and Dumbledore's calm and gentle voice emanated from within the howling letter. Hagrid, take the item I entrusted to you and conceal it in the basement of Hogwarts. I believe you know the location to which I refer. Upon completing his message, the letter's large mouth opened wider, devouring itself entirely. In an instant, countless paper fragments fluttered to the ground. Hagrid stood in stunned silence, gazing at the scattered remnants, having waited for hours. Was this truly all? Surely, Dumbledore was jesting. Nevertheless, Hagrid adhered strictly to his orders, convinced that the brilliant headmaster's actions were laden with profound significance. At Hogwarts, in the Gryffindor dormitory, time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed, rousing a slumbering Harry. He blinked awake, his drowsy eyes scanning the surroundings. To his surprise, he beheld a figure all too familiar. "Good morning, Dudley." Rubbing his somewhat bewildered forehead, Harry inquired, "What are you doing, Dudley?" He observed Dudley, now dressed in a brand-new wizarding robe, beneath which was a white shirt complemented by a red tie. Harry was still enveloped in the haze of sleep when Dudley greeted him with a gentle smile, saying, "Good morning, Harry. You should get up. If you delay any longer, we might miss today's outdoor class." "Outdoor?" Harry inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Reluctantly, he freed himself from the confines of his blanket, freshened up, and donned a brand-new wizarding robe. "Dudley, what did you mean by outdoor?" Harry asked once more, still puzzled. Dudley, in response, retrieved a notebook and began to read aloud, each word articulated with precision. "Harry, you'll have to manage these matters yourself from now on. As for the beginning of the term, I will only remind you this once. Before school commenced, the Ministry of Magic sent the schedule to both you and me in the form of a letter, which clearly outlined the first-year curriculum at Hogwarts. On Monday, we have Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, followed by Charms and Herbology. Tuesday features Defense Against the Dark Arts with Professor Quirrell, along with Herbology, History of Magic, and Quidditch with Professor Hooch. Wednesday's agenda includes Herbology, Defense Against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, and Astronomy. On Thursday, we will attend Transfiguration, Charms, Flying Lessons, and Quidditch. Friday is reserved for Potions, and the weekend will hold various activities." Dudley recited in one breath, observing Harry's dazed expression. He affectionately ruffled Harry's hair and added, "All right, Harry, stop daydreaming. By our calculations, we should be attending Professor Rolanda's Quidditch class this morning. If I recall correctly, this should be a major class." Hastily dressing and grooming himself, Harry voiced his confusion. "Dudley, what is a major class?" In response, Dudley took a piece of dry bread from the dormitory table and shoved it into Harry's mouth. Harry, caught off guard, instinctively began to chew, the bread stifling his attempts to continue speaking. Dudley then placed a bottle of milk into Harry's pocket. "Come on, Harry, we have no time to waste. Hurry up. As we traverse through these trivial details, let us converse along the way." "Oh dear. All right, Dudley, my cousin." Harry, with his cheeks puffed, chewed on a piece of bread, his words barely discernible. Upon reaching the door, he opened the dormitory's entrance. Dudley looked at the boy by the door with a puzzled expression. Goodness. Ron's expression shifted from one of astonishment to urgency. And with a hint of reproach in his voice, he exclaimed, "Harry, why are you and Dudley so slow in opening the door? This morning, we have Professor Rolanda's Quidditch class, and I've heard she has quite the temper." As Ron's voice trailed off, Harry hastily swallowed his bread and gulped down some milk. "Harry, take your time, or you might choke," Ron advised, though he hurriedly moved ahead. Dudley and Harry followed Ron as they made their way out of the Hogwarts dormitory. Curiously, Harry inquired, "Ron, do you know what Quidditch is?" "I've never heard of it before." Ron casually replied, "It's a sporting event. If I had to compare it, it's somewhat akin to rugby or football in your Muggle world. The objective is to strike the ball and score by getting it into designated areas." "Is that all?" Harry felt somewhat disappointed. Ron shrugged. "I'm not sure how better to describe it, but this game is played in the air and is quite popular among wizards." Harry pondered over this information. Meanwhile, Ron wore a glum expression, confessing, "To be honest, Harry, I was hoping to skip class today. I can't stand that bunch from Slytherin. Just the thought of attending class with them makes me feel unwell." Harry looked at Ron in confusion, but Ron offered no further explanation. The trio ambled along until they soon reached a grassy expanse as per their intended route. The moment they exited the arched doorway, Dudley caught a whiff of fragrant grass. Ahead lay an open area bordered by walls, evidently a scenic recreational zone within Hogwarts. Not far off, a group of students donned in wizarding robes gathered around a row of shelves. At the center of the crowd stood a middle-aged lady with short hair. "All right, children, silence. Now, line up according to your houses. Each of you must collect a magical broom before class," she commanded. "Gryffindor to my left, Slytherin to my right." The voice of the short-haired lady descended, and the previously chaotic and noisy little wizards instinctively arranged themselves in order. Ron and Harry hurriedly followed suit, entering Gryffindor House just before the formation was complete. Let us avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Hermione, standing at the back of the line, looked somewhat astonished at the three behind her and retorted, "Sleeping in on the first day of school?" Harry gave an awkward smile, while Ron merely curled his lip in disdain. Hermione immediately expressed her frustration, honestly. "If we're late, Gryffindor will be penalized." Silence. At that moment, the witch at the front of the Gryffindor line approached the rear with a furrowed brow. Coming to a halt, she looked sternly at Hermione, whose brown hair was slightly curled, and stated, "Students of Gryffindor. Miss Granger, I expect no one to disrupt the rules in my broomstick class. This serves as a warning. Do not disrupt the order of the classroom frivolously. I also do not wish for you to leave me with a negative impression, Miss Granger." Hermione's egg-shaped face turned pale as she opened her mouth to defend herself, convinced she was in the right, attributing the blame to Ron's teasing. However, the short-haired witch furrowed her brow, and Hermione's words were abruptly swallowed. A look of grievance adorned Hermione's face, her eyes slightly reddened. "Humph. This serves as a warning, and I hope you will heed it in the future. All students should take this to heart. Do not whisper amongst yourselves in my class. I have little tolerance for those young wizards who do not pay attention." With that, Roland approached the front of the crowd, disregarding Hermione's personal feelings. Ron gently nudged Harry and, with a fleeting glance at Hermione, silently mouthed to him, "Did you see that? This is the consequence of meddling." Harry offered an awkward smile. Hermione also noticed Ron's actions. She stamped her foot in frustration, feeling a surge of indignation and sorrow. She was merely striving for a higher overall score for Gryffindor, all for the good of the house. How could these two treat themselves in such a manner? Hermione has made a resolution. She shall no longer acknowledge the two individuals behind her. It is simply, utterly excessive. Hermione felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and frustration. Meanwhile, Dudley observed the trio with a contemplative gaze. He could easily discern the injustice and misunderstanding Hermione was enduring, as well as Ron's irritation at being meddled with. However, Dudley did not wish to involve himself in their affairs. He did not subscribe to the notion that beauty equates to righteousness. Upon arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the young wizards were still in their juvenile phase, akin to the early stages of biological development. He must learn to camouflage himself, blending with his surroundings, to diminish his presence, and diligently continue his own experiments without attracting attention. Consequently, Dudley took the initiative to pull Harry closer, positioning himself deliberately between Hermione and Ron. Ron looked at Dudley in confusion, unsure of why he had suddenly changed places. However, with Dudley shielding him, Ron could no longer see Hermione's angry visage. Out of sight, out of mind. This seemed to align with his thoughts. On the other side, witnessing Dudley positioned between herself and Ron, Hermione felt a sense of injustice and the tears she fought to suppress. She resolutely held them back. "It's nothing. I'm fine." Hermione lowered her head, believing Dudley had come to offer her comfort, for she was a resilient child. Yet, after a prolonged wait, Dudley made no effort to express any concern for her. Hermione felt a flicker of confusion. After a moment, Dudley suddenly frowned at Hermione. "What is wrong with you? Why are you staring at me?" "I just switched places with Ron. It's because I couldn't clearly see the words Professor Rolanda wrote on the wall." It's much clearer now." Hermione. Her cheeks flushed a bright crimson in an instant, and she awkwardly chuckled. It's nothing. If you can't see clearly, I can read it out for you." Dudley shook his head. "No need. I can see perfectly well now." Hermione. Although she was unsure why and failed to notice anything amiss, she felt quite discontented. Why did this feel worse than facing Ron? Hermione was torn. It truly was an infuriating day. Meanwhile, at the forefront of the young wizarding cohort, the short-haired lady, Rolanda, ceased her wand waving. Before her, a line of red letters materialized. "Greetings, students. I am Professor Rolanda Hooch, and I will be wholly responsible for your Quidditch lessons. Over the course of the next year, I will guide and instruct you in the art of Quidditch." She continued, "First, Quidditch requires players to ride on enchanted broomsticks for the matches. We have strict regulations regarding the manufacturers of these brooms. Additionally, in a Quidditch match, there are 3 types of balls, totaling 4. The first is the bludger, which can attack and agitate the goalposts for 10 points. Then there's the quaffle, used to attack and impede your opponents. Lastly, the golden snitch is of paramount importance. Capturing it grants a significant score and leads to an automatic victory. The golden snitch is worth 150 points, and the moment it is caught, the match will come to an immediate halt. Well, Children, that's enough introduction for now. Let us begin by familiarizing ourselves with the flying broomsticks before we proceed to further learning. After a brief moment, Professor Rowland raised her brows, her expression grave as she gazed at the young wizards before her. With a swift motion, she withdrew a wand from her robes. Gryffindor House and Slytherin House formed two distinct lines and stand in order. With her words, Professor Rowland gracefully waved her wand. The tip of the wand emanated a vibrant azure glow, which spread outward, enveloping the surroundings. As she continued her movements, the frequency of the blue radiance intensified. This action piqued the curiosity of the numerous wizarding students. Hey, Hermione, do you have any idea what Professor Rolanda is up to? Ron's head peeked around Dudley, glancing at Hermione. Hermione furrowed her brow, flipping her brown hair dismissively as she scoffed. Don't ask me. I have no idea. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You might as well inquire with your good friend Harry. Ron glanced at Harry, whose expression was one of utter confusion, and sighed. No need to ask Harry. He hasn't even learned how to cast spells yet. Among us, you're the only one capable of magic. Hermione pouted, tilting her head defiantly. Not a chance. I won't tell you. She had not forgotten how they had mocked her earlier. Hermione held grudges. Ron smirked. See, Harry? I told you Hermione has quite a temper. And she certainly remembers slights. Harry offered an awkward smile but said nothing in response. Meanwhile, Dudley appeared to be in deep thought, commenting, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a type of spell. Based on the color and the intensity of the aura, it likely falls under the category of transfiguration spells magical attraction. Magical attraction? What is this? Ron inquired curiously. Professor Rolanda, what is the purpose of this? Aren't we supposed to be having a Quidditch lesson? What use is it to cast a spell for levitation? Derry, rather than explaining, merely smiled faintly. How foolish. Hermione seized the opportunity to retort. Ron, you are truly dim-witted. Professor Rolanda is clearly summoning the magical brooms stored in the Hogwarts supply room. Meanwhile, above the young wizards, a multitude of broomsticks soared gracefully through the air. The brooms approached from afar, skillfully weaving around the high walls of the courtyard before arriving above the open ground. Ron observed this spectacle, his gaze shifting to Hermione, who regarded him with an expression of derision. A wave of frustration washed over him, and he snapped at Harry. Look. Harry. Someone previously declared their intention to abide by the rules, not to speak out of turn in Professor Rolanda's class and risk points for Hogwarts. And now, they have been the first to break the rules. Harry paused, sensing a hint of validity in Ron's words. What did you just say? Hermione's face flushed crimson, leaving her feeling at a loss for words. Frustrated, she resorted to kicking the grass beneath her, using the blades as an outlet for her exasperation. The innocent turf yielded slightly under her force. Derry observed Hermione's vexation with a knowing expression. From their previous conversations, he had discerned that Hermione hailed from a well-educated family and excelled in her studies at school. Her exceptional prowess likely left her with few friends. This has led to her manner of speaking and her discourse adhering strictly to conventions. She is always meticulous and precise. Furthermore, she has never encountered harsh words in her life, nor has she ever suffered from verbal bullying. Most of those surrounding her are filled with admiration, envy, and a sense of detachment. This rendered Hermione utterly incapable of gaining the upper hand in her verbal skirmishes with Ron. After all, a scholar cannot reason with a soldier. Dudley quietly observed Hermione venting her frustrations, having no intention of intervening. Conflicts among children tend to be forgotten in due time. Perhaps such behavior is the only means to facilitate a swift understanding between them. Conflict and discord serve to dismantle the barriers of communication. Yet, in the next moment, Dudley found himself somewhat bewildered. He sensed that his scientific analysis this time lacked rigor. Perhaps Hermione's logic was beyond his grasp. Nevertheless, it seemed unfair to place the blame solely on her. At that moment, Ron, who had just enjoyed the upper hand in their verbal exchange, noticed Hermione sulking and suddenly made a mocking face at her. The level of derision was at its peak. Ron's taunting grimace struck Hermione like an inexplicable blow to her spirit. If she were to strike Ron, she would risk having points deducted from Gryffindor. Conversely, pretending not to see him would leave her feeling utterly miserable. It was a torturous dilemma. Hermione felt as though the day was dragging on interminably. In a fit of frustration, her cheeks puffed out, and she abruptly turned around. She sidestepped Dudley and delivered a heavy kick to Ron's shin. Ouch! 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 Ron's expression contorted in pain as he instinctively lost his balance, stumbling backward and colliding with someone else. Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed. Ron, along with the silhouette beside him, fell to the ground. Ron, what are you doing? Neville exclaimed, somewhat annoyed as he pushed Ron away, having been inexplicably toppled while standing upright. He expressed his confusion. Ron hastily helped Neville up from the ground, offering quick apologies. Meanwhile, Harry merely shrugged. Seeing this, Hermione quickly retreated to Dudley's side, her heart racing with trepidation. Oh no. What have I done? What should I do now? Should I pretend that nothing happened? Hermione was tormented by her thoughts. Lowering her head and repeatedly murmuring to herself, "It's fine. It's fine." Dudley, however, did not glance at Hermione, Ron, or Neville. His attention was instead fixed on the grass beneath them. Just as Neville had fallen, a translucent white glass sphere rolled out of his pocket. The sphere spun, eventually coming to rest at Hermione's feet. Dudley observed clearly that it was a hollow glass orb, with a copper metal piece embedded along its curved surface. Hermione, noticing the transparent glass sphere at her feet, was momentarily taken aback. A memory orb? Dudley, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Are you familiar with this object?" Hermione pondered for a moment before articulating her thoughts. "I recall this magical artifact. I saw it being sold in Diagon Alley. It appears that upon touching this metallic sphere, if it remains unchanged, it signifies that you have not forgotten anything. However, if it suddenly changes color, it indicates that you have indeed forgotten something. Yet, I find little practical value in it. After all, when it comes to memories, once forgotten, what does it matter if you are aware of your forgetfulness? You still cannot recall it." Hermione shrugged her shoulders in exasperation. Simultaneously, she contemplated bending down to retrieve the memory sphere from the ground. However, Dudley swiftly intervened, cautioning, "Be careful. If you touch it recklessly, you might get hurt." As he spoke, he observed the Totoro that had just vanished from his pocket. At that moment, the Totoro was curiously inspecting a crystal sphere of similar size, its fluffy ears twitching and its dark, beady eyes fixed intently on the glass orb, seemingly entranced by it. In an impulsive leap, the Totoro lunged forward, enveloping the round glass sphere in its embrace. Its entire fuzzy body sprawled atop it. With a series of delighted chirps, the Totoro appeared to have discovered a novel treasure, rubbing its little head against the glass and wearing an expression of pure ecstasy. "All right, enough of this mischief. It's time for class." Dudley squatted down and gently pulled the Totoro away from the glass sphere, tucking it back into his pocket. At that moment, Dudley distinctly observed that the sphere had inexplicably filled with a deep crimson mist. "It has changed color? Have I lost my memory?" However, Dudley resolutely dismissed this notion. Based on the sequence of events, it was likely that the Totoro had experienced a lapse in memory, having forgotten something significant. Meanwhile, sunlight streamed onto the glass sphere, illuminating the crimson mist, which served as the most vivid backdrop. The glass orb allowed the surrounding scenery to be reflected within it. Dudley furrowed his brow as he gazed at the orb in his hand, for it was projecting the image of a figure. The shadowy silhouette flickered briefly behind him before stealthily retreating into the darkness. Who is that? Who could this person possibly be? Dudley's brow furrowed deeper as he continued to observe the orb, which revealed the fleeting image that quickly vanished into the shadows. The figure was unmistakably adorned with thick bandages wrapped around its head. Such a distinctive appearance ensured that, despite the obscured features, Dudley recognized it to be Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. "Professor Quirrell, this is quite peculiar. Why are we, a group of individuals, attending a Quidditch lesson while a professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts lurks in the shadows to observe discreetly?" Dudley's expression remained unchanged. He gathered his thoughts and turned to return the enchanted memory orb to Neville. Gratefully, Neville accepted it, his face alight with appreciation as he exclaimed, "Thank you so much. My friend, the memory orb holds great significance for me. It is a cherished gift from my grandmother." Dudley smiled in response, momentarily lost in thought. He then proactively shifted from his original position, approaching Harry's side. "Why did you suddenly change your spot?" Harry inquired, puzzled. Dudley gently ruffled Harry's hair and said, "I'm here to keep an eye on you. You mustn't daydream in class, refrain from unnecessary chatter, and pay attention." "Come on, I didn't mean to," Harry lamented, his face a portrait of distress and grievance. Ron shrugged, automatically taking Dudley's former place, feeling immensely relieved that he did not have an older brother to oversee him, lest he share Harry's fate of constant scrutiny at school. "Humph." Hermione, standing beside Ron, tossed her head in disapproval, indicating her unwillingness to engage with him. Ron could only shrug in resignation, perplexed by the situation. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of a tower in Hogwarts, a figure gradually emerged by the window concealed by the stone wall. Quirrell's eyes fixed on the expanse before him, where, a few hundred meters away, lay an open courtyard hosting two classes of young wizards. One group donned the robes of Slytherin, while the other wore those of Gryffindor. After confirming the identities outside the window, Quirrell retreated inside the tower. His demeanor was earnest. He bowed his head, his fists clenched tightly against his chest. Great and noble master, your servant, Quirinus Quirrell, humbly calls upon you. I beseech you to awaken from your slumber. Your lowly servant is prepared with a flawless plan, eagerly awaiting your summons. Quirrell's countenance was one of humility as he fervently prayed in silence. Before long, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head. Quirrell's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He understood that the great master Voldemort had responded to his call. Great master, I possess a complete strategy. The new body you have long desired is ready and waiting. This is the Quidditch lesson for Gryffindor. I shall employ a subtle strategy to disrupt the young wizards during their inaugural flight on magical brooms. My intention is to cause an injury, leading to their transfer to the school's infirmary. That area, often desolate, presents the opportune moment for my endeavors. The new body you have chosen, the Cabus, remains inseparable from its master, Dudley. Only a comprehensive plan can ensure their separation. This is the most promising approach. I sincerely hope you can lend your assistance. Just moments ago, as I revealed myself, this Cabus seemed to sense my presence. It always manages to detect my location in the nick of time. This is simply astonishing. Moreover, the magic professor for this class, Ms. Rolanda, possesses remarkable magical prowess, compelling us to proceed with utmost caution. Professor Quirrell appeared visibly anxious, having sought aid from the great entity, uncertain if his master would extend assistance. At that moment, a deep, gravelly voice resonated within Quirrell's mind. Go forth, my servant. Empty your thoughts. Open your heart. Surrender your body to me. Go forth, my servant. Surrender your body to me. I shall aid you in erasing the memories of that vigilant creature. Let it forget your existence today. As the words faded, Quirrell's body became rigid, his expression somewhat dazed, as he slowly extended a hand to draw forth a pitch-black wand from his robes. Dark mist swirled at the wand's tip, which danced through the air like a nimble serpent, inscribing intricate ancient characters in the atmosphere. Finally, the wand thrust forward, and the misty inscriptions erupted into the air. Quirrell's eyes suddenly regained clarity as he gazed at the tower window beside him, where he beheld a silken strand of milky mist floating gracefully before settling upon the tip of his wand. Beholding this layer of milky fog, Quirrell's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Truly, his revered master, Voldemort, even as a fragment of a soul, could conjure such an extraordinary spell. Mental, targeting, memory extraction. Sensing the tumult in his mind quieting, Quirrell understood that everything from this moment forward depended solely on him. He would trace the memories back to the original positions. Interfering with the young wizard's broom riding was an act requiring sustained casting. From this point onward, he must remain hidden behind the wall, lest Professor Rolanda discover his ongoing spellcasting. However, this was of little concern. He had thoroughly memorized the position of Dudley, who had just stood in Gryffindor House. He merely needed to listen intently for the Quidditch instructor's incantation attempting to initiate flight. At this very moment, Professor Quirrell spread his hands, resting them against the heavy stone wall before him. All of Quirrell's magical energy converged towards his palms. The target area was locked in place. The reason he had been able to assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor upon entering Hogwarts was not solely due to his expertise in wandless magic. Years of diligent study, coupled with the gifts from his master, had greatly enhanced his abilities. The secrets of silent spell casting, Quirinus Quirrell had long since mastered. On the other side, in the Quidditch pitch, Rolanda flicked her wizarding robes and cast a sharp gaze over the gathered wizards. Enough. I hope I shall not have to repeat myself. From this moment forth, silence collectively, and heed my commands. As she spoke, magical brooms descended into the right hands of each young wizard. This is your inaugural experience with flying brooms. First, hold your breath and concentrate entirely on the broom before you. Finally, with an authoritative tone, command it to rise. Infuse your emotions into the words, imbuing your voice with magic to manipulate the flying broom. Professor Rolanda elucidated the nuances of wielding magic to control wands. At that moment, a hand abruptly shot up from the crowd, interrupting Professor Rolanda's discourse. Speak. What is your query? Rolanda inquired, her brow furrowed. The young wizard in the throng stammered. Report. Professor Rolanda, you mentioned we must place the broom on our right side, but why can't it be on the left? Rolanda's eyes widened in astonishment. Left or right? What does that have to do with our flying lesson? Gryffindor student, unless you can provide me with a reasonable explanation, your actions will be deemed as disruptive to the class. The chubby wizard instinctively stammered in defense. Professor Rolanda, please don't misunderstand. I am a natural left-handed individual. My father, a wizard, always instructed me to wield my wand with my left hand. This resulted in my inability to cast magic while holding the wand in my right hand. Roland's brow arched with mischief as she swiftly approached the chubby Gryffindor wizard, extending her finger towards the broomstick on the ground and articulating with precision. The enchanted broomstick is merely a tool for wizards. Since you possess the ability to perform magic, let us proceed step by step as I instruct. First, concentrate all your attention on the broomstick. Then recite the incantation with all your might. No, this is impossible. I cannot. The chubby Gryffindor wizard, with visible reluctance, extended his hand and gestured towards the magical broomstick on the ground, his voice barely audible. Rise. The broom remained motionless. Professor, this isn't working. He instinctively muttered once more. Rise. The broom swayed slightly but failed to budge. Professor Roland, I assure you, this is futile. I am a natural left-hander, and my right hand is incapable. The chubby wizard lifted his head, a look of despair etched across his face, clearly indicating that to make the broom fly, it needed to be in his left hand. A sudden thud echoed. Ouch! A cry followed. The chubby wizard clutched his rear end, aggrieved as the broom that had previously lain on the ground struck him sharply. Professor Roland's expression darkened as she fixed a serious gaze upon the chubby Gryffindor. Listen, this is a warning. Your actions are a direct challenge to my pedagogical methods. Now, I need you to focus entirely and assertively recite the activation spell for the broomstick. If your voice falters, I will not treat you as gently as your father did. The next strike will land on your forehead. Please, don't hit me. I will do it. I will do it immediately. The chubby Gryffindor wizard's face was filled with terror. He promptly stood firm, extending his right hand with utmost concentration, exclaiming loudly, Rise. Come forth. I command you to rise. Sweat beaded on the forehead of the stout wizard as he grimaced, his rear end ablaze with pain, desperate to avoid a repeat of the experience. Suddenly, the broom, which had been lying flat on the ground, lifted with astonishing speed. Thud. Another muffled sound resonated as the broom made intimate contact with the chubby wizard's cheek. However, this time he did not scream. His eyes glistened with tears of exhilaration. Professor Roland. I have succeeded. I have broken free from the curse of being left-handed. Thank you. So much. Plop. The rotund Gryffindor had not yet finished his sentence when his body suddenly fell backward, hitting the ground and losing consciousness. How tragic. He truly is in a dire state. Ron whispered to Harry. Harry instinctively nodded. Indeed, it is somewhat tragic. Professor Roland is even more fearsome than Uncle Vernon. Ron inquired curiously. Vernon? Who is he? Harry quickly corrected himself. It's nothing. You misheard, Ron. Meanwhile, Dudley observed thoughtfully, gathering information. Today marked his first genuine attempt at casting magic, although it was directed at a magical object. The reactions of the chubby boy and Professor Roland suggested that the principles of using magical tools and casting spells with a wand share a certain correlation. Harry, why don't you give it a try? Ron looked at Harry with anticipation. After all, Harry is the legendary hero who supposedly defeated the Dark Lord. One wonders about his innate talent. Ron had heard his father, Arthur Weasley, mention the Dark Lord, an exceedingly terrifying entity, with immense magical power and unfathomable strength. Although he did not truly believe that Harry was the genuine hero who vanquished the Dark Lord, his curiosity remained insatiable. Harry casually adjusted his glasses. All right, Ron, since you've asked, I shall give it a go. Rise. Before Harry could finish his command, the broomstick on the ground levitated effortlessly into his palm. Ron stood by, utterly astonished. This was simply extraordinary. Were it not for his lack of experience in the East, he might have exclaimed in amazement. Hermione, witnessing this, was equally taken aback. However, she followed suit, extending her somewhat pale hand and softly murmuring, Rise. As her clear voice resonated, the wand on the ground slowly ascended and gracefully landed in Hermione's grasp. Her lips pressed together, she beamed joyfully at her surroundings. Yet, she soon realized that everyone was focused on their own broomsticks, paying no heed to her. Oh! Hermione glanced around again, her gaze landing on Dudley, who was quietly fixated on Harry, a faint smile naturally gracing his lips. Hermione instinctively raised a hand, only to let it fall back down with a tinge of despondency. P.S. An update. Thank you all for your continued support. Harry had long been aware of Hermione's success beside him. However, upon witnessing her desire to share the joy of her achievements, he quickly turned his head, feigning ignorance. With a mature mindset, he understood precisely what he needed to do at that moment, adhering to the principles of the distant Eastern world. For now, exercising caution was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Ah, not too shabby, Hermione. I hadn't noticed. Your magical talent is rather impressive. Ron chuckled as he observed Hermione, having noticed her early on. He intended to deliver a few jests, but alas, his opponent's prowess was too formidable, leaving him to assert his verbal dominance instead. Humph, my talent speaks for itself, Hermione retorted, lifting her face to glance at Ron without truly looking at him, indicating her mild annoyance. Derry, however, paid no heed to the trio's interaction. He was entirely focused on the magical broomstick at his feet. With his palm outstretched, he held his breath, concentrating deeply. According to Madame Roland, one must immerse themselves fully in the task at hand, honing their focus on the broomstick. Up, he murmured softly. Yet, the wand on the ground merely wobbled slightly, failing to lift off. Furrowing his brow, Derry pondered whether his approach to casting magic was flawed. He was acutely aware of his own concentration. No one present could match his level of focus. The restless nature of youth often led to distractions, making it challenging to control the broomstick, a conclusion he had gleaned from careful observation. After a moment's reflection, Derry resolved to attempt the spell once more. He concentrated intently, guiding his awareness from his palm to the wand. Up, he intoned again, and this time, the wand began to rise from the ground at an exceedingly sluggish pace. However, Derry's expression darkened. At that moment, he could distinctly feel his heart racing, blood pooling in his chest, and his heartbeat quickening. This reaction bears a striking resemblance to the feedback experienced during high-intensity short-distance aerobic exercises. What is being expended is its stamina. Dolly's complexion appears somewhat pallid, and beads of sweat are beginning to form on his forehead. Such a continuous exhibition of magic presents a significant drawback, imposing a formidable burden upon one's own body. A problem has arisen. In an instant, Dolly comprehended the distinction between himself and the assembled wizards. The initial experiment of awakening magical power at the Island Tower, which involved a fierce struggle between the magic virus I, influenza, and the magic virus II, bacteriophage, was exceedingly brutal. As an ordinary individual, he had managed to survive. Yet he had not successfully transformed the cells within his body. Analyzing the situation now, he realized that he had awakened hidden genetic fragments within his heart. Regardless of how the heart's genetic cells might divide or accumulate, due to their innate characteristics, this trend of division could ultimately yield only one heart. Viewing the body as a cohesive whole, Dolly understood that he had merely developed and manifested the latent genes of his heart. However, in contrast to all the young wizards present, he was distinct. They were infused with cells designed for magical storage from the very onset of embryonic development. The problem had finally been validated. The distinction had been uncovered. Discovering the root of the problem did not dishearten Dolly. Rather, it filled him with immense joy. Science operates in this manner. When confronted with a problem, one must endeavor to conquer it. When a goal is established, one must pursue its resolution with singular focus and high efficiency. Casting a wide net would only squander time. Understanding this, Dolly tightened his grip, instinctively loosening it thereafter. The enchanted broom began to plummet downward. He could not continue. His magical energy was scant, and his capacity for manipulation was limited. To maintain pride at the cost of his own well-being would only result in injury to his body. Harry, your cousin seems to be in trouble. Look, Ron remarked instinctively. Harry, taken aback, shook his head, asserting, No, Ron, my cousin Dolly is very capable. Ron, unconvinced, nodded slightly, not Harry. Perhaps among muggles, your cousin is impressive, but among wizards, his talent surely cannot surpass yours. As the two debated, the enchanted broom, which had begun to descend slowly, unexpectedly levitated once more, ultimately landing securely in the palm of Dolly's hand. Ron was utterly perplexed. How is this possible? Harry, beaming with excitement, exclaimed, Cousin, you did it. Dolly gazed at the broom in his hand, equally bewildered. Only he knew that he had just shifted his focus and ceased the flow of magic. At that moment, Dolly felt a slight itch at the cuff of his sleeve as a furry creature emerged from within. The cat leaped gracefully from the inner side of Dolly's arm to the handle of the flying broom. With a soft thud, it stood upright, swaggering as it began to climb towards the highest point of the broomstick. Dolly's gaze remained calm as he extended a hand, gently poking the cat's forehead. The creature paused, its furry head swaying slightly. Then, with an air of indignation, it placed its paws on its hips, its whiskers quivering. Observing this, Dolly couldn't help but smile faintly. He curled his finger again and flicked it lightly. Bang! The cat clutched its forehead, its body stiffening as it fell rigidly from the broomstick. Simultaneously, Dudley swiftly caught the creature and tucked it into his pocket, while the broom naturally slipped from his grasp. Yet, Dudley held on tightly. The earlier confusion dissipated in an instant as he grasped the truth. His cat could indeed wield magic. No, rather, it could learn to use magic. But wasn't he Ms. Rowland saying that one needed to utter a command to activate the broom? His cat couldn't speak. Could it be that language was merely a tool to guide attention? As long as one's mental focus and concentration were sufficiently intense, one could achieve the same effect without words? Dudley pondered within. Just then, the crowd parted slightly to the sides, and a golden-haired, oval-faced youth approached him. Malfoy? What do you want? This is Gryffindor House. Please return to your original position. A voice among the young wizards of Gryffindor intervened. However, two children behind Malfoy stepped forward. Get out of the way. With a fierce demeanor, the Gryffindor wizard who had stepped up was immediately silenced, retreating back to his group. Malfoy advanced a step. Humph. Who was I at that moment? You are Harry Potter. Why did you initially introduce yourself with a false name, claiming to be Harry Dudley? Do you not realize that such behavior is a profound disrespect towards me? Harry gazed at Malfoy before adjusting his glasses, refraining from immediate retort, instinctively glancing at Ron's side. Yet, his cousin Dudley did not direct his gaze towards him. What? No words? Malfoy continued, and this is a matter solely between us. Why do you concern yourself with that pathetic individual beside you? Associating with the Weasley family, a group of rather unsavory characters, is simply distasteful. With that, Malfoy's tone shifted as he brushed his golden hair back. Harry Potter, I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us. However, this does not affect our families. The Potters and the Malfoys. After all, we have no real conflict, do we? And mingling with undesirable company will only tarnish your reputation, Harry. Trust me. If you are willing, we can restore our friendship. Harry took a deep breath, preparing to speak. Yet, Malfoy unexpectedly interjected. I trust you will give serious thought to our friendship, Harry. Harry, ignore him. He is provoking you. Ron interjected, intending to pull Harry away. Others may not understand what Malfoy meant by his family, but Ron was well aware. As a descendant of a pure-blood lineage, Malfoy's family wielded considerable power. Malfoy's brow furrowed. Shut your mouth, you insufferable fool. Who permitted you to interrupt me? It is not yet your place to speak, members of the Weasley family. Ron's expression was rigid, his fiery red hair quivering ever so slightly, and he could no longer contain his retort. I am not some sort of lowly scoundrel. Oh? Are you quite indignant? Malfoy scoffed, his two Slytherin lackeys erupting into laughter beside him. Malfoy then continued, Weasley, since you have chosen to step forward, I shall grant you this opportunity. Have you yet managed to make your broomstick levitate? Thus, as long as the time it takes for your enchanted broomstick to awaken surpasses mine, I shall consider Harry's mockery of me settled. Upon encountering Malfoy's provocation, Ron clenched his teeth and stepped forward, his voice brimming with indignation. Very well, Malfoy, this is your assertion. Remember, this is a pact between wizards. Malfoy shrugged nonchalantly. Suit yourself. Will you go first, or shall I? Ron waved his hand dismissively. I shall take the lead. Watch closely, Malfoy. I hope you do not come to regret this. As Ron's voice fell, the enchanted broomstick on the ground trembled twice before soaring into his palm. Malfoy's expression mirrored a hint of shock. It seemed. The Weasley family's lineage of wizards is not as lamentable as the rumors suggest. At the very least, Ron's magical talent is not insignificant. Ron was quite astonished, as this was his inaugural experience learning to wield a magical broomstick. To his surprise, he succeeded with such ease. Gripping the broom tightly, Ron looked at Malfoy with a smug expression. Look at Malfoy. I believe there is no need for comparison. From the moment I commanded it to the instant the broom soared into my grasp, the entire process took merely a second, not even two. I think. There is no longer any element of suspense. Ron felt a swell of pride. However, Malfoy, with his golden locks tossed dismissively, sneered, Ha! Ridiculous. Do you truly believe that this will rectify your reputation as a coward? What did you say? Ron, initially wearing a smug expression, now felt a flicker of anger. Malfoy. You have the audacity to challenge me, yet lack the courage to engage in a proper duel. You have no right to criticize me. You must have realized that I can activate my broomstick faster than you, and knowing you stand no chance, you resort to such petty provocations. Petty provocations? Malfoy's handsome visage darkened as he retorted, Weasley, what do you mean by that? Who gave you the audacity to question me? Is it merely about activating a broomstick? Your so-called skill is nothing short of a farce. Malfoy's voice dripped with disdain. Stop boasting. If you possess any real talent, come and show me. Ron boldly raised his broomstick. refusing to believe that Malfoy could indeed surpass him, having witnessed his father riding a broomstick since childhood. Ron was confident that his own ability to summon the broom was comparable to that of his father, Arthur Weasley, in Ron's perception, regardless of Malfoy's prowess. It was inconceivable that he could rival his father, who held a position at the Ministry of Magic. Since you have chosen this path, let us see. Malfoy, with a scornful expression, extended his palm, preparing to publicly humiliate Ron before the assembled wizard apprentices, ensuring that he would be forever marked by the laughter and disdain of others. The Malfoy name, he believed, was beyond reproach. The enchanted broomstick, which Malfoy had been introduced to at a tender age by the family's in-house preschool wizard, had served as a foundation for his early lessons. Initially, he was instructed to command the broom to take flight. However, as time progressed, he learned to summon the magical broom from the ground purely through the concentration of his mental faculties, without the need for incantations. From the very beginning, Malfoy had been enlightened by the preschool wizard that spells were merely tools to aid a wizard in focusing their attention. With sufficient practice and concentration, one could achieve similar results with magical objects that did not necessitate rigid incantations. He had witnessed his instructor perform magic in such a manner. A confident smile illuminated Malfoy's face. Though he uttered not a single word, the wand on the ground began to ascend gradually. Action spoke louder than words. The sight left Ron utterly astounded, gripping his broomstick tightly and thrusting it forcefully into the ground. There was hardly any doubt that the moment Malfoy grasped the enchanted broomstick would be pivotal. The recent competition concluded with Ron's defeat, which captured the attention of Ms. Rolanda at the forefront of the crowd. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and with a furrowed brow, she let out a sharp whistle that pierced the air, drawing everyone's focus. Her voice rang out, resonating in the ears of every young wizard present. Attention, aspiring wizards who have successfully activated your magical brooms. Await my command. Only after I count to 3 shall you lift off the ground. Remember my words. I shall count 1, 2, 3. Only then may you ascend. Should anyone act independently, do not blame me. However, before Rolanda could finish her admonition, a commotion erupted among the attendees. My goodness, how did you manage that? You can't do this. The outcry originated from the back of the line. Enough. Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards, I have reached the limits of my patience. Stand still and fix your gaze. I intend to discover who is disrupting the order of my Quidditch class. Such audacious young wizards must face the appropriate consequences. With a grim expression, Rolanda's temper, already known to be volatile, was tested, although she comprehended the excitement of the young wizards using their magical brooms for the first time. The repeated disruptions to her lesson were nothing short of a challenge to her esteemed reputation at Hogwarts. As the most accomplished Quidditch coach, strictness and execution were her hallmarks. Her capacity to nurture exceptional Quidditch competitors was undeniable. Rolanda made it clear that her forbearance as a professor had its limits. The tumult grew louder, and despite her stern demeanor, the young wizards appeared frozen in shock. Clear the way, Rolanda exclaimed, stepping forward. There stood Ron from Gryffindor, his broom planted firmly on the ground, gradually beginning to levitate. Don't do that. Come down, Ron exclaimed in alarm, desperately attempting to pull the magical broom back down. Yet, the broom's levitation power intensified, and almost instinctively, Ron clambered onto the broom, hoping to ground it with his weight. In an instant, the flying broom lifted Ron to a height of 3 meters. The distance compelled Ron to unconsciously swallow a mouthful of saliva. This was the sole thought racing through his mind. This is a disaster. Make way. Everyone, step aside. Professor Rolanda was urgently parting the crowd. Her gaze fixed on Ron suspended in midair. She exclaimed with irritation, "Let me see who is disrupting my class." Humph. It turns out to be a student from Gryffindor. I recall your name, Ron Weasley, isn't it? Listen, Ron. You have 2 choices. Descend immediately and offer a sincere apology, or else I shall deduct 5 points from Gryffindor House. Young wizards who severely disrupt class and refuse to heed instructions will face graver consequences. Trust me. I possess that authority. Ron, suspended above, gazed down in terror, his head shaking like a rattle. Professor, please help me. I don't want to be up here. This is truly not my doing. Ron exclaimed, his words somewhat incoherent as he floated in midair. Professor Rolanda furrowed her brow. You can fly? Is it not simple to descend? Just lay yourself down and press your elbows down on the front of the broom. It will lower automatically. Yet, given your behavior, I have reason to suspect. Before Rolanda could finish, Ron's face turned crimson as he desperately implored, Professor, truly, I cannot come down, please. Think of a way. Rolanda frowned again. This situation did not seem to be a jest. Could it be that this Gryffindor lad had lost control of his magic? The thought made her expression shift dramatically. Although loss of magical control often occurred unconsciously with young wizards, it typically diminished with age and mastery over their abilities. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of less adept young wizards looking at Weasley's foolish demeanor. It was indeed plausible. In contemplation, Rolanda reached beneath her wizarding robe and withdrew her wand. Her gaze remained fixed on Ron suspended in the air as she meticulously devised a rescue plan. With a flourish, her wand traced an arc in the air. She softly intoned the incantation, double casting Petrificus Totalis. The tip of her wand glowed with a milky luminescence, and a beam shot forth, not aimed at Ron himself, but rather at the broom beneath him. If she could petrify the broom, it would become rigid, and Ron would naturally descend. Simultaneously, Rolanda pointed her wand towards the ground, unleashing another bright beam. Mutification. The grass beneath Ron began to give way, the soil softening as torrents of mud surged upward. Both spells were cast almost in unison. In Rolanda's design, the petrified broom would bring Ron crashing down into the mire below, yet, just as the petrification spell was about to strike the broom, it unexpectedly soared to an astonishing height, evading the spell. Wow! The young wizards gasped in unison. How on earth did he manage that? They exclaimed. Indeed. How did this Gryffindor student evade Professor Rolanda's spell? It is utterly astonishing. Dudley observed the scene before him, a slight furrow forming on his brow. With his keen perception, he had long discerned the underlying issues, yet he found himself perplexed. Why were all the young wizards present so astonished? Dudley, look quickly. Ron has managed to evade Professor Rolanda's spell once again, Hermione exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer. Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging Ron, but she was taken aback by his remarkable prowess. This talent is simply extraordinary. At that moment, both Gryffindor and Slytherin houses completely made Ron the focal point of attention. This revelation utterly astonished Hermione. What? Evading magic is a rare occurrence? Dudley inquired casually. Hermione stared at Dudley in bewilderment before attempting to clarify. The act of evading magic in itself is not particularly extraordinary. However, it largely depends on who is casting the spell. Professor Rolanda Hooch has trained countless exceptional Quidditch players, and her accuracy in spellcasting should theoretically be impeccable, leaving no room for such errors. Moreover, her target is merely a first-year student at Hogwarts, a fledgling wizard. After her earnest explanation, Hermione couldn't help but smirk, adding, truth be told, I didn't expect this red-haired fellow, Ron, who appears quite simple-minded, to be so formidable. Humph, he possesses some skill. I just wonder how long he can maintain this arrogance. Dudley, however, did not respond to Hermione's ramblings. Instead, he furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Ron, who was soaring through the air on his flying broomstick. The aerial spectacle was nothing short of dazzling. Professor Hooch waved her wand vigorously, conjuring a surge of magical energy that coalesced in the air. Streams of pearly light shot upwards. Yet, Ron, gripping the broom tightly, executed a series of remarkable evasive maneuvers. The timing, trajectory, and angles of his movements were nothing short of flawless. Professor Hooch was filled with exasperation. She felt an unprecedented provocation. It was utterly infuriating. What is truly happening with this year's Gryffindor students? They feign a mask of trepidation to deceive themselves, only to evade with remarkable agility in midair. A captivating new trend. Perhaps, if one were to allow them to frolic freely upon their enchanted broomsticks, it would undoubtedly tarnish the esteemed reputation of one's position as a professor at Hogwarts. Ron Weasley. Very well, you little rascal. I shall take this seriously. Professor Rolanda huffed softly, her patience wearing thin with the impish boy before her. Meanwhile, Ron was desperately screaming in midair, Professor, help me. Save me. Please. Professor Rolander's expression turned rigid, a pentagram nearly forming upon her brow, an outright provocation. In an instant, her demeanor shifted to one of stern resolve, her wand extended, eyes fiercely fixed upon Ron. With deft precision, she tapped her wand 3 times in the air. 3 luminous halos materialized, their brilliance intensifying, as Ron's form emerged within the heart of the triangular formation. Almost instantaneously, Professor Rolanda pointed her wand forward, and the final halo appeared at the nexus of the 3. The triangle was locked. Each beam of light represented a distinct spell. The Gryffindor student, audacious enough to mock himself, must certainly face some consequences. His actions mirror those of the Slytherin wizards in every respect. Suddenly, beams of light shot forth. Ron's body twisted midair, hurtling at an astonishing angle towards the opposite tower in the sky. The sudden acceleration far exceeded everyone's expectations. Attempting to flee, Professor Rolanda scoffed, her wand sweeping through the air as 3 white rays curved in pursuit of Ron. It dawned on her, dispelling her last remnants of doubt. This boy, Ron, was not experiencing a loss of magical control. He was outright challenging her authority as an instructor. A true magical mishap would yield unpredictable and unconscious outcomes. Yet, Ron's repeated successful evasions of her spells only confirmed her suspicions. This Gryffindor lad was merely pretending. How cunning he was. How did he not end up in Slytherin during the sorting? It was utterly outrageous. Just me, Professor, just me. Quickly, save me. The intense sensation of weightlessness, coupled with his piercing screams, echoed through the halls of Hogwarts. Meanwhile, in a high tower office of Hogwarts, this is the office of the Vice-Dean. Just moments ago, Professor McGonagall was intently examining the homework assignments from the Transfiguration class, collected from the young wizards 2 days prior. Engaging in discussions regarding the theories and developmental directions of Transfiguration was among her favorite pursuits. However, on this seemingly tranquil day, she was suddenly startled by a piercing scream. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached the window, gazing out at a shadow beyond the glass, momentarily lost in thought. She extended her hand to retrieve a pair of glasses from her desk, placing them delicately upon the bridge of her nose. At this moment, she clearly discerned the identity of the figure suspended in the air. It was, astonishingly, Ron Weasley, the new little wizard from Gryffindor. At this time, he was deftly evading a barrage of magical beams emanating from the ground, disrupting the order of the classroom. This was Professor McGonagall's immediate reaction. However, it soon appeared that she had come to an understanding of some sort. Her initially outstretched finger, poised to summon the Hogwarts disciplinary department, hesitated. The glint in her eye, visible beneath her single-lens glasses, revealed a flicker of excitement. As a vice principal, she profoundly understood this principle. The goal of education is not to impose constraints, but to continually uncover the talents of young witches and wizards throughout their developmental journey. Subsequently, it is essential to cultivate these talents, enabling them to excel in their respective fields of expertise. In light of this, Ron Weasley, this child is indeed quite unruly. Though other aspects are satisfactory, he possesses remarkable talent in Quidditch, akin to that of certain distinguished individuals. This is a rare and exceptional opportunity. How splendid! A remarkable talent for Quidditch. Professor McGonagall smiled with satisfaction, contemplating her next decision. Slytherin was utterly detestable. They had covertly conspired to incapacitate an outstanding member of Gryffindor before the Quidditch match, sending them to the Wizarding Infirmary. However, such a decision bore its own complexities. Hogwarts had a strict policy prohibiting first-year students from participating in Quidditch matches. Professor McGonagall found herself deep in thought. Just as she wavered, a dark-haired boy ascended unsteadily from the ground on a broomstick in the nearby field. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall muttered to herself. She could discern that Harry's handling of the broomstick was quite clumsy. At this level, it is evident that such a reaction is characteristic of a novice experiencing this for the first time. Yet, in the next moment, the boy, who had previously been wobbling unsteadily on his broomstick, suddenly soared into the sky. Harry gripped his broom tightly, transforming his initial panic into a newfound calmness. Excellent. He was able to adapt splendidly to this exhilarating sensation. This was Harry's most visceral sensation of flying his enchanted broom. Now, his sole objective was to rescue Ron, who had been struck by the petrifying curse. In the distance, Ron's body narrowly evaded several magical beams. Yet the final ray struck his broom beneath him. The enchanted broom plummeted through the air, spiraling downward along the wall. Ron's wizarding robe was fortuitously pierced by the spear of a human-shaped statue, suspending him in midair. It appeared that he was at constant risk of falling. Protecting his friend was the only thought occupying Harry's mind at that moment. In an instant, Harry's broom surged forward, racing towards Ron, who was ensnared by the statue. Ron's robe was tearing under the relentless pull of gravity, and it seemed he was about to crash to the ground. Harry had no choice but to accelerate once more, his focus unwavering as he recklessly charged towards the statue. Yet, behind the statue lay a wall. Professor McGonagall frowned. This is far too reckless. To fly so boldly on a broom for the first time. If he cannot stop in time, colliding with the wall would result in severe injuries. It seems I must intervene. Just as Professor McGonagall contemplated her next move, Harry's body executed a daring 360-degree turn, skillfully redirecting his course. Simultaneously, he extended his hand and successfully grasped Ron's robe. Phew. I cannot thank you enough, Harry. Ron, still shaken, gazed at him with exhilaration. At that moment, Harry resembled a true hero. Harry offered a gentle smile. Fear not, Ron, we are friends. Ron responded with a goofy grin. Yes, Harry. Thank you. But in the next instant, the robe could no longer withstand the force of gravity and snapped. Before Ron could finish his sentence, he plummeted downward. Hermione gasped but quickly patted her chest. Thankfully. I had forgotten that Professor Rolanda had just cast a spell of marshy earth beneath Ron. It seems he will be safe. Dudley, however, shook his head nonchalantly. No, not at all. Hermione, astonished, replied, How can that be? Did you not see? Dudley waved his hand calmly. I saw it. However, based on the algorithm, it is possible to infer the distance and the surface tension of the liquid. Falling from this height, Ron, lying flat, would likely bruise his skin even if he landed on the water's surface. If it were a swamp, I believe the best outcome for Ron would be a minor fracture. Hermione scoffed. That shouldn't happen. Ron will be just fine. Yet, before Hermione's words had fully escaped her lips, Ron's body plunged heavily into the depths of the muddy marsh. Professor Rowland turned to the young wizards behind her with a serious expression, stating, Today's lesson is on the use of magical broomsticks, not Quidditch training. As you all witnessed, Ron from Gryffindor has disrupted the class, and I will report this to the Hogwarts Disciplinary Committee. But before Professor Rowland could finish her sentence, a loud crash resounded, followed by a pained gasp. The young wizards present, including Professor Rowland, were left in shock, as the sound they heard was a cry of distress. Oh dear. Professor Rowland swiftly turned and, with a flick of her wizarding robe, raced toward the muddy pool beneath the tower on the other side of the lawn. The young wizards from both Gryffindor and Slytherin gathered around, equally astonished as they gazed at Ron in the mire. From Dudley's perspective, he saw Ron sprawled awkwardly on the writhing swamp. Beside him, Hermione wore an expression of disbelief. Dudley, how did you guess that? No, how did you know Ron would get hurt? Does it have something to do with what you said about surface tension? Dudley chose not to respond to Hermione's inquiries. He certainly had no intention of explaining scientific logic to a girl. Just as the swamp is a flowing liquid, the force that reduces the surface area of a liquid is known as surface tension. Disrupting this surface tension is directly related to the contact area, akin to the relationship between a nail and wood. Dudley calmly regarded Hermione and said, I believe your attention is misplaced. Hermione tilted her head, puzzled. Dudley pointed toward Ron. Ron is injured. As his friend, you should go help him. Hermione instinctively nodded her head. Though she sensed something was amiss, she felt Dudley made a valid point. All right. I will check on him and also notify the Hogwarts infirmary. Hermione took a few steps forward before coming to a halt. Suddenly turning around with a face full of hope, she said, After class, could you elaborate on the principle of tension? I am genuinely intrigued. Also, I must clarify that Ron is not my friend. He is merely my classmate. Hermione, not fully understanding why, felt an instinctive urge to explain. After all, she still felt uncomfortable from the teasing she had endured at Ron's hands. Yet, the very intelligence she prided herself on ignited an insatiable curiosity and desire for knowledge, compelling her to seek guidance from Dudley. Hermione's egg-shaped face flushed crimson as she fervently reassured herself. It's all right, Hermione, it's all right. This is merely an ordinary inquiry for knowledge. Dudley gazed at Hermione with a serene expression, his voice gentle as he spoke. Indeed, when I find the time, I shall elucidate the relevant information for you. After all, Ron is my classmate, and you are my classmate as well. Upon hearing this, Hermione instinctively felt a surge of joy, only to quickly realize something. She lifted her head, brimming with excitement. Yet, upon noticing that Dudley had already averted his gaze and was oblivious to her, she could only dejectedly kick at the grass. Dudley's manner of speaking and tone felt somewhat familiar to her. It resembled the way her father would refuse door-to-door sales pitches for food or household goods each day. How peculiar. Was she overthinking it? Caught in a web of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Dudley had voluntarily blended into the ranks of the young wizards at Hogwarts, and, taking advantage of the bustling crowd, he instinctively glanced towards the opposite side of the tower behind him. The window's previous occupant was now entirely absent. There was not a trace of Professor Quirrell. As she recalled, this matter is rather enigmatic. Perhaps all the young wizards present perceive this as merely a personal performance by Ron. However, only Dudley understands that this is not an accident, but a meticulously orchestrated scheme. The moment Totoro makes contact with the memory orb, the sphere turns crimson, signifying that Totoro has lost a fragment of its memory. This information is of paramount importance. I recall that each time Totoro encounters Professor Quirrell, it instinctively issues a warning. From a biological perspective, this phenomenon is referred to as an inherent instinctual response encoded within its genes. This situation is akin to the encounter of humanity with a tiger, confronting its robust musculature, fierce claws, and sharp fangs. Such actions, imprinted in our genetic instincts, do not require learning. They are innate knowledge. Many individuals instinctively nurture fear and trepidation. This comprises a collection of fragments inscribed within the biological genetic sequence. However, this time, Totoro failed to issue a warning and instead lost its memory. Coupled with Professor Cairo's esteemed position as the instructor of defense against dark arts, Dudley could almost be certain of the implications. Professor Chilo possesses a benevolent disposition. However, one must ponder his true intentions. Is he motivated by personal ambition, concern for his cousin Harry Potter, or perhaps a fondness for his pet chinchilla? It appears that the experiments pertaining to his substantial metallic biological gene project necessitate acceleration. Contemplating this, Dudley deliberately maneuvered through the crowd, drawing closer to Professor Rolanda. During their juvenile phase, creatures require the surrounding environment to effectively conceal themselves. Once they surpass this vulnerable stage, the vast magical realm will unveil its extraordinary wonders. At that moment, Ron had been levitated from the mire by Professor Rolanda and gently placed upon the ground. Subsequently, the tip of her wand radiated a bright light, completely dispelling the muck that clung to Ron. His complexion was ashen, and he gritted his teeth, his expression betraying considerable anguish. Dudley swiftly discerned the source of Ron's injury. His shoulder blade was slightly askew, indicating a likely dislocation or fracture. However, Dudley surmised that dislocation was the more probable cause. Were it a fracture, Ron's pallor would surely be more pronounced. Just then, the chaotic little wizards fell silent. Dudley turned to see a figure in a black robe approaching with haste. Someone was drawing near. Upon recognizing the individual, Dudley felt a twinge of confusion, for it was none other than Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress. Professor McGonagall, what brings you here? Rolanda hastily rose from the ground, eager to offer an explanation. As the injury of a young wizard during her magic class constituted a significant teaching mishap, fear not, Professor Rolanda. I shall take charge of the situation here. Just leave one person to attend to Ron, McGonagall stated, pausing momentarily. Oh, and please send for Harry. I have matters to discuss with him. Professor Rolanda nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, Professor McGonagall. She then turned to the young wizards behind her, her demeanor stern. Gryffindor and Slytherin students, return to your positions immediately. We shall resume the broomstick lesson. The crowd dispersed, converging on the opposite side of the courtyard. Among the Slytherin students, a striking boy with a head of golden hair disdainfully remarked, "Look at that. Disrupting the class to the point of alarming the deputy headmistress, mark my words. Harry and Ron will surely face dire consequences." "I concur," Malfoy, Clark replied with a nod. "I believe they will soon find themselves in detention, just as you mentioned. And Hogwarts will dock points." As the crowd dispersed, Professor McGonagall proactively extended her hand and retrieved a wand from her robes. A surge of magical energy coursed through it, and the tip of the wand glimmered with a pale green aura, which enveloped the area near Ron's right scapula. Instantly, Ron's complexion shifted from pallid to flushed, an uncomfortable tingling sensation washing over him. Bear with it. This is the regeneration charm for cartilage. Your bones are healing automatically, though it won't restore you to your former state immediately. However, it will alleviate your pain significantly. For a complete recovery, you will need to visit the Hogwarts infirmary for treatment from the potions professor in the days to come. Minutes later, the green light subsided and Ron's emotions stabilized. He hurriedly rose and gazed at Professor McGonagall with urgency. "Professor McGonagall, let me explain what just happened." Yet before Ron could continue, Professor McGonagall waved her hand to interrupt. "Enough, Ron. You need not explain. There is nothing fundamentally wrong with this situation. We at Hogwarts nurture young witches and wizards without being excessively rigid. Moreover, I have discerned the true spark in both of you." After expressing her thoughts, Professor McGonagall paid no heed to Dudley, who intended to assist Ron. She turned her gaze toward Ron and Harry. From the outset, Harry had been somewhat timid, standing beside his cousin Dudley, especially considering his prior indiscretion of riding a broomstick without permission. Dudley then reached out, pushing Harry toward Ron's side. Professor McGonagall regarded the two Gryffindor boys with satisfaction, recognizing their potential. "Excellent prospects," she remarked as she turned and walked toward the adjacent corridor, adding, "Do follow me." Ron and Harry exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Professor McGonagall's intentions. Harry instinctively lowered his head and supported Ron's right arm, while Dudley assisted with Ron's left. The three quietly trailed behind Professor McGonagall. The surrounding sounds gradually faded, and her footsteps slowed as she seemed to sigh softly in contemplation. "What's wrong, Professor McGonagall?" Harry couldn't help but inquire. Without responding, Professor McGonagall flashed a rare smile at Harry, her usually stern demeanor softened. "Harry, I genuinely admire both you and Ron." Harry was somewhat taken aback, while Ron appeared equally perplexed. Dudley, on the other hand, seemed to be deep in thought. Professor McGonagall, engrossed in her own explanation, began. "To be frank, many years ago, I was also a remarkably talented Quidditch player. I successfully joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team and brought numerous honors to our house. However, during a decisive match against Slytherin." At this point, Professor McGonagall paused, casting a glance at Harry, Dudley, and Ron before sighing. "Those days are behind us. In any case, the future of Gryffindor rests upon you two, Ron and Harry. I hope that when you take to the field, you can triumph over that group of Slytherin wizards and secure victory for Gryffindor." Ron and Harry fell into a stunned silence, their minds grappling with the revelation. Harry found it difficult to comprehend, while Ron's disbelief was palpable. His eyes widened as he pointed incredulously at himself and exclaimed, "Me? I can't believe I might actually participate in a Quidditch match. This must be a joke. Goodness, this is simply..." Professor McGonagall nodded with an approving smile. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ron turned and embraced Harry, exclaiming, "Harry, tell me this isn't true. This can't possibly be true. Right, Harry?" Attempting to push Ron away, Harry found himself ensnared in his friend's tight grip and reluctantly surrendered to the embrace. Dudley, instinctively curious, interjected, "So, Professor McGonagall, have you been searching for talented players in everyday life?" Taken aback, McGonagall regarded Dudley with surprise and replied, "I must say, your insight is rather impressive for a young lad. Are you also interested in joining the Quidditch team? However, your frame is rather too slender for the rigors of Quidditch." Hearing this, Harry instinctively pushed Ron away, eager to assert that Dudley should not participate, nor should he. Yet Dudley merely cast a casual glance at Harry. During this period of collaboration, Harry suddenly comprehended his cousin's intentions and fell into a somewhat dejected silence. Professor McGonagall remained oblivious to any anomalies, as children are often deeply concerned about their friendships. After all, she was well aware of the feeling of not being able to participate alongside one's companions. At that moment, a figure emerged from the opposite end of the corridor. The newcomer possessed a robust physique, well-defined features, and an expression of righteousness. "Professor McGonagall, I have arrived." Upon seeing the individual, Professor McGonagall waved enthusiastically and introduced him. "Harry, Ron, this is Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. You two should engage with him often and take the opportunity to practice during your free time. Wood, I believe it is necessary for us to have a word." The young lad named Ron successfully evaded numerous spells cast by Professor Rolanda during his inaugural flight lesson on a magical broomstick, soaring high in the sky. Meanwhile, the boy named Harry executed a remarkable 90-degree turn just a few feet from the wall and swooped down to rescue Ron, who was on the brink of crashing to the ground. After my assessment, both individuals have the potential to become exceptionally skilled Quidditch players. Harry could be developed into a seeker, while Ron could be trained as a beater. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's introduction, Wood appeared quite astonished, nodding at Ron and Harry, exclaiming that if this were true, they would undoubtedly be the prodigies of Gryffindor. However, he hesitated, noting that first-year students are typically not allowed to participate in Quidditch matches. Before Wood could finish, Professor McGonagall waved her hand, stating that matters of regulation would be handled by her. She would consult with Headmaster Dumbledore, urging them to focus on training in the meantime. Wood nodded in agreement, but inquired about the brooms. He suggested they acquire a superior model, such as the Nimbus 2000 or the Firebolt. Professor McGonagall responded affirmatively, acknowledging that Wood's suggestion was excellent. After all, how could Gryffindor's distinguished Quidditch players be without quality enchanted brooms? "Do not worry about this matter. Leave it to me." Wood smiled and nodded. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry and Ron. "All right, you two, take some time to get acquainted with Wood, and let him lead you to the dining hall. I have a few matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." After Professor McGonagall spoke, her slightly aged face bore a stiff smile as she swept away in her wizarding robes. Ron, observing this, looked at Harry with a puzzled expression. "Harry, why do you think Professor McGonagall is in such a hurry? She seemed perfectly fine earlier." Harry shook his head. "I'm not sure, Ron, but I have a feeling that Professor McGonagall's anxiety is somehow related to Professor Snape." "Snape?" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Are you referring to our potions professor, Professor Snape? Did you truly see him? Harry instinctively nodded. Ron, you were holding me just now, so you didn't notice. Professor Snape just passed by the corner of the corridor, and coincidentally, Professor McGonagall didn't see them. It seemed they exchanged glances. And then Professor McGonagall hurriedly ended our conversation. That's about it. I did indeed see Professor Snape. Harry slowly recounted the details of what he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, Ron scratched his head. That is indeed rather strange. However, speaking of which, shouldn't Professor Snape be conducting potions class for Ravenclaw right now? Why is he here during class time? Ron, I think you should take the initiative to seek out Professor Snape later. Dudley, who was supporting Ron, chimed in. Ron, perplexed, asked, why? Would I seek out Professor Snape? Dudley pointed at Ron's shoulder. Professor McGonagall's implication is quite clear. You are very likely to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And since Professor Snape is an expert in potions, he could concoct a potion for you to improve your physical condition. At that moment, Ron gradually came to terms with the surprise. Dudley, did you just say, I might be selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Ron instinctively repeated, still struggling to accept it. Dudley maintained a calm demeanor, smiling faintly. Wood, who stood behind Ron, stepped forward and nodded. Ron, Harry, I think you can drop the might. From what I know of Professor McGonagall, the probability of you both joining the Quidditch team is nearly 100%. Ron stood in astonishment, once again overwhelmed by the sensation that the world around him was on the verge of collapse. He was acutely aware of his own standing. In stark contrast, Harry maintained an air of calmness. Wood continued, are you not curious as to why Professor McGonagall is so fervently seeking gifted Quidditch players? The reason lies in the fact that, in recent years, Gryffindor has scarcely triumphed against Slytherin in the inter-house competitions at Hogwarts. Moreover, Professor McGonagall herself suffered a fractured rib during a Quidditch match against Slytherin due to their underhanded tactics, thus rendering her unable to participate in official Quidditch matches ever again. This is merely hearsay, so do refrain from spreading it indiscriminately. Very well. Ron remained in a daze. Harry instinctively nodded. Senior Wood. As for Professor Snape, Wood waved his hand dismissively. Snape is the professor of Slytherin. Last year, Professor McGonagall was quite confident in her newly selected Gryffindor Quidditch team. Yet on the Quidditch pitch, our Gryffindor was utterly crushed by Slytherin House's overwhelming momentum. This has dealt quite a blow to Gryffindor, prompting Professor McGonagall to choose to circumvent Professor Snape upon their first encounter. Rumor has it that prior to the match, Professor McGonagall had asserted to Professor Snape that Gryffindor's Quidditch team would undoubtedly demonstrate their prowess. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Harry pondered thoughtfully, nodding in response. Wood gestured for Dudley, Harry, and Ron to follow him, and as he approached Harry, he wore a mysteriously amused expression, saying, Harry, it seems you are indeed the illustrious Harry Potter. Harry was taken aback, yet he managed a shy smile. Wood casually patted Harry's shoulder, remarking, you know, little fellow, I never would have guessed you could perform so remarkably during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. To be honest, had I not been certain that you were merely a first-year student, I would have assumed you were a refined and gentle gentleman. What does being a gentleman have to do with me? Harry found himself perplexed, instinctively glancing towards his cousin Dudley for assistance. However, Wood promptly pulled Harry along, leading him around the corner of a corridor. This is the public corridor of Hogwarts after classes have concluded. The corridor is flanked by stone walls, each adorned with recesses. Dudley gazes at the scene before him, confusion etched across his face, while Wood points directly at a specific area, exclaiming, Harry, this is what I wanted to show you. Harry, taken aback, observes a glass case atop a wooden surface containing a golden shield. The U-shaped shield is emblazoned with 3 emblems, each inscribed with a line of text. The leftmost reads 1969, the rightmost 1971, and the center one bears the year 1972. For reasons unknown, Harry's heart begins to race involuntarily upon seeing the central plaque. Wood, pleased with Harry's reaction, gestures towards the display and proclaims, Harry, this is Hogwarts showcase of Gryffindor's Quidditch honors. What you are looking at is one of the most exceptional Quidditch players in Hogwarts history, Seeker, James Potter. 1972. Harry's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at Wood. His voice trembling, You mean, he? Wood nods affirmatively, saying, Indeed, Harry, James Potter is your father. Once a remarkable genius during his time as a wizarding apprentice in Gryffindor. In both his studies in Quidditch, he is truly deserving of such accolades. Now, seeing you again, Harry, I believe that you inheriting the illustrious bloodline of the Potters, may even achieve greater accomplishments than your father. Harry bites his lip. A faint blush creeping onto his pale cheeks, an indication of his tumultuous emotions. At last, he has finally unearthed a clue related to his parents. Over countless days and nights, Harry had never glimpsed his parents' appearance, nor did he possess any true understanding of them. Each night, as he drifted into slumber, the faces of his parents remained a blank canvas in his imagination, although there are still only words before him. Harry realizes that as he continues to familiarize himself with Hogwarts and remains within Gryffindor, he will inevitably trace the paths of his parents' past lives. With this thought, Harry turns in joyful surprise, eager to share his elation with his cousin Dudley. Cousin, did you see that? Coo, cousin. Yet, at some point, Dudley seems to have vanished from behind him. Ron, have you seen Dudley? Harry inquires anxiously. However, Ron appears to have just emerged from a deep reverie, exclaiming, No way. The beater. Absolutely not. No. That's not right, Ron stammered incoherently. Harry gazed at Ron in confusion. Beaters? Not right? What does that mean? No. Ron, I ask you. Have you seen my cousin Dudley? Ron, feeling both irritated and perplexed, shook his head. No, I haven't seen him. Perhaps he went back to the dormitory first. Would it? Observing Harry and Ron, waved his hand with a smile. All right, it seems you're off to search for someone. I'll take my leave for now. We can get in touch if needed. However, Harry, I believe Ron is correct. It's hard to get lost at Hogwarts usually, after classes or when boredom strikes. Everyone tends to return to their dormitories. Watching would depart after his explanation. Harry felt a slight sense of reassurance. But Ron, why do you seem off all of a sudden? Harry scrutinized Ron, who offered an awkward smile, stammering. Perhaps maybe Harry as Ron met Harry's skeptical gaze. A whirlwind of emotions churned within him. The elation of being selected for the Quidditch team filled Ron's heart with joy. He had heard from his brothers about the honor of joining the Quidditch ranks since childhood. Even his mother and father held a fervent admiration for the sport. This is a moment of great honor. I have long endured the teasing of my brothers at home, and I never imagined that shortly after my enrollment at Hogwarts, I would be chosen by Professor McGonagall to join the Quidditch team. This honor filled Ron with an overwhelming sense of excitement, a true blessing from the goddess of fortune. However, upon regaining his composure, he was struck with terror as he realized he was utterly incompetent, merely a worthless Weasley, as Malfoy would say. To be candid, Ron could not even recall the circumstances under which he was selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. In his memory, he had never properly mastered a broomstick. His first flight had ended with him tumbling into a muddy puddle after being tossed about chaotically. He had anticipated a reprimand and disciplinary action from Hogwarts. Yet, instead, his dream had miraculously come true. Ron instinctively swallowed hard, deciding it was time to confess. Harry, if I were to tell you that I actually cannot ride a broomstick, would you believe me? Harry nodded earnestly, replying, Yes, I believe you. A pang of disappointment struck Ron. Was he also perceived as a failure in Harry's eyes? However, Harry, speaking deliberately, reassured him, I believe, Ron, that you must be a greater genius than I. You have never ridden a broom before, yet you managed to evade Professor Rolanda's spell flawlessly on your first attempt. I dare say your Quidditch talent already surpasses mine. As Ron gazed at Harry's sincere expression, he felt a lump in his throat, yearning to shout, Damn it. I can't play Quidditch at all. Yet the words remained unspoken. Still, to be praised by the legendary Harry Potter, to receive commendation from Professor McGonagall, and to earn the admiration of Seniorwood within a mere span of minutes, Ron experienced a treatment he had never before encountered. The aura of a star enveloped him, surrounded by accolades and well wishes. He was no longer the worthless, downtrodden, friendless boy. The memories of being looked down upon by his wizarding peers due to his shabby attire and the harsh taunts of Malfoy calling him a worthless Weasley flooded back to him. Yet Ron understood that as long as he succeeded in the Quidditch matches, his fate could change. Ron Weasley. With this thought, Ron immediately shook his head, for images began to materialize in his mind, himself soaring on a magical broomstick, representing Hogwarts and capturing the admiration of the masses, the adulation of thousands. Yet another scene emerged, depicting him unsteadily riding the broomstick, only to face a humiliating defeat in a Quidditch match, a disgrace that would linger for eternity. Ron dispelled these thoughts from his mind. Harry, I am genuinely curious. How is it that you possess such remarkable talent? Did you undergo any training prior to your broomstick riding? Surely, it cannot be said that you were born with an innate ability for broomstick flying. Finally unable to contain his curiosity, Ron inquired, eager to explore any potential opportunity for improvement. Harry appeared taken aback, but upon seeing the hopeful expression on Ron's face, "Please, Harry, you must have some secret to becoming stronger. Do tell me." Ron's face was a picture of despair, as if he were on the verge of tears. To him, it seemed evident that Harry, with his extraordinary gifts, would surely be able to assist him. After much hesitation, Harry addressed his friend, Ron. "To be honest, I don't consider myself to possess much talent. I was quite clumsy in the past, but I believe my apparent gift may have something to do with my cousin." Ron looked at Harry in astonishment. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that your ability to grasp Quidditch techniques in the Muggle world is directly related to Dudley?" Harry sensed that Ron might have misunderstood his point. Yet he struggled to articulate an appropriate explanation and merely replied, "Well, there is likely some connection. All right, Harry, I understand now. I shall pay a visit to Dudley and seek his guidance on mastering Quidditch. Rest assured, I will keep your secret safe. It is truly wonderful to have a friend like you." As Ron spoke, he could not help but open his arms and embrace Harry, overwhelmed with joy. The prospect of finding Dudley and discovering ways to excel in Quidditch filled him with hope. With determination, he believed that he, Ron, could shine in the Hogwarts Quidditch matches. Harry, feeling a bit shy, smiled softly. Ron's recent words had touched him deeply. "It is indeed a blessing to have a friend like you. Is this the friend that Brother Dolly spoke of earlier? Assisting a friend in overcoming difficulties brings forth joy and laughter, and one's own mood seems to brighten in tandem." Ron and Harry conversed as they made their way toward the Gryffindor dormitory. Yet, at that moment, a figure stood quietly observing everything from around the corner of the corridor. Concealed in the shadows, the individual wore a somber expression. Draped in a cloak as dark as night, he silently watched as Harry and Ron walked away. Had they turned to glance back, they would have noticed that the figure had, unbeknownst to them, drawn a wand from within his robes. Severus Snape, wand in hand, glided it gracefully through the air. A soft azure glow ignited at the tip of the wand, twisting and contorting in midair to form a somewhat intricate pattern. His wrist froze. The tip of the wand suspended. Instinctively, he murmured a hushed incantation. "Dark magic spell, trace disappearance." The spell, trace disappearance. Snape's gaze fixated intently. First upon Harry, then shifting to Ron. He raised his wand, altering its direction and extending it once more. Magical energy began to coalesce. The azure glow aimed at Ron's back. Moments later, the wand trembled slightly in Snape's grasp. With a soft pop, the azure light expanded and contracted. Suddenly, an exceedingly peculiar sight materialized. At the display case where Ron had just departed, a pair of azure shoes emerged upon the pristine floor. These shoes, formed from the glow, gradually faded, only to reappear near Snape's feet. As they continued to dissipate, they materialized once more, now above the staircase behind Snape. The magical energy pulsed quietly. Observing the shoes on the verge of vanishing once again, a predicament arose. Snape stepped forward to follow. For no one knew the depths of his prior studies into dark magic before becoming a professor at Hogwarts. His experience encompassed both the art of casting and the application of various spells. Among these dark arts was one, the Seeking Charm. The spell, trace disappearance. To Snape, this was a technique he had employed numerous times to aid Death Eaters in locating those hidden within the ranks of the Order of the Phoenix or certain self-proclaimed agents of justice. The Seeking Charm had proven remarkably effective. With this thought, Snape waved away the distractions in his mind. The reason he resorted to this dark magic once more was that he had recently sensed an exceptionally malevolent presence. The aura bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the Dark Lord etched in my memories. Strangely enough, the last lingering trace of this presence rests upon none other than Ron Weasley. The suspicions abound within Snape's mind. A multitude of doubts swirled as he trailed the blue shoes to the front of a towering platform. Before him lay the surface and the walls, adorned with windows. There was not the slightest hint of abnormality. Snape stepped closer to the window, peering outside. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire courtyard of Hogwarts. His gaze fell upon a pair of blue shoes before him. Snape's eyes flickered, employing the spell of seeking. The enchantment of trace had confirmed it. Someone had been here. Yet, the scene bore not a single trace. A shadow of melancholy deepened upon Snape's countenance as he waved his wand once more, murmuring softly, "Seeking spell. Enchantment. Rewind." In an instant, the pale blue glow at the tip of his wand shifted to a soft gray. The gray luminescence expanded, enveloping everything around him. The walls, corridors, platforms, and windows transformed into a complete monochrome. At that moment, Snape's attention was captivated by the intricacies of the wall's details. In this gray world, upon this wall, A pair of skeletal handprints suddenly emerged. A pair of skeletal handprints pressed against the wall, as dark as charred coal. Countless tendrils of black mist swirl around them, weaving a spine-chilling symphony of anguished wails. Severus Snape's brooding visage remained in a state of stupor. This is impossible. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A solitary figure was traversing a broad stone corridor. Nearly hours prior, Dudley had made the conscious decision to part ways with his cousin Harry. The primary reasons for this separation were twofold. First and foremost, it was Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, who placed such significant emphasis on Harry. From her tone and subsequent decisions, Dudley could even surmise that the rule prohibiting first-year wizards from participating in Quidditch would undoubtedly be overturned. This is beyond doubt. Regardless of the era, there will always be individuals who enjoy special privileges within the confines of established rules. In the realm of magic, the sole criterion for such advantages is the possession of exceptional talent by the young wizards. Dudley, possessing a keen insight into the underlying principles of matters, is acutely aware that any privilege comes with an already predetermined cost. To relish resources unattainable by other young wizards, one must concurrently generate sufficient value. The possession of mature thought is not necessarily beneficial. Just like now, Dudley, fully cognizant of all this, does not wish to allow materialistic notions to influence Harry too soon. Harry is still young and ought to relish the carefree moments of his school days. However, he must seize the time for himself. Dudley came to a halt, gazing at the flickering flames upon the earthen walls surrounding him, his calm eyes igniting with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Magic. What is it truly? It is akin to the magical lamp before him, which burns without kerosene or fuel, yet flickers in the air. While he understands that the inexhaustible fuel for this flame is magic, he is left pondering. What, then, is magic? From the initial wizarding genetic cells to acquiring magical power, and then venturing into the realm of magic. Yet Dudley still finds himself unable to define magic. Since it eludes comprehension, he decides to set it aside for now. At this moment, Dudley has no inclination to delve into this question. Understanding what magic truly is tantamount to answering the questions of one's own thoughts and spirit. In terms of sheer efficiency, it is merely a waste of time. Ultimately, by choosing to temporarily distance himself from Harry and Ron, Dudley knows that his intent is to cultivate a space for independent thought. While Harry remains oblivious to the shifting dynamics around them, Dudley is acutely aware that both he and Harry may be on the precipice of trouble. The dangers lurking within Hogwarts are gradually encroaching. Through the mirrored reflection of the memory orb, he has caught sight of Quirinus Quirrell's peculiar behavior. The professor of this dark magic defense class possesses an eccentricity. This malevolence has ensnared itself. During the broomstick class, Dudley had already developed a preliminary warning regarding the actions of his counterpart. By analyzing Ron's trajectory, Dudley could formulate a hypothesis. Perhaps the intention was to cause him harm during the magical broomstick lesson, though the ultimate significance of this outcome for Quirinus Quirrell remained unclear. A rational assessment suggested that an injury would lead to his being dispatched to the infirmary at Hogwarts. Prior to arriving at Hogwarts, Dudley was well aware that the infirmary was situated in a rather secluded area on the school's layout map. Just from this detail alone, Dudley felt a sense of resolution. Certain individuals sought to create an opportunity for a clandestine meeting with him, with a confidence of 70 to 80%. Dudley pondered the possibility of testing this theory. For a researcher, experimentation is the sole criterion for validating a hypothesis. Observing the desolate surroundings, with flickering candlelight illuminating the walls. The lighting here is rather inadequate, and at present, it is the Gryffindor dormitory area. As it is class time, this place is utterly deserted. Tap. Daryl's footsteps came to a halt, his expression impassive as he gazed towards the corner of the corridor ahead. He spoke, perhaps deliberately. Hello. I noticed a shadow on the ground. May I inquire, is there someone behind the wall? The flickering light danced as Daryl stood still, his gaze fixed in silence upon the distant corner. In his line of sight, there were only the magical sconces affixed to the wall, casting a soft diffuse glow, with no additional shadows present. Could it be that he had misjudged? That the scheming Professor Quirrell of the dark arts had not taken up an ambush here? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, it seemed the other party was quite cautious, refraining from approaching him recklessly. It was indeed a possibility worth considering. Tap tap. Just then, Daryl heard a peculiar sound emanating from behind him. Clunk. Who could it be? Suddenly, Daryl turned his head, only to discover that a figure was standing not far from the wall beside him. How could this be? Daryl instinctively took a step back. The figure faced the wall, its back turned towards him. He had been utterly unaware. that distinctive appearance with a head wrapped in bandages. This apparition was none other than Quirinius Quirrell. How did he manifest so unexpectedly? Daly's heart began to race violently, though his countenance remained composed. Anyone would react to such a scene reminiscent of a horror film. Reflex actions are not governed by conscious awareness. Moreover, Daly was acutely aware of his surroundings. Having just adopted a vigilant stance, with his own eyes, he could ascertain that just moments ago, this place was absolutely devoid of any presence. Quirrell had appeared without a sound, materializing from thin air. A soft cough broke the silence, and Professor Quirrell slowly turned around. His expression, as timid as ever, was laced with incoherence as he stammered, "D. Daly, why are you here instead of attending Quidditch class?" Daly's face reflected confusion as he instinctively replied, "I apologize, Professor Quirrell, but your manner of speaking is somewhat difficult for me to comprehend." Professor Quirrell extended his hand towards Daly, beckoning him closer. "Daly, please come. I have something important to entrust to you." "Of course, Professor Quirrell," Daly responded. Yet his feet seemed to stumble as if caught by some unseen force, causing him to fall to the ground. He then reached down to rub his ankle, displaying a hint of distress as he remarked, "Professor Quirrell, I apologize. There seems to be some obstruction on the floor. I was quite careless." As he spoke, Daly leaned back slightly, his heart now filled with an undeniable certainty that the current situation was perilously dangerous. Fortunately, he had chosen a witness earlier. Daly discreetly glanced at the oil painting on the wall beside him. The painting depicted a somewhat plump woman, the very guardian of Gryffindor Tower, known as the Fat Lady. The Fat Lady's head in the painting moved as she lowered her gaze toward Daly below, her expression one of perplexity. The child clearly has nothing behind him. Yet how did he manage to trip himself? What is the true meaning behind the actions of the Gryffindor wizard? Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell, having uttered those words, fell into a state of inexplicable stupor. He ceased to speak, as a torrent of thoughts and obscure whispers roared in his mind. "Kill him, kill him, kill him. My new body lies within his grasp. He is a thief, a despicable, wretched thief. How vile he is. How shameless he dares to covet my body. I must thwart him. Kill him. Hurry. Quickly. I command you to slay him now and reclaim my body, worthless servant. You foolish, pathetic creature, act now. Destroy him. End his life and reclaim my body." Fury. Annihilation. Longing. Quirrell fought against the tempest of his inner impulses, desperately reassuring in his mind, "Great and noble master, your humble servant Quirinius Quirrell stands ready to serve you. However, this is indeed an inopportune moment. The body you desire is under the watchful gaze of the Fat Lady of Gryffindor. Should we act recklessly? Silence? You useless wretch, I have granted you an opportunity that you squandered so easily, so effortlessly. Therefore, you shall eliminate that accursed portrait as well. Annihilate them. And reclaim my body from the hands of that despicable thief. Kill him. Kill him." Quirrell involuntarily trembled, extending his hand unsteadily towards his chest. Fingers still curled around the end of his wand. A faint whisper escaped Quirrell's lips. "Daryl, you are injured." Then let the teacher, seeing Professor Quirrell's actions. Daryl felt an urge to withdraw the hand he had kept tucked in his pocket. Malicious intent. Daryl, with the instinct of an adult, sensed the hidden dagger behind the other's smile. Quirrell was preparing to strike. Daryl could feel the agitation of his pet chinchilla. "No, stay calm. But now is not the time. There are others. If Quirrell is behind me, then who is the shadow I glimpsed around the corner of the wall?" Just then, a voice softly chimed in. "Professor Quirrell, this child is injured. I believe the treatment of his wounds should rightfully fall to me in potions class, rather than to you." The defense against the dark arts instructor, Severus Snape, emerged from the shadowed corner of Hogwarts walls. His demeanor marked by melancholy and an expression of indifference directed towards Dudley and Quirrell. "Professor Snape, are you not supposed to be teaching potions in Slytherin?" Quirrell stammered with confusion. Snape offered no reply, his brow furrowing even deeper. "No. I believe you have phrased your question incorrectly, Professor Quirrell. I am in search of an object. Its owner appears to have misplaced something of great importance within the towers of Hogwarts. I suspect he is quite anxious at this moment, or perhaps excessively cautious." Quirrell's eyes reflected no hint of understanding, only a natural display of bewilderment as he faltered. "The tower? Lost something? Professor Snape, what are you talking about?" Snape's gaze bore into Quirrell's eyes, revealing no sign of peculiarity. Had he misjudged the situation? Slowly, Snape replied, "No, it is nothing. I merely hope that the owner of the lost item can exercise a modicum of restraint. After all, this is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is not like those." Professor Quirrell slowly rose, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Snape, stammering, It seems I have overstepped my bounds. According to the school regulations, only then can you be qualified to heal young witches and wizards. This is a perfectly reasonable decision. So, farewell, Professor Snape." With that, Professor Quirrell hurriedly departed from the scene. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive and silent. After a moment, Snape tilted his head and glanced at Dudley, coldly remarking, "Lying is not a commendable habit, Mr. Dudley Dursley. Observe your reflections more closely. Do not mistake the shadow of a lampshade for that of a person. No one would be so careless." With that, Snape flicked his wizarding robe and turned to leave. "Thank you for your reminder, Professor Snape," Dudley called out, watching the distant dark figure. Snape's footsteps faltered for a moment, but he said nothing further, his silhouette quickly vanishing around the corner of Hogwarts corridor. Dudley slowly rose from the ground and approached the oil painting before the Gryffindor dormitory. The fat lady regarded him and said, "Hello, young wizard. To enter the dormitory, you must state the password." Dudley calmly replied, "Daffodil." The painting on the wall shifted slightly as the fat lady leaned forward, gesturing for him to enter. Dudley stepped into the common room of Gryffindor. However, he did not linger, instead heading straight towards the room he remembered. He ascended the stairs and turned around a landing. Upon reaching the dormitory door, he pushed it open without hesitation. The room was empty. Observing the vacant space, Dudley finally exhaled in relief once he confirmed the surroundings were safe. His hand, which had been clenched in his pocket, relaxed. The fluffy sensation in his palm dissipated. A Totoro poked its head out from Dudley's pocket, baring its small teeth at him. However, noticing that Dudley was oblivious to its presence, it extended its paw to scratch its chin. Boring. The Totoro shook its furry body and redirected its attention to a nearby cage. There, it spotted a familiar figure it hadn't seen in quite some time. Instantly, the Totoro's dark eyes widened in surprise, as if a light bulb had lit up above its head. In the next moment, the Totoro vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Hedwig, the white owl, who had been dozing during the day, sensed impending danger. Just as it flapped its wings to escape, it was already too late. The Totoro swiftly climbed up the edge of the wooden table, traversed the surface, and approached the specially designed cage. Observing the fine wire mesh only as thick as a finger's width, the Totoro showed no concern. With determination, its fluffy body squeezed through the wire cage with remarkable agility. Guh. A profound sense of despair enveloped Hedwig as she pondered the unfortunate turn of events. How could a mere mouse appear so serpent-like? With frantic flapping, she endeavored to resist, yet Totoro clasped her feathers tightly, burrowing beneath them as she gazed on with a look of utter resignation. The soft cooing between Totoro and Hedwig went unnoticed by Dudley, who was preoccupied with contemplating his predicament. He soon devised a preliminary plan. With resolve, Dudley seized a sheet of paper and a pen from the nearby desk, swiftly inscribing a cautionary note. "Feeling unwell, in need of rest. Harry, please assist me in requesting a leave of absence." After surveying his message, he felt a sense of normalcy wash over him and proceeded directly to his study. Though he could rely on Harry to help him secure a leave, Dudley estimated that, citing health concerns, he would be granted at most a week's respite. This week would provide him with the safest window of opportunity. Through careful testing and analysis of his surroundings, he had concluded that Professor Quirrell harbored ill intentions toward him, though the source of this animosity remained unclear. Confronting a formidable wizard employed in the defense against the dark arts class without adequate preparation would be perilous, for Dudley was still far from possessing the necessary strength. His magical prowess and external circumstances were starkly mismatched. Nevertheless, he found solace in identifying the target of his concerns. Though the weaker creatures lacked the claws, fangs, and muscles to rival their more powerful counterparts, their resilience and capacity for camouflage rendered them formidable in their own right. This is akin to a cockroach, which can survive without food or water for more than 7 days in a headless state. Similarly, a severed earthworm tail can regenerate into a new body. However, such remarkable survival traits are nearly absent in formidable and powerful organisms. Due to the urgency of time, Dudley resolved to accelerate the process, the heavy metal biological gene project. Upon returning to his study, Dudley commenced preparations for a new experimental record scheme. As a researcher, Dudley understood that any experiment is predicated on a hypothesis. Much like the magical stone powder in his hand, which retains its inherent properties even after detaching from the main body of the stone, it has the ability to transmute other metals into gold. Yet, during the transformation of heavy metals into gold, what if other substances are intermingled? Take pure mercury, for instance. Once it enters a biological organism, there is a high likelihood it will neutralize into methylmercury. The element mercury, known as quicksilver, will persist within the organism. And due to its stable chemical properties, this category of heavy metals is nearly impossible to excrete naturally through normal metabolic processes. The essence of this conception lies in the notion that when the mercury content within an organism reaches a certain threshold, sufficiently high to elicit a profound reaction with the Philosopher's Stone, yet not lethal, what transformations might befall the organism itself? The aforementioned experiments are a journey of exploration and discovery regarding the Philosopher's Stone, a treasured gift bestowed upon wizards by angels in the alchemical tomes of sorcery. Its intrinsic significance is monumental, with millennia of history unable to alter its fundamental nature. Should one manage to deduce the application of the Philosopher's Stone through the minutiae of microcosmic changes, then perhaps one could glimpse into an entirely different realm of magic. Moreover, the malevolent Professor Quirrell, who harbors ill intentions towards me, may cease to be a troubling concern. Darius meticulously organized and recorded his hypotheses in a new notebook. The Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Awakening of Plants, Part, is an urgent scientific endeavor. Commence. Recording of the Awakening of Magical Plants. Heavy Metal Biological Gene Project, Awakening of Plants, 1. Record of Magical Plant Awakening 1 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Common Room. Day 1. I gazed at the clock beside me. Has it truly been 24 hours since I inscribed the door number? During this period, Harry visited twice, and he noticed the note I had left outside my study. Along with my words of comfort and requests, I could sense Harry's deep concern. Nevertheless, he agreed to assist me and proactively requested a sick leave from our magical studies instructor the following day. The plan was successful. Utilizing this time, I commenced a more detailed analysis and organization. I refrained from hastily disturbing the 3 pots of experimental water orchids before me, according to my heavy metal plant protocol. Their reaction time with mercury was not yet sufficient. Given the current circumstances, I also needed to document some previously significant information. Before arriving at Hogwarts, I was well aware of the limited space within the room. It was impossible to accommodate an electron microscope here, and at present, I had only brought a high-powered optical microscope. This is the most advanced optical portable device I can acquire in London at present. Although its optical magnification ranges from 100 to 200 times, theoretically, this magnification only allows me to observe the surface of cells, without providing a clear view of the intricate internal structures of plant cells. To discern the internal architecture of plant cells, one would require at least an electron microscope. From a purely physical perspective, a magnification of 1,000 times is necessary to observe detailed features. Confronted with these limitations, I am compelled to seek alternative methods. The microscopic realm can be observed quite well. To facilitate a simulated reference and to refrain from unnecessary musings, I began to hand draw from memory. The plant cell. Opening my notebook, I commenced to delineate the plant cell in the form of a cross-sectional illustration. Here, I have roughly annotated 13 internal structural details of the cell with subsidiary lines. The following details will undergo some alterations under the influence of the magical stone's erosion, including the cytoplasm, cell wall, endoplasmic reticulum, nuclear membrane, and nucleus, as well as the nucleolus, followed by mitochondria, Golgi apparatus, ribosomes, and finally, the cell membrane, along with the chloroplasts near the vacuole. These plant cells exhibit a remarkable diversity, yet they can be distilled into simplicity. This experimental overview is fundamentally based on the changes in the magical influence of heavy metals under the process of photosynthesis in plants. Herein, I have distinctly highlighted the chloroplasts within plant cells. The hand-drawn references necessitate time and verification. Regrettably, I have not completed the preparatory work today. There remains a plethora of details concerning plant cells. I have resolved to take a brief respite. However, I am acutely aware that I must not rush. I must adequately prepare before mercury successfully infiltrates the cell's interior. The Heavy Metal Biogenetic Project, Awakening of Plants, 2. Magical Plant Awakening Record 2 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory. Day 3. In order to materialize my thoughts, I have undertaken numerous erroneous attempts. After 2 days of tedious illustration of the plant cell's topography, today I commenced summarizing and planning my visualization project. Lacking an electron microscope, I can only recount the biological characteristics from memory. The water lily is an ordinary plant. If a commonplace plant were to react with a magical substance, from which point would one commence? During my pursuit of a graduate degree in biology, I conducted a series of experiments and applied them practically. It was a microscopic observational study, utilizing an electron microscope. I magnified a single leaf of the water lily to approximately 1,000 times its original size. At this magnification, I successfully observed numerous pit-like cavities within the leaf. Years of scientific training have instilled in me the belief that, in the microscopic realm, no surface is absolutely smooth. They are composed of molecules. Particularly at the smallest particle level, gaps persist. It was under the microscope that I first beheld these gaps. Within this fissure lies the chloroplasts, a common feature found in the realm of plants. The chloroplasts resemble myriad tiny mouths incessantly opening and closing. The purpose of this transformative experiment involving magical plants is to observe the actual changes occurring within the chloroplasts, particularly during the process of absorbing substantial quantities of heavy metal elements. In my design, the chloroplasts serve as the pivotal point for photosynthesis in plants. The initial phase of the magical plant transformation experiment entails prompting the chloroplasts to devour and assimilate minute particles of smiling mercury while supplying nourishment to themselves. I ponder. This is a bold experiment. After all, in order to apply mercury within the bodies of animals before it reacts with the philosopher's stone, the fundamental transformation of plants is an indispensable first step. It will serve as a pivotal point in determining the essence of living elements. To harness the survival mechanisms of plants and enable life to exhibit dynamic characteristics, one must consider light. Light is of paramount importance for the survival of plants. In the realm of my previous research, sunlight is composed of photons. Its role: the Heavy Metal Biogenetic Project, Awakening of Plants, 3, Record of Magical Plant Awakening 3 Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Gryffindor Common Room. After several days of tedious preparation, I gazed at the draft plan in my hands. Today marks the 4th day. Recently, I have been consistently instructing Harry to leave food at my door. Only after he departs for class do I partake, replenishing my strength. I am aware that this will inevitably lead to complications. After all, the prolonged absence will draw the attention of both Harry and the wizards at Hogwarts. Time is of the essence now. I must enhance my efficiency and continue immersing myself in the research project. After several rounds of documentation, I have come to realize certain deficiencies. I have noted the significance of light. Light is vital for the fundamental survival of plants. And within my knowledge framework, sunlight, when viewed from a microscopic perspective, is composed of photons. From a scientific standpoint, photons are exceedingly swift electromagnetic particles. These electromagnetic particles are absorbed by the leaves, which is the primary key to the process of photosynthesis in plants. Clarifying the fundamental concepts, I fix my gaze upon the water lily before me. Based on past experiences, the moment the surface of the water lily's leaves comes into contact with photons, the cells within the water lily commence their activity. This constitutes the most significant subject of observation. Within the chloroplasts of plant cells, it is imperative to note the presence of the photosynthetic complex. Photons are absorbed by the chloroplasts in the form of electromagnetic particles, thereby facilitating the ubiquitous process of photosynthesis within plants. Based on the scant remnants of pertinent scientific knowledge in my mind, I can make a fundamental assessment. These photonic complexes are capable of gathering light particles. Assuming a trigger of 12 light particles, the chloroplasts of the water orchid will autonomously decompose the water molecules present in the air during photosynthesis, breaking them down into the essential hydrogen and oxygen they require. At this moment, Dolly's pen came to a halt. Gazing at the meticulously crafted awakening plan for magical plants before him, Dolly furrowed his brow at this juncture. The reason was quite straightforward. Basic knowledge dictates that the composition of water is simple, consisting solely of the two chemical elements, hydrogen and oxygen. The water orchid adheres to the laws of nature. During photosynthesis, the plant absorbs hydrogen and releases oxygen. This is their instinctual mechanism for survival. Presently, after 3 days of chemical reactions involving plant soil and mercury, the water orchid, under the stimulus of photosynthesis, has been settling for several days, continuously nourishing itself. These cellular structures, while decomposing and absorbing moisture from the air, should also have drawn and naturally evaporated mercury into their leaves. It is imperative to ascertain this element. Derry is well aware. It is time to assess the experimental results. He set down his notebook and glanced at the clock behind him. Over 5 hours had already elapsed. Earlier that morning, Derry distinctly heard Harry's cautious voice outside the door. To summarize, Harry explained that he had made every effort to communicate with the teachers at Hogwarts, but an extended sick leave could only last a week at most. If, after a week, he still could not participate in the first-year wizardry classes, There was a significant probability that a Hogwarts professor would personally visit to assess his condition. Time should be ample. Derry silently calculated the time in his mind before picking up the notebook once more. He then refocused his gaze on the 3 sets of experimental potted plants before him. Heavy Metal Biogenetic Project, Plant Awakening 4, Record of Magical Plant Awakening 4 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory. Today marks the 5th day. Yesterday, I conducted a cursory observation of the 3 sets of experimental potted plants on the desk in the Hogwarts study. Experiment I, Experiment 2, Experiment 3, however, their performance has not been satisfactory. In practical terms, the photosynthetic activity of these plants has not met my expectations. I shall need to wait a bit longer. During this period, I must promptly open and prepare the necessary research tools, such as gas masks and rubber gloves. After all, heavy metal elements are almost imperceptible to the naked eye when they volatilize into the air. Their minuscule particles and significantly diminished odor make it all too easy for them to enter the body through the respiratory system without one's awareness. While others might endure some degree of heavy metal corrosion, I am not yet in a state of restored health capable of withstanding the ravages of mercury. Fortunately, I had anticipated this and have prepared an ample supply of experimental equipment in my suitcase. I trust that the forthcoming practical operations will yield fortunate discoveries. Heavy Metal Biogenetic Program, Plant Awakening 5, Magical Plant Awakening Record 5 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory. Today's entry is not without its challenges, as it marks the 5th day. Due to the pressures of the surrounding environment and the adaptability of my own psyche, my young cousin Harry has begun to exhibit signs of anxiety. His emotions have gradually escalated, and he struggles to comprehend my decision to lock myself away from the world. Any explanations or attempts at consolation seem to only heighten his unease. At times, Harry becomes exceptionally frustrated, his worries palpable. And he has even protested for the first time against my choice to remain secluded. If I do not open the doors soon, it is likely that he will choose to bring a professor from Hogwarts to inquire about my condition. Time, it appears, is no longer on my side. At this moment, I cannot open the door, for the forthcoming period will be inundated with a substantial amount of vaporized mercury. Although the situation is somewhat urgent, I must persist with my experiments as planned. Today, the growth cycle of my 3 experimental samples has approached 90%, and they are all in excellent condition. Firstly, let us consider the first experimental sample, the eye specimen, a potted orchid. 6 days ago, I personally planted the orchid in the pot and placed a bowl of pure water alongside its soil, into which I introduced a small quantity of mercury. My initial intention was that the mercury, upon vaporization at room temperature, would thoroughly amalgamate with the tap water. Once completely dissolved, the mercury-infused water would vaporize under sunlight, with a certain probability that trace amounts of mercury would be incorporated into the water molecules, dispersing into the air or being absorbed by the orchid during photosynthesis. To expedite the progress of this experiment, I have been periodically watering the soil of the eye specimen with tap water mixed with a trace of mercury. The moist soil is crucial for its survival, as a plant's nutritional sources are not solely derived from the moisture in the air, but also from the water within the soil. At this stage, after several days of experimental analysis, I can confirm that the orchid in the eye specimen has, in theory, absorbed a significant amount of mercury. Following the absorption of mercury through water and soil, this particular orchid exhibits a rare, slight yellowing in its coloration. This scenario diverges significantly from my initial expectations. Coupled with the overview I previously hand-drew of plant cells, I can discern several trends based on this coloration. During photosynthesis, the plant cells of the water orchid appear to absorb mercury, successfully breaching the outer barriers to infiltrate the internal regions. Presently, the heavy metal elements seem to adhere to the plant cell membranes. A cursory observation indicates that the cell membranes are nearly enveloped by mercury. The current situation is neither optimistic nor at a nadir. While the heavy metals have yet to penetrate the cell interiors, the luster of the leaves suggests that the experimental specimen, designated as specimen number 1, although alive, is in a state of extreme unhealthiness. Its survival is markedly compromised. Nonetheless, I believe it is still feasible to proceed with the initial experimental protocol. In order to continue the experiment, I have secured my gas mask and donned specialized white gloves. Retrieving a glass reagent from my pocket. This unique glass reagent serves as a designated storage area I prepared in advance for significant items. Within this glass vessel lies a flattened accumulation of powdered particles, roughly the size of a fingernail. The powdery particles exhibit a delicate shade of pink. Under the flickering light, The granules reveal an irregular diffuse reflection. The magical stone powder, using tweezers. I delicately extracted a fragment of the enchanted stone and placed it upon the surface of the experimental pot containing the water orchid labeled as specimen number 1. The magical experiment is about to commence. I ponder. The moment of validating my hypothesis has arrived. The anticipation is excruciating. Yet, 3 minutes have elapsed. This particular water orchid, having absorbed a substantial amount of mercury, exhibits no anomalous reactions whatsoever. This is simply inconceivable. My brow furrows in contemplation. Could it be that the magical stone has a remarkably limited effect on the water orchid? Or perhaps my initial hypothesis was fundamentally flawed. Is it possible that the magical stone cannot directly influence biological cells? Are the metallic elements that penetrate the living organism beyond the transformative scope of the magical stone? This is akin to the human body, is it not? If the quantity of heavy metal elements is insufficient, the philosopher's stone will not react. Unfortunately, this is quite disheartening. Nonetheless, I dismissed this thought. For researchers, encountering difficulties during experiments is an utterly commonplace occurrence. To remain fixated on a singular issue is to stray from the very protocols and principles that govern one's experimentation. If one endeavor fails, there is always a second. The heavy metal biogenetic program, an experiment in plant awakening, must persist. I cannot afford to cease my efforts. Heavy metal biogenetic program, Plant Awakening 6, record of magical Plant Awakening 6 Hogwarts. Gryffindor dormitory. Following the prior data and partial presentations from experiment pot 1, I had little time for contemplation and shifted my focus to the second experiment, pot 2. Upon lifting the glass cover, I beheld pot 2, wherein I had initially planted the water orchid, placing a mercury bead, the size of a grain of rice, alongside its soil. Mercury possesses remarkably stable chemical properties, composed of mercury ions. At room temperature, it remains in a liquid state and will naturally evaporate. In my conception, the water orchid in pot 2 would directly absorb the mercury ions that disperse into the air during its photosynthetic process. The minuscule volume of heavy metal elements would surpass that of mercury diluted in water, both in quantity and concentration. This experiment is not an act of cruelty, but rather an endeavor to sustain the natural growth of the water orchid. I intend to introduce fresh water within a natural time frame. Ultimately, the water orchid will rely on the moisture in the soil for survival, yet the glass enclosure will be permeated with evaporated mercury. However, the results deviated from my expectations. Even the resilient water orchid could not escape its fate. Before me lay the water orchid, which had endured 5 to 6 days of existence. Its leaves had turned black, completely withered, not a burnt yellow, but rather resembling decaying charcoal. Based on the current state of the water orchid, I commenced my latest analysis and recording. Initially, the water orchid exhibited a normal metabolic function, yet it was now evident that this capability had been irrevocably lost. The anticipated mercury elements should have successfully permeated the leaf surface, infiltrating the cellular layers. The cell membranes, which were meant to provide protection, had been eroded and compromised by the mercury. This destruction not only affected the cell membranes, but also the vacuoles, allowing mercury to invade, thereby impairing the chloroplast's functionality. The termination of a living plant can only be achieved by targeting its cellular origins. Cease the normal process of photosynthesis within the chloroplasts, and what awaits them is naught but withering and decay. Such is the inevitable outcome for the experimental potted plant designated as Experiment 2. I gazed upon the water lily before me, utterly lifeless, its surface as dark as charcoal embedded in putrid soil. As per customary practice, I retrieved a pair of tweezers and gently placed a minuscule fragment of magical stone powder atop its leaves. The experiment commenced, and once again, I observed in serene silence. It did not take long for the anticipated results to manifest. This orchid, resembling black charcoal, has suffered from severe mercury poisoning. The moment it came into contact with the powdered magic stone, a flickering golden light emerged, oscillating between brilliance and dimness. In an instant, the luminous hue began to spread from its leaves downward, radiating a remarkably bright golden sheen. Within my study, it reflected its unique polished surface. Has it transformed into gold? Meanwhile, at the exit of the Gryffindor first-year classroom at Hogwarts, Harry gazed at the book in his hands. Today's lesson was on the history of magic, and he had taken rather extensive notes. This place is rather different from what Harry had envisioned. He had anticipated that upon entering Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he would swiftly master the fundamentals of magic. However, since the last flying lesson, the majority of his classes, be it Transfiguration or Defense Against the Dark Arts, have been dominated by tedious and monotonous theories presented by the professors. Glancing at his notebook filled with dense notes, Harry let out a sigh. During Dudley's illness, he had been subjected almost daily to lectures on the history of Hogwarts and the intricacies of the magical world. Suddenly, a hand rested on Harry's back, startling him. He quickly turned around to find Ron Weasley, his red-haired friend, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Ron, next time, please announce your presence before you sneak up on me like that." Ron grinned at Harry, observing his friend's glum expression. "Why do you look so down? Has something happened recently?" Harry shook his head. "Nothing unexpected. It's just..." Noticing Harry's hesitation, Ron clapped his hands together and urged, "Come on, Harry, just spill it. Stop being so wishy-washy. You sound like a girl." Gryffindor, the common room. Transfigure plants into gold? It is simply astonishing. Although I anticipated such an occurrence, gazing upon the fully gilded orchid before me elicits an involuntary sense of wonder. Subsequently, I find myself immersed in contemplation. After a while, in order to validate the possibilities swirling in my mind, I gently prod the completely golden orchid with a pair of tweezers. Clink! The crisp metallic sound reverberates, and as I behold the metallic orchid, my heart is a tumult of excitement and disappointment. The thrill arises from the realization that my initial hypothesis regarding the heavy metal biogenetic project has not faltered. Theoretically, the successful gilding of plants stands validated. My assumption proves correct. Yet, the source of my dismay lies in the absence of a more sophisticated electron microscope in my possession. I am unable to capture this wondrous scene in the most direct microcosmic representation. This is somewhat difficult to accept. However, it is essential to be results-oriented. Plants that have absorbed significant amounts of heavy metal elements can be transformed by the Philosopher's Stone, thereby turning into gold. As long as I can observe in detail, under an electron microscope, the entire process by which the Philosopher's Stone transmutes plant cells filled with mercury into gold. Then, might it not unveil the very essence of magic? To fundamentally alter matter, one can decipher the mystery through the observation of the properties between individual molecules. In theory, the microscopic cannot dictate the macroscopic world. Yet, the microscopic realm undoubtedly serves as the foundation for the macroscopic. I firmly believe that this principle is equally applicable in the theoretical realm of magic. Just as I have concluded that applying the Philosopher's Stone to plants results in their transformation into gold, whether living or dead. Solely based on the structure of the plant's body, it indeed becomes gold. Heavy Metal Biogenetic Project, Awakening of Plants 7, Records of Magical Plant Awakening 7 Hogwarts, Gryffindor Dormitory. I have completed the data recording for the second experimental potted plant. My spirits are quite elevated, yet the reality is that I must proceed to the next step. With the experimental data from the first two groups of water orchids reacting with the Philosopher's Stone, the third group of experiments currently appears to hold lesser significance. Although this is merely one facet of scientific research, knowing that it is a futile endeavor does not preclude its execution. It is merely to fulfill this hypothesis. However, this insignificance pertains solely to the theoretical concept of goldenization of plant cells at the initial stage of hypothesis. This is a crucial link, and the water orchid in the third experimental pot will serve as a pivotal element acting upon living animals. This is a necessary step for my subsequent research. It is also a successful demonstration of generating a certain quantity of mercury, which I previously discussed while pursuing my graduate studies. Methylmercury. Methylmercury is a trace heavy metal element that enters living organisms. The presence of heavy metal elements is indeed alarming. They tend to attach themselves within the flesh, rendering them indelible. Based on my past experiences, mercury, a notorious heavy metal, readily amalgamates with fatty substances. An excessive accumulation of mercury can lead to fatality. However, gold, as a heavy metal, exhibits a stark contrast. Once introduced into the human body, it can be naturally expelled, whereas mercury clings and remains within living organisms. Adjusting the concentration of mercury at the microscopic level is a rather formidable challenge, one that even machinery struggles to accomplish. Take, for instance, the experimental potted plant designated as Experiment 3. In my initial design, I intended to cultivate water orchids within it, surrounded by a bowl of pristine water containing a minuscule amount of mercury. The mercury is not directly dropped into the water, rather, a portion of the mercury-containing gas is injected into the clear water. The volume of vaporized mercury is minimal, and its presence in the air is exceedingly low. Under certain conditions, the vaporized mercury thoroughly merges with the tap water. This method significantly reduces mercury content, As for the experimental pot number 3, I placed it in a shaded area, deliberately preventing it from undergoing photosynthesis. I merely irrigated the orchid's soil with tap water mixed with a small amount of mercury at regular intervals. The plant's instinct enables its roots to absorb nutrients daily from the water. A temporary absence of sunlight does not immediately lead to the plant's demise. Hydrogen and oxygen are the essential elements for the plant's survival. Now is the moment to observe the results of the experiment. Gazing at the orchid in the shaded spot of pot number 3, I nod in satisfaction. The plant shows no signs of yellowing leaves or wilting. At first glance, everything appears normal. Yet, it is undeniable that the leaves, stems, and entire body of this orchid have been infused with a trace amount of mercury. A minute quantity of mercury does not lead to immediate fatality. Much akin to cancer, there exists a pronounced latent period preceding its outbreak. Through the aforementioned discourse, it becomes evident that when the concentration of mercury surpasses a certain threshold, a remarkable chemical reaction transpires between the magical stone and this element, leading to the direct transmutation of cells or certain non-metallic substances into gold. Consequently, when living organisms, be they aquatic or terrestrial, consume leaves infused with mercury for an extended duration, their sensory perceptions, states, reactions, or manifestations may manifest with far greater intensity than those observed in plants upon their encounter with the magical stone. This delineates the distinction between plants and animals. Animals are more readily observable. This may indeed be the truest manifestation of the Philosopher's Stone. However, as I reached this analysis, a profoundly terrifying thought suddenly flickered across my mind. Yet, before I could ponder it further, I swiftly closed the research notebook in my hands. I sensed that perhaps I had already ventured into a forbidden realm. This is somewhat unbelievable, even to the point of being chilling. The dim light of the dormitory cast a yellow glow. A shadow sways within the confines of the study, draped in a white lab coat. The figure, rather diminutive and somewhat delicate in appearance, is obscured by a heavy gas mask, rendering their true visage unrecognizable. Derry gazes contemplatively at the biological experiment notebook resting upon his rubber-gloved hands. Heavy metal biogenetics program, plant awakening, 8, magical plant awakening record 8 Hogwarts. Gryffindor dormitory, the experimental records require a pause. After a prolonged moment, Derry sets aside the notebook, sensing that perhaps the subsequent content ought not to be inscribed upon this page. This information must be of utmost significance. Previously placed in the first pot, the water orchid in experiment pot, I exhibited no immediate reaction upon contact with the residue of the magical stone. Theoretically, it should not produce any subsequent effects in conjunction with the magical stone. Yet now, after the passage of several minutes, the scene before Dudley evoked a sense of disbelief. The water orchid, which had consumed an excess of mercury and was on the verge of withering, began to undergo a transformation. It, astonishingly, started to unfurl its leaves. The surface of the leaves began to emanate an indescribable aura. The leaves of the water orchid were unfolding gracefully. This bestowed upon Dudley a peculiar illusion. It appeared to be engaging in a most natural photosynthesis. The reason this phenomenon could be perceived by the naked eye was that the surface layer of the water orchid intermittently exuded a golden radiance. Within the glass enclosure, countless golden particles traversed the leaf's surface both internally and externally, reminiscent of starlight. Dudley ceased his recording. Before him, the water orchid, emanating a faint golden halo, evoked an extraordinarily mysterious sensation. A single leaf, on the verge of withering, had astonishingly revived its vitality. What was truly incredible was that it had not been entirely transmuted into solid gold. Rather, it existed in its original life form. The plant was alive, consuming and exhaling gold. The golden water orchid shimmered under the sun's embrace. This scene instinctively filled Dudley with a shiver of dread. In that fleeting moment, Dudley suddenly opened the nearby Sorcerer's Alchemical Journal, the Philosopher's Stone. What exactly is the Philosopher's Stone? The records reveal. The Philosopher's Stone is a blessing from the angels, a tale I personally heard while traversing the continent, that someone had attained immortality through the Philosopher's Stone. This rumor has yet to be substantiated. At this very moment, Dudley gazed upon the resplendent golden orchid before him, and his heart began to race violently. Immortality. Resurrection from the brink of death. Immortality. Immortality. Perhaps it is indeed true. Any species would tremble at the mere mention of immortality. Death is the ultimate destination, the cessation of cellular division. The decay of the corporeal form is the immutable law of existence. Yet, the Sorcerer's Alchemical Journal records that some have achieved immortality. A concept began to take shape in Dolly's mind. If a person, under specific conditions, continually transformed heavy metal mercury into gold using the Philosopher's Stone, then, over time, their body would inevitably inhale a copious amount of mercury. Mercury evaporates and would persist within the body. The Philosopher's Stone, perhaps in some regard, could indeed transcend the barriers of life. Dolly took a deep breath. His eyes, initially filled with fervor, gradually settled into calmness. The cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death is the tenet of this existence. The forbidden door has been explored by countless martyrs, yet they were ultimately denied entry. Even the head transplant surgeries on the blue planet were pursued in the name of an alternative form of immortality. Dolly focused his gaze on a withered and dying specimen before him, a water orchid, entirely transformed into solid gold. His hand instinctively reached for the record book documenting the awakening of heavy metal flora. The framework of the magical world's heavy metal biological experiments is thus constructed. The process of gilding produces a conflict in the realm of magic. Resurrection presents a paradox. Yet, I also discerned the prerequisite of equivalent exchange. The same water orchid, one of which became solid gold on the path to immortality, while the other successfully evolved, coexisting with gold and transforming into a different hybrid form. One paid the price of life, entirely morphing into a metallic solid. But what, then, did the other sacrifice? As a dedicated researcher of science, I refuse to believe in fabrications born from thin air. In my countless endeavors, I have consistently practiced the foundational principle of science, established upon a material basis: equivalent exchange. Matter remains constant. I firmly uphold a guiding principle, much like I witnessed the immortality bestowed by angels. Yet, I am acutely aware that this may come with an unfathomable cost. At Hogwarts, in the Gryffindor magic classroom, Ron, visibly frustrated, exclaimed, "All right, Harry. Just say it directly and stop hesitating." "What is it?" Harry nodded. "Well, here it goes. Ron, the Quidditch captain, what has been asking me lately. Why haven't you been training after class? If you don't participate, you won't officially join the Quidditch matches." "Ah, Harry." Ron's smile quickly turned awkward as he gazed vacantly into the air, mumbling, I already mentioned that my body hasn't fully recovered from the previous injury, and moreover, it's not really the right time to." Harry nudged Ron playfully. "Ron, I've already helped you with that excuse several times. Captain Wood told me that the Quidditch matches are coming up soon. Never mind, Ron. You must think this through. After all, this is a rare opportunity." Ron's expression suddenly darkened. As he was not skilled in Quidditch and feared becoming a source of amusement for Wood during the practice match, faced with Harry's inquiries, he found himself at a loss for words and instinctively shifted the conversation, asking, "Harry, how is your cousin?" Harry's expression reflected concern as he replied, "He has locked himself away in his study for several days, and I have no idea what is going on with him." Ron, unable to contain his eagerness, interjected, "But Harry, didn't you say your cousin would be feeling better today? I could visit your dormitory and seek him out. After all, your remarkable talent in Quidditch stems from him. Additionally, I wish to discuss the secrets behind his exceptional abilities in Quidditch." Harry nodded absently, not sensing any impropriety in the suggestion. The two conversed as they exited the Hogwarts classroom, unaware that Hermione was quietly observing them from a distance. To be honest, she was also quite concerned about Dudley's situation. It had been some time since she had seen him in class, leaving her with a lingering sense of emptiness. The vast Gryffindor classroom, filled with young wizards amidst a sea of unfamiliar faces, made her feel isolated, as her acquaintances were limited to Ron, Harry, and Dudley. Hermione considered her relationship with Dudley to be relatively good. With few friends, she felt she had no one to confide in lately. Moreover, Ron had been noticeably distant towards her. She could sense that both Ron and Harry were deliberately keeping their distance. Why was this happening? Hermione felt a pang of frustration, unsure of when she might have offended either of them. Why did her situation now resemble that of an ordinary school environment? In this new setting, at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she had hoped to embark on a wonderful journey of campus life anew. Yet, she once again found herself grappling with a profound sense of isolation. Pouting in annoyance, Hermione resolved to follow Harry and Ron, determined to uncover the reasons behind their evasiveness. This is truly impolite. Walking ahead, Ron quietly lowered his head and leaned towards Harry, whispering, "Look, Harry, she is following us again. Clearly, we're not including her in our games. Why is she so persistent?" Harry nodded seriously, having found Ron's perspective on Hermione quite reasonable since their discussion a few days prior. Hermione has a penchant for reporting back. It's best to keep our distance from her. Ron quickened his pace slightly. Harry, keep up. We must shake Hermione off. You know her temper. If we stay with her, she will undoubtedly report our activities to the professors. To be honest, I detest those who habitually run to the teachers. Observing the back of Weasley, Harry interjected, Wait, Ron, I don't think this matter can be so easily resolved. He tugged at Ron, who paused, looking quizzically at Harry. With earnestness, Harry continued, I believe that we hiding from her 1T solved the problem. Ron nodded slightly, his expression morose. Then, what can we do? We can't. Ultimately, if we resort to that, it might be too extreme. Taking a deep breath, Harry volunteered, Leave this matter to me. Meanwhile, Hermione had caught up from the other side of the corridor. Observing Ron and Harry suddenly stop, she was puzzled by why the two were waiting for her. Noticing their silence, Hermione hesitated before speaking first. Harry, I actually wanted to ask about Dudley's health. He has been to class for several days. Oh, right. I'm just helping Professor McGonagall with inquiries. She added, that's it. Just a normal inquiry among classmates. Hermione felt her words were somewhat disjointed. Or, perhaps this excuse was rather flimsy. A lie? However, this is not a falsehood. Professor McGonagall indeed once inquired about Daryl's physical condition. Although, it was merely a casual remark. And I only borrowed it in passing. In the span of a few sentences, Hermione had conjured countless justifications in her mind to alleviate her sense of embarrassment. Ultimately, her round face bore a somewhat stiff smile. Well, that is how it is, your cousin. Ron took the initiative to nudge Harry, conveying a clear message. If we cannot win Hermione over, we should retreat. Harry took a deep breath, adjusted his round glasses, and with his pair of dark, bright eyes fixed on Hermione, spoke slowly. Please do not follow us. This is none of your concern, Hermione. I will take care of my cousin Dudley's situation myself. And, please refrain from meddling. Harry, usually mild-mannered, displayed a somewhat timid demeanor. This time, his tone was grave, and his expression was one of utmost seriousness. Mid-sentence, Harry revealed a somewhat grimace, instinctively covering the upper left corner of his forehead with his hand. Hermione was taken aback by Harry's sudden shift in demeanor. The typically meek Harry had transformed into someone rather fierce. She stammered for a moment. Well, all right then. Harry ceased his words, turning resolutely towards the corridor's far side. Ron, his countenance wavering, contemplated offering comfort to Hermione. However, upon observing her somewhat bewildered expression, he chose to remain silent and closely followed Harry's lead. After a brief interval, once Hermione was entirely out of sight, Ron exhaled, placing a hand on his chest. Harry, don't you think what you just said was a bit excessive? Hermione, after all, she is our classmate, and there's no need for us to make our relationship so strained. Harry's pace slackened, and he did not respond to Ron's inquiry. In that moment, he himself was uncertain of what had overcome him. Upon hearing Hermione express concern for his cousin Dudley, an unsettling feeling of annoyance, or perhaps even rage, had stirred within him. This feeling is difficult to articulate. However, Harry instinctively loathed the notion of someone encroaching upon what he cherished. Ron tilted his head, unable to discern that this seemingly frail, diminutive Harry, in that fleeting moment, evoked a tinge of fear within him. Had Dudley been present to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly have provided a rational explanation for Harry's behavior. Young creatures, while basking in the warmth of affection, instinctively yearn to claim such feelings as their own. This is quite similar to the instinct of foraging found within animal genomes. Young Harry, not yet mature, does not wish for anyone to share the attention he receives beside his cousin. Such feelings are entirely natural. After all, in the world where Harry has grown up, he has faced ridicule at school and endured scoldings from Uncle Vernon at home, with only his cousin offering him any semblance of kindness. In truth, Harry does not harbor any animosity towards Hermione. He instinctively feels that if she were to spend more time with Dudley, he would rather not see that come to pass. Though he cannot quite articulate the reason for his discomfort, Harry finds himself in a state of inner turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at Ron and spoke. I apologize, Ron. I suppose it might be due to the fact that Dudley has been holed up at home lately, leaving me with no outlet for my concerns, and I ended up misdirecting my frustration towards Hermione. Ron, displaying a profound understanding, gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat. It's all right. Harry, there's no need to overthink it. When my sister was ill, and there was no one else at home to assist, I was the one who took care of everything. Later, when my brother returned, I confronted him immediately. I have experienced this feeling as well. In any case, it is not of great consequence. If it truly weighs on our conscience, we may seek out Hermione later to apologize. Very well. Harry nodded in silence. Deep within, he grappled with a mystery. What was the source of the anger that had just erupted within him? Why had his forehead throbbed painfully in that moment? As he calmed down, he realized, without needing Ron's explanation, that his earlier confrontation with Hermione had been rather fearsome. It was as if he had momentarily become a stranger to himself. Enough of this thinking. Harry scratched his head, indicating his intention to disregard these trivial matters. His cousin's health was of utmost concern to him. If Dudley had not shown any improvement today, he would personally bring the potions professor to assist him. Although his cousin would likely resent this intervention, he believed it might be the most effective solution. Observing Harry's mutterings, Ron understood his anxiety and gently patted Harry's shoulder. The two soon arrived at Hogwarts, standing before the Gryffindor dormitory. Harry gazed at the portrait of the fat lady, who tilted her head to scrutinize the two young wizards. Young wizards. To enter the dormitory, you must first recite the password. Without hesitation, Harry declared, "Spinach sorceress." The fat lady leaned forward, and the portrait door swung open outward. Harry was about to step inside when, suddenly, someone seized his arm. Frowning, Harry forcefully shook off the grip and turned to see who had held him back. "Well, someone's in quite a mood," Clark remarked with a mischievous grin. Goyle clapped his hands together. "Didn't he see that coming? You've got some strength there." "What? Didn't you hear young Master Draco greet you just now?" Harry regarded the two before him, one stout and the other lean, both slightly taller than himself, clad in the distinctive robes of Slytherin. "What are you up to?" "Here lies the dormitory area of Gryffindor." Ron took the initiative to stand beside Harry. Observing as his friend was suddenly confronted, he immediately resolved to step forward in defense. "Humph. What are we to do? Is it your turn to speak now? How unseemly." "Weasley?" At that moment, Clark and Gore parted ways. Behind them stood a boy with golden hair at the center, his expression somewhat roguish. Although his features were handsome, there was an undeniable air of pressure about him. "Are you Draco?" Harry inquired, recognizing the individual before him. "Yet. Didn't everyone refer to him as Malfoy?" Ron leaned closer to Harry's ear and whispered, "Harry, Draco is his first name, and Malfoy is his surname. I believe it would be prudent for us to avoid any conflict with him. After all, the Malfoy family has a rather notorious reputation." "Silence, you insipid fool. Is there a place here where you can speak?" Malfoy stepped forward and poked Ron's shoulder. Ron's face flushed crimson. He clenched his teeth and reluctantly stepped back. "Humph. You truly are a worthless fool. The reputation of the pure-blooded 28 families has been utterly tarnished by someone like you." Malfoy sneered at Ron. "Silence." At that moment, Malfoy caught sight of Harry standing protectively in front of Ron. Harry's eyes were dark, revealing an elusive intensity. "What did you just say, Malfoy? Have the audacity to repeat that." Harry's voice was low, and he felt the anger that had previously simmered down bubbling up again. A dull pain began to throb in his forehead. Harry's cheeks were flushed with fury. Malfoy's tone and his condescending demeanor filled Harry with revulsion. Observing Harry's heightened agitation, Malfoy shrugged. "It seems, Harry, you are quite indignant. The hero of the wizarding world, the genius who defeated the Dark Lord, Harry Potter, reduced to mere verbal sparring? It's quite laughable." Malfoy regarded Harry with disdain. Taking a deep breath, Harry clenched his fists. "Malfoy, what do you want?" "What do I want?" Malfoy shrugged. "Nothing much, Harry. Don't forget, our business is far from settled. You made me look foolish in front of all the wizards. Your rudeness on the way to school and during Quidditch class has been truly brazen. So, let us resolve our conflict in the most straightforward manner." "What do you say, Harry? Do you dare?" Harry replied resolutely. "What do you propose?" Malfoy smirked. "A wizard duel. Tonight at 11:30. In the storage room on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts." Harry fixed his gaze on Malfoy and spoke deliberately. "Malfoy, you mean, we fight, and the winner avoids the other in the future?" Malfoy nodded. "If that's how you see it, then so be it. However, I believe your odds are slim. I'm just afraid you might be too timid to show up." "Don't lie." Harry fixed his gaze intently on Malfoy, expressing a fervent hope that after his anticipated failure, he would not return to disturb him and Ron again. "All right, I will be on time." Suddenly, before Harry could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, a hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder from behind. Upon turning, he was met with the familiar visage of his cousin Dudley, who had silently approached. Dudley grinned at Harry and inquired, "What's the matter, Harry? Has something happened?" At a loss for words, Harry found himself somewhat tongue-tied. Beside him, Ron quickly interjected, addressing Dudley, You must persuade your cousin Harry. He has agreed to a wizard duel with Malfoy. A wizard duel is no trifling matter. It is akin to a life-and-death pact between warriors. Any unforeseen occurrences during the battle are willingly borne by both parties. This is an ancient and sacred treaty. Harry was taken aback as he gazed at Ron, astonished that wizard dueling could manifest in such a manner. Ron wore a sorrowful expression. Harry, I wanted to explain, but you simply wouldn't listen to me. Just now, you seemed somewhat intimidating. Never mind. Huh? What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Malfoy looked at Harry with disdain. If you're afraid, just say it. I, Malfoy, might just show you some mercy and let it slide. Of course. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, you two will have to steer clear of me in the future. Harry felt a surge of fury rush to his head. Shut up. Who's afraid of whom? I will be there at 11:30 tonight in the third-floor storage room. And I promise to duel you. Seeing Harry's agitated demeanor, Dudley did not step forward to dissuade him. In Dudley's eyes, education on such matters could be categorized into various types. In a safe and peaceful context, knowledge should be imparted, allowing the child to grow gradually with time and resources. However, at this moment, Hogwarts did not seem safe in Dudley's view. He could easily discern the flaws in Malfoy's words and the underlying reasons for the conflict between the two. Yet, Dudley had no intention of directly alerting Harry. In this new environment, having cast aside his past life, Harry had finally, against all odds, garnered respect and support. He did not wish to be looked down upon or ostracized any longer. This falls within the realm of Dudley's understanding. However, oftentimes, to safeguard certain things, one must pay a price. In perilous situations, growth occurs with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, experience in combat enables Harry to reflect upon his previous assertions regarding human nature. Regardless of the outcome this time, as his cousin, it is unnecessary for me to chastise or scold him, nor to forcibly alter Harry's emotions. Having endured pain and suffering, my cousin Harry will naturally evolve. This diverges significantly from the authentic education governed by the law of the jungle. Under such a law, mistakes could cost one their very life. Yet, this is not the case for Harry. Conflict serves as the most rapid catalyst for growth. After all, the instructor of defense against the dark arts. Dudley stepped forward, and Harry instinctively recoiled, sensing that his previous actions might have been somewhat excessive, akin to the delinquent image his cousin held. What should he say to explain? Harry was engulfed in turmoil. However, Dudley unexpectedly placed a reassuring hand on Harry's shoulder. Then, amid Harry's astonished gaze, turned to Draco. You are Draco from Slytherin, right? Rest assured, during this wizard duel, I shall not impede Harry. On the contrary, I shall stand alongside him. After all, he is my brother. Regardless of right or wrong, I will always support him. Harry stared in disbelief at his cousin, astonished that Dudley, after hearing Ron's explanation of the duel, resolutely chose to stand by him. In that fleeting moment, a twinge of guilt unexpectedly welled up within Harry. If only he had not been so headstrong, Dudley would not have to share the burden of danger with him. Harry tilted his head, earnestly fixing his gaze upon his cousin. He wished to utter something. However, Dudley took the initiative to ruffle Harry's hair, smiling gently as he said, It's nothing, Harry. Wizard dueling. You must believe in yourself. You can win. Thank you, Dudley. Harry nodded vigorously, his small eyes squinting in delight beneath his glasses, a smile spreading across his face. Indeed. His cousin understood him best. Nothing more than that. Malfoy scoffed as he observed Ron, Harry, and Dudley, turning to his companions, Crabbe and Goyle. Behind him, let us go. The two followed closely, swiftly departing from the Gryffindor dormitory area of Hogwarts. After a short while, Malfoy halted his steps, and Crabbe and Goyle instinctively spread out to either side. He approached the base of a stone wall. Malfoy's gaze was fixed on the flames flickering above, his voice suddenly taking on a more somber tone. At the opposite end of the Hogwarts corridor, Malfoy paused again, with Crabbe and Goyle dispersing to flank him. Goyle, looking perplexed, queried, Master Malfoy, why must we persistently pursue Harry Potter? Engaging in conflict with him now does not seem wise. Crabbe nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed. Master Malfoy, Harry Potter is the boy who once defeated the Dark Lord. We have no idea just how powerful he truly is. Malfoy regarded the two behind him, opting not to respond directly, but instead snorted disdainfully. Crabbe, Goyle, silence. You understand nothing at all. My father has informed me. The sacred lineage of ancient wizarding families is noble and inviolable. This is a mark of honor. Each member of our family lineage must possess their own pride and unique demeanor. Take Harry Potter, for instance. His actions have unequivocally severed any semblance of friendship with the Malfoy family. It is utterly incomprehensible. You must wonder, what would my father do in this situation? Malfoy mused to himself, harboring no hope for the two before him. Clark, bewildered, shook his head. Young Master Malfoy, this is somewhat difficult to grasp. I do not quite understand what you are saying. Goyle concurred. Indeed, young Master Malfoy. Although I do not fully comprehend your words, if we cannot be friends with Harry Potter, then there is no need to become enemies. My father once told me that the boy capable of vanquishing the Dark Lord possesses extraordinary strength. Enough. Both of you be silent. Malfoy sighed, exasperated. Foolish. Utterly, irredeemably foolish. You two imbeciles. Clark and Goyle stood in utter confusion, unable to fathom Malfoy's line of reasoning. Malfoy then approached a stone wall, running his fingers through his metallic hair while gazing at the flames flickering above. His voice took on a somber tone. Let me speak plainly. Listen closely. This is my father's original words. If we cannot become friends, then we must be enemies. The Malfoy family must deal with our enemies by any means necessary. A chill ran down Clark and Goyle's spines. Are you serious? Having spoken, Malfoy turned, his handsome features taking on a slightly sinister edge. Harry Potter has chosen to befriend that worthless Ron Weasley. Splendid. This decision has sealed our family's fate as irreconcilable foes. As it stands, we must teach him a lesson. There is no need for my father to intervene. I shall personally handle this troublesome Harry Potter. Clark, half understanding, inquired. So, you mean to kill Harry Potter in a wizard duel? Goyle, with trepidation, added, is that not unwise? I have never even killed a fish, let alone a person. You two imbeciles. Malfoy, frustrated, stamped his foot. Foolish. Listen carefully. Hogwarts has explicit regulations against arbitrary magical duels. Moreover, as a member of the illustrious Malfoy lineage, with a promising future ahead and the glorious inheritance of my family's legacy, what benefit would I gain from perishing alongside a destitute Harry Potter? He is merely a down-and-out pauper. Goyle appeared utterly bewildered. Then, why engage in a wizard duel? Isn't that superfluous? With a look of deep dismay, Malfoy placed his hand on his forehead in resignation and said, No, you two must not entertain such wild thoughts. Instead, follow my plan. Shortly, you both will anonymously report to the Hogwarts caretaker, Filch, that someone will be wandering in the third-floor storage room at 11:30. Staying out all night and wandering aimlessly within Hogwarts is a grave transgression. Just think about it. To violate the laws of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry right at the start of the term, it would be but a step away from expulsion. These are the rules of Hogwarts, with no exceptions. Whenever they err, I, Malfoy, shall seize the opportunity to expel Harry Potter from the magical school, banishing him from our sight entirely. With Malfoy's words hanging in the air, he contemplated the dual advantage of this plan. Clark and Goyle simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. Master Malfoy, you are incredibly astute. Humph. Just follow my instructions. My brilliance requires no flattery from you two. With a flourish of his Slytherin robes, Malfoy wore a mischievous smile and strode away confidently. Meanwhile, in the common room of Gryffindor at Hogwarts, Dudley was busily organizing his study. The previous experimental results needed to be meticulously archived. Although Percy had mentioned that the personal quarters of young wizards afforded a high degree of privacy and seclusion, the reality was often more intricate. Nevertheless, the unpredictable nature of wizardry warranted a cautious approach. Observing Dudley's bustling figure outside the door, Harry felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed his cousin's health had improved, and he was no longer in serious trouble. After a moment's contemplation, Harry took the initiative to speak up. Cousin, I have something I would like to ask you. Dudley paused, turning to look at Harry, who hesitated for a moment before stammering. Cousin, as you mentioned, I have indeed been granted permission by Professor McGonagall to join the Quidditch team. I have become a competent seeker, and under the guidance of Captain Wood, I have begun to integrate into the team's training. It seems to be going quite well. Dudley smiled faintly, responding calmly. That's excellent, Harry. You're performing admirably, and earning Professor McGonagall's approval is a significant achievement. You must continue to strive for excellence. As your cousin, I sincerely hope you shine in the Quidditch matches. Harry's initial inclination to say more evaporated. He looked up at Dudley, offering a pure smile. Cousin, I will work hard. I believe I possess this talent. You must have faith in me. Dudley, observing the hint of confidence in Harry's demeanor, smiled faintly in return. He extended his hand, intending to ruffle Harry's hair. However, this time Harry instinctively turned his head aside, retreating slightly. Dudley's hand halted mid-motion as he regarded Harry, who was shielding his head and retreating slightly. "What's wrong?" he inquired. Harry, puffing out his cheeks in a mild display of annoyance, retorted, "Cousin, I'm no longer a child." Indeed, upon finishing his statement, Harry extended 5 fingers, counting them off as he said, "After these few days of Quidditch training, the students at Hogwarts say my talent is quite exceptional, even superior to theirs." Dudley, indifferent, merely smiled faintly. "Oh, is that so?" Our Harry has finally transformed into a little adult. With a toss of his hair, Harry was about to clarify something when he noticed Dudley's other hand reaching out, discreetly bending a finger and lightly flicking Harry's forehead from outside his field of vision. With a sharp sound, a crisp impact resonated. Harry felt a sudden, mild sting radiate from his forehead, and he instinctively covered it, his eyes misting slightly. "That hurts, cousin. What are you doing?" Dudley calmly gazed out the window and replied nonchalantly, "This is your punishment." "Punishment?" Harry remained perplexed, unsure of what he had done wrong. Dudley affirmed, "Yes, it is indeed a punishment. A punishment for not using your brain. For joining Quidditch just like that." Harry was utterly baffled. He could not comprehend the connection between his joining Quidditch and lacking intellectual engagement. Dudley offered no further explanation, recognizing that Harry would not grasp it anyway. From Dudley's perspective, little Harry was growing up and gradually forming his own social circle. So what did this practice at Hogwarts truly signify? Was it an unprecedented pathway to achievement for a young wizard? Were they already beginning to mold a hero? Dudley felt a sense of helplessness, for he could see that Harry thoroughly enjoyed his current living environment, the praises from upperclassmen, and the friendly encouragement from those around him. This was, unfortunately, what Harry had been missing in his life. Yet, from Dudley's current vantage point, he viewed this with optimism. For material possessions are constant, and honors are equivalent. Judging solely by Harry's present circumstances, the special investment made in him now might yield significant returns in the future. A debt of gratitude, the most perilous kind. It is a complex web that cannot be easily severed, a binding constraint. Perhaps, for the higher-ups at Hogwarts, this is a quietly laid shackle, the means by which Harry and himself were bound together. However, what puzzled Dudley even more was, why such a grand establishment as Hogwarts, a gathering of elite wizards, would choose to employ such a method? This most gentle and utterly harmless method. Is it possible that beyond the confines of Hogwarts, there exists a force that restrains them? Or perhaps multiple forces? However, for the time being, allowing Harry to benefit from resources is not a detrimental matter. The allocation of resources signifies that certain individuals hold you in considerable esteem. Perhaps when danger approaches, before you have fully matured, they will not allow their efforts to go to waste. Beneath the shade of a great tree, one finds both advantages and disadvantages. Harry observed his cousin's silence, pondering if he had inadvertently erred once more. Knock, knock. Amid Dudley's contemplation, the door to the Hogwarts dormitory was rapped upon. Without hesitation, Harry sprang from his chair and rushed to open the door. "Phew. Harry, are you there?" As the door swung open, a red-haired boy peered in. "Ron, what are you doing?" Harry inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Ron murmured quietly, "Harry, is your cousin resting?" Harry shook his head. "Not yet. But he will be soon." Ron instinctively continued, "Harry, step aside. I wish to consult Dudley about something." Harry was taken aback, vaguely recalling a prior conversation he had with Ron on a similar topic. Could it be that Ron had come for this reason? Before Harry could react further, Ron took the initiative, pushing Harry aside and hastily entering the room. Dudley regarded Ron with bewilderment, uncertain of his intentions. Ron, however, was unencumbered by hesitation. He had been on the brink of madness lately. If he could not resolve his predicament soon, he feared he would become the subject of ridicule among others. For the already beleaguered Weasley, this was an intolerable reality. It remained a mystery as to which scoundrel had leaked the rumor that he might join the Quidditch team at Hogwarts, resulting in many young wizards in his class turning their attention toward him. Ron felt a surge of resentment, but found himself at a loss for effective solutions. He approached Dudley, his face a mask of despair, and implored, "Dudley, I wish to seek your counsel on how to become stronger." Dudley frowned but casually dismissed him, saying, "Become stronger? What does your strength or weakness have to do with me? If you wish to improve, you can train on your own." Unlike Harry, Dudley held no particular feelings for Ron. He was merely Harry's friend, and their relationship did not extend beyond that. Dudley could choose to respect or ignore Harry's social circle. Yet this did not obligate him to embrace Harry's acquaintances. Ron was taken aback, suddenly realizing that perhaps his bond with Dudley had not yet reached the level of friendship. I apologize. However, in his moment of desperation, Ron felt he had no other recourse. No, Dudley, please allow me to explain. I heard from Harry that you possess a method to enhance his Quidditch talent. I beg you, could you teach me? As Dudley listened to Ron's incoherent explanations, he shifted his gaze toward Harry, who instinctively recoiled, unprepared for the realization that Ron's earlier plea was genuine. In a moment of urgency, he had unwittingly used his cousin Dudley as a shield. Now, it seemed that ruse would be exposed. He had never anticipated such a predicament would arise. Harry swallowed nervously, instinctively diverting his gaze, observing Dudley's expression akin to that of a child caught in wrongdoing, and then Ron's beseeching eyes. Dudley immediately connected the dots of the entire situation. Clearly, Ron possessed a measure of self-awareness. Although he had excelled in Quidditch class, he had likely not revealed any glaring weaknesses during this period, theoretically securing his place as a seeker in the Quidditch matches. However, it appeared that there were internal training sessions for Quidditch as well. There were indeed methods to become stronger, yet it seemed Ron's inquiry was somewhat hasty. Upon hearing Dudley's explanation, Ron eagerly nodded. Yes, it would be ideal to have a quick way to grow stronger. I may not have much time left. Dudley smiled faintly and replied. Any form of strengthening requires a gradual approach. I have no quick-fix solutions here. Ron looked at Dudley in astonishment, feeling somewhat at a loss for what to do next. What shall I do? The time for the Quidditch practice with Wood is fast approaching, and my abysmal talent will likely be exposed on the spot. I yearn to officially join Quidditch. Yet my lack of skill, it seems inevitable that I will be unmasked. However, I am reluctant to forfeit such an opportunity. Dudley has no swift method to enhance his abilities. Just as Ron was sinking into despair, Dudley abruptly shifted his tone. I may not possess a quick way to improve, but I do have an alternative solution. I wonder if you might be interested? Such a fortunate prospect. Engaging in conversation with Dudley felt akin to riding a roller coaster, leaving Ron in a state of anxious anticipation as he quickly inquired, Please, tell me, what is this alternative method? Hold on. Dudley did not divulge immediately, instead turning to Harry and saying, All right, Harry, could you step outside for a moment? I need to have a private conversation with Ron. Harry, bewildered, glanced between his cousin Dudley and Ron, uncertain of their discussion. Could it be that his cousin truly had a way to become stronger? Why was he unaware of it? Nevertheless, Harry complied with Dudley's request, exiting the dormitory and closing the door behind him. He hoped his cousin could offer some guidance to Ron, alleviating his impatience. The instant the door clicked shut, Ron eagerly turned to Dudley. All right, Dudley, what is the swift method for improvement? Please, tell me. Just a moment. Dudley remained unhurried, rising to gaze out the window. Ron, have you ever wondered why Harry possesses such remarkable talent? Ron, anxious yet compelled to maintain his composure, nodded. Indeed, Harry is the most gifted individual I have encountered in terms of magical aptitude. However, I believe it is innate. My father has mentioned that a wizard's talent is, to some extent, linked to their lineage. Dudley shook his head, regarding Ron with a calm expression. No, that's not quite right. It is not as you think. Ron was taken aback, puzzled by Dudley's implication. Dudley then naturally retrieved a cooking recipe from the nearby bookshelf. During my studies in the realm of ordinary people, our teacher instructed us that to cultivate a sharp mind, quick thinking, athletic prowess, and strong motor skills, one must consume ample amounts of meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables. A healthy diet is essential for the body to thrive. Meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables. Upon hearing this, Ron felt somewhat incredulous. This phrase he had also heard from his mother. However, it seems somewhat incongruous with the current surroundings. This statement reflects his mother's frequent complaints to his father. Arthur, your salary is too low. Our children can only afford cheap meats and bread. Look at Ron. His nutrition is inadequate. If he doesn't grow tall, how will he find a wife? Previously, Ron had not perceived anything amiss, after all. Although the food was lacking in quality, it was sufficient to fill their stomachs. However, after Darryl earnestly reiterated this sentiment, doubts began to stir within him. Could it be that his magical or Quidditch talents were indeed stunted due to his diet of mere sweet potato rice balls and pumpkin porridge? Is there a correlation between nourishment and innate ability? Darryl, are you implying that if I consume more meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables, my magical talents will flourish? Darryl smiled faintly without elaborating further. A detailed explanation would likely be lost on Ron. At this moment, the seed of doubt had been sown. It remained to be seen how it would take root and flourish. Throughout their conversation, Daryl maintained a careful demeanor. It was prudent to exercise caution before delving into the intricacies of the wizarding community. Daryl's method of enhancement seemed exceedingly slow. Moreover, I cannot indulge in lavish feasts every day. That is simply not feasible. Daryl, I believe this predicament cannot be resolved in the short term. I have a Quidditch training match organized by within a few days. Is there anything you can do? Ron instinctively reminded him. Daryl responded with a reassuring glance. That is precisely why I wish to speak with you privately. At this, Daryl extended his hand. Ron looked curiously at Daryl's palm. Is the solution for enhancing my talents contained within? Daryl smiled slightly, opening his hand to reveal a curled-up, furry creature dozing within. Ron was taken aback. A dragon? A chinchilla? Your magical pet? Ron remembered this creature. He had seen it capture a fleeing chocolate frog on the Hogwarts Express. In comparison, it was far superior to his own clumsy pet rat, Scabbers. Daryl naturally explained, if I was unclear about how to enhance your magical talents before. It appears your understanding suggests that passing the Quidditch trial suffices. This chinchilla seems to possess a particular affinity for riding broomsticks. When it was at my home, it dined alongside Harry. During Professor Hooch's broomstick class, I tested it, and it seemed to master the broom with remarkable finesse. Upon hearing this, Ron instinctively swallowed. Is its talent truly that impressive? Are you suggesting it is more gifted than Harry? Dudley shrugged. Perhaps. I might have been feeding him beef, fish, and vegetables for several years. Upon hearing this, Ron instinctively swallowed, reflecting on his own meager diet of dry bread and potatoes. Only indulging in a decent meal on special occasions or the day his father received his wages. But, pets are not allowed in official matches. Ron stammered in explanation. Dudley, however, casually remarked, the official Quidditch matches are still a ways off. For now, this is my only solution. Why don't you think it over? Ron hesitated repeatedly, wrestling with his inner turmoil. He suddenly realized he truly had no path of retreat. If he were expelled from the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the rumors of his exceptional talent would be shattered, and his fellow wizard classmates, who once admired him, would scorn and look down upon him. He would revert to being the worthless Weasley. With a gulp, Ron swallowed again, unable to fathom the dire consequences he faced. Well, I'll think about the rest later. For now, I'll accept Dudley's solution. He resolved to address his immediate predicament. Simultaneously, he contemplated that if he could weather this crisis, he would indulge in more meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables. If that still proved ineffective, he would consult Dudley about his dietary habits. Thank you so much, Dudley. Ron nodded in gratitude. Dudley offered a slight smile, said nothing further, and walked out the door. Watching Dudley's retreating figure, Ron felt a wave of emotion. How wonderful it would be to have a brother as gentle as Dudley. If only his own brother could be like him. In the Gryffindor common room at Hogwarts, the night was nearly devoid of wizard students. In one area, 3 chairs were arranged. Harry ascended the stairs and settled into one of the chairs. The flickering fire cast shadows, illuminating the surroundings intermittently. Harry gazed at the nearby fireplace, lost in thought. What on earth were his cousins discussing with Ron? Why had they asked him to leave first? What secrets were they concealing from him? As he pondered, footsteps echoed behind him. Hey, Harry, why are you still here so late? Harry heard a voice behind him and instinctively turned around to see a girl with slightly tousled curly hair and an oval face looking up at him. It was Hermione Granger. Harry instinctively opened his mouth. Yes, that's right, it's me. Harry, may I ask what you were doing here at this hour? Hermione questioned, hands on her hips, her expression one of scrutiny. Harry stammered. I just felt stifled in the room and needed some fresh air. That's it. Such a lie, Hermione remarked, unable to suppress a scoff at Harry's woefully transparent facade. Do you think I would believe you, Harry? Under the intensity of Hermione's gaze, Harry felt increasingly flustered and finally muttered in irritation, this is none of your business. Listen, Hermione, if you don't want to stir up trouble, then don't ask. Yet Hermione, undeterred by Harry's slightly vexed tone, continued with a look of suspicion. Harry, why are you still out so late? Are you trying to sneak out of the dormitory when no one is around? How did she know? Harry was astonished. Hermione was surprisingly perceptive. No, that's not it, he exclaimed, waving his hands in denial. Humph, Hermione huffed, hands on her hips. Do you really think I'll believe that? Harry was at a loss for words when another voice interrupted. Harry, I knew something would happen if you were left alone outside. Ron hurriedly approached Harry's side, casting a wary glance at Hermione. What do you intend to do, Hermione? Our nighttime escapades are private matters. You're meddling too much. Hermione shrugged. I naturally won't interfere with private matters, but my actions now are to safeguard Gryffindor's reputation. You two sneaking out at this hour will surely lead to trouble. It violates Hogwarts freshman regulations. You will drag everyone down with you. Ron dismissed her concern with a wave of his hand. Come on, Harry. Don't pay attention to Hermione's ramblings. Continuing this back and forth is a waste of time. Let's just do our thing and ignore her. After Ron finished speaking, he grabbed Harry and prepared to leave. Harry also found Hermione's incessant chatter quite bothersome, and he instinctively nodded in agreement with Ron. You're right, Ron. Hermione's behavior is truly irritating. Our own activities are none of her concern. Excellent, Harry. I share your sentiment, Ron replied, giving Harry a reassuring nudge with his shoulder. Dudley trailed behind Harry and Ron, remaining silent about the antics of the two ahead. After all, the squabbles among young boys had no bearing on him. How can we evade supervision? Harry finally voiced his concern. Ron, equally serious, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I almost forgot. The fat lady at the entrance to Gryffindor Tower is responsible for monitoring whether the little wizards retire for the night as they should. Harry gazed at Ron in astonishment. Ron, didn't you say you would handle this and find a way to help me? Ron looked back at Harry, equally bewildered. No, Harry. You spent so long in the Gryffindor common room without considering a solution yourself? Did you really need to wait for me to come out? Both were left speechless. Harry silently regarded Ron and said, Fine, what do we do now? If the fat lady continues her watch, we cannot possibly leave the Gryffindor dormitory. Ron shrugged helplessly. I have no idea either. Perhaps when we see Malfoy tomorrow, we should just concede. To be honest, I've never been in favor of you dueling him. The Malfoy family doesn't have a good reputation, and their dueling tactics are rather unsavory. Seeing Ron backpedal, Harry resolutely shook his head. No, I must honor my commitment. I refuse to bow down and take a detour upon encountering Malfoy. Hold your tongue. I will take the initiative to check. Harry cut off Ron's protests and stepped forward to the entrance of Gryffindor Tower. Hey, Harry exclaimed, excitedly waving a hand behind him. She isn't here. The fat lady is currently absent from this area. Ron, astonished, leaned in beside Harry and stared incredulously at the empty frame of the portrait. She actually left. Could it be? My brother mentioned that the fat lady has a habit of sleepwalking at night. I never thought it to be true. Enough with the discussion. Let us make haste. With decisive resolve, Harry stepped forward and opened the grand door. However, just as the trio exited the Hogwarts dormitory, a figure followed closely behind them. Hermione, what on earth are you doing? Ron exclaimed, staring incredulously at Hermione, who stood defiantly in their path. Despite both him and Harry having declined her company, she had still chosen to accompany them. Taking a deep breath, Hermione's oval face bore an expression of earnestness as she insisted, You cannot proceed like this. This contravenes the school's regulations. If you persist in leaving the dormitory, I shall report you to the teachers. Hermione's face was slightly flushed. Her tone was somewhat stiff. Yet she remained earnest as she gazed at the three individuals outside the door. Hermione's obstruction caused Ron to stamp his foot in frustration. He leaned closer to Harry and whispered, What should we do now? She doesn't seem to be joking. If Hermione really reports us, we might find ourselves in a great deal of trouble. After all, my brothers, George and Fred, have discussed the punishments for young wizards who leave the dormitory unaccompanied. Upon hearing Ron's explanation, Harry appeared equally at a loss. Faced with Hermione's implied threat, he had no effective response. As for the duel with Malfoy, cousin, what should we do? Harry instinctively considered seeking help from Dudley, but he restrained himself. After all, today was the day of his duel with Malfoy, and the prospect of asking for his cousin's assistance was somewhat unacceptable to him. He had already assured Dudley that he was grown up now. Meanwhile, Dudley observed the cheerful interaction among the three young wizards with calm detachment. He had no intention of becoming involved. Based on Dudley's experience, he could discern from Hermione's subtle expressions that she likely had ulterior motives. A clever girl always contemplates many factors. And now Hermione had indeed stepped out of the Gryffindor dormitory. According to her own statements, if she were truly intent on reporting Harry, the most prudent course of action would be to seek out a senior wizard within the dormitory rather than accompany their group outside. The young girl seemingly had other intentions. Dudley pondered. As expected, Hermione raised her round face once more, gazing at Harry and Ron, and said, If you don't want me to report your unauthorized departure from Gryffindor dormitory, there is actually a way. With a sly smile, Hermione continued. Harry could only nod dumbly. Ron sighed in resignation. I knew it. This is truly troublesome. Just state your demands. Hermione, hands on her hips, declared with triumphant pride, Take me with you. I want to join you. Harry was taken aback. Ron was bewildered. Dudley, however, watched Hermione with great interest. How amusing. A few minutes later, Hermione, Harry, and Ron concluded their negotiations. Observing Harry's dejected demeanor, Dudley took the initiative to pat him on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Harry managed an awkward smile, but nodded to indicate he was fine. Ron, anxious, exclaimed, "All right, Harry, we must hurry. If we're late, Malfoy will use this as an excuse to say we lost for being tardy, and that would be utterly unfair." Harry nodded in agreement. "All right, Ron, you go ahead. And I'll follow you." Fine." Just as Ron was about to step forward, he halted in astonishment. "Wait, Harry, in your wizard duel, you should lead the way. I am merely an escort." Harry waved his hand in resignation. "All right, Ron, you lead the way." Ron looked at Harry in confusion. "Lead the way? If I knew how to get to the special storage room on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, I wouldn't be wasting words with you." Harry stared blankly at Ron, then surveyed the moving staircases of Hogwarts that shifted according to different time periods. He slowly explained, Ron, I truly don't know the way. After all, Hogwarts is so vast, I can't remember." Ron, equally embarrassed, shrugged and said, "Sorry, Harry. I'm in the same boat." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both recognizing the confusion in each other's eyes. Harry felt a twinge of frustration. They had managed to leave the Hogwarts dormitory against all odds, and now they were lost simply because they didn't know the way. "Cousin, could you help me?" Harry felt a sense of helplessness as his cousin Dudley had been residing in the dormitory recently, likely even less familiar with the layout of Hogwarts than himself. Just as Harry and Ron found themselves in a quandary, Hermione stepped forward, pushing the two aside. "What are you both standing there for? Since you're clueless about the way, step aside. I shall lead the way." Honestly, the Hogwarts acceptance letter clearly outlined the fundamental layout of the castle. It's evident that you two haven't been diligent in your preparations. In such moments, one truly understands the significance of diligently engaging with one's studies, Hermione remarked as she gracefully ascended the moving staircase. Observing this, Ron smirked and muttered under his breath, "Look, isn't your proficiency in reading rather impressive? I sincerely hope you don't become a bookworm." Harry, however, paid no heed to Ron's remarks. He was anxious, knowing that if he delayed any further, he would miss the duel with Malfoy, which would ultimately place him in a predicament. It was indeed a challenging wizarding duel ahead. Dudley trailed behind the trio, noting the slight resentment Ron and Harry harbored towards Hermione. After some contemplation, he decided to speak up, this time. "We truly owe our thanks to Hermione. Had it not been for her, we would have had to retrace our steps even after leaving the Gryffindor dormitory." Harry instinctively nodded in agreement. Ron, on the other hand, swallowed his desire to continue his teasing remarks. Hermione forged ahead, her pace unwavering, though her slender frame appeared somewhat tense. If it weren't for Ron's repeated reminders, she might have stumbled and fallen on the staircase. Hermione was taken aback that Dudley had expressed approval towards her. Dudley, observing the three young mischief-makers returning to a harmonious state, shook his head in resignation. Had he not learned through Ron that the Malfoy family was a prominent name in the wizarding world, steeped in ancient traditions, he would have had no intention of intervening in the children's squabbles. Such childish conflicts were often fleeting, forgotten by the next day after a bit of rest. His interference would have been utterly futile. Childish grievances seldom linger overnight. The swiftest way to transition from strangers to friends is through the creation of conflict. Nonetheless, the primary reason for accompanying Harry today was to witness firsthand what the ancient wizards referred to as a duel. This greatly aids his historical research into wizards. In thought, Dudley and his companions, under Hermione's guidance, navigated several self-moving staircases. Eventually, they approached a wall adorned with numerous ornate picture frames. "Hermione, how on earth did you manage this?" As they drew closer to the wall, Ron was genuinely astonished, instinctively gesturing. "With so many staircases and shifting paths, you memorized all this in advance?" Hermione, glancing back at Ron with her egg-shaped face, retorted, "I already told you. I memorized the basic layout of Hogwarts before the term began. The moving staircases beneath us are not chaotic. They operate according to specific rules." Ron, taken aback, felt a twinge of realization. Perhaps he had been a tad too careless in his studies. If only he had read more, he might have discovered this sooner. Harry, observing the arched doorway illuminated by a faint orange glow, inquired, "Hermione, are you certain that ahead lies the storage room on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts?" Hermione nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed." Without hesitation, Harry stepped forward, leading the way down the staircase. Dudley and his companions followed closely behind. As they reached the storage room, Dudley, gazing at the ancient iron door, furrowed his brow and suggested, "Should we wait a moment?" Ron, exhaling sharply, replied, "Wait? Dudley, what are you talking about? We are outside. We cannot be seen by anyone. If we must wait, we should do so inside." With that, Ron took the initiative to push open the metal door, which swung inward. Harry followed suit, and Ron grasped Harry's hand, pulling him inside. Hermione hesitated for a moment but, glancing at Dudley behind her, clenched her teeth and followed suit. Dudley, feeling somewhat helpless, could easily discern from the surroundings and the remoteness that there was likely no one behind the iron door. The door had not been cleaned for an extended period, as evidenced by the thick layer of dust before it. The dust on the ground only revealed the trail left by Ron's entry. This detail left Dudley deep in thought as he glanced at the dust on the ground. Without uttering another word, he bent down to clear the dust away and then followed the three into the darkness beyond the iron gate. Behind the gate lay an abyss of blackness, where only the faint silhouettes of Harry and Hermione could be discerned. Dudley frowned, sensing that the atmosphere was rather ominous. Something felt amiss. The darkness, the antiquity, the seclusion. He could even detect a musty odor of stale air. There was no need to place himself in jeopardy. Unlike Harry and Ron, Dudley was acutely aware that he was being targeted by Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Danger lingered around him to a considerable extent, and this environment was conducive to prying eyes. Just as Dudley was about to suggest that Harry retrace their steps, Ron's voice echoed, "Malfoy, are you there? We've arrived." "Where are you?" The call reverberated in the storage room, yet there was no response from the other side. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited, appearing without any forewarning. The feeble fire illuminated much of the warehouse in a dim glow. Ron was startled by a statue before him, and he instinctively gasped. However, Harry quickly stepped forward to cover Ron's mouth. Dudley soon discerned that the statue was a stone figure ensnared in cobwebs, hunched over with fingers resembling those of a zombie. Twisted in agony, the entire visage bore an expression of excruciating torment. Behind the statue stood another figure, though the feeble light did not allow for a clear view. "Damn it, we were deceived," Ron lamented, looking at Harry in frustration. "Harry, listen to me. Malfoy is nothing but a coward. He wouldn't dare challenge you to a wizard duel." "Ron, I think," Harry began, but was interrupted by a sudden meow. From around the corner of the open iron door emerged a small brown-black cat. The cat, diminutive in size, crouched in the corner, its unblinking eyes fixed upon the four behind the door. "Meow," the brown-black kitten called out again. "Damn that feral cat, you're going to expose us." Ron seethed, reaching for an object nearby, intending to hurl it at the cat. "Stop, Ron. That cat belongs to the caretaker, Filch. You can't harm it." Hermione spoke up, her tone serious as she addressed the three behind her. "We must conceal ourselves. If the dormitory supervisor discovers that we have left the Gryffindor dormitory without permission, according to the regulations, we could very well be expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." After Hermione finished speaking, she led the way deeper into the storeroom, with Ron, Harry, and Dudley following closely behind. "My dear, have you uncovered something?" It was quite late. Who could possibly be in the warehouse? A murmur of voices arose. Simultaneously, an elderly man stood upon the handrail of the enchanted spiral staircase located on the third floor of Hogwarts. The old man was balding, with thinning hair at the back of his head, and his eyes bore a somewhat sinister glint. His face was marked with wrinkles, and his body appeared gaunt and emaciated, suggesting a degree of malnutrition. "Cough, cough." Filch hunched over slightly and emitted a soft cough. He rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a scrap of paper. As the caretaker, Filch was not only responsible for overseeing the daily routines of the young wizards, but also tasked with patrolling the halls of Hogwarts during the night, ensuring that no mischievous young sorcerers strayed from their designated resting areas. Glancing at the paper in his hand, Filch let out a weary sigh. "This is, astonishingly, a letter of denunciation. Mr. Filch, we hereby report that at 11:30 tonight, a group of young wizards conspired to evade the dormitory's designated rest period, thereby violating Hogwarts dormitory regulations, and were found wandering in the third-floor area." As he scrutinized the letter in his hands, Filch furrowed his brow. As the caretaker, he could not afford to ignore such a report. However, due to the anonymity of the complaint, Filch could only deduce that this letter originated from Slytherin House based on the paper it was written on. The mere thought of the Slytherin young wizards sent a wave of exasperation through him. This group of young wizards incited his displeasure, perpetually devising ways to torment him. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. In order to remain at Hogwarts, Filch had to diligently fulfill the tasks assigned to him by Headmaster Dumbledore. Was it the third-floor area? As Filch ascended the staircase, even if the Slytherin youngsters played tricks on him, he had to conduct another inspection. At that very moment, he noticed his brownish-gray cat leap to the ground with a swift meow, dashing ahead. Filch lagged behind, his physical reflexes unable to keep pace with the nimble little feline. "My dear, do slow down," Filch panted. He was compelled to hasten his steps up the stairs. The instant he departed from the moving staircase, Filch was taken aback. He gazed curiously at the iron door of the storage room before him. How peculiar. When exactly did this door open? Filch muttered, somewhat uncertain whether he had forgotten. However, he quickly dismissed that thought, surmising that the little wizard from Slytherin's report was indeed truthful. This area on the 3rd floor was strictly off-limits to the young witches and wizards. According to Hogwarts regulations, they were forbidden from entering here. Now that the door stood ajar, perhaps someone had ventured inside. Though uncertain, Filch resolved to investigate. Meow. Another cat's cry echoed. Yet this time it bore a somewhat mournful tone. Filch gasped in alarm. "My dear, what has happened to you? Has someone bullied you?" As he spoke, he stepped forward to push open the heavy iron door. Deep within the storeroom on the 3rd floor, several figures appeared somewhat flustered. "Ron, are you even capable? This is Filch's cat. It has already discovered us. If we cannot hide immediately, we are all doomed." Ron was extremely anxious, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "It's not that you should speak less. There is no path ahead. In the cramped, confined space." Filch's cat fixed its glimmering green eyes upon them, advancing step by step. Ron lamented, "I think we have no chance to hide. As long as there is the slightest light, the cat can see in the dark. Dudley has mentioned this to me." Harry, feeling a sense of betrayal, replied with a hint of resignation, "That detestable Malfoy and his so-called noble dueling. Enough with that, Harry. Quickly check if this door can be opened." With the faint glow of their fire, Ron discerned an ancient wooden door on his left arm. The door was secured by an iron bolt, designed to be drawn from the inside. Ron exerted himself to push it twice, but the bolt remained immovable. "It's no use. It won't open. We're going to be discovered." Ron expressed his frustration. "Step aside and let me have a look." Harry stepped forward, attempting to manipulate the mechanism. "Give it up, Harry. Filch's cat is almost upon us. We're done for," Ron complained. Observing the frantic demeanor of Harry and Ron, Dudley could no longer restrain himself. "I say, Harry, Ron, it's been a week since Hogwarts started, and you still haven't learned any magic? In this situation, I believe it is best to employ magic to resolve the issue." Having said that, Dudley turned his gaze towards Harry. Harry scratched his head and lowered it, while Ron instinctively turned away, indicating his lack of knowledge as well. Dudley lamented that no one had stated that the newly enrolled young wizards must possess magical skills. With a hint of exasperation, Dudley rubbed his forehead. "So, are you two saying that apart from riding a broomstick, you cannot perform a single spell?" Harry opened his mouth. "Cousin, it's not like that. Let me explain." "Explain what?" At that moment, Hermione stepped forward, pushing Harry aside. "If you can't perform magic, you shouldn't be here. I certainly do not wish to be caught by the dormitory supervisor alongside you, leading to our expulsion from Hogwarts, an utterly unacceptable fate." "Look at what you're saying." Ron stepped aside. "Fine. Hermione, if you're so capable, then go ahead. Otherwise, don't boast." Seeing Hermione take the initiative, Ron felt a glimmer of hope. Someone stepping up was certainly a good thing. Hermione promptly drew a wand from her pocket, her eyes fixed on the wooden door lock. She pondered for a moment before explaining. "This lock and latch are constructed of metal, belonging to the category of mechanical defense spells. With that," Hermione waved her wand. "Disarming charm. Release the binding." As her words fell, a white light emanated from the tip of her wand. Immediately, a faint metallic clink sounded. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment. He pursed his lips, finally exclaiming, "Hermione, you are truly remarkable. How did you achieve that?" However, before Hermione could respond, Harry, with a bewildered expression, interjected, "Hermione, didn't you just cast a spell? Why is this door still locked?" Hermione, noticing the unexpected turn of events, appeared pale. "No, this is impossible. I tried this several times at home." Hermione hurriedly waved her wand again, chanting the incantation repeatedly. "Disarming charm, release the binding. Disarming charm, release the binding. Disarming charm, release the binding." Yet, despite her repeated attempts, the iron bolt on the wooden door handle quivered slightly but remained steadfast. How could this happen?" Hermione's round face displayed confusion. "I tested this at home. This spell should have opened both the key lock of a security door and an ordinary old door lock. Given the current situation, it makes no sense. The spells from the basic magic textbook cannot be erroneous." "Hermione, you..." Upon witnessing the situation, Ron immediately crouched down on the ground, despairingly clutching his head. We're doomed. It's all over. The dormitory supervisor, Filch, will surely catch us. We're all finished. There's no point in trying. It's evident that this door has been tampered with. After a moment of silence, Dudley decided to take the initiative and explain. Ron and Hermione were taken aback. Dudley stepped forward, utilizing the white light emitted by Hermione's spell, and pointed to a specific area. I don't know if you noticed, but when Hermione cast her spell on this lock, a faint green glow appeared above it. If I'm not mistaken, the opposing spell must have been cast on this lock. Perhaps they anticipated that we might hide behind this door. Ron's face fell as he lamented, Dudley, please stop. Even if we know someone has meddled with it, what difference does it make? We're trapped here. All that awaits us is being caught by the dorm supervisor. We're doomed. Ron, is what you're saying true? Harry inquired, his lips pressed together. The continuous blows to his spirits and the deception at the hands of Malfoy left him at a loss for words. He felt deceived. The wizard duel was a sham. Now, the door remained obstinately shut. All right, move aside. Let me give it a try. Dudley stepped forward assertively. Cousin, do you have a plan? Harry's previously downcast eyes were now filled with a glimmer of hope. It's no use, Dudley. You can't perform magic. Ron opened his mouth but chose not to elaborate further. Dudley offered no further explanation either. Instead, he discreetly shifted something in his pocket, cradling a small creature in his palm. He then casually placed a piece of cheese behind the door latch. Dudley, you still have your magical pet with you at a time like this? Hermione gazed curiously at Dudley's actions, waiting for her to continue speaking. Suddenly, the cat-like creature took a step forward and leaped from Dudley's shoulder, its fluffy body clinging to the wooden door lock. Squeak. The little paws of the creature reached out, attempting to probe the door latch. Just then, a burst of emerald light illuminated the surroundings. The green luminescence enveloped the creature as if encased in a glass dome, suspending it in midair. The creature flicked its large ears in irritation, casting a perplexed glance at the green barrier that held it aloft, expressing its confusion. However, the creature's dark pupils constricted slightly, and its small mouth opened, revealing two delicate fangs in its upper jaw. Howl. It bit down, and with a crunch, the pale green barrier shattered upon contact with its fangs. With a pop, the creature plummeted downwards. Dudley reached out to catch it, simultaneously stuffing a piece of cheese into its mouth. The process unfolded in an instant. A sense of relief washed over Dudley as he realized his suspicions were indeed correct. His magical companion was troubled. However, now was not the time for an in-depth examination of the particulars. Enough of your dawdling, he urged, his tone tinged with a hint of command and urgency. Hermione, still trying to grasp the situation, heard Dudley's directive. Hermione cast the spell to break the confinement once more, though a whirlwind of confusion churned within her. She recognized it was not the moment for inquiries. Promptly, she drew her wand and recited the incantation anew. The tip of her wand shimmered with a radiant white light as magical energy coalesced, illuminating the air around them. Mechanical spell, break the confinement. A series of clicks resonated in the atmosphere. The door was opened quite naturally this time. Dudley stepped forward and pulled open the wooden door, allowing Hermione, Harry, and Ron to enter seamlessly. Without hesitation, Dudley followed suit and closed the door behind him with a bang. Suddenly, a mournful meow emanated from a brownish-gray cat, prompting the dormitory caretaker, Filch, to rush into the storeroom with fervor. My dear little one, what has happened to you? He asked, gazing at the trembling cat nestled in his arms. Tenderly, he stroked the soft fur along its back, saying, There, do not fret. Let me see which young wizard from the school has frightened you so. It is simply outrageous to be wandering in the forbidden zone at this hour. As he spoke, Filch surveyed the surroundings within the third-floor storeroom. The dim light from the torches illuminated the storage room in a vague glow. Filch approached the door and picked up a spare torch, placing it into a nearby brazier. Flames erupted spontaneously, and a cluster of eerie green fire flickered to life upon the torch. What is this? Filch furrowed his brow at the torch. Strange. Very strange. Why is the color of the flames not right? I distinctly remember them being orange. How have they turned green? He mumbled to himself, but continued to hold the torch as he ventured deeper into the storeroom. Young wizards, come out now, do not hide. I am aware that you are concealed within. Come forth obediently. Since you dare to defy Hogwarts prohibitions, be prepared for the consequences, Filch declared as he advanced further into the storeroom. After about 10 minutes, Filch, somewhat resigned, stroked the little cat in his arms. My dear, to be more cautious next time. This place is not one you can wander into at will. There is evidently no one here. I suspect you must have been frightened by this eerie green flame. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed the brown cat staring intently at the closed wooden door of the storeroom, its body trembling once more. Meow. Filch, curious, illuminated the area ahead with his torch, finding nothing unusual. He then looked down at the cat in his arms and said, "All right, my little darling. Do you believe there is someone inside? However, I think you may be mistaken. This is utterly impossible. You must have sensed something within. I have previously warned you. Do not wander aimlessly within Hogwarts. Behind this door lies the Forbidden Forest, home to dreadful creatures. I hope you do not encounter them. It seems you were just startled by a monster lurking behind the door. It is not safe here. We cannot remain any longer. If they detect us, that would be disastrous." Filch muttered as he turned to extinguish the torch and departed from the third-floor storage room. Bang! The heavy metal door slammed shut. Listening to the sound of the door's impact, Ron finally exhaled in relief and turned to Harry and Dudley, exclaiming, "My goodness, it has finally left. I was convinced that the dormitory supervisor Filch would burst through the door. However, what did he mean by danger? I feel quite secure here. Aside from the darkness, the storage room should pose no threat." Yet before Ron could finish his thought, Hermione instinctively stepped forward and covered his mouth. Ron struggled helplessly, muffled sounds escaping him. "Shoo!" Hermione whispered sharply, "Be quiet, Ron. Didn't you hear the footsteps outside?" Her voice carried an undercurrent of irritation. Ron was being exceedingly reckless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ron could only manage an awkward smile. The trio leaned against the wooden door, waiting in silence. "All right, Hermione, could you please release your grip on my neck? The dormitory supervisor Filch has left. I just heard the door close. Honestly, Hermione, could you be a bit gentler?" Seeing the pleading expression on Ron's face, Hermione loosened her hold on his collar, her demeanor serious. "Ron, today has been utterly dreadful. I should never have brought you both to the third-floor storage room." However, before Hermione could finish her sentence, another voice echoed nearby. "Hermione, I believe you're absolutely right. We certainly should not be in the storage room on the third floor." Harry's voice was somewhat stammering, rendering his words unclear to the others. Everyone was taken aback. "Harry, what are you saying?" Hermione instinctively turned her head, but just as she did, a peculiar sound emerged. Uft, uft. Two unusual noises echoed. Dudley, too, was drawn by the sudden commotion. Suddenly, flames erupted from the circular hearths along the walls, dancing wildly in a spectral green hue, casting an eerie light across the once pitch-black storage room. Glug, glug, glug. The sound of 3 distinct swallows resounded. From behind Harry, Dudley could clearly see a fierce beast lying on the ground not far ahead. It is rather inappropriate to describe it as a beast. Before me stands a creature with 3 heads, each towering over 2 meters in height. According to the Golden Ratio, its torso extends to a terrifying length of 10 meters. Merely from a cursory visual assessment, a prehistoric being? In an instant, my mind melded the colossal 3-headed dog before me with the image of a dinosaur. This was his first encounter with such a colossal creature. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the mythical 3-headed dog. What should we do? Should we leave immediately? Ron forced himself to steady his nerves and turned to his cousin Dudley and the others. "Shut up, Ron. Your voice is too loud. You'll wake it," Hermione exclaimed, her frustration evident. Ron always seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Yes, I think it would be prudent to leave for now. Especially since it appears not to have noticed us," Harry suggested, his expression tense as he instinctively glanced at his cousin Dudley. "Cousin, do you have any thoughts? If not, I believe we should back away a bit. It would be better to press ourselves against the wall." Dudley did not respond to Harry's inquiry, yet his demeanor remained largely unchanged. Unlike the panic exhibited by Harry, Hermione, and Ron, Dudley held his own perspective. He did not feel fear. Rather, he found the situation exceedingly curious. He was more intrigued by the fact that, in this era of thin oxygen and limited atmospheric oxygen content, scientific understanding suggested that larger bodies consume more oxygen. If the air contains so little oxygen, it should be impossible to sustain such a massive physique. Yet, the wizarding world still harbored creatures of such grand proportions. Will this 3-headed dog not perish due to a lack of oxygen? This represents Dudley's most instinctive judgment under normal oxygen levels. It is absolutely impossible for such a colossal creature to exist, particularly one resembling a canine, a 3-headed dog. Although this is merely a conjecture, Dudley resolutely stated, "No. Let us not act hastily. We have already been discovered by it." Harry and his companions were simultaneously taken aback. However, Dudley calmly remarked, "Animals tend to probe when encountering unfamiliar species. If we turn and flee at this moment, I am certain it will pounce upon us without hesitation. The wisest course of action now is to remain composed and proceed step by step according to our plan." Upon hearing this, Ron felt that Dudley's words held great merit. "Hermione, you see, Dudley is indeed correct. I recall a childhood incident when I passed by the home of a neighboring wizard. They kept a large golden dog behind their door. When it bared its teeth at me, I gradually retreated without incident. If I had dared to turn and run, it would have immediately lunged at me to bite." Hermione pressed her lips together, her heart racing. It was simply too large. This even reminded Hermione of the terrifying creatures she had encountered in the realm of ordinary television. Merely witnessing them was enough to evoke a sense of psychological shock, let alone attempting to flee. "Hermione, what enchantment did you just cast? In such circumstances, can you still wield magic?" Dudley was the first to speak, glancing at Hermione beside him. Hermione hurriedly responded, "Dudley, the spell I just cast is the mechanical charm mentioned in Chapter 7 of Standard Magic for Young Wizards. But, confronted with such a colossal beast, I can hardly recall what else I might remember." Dudley decisively interjected, "Do you know the sleep charm or the petrification charm?" Hermione was taken aback. "The sleep charm? The petrification charm? Dudley, what are you talking about? Those are offensive spells, and without a teacher's guidance, they are not permitted to be included in Hogwarts textbooks. Ugh, I ask if you have any other strategies. At this rate, it will surely pounce on us." Ron's trembling voice spoke up. Before them, the three-headed dog, lying on the ground, slowly opened its bleary eyes, each of its towering heads scrutinizing the four beings ahead with fierce intensity. The creature hesitated. It recognized that the four before it were young wizards. It had endured countless years of confinement in the dark, dismal cells of Hogwarts. These four individuals are mere young sorcerers. Alas, I have been confined within the oppressive and sunless confines of Hogwarts for what feels like an eternity. I have even forgotten many things. There is no sunlight, only a foreboding and stifling atmosphere. Here, one cannot help but feel a profound disdain. The desire to consume them is overwhelming. Grr. The three-headed hound's mouth gapes wide, a copious drool dripping stickily onto the ground. Excitement glimmers in its eyes. Nearly a few days have elapsed since its last meal. The next sustenance is not due for another week. How infuriating that the guards of this wretched prison are so carelessly remiss. Yet, upon waking, sustenance shall be provided. The three-headed hound contemplates testing the waters. If these four young wizards prove to be defenseless, it would devour them whole. Curse be Hogwarts! How dare they confine the magnificent three-headed hound in such a manner? Once it was among the esteemed and powerful of the abyssal forest. Why must it endure such humiliation? Let your young wizard serve as a means to vent its fury. Only the blood of wizards can cleanse and quell the raging inferno within." The musings of the three-headed hound remain unheard by Harry and his companions. However, Dudley possesses the uncanny ability to decipher the creature's intent through its human-sized eyes. The three-headed dog is about to embark on a hunt. The eyes are not merely the windows to the soul. They serve as a means for most mammals to convey their emotions. Dudley understands that this is a unique excitement that only canines exhibit upon sighting their prey. The hunt is about to commence. "Hermione," Dudley exclaimed sternly, startling her. However, her response was swift, instinctively nodding in agreement. Dudley continued, "Draw your wand. Follow me as I weave the incantation." His brow furrowed, and his voice faltered momentarily. Hermione's nascent magical incantations would likely prove ineffective. In this pressing situation, he could only rummage through his memories, recalling the spell he had observed Hagrid perform while under the influence of a magical flu virus. It was a spell he had unconsciously grasped, a form of instinctive understanding. The three-headed dog let out a suppressed growl, its mouth agape. Hermione's face turned pale. The sheer enormity of the creature before her instilled a sense of dread, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. This fear caused her to forget the sound of Dudley's voice. "Hermione Granger." Dudley spoke gravely. Hermione was startled. In a flurry, she tore open her wizarding robe and retrieved her wand. I am here." Dudley maintained his composure, gazing at the monstrous creature before him, his mind recalling the incantations he had deciphered when Hagrid had unleashed the spell. The incantation, petrify them all. His own magical power was limited, and neither Harry nor Ron had ever cast a spell. At this moment, only Hermione could. Dudley's voice emerged slowly, yet he noticed that Hermione seemed utterly speechless. "Hermione Granger, repeat after me," Dudley urged, watching as she remained transfixed. What was wrong with this girl? Why was she in a daze? I'm sorry. Dudley, what are you saying? I can't understand. Not at all. Hermione desperately attempted to explain, flailing her arms but still unable to articulate her thoughts. She felt as though she had encountered an ineffable situation. Dudley frowned. Meanwhile, Ron, observing the scene, instinctively gestured. Dudley, what did you just say? I even doubt my own hearing. Hermione and I cannot comprehend. It feels as if you are speaking not in words or spells, but in an indescribable tone. This sound is one we have never encountered before. After a considerable pause, Ron finally conceived a more fitting descriptor. It was a sound. Ron could only perceive it as a deep, husky, and incomprehensible tone that sent shivers down one's spine. Without requiring further explanation, Dudley instantly grasped the source of the dilemma. According to the basic outline of the curses he had previously studied, such records exist. The roots of the incantations differ, and thus the meanings and sounds they convey vary. The language he spoke was not the same as the incantation lexicon that Hermione was currently employing. It is akin to the C programming language of computer coding encountering the data language of the Android system. Despite both presenting dynamic patterns, their underlying logic diverges significantly. While both may render data visually, they remain incompatible. Realizing this, Dudley hesitated before suggesting, "Let us do it this way. Hermione, repeat after me, word by word." In that moment, Dudley devised a method. Unable to articulate the entire incantation, he resolved to employ the simplest approach, to pronounce it syllable by syllable, allowing for a rudimentary form of mimicry through temporary memory. Hermione took a deep breath. "All right, I will try. You, Dudley, please. Speak slowly." Dudley, without hesitation, articulated each word distinctly. Incantation, all together. Hermione struggled to replicate the phrase. If it weren't for her extensive reading of magical literature, the learning process would have proven even more arduous. As she reached the second word, an unusual phenomenon abruptly manifested. The wand in her hand began to tremble violently, the intensity of the quaking escalating. Energy surged, and beams of white light converged at the tip of Hermione's wand, the frequency of convergence quickening. The milky light expanded incessantly from the wand's point. An inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. It ultimately exceeded the height of Hermione's upper body. The magical aura radiated brilliantly, reminiscent of a miniature sun. My heavens! Hermione, what is happening? Ron's expression froze, taken aback by such an unprecedented display of magical radiance. Harry, too, appeared momentarily dazed. Hermione, is it really that powerful? Yet, Dudley discerned that something was amiss. Hermione, clutching her wand, exhibited a pallor, her usually vibrant cheeks devoid of color, and even her typically lively eyes bore signs of fatigue. However, Hermione seemed entirely oblivious to her own transformation. Dudley promptly halted the incantation lesson. At this moment, he knew it was imperative to cease. The situation had not reached a critical juncture, and there was no need to jeopardize her health. Dudley swiftly moved to Hermione's side and struck her wrist with a decisive gesture. Crack! Hermione winced in pain, her wand slipping from her grasp and falling downward. Close your eyes, Dudley commanded authoritatively. Instinctively, Harry, Ron, and Hermione obeyed. Simultaneously, the previously intangible white aura erupted forth. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated as the white light flickered violently. The spell abruptly interrupted. The entire room illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Roar! The three-headed dog let out a mournful howl. Without hesitation, Dudley turned and pulled Hermione towards the door. Ron, take Harry. The three-headed beast was momentarily blinded by the blinding light, granting them a fleeting opportunity to escape. Let us move quickly while we can, Ron urged as he pulled Harry along to match Dudley's pace. Well done, Dudley. I never imagined that bright light could provoke such a reaction. Dudley remained silent, and once Harry was out, he promptly locked the wooden door of the storage room. Just as the door shut, a furious roar erupted from within. However, once the door was closed, all sounds from inside were sealed off from the outside world. Oh my goodness! Ron gasped heavily, leaning against the door before gradually collapsing to the ground. Harry stepped forward to help Ron back to his feet. Did you see that, Harry? That monstrous creature was as large as a small mountain, right before our eyes. And the size of its eyes, I swear they were larger than our heads, Ron exclaimed, still astonished. Yet this time, Harry quickly regained his composure. He looked at Ron with a hint of confusion. Ron, did you really see it clearly? Ron, puzzled, replied, What are you talking about, Harry? You mean that creature? To be honest, I've never seen a beast like that before. At first, I thought it was just a dog. But who has a dog the size of a mountain? I feel like only a legendary dragon could compare to that size. Ron rambled on about dragons. Dudley interjected, waving his hand. No, Ron, I meant the bright light. I think I saw a hidden door beneath the three-headed dog. Harry's serious demeanor made Ron's voice trail off. A hidden door? Are you sure? Ron pondered, recalling how he had been too anxious to pay attention to the specifics beneath the dog. Harry took a deep breath. Yes, it was a hidden door. I saw it with my own eyes. The iron chain around the creature's neck was fastened to 4 points on the door below, rather than being a mere guardian. It seems the three-headed dog is actually watching over this door, and there must be something significant behind it. Harry articulated his thoughts. Harry, do you think there could be something important hidden behind that door? With such a formidable creature guarding it, it must contain something of utmost significance. Ron continued. Trailing off, Harry paused, glancing at Ron, who seemed to have realized something. However, Harry merely shook his head and refrained from elaborating. Just a moment ago, he had a fleeting recollection of a peculiar letter that Hagrid had produced at Gringotts, upon which he had discerned the words Philosopher's Stone, though he could not fathom why the thought of the Philosopher's Stone had suddenly crossed his mind. After all, there were numerous treasures guarded by the three-headed dog. At that moment, a hand pressed upon Harry's shoulder. Turning around, he found his cousin Dudley, holding a torch, his face flickering in the torchlight. All right, Harry. You lot should stop discussing. I just checked around the iron door near the storeroom, and I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Harry casually replied, Cousin, you may as well share the good news first. Dudley waved the torch around. I've just confirmed that the caretaker, Filch, has left. We should be safe from detection. What sort of good news is that? Ron muttered from the side, though he quickly amended. What's the bad news then? Dudley shook the torch in his hand. The bad news is that we are locked inside the storeroom on the 3rd floor. Filch has secured the exit. As Dudley's words fell, Ron, who had been maintaining an air of calm, hurriedly dashed to the iron door, flustered. After fiddling with it for about 10 minutes, he returned to the group, disheartened. There is nothing we can do. I just checked, and the iron door is locked from the outside. We can't open it from inside. Just as he spoke, Ron's gaze shifted to Hermione behind Harry. Hermione, why don't you give it a try? You are the only one among us who can perform magic. Didn't you mention that Chapter 7 of the Wizarding textbook could be applied to? Ron's voice trailed off as he noticed Hermione's pale face, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. What's wrong with her? Ron sensed that something was amiss. Harry also observed the situation and hurriedly moved closer to examine her. Ron, I believe Hermione is unwell. She should be taken to the Hogwarts infirmary immediately. As soon as Harry's words fell, Ron shook his head. No. Harry, let us wait a bit longer. If we take Hermione to the infirmary, how will we explain her condition to the professors? If we expose ourselves like this, Hermione might face consequences too. Harry, taken aback by Ron's reasoning, found himself at a loss. All right, there's nothing seriously wrong with Hermione. You needn't worry excessively. It's likely just fatigue. In theory, a bit of rest and a good night's sleep in the dormitory should remedy her. In Dudley's eyes, Hermione's physical condition bore a striking resemblance to that of someone who had just engaged in strenuous exercise at the gym, eliciting a spontaneous stress response from her body. What should his cousin do now? Harry could no longer contain himself and turned to his cousin to inquire. Dudley gently shook his head. There's no need to rush. Let's wait a bit longer. This isn't a particularly difficult matter. Well, just hang on a little longer. Observing Dudley's serious demeanor, Harry and Ron fell silent. After approximately half an hour, a flush finally graced Hermione's cheeks. Dudley silently noted this observation in his mind. One of the nuances of being a wizard is that their recovery from intense aerobic activity is considerably swifter than that of ordinary individuals. Could you pull me up? Hermione asked softly, her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at Dudley. Yet it seemed as if Dudley had not heard her at all. What did you just say? Hermione looked at Dudley, who casually replied, All right. If there's nothing seriously wrong, you may stand up. He then added, I'll go fetch Harry and Ron so we can discuss the subsequent matters. After assessing Hermione's condition and deeming her to be in no grave danger, Dudley felt a sense of relief and prepared to call Harry and Ron back. How could this happen? She clearly felt so feeble. Hermione had intended to articulate her thoughts further, yet upon witnessing Dudley's serene expression, she ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. Sigh. In the end, Hermione could only exhale softly. It's all right, Hermione, you must be strong. She encouraged herself in her mind. Dudley, noticing her subtle gestures, remained indifferent. At this moment, he needed to focus. He had already garnered a wealth of valuable information today. The mutated canid magical beasts, the diversity of spells, the adaptability of wizards' bodies, and a portion of the knowledge system concerning wizard duels. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. Dudley shook his head helplessly. In the past, he could have effortlessly jotted everything down, but now, constrained by the circumstances, he could only commit the information to memory. Just then, another voice broke through the silence. Hermione. Hermione, can you hear me? How are things? Have you rested well? Also, hurry, come here and give it a try. I recall you knew the spell to unlock the door. We are trapped inside and require your assistance. After waiting for a response that never came, Ron hastily made his way to Dudley's side. He glanced at Hermione on the ground, intending to extend his hand to help her up. With a sharp crack, Hermione shrugged off Ron's hand. I can manage on my own, she retorted. Ron was taken aback. What was happening? He glanced at Harry, tilting his head in confusion. Don't look at me, Ron. Harry too was perplexed by Hermione's outburst. Hermione, pursing her lips, stood up on her own and began to walk ahead. Leading the way, the trio followed her to the iron gate. Step aside. Don't block my way. Ron, holding the torch aloft to illuminate the path for Hermione, felt a bit bewildered. Inexplicably cornered by others, Ron felt a profound sense of helplessness. Yet what could he do? After all, he lacked the ability to perform the unlocking charm. If his memory served him right, this should pertain to a mechanical spell. Hermione, drawing her wand from her robes, murmured softly, "Mechanical charm, break the binding." With a series of metallic clinks, the door lock swung open inward. Good heavens, it truly worked. Casting aside the torch in his hand, Ron stepped out first, followed closely by Harry and Hermione. Dudley emerged last, casually closing the door to the storage room on the 3rd floor and locking it behind him. Dudley, you're being overly cautious. Ron halted his steps, while Dudley calmly remarked, it's best not to leave too many traces. Besides, I have a feeling we might return here again. Let us not even think about that. Ron immediately shook his head, exclaiming, honestly, to come back here? I would never agree to that. Turning to Harry, he continued, by the way, your duel with Malfoy should be considered a victory for you. Next time we encounter him, let us make sure he sees us take a detour. Really, Harry, the mere thought of Malfoy altering his path upon spotting us is simply incredible. As Ron spoke, he reached out to clasp Harry's shoulder, relishing the rare moment of having the upper hand against Malfoy. This could be considered a moment of pride for the Weasley family. However, Harry instinctively recoiled, evading Ron's outstretched hand. Ron, puzzled, inquired, Harry, what is it? Harry cast a solemn glance at the iron gate behind him and replied, Ron, I believe we have been deceived. Ron was taken aback. Deceived? What do you mean? Harry articulated with deliberate clarity. In this encounter, regardless of victory or defeat, we shall gain no advantage whatsoever. What is this wizarding duel? It feels like a conspiracy. Ron gazed at Harry in astonishment. A conspiracy? Surely not Harry, the Malfoy family. However, Harry interrupted Ron's bewilderment. Ron, let me ask you. This time, the wizard duel clearly contravened the dormitory regulations of Hogwarts. It appears so. Ron replied, bewildered. Harry continued, if we confront Malfoy face to face, wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that we sneaked out tonight, violating the dormitory rules? As Harry's voice trailed off, Ron opened his mouth but remained silent for a moment. No, that can't be, Harry. Malfoy wouldn't stoop so low, would he? If he were to resort to such trickery. Harry shook his head, stating, no. Ron, haven't you realized? Malfoy has no intention of engaging us in a formal duel this time. As Harry spoke, he reached up to rub his lightning-shaped scar, which had been itching since earlier. He was suddenly aware of details he typically overlooked. This sensation is quite extraordinary. Although my body feels somewhat unwell, my mind is unervingly clear. Whatever the case may be. Harry, I believe we must hasten back to our dormitory to rest. Ron, in a moment of uncertainty, found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Hermione's voice rang out with perfect timing. Enough. Be quiet, Harry. I have no interest in listening to you and Ron discuss conspiracies and wizard duels. What I am certain of is that if we do not return to the dormitory soon, we risk being discovered by the dormitory supervisor and facing punishment from the Hogwarts faculty, which could even lead to expulsion. This is utterly irresponsible behavior. Furthermore, I am entirely indifferent to the secrets you speak of. All I desire now is to return to my dormitory and enjoy a restful slumber. I believe that even if the professor were to intervene, the repercussions would befall you individually, not upon Slytherin. Hermione's voice, tinged with indignation, echoed as she turned on her heel and descended the moving staircase without a glance back. Ugh, here we go again. So frustrating. Ron leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "Harry, let's not concern ourselves with her. Let her stew in her own frustration." "But what was that about earlier? You seemed somewhat—" Harry, listening to Ron's rambling, found himself at a loss for words, as explaining the situation was rather complicated. He couldn't possibly tell Ron that he was attempting to analyze the matter through the lens of his cousin Dudley. "All right, Harry, no need to explain. I merely wanted to remark that despite her flaws, Hermione's magical talent must be quite remarkable. You saw that immense beam of magical energy flickering like a star in the night. I may not understand how she achieved it, but it truly is impressive." At this point, Ron appeared taken aback, as he realized he had forgotten something of significant importance. If he was not mistaken, the individual capable of unleashing such a formidable surge of magic was none other than Dudley. Coupled with Harry's earlier comments about Dudley's considerable magical aptitude, it became clear that there was a connection. The thought ignited a fervor within Ron. Harry, Hermione, their magical gifts were indeed directly linked to Dudley. He must seize this opportunity. As long as he remained in Dudley's company, he could discover a path to strength. At the back of the crowd, Dudley had neither obstructed nor altered the bond shared between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The conflicts among the young bears. In truth, they remain unaware that after enduring their first trial together, the dynamics of their relationship have subtly shifted in varying degrees. Although the changes may not be immediately apparent or rapidly evolving, the seeds of transformation have indeed been sown, serving as a catalyst for the deepening of their bonds. Shared adversity invariably diminishes the estrangement and barriers that once separated them. It appears that, following this upheaval, Harry's growth is quite remarkable, at the very least. He has begun to contemplate issues from the perspective of his adversaries, rather than solely from his own standpoint. Such progress is already sufficient. Accompanied by 3 young wizards, I returned to the dormitory. During this period, Dudley did not encounter Professor Quirrell from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Perhaps after their last chance meeting with Snape, Professor Quirrell chose to retreat into the shadows. Following several skirmishes, Dudley had begun to contemplate his position. Apart from his identity as Harry's cousin, what was it about him that would capture Professor Quirrell's attention? Reflecting on their first encounter, he recalled the professor's astonishment at his pet chinchilla. Although this connection seemed somewhat tenuous, Dudley understood that to truly unravel these mysteries, he needed to swiftly enhance his own abilities. However, he could at least ascertain that as long as he remained within Hogwarts and was surrounded by witnesses, he should be safe. Therefore, it was imperative to dedicate this limited time to study diligently. Returning to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione greeted them with a casual wave before retreating to her dormitory. Dudley observed Ron conspiratorially slipping a note into his hand. Harry said little to him. The night's exertions and the series of events had left him exhausted, and he collapsed into bed without even removing his outer garments. Watching Harry sprawled on the bed, still fully dressed, Dudley shook his head in resignation. Nevertheless, he too felt weary. Yet, he could not afford to sleep just yet. The project concerning the heavy metal biological gene plan needed to progress. Just a few hours prior, Dudley had consulted the map and ventured to Hufflepuff House. He had concocted some rather unconvincing excuses, which allowed him to persuade an upperclassman to guide him to the fresh food preparation area of Hufflepuff. This led Dudley to ponder whether his thoughts were excessively intricate. Could it be that the students admitted to Hufflepuff possessed such unblemished minds? However, Dudley promptly dismissed this line of thought. In the fresh produce section of Hufflepuff, he discovered an array of beef, fish, eggs, and vegetables. It appeared that the culinary offerings of wizards deviated little from his expectations, resembling the everyday meals of muggles. He hardly had to expend much effort, effortlessly borrowing several fish. Initially, he intended to proceed with the second phase, a heavy metal biological experiment. Yet, due to time constraints, he could only postpone it. Now that Harry had succumbed to slumber, Dudley was ready to formally embark on his heavy metal biological experiment. With this thought in mind, Dudley opened the door to the study. On the table beyond the door rested a transparent glass container, housing 5 or 6 palm-sized black-scaled fish. Despite their name suggesting a connection to darkness, the black-scaled fish bore no relation to it whatsoever. Their surface exhibited a white, semi-transparent hue. As they swam through the water, one could distinctly observe their organs functioning, along with glimpses of certain blood vessels and fasciae. Contemplating this, Dudley turned to gaze at the water orchid beside him. This is a small segment of a water orchid, which still contains mercury, taken from the experimental potted plant on the third. What must be done is to replace the leaves of the water orchid with the usual nourishment of the black-scaled fish. Observing the black-scaled fish within the glass vessel, Dudley extended his hand and placed the water orchid at the edge of the aquarium. It has been nearly 24 hours since this black-scaled fish was entrusted to me by Senior Hufflepuff. During these 24 hours, the black-scaled fish has not consumed any food. Theoretically, hunger would compel the black-scaled fish to avoid the risks associated with food. Contemplating this, Dudley extended his hand and placed a leaf at the edge of the glass tank. This action swiftly captured the attention of numerous black-scaled fish within the tank. Upon sighting the food, the black-scaled fish surged towards the edges of the tank, voraciously devouring every morsel until nothing remained. The water orchids were positioned in various locations. This action swiftly captured the attention of a multitude of black-scaled fish within the aquarium. Upon sighting the food, the black-scaled fish erupted in a frenzy towards the edges of the tank. They fixated on the leaves of the water orchid and voraciously devoured them until naught remained. Soon after, Dudley tore off several leaves from the third experimental pot for further feeding. The initial round of consumption concluded rapidly. Yet, Dudley did not hasten to depart. Instead, she continued her observation. Approximately half an hour later, the black-scaled fish swam about the aquarium with no apparent distress. Noticing this, Dudley conducted a brief analysis. The consumption of food containing trace heavy metal elements did not induce any evident signs of poisoning in the black-scaled fish. Rather, they appeared to have adapted well to their current environment. However, at this juncture, it remained uncertain how easily the black-scaled fish could metabolize the mercury-laden water orchid leaves. Ingesting large quantities in a short span could jeopardize their very existence. Dudley was acutely aware that biological gene experiments require the accumulation of time, and her proactive feeding of the mercury-infused water orchids was merely hastening this phenomenon. She held faith in the forthcoming experiments. The timing and pace of this feeding, to some extent, contravened the meticulous procedures inherent in scientific research. In London, the most prudent approach is to proceed step by step. However, the looming threat of Professor Quirrell's dark arts defense class is ever present. Until this unforeseen circumstance is eliminated, I must seize the moment. Alas, regardless of how external conditions may fluctuate, even in the face of imminent danger, my experimental protocols must remain methodical and deliberate. The transfer of heavy metal elements from plants to aquatic organisms requires even greater scrutiny. Should I overlook the variables at play and apply direct action to living entities, it could easily result in irreversible consequences. This contradicts the original intent of the experiment. Gazing at the lively black-scaled fish in the glass aquarium, Dudley ceased to ponder further. He willingly departed from the study and returned to the side of his bed. Today had been exceedingly exhausting, and the strain on his body was indeed burdensome. Dudley was acutely aware that he needed to rest and replenish his strength promptly. He locked the door behind him and reclined on the bed, quickly descending into a profound slumber. The night passed in silence, though it was uncertain how long it lasted. Knock, knock, knock. No one answered. Knock, knock, knock. The insistent rapping on the door resounded once more. Dudley furrowed his brow as he sat up from the bed, although his body yearned to continue sleeping. Reality did not permit him to indulge in further laziness. Upon opening his eyes, Dudley beheld his cousin Harry, already clad in a rather ordinary tracksuit. "Good morning, Harry," he greeted instinctively. "Morning, Ron," Harry replied. Ron casually remarked, "By the way, Harry, where's your cousin? Has he risen yet? I've been waiting rather impatiently." Harry shrugged in exasperation. "Ron, this is your third visit today. I told you earlier that Dudley is quite fatigued and needs ample rest. I'll let you know as soon as he wakes up." However, before Harry could finish his sentence, Ron sidled into the room. "Harry, move aside. Really. Time is of the essence. Wood just contacted me, and he sounded rather serious. He instructed me to meet him in the courtyard of the Hogwarts teaching building in 2 hours to undergo Quidditch training. I've already mentioned to you that Wood is looking for you. Haven T.I.?" Harry, puzzled by the notion of training, gazed at Ron with confusion. "Training? Isn't this a good thing? You can go alone." "Why?" Ron immediately shook his head, interrupting Harry's words. Harry felt helpless. "I actually do not wish to go either. Moreover, I have already concocted numerous excuses. It may be a bit excessive." Harry gazed at Ron in confusion. Ron helplessly explained, "Let me count. I believe you are aware of the excuses. The first time I said, I had a stomachache. The second time I said, I needed to study. The third time I said, I had forgotten something. The fourth time I said, I needed to eat. Truly, Harry, I feel embarrassed even by these excuses." At this point, Ron scratched his head. However, Wood approached me, and I could discern a change in his demeanor today. "If I cannot attend the Quidditch practice, I fear my position will be revoked. Ron, it can't be that serious. Harry listened, utterly bewildered. In truth, he was also unclear as to why Ron consistently declined Wood's invitations to the Quidditch training sessions. No, Ron. If a problem arises, one must confront it. You cannot allow the memory of falling from the high platform during the last Quidditch practice to haunt you. You must learn to overcome difficulties. I believe you can surely conquer these minor flaws. Ron opened his mouth. Clearly, Harry believed that Ron's hesitance stemmed from the incident. Yet Ron knew that was not the case. The reason he refrained from participating in the Quidditch practice was solely due to his apprehension regarding his abysmal skills as a beater. The thought of being exposed was simply too humiliating. However, he did not intend to explain this to Harry. Instead, he glanced towards the bed in the room. If Dudley had not forgotten, he mentioned he would assist me in overcoming this challenge today. Sensing Ron's pleading gaze, Dudley waved his hand. All right, Ron, I understand. Just wait while I change my clothes. Dudley shook his head in exasperation. Ron's predicament reminded him of a rather familiar scenario. But it was also his fault, as he had promised to help Ron yet inexplicably overslept. The body of a child can indeed be quite troublesome. Sometimes, it is not solely willpower that can liberate one from the body's natural responses. Only with ample rest can the body flourish. A few minutes later, Dudley finished adjusting his attire. Under Ron's insistence, they stepped out of the dormitory door, traversing a corridor and descending the stairs. In the Gryffindor common room at Hogwarts, Dudley spotted a familiar figure. There sat Hermione, her brown hair slightly curled and cascading down her back. Goodness! Ron, who was walking ahead, suddenly felt a wave of dread and turned his head. How unfortunate to encounter her again. Harry chuckled but said nothing. Let it go. Harry, let us hasten our steps. We must not let her ensnare us. With that, Ron deliberately veered off course and headed towards the dormitory exit. Yet, before they could push open the fat lady's portrait, a sharp voice echoed from behind them. Humph. Trying to escape? Halt. Harry and Ron came to a standstill. Harry. I told you, encountering her bodes no good. Dudley remarked, intrigued by Hermione's sudden appearance, pondering what this girl intended, blocking their way so early in the morning. Hermione, please step aside. We have urgent matters to attend to, Ron declared earnestly. Hermione shook her head in response. No. I need to oversee you. Yesterday's escapade can be overlooked, but you cannot venture out again without permission from a professor. You are not permitted to leave the Gryffindor dormitory at Hogwarts at will. This is the rule, Hermione declared, hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority. Ron furrowed his brow. Why? Hermione replied, please refrain from meddling. Furthermore, you're not the one responsible for managing our affairs. Yet Hermione, with a serious expression, continued, last night, you almost exposed us and risked points for Gryffindor. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that if you venture out later, you won't inadvertently reveal my involvement if you get caught. I'm merely taking precautions. Ron looked at Hermione, exasperated. Miss Granger, what do you mean by that? Am I, Ron Weasley, the kind of person who would betray his teammates? Why would I expose you for no reason? And, haven't you realized that your behavior is rather unappealing? However, before Ron could finish his thought, Dudley patted him on the shoulder, saying, all right, Ron, just take her along. After all, we managed to leave unscathed last night, thanks to Hermione's assistance in the third-floor storeroom. Ron instinctively felt the urge to argue, although that may be true. The actual situation. Sighing, he conceded, all right, Hermione, do as you wish. This time you may accompany us, but there is one condition you must agree to. Observing Ron's serious demeanor, Hermione nodded and said, all right, I am listening. Upon hearing this, Ron lowered his gaze to his toes. I must say, Miss Granger, if you find yourself angry next time, could you please ease your foot? You are pressing down too hard. It hurts. Hermione quickly retracted her foot, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she turned away slightly. I apologize. I merely reacted instinctively upon seeing you in such a hurry. Very well, I shall not hold it against you. Ron grimaced for a moment, then finally regained his composure. He leaned closer to Harry and murmured, Harry, did you notice? I am beginning to seriously suspect that Hermione is even fiercer than my mother. At least when my mum gets angry, she resorts to using a broom. Hermione, on the other hand, just treads on my foot in silence. The suddenness of this encounter truly caught one off guard. Harry nodded as he listened, saying, Ron, I believe there are times when you could say less. Otherwise, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a beating again. Stop speaking ill of her behind her back. Upon hearing this, Ron shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, how could that be possible? I am a proud wizard of the Weasley family. How could I be intimidated by a mere muggle? As he spoke, Ron abruptly halted, lunging forward to evade Hermione's furious punch. That was close. With a cheeky grin, Ron remarked, "Haha, you missed." Frustrated, Hermione quickly pursued him, raising her fist for another strike. The two of them chased each other around Harry, while Dudley watched the joyful interaction among the three with a smile. Is this the essence of youth among mischievous children? How delightful. What a pity. My own mature perspective seems entirely disconnected from this experience. The innocent joy of childhood is no longer something I can feel. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, on the Quidditch training ground, a wizard student clad in Gryffindor robes stands at the center of the pitch. To his left lies a large wooden box, within which something appears to be struggling restlessly. Approaching Wood, a slightly plump senior from Gryffindor wears a perplexed expression and inquires, "Captain Wood, are you certain that these two elites are geniuses? I truly question your judgment. Why is their sense of time so abysmal? Do they not comprehend the concept of rules?" Wood purses his lips, his handsome features betraying a hint of embarrassment. I think we should wait a bit longer. Let's not rush, after all. They are still newcomers. Wait, you must be joking, Captain Wood. Before Wood could finish his sentence, a ponytailed witch beside him interrupted in exasperation. Joining our Quidditch team this time are Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. Harry is acceptable, thanks to Professor McGonagall's recommendation and his commendable talent demonstrated through several tests. He can indeed be considered a promising Quidditch player. But what about Ron? He has declined our invitations to practice 4 or 5 times in a row. What nonsense. Every member of Gryffindor's Quidditch team must be exemplary. To win matches, team members must adhere to rules and regulations. Is he truly disregarding our team spirit simply because of Professor McGonagall's endorsement? Really? He has repeatedly turned down our training invitations. Does he think he can disregard our team spirit due to Professor McGonagall's support? The ponytailed witch exclaimed, tossing her hair in frustration as she glared at Wood. The stout wizard beside her chimed in indignantly, "Yes, I concur with your sentiments. Wood, look at this Ron fellow who has persistently made excuses. It is utterly unacceptable. Moreover, his excuses, like having a stomach ache, being busy, or needing to use the restroom. He even claims to have some vision issues. My goodness. Does he think Quidditch is a mere joke? Wood, you must listen to me. This is indeed a competition for the honor of Gryffindor. If we allow him to join so easily, what cohesion will our team possess? Without cohesion, how can we cooperate on the Quidditch pitch?" The ponytailed witch senior nodded in agreement. Ron's surname is indeed Weasley. While he may carry some notoriety, that is but a relic of the past. I have heard of his 2 brothers, who are often frivolous and take delight in teasing others. Their academic performance leaves much to be desired. With such siblings, it is hardly surprising that Ron's character is questionable. Wood, I suggest you ponder this matter further. Enough of your chatter, have they not arrived? If there are concerns, we can resolve them with a test right here. Wood sighed and silenced the 2 team members behind him. To be frank, he felt somewhat helpless regarding Ron's situation, as he was appointed by Professor McGonagall and had no legitimate grounds to dismiss him. As the captain, he could not arbitrarily determine the fate of his teammates, although he was unclear as to why Professor McGonagall held Ron in such high regard. Especially as Ron and Harry were granted special permission to compete, considering there were many talented young wizards in Quidditch in previous years. One can only hope Ron does not create any disturbances today. Otherwise, it would be challenging to provide an explanation to Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione, noticing the serious expressions of those around them, managed to temper their own demeanor. Harry instinctively shifted to allow Ron to walk ahead. Dudley, could you please hurry up? Ron, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced back, troubled by the fact that Dudley had yet to come to his aid at such a critical moment. Maintaining an unbothered demeanor instead, this left Ron in a state of utter anxiety. Before he could ponder deeply, an upperclassman from Gryffindor took the initiative to speak. "Have you arrived?" Ron nodded in response. One of the slightly plump Gryffindor seniors then addressed Ron and Harry. "You two are newcomers. Newcomers must adhere to the rules of newcomers. Our Quidditch matches operate under a confidentiality policy. During the training matches, please refrain from bringing unrelated individuals along. Do you not comprehend this most fundamental principle?" Ron was about to offer an explanation when a surge of magical energy compelled him to remain silent. "Enough. What are you all doing? They are the team members appointed by Professor McGonagall. It would be prudent for you to adopt a more respectful demeanor." Wood stepped forward, gesturing to halt the actions of his companions. "They are our future teammates, and your conduct is jeopardizing the camaraderie that binds us." "Camaraderie? The slightly rotund Gryffindor senior scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. The captain is far too lenient with the newcomers. I find it rather unsettling. Facing the cunning and treacherous Slytherins on the battlefield will undoubtedly not be an easy task. After all, a poorly executed Quidditch match could lead to dire consequences. Silence. Even when confronting Slytherin, that is a matter for another time. In my team, there shall be no allowance for personal grievances. Even complaints must be curtailed. TCH. Do as you wish. After silencing the Quidditch players behind him, Wood turned to Ron, his expression softening. Ron. Weasley, you are not frightened. Are you? Rest assured, with me around, they will not lay a finger on you. After all, you are a future teammate. Do not take it to heart. Ron forced an awkward smile. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble about how fierce his Quidditch teammates were, yet he nodded in agreement on the surface. Now then, before we commence the test, there are some fundamental details I need to share with you. First, direct your gaze to my feet. With that, Wood pointed to the left side of his thigh. He crouched down and lifted the lid from atop. Derry, curious, also focused on Wood's actions. He had long found this wooden box rather peculiar. The wooden box appeared as if it harbored a living entity, vibrating incessantly at a high frequency while the crowd engaged in conversation. The box was opened by Wood, revealing a flat surface adorned with 3 distinct grooves. Each groove contained spheres of varying sizes, yet all were bound by iron chains. The imprisoned spheres continued to tremble, exuding an uncanny vitality. A series of strange sounds emanated from within the spherical bodies, squeaks and chirps echoing through the air. Harry maintained an expression of calm, while Ron was visibly astonished. Hermione displayed a keen interest, but only Dudley felt an inexplicable sensation stirring within him. Curious. These 3 spheres evoke within him a sensation akin to confronting the heartbeat of a living organism. The heart pulsates with vitality, contracting rhythmically. They are not inanimate objects, but rather entities imbued with life. How peculiar. What could be the reason for such a feeling, though they appear merely as 3 spherical forms? Upon opening the box, Wood rose from his position and addressed Ron beside him, saying, "All right, young wizard in his first year. Allow me to introduce you to the bludger to your right, followed by the quaffle, and this one here is the golden snitch." Wood proceeded to elucidate some fundamental rules to Ron. Just then, a voice emerged. After a moment of silence, Dudley, taking the initiative, spoke up. "Senior Wood, why do I feel as though these balls are alive?" Wood, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at the delicate child behind Ron. "Are you suggesting these balls are alive? I had a similar sensation when I first encountered them, but I believe your perception has been altered by their sounds. After prolonged exposure, you will come to realize they are merely magical objects. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. They are certainly not alive, just like your ordinary toys," Wood casually explained, then resumed elucidating the fundamental aspects of Quidditch to Ron. Meanwhile, Dudley furrowed his brow, discerning Wood's perfunctory explanation. He too had encountered magical objects. Be it enchanted brooms or magical memory orbs, none of these imparted a sense of life. They possessed no warmth, no expansion. Yet, the 3 balls of Quidditch, the bludger, the quaffle, and the golden snitch, imbued Dudley with an uncanny sensation of perceiving living beings. This sensation embodies the intuition of a researcher devoted to frequent inquiry. One's own eyes have discerned an abundance of organisms, witnessing the transition from life to death. If my intuition serves me correctly, transforming living beings into a Quidditch ball. Is this truly real, or is it something else? This is merely a figment of one's imagination. Dudley fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Wood diligently elucidated the intricacies of Quidditch. Although Wood spoke with utmost sincerity, Ron's attention wandered. He occasionally glanced back at Dudley. An instinct told Ron that he was about to face a practical challenge. "Dudley, you must uphold your promise. My esteemed reputation as a Weasley hinges upon you. You assured me that you would assist in resolving the predicament at hand. All right, Ron. I see your mind is elsewhere during my explanation, so please reiterate the key points I just conveyed," Wood remarked, gazing at Ron. Ron instinctively replied, "You mean, Wood, that I just need to evade the attacks from your bludgers, correct? Thus, I shall be able to successfully fulfill the role of a batsman." Wood nodded and said, "Indeed, that is precisely it, Ron. Evasion is the batsman's advantage, along with reflexes and magic. Well, there is little use in excessive talk. It all hinges on your own practical experience. I hope you succeed in this test." With that, Wood retrieved a magical broomstick from behind him and presented it before Ron. "Come on, Ron, let us practice." With a whoosh, Ron swallowed hard and exclaimed, Wait, just a moment. Could you explain what would happen if I were struck by the bludger? All right, Ron, do not worry. Before Wood could finish his sentence, a member of the Gryffindor team stepped forward. He picked up the bat from the ground, tossed the bludger into the air, and struck it with great force. The sound of impact echoed. The bludger shot forth, and a nearby tree trunk splintered in response. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, my friend, the worst possible outcome is merely a fracture. The Quidditch upperclassman bore a chilling demeanor. Gulp. Ron swallowed hard once more. The slightly pudgy Gryffindor upperclassman gestured towards his own broad shoulders. His physique was robust and muscular, with biceps as large as a fist. Ron cast a glance at his own arms, which were of considerably lesser girth beneath his wizarding robes. Feeling somewhat at a loss, the disparity in their strengths was overwhelming. Ron even harbored doubts that a single blow from his opponent could render him unconscious. Observing the scene, Wood instinctively furrowed his brow and addressed his Quidditch team member in a grave tone. Bill, mind your words. Ron is merely a rookie experiencing Quidditch for the first time. Is this the camaraderie you wish to foster among teammates? The rotund Gryffindor upperclassman shook his head. Captain Wood. That is not quite fair. While I may appear formidable and even seem to intimidate the newcomers, I assure you, it is all for their benefit. Regardless, he must face this trial. Wood pondered but offered no rebuttal. The slightly stout Gryffindor wizard hefted his bat, swinging it casually, creating a fierce gust of wind. The wooden stick pointed ominously at Ron's pale, bewildered face. Listen up, you little rascal. Time and again, you have interrupted the Quidditch practice match. I could overlook it. But you must understand, your future adversaries are none other than the infamous serpents known as Slytherin. Throughout our numerous Quidditch encounters, countless wizards have sustained grave injuries in this very competition. Fractures, broken limbs, even severe abrasions. These are merely trifles. The serious threats to one's scapula, cervical vertebrae, or even the head can be unexpectedly perilous. Your adversaries will not show you any mercy. The Slytherin wizards on the field will shatter your ribcage with bludgers and quaffles, leaving you in excruciating pain. They might even break your broomstick, sending you plummeting from hundreds of meters above. It is imperative to understand that during the match, external interference is strictly prohibited. Everything relies on the efforts of your teammates and yourself. Ron was momentarily struck dumb by Bill's grave expression. After a pause, he managed to utter a faint sound. I believe I won't be a burden to you. Bill, upon hearing this, gazed at Ron in astonishment and then erupted into laughter, a sound laced with derision. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Enough. Bill, restrain yourself. He is Professor McGonagall. Wood stepped forward, intending to wrest the Quidditch bat from his teammate's grasp. How could he be so excessive? Bill merely shrugged off Wood's approach. Captain, I trust you understand that what I say is not unfounded. Moreover, it is indeed the truth. Although Professor McGonagall is the headmistress, she cannot dictate the fate of a team. In Quidditch, the strength of each teammate serves as a safeguard. What say you, Wit? Are you prepared to allow this novice to be struck by a bludger from 100 meters up, merely to shield him? Yes or no? Bill's voice resonated. While Wood's countenance darkened, he was acutely aware of the implications. Yet the situation could not. Enough. Wood, step aside. Weasley, if you're afraid, just admit it and withdraw your application immediately. You are not welcome here. How utterly outrageous. Derry, look at how these upperclassmen wizards are telling Ron to get lost. It is simply unacceptable. Hermione stood by, awestruck by Bill's remarkable presence. To her, it was incomprehensible that the upperclassmen could behave in such a manner. We are all classmates, after all. It is only right that we assist one another and strive for mutual progress, even in Quidditch training. We should give our utmost effort. Did not the magical instructor mention at the beginning of the term that upperclassmen should take special care of the first-year students? Hermione turned her gaze towards Derry. Yet, he remained composed, which left her feeling quite helpless. She then shifted her attention to Harry. Harry, if I recall correctly, you had already joined the Quidditch team. What was your impression of them the first time you encountered them? Did these individuals treat you in the same manner? Hermione could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of Harry beside her. Harry shook his head, adjusting his round spectacles. No, I don't know much about such matters. Furthermore, Hermione, although I am uncertain of the specifics, I believe that, to some extent, Bill's perspective holds merit. Merit? Are you suggesting that the upperclassmen's bullying of Ron is justified? Hermione gazed at Harry in disbelief. Are you joking? Harry, do you comprehend what you are saying? Isn't Ron your friend? Shouldn't friends support one another? Why? Harry instinctively nodded. Indeed, Hermione. It is precisely because I recognize this that I maintain my stance. It is because Ron is my friend that I find Bill's assertions to be valid. Hermione stared at Harry, feeling her thoughts become somewhat tangled. After a moment of contemplation, Harry elaborated, Hermione, you know I wouldn't want my friends to be harmed. Especially on the field, if Ron were to fail the test. But I also think that is unlikely, as Ron has previously mentioned that his Quidditch skills are quite commendable. Hermione looked at Harry in shock. While that may be true, shouldn't we stand against the wrongdoing when a friend is being bullied? However, before Hermione could finish her thought, a figure stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of her. Dudley's expression was calm and his demeanor gentle. He gestured to Hermione to remain untroubled, then reached out to pat Harry on the shoulder. All right, Harry, don't overthink it. Although your intentions are good, I believe you are mistaken this time. Harry turned to Dudley in astonishment, unsure why he was being reprimanded. Cousin, you don't understand. Quidditch matches are genuinely perilous. I think. Well, never mind. Ron has previously informed me that he cannot ride a broomstick. If he were to fail the test and still be required to compete. Looking into his cousin's calm eyes, Harry ultimately refrained from voicing his conjecture. As Ron was indeed his friend, Dudley offered a faint smile and reached out to pat Harry reassuringly. It's all right, Harry. Whenever faced with a dilemma, there will always be choices. In my view, friends are a precious treasure, and they indeed deserve your unwavering support. Supporting a friend often transcends the boundaries of right and wrong. Harry gazed in astonishment at his cousin, who proceeded to utter a series of incomprehensible words. Dudley offered little clarification, leaving behind a single remark. Harry, do not fret. You must believe that Ron is adept at Quidditch. Though you may harbor doubts, it is merely that he has never divulged the intricacies of his skills to you. Perhaps he fears that such knowledge might cause you concern. After all, I am certain that Ron possesses exceptional talent in Quidditch. Cousin, please, do not jest. These past few days with Ron, he has consistently expressed his anxieties regarding Quidditch practice. It is evident that Harry's voice faltered as Dudley sidestepped him and Hermione to position himself beside Ron. Observing his cousin's serious yet nonchalant demeanor, a profound sense of confusion stirred within Harry. If Ron's Quidditch prowess were indeed remarkable, why had he been so reluctant over the past week? Meanwhile, Ron found himself encircled by the two Quidditch upperclassmen, feeling a surge of tension. Dudley, you finally arrived. After a moment of seeing Dudley approach, Ron's anxious demeanor slightly eased. Thank goodness. Dudley still remembered him. Thank goodness he had not been forsaken. He encouraged himself, nearly succumbing to the intimidation of the Quidditch seniors. All right, Ron, here is the note you handed to me last night. I return it to you now. Without allowing Ron to continue, Dudley thrust the white paper back into Ron's hands. Ron unfolded the note, skimming its contents, and his expression transformed into one of disbelief. Is this truly useful? He asked, incredulous as he looked at Dudley. Dudley, however, offered no reply, merely smiling calmly. Ron Weasley, what on earth are you up to? Our time is limited. If you are merely engaging in frivolous nonsense, I shall not be polite. If it works, it works. If it does not, it does not. Bill, standing nearby, expressed his impatience. Isn't this just a Quidditch trial? Why all the fuss over trivial matters? These fragmented matters, interconnected in a relentless sequence, are quite overwhelming. Wait, hold on. Ron tucked away the note, his expression shifting to one of ease, buoyed by the confidence that Daryl's message instilled in him. Bill, I would like to participate in your Quidditch tryouts. Upon hearing Ron's response, Bill scoffed. If only you had been this forthcoming sooner. What are you still lingering for? Hurry up and stop delaying. However, Ron pointed to the magical broomstick in his hand, defending himself. Just a moment. I trust you will understand my position as a newcomer. Firstly, I have a genuine fear of heights. This is only my second time riding a magical broom. To ensure my performance is stellar, my usual method of alleviating stress is to spend time with my pet. Ugh, what a hassle. Bill waved his bat dismissively. Ron, where do you get all these ridiculous excuses? Fine, do as you wish. Ultimately, it will be only your pet and you who suffer the consequences. If you possess the skill to protect your pet while flying on a broom, I won't say anything further. Just be sure to participate in the Quidditch tryouts. The rest is up to you. Ron's face brightened. He hadn't expected Daryl's strategy to be so effective. The note had indicated to provoke first and then set conditions. Following the script on the note, I simulated the scene and truly found myself bringing a pet along. Upon seeing that Bill had no objections, Ron nodded, eager to commence the competition. All that was needed was for Darius to cooperate effectively. However, Darius proactively raised his hand to halt the proceedings. Wait a moment. Bill looked at the young wizard before him in confusion, uncertain of his intentions. You there, irrelevant personnel, do not interfere with us. Darius was undeterred by the imposing presence of his opponent. Bill, esteemed wizard, first and foremost, Ron is my brother Harry's friend. Your recent rudeness towards him is clearly an act of disrespect. Darius spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet, to Bill, a senior wizard from Gryffindor, his words were met with disdain. Disrespect? Ha. You're referring to this lad Weasley behind you. To be frank, he is unworthy of my respect. To earn respect, one must consider the baseball bat in my hand. In the arena, everything is determined by strength. Even teamwork necessitates such an approach. Hearing Bill's subtly mocking tone, Darius merely smiled serenely in response. Bill, this is your own statement. According to your logic, as long as one possesses strength and exceptional talent, they can attain privileges? Bill frowned. What do you mean, lad? Darius continued. So, if Ron passes your Quidditch tryouts, he can do as he pleases thereafter? For instance, arranging his own training schedule? Young man, you ought to realize that arrogance comes at a price. I have yet to encounter a first-year Gryffindor wizard with such gall. Bill, incensed, laughed in anger. This was the first time a first-year wizard had dared to provoke him so openly. A 10-year-old, still in the throes of development, harbored illusions of achieving flawless victory? This left Bill feeling exceedingly vexed. Unfortunately, the one to take the field next was Wesley, not the sharp-witted lad before him. Dolly maintained a calm demeanor before finally speaking. Bill, I merely believe you should take responsibility for your recent disrespect towards my brother's friend. Just as it stands now, according to the rules you established, if we defeat you, we too shall gain certain privileges. Dolly gazed at Bill and reiterated his point. You rascal. Bill redirected his gaze towards Captain Wood, unable to contain himself any longer, yet recognizing that such matters were ultimately for the captain to decide. Wood, with a countenance full of righteous resolve, offered a wry smile. All right, my little ones, let us not argue any further. This is merely an ordinary test of Quidditch. Bill, do take it easy. If within 20 minutes you fail to hit Ron with the bludger, I shall indeed grant him a vacation. Wood remarked with a hint of implication. Rest assured, Captain, that mischievous rascal, Wesley, can a newcomer truly turn the tides? Bill discreetly gestured towards Wood. However, Wood felt quite awkward. Everyone had implicitly agreed that a little lesson would suffice, and the impulsive young wizard would surely yield in the face of true prowess. Unfortunately, his teammate Bill insisted on making a spectacle of it, which was exceedingly vexing. On the other side, Darley proactively reached out and patted Ron on the back, subsequently placing a piece of cheese atop Ron's broomstick. All right, Ron, just focus on the match. Ron, taken aback by this gesture, gritted his teeth, realizing he had no choice but to trust Darley. Hopefully, Harry's cousin was not deceiving him. As Ron positioned his broomstick beneath him, his feet slowly lifted off the ground. At that moment, he felt a tingling sensation in his shoulder, and to his surprise, a furry creature perched upon it. The little creature, a chinchilla, wobbled its tiny head, its dark, beady eyes half closed, utterly captivated by the cheese on the broomstick before it. With a swift leap, the chinchilla sprang from Ron's shoulder, executing a graceful somersault in the air before landing deftly on its feet. A delightful plop resonated as the chinchilla flicked its fluffy tail and focused intently on the cheese, rubbing its tiny paws together in anticipation. Meanwhile, Ron's feet dangled in the air, and the broomstick gradually began to ascend with him. The chinchilla swayed side to side, then turned its gaze back at Ron with a hint of annoyance in its dark eyes. Ron, puzzled by this look, found himself surprisingly able to comprehend the creature's message. It was urging him to remain steady, to avoid unnecessary movements. Simultaneously, Ron noticed Bill on the ground, his shoulder rising sharply as a bludger hurtled directly toward his face. With instinctive reflexes, Ron adjusted his trajectory, a cold sweat breaking out as he narrowly evaded the impending impact. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that the broomstick beneath him had barely moved. It was merely his body that was in a state of turmoil. In a fleeting moment, the catbus nearly tumbled from its enchanted broomstick. From its furry paw, 5 sharp claws suddenly extended, gripping the broom tightly to maintain its balance. The catbus then turned its head, glaring furiously at Bill, the Gryffindor wizard below. In its perception, He was the one who had carelessly tossed the ball without any regard for decorum. This detestable biped. It's utterly outrageous. Squeak. The Totoro rose, brandishing its claws in a theatrical display of protest. Ron felt he must be overly anxious. How could a mere mouse possibly speak? This is the second time riding the enchanted broom. However, in contrast to Totoro, Ron is far more concerned about his current predicament. He senses that Dudley may have deceived him. Now, he is over 30 meters above the ground. His sense of balance remains elusive. One misstep could send him crashing to the earth. Should an obstacle appear, there would be no hope of evasion. He could only serve as a living target. Meanwhile, Totoro turned its head, glaring furiously at Bill, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain below. In its perception, he was the one who had carelessly tossed the ball without regard for civility. Squeak. Totoro rose, gesturing wildly in protest. Observing Totoro's antics, Ron felt a chill grip his heart. How could this be happening? What should I do? On the other side, Bill frowned at Wood and spoke deliberately. Captain, I believe there may be a misunderstanding here. Wood furrowed his brow. What misunderstanding? Bill casually replied. Are you perhaps misled by Professor McGonagall? Does Ron truly possess a talent for Quidditch? Wood shook his head, about to offer an explanation, when Bill's subsequent remarks rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Captain, have you seen the sheer panic on Ron's face while riding the broom? To say the least, it hardly appears to be feigned. Moreover, his flying skills reveal that he is utterly inexperienced for our Quidditch team. I suspect he is merely an ordinary young wizard encountering a broom for the first time. Where could Ron possibly have any talent? Wood, awkwardly smiling, replied, Bill. To be honest, I have not witnessed Ron's true abilities either. Until now, it has solely been Professor McGonagall's word. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Bill scoffed. Enough, Wood. There is no perhaps, nor any misunderstanding. Frankly speaking, I sense this lad dares to mock both you and me. He is undeniably overstepping his bounds. Enough, Wood. You are aware that our Gryffindor Quidditch team is not to be trifled with. A lack of talent, coupled with repeated evasions, must be addressed seriously. Wood quickly interjected. All right, Bill, do not let your emotions dictate your actions. After all, he is merely a novice wizard. Humph, I have stated it clearly. The wager is in effect. Let this boy suffer a broken rib as a lesson. It will serve to curb his reckless chatter in the future. With that, Bill tossed the bludger into the air. The ball hovered momentarily before succumbing to gravity. With a sinister grin, Bill swung the bat, striking the bludger with tremendous force. Bang! The resounding explosion tore through the air, and in an instant, the bludger hurtled towards Ron, traversing several dozen meters. The sound of the rush and the immense pressure left Ron's cheeks stinging. Before the bludger could reach him, the overwhelming force sent a chill of dread through Ron. It was over. It was truly over. Had I known that this teammate would be so earnest, I should not have placed my trust in Dudley. It would have been better if the truth had been revealed earlier. Now, I must endure this physical torment. Ron instinctively clenched his eyes shut. The bludger, propelled by tremendous force, surged straight towards him. Having just mastered the art of riding a broomstick, evasion was beyond his capability. The fierce wind swept through, causing Ron's wizarding robes to billow wildly around him. He had lost all desire to compose himself, as his heart was consumed by fervent prayers. May this ordeal come to a swift conclusion, allowing him to languish in the hospital for 3 months. And let Dudley compensate him generously with snacks. In such a tense moment, an incongruous scene unfolded. A fluffy creature lay sprawled atop a broomstick. The cat-like creature opened its mouth, its fur dancing in the breeze. Ding! A claw extended. The creature nonchalantly prodded the side of a piece of cheese with its paw. As it opened its mouth, preparing to indulge, a sudden gust of wind threatened to dislodge the cheese from its grasp. With a deft flick of its furry tail, the creature steadied itself, clutching the cheese with its tiny paws. In a remarkably human-like manner, it used its elbow to smooth its fur. Squeak. That was close. Meanwhile, Ron, who had braced himself to withstand the impending impact, stared in bewilderment. Why do I feel no pain? Could it be that the bludger is flying at such a slow speed? Moments later, Ron reopened his eyes, astonished to see the bludger careening away in another direction. A wave of disbelief washed over him. Did I evade it? I somehow avoided a direct collision with the bludger? My goodness. Ron found himself in a state of stunned astonishment. On the ground, the slightly portly Quidditch player, Bill, wore a similarly frozen expression, gazing up at Ron in disbelief. Muttering instinctively, my heavens, could I be mistaken? Is this merely a coincidence? Are you certain my eyes did not deceive me? What on earth are you doing? Bill? The senior witch with a ponytail shook her head, explaining, "Bill, I hope you take this seriously now." The previous incident was supposed to be a mere test, and the script was intended to intimidate Ron, that naive little wizard. But what is happening now? Why is it still a test? Do you truly wish for us to be bested by a freshman? Enough. Let me explain. Bill replied, exasperated. No. I was exerting all my strength against that bludger. You could see that I used 80% of my power just now. The ponytailed witch tossed her hair in disbelief. Really? Are you sure? Because I can't shake the feeling that you're still holding back. Bill, frustrated by his teammate's skepticism, waved his hand dismissively. All right. Enough already. That was merely a mistake. This time I shall knock that kid down. It's just hitting a stationary target. Otherwise, he might genuinely believe his luck is that extraordinary. With that declaration, Bill swung his bat forcefully, sending the returning bludger hurtling towards Ron in the air. Bang! Another explosive sound echoed. The bludger suddenly veered back, diving towards Ron overhead. Whoosh! Once again, Ron narrowly evaded it. Bill's expression darkened. He sensed that the situation was becoming rather precarious. All right, Bill. I think this has gone on long enough. I want to say much more, but you need to get serious after this. Otherwise, this kid might actually force us to fulfill our agreement. I believe such an occurrence would certainly be a grave matter. Furthermore, if he becomes the first beater who does not have to participate in the team's practice match, I think you will bear a significant responsibility for that. After all, our Gryffindor Quidditch team has never set such a precedent. Would also perceive the underlying tension in the situation. Ron has proven to possess considerable skill, a fact that had eluded recognition until now. His ambitions as a fledgling wizard are unexpectedly grand. From his perspective, he earnestly hopes that Bill will impart some valuable lessons, making Ron aware that even a genius must undergo training and refinement before reaching maturity. After all, Quidditch is a competitive sport. Bill inhaled deeply, feeling a flush of warmth on his cheeks. All right, Captain. I believe it was merely an unforeseen coincidence. Trust me, I shall take this seriously. Bill's demeanor turned grave, his expression even bearing a hint of ferocity. It was time to be earnest. Wood opened his mouth to speak, but, after a moment of contemplation, chose to remain silent. Up, Bill commanded softly, extending his palm forcefully. A series of strange sounds erupted as the Quidditch brooms, originally positioned behind him for training, responded to his summoning spell and glided to the forefront. The brooms hovered before him as Bill skillfully mounted one, his legs dangling freely, propelling his body dozens of meters into the sky. In the next instant, Bill unfalteringly raised his arm, vigorously swinging the bat in his grasp. Boom! Another resounding crack echoed as the falling bludger was mercilessly struck and sent hurtling towards Ron. My heavens, you are cheating. This is outrageous, Ron exclaimed in midair, his expression one of panic as he looked down at Wood, shouting, Captain Wood, this is utterly unfair. We agreed that I would dodge in the air while you would hit from below. How? How can you still ride the enchanted broom? This is truly an act of bullying. Wood's expression was awkward. Indeed, it seems rather unfair to treat a novice young wizard, who has only just touched a magical broomstick, with such seriousness. To be frank, it indeed raises suspicions of taking advantage of one's superior status. However, Wood also discerned that Ron does possess a certain talent. Remarkably, he managed to evade a consecutive attack from a bludger while airborne. It is worth noting that Bill, in the Gryffindor Quidditch team, not only serves as a beater but also temporarily assumes the role of a chaser. Such achievements undeniably attest to his formidable skills. Bill's most impressive feat was causing the Slytherin keeper to suffer from consecutive broken ribs. His individual resilience is nothing short of exceptional. Alas, if only Ron had a better temperament, the situation might not have escalated to this point. Nevertheless, allowing the newcomer to endure some hardships could indeed benefit the team's development. After all, there exists a significant disparity in strength between the two. Wood murmured to himself for a while. No matter how Ron pleaded or tried to justify himself while hovering in midair, Wood pretended not to hear. At that moment, Bill, suspended above, wore an expression of irritation. He watched Ron ahead of him, feeling a deep-seated resentment. How on earth did this little rascal accomplish that? He managed to evade 5 consecutive game-winning shots with such finesse. Hey, Wesley, tell me the truth. Is this your first time attempting Quidditch? Bill inhaled deeply and questioned solemnly. Ron was taken aback, and his enchanted broomstick automatically slowed down. Well, this is indeed my first official ride on a magical broom. However, strictly speaking, this is my second time. After all, the last occasion was during Professor Rolanda's flying class. But before Ron could finish his sentence, the slightly portly Gryffindor upperclassman swiftly twisted his elbow, gripping the bat firmly, and with great force swung downwards. Bang! Ron was left utterly dazed. What is the situation? Was it not agreed that the batter would strike the wandering ball to attack themselves? Why then, without uttering a word, resort to directly striking someone with the bat? One must truly brace oneself to endure a strike. It is not merely a matter of pride, for one's bones may well be shattered by an opponent. Bill, with an expression full of derision, fixed his gaze upon Ron and enunciated slowly, "You little rascal. This is Quidditch. You are still far too inexperienced. Fortunately, you are facing me now. Had it been Slytherin, that bat would not merely strike your shoulder, but your nape as well. Such audacity in a mere practice match. Off you go to the Hogwarts infirmary for some reflection, lest you continue with such arrogance." As his words resonated, the baseball Bill held drew perilously close to Ron's shoulder. The force of the blow would surely result in either a fracture or a dislocation. Yet, in the next instant, Bill's expression turned to one of confusion. Where had he gone? How had he vanished? But soon, shock washed over Bill as he realized that Ron had deftly maneuvered in the direction of the attack, executing a complete 360-degree turn and appearing directly behind him. There was no time to react. Bill felt the crushing impact of a magical broom on his shoulder. His body swayed, and he plummeted from the air. No, this is inconceivable. A novice in Quidditch, barely mastering the art of riding a magical broom. How could he possibly execute such extraordinary stunts? Bang! A dull thud echoed as Bill plummeted from a height of 20 meters. Wood, witnessing this alarming spectacle, was struck with horror. If he were to land headfirst on the pitch, he would either perish or be rendered incapacitated. Swiftly, he reached into his robes, retrieving his wand and murmuring an incantation. At the precise moment Bill's body was about to make contact with the ground, the tip of the wand radiated a vibrant orange glow. The luminescence struck Bill. Yet due to the brief duration of the spell, the crimson magical beam merely suspended his descent for a fleeting half-second before he fell heavily to the earth. Bill's consciousness momentarily halted in midair, only to succumb to an overwhelming darkness. No, this cannot be. How could the Weasley's prowess be so exaggerated? The red magical beam had only managed to suspend Bill's descent for a mere half-second before he crashed down. My heavens! How is this possible? The Quidditch senior with a ponytail rushed forward to assess the situation. What unfolded before her was utterly astonishing. Yet there was no time for contemplation. After a moment, the ponytailed witch wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and turned to Wood, saying, "Fortunately, it did not result in a fatality. Falling from such a height, my goodness, it was almost akin to the time during the match against Slytherin. Nevertheless, Bill still breathes. In the midst of misfortune, there lies a glimmer of hope. However, it appears that there is a slight misalignment between the cervical vertebrae and the scapula. I cannot discern whether there will be any lingering effects. I shall first escort him to the infirmary at Hogwarts, allowing him to receive the necessary treatment. I fervently hope that the healing spells will facilitate his swift recovery." With that, the ponytailed witch, undeterred by the reactions of those around her, hurriedly lifted Bill and a Princess Carrie, departing the scene. Meanwhile, Ron remained somewhat dazed, his expression blank. He too gazed incredulously at the magical broomstick in his hands. The events that had just transpired felt utterly surreal to him. Was it divine intervention? The precise evasion in midair, the intricate maneuvers to dodge pursuit, and ultimately, the remarkable counterattack against the Quidditch wizard who had relentlessly pursued him. It is simply unimaginable, even knowing that one's true abilities may amount to nothing. To maintain inertia amidst such rapid motion is nothing short of miraculous. Not falling from the enchanted broomstick is already a feat. To hope for anything beyond that seems extravagant. Ron swallowed hard once more. At this moment, were it not for the clear footprints of the small creature on the broomstick, he would truly doubt whether the extraordinary maneuver he had just executed was merely a figment of his imagination. As he pondered, a sudden exclamation jolted Ron back to reality. Not far ahead, Harry was sprinting towards him with great speed. With arms outstretched and a face brimming with excitement, he launched himself. A bear hug enveloped Ron's neck tightly. Feeling the heavy pressure before him, Ron finally registered the situation. "Ron, good heavens, this is utterly astonishing. I have long proclaimed you to be a genius. Yet, you still harbor doubts. Just observe the recent display. If I were not aware that we both encountered the enchanted broom on the same day, I might even question whether you are, in fact, a bona fide Quidditch competitor. Especially considering that just 2 days ago, I trained with Wood. Ron, you are simply remarkable. As Ron gazed at Harry's animated expression, he felt a stirring within him. He then cautiously inquired, really? Truly? Do you genuinely believe I am impressive? You honestly think everything that just transpired was real? Harry tilted his face upwards, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Humph. What are you talking about? What is real or not? You are nothing short of extraordinary, Ron. Particularly that final, dazzling display. I felt you were incredibly cool. Even Wood might not be able to achieve such feats. Upon hearing this, Ron bashfully scratched his head. Is that so? Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. So, I truly am that impressive? As he spoke, Ron glanced to his side and noticed Hermione. With her egg-shaped face and wide, curious eyes, observing him intently. What is it, Hermione? Is there something peculiar about my face? Ron instinctively asked. Hermione tossed her head and playfully retorted. Humph. I always thought you were just a braggart. However, I must admit, you do possess some genuine skill, although you frequently contravene Hogwarts regulations. Yet, solely regarding your Quidditch talent, I cannot deny that you are indeed quite formidable. Having said this, Hermione turned her head away, no longer meeting Ron's gaze. Ron remained transfixed, staring at Hermione's alabaster neck and her subtly rounded profile. A warmth blossomed within him. It felt as though, for a fleeting moment, this face is not so unpleasant after all. I have received praise from Hermione. Ron feels quite elated. The accolades from those around him envelop Ron in a moment of bliss. Nevertheless, in this moment, Ron experienced an unparalleled joy. In this moment of joy, he found himself utterly oblivious to the act of contemplation, pondering the essence of his current self and the reasons behind his fortune. Meanwhile, Dudley chose not to approach Ron. Instead, he observed with keen interest the harmonious emotional exchanges among the three companions. Dudley could surmise some of Ron's inner thoughts. Regardless of whether all of this was rightfully his own achievement, from the standpoint of his biological studies, many organisms exhibit selective behaviors. At specific moments and intervals, they tend to forget pain, sorrow, and other detrimental emotions that weigh heavily on the mind and spirit. This is a pursuit of benefit while avoiding harm. Clearly, driven by instinct, Ron is reluctant to reflect on what has garnered him such acclaim. For, pondering these matters would inflict upon him anguish and sorrow. Nevertheless, Ron's psychological transformation remains untouched by Dudley's analytical musings. At this moment, his gaze drifts behind him. A soft thud. A pair of leather shoes tread upon the grass of the pathway. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Hogwarts Quidditch team, stands beside Dudley, awkwardly fixing his gaze in Ron's direction, uttering, "How wonderful." Ron's talent in Quidditch indeed evokes a certain sense of envy. I dare say he surpasses even Harry in this regard. What do you think, Dudley? Dudley, upon hearing this, did not rush to respond. Instead, he regarded Wood with an air of indifference. After a prolonged silence, Wood scratched his head and sighed. You're quite the peculiar fellow. Well, I suppose I should speak first. There is something I wish to ask of you. Dudley tilted his head, interrupting. Wood, are you asking me to persuade Ron? To encourage him to participate in the Quidditch team training matches as he ought to? Wood appeared somewhat embarrassed, admitting, yes, that is precisely my intention. Although, as per our agreement, Ron is not required to formally join the Quidditch training until just before the match. However, our opponents are Slytherin. This is a matter we must approach with utmost seriousness. Wood felt a certain awkwardness as he spoke, for his actions could indeed be deemed a breach of contract. For a wizard who values promises, maintaining one's credibility is of paramount importance. I fear I may have said too much, and I am uncertain if you can comprehend my words. In any case, I still hope you could assist me. Wood added with a reiteration. After all, Darryl does not appear to be very old. However, once Wood concluded his explanation, Darryl no longer directed his attention towards him. This left Wood feeling quite perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, just as he sensed the need to remind himself, Daly's calm voice broke the silence. Senior Wood, do you not find this rather peculiar? Wood, taken aback, responded, peculiar? Daly, what do you mean by peculiar? Are you astonished by Ron's talent? While I can comprehend that, I must clarify that it is innate. Before Wood could finish his thought, Daly extended his finger towards a nearby red wooden chest. No, Senior Wood, I am referring to this. Wood stared in astonishment. This is merely a Quidditch competition chest. Is there anything unusual about this? Dudley did not elaborate further. Instead, he stepped forward and crouched down, gently caressing the surface of the wandering sphere. The sphere was ensnared by inky black chains, nestled within its designated wooden recess. The moment Dolly's hand made contact, a cacophony of noise erupted around him. Squeaks and crackles filled the air. Yet, Dolly's expression remained unchanged. He seemed unfazed by the shrill sounds, and he slowly began to speak. Senior Wood. The surface of this wandering sphere feels pleasantly warm to the touch, exhibiting a subtly soft texture that evokes a sensation akin to skin. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, one might discern a few delicate hairs adorning its surface, while the edges are meticulously stitched with white lines. This object, I still feel as if it is alive. Derry articulated his conclusion. What are you saying? Wood furrowed his brow and swiftly approached Derry, lifting him from the ground and casually covering the wooden crate used for the Quidditch match. The cacophony of sharp sounds around them vanished in an instant. Derry, I believe you are overthinking this. It is merely a magical artifact. There is nothing alive as you claim. Magical artifacts are just tools. They do not possess life. Wood began to explain. Is that so? Senior Wood. Derry gazed at him. Wood, bewildered by Derry's stare, watched as Derry bent down to pick up the Quidditch bat and returned it to him. Senior Wood, have you never noticed? Wood, puzzled, replied, Noticed what? Derry weighed the Quidditch bat in his hands before tossing it back to Wood. There is something on this bat. Wood looked at the bat in confusion. Derry's voice gradually emerged. During my time in the Muggle world, my biology teacher once told me something profound. That is, emotions. Any living being possesses emotions, whether it be plants or animals, and the most fundamental means of communication between living beings, in the absence of language, is emotion. Do you not perceive its emotions while holding the bat? Derry's tone remained remarkably calm. Wood listened, feeling utterly perplexed. The young boy often articulates peculiar notions. It appears that the reason wizards harbor a disdain for Muggles may stem from their inability to comprehend Muggle reasoning. Dismissing the thoughts swirling in his mind, Wood gazed at Dudley and felt compelled to reiterate. Dudley, I truly hope you will persuade Ron to attend the Quidditch practice on time. It is of utmost importance to him. However, Dudley pressed on. Pausing in his stride, Dudley turned to Wood, his demeanor remarkably composed, and stated, I refuse. Wood was taken aback, exclaiming, Why? Dudley then pivoted, advancing towards Harry and Ron, declaring, This is none of my concern. I am not participating in the Quidditch match. Wood opened his mouth, rendered speechless, unable to muster a single retort. That insufferable brat! Does he not comprehend the significance of Quidditch to the honor of Hogwarts? With this thought, Wood shook his head. There was no turning back now, only the path ahead to tread. Approaching the mahogany chest designated for Quidditch, Wood reached out to grasp it. For a moment, uncertainty washed over him as he weighed the bat in his hands. Humph, I knew it. What nonsensical reasoning. Wood scoffed internally and turned to leave. However, his steps faltered. His brow furrowed. He extended his hand, scrutinizing the Quidditch bat once more. Disgust. Why? Do I harbor such peculiar feelings? It is strange, for I have always cherished this sport. How could I suddenly feel a twinge of aversion? This bizarre thought flitted away as Wood chose to dismiss it and made his way down another corridor. Perhaps the unfortunate events of today had simply been too overwhelming. Meanwhile, Dudley quietly observed Wood's retreating figure, his gaze landing on the chest not far off. A magical instrument specifically for Quidditch. Although Wood remained oblivious to the intricacies within, Dudley still sensed an air of mystery surrounding the situation. Could it be that the magical world is so insular? After all, a ball that continuously emits wails and possesses a semblance of emotion conjured unsettling associations in his mind. While Dudley pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of light footsteps behind him. Turning, he beheld Ron, Hermione, and Harry approaching. Dudley, you are simply incredible. I never imagined. I can actually avoid participating in future Quidditch practices. My goodness, I can hardly fathom that I might officially join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Dudley, you are absolutely amazing, Ron exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment as he animatedly expressed his excitement. Dudley merely smiled, choosing not to engage further on that topic. Humph, I feel. Meanwhile, Hermione could not help but roll her eyes. Ron, even though you have joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, I feel that your previous agreement is rather dubious. Ron felt somewhat perplexed about Hermione's intentions. Hermione nodded and remarked, Quidditch is, after all, a team sport. If you do not cooperate with one another and neglect practice, unforeseen incidents may arise during the match. Therefore, I suggest that you and Harry train together frequently. This way, you'll have a better chance when facing Slytherin in the future. Trust me, you won't regret it. With her egg-shaped face tilted upward, Hermione placed her hands on her hips and continued to convey her thoughts to Ron. Hermione. Ron interjected while digging at his ears. Are you joking? You want me to participate in Quidditch practice? I assure you, that is utterly impossible. I have only just secured my place on the team. Moreover, I have no need to toil through daily training. Hermione, you must believe, trust in my talent. I assure you, when I truly face Slytherin on the field, I will not falter. Ron waved away Hermione's attempts at persuasion, dismissing the notion of attending practice. Not to mention, he had already offended Bill, the team's beater. Who knows what kind of trouble he might face during training? Ron was fully aware of his own abilities. It was not feasible to bring along Dudley's magical pet, a hairless rat, to every training session, even if it was still young. It would surely draw attention to his peculiar behavior, and he would eventually be at risk of exposure. Ron, I think you should consider Hermione's perspective. I believe she is right. The competition is a serious matter. You cannot rely solely on spontaneous performance. Observing Harry's persistence and persuading him, Ron quickly shifted to Harry's other side. All right, Harry, I understand your point. But did you not witness my skill just now? Even Bill, a seasoned competitor, was defeated by me. Therefore, whether I participate in Quidditch training or not does not diminish the fact of my exceptional talent. Harry was taken aback and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, Ron, your talent is indeed remarkable, and I acknowledge that. But, no buts. Harry, you are not listening to me. Ron interrupted Harry's attempt to continue the debate. Harry, you need not worry. Do you remember the question I asked you earlier? Harry gazed at Ron in confusion. Ron then approached Dudley and turned back to Harry, saying, Do you see now? From today onwards, I shall seek guidance from Dudley on how to become stronger. I believe that even without participating in the Quidditch training matches, I can excel on the true playing field. No, Ron, your Quidditch talent has nothing to do with my cousin. Harry wore a bewildered expression, followed by a hint of confusion, as his cousin was an exceptionally studious individual, yet he had never played Quidditch. How could Ron be so confident? In the end, had he misled his friend? Hermione was also somewhat amused and exasperated by Ron's topic diversion skills. She covered her mouth with her fair hand, stifling a laugh. Very well, Ron, if you are determined, we shall look forward to your match. What? You don't believe me? Observing the expressions of Harry and Hermione, Ron frowned in displeasure. Harry quickly waved his hand, saying, Ron, it's not that Hermione and I doubt you. But your excuse of laziness is riddled with flaws. Hermione nodded in agreement. Indeed, Dudley himself has admitted that he knows nothing about Quidditch. How could he possibly aid you in becoming proficient in that regard? Ron, you should refrain from making such statements in the future. Such a situation could lead to misunderstandings. Observing the two individuals before him, Ron opened his mouth, wishing to argue, yet found himself at a loss for words. After all, the secret he shared with Daryl could not be openly discussed. After a lengthy pause, he could only gaze at Daryl behind him and ask, Daryl, are you certain that the method you promised me to become stronger will indeed be effective? After all, I am about to participate in an official competition. Daryl, with an air of assurance, nodded naturally. Indeed, Ron, I did promise that this method could enable you to grow stronger. I believe you should have no doubts regarding my knowledge. Upon hearing this, Ron exhaled deeply. With Daryl's assurance, he felt a sense of security wash over him. Let us hope that is the case. Meanwhile, Hermione, intrigued, interjected, Excuse me? Daryl, do you truly possess a method that can rapidly enhance one's strength? In that case, is it you who nurtured Ron's talent in Quidditch? Hermione gazed at Dudley with a hint of perplexity. This fellow, usually so refined in demeanor, had not revealed the extent of his athletic prowess. Dudley nodded nonchalantly. I have told Ron that the method to become stronger is quite simple, and I believe he has already grasped it. Hermione's eyes widened in anticipation, eager for Dudley to elaborate. If only she could replicate it. Dudley then smiled slightly. My method for becoming stronger is to consume more meat, eggs, and milk. These contribute to physical development. And I believe Harry's exceptional Quidditch talent is also derived from this. Harry. Upon hearing this, Harry couldn't help but let several question marks appear above his head. He was familiar with meat, eggs, and milk, which he considered as protein sources. His previous diet had been rather dismal. Under Uncle Vernon's restrictions, it was quite challenging to get meat. If it weren't for his cousin secretly slipping him some beef and chicken, he might have gone an entire year without tasting meat. Hermione, beside him, was even more incredulous. Before entering the magical world, she had consumed these items almost daily. Yet she had not developed any enhanced Quidditch talent. Observing Hermione's bewildered expression, Dudley casually remarked. Haven't you heard of these? Hermione instinctively shook her head. No, Dudley, I have heard of them. Moreover, my parents often prepared ample and rich high-protein foods for me. For instance, milk, eggs, dairy products, and so forth. However, I feel these have no relation to becoming stronger. Before Hermione could continue, Dudley interjected, Hermione, if you were to eat only one meal a day, without a proper dietary balance, would you still have the energy to study and exercise the next day? Hermione was taken aback. She instinctively shook her head. Not eating would leave 1 week. Dudley then smiled slightly. So if you eat well and feel satisfied, wouldn't your physical condition now be stronger than yesterday? If so, with adequate nutritional intake, you are, in a sense, growing stronger every day. Hermione's face turned crimson. She found Dudley's description rather odd. Yet theoretically, it was indeed accurate. However, there was an inexplicable feeling that something was amiss. Well, Dudley, you do have a point. Hermione felt helpless. As this was her first encounter with such convoluted reasoning, frustrated by the limitations of her own thinking, she kicked the grass beneath her. Meanwhile, Ron felt completely relieved. If even Hermione believed Dudley's method of gaining strength was not erroneous, then all he needed to do was diligently follow Dudley's dietary structure, and surely, he would one day stand shoulder to shoulder with Harry Potter on the path to becoming stronger. No, even potentially surpassing him. The thought that his own magical talent could eclipse that of Harry Potter filled Ron with immense excitement. After elucidating his concept of self-improvement, Dudley did not linger any longer. He took the lead, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione trailing closely behind him. The group returned to the dormitory area. Hermione bid farewell to everyone. Ron then leaned closer to Dudley and whispered, Dudley, does our previous agreement still hold? Dudley looked at Ron in confusion. Seeing this, Ron quickly raised his hands in exasperation and said, You can't just disregard me, Dudley. Now that you've mastered the art of enhancement, but the realm of proteins and dairy is vast. I need your assistance in refining the recipe. Thus, I can effectively. Ron did not elaborate further. In truth, his pocket money was limited, and the dining options for young wizards at Hogwarts were rather constrained. The strength-enhancing recipes that Dudley mentioned must possess some unique qualities. He needed to replicate them entirely, as long as the daily cost was not exorbitant. For the sake of his magical talent, Ron was willing to make sacrifices. He cautiously placed his hand into his pocket, feeling around, but he only discovered a few scanty nuts. This was the entirety of his 5 years' worth of pocket money. Upon seeing Ron, Dudley paused and said after a moment, There's no rush. Think about becoming stronger in a couple of days. After all, strength always comes at a cost. Cost? Ron looked at Dudley with curiosity, almost instinctively nodding in agreement. Rest assured, Dudley, I am willing to pay any price. However, Dudley did not give Ron the chance to continue. He turned and led Harry up another staircase. Seeing this, Ron sighed in resignation. Indeed, the true path to strength was not easily attained. Nevertheless, this minor obstacle would not deter him. His father, Arthur Weasley, had always said that perseverance would yield rewards. Ron silently vowed, Dudley, just wait. I will make you willingly divulge the secret to becoming strong. On the other side of the corridor, Dudley released Harry's hand upon returning to the dormitory and prepared to head toward his study. Dudley, cousin. Harry's weak voice broke the silence. Dudley halted, turning to regard Harry with a calm expression. Harry instinctively opened his mouth but ultimately said, Cousin, I still think. Perhaps you could persuade Ron to join the Quidditch practice. Though he could not articulate why. He felt that relying solely on dietary changes to defeat Slytherin seemed, somewhat. Harry refrained from continuing. He did not wish to question his cousin's decision. However, Ron was also his friend, and if he truly considered the well-being of his friend, indeed, it was necessary. Although it might displease his cousin, Dudley smiled slightly, reaching out to ruffle Harry's hair. Harry, I have already urged Ron. Harry was taken aback. His cousin had helped him convince Ron? How had he not known? When had this transpired? Dudley casually explained. I have already advised him to return after a while to seek methods for becoming stronger. During this period, as his friend, you should encourage him more. I firmly believe that with your capabilities, Ron will willingly return to the Quidditch team for training. Upon hearing Dudley's explanation, Harry was struck with realization and looked at his cousin with immense gratitude. It turned out that Dudley had always been considering him. Not only himself, but also Ron's situation was taken into account. This thought filled Harry with joy, and he nodded earnestly with his little head. He smiled brightly. Thank you. Dudley, cousin. Dudley did not say much. He merely nodded and calmly turned away, returning to his study. The second phase was about to commence. Dudley did not elaborate further. He simply nodded and quietly turned back to his study. Based on his experimental records, the experiment involving the Philosopher's Stone entering a living organism was still not sufficiently refined. According to the plan, even the first batch of feed had not yet been successfully cultivated. Following his experimental procedures, mercury was absorbed by aquatic organisms, subsequently converting into methylmercury. Moreover, these organisms must be able to survive independently for over a week before entering the consumption phase. Although time was of the essence, he could not recklessly disrupt his heavy metal organism plans. Even so, thorough experimentation was essential. Whether it affected wizards or ordinary aquatic creatures, utmost caution was required. Upon returning to his study, Dudley meticulously reorganized the records of his heavy metal organism experiments. After confirming the accuracy of the specific records and the order of observation, he then turned his attention to the black-scaled fish within the glass enclosure. This aquatic creature, aside from its presence in the wizarding world, can also be found in supermarkets in London. The initial choice was made primarily for the convenience of observation. Currently, I have ingested the black-scaled fish that contains a trace amount of mercury from the water orchid, yet no significant adverse physical reactions have manifested. According to the original design, after consuming the water orchid, the black-scaled fish is estimated to have a metabolic duration of approximately 1 to 2 hours. Due to its short digestive system, I am able to clearly observe its external manifestations. Before me, the translucent viscera and blood vessels of the black-scaled fish exhibit no signs of necrosis or cessation of function. There are also no indications of the degradation of lipoproteins. In light of this, could it be that the dosage is insufficient? Dudley shook his head, pondering his own conjecture. Might there be an alternative possibility that the heavy metal elements have not activated the suppression mechanisms within the black-scaled fish's body? Consequently, there would be no special reaction. The absence of any remarkable response renders the observations rather challenging. Dudley gazed at the experimental materials enclosed within the fiberglass, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. In his previous life, during his academic pursuits and professional endeavors, the use of mercury on living organisms was strictly prohibited by relevant regulations. Such experiments contravene animal protection regulations. Moreover, the research team is not the first to conduct experiments involving mercury. Consequently, relevant literature and data are scarce. However, it is clear that mercury poses a significant threat to all living organisms. To put it simply, heavy metals are toxic to all forms of life. This is akin to placing metal within a living organism. Its inherent rigidity and the resultant peculiar pathologies may lead to varying degrees of biological deterioration. To observe this phenomenon, one must exercise patience. This reflects a trend of chronic poisoning. Within this context, there must exist a balance point. Yet the critical threshold remains elusive. Utilizing the powdered essence of the magical stone seems nothing short of wasteful. The concept has been finalized. Dudley, adhering to the original design, extracted several newly sprouted leaves of the water orchid from the third experimental pot. He then gently placed them at the edge of the water tank. Dudley intended to offer this plant as sustenance to the black-scaled fish residing within the aquarium. After a moment's contemplation, he gazed at the splashes of water within the tank. Dudley once again took up pen and paper. The process of experimentation is invariably accompanied by the orchestration of life, and all he could do was to bring an end to its suffering at the earliest possible moment. With this thought in mind, Dudley opened his new notebook. Details of the gradual transformation of magical species. 1. Location: Hogwarts, Gryffindor dormitory. One day after successfully feeding the water orchid, I observed a peculiar phenomenon. The ravenous black-scaled fish. Their reaction to the water orchid had slowed significantly. This reaction specifically refers to the neural responses of the fish, whether it is a sudden strike, the sound of glass, or a loud voice. These stimuli tend to startle the fish, particularly the black-scaled variety. Compared to their initial feeding response, which was swift, their reaction to the recent feeding of water orchids seems, perhaps due to my own illusion, to have slowed down. They appear more lethargic, despite the fact that only 4 hours have elapsed since the last observation. After concluding today's experimental records, I turned my gaze toward the black-scaled fish in the tank, who were voraciously consuming their food. Dudley furrowed his brow, uncertain whether he had merely imagined it. The black-scaled fish exhibited a noticeable decline in their reflexes compared to their initial encounter. Was it possible that mercury had infiltrated their bodies through the bloodstream? Pondering this, Derry extended his hand into the fish tank, intending to conduct a simple experiment. However, the black-scaled fish seemed startled, darting away in all directions. This indicated that their reaction speed was not as diminished as he had presumed. Derry raised an eyebrow. Had he overthought the situation? Or were there other manifestations of Mercury's presence within the fish? Time seemed to fly while immersed in his experimentation. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Hogwarts forbade the use of electronic devices. And while he was uncertain how this group of wizards processed information, a mechanical watch was permissible. He also glanced at the schedule beside him. Tomorrow was Monday. And the first class would be Charms, a class taught by Professor Flitwick. Looking at the list of classes, Derry smiled wryly. Realizing he had not attended Hogwarts magical lessons in over a week, he wondered what the magic instructor would be like and how it compared to the grand lectures in London. With this thought, Derry made his way to the study door, casting a glance at the golden-hued water lily positioned beside the fish tank. This marks the inaugural triumph of transforming living plants into gold. However, this gold possesses a unique essence. This is an extraordinarily flexible gold. Dudley smiled faintly, thoroughly pleased with the results of his experiment. Do not fret. Soon enough, you shall have a companion. It is imminent. The experiment is progressing steadily. With a new friend, I trust you will experience a myriad of emotional fluctuations. With this thought, Dudley departed from the study, gently closing the door behind him. In an instant, the illumination from the magical lamp on the wall extinguished, plunging the study into complete darkness. At that moment, a subtle anomaly emerged. The golden water orchid placed by the window began to sway gently. In the stillness of the environment, beams of moonlight cascaded through the window. As the moonlight illuminated the surface of the leaves, it revealed a delicate golden aura. The window remained tightly shut, and the room was devoid of a breeze. Yet, the golden water orchid continued to undulate, exuding a faint luminescence. Regrettably, this enchanting scene went unnoticed by anyone else. Thus, the tranquil night slipped away, unbeknownst to all. Knock, knock. A heavy knocking resonated. At that moment, Dudley had donned a brand new wizard's robe. Amidst the flurry of activity, Dudley noticed Harry emerging from beneath the bed with a suitcase. Good morning, Cousin Dudley. Harry greeted as he saw Dudley approaching the dormitory door. Harry then took the initiative to open the door. Outside stood a curious red-haired boy clad in a wizard's robe. Good morning, Harry. What brings you up so early today? Good morning, Ron. How are you so punctual? Harry stepped aside to let Ron into the room, then returned to pull out a large suitcase from under the bed. Observing Harry's actions, Ron instinctively pursed his lips. Let me assist you. It appears this suitcase is rather heavy. Harry did not decline, and together they successfully dragged the suitcase to the center of the living room. Dudley, meanwhile, prepared today's magical textbooks. Glancing at the lively Harry and Ron, Dudley chuckled but chose to remain focused on his own magical assignments. Following Harry's handwriting, he needed to complete his notes for the spellcasting class. Harry, to tell me what is inside this? Why is it so heavy? Ron inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze. Be gentle. The contents are not mine, Harry replied. Opening the suitcase and pointing at its contents, there is nothing particularly strange, Ron. This is what Darley's cousin specifically sent to Hogwarts via express delivery when Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia left home. Listening to Harry's explanation, Ron instinctively swallowed. His gaze fixated on the entire suitcase brimming with snacks and meat products, exclaiming, My goodness, Harry. Within this assortment, there exists an abundance of cream cheese, milk bread, ham, and cured meats, and to my astonishment, even air-dried fish. Oh, the packaging. My goodness. It is from Faley Food Company. Harry, do you realize that these are exquisite snacks? By the way, it shouldn't be too expensive, right? Ron gazed at Harry with envy. Harry casually pulled out a bottle of specialty yogurt from his suitcase and glanced at the price tag. I'm not entirely sure of the exact price. However, if converted to pounds, the cheapest item here would not be less than 5 pounds. Ron looked at Harry, puzzled. How much is 5 pounds? He had heard of pounds before. It was a currency his father frequently dealt with during his time at the Ministry of Magic. Generally, such currency was unnecessary in the wizarding world. Harry looked at Ron for a moment, uncertain. Ron, have you forgotten? Previously in magical history, there was an article discussing a proposal for the minimum wage for wizards, but I can't recall the details. Wizarding wages can be exchanged for pounds. Of course, I once saw on the exchange wall at Gringotts that 1 gold galleon is approximately 5 pounds. Though I'm not sure how accurate that is. Upon hearing Harry's explanation, Ron was rendered speechless. He stared at the small yogurt in Harry's hand and exclaimed, This tiny bottle of yogurt is worth 1 galleon? My goodness. Ron covered his mouth, his expression one of disbelief. It was simply too expensive. Could it be that Dudley's earlier claim that consuming more meat, eggs, and dairy would enhance strength was based on such a dietary standard? The thought left Ron feeling somewhat despondent. He had saved his pocket money for several years. Yet he didn't even possess a single galleon. At most, just a few silver sickles. Ron couldn't fathom that if this were the dietary norm, he would have to sell himself to afford it. Harry, oblivious to Ron's distress, proactively retrieved another bottle of yogurt from the suitcase and offered it to him. Here you go, Ron. Since we have it, you must try this. Ron, still in shock, accepted the yogurt from Harry, bewildered. Do you mean your cousin Dudley doesn't want it? Harry tilted his head in a somewhat exasperated manner and remarked, my cousin previously referred to these items as junk food. Utterly unhealthy. Initially, he outright refused the offerings from Uncle Vernon. However, to my surprise, my aunt and uncle somehow managed to send him a whole box of snacks via courier. Just look at this enormous box of treats. There's even a note attached, stating that if it's not sufficient, they can call Philly Company at the recipient address for a resupply. Ron stared in bewilderment at the scene before him, having been astonished countless times already. From their first meeting, Harry, much like himself, appeared quite shabby, yet, to his astonishment, Harry had a wealthy cousin. Ron was left speechless. He had never anticipated that Harry would have such a prosperous relative. All right, we need to head to class, Dudley declared, rising and directing his gaze at the two before him. And, Harry, Ron, these snacks should be consumed sparingly, for excessive indulgence may lead to weight gain and overeating, which is detrimental to one's health. Alas, oh dear, cousin, Harry mumbled indistinctly while chewing on his corn and ham. But, don't just discard them, or let them expire. That is far too wasteful. Ron gestured in agreement. Dudley chuckled helplessly. Unlike Harry, he held little affection for sweets and snacks. If given a choice, he would prefer steak and vegetables. As for ready-to-eat products, they invariably contain additives. Even in London, as an early center of the food industry, such additives are unavoidable. Ron, on the other hand, felt quite pleased. He had already made up his mind. This large box of snacks is far too much for Harry to consume alone. It would be wonderful if you could visit him more often. With a little effort on your part, you could help alleviate some of the burden of sharing food with Harry. In this manner, one cannot simply rely on their innate magical talent to make progress. On the other hand, Dudley had taken out the whole grain bread he had prepared in advance, accompanied by milk, thus concluding today's breakfast. The three of them departed from the Gryffindor dormitory in a line, making their way towards the classroom for the first-year spell lesson in the magical teaching building. Oh, by the way, Ron, it seems today's spell class is a large lecture, with Slytherin and Gryffindor together. Have you prepared last week's notes on spells? Harry spoke, glancing at Ron beside him. Ron awkwardly chuckled. Harry, I think you shouldn't bring that up. Though, I'm reluctant to admit it. I seem to have forgotten. Of course, if you are willing to lend me your notes, it wouldn't be out of the question. Harry looked at him in disbelief. Ron, you cannot be like this. If Professor Flitwick calls on you during class, and you cannot answer, points will be deducted. The other young wizards in the class will. Ron, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Harry, you are worrying too much. Professor Flitwick is gentle in nature and approachable towards the young wizards. He won't arbitrarily deduct points without cause. After this, Ron added, moreover, perhaps you are unaware. I have already inquired. Professor Flitwick is the head of Ravenclaw. His classes are also humorous and engaging. According to messages left by senior students, as long as we sit in the back row. Heh. Trust me, Harry. The professor won't call on us, Ron asserted confidently. Harry then turned to glance weakly at his cousin Dudley, instinctively feeling that neglecting assignments and not paying attention in class was an unwise course of action. Yet, Ron was his friend. He did not wish for Dudley to hold a poor opinion of him. Dudley, however, smiled faintly and looked at Harry calmly, saying, It's all right, Harry. I haven't attended a magic class in a week either. And Ron is right. Sitting towards the back can effectively divert the professor's attention. Furthermore, today's lesson is a large class. Slytherin and Gryffindor are together. I believe we need not attract too much attention, Dudley thoughtfully explained. Did you hear that? Harry, your cousin truly understands. Ron was suddenly filled with enthusiasm. He reached out his hand, yearning to embrace Dudley. Such a considerate brother naturally should cultivate their bond. However, Dudley chose to evade. Ron felt somewhat awkward. Dudley, feigning ignorance, remarked nonchalantly, All right. We've arrived at the classroom. Let us hasten inside. With that, Dudley clutched the first-year standard spellbook and entered the classroom. Ron sheepishly scratched his head. Stop daydreaming. You're blocking others. Harry took the initiative to pull Ron along, trailing behind Dudley, as the class had yet to commence. The hall of the magical classroom was divided, one side designated for Gryffindor, the other for Slytherin. Dudley opted for a seat towards the back. According to his plan, there was no need to draw too much attention on the first day of class. Harry wished to sit beside his cousin. However, Dudley waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, Harry. You need not concern yourself with me. Please take a seat at the front. Since you've come to a school of magic, you ought to pay close attention." Thus, he settled near the teacher's lectern. Harry gazed at his cousin in confusion. Hadn't Dudley previously stated he wanted to sit at the back? Why this sudden change of heart? Nevertheless, Harry instinctively nodded and took a seat in the front row of the magical classroom. Ron, observing this, felt a twinge of helplessness. He too wished to occupy the front row. Yet, he had been distracted in class lately due to his involvement in Quidditch. If he were to sit at the front, should the Professor of Charms call on him, there would be no doubt he would be exposed. After all, he had not been paying proper attention for quite some time. Finally, after having garnered the envy of most of his classmates for participating in Quidditch, his image would likely collapse in an instant. After some contemplation, Ron resolved to sit beside Dudley at the back. Unfortunately, Dudley's chosen spot was rather distant from Professor Flitwick's lectern. Just as Ron set down his book, a somewhat petulant voice rang out, "Mr. Weasley, would you kindly move aside? I believe you should be aware that seat is my usual one." Upon hearing this, Ron did not turn back, nor did he even glance. He simply plopped down, declaring, "Ms. Granger, what of your usual seat? First come, first served. You can stand to the side. I did not see your name inscribed on that seat." Hermione, witnessing this, stomped her foot in fury. Her little face flushed with indignation. "Mr. Weasley, you were utterly rude. Unable to hear. Unable to hear. Unable to hear." Yet Ron feigned ignorance, resting his head on the desk and remaining utterly still. He even placed 2 exercise books beside his ears, attempting to shield himself from Hermione's somewhat irate gaze. After a while, Ron could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Hermione, I've already said, first come, first served. Besides, there is no name written on this chair. So please, stop your unreasonable insistence." Unreasonable insistence. Hermione's expression turned bewildered upon hearing this. She looked at Ron in disbelief. "Weasley? What are you talking about? Being unreasonable? Oh, my goodness. This is simply unbelievable. Furthermore, I am certain no one would be so impolite." Without allowing Hermione to finish, Ron raised his hands to cradle his head and shield his ears with a shoulder. "I can't hear. I can't hear. I can't hear," he mumbled. His stubborn antics caused Hermione's face, round as an egg, to flush with annoyance, yet she found herself powerless against it. Hermione had intended to sit beside Dudley to share some notes from previous classes. After all, Dudley hadn't attended school for a week, missing significant content from their charms lessons. Little did she expect Ron to be so unreasonable. The most critical point was that there were no empty seats next to Dudley. Otherwise, she would not have bothered with Ron at all. Sighing, "Weasley." Hermione bit her lip, her teeth grinding in frustration. Finally, exasperated, she stamped her foot and hurled the book she was holding onto the desk, taking a seat beside Ron. "What are you doing?" Ron exclaimed in shock. Having assumed Hermione would quietly walk away, yet to his surprise, she chose to sit beside him. "What am I doing?" "Ron, you are being far too nosy. I am merely returning your words to you." Hermione tossed her fluffy brown hair with a hint of pride. "An eye for an eye is truly satisfying." Ron, exasperated, retorted, "Fine, do as you wish. Just don't disturb me during class." Hermione shrugged and began, "If memory serves me right, when Professor Flitwick arrives for charms class, he typically starts questioning from this spot. I trust you haven't forgotten that. After all, I always answer first." With a beaming smile, she glanced at Ron, adding, "And all you have in your hands are the textbooks. You haven't taken any notes during the past week's charms lessons, have you?" Ron stood there, utterly stunned. He glanced at the notebook in Hermione's possession, then back at his 2 standard spellbooks, and felt a wave of despair wash over him. Nevertheless, he stubbornly retorted, "It's nothing, Hermione. Perhaps Professor Flitwick won't call on me today." Hermione shrugged again. "Oh, is that so? I certainly don't believe your revision for charms is up to standard." Ron smirked. "Do as you wish, Hermione. I absolutely refuse to relinquish my position to you." In exasperation, Hermione tossed her notebook onto the desk in front of her and, treating it like Ron's head, gave it a couple of sharp taps. Ron turned his head, pretending not to see, and muttered, "Dudley, Did you see that? This girl has a temper worse than my mother's. There is no doubt about it. Dudley paid no heed to the amicable interaction between Hermione and Ron. After all, the more profound the exchange, be it emotional, argumentative, or the evolution of feelings, the more indelible the impressions left in one another's memories. Strangers, therefore, must maintain a certain distance. Only through interaction can their relationship grow closer, particularly through playful banter. Ron, noticing Dudley's lack of desire to engage with him, felt a pang of disappointment. Meanwhile, Hermione was quite pleased. She genuinely feared that Ron might lead Dudley astray. Dudley, however, chose not to focus on the two beside him, instead directing his gaze towards the classroom door in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, another group of young wizards clad in Slytherin robes had entered from outside. At the forefront of the group was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed youth, followed by a tall, slender companion. As if sensing the scrutiny of others, Clark instinctively turned to survey the surroundings, inadvertently locking eyes with the dark-haired wizard seated in the front row. His expression shifted instantly, prompting him to slow his pace and tug at the sleeves of Goyle and Malfoy. Goyle, somewhat perplexed, questioned Clark, "Why are we slowing down? We need to hurry, otherwise the good seats will be taken by other wizards. The charms class is quite important." Clark leaned forward and whispered, "Oh dear, look, those Gryffindors. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley are attending class as usual. This should not be the case. How could they possibly neglect something as significant as the wizard duel? Or perhaps, Goyle, you failed to deliver the note to the dormitory administrator, Filch?" Filch, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head. "Goyle, what are you saying? You were at the door, and it was you who passed the note to me through the window." I then placed the report on Filch's desk. Subsequently, we hid in the shadows and witnessed Filch opening the letter before he left. Goyle hurriedly protested. Clark scratched his head. This doesn't add up. Why has Harry faced any consequences and continues to attend classes? Goyle pondered. Could it be that Filch is illiterate and cannot comprehend what we wrote? Just then, both Goyle and Clark felt a sharp thud on their shoulders. They quickly turned to find Malfoy glaring at them ominously. In unison, Clark and Goyle uttered, "Master Malfoy." Malfoy lowered his voice and shouted furiously, "Shut up, you two fools. Shut up, you two fools." Malfoy, glaring at Clark and Goyle, was filled with frustration. "Honestly, you have accomplished nothing. The fact that Harry is sitting here unscathed indicates that our operation last night was a failure. And you both need to understand this clearly. Whether it be the wizard duel or the covert reporting, it has nothing to do with us. We must focus on ourselves and pretend as if nothing has transpired. That is the wisest course of action." Clark and Goyle appeared bewildered. "Are you two really considering exposing yourselves due to your own mistakes?" Observing Clark and Goyle's confused expressions, Malfoy sighed in exasperation. "Stop worrying about so much. We simply need to act as if nothing has happened, regardless of the outcome. If Harry approaches us, we will feign ignorance. This is the most effective response." "Did you hear that?" Malfoy nearly roared, suppressing his voice in frustration. Clark and Goyle nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mr. Malfoy. We shall pretend nothing has transpired." "Humph. You two imbeciles, hurry up and stop dawdling in the ranks. It makes it all the easier for others to detect something amiss." With that, Malfoy flicked his wizarding robe and strode to the center of the group, with Clark and Goyle closely trailing behind. "Sigh," Clark remarked. "I sense that Mr. Malfoy possesses an extraordinary intellect." Goyle replied, his expression one of lingering trepidation. "Indeed, if we were as clever as Mr. Malfoy, why would we follow the footsteps of the Malfoy family?" Clark nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Ron had also caught sight of Malfoy's figure, his fists clenched tightly, and his jaw set in a grimace of indignation. Hermione was startled by the ferocity of Ron's expression. What's wrong?" she inquired with concern, thinking it odd that a mere argument could provoke such fury in Ron. His countenance suggested he bore an immense grievance. Ignoring Hermione, Ron turned to Dudley, saying, "Dudley, did you see that? It's Malfoy." The despicable fellow appeared to be utterly unconcerned, which was simply outrageous. Dudley furrowed his brow as he glanced at Ron beside him. He had intended to voice his thoughts, yet ultimately refrained, for his connection with Ron was not profound enough to warrant excessive involvement. Simultaneously, Dudley felt a sense of helplessness. If Ron were to act more conspicuously, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of others, thereby diverting it towards himself. What on earth is happening? Hermione could no longer contain herself and inquired once more. Ron sighed, leaning back in resignation as he explained, "What else could it be? The wizard duel from yesterday, and the fact that he deceived us into the storage room while he himself did not show up. Malfoy is truly despicable. I can already envision that when we confront him later, he will act as if nothing has transpired. Hermione instinctively nodded at this. So, do you have any evidence to prove that it was Malfoy who invited you? Sigh. Hermione, please don't say any more. Ron shook his head. There is simply nothing. That's why I find Malfoy utterly vile. At this moment, I feel completely powerless against him. Hermione nodded, intending to say something, but then recalled that she had just been arguing with Ron. How could she so easily resume peace with him? With that thought, Hermione tossed her head defiantly, signaling her unwillingness to continue engaging with Ron. What is wrong with you? Ron exclaimed, 3 question marks hovering above his head. He was baffled by Hermione's behavior. TCH. Such a miser. Ron instinctively jabbed at Hermione's actions with a sarcastic remark. Bang. A dull thud echoed. Ron felt something stomp down hard on his foot. Ouch. A sharp pain surged through him. Struggling to hold back tears, Ron looked at Hermione in frustration. You. Hermione. You. Hermione smiled gently, her expression radiant. What? What about me? Ron glared at Hermione indignantly. You. Hermione. You are absolutely insufferable. You're no better than Malfoy. How can you behave like this? Hermione. Exasperated, prepared to retaliate. All right. Let us not cause a scene. The Professor of Charms is coming. Meanwhile, Dudley, who had remained indifferent, couldn't he help but interject. After all, the commotion from these two was far too loud. Their back-and-forth banter could easily draw unwanted attention to their side. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. Ron seethed. Hermione, frustrated. Dudley sighed. Why must the little wizards beside him always be so lively? As the door to the Charms classroom creaked open, an unexpected gentle force revealed the entrance. To one's surprise, the door swung inward without any visible signs of contact. Had it not been for the absence of mechanical components, Derry might have believed it to be an automatic door. In walked a diminutive figure, characterized by a bald head, a stubbled chin, and cheeks adorned with a bristly growth of hair. This peculiar professor, with a stature that barely reached a meter, was indeed strikingly distinctive. The term little person seemed fitting, as he exuded an aura that belied his height. Derry instinctively furrowed his brow, not out of prejudice, but rather due to the impression that this individual did not emanate an aura of formidable prowess. Observing Derry's change in demeanor, Hermione hesitated before speaking up. Derry, she urged, do not underestimate this Charms professor. Turning to her, in confusion, Derry was met with Hermione's outstretched hand as she began to enumerate the professor's credentials. The esteemed professor before you is Filius Flitwick. I suspect you may not be fully aware of his accolades. Based on my recent research, Professor Flitwick's magical accomplishments are undeniably remarkable. To put it simply, he is best known as the head of Ravenclaw. Hermione spoke in a hushed tone, cautious of attracting attention. The head of Ravenclaw? Before Dudley could react, Ron's astonishment was palpable. Are you sure, Hermione? To hold the position of head of Ravenclaw means that this wizard possesses intellect surpassing that of most wizards present. Indeed, do not doubt it. My father Arthur once mentioned that the head of Ravenclaw, in terms of magical prowess, is even more formidable than the headmaster of Hogwarts himself. They are the esteemed heads of their respective houses throughout history. In essence, these individuals are among the strongest rivals to the headmaster of Hogwarts. Hermione observed Ron as he nodded instinctively, taken aback. I hadn't realized you had some knowledge on the subject. However, I must clarify that your understanding is rather superficial. Recently, during my visit to the Hogwarts library, I came across a record stating that the current head of Ravenclaw, Professor Flitwick, has repeatedly claimed the title of champion in various inter-house spell dueling competitions. Do not be deceived by his stature. I believe the magical knowledge stored within his mind is as vast as the ocean. The ocean? What an odd comparison. Hermione, I am beginning to doubt whether you have ever seen a true ocean. Otherwise, such a metaphor seems unlikely. Ron scoffed. Meanwhile, Dudley was fixated on Professor Flitwick, his mind already engaging in basic analysis. Magic, spells. Before him stood a wizard of extraordinary skill, the head of Ravenclaw. He pondered whether he could glean the essence of magic from him. Dudley fell into deep contemplation. Professor Flitwick walked gracefully across the floor of the magical classroom, seemingly oblivious to the gazes of the first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Instead, he naturally made his way toward the grand floor-to-ceiling window ahead. The window stood approximately 2 meters high, secured with protective wire mesh, while below it lay a small ledge over a meter high. A small stool was positioned on the desk, flanked by a plethora of stacked books. Coming to a halt, Professor Flitwick did not ascend the ledge. Instead, with a gentle flick of his wand, the stool began to wobble and rise. It then settled steadily before him. Following this, he waved his wand once more, and the stool, now bearing his weight, gracefully landed atop the desk, completing the entire process seamlessly. Here lies his podium. The young wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin exhibited little astonishment at Flitwick's actions. After all, this is not the first encounter with such a phenomenon. However, Dudley found this application of magic to be rather intriguing. This evoked a peculiar sensation in Dudley. Once, while watching a television drama, he came across a particular jest. It is said that a strong man can lift a 200-pound iron block, yet he can never hoist himself off the ground, thus illustrating that a person's weight is akin to that of mountains. Over time, it became apparent that, conversely, the notion of ascending through the mere act of placing one foot upon the other has been deemed highly improbable by scientific scrutiny. However, on this occasion, Dudley felt an instinctive urge. If one were to rely solely on their own strength, could it be possible for a sorcerer to ascend by standing on their own feet? This truly piqued Dudley's curiosity. As Dudley pondered, Professor Flitwick had already ascended to the pinnacle of the podium. He cast a gentle smile at the young wizards seated on either side and began. "It is delightful to see you all once more, young wizards. I wonder if you have reviewed the homework I left you last time?" Flitwick's hands opened and then clenched tightly, his gaze sweeping the room until it instinctively settled on Ron's position. However, what left Professor Flitwick both amused and exasperated was, if his memory served him correctly, once this seat was occupied by a boy. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he has vanished without a trace. In my recollection, that remarkable girl is in another place. Dudley caught sight of Ron, who was cowering beneath the seat, and couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Is this a case of hiding in plain sight? Does one believe they can escape notice by merely concealing themselves? He then observed Flitwick raising his wand. An invisible force coalesced, with a gentle flick. The tip of the wand illuminated with a beam of white light. Immediately, Ron felt as though an unseen hand was tugging at the back of his collar, pulling him out from beneath the seat. "Oh dear, no, please." Ron struggled frantically. "Mr. Weasley, there is no need for alarm. However, it appears you are not in the best of states." Ron's face flushed with embarrassment as he adjusted his wizarding robe and glanced towards the podium. "You are correct, Professor Flitwick, I believe. I may not have rested well yesterday." Flitwick chuckled lightly, choosing not to expose Ron's feeble excuse. Instead, he surveyed the room and said, "All right, young wizards. Now comes the reward question. Should anyone manage to answer my query in full, their respective house will earn points. Points as a reward." Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's words, all the young wizards stirred with excitement. After all, answering correctly would bring honor to their house. Yet, should they answer incorrectly, their house would face a deduction of points. Flitwick added this final note, and instantly, the enthusiasm for answering questions diminished among the young wizards. Indeed, earning reward points is not as simple as it seems. They inwardly grumbled. Professor Flitwick, unfazed, simply smiled and said, "Now then, based on the spellcasting principles I previously taught, I shall commence with my questions. What are the 4 essential conditions for the successful use of a spell?" Remember, there are precisely 4 fundamental conditions. The moment his words fell, a delicate white hand shot up high. Flitwick's expression turned to one of surprise. This question is somewhat beyond the scope for the young wizards. Yet, surprisingly, someone raised their hand immediately. Nevertheless, he naturally turned his gaze towards the side of Weasley. Let me see. Miss Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, are you certain you wish to respond?" Hermione stood up from her seat, nodding confidently. "Of course, Professor Flitwick. The successful application of the spell you mentioned requires the fulfillment of 4 fundamental conditions. After our last charms lesson, I summarized my findings into 4 conclusions. The first is a specific wand movement. The second is the correct incantation. Thirdly, the caster's subjective awareness of the spell's effect. And the fourth, I believe, should be the caster's level of concentration." Professor Flitwick nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Your answer is utterly correct. Miss Granger, it seems you have taken great care in my previous teachings." As his voice trailed off, all the young wizards cast envious glances at Hermione, for admiration for a scholar is universally appreciated. After a brief pause, Professor Flitwick continued, "Now, I have another question." He then looked towards the young wizards on either side. "So, whether it be Gryffindor or Slytherin, I have another opportunity for extra points. However, this is an additional question. May I inquire about the consequences that may arise if any of the 4 fundamental spell regulations, as mentioned by Hermione, are violated during their application? Is there anyone willing to respond?" Professor Flitwick's gaze swept across the crowd, but he soon felt a twinge of disappointment. The young wizards of Gryffindor, as well as those of Slytherin, remained utterly silent. Observing the young wizards before him, not a single hand was raised to answer the question. Professor Flitwick could not help but exclaim, "Oh, no, I believe this is not a favorable omen. Are you afraid of something? Afraid? Afraid of losing points for your college after answering a question incorrectly? Rest assured, it will not happen. The additional question posed this time will not incur any penalties. On the contrary, those willing to respond, young wizards, shall be rewarded with double points." Professor Flitwick concluded his statement, casting his gaze around the room. However, to his dismay, he discovered that no one was inclined to answer. Just then, Derry felt a gentle nudge on his arm. Puzzled, he turned to see Ron, who was cautiously surveying the surroundings, whispering, Hey, Derry, did you see that? This has already doubled the points reward. Why is no one willing to answer Professor Flitwick's question?" Dudley raised an eyebrow, not in a hurry to respond. From his perspective, the crux of the professor's inquiry was immediately apparent. After all, this was a large class comprising Slytherin and Gryffindor. In such a setting, any attempt to respond could easily draw the attention of the entire room. The dynamics are no different between ordinary schools and wizarding institutions. If one does not perform exceptionally well, they may become the subject of ridicule. Surely, no one wishes to be the topic of public discussion. Hey, Ron, noticing Dudley's indifference, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Instinctively, he turned his head. To his shock, he found himself locking eyes with a pair of intense gazes. Professor Flitwick. Greetings, Professor. Ron's expression was exaggerated, and he instinctively attempted to feign ignorance. But it was too late. It was evident the professor had already taken note of him. What to do? What to do? Ron wailed internally. In the previous few charms classes, he had hardly paid attention, his mind troubled by Quidditch matters. Please do not call on me. Please do not call on me. Please do not call on me. Ron mumbled incoherently. However, Professor Flitwick merely smiled gently, opening his mouth in Ron's direction. This is bad. Ron felt an immediate sense of dread and instinctively attempted to shrink beneath the table. Ahem. Dudley. Professor Flitwick's voice rang out. Initially startled, Ron glanced sideways, bewildered. Dudley, not Weasley. Under Ron's perplexed gaze, Dudley slowly rose from his seat. He looked calmly at the short, white-bearded figure at the podium. Yes. Professor Flitwick, I am here. Professor Flitwick blinked his eyes and casually remarked, It is now class time. You did not attend charms class a week ago, and I hope you can be more attentive now, particularly not to engage in antics like certain other students. Professor Flitwick smiled gently. In truth, he was merely offering a kind reminder. After all, drifting off during class was, to him as the head of Ravenclaw, a rather disrespectful act. As for why he chose not to penalize Ron Weasley, Professor Flitwick deemed it unnecessary. For a particularly unruly young wizard, the most effective approach was to encourage those around him to pay close attention. In this manner, no one paid attention to Ron, and the only option left for him was to dutifully attend the class. He sensed that his intentions had been clearly conveyed. Professor Flitwick waved his hand, intending to ask Dudley to take his seat. However, he too felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, the young wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor. There exists a notable distinction between these children and those from Ravenclaw House. At the very least, questions akin to today's would have elicited a fervent rush for answers among them. It seems yet another tedious day of lessons lies ahead. Professor Flitwick, I wonder if I might share my thoughts on your earlier inquiry. Professor Flitwick paused, his initial gesture to beckon Dudley to sit down abruptly halted. Instead, he gazed at Dudley with palpable enthusiasm and remarked, Excellent. Dudley, I truly appreciate children who take the initiative to ask questions. I have always held the belief that inquisitive minds are indicative of a thoughtful intellect. The understanding of the spell must indeed be extraordinary. Darryl did not follow Professor Flitwick's line of thought. Instead, he actively turned to Hermione beside him. Professor Flitwick, you have just answered the previous question. I believe it can be divided into 4 areas. The first is specific wand movements. The second is the correct incantation. The third pertains to the caster's subjective awareness of the spell's effect. The fourth, I suppose, should be the caster's level of concentration. What is Darryl doing? Hermione looked at Darryl with some confusion. Yes, that was my answer. Is there a problem? Darryl did not respond directly to Hermione, but instead turned to Professor Flitwick. And just now, Professor Flitwick also mentioned that when any of these 4 fundamental conditions are not met, certain effects will ensue. While studying the fundamentals of spellcasting, I discovered a description that states, for instance, if the caster fails to execute the correct wand movements during the spellcasting process, or if the incantation is not pronounced correctly. If one does not maintain focus or lacks a clear mental image of the spell's effect, then the spell will not succeed. However, I believe there are other factors at play. Daryl's voice trailed off. Hermione was taken aback. What does he truly mean? Is this considered a response to the previous inquiry, or does Dolly wish to continue inquiring further? This bewildering opening left Hermione perplexed. However, what astonished her even more was that during Dudley's week of illness, he had indeed managed to thoroughly read the entire overview of the spellbook. Hermione had previously heard from Harry that his cousin enjoyed reading and approached it with great seriousness. Yet, as she reflected upon all of her companions, she lamented the realization that nearly none of them were willing to prepare for or even preview the tedious theoretical knowledge of spellcasting. They often remarked that engaging with such dull theories was far less gratifying than experiencing the magic firsthand. Spellcasting required a hands-on approach. On the other hand, Professor Flitwick expressed his surprise, declaring, "Mr. Dudley, quite commendable. It appears that your preparatory work has been exemplary. This spirit of self-directed learning deserves recognition." Oh, by the way, what intrigues me even further is the question you just posed. Dudley took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding, "Professor Flitwick, the detailed explanations of the previous spells covered several key points. Firstly, concentration. Secondly, the application of the wand. Then comes the casting of the spell. However, I did not find any discussions regarding spells and other foundational concepts in the subsequent spellbook." Professor Flitwick furrowed his brow, wondering what the child was trying to convey. He gazed intently at Dudley, who, without much hesitation, continued, "Earlier, during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, whether it was Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore, their actions seemed to entirely contradict your theoretical principles of spellcasting. For instance, with a mere snap of the fingers, food appeared on our table. Moreover, regarding Professor McGonagall's transfiguration, when they cast spells, there was no sound, nor did they wield their wands in the manner we do now. I didn't even perceive any evident concentration on their part. This undoubtedly presents a clear contradiction to the content you are currently imparting. This stands in stark contradiction to the very teachings you impart at present." Dolly's voice resonated with a deliberate cadence. What he articulated was entirely rooted in the nuances that a young wizard from Hogwarts could perceive or uncover. If the casting of spells truly hinges upon the wand, then the foremost enigma would be his magical companion, the Totoro, a creature capable of wielding magic from the moment of its birth. This is truly astonishing. The reason for inquiring amidst such a large crowd. Derry holds his own perspective. He firmly believes that there must be a reasonable explanation for this matter. However, this reasonable explanation does not pertain to the young wizards. Professor Flitwick's smile faltered. He had meticulously anticipated every possibility. Yet he never expected Derry to pose such a question. Throughout his tenure teaching charms, he had never encountered a first-year student who articulated such a viewpoint. Even the Ravenclaw students typically reserve their inquiries until around third year. Observing Professor Flitwick's troubled expression, Derry felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, is this topic forbidden from public discussion? Ahem. At that moment, Professor Flitwick softly cleared his throat, his demeanor appearing somewhat reserved as he glanced behind him. After a moment's hesitation, he began to explain, "Derry, since you have inquired, this question should not have been broached at this time. After all, once spoken, there will inevitably be some ambitious young wizards who will attempt, yet such endeavors will only squander the time of many. The question you posed, ultimately, is not a secret. It will be formally unveiled to you in your 7th year. The application of this incantation is known by 2 additional names, the silent spell and the wandless magic. This practice demands a high level of personal talent and profound knowledge from the wizard. As you mentioned, theoretically, spells can indeed be cast without a wand or the spoken incantation. However, those who achieve such feats are invariably the Crme de la Crme in the realm of magical application." At this point, Professor Flitwick's expression appeared somewhat subdued. "My previous explanation should not lead you to believe that silent spells and wandless magic represent the pinnacle of wizardry, correct?" Derry remained silent, and the young wizards present were equally reticent. "Isn't it rather evident? Without the need for a wand to cast spells, such remarkable feats would ordinarily place one in the upper echelons of skill." However, Professor Flitwick shook his head, exclaiming, "No, I believe you must dispel this notion. From my extensive teaching experience, and even in my capacity as the head of Ravenclaw House, I solemnly declare that a wizard's proper conduct involves the use of a wand. I shall not elaborate further on this. Rest assured, as you advance to higher years, you will come to understand this naturally. Now, let us commence our new lesson. Upon finishing his statement, Flitwick gestured toward his desk. Despite his diminutive stature, the spellbook was placed upon a high pedestal. Yet this did not daunt Professor Flitwick. With a gentle smile, he spread his palm, and a soft, milky light coalesced at the tip of his wand. With a delicate forward motion, a beam of magic surged forth, striking the lesson plan beside him. Before long, Professor Flitwick watched with excitement as the spellbook wobbled and floated into his hand. "My dear little wizards," he proclaimed, "please turn to Chapter 8 of your standard book of spells. Today, we shall discuss the levitation charm." As he spoke of the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick gestured with his hands, explaining, "Throughout our charms lessons, we frequently employ a variety of spells. However, based on certain classifications, we can broadly categorize spells into several major types. Allow me to enumerate some common spell classifications. The known spells are generally divided into 7 categories: transfiguration, charms, hexes, jinxes, curses, counter-curses, and healing charms, among others. Today, our levitation charm can be classified as a standard charm. Oh dear, Professor Flitwick continued, the transfiguration, charms, hexes, jinxes, curses, counter-curses, and healing charms. I have never heard of these before. He pondered aloud, and the levitation charm is indeed categorized as a standard charm. But what exactly constitutes a standard charm? Does anyone have the answer? Ron, with curiosity gleaming in his eyes, looked at Professor Flitwick. As a novice in the magical realm, he had recently found himself disinterested in his studies. Yet, as he earnestly listened for the first time, he was filled with intrigue regarding the classifications of spells. Humph, how foolish. At that moment, Hermione murmured softly, her impression of Ron, who often interrupted, decidedly negative. Ron looked perplexedly at Hermione beside him. He questioned, "Wait, Hermione, you don't mean to say that you are aware of this as well? I recall that the basic outline of spells has yet to categorize them. This indicates that we need not delve into these matters at present. Furthermore, I must clarify that I am not foolish." Ron cast a somewhat displeased glance at Hermione, pondering why this girl always seemed to oppose him. Hermione, however, shrugged nonchalantly. "What? Are you still unwilling to admit it?" Ron, feeling a twinge of frustration, looked at Hermione with intensity. He articulated slowly, "All right, Hermione, I shall not impose upon you, but do enlighten me. How did you come to know that these spells are categorized into 7 distinct types, including malevolent curses, healing charms, as well as ordinary enchantments, transfiguration, and so forth? I wager these subjects are utterly absent from our first-grade textbooks. If they were included, my 2 elder brothers would surely have mentioned them to me. After all, such significant matters." Hermione, upon hearing this, remained unmoved, feigning complete ignorance. Ron, feeling unjustly slighted, was visibly perturbed by the situation. It was apparent he had suffered in silence, which left him rather uncomfortable. Ron resolved to seek an opportunity for retribution against Hermione. Subsequently, Ron gazed curiously at Dudley beside him and inquired, "Dudley, earlier, when Professor Flitwick posed his question, it seemed you possessed some knowledge about the charms curriculum. Furthermore, it appears you are familiar with certain details. If it is not too much trouble, could you share them with me?" Dudley's expression remained composed as he observed Ron's eager thirst for knowledge. Internally, he felt a tinge of exasperation. The curiosity of little rascals often strikes so unexpectedly. They dare not inquire of the teacher during class, yet delight in seeking answers from their peers in private. The scenario felt exceedingly familiar. Nevertheless, Dudley understood that if he failed to satisfy Ron's inquisitiveness, he would likely drone on incessantly throughout the entire lesson. This significantly impacts one's journey in exploring spells. One cannot simply disregard it. After some contemplation, Derry finally spoke, the levitation charm mentioned by Professor Flitwick. If my memory serves me correctly, it belongs to the category of general spells. However, the levitation charm is not the most crucial incantation. In fact, it is subdivided into various components. Within the tomes of Hogwarts, the levitation charm is categorized into 3 parts. The first part's incantation in the universal magical language translates to fly. Then, we come to the second part of the incantation, which translates to high. The final third part of the incantation translates to rise. Upon hearing Derry's description, Ron appeared somewhat bewildered. He understood that the composition of spells largely relies on the amalgamation of sound and text. To successfully cast a spell, one must comprehend the meaning of the incantation in the universal magical language, thus allowing the spell to be articulated. Yet, according to Derry's explanation, Ron was momentarily astonished. No, Derry, your understanding of the spell, when combined, means, what was it? Fly. High, rise, but Professor Flitwick taught us to use the incantation of the levitation charm. It is evident that these are two distinct terms. They are indeed quite unrelated. Observing Ron's utter naivety, Dudley sighed, ready to offer an explanation when Hermione suddenly interjected. You fool. Ron, I've told you how foolish you are, yet you refuse to believe me. It's astonishing that you could still pose such a ridiculous question. Ron, exasperated, cast a frustrated glance at Hermione and retorted, Enough, Granger. Stop calling me a fool. What I just mentioned was a rather obvious matter. The words fly, high, and rise that Dudley uttered are entirely different from the levitation spell taught by Professor Flitwick. It is evident to anyone with discernment. Hermione, with a hint of pride, raised her chin and casually explained, Ron, this is the downside of your neglecting the Hogwarts textbooks. What Dudley means is, spells. The conventional meanings derive from individual incantations. However, the composition of spells is inherently profound. According to my current understanding, as long as you grasp the essence of the incantation, it is akin to Professor Flitwick's teachings on the levitation charm. This is one way to express it. However, as long as your focus is sufficiently concentrated, whether it be the levitation charm, the enhancement spell, or perhaps even ascension, some effect will inevitably manifest. I wonder if you can comprehend this. Listening to Hermione's explanation, Ron, still in a state of bewilderment, remarked, No, that's not right. Hermione, I still do not grasp what you are saying. If that is indeed what you mean, then why does Professor Flitwick continue to instruct us on the levitation charm? This is utterly superfluous. Hermione, upon hearing this, helplessly raised her hand to her forehead. She expressed that she had never encountered such an incomprehensible question in her lifetime. I apologize, Ron. Surely, you cannot be serious. I recall that Professor Flitwick elucidated this matter during the second class of last week. Ron offered an awkward smile, glancing at Hermione, uncertain whether to pursue the inquiry further. Observing this, Dudley regarded Ron's discomfort with a hint of amusement. After a moment's contemplation, he proactively laid open the spellbook in his hands and pointed to the levitation charm's incantation placed before Ron. The guide to the levitation spell, with its detailed analysis, was now presented before him. Yet, it was overwhelming. He found it impossible to focus. Staring at the textbook, Ron was suddenly beset by a throbbing headache. He despised those densely packed blocks of text, which extinguished his desire to read. Noticing Ron's struggle, Dudley quietly explained, according to Hermione's earlier analysis, Ron, you should be able to deduce quite easily why this incantation is referred to by Professor Flitwick as the levitation charm. That is because such pronunciation and comprehension are the most effortless and convenient characteristics that trigger this series of spells. Moreover, according to the functions of wands and magic, this incantation adheres to a magical application that enables objects to levitate. Listen closely to Dudley's final explanation. Ron felt a sense of clarity, simultaneously grasping the meaning of what Hermione and Dudley had previously conveyed. As long as one comprehends the spell adequately, it can effectively serve its purpose. Whether referred to as the levitation charm or the floating charm, the designation of levitation charm emerged from extensive experimentation, leading to the most optimal conclusion. At that moment, Professor Flitwick, standing at the podium, softly cleared his throat. He surveyed the gathering before extending his hand to retrieve a wand from within his robes once more. Immediately, the tip of the wand radiated a brilliant white light. The luminescence coalesced, and soon a series of crackling sounds resonated. From the shadow beneath the podium, a wooden box was opened. Upon its opening, numerous white feathers floated gracefully, descending slowly onto the tables of the young wizards. After a brief pause, witnessing that all the feathers had been distributed, Professor Flitwick waved his wand again, returning the wooden box to the shadows behind him. Then, he extended his palm, calming the restless young wizards present. All right, students, do not be astonished. You are about to encounter magic for the very first time, and will release your own spell in a tangible manner. The choice of feathers as the object is to facilitate your better control over the flow of your magical energy. At this juncture, Professor Flitwick paused in his speech. He did not mention that if a heavier object were to be used, the inability to successfully cast the spell could easily diminish the young wizard's enthusiasm for spell casting. This will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to their future studies in the art of spellcasting. Interest is the finest nurturing method. As one of the most distinguished educators at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick is acutely aware of this truth. The success of casting a spell for the first time holds profound significance for young witches and wizards. After a brief pause, noticing that no one had inquired further, Professor Flitwick began to speak slowly. Very well. Focus on the feather before you. Concentrate your attention. Recite the levitation charm. And be sure to hold your wand firmly. Do not let your mind wander. Now, all young witches and wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin, please take out your wands and listen to my instructions carefully. On the count of 3, 2, 1. Professor Flitwick's voice was calm, subtly imbued with guidance. Meanwhile, Dudley proactively retrieved his wand from his pocket. This wand is a unique gift from Ollivander's wand shop, obtained through my own deception. Yet, when held in my hand, it feels remarkably supple, lacking any rigidity. I can even sense that the outer layer of the wand resembles fur, yielding pleasantly to gentle pressure, exuding a certain elasticity. Furthermore, this wand instilled in Dudley an uncanny sense of familiarity. The reason for this sensation lay in the peculiar illusion it conjured within him, as if this very object, obtained from Ollivander's wand shop, possessed a life of its own. A gentle warmth emanated from its surface, reminiscent of the texture of a quaffle. Quidditch, his own wand. Dudley shook his head, striving to separate these unrelated threads of thought. This marked his inaugural, formal attempt at wielding magic with a wand. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he cautiously waved the wand in his hand and recited the levitation charm. After a moment's pause, his voice fell silent, yet the feather on the desk remained utterly still. Dudley gazed at the feather in silence. A failure? At that moment, the surrounding young wizards had also entered the incantation phase. Ron was not in a rush to utter the spell. He observed Dudley as he demonstrated first. Upon seeing the feather remain grounded, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Ron's mind. It appeared this was not a simple experiment after all. Contemplating this, Ron resolved to give it a try himself. He deftly retrieved his wand from his robe, gently swaying it as he murmured, "Levitation charm." As the words escaped his lips, the wand's tip pointed at the white feather on the table. However, the feather merely trembled slightly, failing to rise. How strange. Why did it not float? Ron furrowed his brow, sensing a mysterious force surge towards his wand. Logically, he ought to have succeeded in casting the spell, yet the feather remained earthbound. If he could not accomplish it, what of the others? At that moment, Ron's gaze fell upon Harry in the front row. Harry held a wand, his expression somewhat rigid. Nevertheless, he exhaled and softly began to recite the incantation. After a brief pause, the feather resting before Harry gradually ascended into the air. Harry's eyes sparkled, his wrist moving with a gentle flourish. The feather's ascent varied in speed, at times swift, at others slow, seemingly in perfect harmony with the motions of Harry's hand. This scene instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. My goodness, someone has remarkably succeeded on their very first attempt. What? Are you certain it was their first time? Who is it? Who could possibly succeed on their first try? Silence, everyone. I have heard his name. He seems to be Harry Potter. This is quite unexpected in terms of learning. Professor Flitwick was equally astonished, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Flitwick was not surprised that someone managed to successfully cast the levitation charm. Rather, he was taken aback that the individual accomplished it on their very first attempt. A brief analysis. As soon as the spell escaped his lips, judging by the awkwardness of the incantation and the manner in which he held his wand, the young wizard is utterly a novice. It is essential to understand that for a fledgling sorcerer to successfully wield a wand and conjure a complete spell on their first attempt, the probability of achieving such near perfection is profoundly intertwined with innate talent. Even a young wizard from Ravenclaw Academy, should they lack prior study and acquaintance with the arcane arts, would require numerous attempts to harmonize with their wand before they could successfully cast their inaugural incantation. Then, they may achieve success. Flitwick's expression subtly shifted. Harry Potter's aptitude is indeed worthy of admiration. Perhaps he should be afforded greater attention. At this moment, Harry had undeniably become the center of attention. All eyes were fixed upon him. This caused Harry to awkwardly scratch his head. No, not really. It's not that impressive. Just a moment ago, he had merely uttered a casual incantation and waved his wand, and to his astonishment, the feather began to float effortlessly on its own. This made Harry feel that casting magic was truly effortless. It was as if it were an instinctive action, especially as he listened to the praises from his two classmates nearby. Harry pressed his lips together, sensing a hint of peculiarity. He had unexpectedly become the center of attention. Meanwhile, among the Slytherin wizards, Clark also noticed Harry's unusual demeanor. He instinctively glanced at Malfoy beside him and spoke. Master Draco, look. To think that Harry Potter successfully cast a spell on his very first attempt. One cannot help but marvel. The magical prowess of this Gryffindor wizard is indeed somewhat enviable. However, before Clark could finish his thought, his head was struck with a resounding blow. Ouch! That hurts. Clark clutched his head and turned to his side, only to find Goyle looking at him with an awkward expression. It was you. You struck me? Goyle, what do you mean? Are you not aware that casually hitting someone on the head can lead to irreversible mistakes? When I cast my magic, do you wish for me to falter? Upon hearing this, Goyle's expression soured, and he hastily waved his hands, insisting, Clark, no. It wasn't me. The incident of you being struck has nothing to do with me. You must believe me. Nothing to do with you. I distinctly witnessed you strike me. Moreover, if it weren't for your actions, why would you appear so anxious? Goyle's expression stiffened as he glanced at Malfoy, hoping he would provide some clarification. Enough. You two. Cease your bickering. The blonde youth, Malfoy, interjected suddenly. He gazed at the group of Gryffindor wizards in the distance. His brow furrowed. I must say, Harry's situation is rather peculiar. Peculiar? Malfoy, I find this rather troublesome. You see, Harry possesses remarkable magical talent. Our previous schemes against him have proven ineffective. Thus, it can be inferred that his magical ability and intelligence are quite exceptional among his peers. Yet before Clark could finish his statement, his forehead was struck once more. This time, however, he clearly saw who had delivered the blow. Malfoy, that hurts. Why do you keep hitting my head? Do you not realize that this can hinder my growth? Malfoy scoffed. Hinder your growth? Clark, mark my words. Since you have aligned yourself against Harry, refrain from bolstering others' confidence at the expense of your own. Seeing this, Clark weakly replied, But Master Malfoy, it appears that none of the Slytherin wizards practicing the levitation spell over here have succeeded. Just from this perspective, Harry's talent. At this point, Clark's voice abruptly ceased. He chose not to continue, as he was genuinely concerned that Malfoy might strike him again. Although it is not particularly painful, the constant beatings can indeed dull one's wits. Meanwhile, Goyle secretly concurred with Clark's assertion. Yet he refrained from offering his support due to Malfoy's imposing presence. Humph. Who says it's not so? Malfoy retorted, placing his hands on his hips. Casting a disdainful glance at Harry, who was encircled by the gathering crowd. After a brief moment, Malfoy, without hesitation, retrieved his wand from within his robes and waved it gently up and down. He softly uttered an incantation, the levitation charm. The instant the words left his lips, a feather that had been lying quietly on the table began to rise slowly, spinning gracefully in the air before finally returning to rest atop the table. My goodness, Malfoy. You are indeed a genius. My heavens. Master Malfoy, you have succeeded. Goyle exclaimed, immediately breaking into applause. He also took the initiative to grasp Clark's collar, urging him to join in the clapping, thereby attracting the attention of those around them. The sudden commotion captured the notice of the nearby Slytherin wizards, who turned to witness Malfoy effortlessly performing the levitation spell. The young wizards gazed at him with admiration. Malfoy, how did you do that? Please, teach me. One of the young wizards implored. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the scion of the Malfoy family. Malfoy merely cast a casual glance at him and waved his hand dismissively, saying, I am not quite sure how I did it. Today was actually my first time casting magic. I simply mimicked Professor Flitwick's wand movement, first downwards, then upwards. In this manner, I have succeeded, Malfoy declared with utmost seriousness. Is it truly so? Yet, I just followed Professor Flitwick's instructions, but to no avail. The Slytherin wizard responded somewhat feebly. Malfoy, however, remained indifferent, remarking, Oh, is that so? Perhaps your focus is simply lacking. With a bit more practice, you shall improve. As Malfoy's words hung in the air, he observed the clumsy attempts of the nearby Slytherin wizard as he endeavored to cast the spell once more. Deep within, Malfoy harbored a sense of disdain. In truth, he had been concealing certain truths from everyone. This is not the first time I have unleashed magic. Particularly the levitation spell. This enchantment had been imparted to me earlier by the private tutor of the Malfoy family. Yet, judging by the initial cadence with which I grasped the spell, I spent a considerable half-day merely coaxing the feather to gently rise from the surface of the table. It was not until 2 days later that I truly mastered the sensation. In comparison to Harry's innate talent, Malfoy sensed a slight pang of crisis. His magical aptitude appeared somewhat inadequate. Although reluctant to admit it, The demonstration in today's class clearly illustrated that Harry's abilities far surpassed his own. Harry Potter. As this name lingered on his tongue, Malfoy instinctively savored it, observing how the Gryffindor students revered Harry as the central figure among them. Malfoy silently resolved to swiftly implement his new scheme. Among the Gryffindors, Ron, unable to contain himself amidst the commotion in the front row, remarked, "Hey, Hermione. You must admit that Harry's magical talent is truly impressive. However, it's ironic that you were so adamant about your own excellence, only to have someone overshadow you in the end." Hermione, tossing her head in frustration, retorted, "Ron, when did I ever claim that my magical talent was excellent?" Observing the earnest expression on Hermione's face, Ron instinctively began to reflect. It appears that Hermione has never actually spoken about her talents in front of herself and Harry. It seems that she subconsciously attributes her proficiency in spellcasting to her innate wizarding abilities due to Harry's commendable performance in spell studies. It appears that she indeed has never mentioned such things. Observing Ron's perplexed expression, Hermione tossed her brown hair and gently prodded the feather in front of Ron. Exuding pride as she declared, "Watch closely, Ron. Floating spells are quite simple." As her voice resonated, she retrieved her wand from her robes and pointed it forward delicately. Levitation spell. Instantly, the feather that had been resting calmly on the table began to sway and float gracefully. Ron instinctively swallowed hard at the sight, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "What's the matter, Ron? The levitation charm may not be a daunting task. You could certainly give it a try." Hermione gestured for Ron to follow her lead. Ron grimaced, "Well, I think I'll pass, Hermione. This is hardly something to be dismissed. This is indeed Professor Flitwick's practical lesson on charms. I believe you must engage in a hands-on demonstration. Only then can you uncover the flaws in your spellcasting." Hermione wore a rather serious expression, her eyes fixed intently on Ron. Ron, however, was at a loss for words. If only Hermione were not by his side, he might have been inclined to attempt casting a spell. But now, should he fail in his incantation, he could only imagine the scathing ridicule he would face from Hermione. The thought of that Muggle girl's derisive smirk and her haughty demeanor filled him with dread. No, perhaps it would be best to refrain. Yet, before Ron could voice his reservations, a faint sound of air bursting filled the room. Bang! Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted, followed by wisps of blue smoke. An explosion? Ron blurted out instinctively. How could this be? He nudged Dudley beside him. "Dudley, do look at that young wizard ahead. He has managed to incinerate a white feather to ashes." Dudley had already noticed the unexpected event without Ron's prompting. "What's wrong? Ron, is there anything peculiar about this? Isn't it merely a spellcasting mishap?" Dudley looked at Ron, bewildered by his frantic outbursts. After all, to Dudley, the act of casting spells seemed akin to conducting chemistry experiments, where occasional mishaps were to be expected. The uncertainties involved are exceedingly numerous, much like the confusion that arises from a lack of clarity regarding the periodic table of elements, leading to the potential mixing of flammable gases with stable gases. Chemical accidents occurring during these experiments are not uncommon. At times, they can be far more severe. "No, that's not it. Dudley, are you not aware?" As Ron turned to Dudley, he elucidated, "My parents have conveyed to me that when a young wizard wields a wand, if the incantation is miscast or the spell is uttered incorrectly, the likelihood of successful magic diminishes significantly. To a certain extent, it may merely result in a sensation of dizziness. This is merely a typical error in the casting of magic. Yet it certainly would not result in an abrupt explosion or combustion. This is utterly incomprehensible." However, Dolly merely smiled faintly in response. Perhaps. Ron observed Dolly's expression of indifference and felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. At the same time, he curiously fixated on the furry little creature in Dolly's hand. There, on Dolly's desk, lay a diminutive creature resembling a tiny mouse, a chinchilla, lazily dozing away. This piqued Ron's curiosity. "Dudley, is this your magical pet? And during the Quidditch practice match earlier, it was thanks to your assistance. Otherwise." Ron expressed his gratitude, but Dudley remained oblivious. With no other choice, Ron resigned himself to silence. At that moment, Dudley was keenly pushing his wand against the pages of the book. In fact, Dudley was eager to conduct a fundamental experiment. The last time he witnessed the cat was successfully wielding a magical broom. This led Dolly to believe that his magical pet, the chinchilla, possessed extraordinary magical talents. Much like the incantations uttered by wizards, perhaps his chinchilla could also learn such spells. Although this was merely a hypothesis, the thought of his chinchilla in the future wielding a tiny wand and casting spells with its little paws stirred an inexplicable thrill within Dudley. Meanwhile, the chinchilla, sprawled across the desk, exhibited signs of discontent. Its ears drooped, and its sleepy eyes narrowed, while its body curled up into a tight ball, remaining utterly motionless. The chinchilla felt particularly drowsy that day and yearned for rest. "Hey, it's time to wake up," Dudley remarked, observing the chinchilla's reluctance without a trace of impatience. Instead, he raised 2 fingers and gently grasped the scruff of the chinchilla's neck, lifting it from its curled position. The chinchilla hung limply, its limbs dangling as if it were a kitten, utterly devoid of energy. Its whiskers twitched slightly, and its large ears flickered rhythmically, presenting an image of utter sleepiness. Noticing the chinchilla's stubbornness, Dudley pondered for a moment before retrieving a piece of cheese from his pocket. The alluring aroma of the cheese instantly captured the chinchilla's attention. However, this time it did not react with excessive enthusiasm. Instead, it shook its head dismissively, indicating its lack of interest in the cheese. Humph. Sleep was deemed more important than food. This rare behavior elicited an impulse within Dudley to scoff. For the origins of this peculiar moment can be traced back merely a few minutes prior. After mastering the fundamental principles of levitation, he had arranged the pertinent incantations in a draft format upon his desk. The once vibrant Totoro, upon observing the spells inscribed by Dudley, blinked in bewilderment. Subsequently, Totoro witnessed Dudley extend a pen towards him with his own hand. In astonishment, Totoro gazed at Dudley as he poked the words on the paper, and then prodded his own little head. In that instant, Totoro felt a shiver run through his entire being. What does this mean? One must engage in self-directed learning. For the first time in his life as a mouse, he experienced an emotion known as fear. The very notion of learning is utterly detestable to him. He harbors a profound disdain for the string of words before him. As a free-spirited creature who relishes napping, he must never be ensnared in the abyss of study and note-taking. A vivid memory surfaces. As for why the mouse exhibits such an exaggerated emotional response, it is because, for an extended period in the past, Dudley was engrossed in work. And from his perspective, he could observe clearly. Once Dudley began to write, he became utterly still, lost in contemplation. This rendered it exceedingly tedious. On several occasions, hunger struck as Dudley delved into his studies. As a catbus yearning for freedom, he felt he must not be constrained by the terrifying spell before him. It was rare to witness the catbus display any sign of annoyance. This left Dudley quite astonished. Although he was uncertain why the chinchilla behaved in such a manner, it appeared that there might have been a misunderstanding. The chinchilla shook its fluffy little head, its half-closed eyes and long whiskers quivering instinctively. Its tiny paws danced in the air, with a series of squeaks. The chinchilla exhibited a look of protest, which amused Dudley. Could it be that you comprehend the words I have written? Silence. It is through learning that you shall progress. The chinchilla protested once more, eliciting further amusement from Dudley. Could it truly be that you recognize my written words? Dudley had long observed something quite intriguing. It seemed that as time passed, his pet chinchilla was incessantly learning. It quietly absorbed and accepted the changes in its surroundings, objects, and the shifting scenes. The chinchilla bared its teeth and claws, yet this display had no effect on its owner, Dudley. Frustrated, it turned away in defiance, resolutely refusing to learn any magic. Dudley couldn't help but chuckle as he reached out to the chinchilla's little head and gently flicked it with his curled finger. With a soft thud, the chinchilla's body appeared to suffer a heavy impact, leaning back and wobbling around before hastily grasping its wand to regain stability. It then tilted its head, seemingly intent on ignoring its owner. How excessive! What skill is there in bullying a chinchilla? Dudley, unfazed, casually sketched a leaf in his notebook, then gently poked the paper to beckon the chinchilla's attention. Initially resistant and unyielding, the chinchilla inadvertently glanced over, its eyes widening in surprise. It clutched its wand even tighter, its eyes round and wide, embodying an adorably pleading expression. Dudley smiled softly at this sight, casually remarking, "All right, little one, I have long been aware of your profound interest in my newly developed golden leaves, water orchid. If you diligently commit yourself to learning and employ this string of spells, upon my return, I shall allow you to experience the taste of golden leaves." Golden leaves? Squeak. Totoro shuddered in its entirety, gazing at Dudley with incredulity. During this period, it earnestly sought every possible means to approach the golden-hued leaves of that tree. Although the method of their creation remained a mystery to it, Totoro felt an undeniable allure towards them. Had it not been for Darius's strict prohibition against touching them, Totoro would have succumbed to the temptation on the very first night. With a slight tilt of its head, Totoro grasped its wand in one hand while playfully pinching its waist with the other, wearing a proud expression that declared, "I shall do it." Meanwhile, Darius observed quietly. Noting that from the very first day of learning Quidditch in Professor Rolanda's class, he discovered Totoro's remarkable ability to control a magical broomstick. This sparked a conjecture in Dolly's mind. Perhaps, unlike most magical pets, his own familiar might possess the potential to actively learn magic. What then? Are the prerequisites for such an endeavor? For a chinchilla, does the casting of spells necessitate the recitation of incantations, or is it rather a matter of focused mental energy? According to Professor Flibby's lectures on spellcasting, a mage's prowess can reach a level where magic is performed wandlessly or even silently. Yet, for certain magical creatures, his chinchilla exhibited the remarkable ability to wield magic autonomously from the moment of its birth. In light of this revelation, what significance does the process of learning to wield magic hold? As Dolly pondered these questions, he noticed that his pet chinchilla was not focused on the incantations he had inscribed on the tabletop. Instead, it had turned its gaze, its deep, obsidian eyes fixated on a small wizard in the distance. This little wizard is a freshman at Gryffindor. Clutching his wand, he fervently recites incantations. Levitation Charm X1. Levitation Charm X2. Levitation Charm X999. After enduring several rounds of failure, at long last, the feather resting on the table slowly ascends. Although it only hovers a mere 10 centimeters before plummeting to the ground, it nonetheless signifies a considerable breakthrough. After a brief moment, the catbus turns around, gazing at Dolly with an air of pride. Dolly raises an eyebrow. "Oh, is that how you learned it?" Before the words fully escape his lips, he witnesses the catbus, wielding a wand much taller than itself, gently swaying it up and down. In the next instant, the feather suspended before Dolly begins to float upwards. Taken aback, Dolly is momentarily stunned. The silencing charm. Without uttering a spell, his pet catbus has managed to successfully cast the levitation charm? How? How has it achieved this? However, Dolly soon speculates a possibility. He glances at the levitation charm on the table, and a flicker of understanding ignites within him. Based on the catbus's external manifestation, Dolly can reasonably ascertain one thing. It is evident that while learning magic, the catbus has likely employed the most primitive method, that of imitation. Since the dawn of life, beings have lacked written language for communication. And the most effective means of learning that can be easily achieved is through imitation. This imitation requires no words. Merely by emulating the habits of others, one can effortlessly replicate the same outcome. Observing the tottering movements of the wand in the hands of the cat creature, Darius' fingers gently tapped upon the surface of the desk before him. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sounds echoed, one after another. Meanwhile, Ron noticed that Derry was preoccupied with amusing his pet cat creature and had yet to engage him in conversation. Feeling somewhat awkward, Ron scratched his head. Derry, you cannot allow your pet to play with the wand. Really, if Professor Flitwick were to see this, he would admonish you. Ron mumbled under his breath. However, Derry paid little heed. At that moment, he was engrossed in contemplating a matter of great significance. The realization that his cat creature could indeed learn magic. This matter has been firmly established. However, such behavior, is it a common phenomenon throughout the magical realm, or perhaps? Yet, before Dudley could delve deeper into his thoughts, he noticed Ron beside him. Reaching out to grasp his shoulder, Ron's voice trembled with astonishment. Dudley. Look, my heavens, how is this possible? It's utterly shocking. His words stumbled over themselves, while the previously boisterous young wizards, who had been practicing spells and incantations, abruptly ceased their activities. They stood in unison, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Some of the young sorcerers even flushed with embarrassment. Hey, did you just hit me? Am I successful? My goodness. I've only completed the 5th attempt and have successfully cast a spell. Hit you? Why would I do that? Do you? Enough with the noise. Do you have any idea what is happening? My heavens. I didn't even utter the incantation. The feather. It just flew on its own. Silence. If I knew what was happening, would I be asking you? The atmosphere swiftly transformed from an initial silence to a cacophony filled with shock and disbelief. It all transpired in an instant. Dolly's expression shifted from initial astonishment to sheer amazement. Ultimately, he became anxiously vigilant, glancing around him. His gaze swept the surroundings, the little wizards in front, behind, and to the sides. The feathers before him began to levitate from the tabletop, one by one, and then a multitude. All of them gently floated in midair. Oh no! A wave of alarm surged through Dolly's heart. This situation may leave the gathered crowd perplexed, yet he is fully aware of the circumstances. Initially, only a handful of novice wizards could successfully conjure the levitation charm. It is improbable that they could all master the art of levitation simultaneously. Clearly, the issue lies with his magical companion. Everything began when this adorable Totoro seized the wand. The key lies in the fact that the little creature before him is vigorously waving the silvery wand, yet the tip shows no signs of anomaly. There is no visible gathering of magical energy, nor beams of light shooting forth, or shimmering waves of magical resonance. However, Dudley is acutely aware that if his suspicions are correct, something irreversible must have transpired during the Totoro's attempt to cast a spell or harness magical energy upon acquiring the wand. The subsequent scene only heightens Dudley's anxiety. Initially, a feather hovers gently in midair, but in the next instant, one object after another begins to float. First, it is the textbooks from the Charms class, followed by several notebooks. The spellbooks and exercise sheets soon follow, and then the feather quills. In an instant, a multitude of items levitate, rising and falling in chaotic harmony. Everyone is taken aback by this astonishing spectacle. Even Professor Flitwick, the Charms instructor, stands in wide-eyed astonishment. Having taught at Hogwarts for decades and witnessed countless events, he is nonetheless astounded by the extraordinary display of a first-day levitation charm. Professor Flitwick is eager to identify the source of this phenomenon. But the Gryffindor and Slytherin students have all risen from their seats, clamoring to retrieve their books and notes from the air. The scene is a flurry of activity. This left Privy unable to discern the true cause of the chaos. At that very moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air, swiftly followed by a cacophony of similar cries. Numerous young wizards, clad in their dark robes, seemed to levitate as well, their garments billowing upward. The majority of the screams originated from the female wizards, who clutched their robes tightly, terrified of being whisked away by the mysterious levitation spell. Hermione, her face a mask of fear, tugged at her collar, acutely aware of an unseen force tugging at her robe. She feared that if she let go, her garment would surely detach from her body. Meanwhile, Ron's expression was one of sheer panic as he beheld his wizarding notes and spellbook floating half a meter above the ground, along with the socks he had carelessly stuffed into the drawer during class without washing. A plethora of miscellaneous items hovered in midair, and Ron, feeling increasingly anxious, instinctively turned to Derry beside him and stammered, "Derry, what on earth is happening? We should do something, and my socks, along with some snacks stuffed into the drawer, have all been sent flying. These cannot be seen by others." Ron was quite flustered, which is why he confided in Dudley. This was after the incident with Quidditch. Instinctively, Ron felt a flicker of admiration for Dudley, believing that any difficult problem could be resolved by seeking his assistance. Dudley's expression remained calm as he looked at Ron and said nonchalantly, "If you wish to retrieve your belongings, I believe it is quite simple. I feel that you merely need to stand on a chair and use your wand to pull down your socks." Ron exclaimed, "How astute. That makes perfect sense. Dudley, you are indeed correct." Upon hearing this, Ron felt it was quite reasonable. Although the items had already soared over a meter high from his desk, standing on a stool should still allow him to reach them. Just a moment ago, due to his anxiety, he had forgotten that the levitation charm merely caused objects to float, and he could simply pull them down himself. Indeed, Dudley was quite clever. "I shall retrieve my socks." With that, Ron pulled out the stool. He stood atop it and waved his hand. It still felt a tad out of reach. After a moment's thought, Ron drew his wand from his pocket, stood on his tiptoes, and exerted effort to snag his clothing. Almost, just a fraction more. At the instant he touched the garments, Ron jumped down from his spot. Then, placing his left hand over his right, he exclaimed excitedly, "Truly, I have done it. I have retrieved my belongings. Dudley, you are." However, before Ron could finish his thought, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted. He watched as the clothing, books, and feathers all came tumbling down from the air. The scene resembled a rain shower. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Ron stared in astonishment at everything around him. So, they just fell like that? If it were so easy to bring them down, why had he even stood on the chair? Ron felt a pang of conflict within. Just as he was about to leap down from the chair, he heard Dudley's calm voice. "Ron, I never expected this. Although you merely retrieved your own belongings, you managed to rescue everyone else's as well? How did you accomplish that?" Though Dudley's voice was calm, it instantaneously captivated the attention of both the Gryffindor and Slytherin young wizards, drawing their gaze towards Ron. There stood Ron atop his chair, remarkably conspicuous. One hand raised his wand, while the other clutched his robes and the textbook for the Charms class. Such a striking scene instantly cast Ron into the spotlight. My goodness. Could it truly be that Ron has saved us? I find it quite plausible. Did you not see his wand pointed toward the ceiling? I consider it rather improbable. Could it be that Ron has indeed rescued our textbooks? Hush. Are you not aware? Ron. He has officially been selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. It appears that his magical talent must be remarkable. Otherwise, he would not have been admitted under such exceptional circumstances. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Clark stood in stunned silence, gazing at the astonishing scene before him. Master Malfoy, can you believe this? Ron's magical prowess is truly extraordinary. A simple levitation spell has caused everything in the room to float. Malfoy, with a sullen expression, refrained from responding. On the other side, Goyle clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Ah, Clark, I must say, it's not surprising that Ron is capable of such feats." Clark, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Goyle nodded and replied, "Clark, do you recall our broomstick lesson a couple of days ago? Ron clearly stated that he couldn't ride a broomstick. This was his first encounter. Yet, throughout the subsequent process, he astonishingly evaded Professor Huichi's continuous spell casting in midair. It seems that this time, it must undoubtedly be Ron's doing." Clark's expression grew somewhat exaggerated. "Gore, if what you say holds true, then Ron's magical talent is indeed starkly different from what we initially anticipated." Gore nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I even believe our previous conjectures were rather misguided. It is quite evident. The magical prowess of young Weasley must be quite remarkable, given the current circumstances. It is safe to say that there is no one among our fellow Slytherins who can match such a level. Wouldn't you agree, Draco?" Goyle uttered these words while his gaze shifted towards Malfoy. After all, since the recent incident during the Wizard Duel, the attention has turned towards Harry Potter and Ron Weasley as targets. Originally, Weasley seemed inconsequential, yet it now appears that a reassessment may be in order. Enough of your discussion, you two. This matter has yet to be officially confirmed. If Wesley truly possesses such remarkable magical talent, I believe his father, Arthur Wesley, would undoubtedly boast about it with great fervor. Even during the time of enrollment, I would have caught wind of certain whispers. Malfoy's voice sounded somewhat strained. Although the reality has already begun to reveal itself, it is highly probable that Ron's magical aptitude has reached an exceptional level, perhaps even surpassing that of his own self-proclaimed illustrious lineage among the sacred 28 wizarding families. No, this is absolutely impossible. Malfoy firmly believed in his heart. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. How could the perpetually timid and ineffectual Weasley possess such astonishing magical talent? If this matter is indeed true, I must report it to my father within the family for his judgment. Yet, Malfoy is most reluctant to take such action. After all, each time he stands before his father, the prospect of revealing a cowardly plea fills him with dread. This is a veiled affront to his identity as a Malfoy. Clark and Goyle, keep a close watch during class. We must uncover the reason behind Wesley's remarkable magical prowess. There must be a hidden truth to this. Malfoy tossed his golden locks and gazed intently at his two subordinates. Clark and Goyle exchanged glances, both expressing their helplessness. The situation was abundantly clear. Ron's magical talent must indeed be extraordinary. Even the legendary Harry Potter may not possess his level of skill. However, observing Malfoy's earnest demeanor, Clark and Goyle chose to remain silent. Provoking Malfoy would surely be a grave mistake. At this very moment, Ron, the center of attention, felt his face flush crimson, overwhelmed by an acute sense of embarrassment. This must surely be a beautiful misunderstanding. I merely intended to select a sock. Yet, it resulted in me becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Dudley, how could you do this? Ron muttered softly. Dudley, however, feigned ignorance. Then, with utmost seriousness, he began to explain. Ron, do you remember everything that transpired during Professor Rowland's class? Ron nodded in confusion. He was perplexed as to why Dudley would say such a thing. Ron, have you forgotten? Professor Rowland mentioned that when discussing your personal circumstances, she once stated that young wizards often unconsciously trigger magical surges and other characteristics. Dudley's voice was monotone. Yet, to Ron's ears, it evoked a peculiar sensation. The admiration of his friends surrounded him. Even Harry's astonished gaze revealed his remarkable magical potential. Yes, this is what it means. Thus, I find myself pondering my magical prowess, the extent of which remains a mystery even to me. Observing Ron's somewhat fanciful imaginings, Dudley offered a faint smile. The atmosphere here was nearly consistent with his expectations. The recent unforeseen magical upheaval. The instigator was none other than the cat bus, toying with its silvery wand. This little fellow seems oblivious to the manner in which he acquires knowledge. merely waving his wand haphazardly, and yet he conjures such terrifying magical phenomena. This gives rise to a certain magical paradox, as Professor Flitwick has articulated. In the profound depths of magic, there exists wandless casting and silent incantations. Yet, at this moment, Dudley is acutely aware of the wand's efficacy through the demonstration of the Totoro. Well, in a certain sense, it can be said that possessing an appropriate wand as a conduit can significantly enhance the efficacy of magical spells. However, at this moment, Derry felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding this notion. Yet, delving deeper into this matter was not the crux of the situation. He observed Professor Flitwick on the other side of the platform, who was now descending towards Ron. "Did you, young one, orchestrate all that just now?" As Ron listened to the inquiry from his charms instructor, his expression became increasingly rigid. He stammered, Professor, perhaps, but I'm not entirely sure." In response to Professor Flitwick's question, Ron instinctively opted for evasion, though he longed for the magnificent display of magic to be attributed to his own efforts. It was evident that such an endeavor would only lead to his certain exposure. This magical phenomenon, not even Dumbledore or Hermione could replicate it. Perhaps even Harry Potter would find it beyond his capabilities. "Oh, why don't you enlighten us? What were you just doing?" "With my extensive research on spells, I might be able to offer you some advice." Professor Flitwick's voice echoed. Ron could only explain his previous actions to himself. Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick nodded and said, "It's quite all right, Ron. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding earlier. But it seems that the extraordinary magical occurrence was indeed caused by you." Ron's expression instantly froze. He stared in disbelief at his charms instructor, Flitwick. However, Flitwick waved his hand and said, "This is a perfectly natural magical phenomenon. You yourself mentioned that after casting the spell, you noticed your clothing and several essential items floating in the air. In a moment of panic, you attempted to hastily interrupt the magic. But spells operate in this manner. The more intense the emotional fluctuations, the greater the impact on the magic during the casting process." Flitwick proceeded to cite several classic examples. This gradually restored a natural expression to Ron's face. In Fleury's perspective, the reason for such certainty was, the instigator of this magical phenomenon is none other than Ron. This is because, amidst the levitation of all the young wizard's books and personal belongings, he could distinctly sense that the surge of magical energy emanated from the direction where Ron was situated. As they drew closer, Flitwick meticulously examined the area, scrutinizing 7 or 8 young wizards. Most of them had failed to successfully cast any spells. Only 2 were near Ron. One was Dudley Dursley, and the other was Hermione Granger. Hermione, having witnessed firsthand the successful casting of the levitation charm, stood apart. Meanwhile, Dudley's magical energy was exceedingly faint, and he had failed multiple times to perform the levitation charm. The only plausible possibility is that Ron Weasley, the instigator of this magical marvel. Ron Weasley. The surname Flitwick is indeed quite remarkable. It traces its origins to an ancient lineage of wizards, a pure-blood wizard. Perhaps there is certainly that possibility. Contemplating this, Flitwick gazed at Ron and said, "Weasley, might I inquire if you would be interested in joining the Gryffindor Charms Club?" "The Charms Club," exclaimed Professor Flitwick. "Are you referring to that competition where one can participate in the annual, publicly contested wizarding duels?" Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick nodded. "Indeed, that is precisely it. However, the competitions you typically read about in the Daily Prophet, featuring the Charms Club, involve elite representatives from each house competing in an international wizarding event. What I am referring to, however, is merely an internal event at Hogwarts. Of course, all of this ultimately depends on your personal will." Ron instinctively swallowed hard. He truly wished to agree immediately, yet he harbored reservations. Joining the Charms Club meant that if his lackluster magical talent, he needed to ponder further. He had to prepare for the upcoming Quidditch match. Perhaps it would take some time before he could find the opportunity. Ron endeavored to articulate his thoughts. He instinctively desired to decline. However, he had long heard of the Charms Club, a place where only the most exceptionally talented wizards could gain entry. It also offered the chance to learn deeper, more arcane magical knowledge. Ron was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity. Professor Flitwick chuckled. He did not press further, but instead turned back towards the other side of the classroom. The charms lesson soon concluded. After outlining the key points for the levitation charm to the young wizards, Professor Flitwick was the first to depart. Once Flitwick's figure had entirely vanished, the Gryffindor students erupted in excitement. A dozen of them encircled Ron, eagerly inquiring about the intricacies of spellcasting. In an instant, Ron's popularity soared within the class. Cousin Derry, who was organizing his charms notes, turned to the newcomers and calmly remarked, What is the matter? Harry, you seem to bear an expression of displeasure. Harry shook his head, explaining, Not at all. I just didn't anticipate that Ron's magical talent was so formidable. He excels not only in Quidditch, but also shines in Charms class. Even Professor Flitwick extended him an invitation to the Charms Club. Upon hearing this, Derry rose and approached Harry, ruffling his hair. What? Are you feeling envious? Harry scrunched his nose and clarified, No, I would never envy Ron. Derry smiled knowingly. If you're not envious, why would you speak in such a manner behind his back? Harry tilted his head defiantly, insisting, Ron is clearly deceiving. He previously told me that his magical talent was quite poor. Often, when immersed in reading, he finds himself succumbing to sleep. However, his magical prowess has now positioned him as the foremost newcomer in Gryffindor at Hogwarts. Suddenly, a sharp tap on his forehead jolts Harry from his reverie. Ouch. Cousin, what was that for? He mumbles, cradling his forehead, visibly displeased. Dudley, with a faint smirk, replies, This is your punishment. A consequence for being unable to bear seeing your friends excel. As his friend, Ron's talents are undeniably remarkable. Shouldn't you feel elated? Harry, taken aback, stutters, Well, that's one way to put it. But there are no buts. Dudley interjects. All right, Harry, let us tidy up and return to the dormitory. I am quite fatigued today. He gestures for Harry not to dwell on the matter. Oh, very well. Harry puffs his cheeks, turning to collect his cousin's spellbook and notes. Then hurries back to his seat. Noticing Harry's lingering sulkiness, Dudley remains indifferent. Children often fixate on trivial details, yet in due time, they will sort them out themselves. The reason he refrains from elaborating on Ron's situation to Harry is that their paths have diverged significantly. Should they continue to entangle themselves emotionally, it would only hinder the practical plans he intends to pursue moving forward. This is a researcher's self-restraint. Ultimately, he glanced at Ron, who was surrounded by admirers like stars orbiting the moon. Dudley smiled faintly and said nothing more. After a brief moment, he noticed Harry rushing towards him. Dudley nodded and turned to leave the classroom for charms. At that moment, Dudley inexplicably felt as if a pair of eyes was fixated upon him. He turned to look around. Dudley furrowed his brow, yet he found nothing amiss. So where did this peculiar sensation arise from? After a slight hesitation, Dudley turned around to look at Harry behind him. Harry gazed at his cousin with some confusion. Dudley, is there something else? In response to Harry's inquiry, Dudley remained silent. Instead, he scrutinized Harry's glasses. He aimed to utilize the phenomenon of reflection to uncover the source of his discomfort. However, alas, Dudley remained empty-handed. Was he overthinking? It's nothing. Harry, let us go. Dudley surveyed the surroundings and said softly, Let us go. Wait. Harry stammered. Cousin. Should we wait for Ron? What are you planning to consult him about? Dudley chuckled as he regarded Harry. He found it quite strange that his cousin's emotions were so tumultuous. It seemed he was still reluctant to part with his friend Ron. Harry pressed his lips together, offering no reply. Instead, he stood there, increasingly conflicted. Dudley chuckled again, choosing not to elaborate. It appeared Harry intended to ascertain something for himself. Conflicts among young ones often require a touch of seasoning. In such moments, it is perhaps best to allow them to resolve their own matters. Meanwhile, the interior of the Charms classroom remains in disarray. Yet, the cacophony from a distance once again captivates everyone's attention. Hey, what are you doing? Shoo. Lower your voice. What if you frighten him? Daryl instinctively directs his gaze toward the source of the commotion nearby, the Slytherin wizards. At this moment, the Slytherin students subtly retreat, displaying remarkable coordination. Excuse me. May I come in? The voice is soft and timid, imbued with a hint of trepidation. Daryl turns his gaze once more, only to behold a peculiar creature at the entrance of the Charms classroom. This strange being possesses unusual ears resembling oversized fans, though they are considerably smaller than those of a pig. It stands upright on two legs. And most striking are its eyes, bright and as round as small fists, if one were to overlook its somewhat illogical physical attributes. This curious creature bears a remarkable resemblance to a humanoid entity. This was Dolly's initial reaction upon encountering the species before him. A talking fairy? Capable of speech, capable of thought, and possessing emotions. This intriguing new species immediately piqued Dolly's curiosity. Such an appearance struck a chord of familiarity in Dolly. He seemed to recall having encountered a description of this creature in the wizard's alchemical manuscript. Cousin, what is that? Harry, witnessing this peculiar being for the first time, was evidently taken aback. The creature before him had slender arms, emaciated as if starved. With a disproportionately large head, a bulging belly, and a rather diminutive stature. Its hair was sparse, and its skin appeared exceedingly coarse, exhibiting a dull yellow hue. This left Harry somewhat incredulous. If I am not mistaken, it should be a house elf. A house elf? An elf? That looks like this? For a moment, Harry covered his mouth, his cheeks twitching. The very term elf, being applied to this grotesque creature, instinctively elicited a sense of disbelief. In Harry's memories, elves were those with fair skin, handsome features, beings of legend. Yet, now witnessing one with his own eyes, he found this elf to be so indescribably difficult to articulate. Harry sighed. He couldn't shake the feeling that the creatures of the magical world were vastly different from what his teachers had taught him during his time in the Muggle world. In the Slytherin area, Clark, upon seeing the visitor at the door, excitedly turned to the handsome boy behind him. He exclaimed, "Malfoy, look, it's a house elf. You were indeed correct. I just calculated the time. From the moment you activated the special notification magical device. It took less than 5 minutes for it to arrive at your side. This is simply astounding." Clark gazed at Malfoy with sheer excitement. Malfoy merely smiled faintly, saying, "Of course, I previously informed you. You need not concern yourselves with the items that have fallen to the ground. Naturally, there will be servants to assist you." Goyle, overhearing, chimed in, "Malfoy, are you referring to this house elf? He will help us? But, he seems so frail and weak. How could he possibly assist us with our tasks?" Malfoy tossed his golden hair dismissively, declaring, "Fear not. I have promised to assist you with this matter. Afterwards, our class leader will be entirely mine." With that, Malfoy disregarded the others and, slightly irritated, exclaimed, "What are you still doing there? Hurry up and come here. Moreover, look at the time you've wasted. It is not in accordance with the rules. Upon receiving my notification to commence, have you forgotten? You must arrive by my side as swiftly as possible. Why have you delayed for so long?" Malfoy's voice was stern, while the house elf trembled, stuttering, "And master, you must understand. Oh no, I fear you are unaware. Never mind, just now. I was instructed by my master to clean the toilets. I thought, given the peculiar odor on me, approaching you would certainly." "In any case," the house elf faltered. Malfoy frowned upon hearing this. "Enough. Be silent. I do not wish to hear your excessive explanations. Do you see the rubbish behind me? You are to organize these items meticulously, one by one. Then, return them to their rightful places. Mark my words. Not a single item should be damaged." As Malfoy spoke, he gestured towards the vast array of chairs and benches, the toppled bookshelves, and the scattered snacks and clothing. "This, so much? Malfoy, are you certain you want him to accomplish all of this?" Clark observed, feeling a twinge of pity, for the house elf appeared singularly fragile. The books and notebooks can still be picked up one by one. However, as for the collapsed bookshelf and the large table, if it were to operate on them, this is utterly impossible to succeed. Malfoy, perhaps we should just forget it. It is indeed a bit unfair to him. Goyle, standing nearby, once again urged, "You need not worry about this." Malfoy appeared quite unconcerned. Clap, clap. He took the initiative to applaud and said, "Enough, you fool. Do you hear me? If you understand, then get to work." The house elf trembled, lowering his head and murmuring, "Yes, master." On the other side, Harry, who had been cowering behind Dudley, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, stop it. Malfoy, what are you doing? Can't you see that he is unwilling? Please show some respect." Harry placed his backpack on the ground. Meanwhile, he adjusted his wizarding ropes. He stepped over Dudley and glared at Malfoy. At that moment, Harry was filled with rage, because as he watched Malfoy berate the house elf, he felt a disturbing sense of familiarity. It reminded him of the way Uncle Vernon often sought to provoke him for no reason. This sensation is exceedingly unpleasant. The mere mention of such topics renders him breathless. Who did I think it was? It turns out, it is none other than Harry Potter. However, I believe you're being rather intrusive. How could you possibly deduce that it is unwilling? After Draco Malfoy spoke, he cast a glance at the house elf standing before him, and then delivered a sharp kick to the creature's lower back. "Hey, foolish creature, did you not hear what I was saying?" The house elf's frail body, despite Draco being merely around 10 years of age, staggered several paces from the force of the kick. "Why, you are correct, Master Malfoy. I harbor no disdain for such matters. I take pleasure in performing household chores. The house elf clutched its abdomen and managed to stand once more, albeit with a look of utter distress. Malfoy. Harry felt as though he were ablaze with fury. Yet, Hogwarts has a strict edict prohibiting conflict among young wizards. This left Harry as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Malfoy, can't you be a little kinder to him? Harry helplessly reiterated, gazing at Malfoy. TSK. Malfoy disdainfully curled his lip. He waved his hand at Harry and remarked, I suppose only someone as ignorant as you, little wizard, would utter such words. You. Harry was somewhat perplexed as to how he could be considered ignorant. Malfoy then gestured toward the house elf before him. Harry Potter. I believe you have never truly comprehended what a house elf is. Moreover, my father has explicitly stated, such lowly creatures must be treated with severity. They are inherently subservient. As noble wizards, granting them the opportunity to be servants is an immense favor. Their mere presence here is already an act of forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Harry was left utterly dumbfounded. He could hardly accept Malfoy's earnest justification for bullying, cloaked in such grandiloquent reasoning. Just as Harry was about to argue, he noticed the timid house elf casting a glance his way, a gaze filled with inexplicable complexity. Please, don't say any more. Harry was struck silent. Master Malfoy, I shall begin now. The brown-skinned elf pressed his lips together, extending his hands. He then raised 2 fingers, crossing them to form a snapping gesture. With a crisp snap, incredibly, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone. The scattered books and bags on the ground began to float slowly. The fallen tables and benches righted themselves, rearranging into their rightful positions along predetermined paths. The previously chaotic mess of personal belongings seemed to respond to some special force, returning to their original places as if summoned. All of this transpired as if in a dream. The vast classroom for the enchantment course astonishingly reverted to its previous state in a mere matter of seconds. A miracle. It is simply unbelievable. In the hearts of the majority present, a singular thought prevailed. Even the young Gryffindor wizards, who had previously gathered around Ron, cast envious glances towards Malfoy. At that moment, the focus of all the young wizards was entirely upon Malfoy, unfazed by their admiring stares. Malfoy calmly elaborated on the merits of house elves. All right, Harry, let us depart. Observing the spectacle of rivalry unfolding in the charms class, Ron's unexpected rise, Malfoy's shifting jealousy, and Harry's futile defense of house elves, Dudley refrained from excessive interference. He witnessed it all, the unexpected ascent of Ron, Malfoy's envious demeanor, and Harry's struggle to advocate for house elves. Perhaps everyone else was oblivious, but Dudley was acutely aware of a particular issue at hand. From the recent display of the house elf's magical prowess, it was evident that its magical abilities were remarkably formidable, capable of influencing the entire room with mere gestures. The most striking example was the creature nestled in his arms, a Totoro. Dudley understood that this Totoro provided him with an extraordinary perspective. What began as a mere experiment to gauge the creature's interaction with magic unexpectedly revealed its exceptional capabilities. Undoubtedly, the magical talent of the Totoro was exceptionally robust. Yet, despite such remarkable magical aptitude, it exhibited a wary demeanor in the presence of Malfoy's disdainful house elf. This left Dudley in a state of perplexity. As far as his memory served, the last time he encountered such a manifestation of Totoro was during a confrontation with Professor Quirrell in the defense against the dark arts class at Diagon Alley. Comparatively, Totoro's level of vigilance this time was no less significant. Could it be that the seemingly diminutive, emaciated, and downtrodden house elf possessed formidable strength? Or perhaps the threat it posed rivaled that of Professor Quirrell? In light of his confusion, Dudley yearned for clarity. However, the records on house elves in the wizarding alchemical notes obtained from Ollivander's wand shop were scant, containing only a few brief remarks. Throughout the vast expanse of magical history, creatures like elves were cherished by many wizards. They possessed magical abilities and were endowed with remarkable magical talent from birth. Regrettably, this group of elves appeared to lack the knowledge of how to wield magic for their own protection. This brings to mind an intriguing notion. The miners unearthed iron or from the depths of the cavern. However, they lacked the knowledge to transform the iron or into blades and armor. The presence of such a magical sprite is undoubtedly a troubling affair. Reflecting on the accounts within the wizard's alchemical manuscript, Dudley shook his head, suppressing his desire for exploration. Today had unfolded with an abundance of unexpected events. He needed to return to the Hogwarts dormitory promptly to pursue his next research endeavor. Cousin, if there is nothing else, shall we depart? Harry inquired, gazing up at Dudley with a look of bewilderment. He could not fathom what was troubling his cousin. Just moments ago, Dudley had appeared invigorated, yet now he seemed lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, Dudley, deep in thought, did possess a certain charm. Harry felt a twinge of envy. If only he could be as clever and mature as his cousin. Dudley, noticing Harry's gaze, merely glanced back without uttering a word. Continuing onward as they exited the charms classroom. After rounding a corner, they proceeded towards the abandoned hall. Alas, wait a moment. At that instant, a series of hurried breaths echoed through the corridor. Dudley and Harry halted in their tracks. Harry turned around, observing a figure approaching at a brisk pace, and queried with confusion, "Ron, what brings you here? Were you not with the other young wizards in class?" Ron, panting heavily as he caught up, pressed his hands against his knees, taking a moment to regain his breath. "Oh, Harry, why did you leave so swiftly? I nearly couldn't keep up with you," he exclaimed, breathless. "And don't even start." The young wizards of the same class were entirely captivated by Draco Malfoy from the neighboring Slytherin. Their interest also extended to the peculiar house elf. Upon hearing this, Harry pondered. "So, you have been abandoned?" Ron, taken aback, exclaimed. "Abandoned? Harry, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be abandoned?" Frustrated, Ron straightened his chest and asserted, "In my view, they are simply enchanted by that novel creature. However, such things hold no appeal for me. I would never allow a house elf to evoke any emotional response towards Malfoy." With this, Ron disdainfully curled his lip. Nearby, Dudley, deep in thought, remarked, "So, you have some knowledge about the house elf that appeared in class just now?" Ron glanced at Dudley and casually explained, "Knowledge is perhaps too strong a term, but my father once spoke to me about it. A house elf, this magical creature, must rely on a master-servant contract to survive in the wizarding world." Dudley listened, somewhat astonished. Master-servant contract? This is a rather magical vocabulary, quite unexpected. In the wizarding world, beyond magic and magical creatures, there exists even the concept of contracts. Ron noticed that Harry was captivated by his topic. He instinctively scratched his red hair and continued, "In truth, you need not be so envious of Malfoy. Generally, those nobles who can keep house elves are not necessarily leading particularly fortunate lives. Elves, as beings, cherish their freedom and disdain being bound, even if a master-servant contract is signed. My father, who frequently serves in the Ministry of Magic, often receives numerous complaints from various wizards. These complaints are predominantly associated with theft, loss, and similar incidents. In any case, entanglements with these house elves are bound to lead to misfortune. P.S. An update is here. The first chapter is followed by a second one. Alas, my book has been reclassified, facing a devastating blow. The author is feeling rather disheartened." As Harry observed Ron's distraught expression, he couldn't help but remark, "It seems your impression of house elves is far from favorable." Ron nodded in agreement. "You are absolutely correct, Harry. There was a time when my father was playfully tormented by an elf during his work visits. Hence, I harbor no fondness for these peculiar-eared creatures. Their maliciousness, simply because they possess innate magical abilities, is utterly excessive." As Dudley and Harry listened to Ron's account, they continued their journey towards the Hogwarts grounds. After a moment's pause, Harry, somewhat perplexed, gazed at Ron and inquired, "So, you're suggesting that the existence of house elves is a dreadful matter for many ordinary wizarding families?" Ron earnestly replied, "A dreadful matter? Oh, no. I believe you've misunderstood, Harry. For ordinary wizards, house elves can be nothing short of a nightmare. Did you not witness the remarkable abilities of that elf in the charms classroom? With merely a snap of its fingers, it effortlessly tidied up an entire chaotic area. Imagine if, in everyday life, it were to launch an attack on the wallet you carry. I dare say, at that point, you might not even be able to identify the culprit." Ron articulated his perspective, while Harry found the discourse rather fascinating. After all, the appearance of such extraordinary creatures was a novel experience in his life. "Oh, by the way, Ron, are you considering joining the Charms Club? This is an invitation from Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw." Harry expressed his thoughts to Ron, recalling the advice his cousin had just imparted. When friends experience joy, it is essential to acknowledge it. This fosters a deeper bond between them. Upon hearing this, Ron's expression immediately stiffened, revealing his discomfort. Harry, actually, I don't believe the Charms Club is all that great." Harry was astounded, as if he had heard something truly unbelievable. "No way, Ron. You actually want to decline joining the Charms Club? I've heard from nearby wizards that membership in the Hogwarts Charms Club, whether during or after one's studies, is a prestigious status and reputation. You really want to refuse?" Harry, it's not exactly a refusal. Ron fidgeted, feeling at a loss. Just based on his own limited skills, participating in the Charms Club seemed daunting. Even Quidditch made him feel overwhelmed. Observing Harry's bewildered expression, Ron sighed. All right, Harry, I actually do want to join the Charms Club. It's just unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Harry gradually exhaled in relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, Ron, you needn't elaborate further. Later, come to our dormitory, and we shall celebrate your opportunity to join the Charms Club. My cousin has brought an abundance of snacks. I can take the liberty of offering some as a reward for your acceptance into the Charms Club. Looking at the sincerity in Harry's face, Ron found himself unable to voice any further objections. The snacks Harry mentioned were indeed quite extravagant. It was uncertain whether he could afford them, but Harry had openly acknowledged their value. Moreover, Harry's remarkable magical talent was, in part, attributed to his diet. Thus, the food tucked beneath Harry's bed could very well be Ron's only avenue to enhance his own magical abilities. Although it seems that this line of thinking may be somewhat misguided, there appears to be a certain connection. Just this morning, I shared the food brought by Dudley with Harry. I even excelled in our Charms class and was subsequently invited to join the Charms Club. In his life, this legendary aura, akin to that of the protagonist, had never manifested before. Even Ron sensed a vague feeling that if he were to consume the entire box of snacks hidden beneath Harry's bed, his magical prowess would flourish exponentially. With unwavering determination, although merely a figment of his imagination, today, surrounded by numerous fellow young wizards, Ron felt as though his existence had transformed entirely. The myriad envious glances and the cascade of compliments. Instinctively, Ron wished to forget. The floating spell this time was not a magical phenomenon of his own invention. In fact, Ron had yet to successfully cast even a single ordinary spell. Ron swallowed hard, a forced smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Well then, I leave it to you, Harry. Harry, upon hearing this, regarded Ron's somewhat peculiar expression with a hint of confusion, though he chose not to dwell on it. He felt that perhaps his manner of celebrating as a friend was not sufficiently amiable. It seemed he had room for improvement in the future. Dudley quietly observed the exchange between Ron and Harry, indifferent to the vanity radiating from Ron at that moment. After all, everything was progressing along the right path. Different children made varying choices when confronted with different temptations. In Dudley's view, if it were someone else, they might well chastise Ron for his dishonesty, rebuke him for sacrificing so many important things for the sake of appearances. However, from Dudley's perspective, he believed that Ron's current actions, in principle, were not incorrect. Children, from a young age, instinctively seek to acquire. This is akin to animals guarding their territory. This is instinct, driving oneself to make decisions that are more beneficial for the present self. Ron, this child, merely yearns to no longer endure humiliation, to be able to withstand praise and admiration with dignity. Well, Harry, have you forgotten about your other companion? As they spoke, since Ron and Harry were facing away from Dudley, their line of sight conveniently caught a glimpse of the corridor corner about 2 meters behind Ron. There stood a petite figure, Hermione, with her head bowed, cradling her spellbook, her ample wizarding robes enveloping her entirely. Although Hermione's movements were cautious, nevertheless, Dudley could discern her presence at a glance. This young lady seems to aspire to join the intimate circle of Ron and Harry. Perhaps Hermione intends to return to the dormitory together after class. However, it is also possible that the earlier dispute during Charms class has left Hermione uncertain about how to approach the 2 boys, rendering her somewhat awkward and restrained. And another companion? Whom do you refer to? Ron gazed at Dudley with a hint of bewilderment. Why does Harry's cousin always insist on uttering incomprehensible phrases? Harry, being quite astute, suddenly grasped the situation. Dudley, are you referring to Hermione? I believe she has likely returned to the dormitory with the other young wizards. Or should we wait for her? As Harry's voice trailed off, Ron immediately interrupted, exclaiming, "Oh, come on. You mustn't think that way. You have no idea how Hermione looked and sounded during Charms class." Ron's voice was raised, evidently irritated by Harry's suggestion to wait for Hermione. Observing Ron's sulking demeanor, Harry, perplexed, inquired, "Ron, what's the matter? Didn't Hermione help both of us just yesterday? Moreover, logically speaking, we ought to consider ourselves friends now." Friends? My goodness, Harry. I believe you should reconsider what friendship truly means. Have you ever seen a friend who frequently mentions reporting and informing on teachers? Harry, upon hearing this, was left momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Dudley merely chuckled in resignation. The conflicts among young rascals always arise so swiftly. Ron, oblivious to the impending developments, looked earnestly at Harry and declared, "Harry, let me tell you, during Charms class, Hermione sat beside me, solemnly reciting commands in the tone of A-class monitor. Particularly, her instructions on how to perform the levitation charm were simply unbearable, like a strict matron. Thankfully, you weren't there to experience the nightmare I endured." Bah, friends, it's absurd to think one could befriend her. If Hermione continues in this manner, I bet she'll struggle to make any new friends. As Ron spoke, he reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder. Make a gesture that conveys your understanding. However, he remained oblivious to the petite figure trembling not far behind him. At that moment, Hermione felt as though she had been struck by lightning. According to her original plan, she intended to greet Dudley after class, engage in a discussion about the new knowledge acquired in their charms lesson, and, in passing, assist him in reviewing the essential points of the spell. Yet, unexpectedly, as she prepared to summon the courage to approach Dudley and his friends, she overheard Ron's unabashed remarks. A sense of injustice welled up within Hermione. After all, she was doing all of this for Gryffindor, diligently paying attention and completing the assignments set by their charms professor on time. Are these not the responsibilities and obligations that a little wizard should uphold? Yet, why would Ron utter such outrageous words? Furthermore, having assisted Ron and Harry through their difficulties yesterday, they now behave as though nothing has occurred. Gulp. Hermione swallowed hard, struggling to comprehend their actions. She had only acted with the best intentions for everyone, yet it seemed that her efforts had been met with disdain. She had hoped that a change of surroundings would usher in a joyful embrace of a new environment. But it now appeared that she would once again face isolation within the walls of the wizarding school. Hermione felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. After all, she had merely adhered to the rules and regulations of Hogwarts. Yet, she found herself subjected to such treatment once more. The enigmatic expression on Dudley's face struck Ron as peculiar. Instinctively, he turned around and saw Hermione standing 2 meters behind him, her arms wrapped around her charms assignment. Her head bowed low, and the sound of soft sobs barely audible. Boom. Ron was taken aback, realizing he had merely been venting his frustrations, unaware that the very subject of his remarks was standing right behind him. Alas, it is all over. I am certain Hermione will deliver a thorough thrashing. The mere thought of this caused Ron to hastily shield his head with both hands. Hermione, I have made myself clear. This place does not permit bullying. However, before Ron could finish his sentence, he witnessed Hermione gritting her teeth, burying her head, and swiftly dashing down the corridor. Dudley fell silent for a moment, then extended his hand to nudge Harry. Go after her, and comfort her a bit. Harry gazed at his cousin in confusion, yet he did not press further. After all, it appeared that Hermione was quite distressed. As a friend, it was his duty to offer her solace. Without hesitation, Harry pursued the retreating figure of Hermione. Meanwhile, Ron observed Harry and Hermione, shaking his head in resignation. He then looked at Dudley with an innocent expression. Dudley, if I may say, I feel that Hermione's emotional resilience is rather, too, fragile. It's such a simple matter. At worst, I could just apologize, yet. She ended up in tears. In any case, Ron found himself at a loss for words. Oh dear, Dudley, don't leave just yet. Wait for me. Let's return to the Hogwarts dormitory together. Ron noticed that Dudley had ignored him and simply turned to walk away. This caused him to become anxious, prompting him to stride forward with determination. Dudley, however, did not glance back. His footsteps were swift, leaving Ron at a loss for words, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, Ron could no longer endure the solitude. Noticing the lack of company around him, he leaned closer to Dudley and murmured, Hey, Dudley, wait a moment, let us discuss something else. Ron's voice was barely audible. Nevertheless, Dudley remained unmoved. With no other choice, Ron spoke candidly. Dudley, can we talk about my magical talent? Upon hearing Ron mention his magical aptitude, Dudley finally paused his stride. Ron took a deep breath, his voice tinged with uncertainty. First of all, I want to express my gratitude for your assistance during the Hogwarts Quidditch team invitation. And also, after I returned to the Hogwarts dormitory last night, since you suggested I consider a more reasonable dietary structure, after careful contemplation, I believe I can pay the price. Dudley regarded Ron's earnest expression, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. What? So soon? Did I not advise you to take some time before deciding? Ron, feeling helpless, explained, No, it's not that, Dudley. I initially intended to ponder it further, but As you observe, Professor Flitwick, the Ravenclaw head, actually invited me to join the Charms Club. You understand? Someone like me, who can barely manage to ride a broomstick without making a fool of himself, could never possess any talent in charms. Dudley, watching Ron scratch his red hair, replied indifferently, then, just decline. Ron, you must understand, whether one is a wizard or a muggle, there is no need to overly concern oneself with the opinions of others. Otherwise, it is all too easy to lose one's way. Ron, somewhat bewildered by this, opened his mouth to clarify. Dudley, what are you saying? What significance do the gazes and judgments of others hold? I simply do not wish to reveal my rather lackluster magical talent to the public. Dolly, you know, I have painstakingly achieved this revered status today. Therefore, I must enhance my magical abilities. Regardless of the cost I must incur, I will do it. Dolly, with a placid expression, gazed at the impassioned Ron. After a moment, he spoke. Hold on. Do not rush to a decision. First, accompany me to a certain place. Ron looked at Dolly in confusion, uncertain of the significance of the change in topic. Nevertheless, he resolutely nodded. All right, Dolly. As long as you are willing to share the true nutritional structure with me, I will heed your words. Observing Ron's somewhat naive demeanor, Dolly sighed helplessly. How delightful it is to be a child. At times, their lack of understanding regarding knowledge blinds them to the consequences of their choices. Moreover, every action and word of mine must be restrained. If I behave too peculiarly in front of Ron, it is certain that those with ulterior motives will take notice. As Dolly pondered, he turned and made his way towards the staircase on the other side. This time, the destination was the Hufflepuff house of Hogwarts. Dudley turned around voluntarily and walked towards the staircase on the other side. After about a quarter of an hour, Ron, feeling somewhat curious, inquired, Dudley, what brings you here? Here lies the 33 novel network, the House of Hufflepuff, and in this educational zone, it is predominantly occupied by senior students, clad in our Gryffindor uniforms. Do we not appear somewhat out of place? Derry listened attentively to Ron's description and gently shook his head, responding, No, Ron. Our presence here is crucial to unraveling the key to your enhanced magical abilities. Ron gazed at Derry's delicate features, once again engulfed in confusion. If we were to categorize based on magical aptitude, the pinnacle of talent would undoubtedly belong to Ravenclaw, while Gryffindor and Slytherin would follow closely behind. Ron was filled with a multitude of questions, pondering the situation. Nevertheless, he resolutely kept pace with Dudley, anxious about getting lost in this unfamiliar territory. Dudley paused momentarily, surveying the path ahead before making a turn, ultimately arriving at the door of a classroom. Beside him, Ron lifted his gaze and scrutinized the nameplate. Hufflepuff, second year. Dudley, are you certain we haven't wandered into the wrong place? Here, does my magical talent have any direct relation to this? Ron muttered softly, feeling somewhat shy. If he were in his own school district, he would appear quite at ease. However, upon entering an area occupied by students a year above him, Ron became visibly flustered. Dudley frowned and turned to give Ron a silent gesture to be quiet. Ron quickly covered his mouth, falling silent. Ahem, what are you two doing here? It was just then that a somewhat stern female voice emanated from behind Dudley. Without a moment's thought, Ron instinctively stiffened his body, then decisively turned around, bowed, and spoke. Professor McGonagall, greetings. Ah, it's you, Weasley. What is this? Dolly, why is it that after class, instead of returning to his own dormitory, he has opted to run to the Hufflepuff common room? Professor McGonagall's expression softened slightly upon seeing Ron, which alleviated her mood considerably. She had originally intended to engage Ron in conversation to discuss any personal opinions he might have regarding Quidditch. Unexpectedly, just a couple of days ago, this young lad astonishingly showcased his prodigious talent by triumphing over the seasoned Quidditch player Bill in a one-on-one match. This brought great comfort to Professor McGonagall, as it once again demonstrated her remarkable insight into character. However, Ron stammered, struggling to articulate his reasons clearly. After all, the notion of directly exposing Darius weighed heavily on his conscience. Professor, could you kindly inform senior ally in the classroom? I have an arrangement with her, and I arrived punctually today. Professor McGonagall, reflecting for a moment, recalled who Ally truly was. This is Hufflepuff, a remarkably striking girl among the second-year young wizards. Well, very well, please wait for a moment at the entrance. Additionally, there are just 5 minutes left before the second-year Hufflepuff class begins. I would prefer not to have anyone arriving late to my transfiguration lesson. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and entered the classroom. Upon seeing the door close, Ron stuck out his tongue. Leaning close to Dudley's ear, he whispered, "That was close." Professor McGonagall truly embodies seriousness, although I have not committed any wrongdoing. The mere sight of her fills me with an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Ron is voicing his grievances about Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, while Derry stands quietly, rooted in place. Before long, the classroom door swings open. A pair of delicate, fair hands emerges through the gap, followed by a figure squeezing through the entrance, culminating in a cascade of pale golden locks. "Wait, aren't you the first-year Gryffindor from a couple of days ago?" I find myself intrigued by Professor McGonagall's claim that someone was looking for me, only to discover it is you. Eily, with her large, expressive eyes, gazes curiously at Derry, who stands half a head shorter than her, and Ron. Meanwhile, Ron's eyes widen in astonishment, unable to suppress a gulp. It is undeniable that the Hufflepuff girl before them possesses an extraordinary beauty. Her porcelain skin, complemented by her light golden hair, gives her the appearance of a princess stepped right out of an animated tale. Eily then extends her hand, gazing at her chin as she looks at Derry and Ron, adopting a big sisterly demeanor. "Ah, I see. You must be wanting to thank me for the fish I gave you a couple of days ago. I believe. You needn't worry about it, because at that time, if you couldn't finish it, these black-scaled fish are destined to perish within the confines of the aquarium. Daily maintenance through the release of magical cleansing is indeed a laborious task. Therefore, these fish, if consumed excessively, will inevitably be discarded," Ellie remarked, her large eyes fluttering as she spoke. With a playful arch of her brows, she gazed at Daryl and Ron with a cheerful smile, and then, with a wave of her hand, she intended to return to the classroom. "Just a moment." At that instant, Daryl's voice broke the momentary silence. Please hold on a moment," Daryl interjected. Ellie turned her head in confusion, only to see Daryl turning around to retrieve an item from his backpack. This object possesses an unusual design, featuring a mesh structure at its base, while a plastic tube extends from the top. Tiny ventilation holes are situated along its edges. Observing this peculiar apparatus, Ron and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances at Daryl. In response, Daryl casually explained, "Senior, did you not mention to me before that you often felt a sense of sorrow upon seeing so many black-scaled fish discarded into the trash? Prior to my arrival at Hogwarts, I came across an article in a magazine discussing the habitat of black-scaled fish. They have specific requirements regarding water quality and demand a higher oxygen concentration within their aquatic environment. This filter mesh in my hand should be positioned at the outlet of the aquarium, with the other end placed in a larger water body. Thus, the water will circulate, enhancing the contact surface between water and air, which in turn increases the dissolved oxygen content in the water." At this point, Dolly gazed at senior sister Ailey, who appeared utterly perplexed. He could not help but sigh. Indeed, was it too abrupt to explain such matters to a young sorceress just a year or two his junior? After some contemplation, Dolly stated directly, "In summary, Ailey, as long as you position this water pipe at the inlet and outlet of the water tank, even if the black-scaled fish do not cast a spell to clean the tank the following day, they will still survive." "Really?" Ailey's round eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils brimming with skepticism. "Dolly, I too find it hard to believe that this little device could possibly possess such potent capabilities. This issue has lingered within Hufflepuff for quite some time, yet it remains inadequately addressed. I believe there are details that elude our understanding. Otherwise, even if a solution were possible, it would hardly be the responsibility of a first-year young wizard to tackle." Ron expressed his confusion. Although he is not a glutton, he seldom has the opportunity to indulge in seafood, yet this does not preclude him from envisioning what a first-year wizard might accomplish. To be honest, if a first-year wizard could resolve a long-standing issue within Hufflepuff, it would be utterly astonishing. Beside him, Ellie smiled and nodded enthusiastically. Her eyes subtly crinkled with joy as she turned to the young wizard beside her. I believe you are correct. By the way, what is your name?" Ellie inquired. Ron quickly responded, "Hello, Senior. My name is Ron Weasley, but you can simply call me Ron." He awkwardly scratched his red hair, feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of such a beautiful older girl. While he wouldn't quite say he was enamored with her, his innate sense of chivalry compelled him to leave a courteous impression. In the midst of them, Dudley felt quite helpless. After all, theoretically speaking, both Ellie and Ron were merely 11 or 12 years old. Explaining the structure and principles of a filtration system to them would undoubtedly be challenging. Moreover, the composition of a filtration system is rather evident. Most aquatic filtration systems primarily consist of top filtration, trickle filters, bottom filtration, filter buckets, side filtration, and back filtration. These filtration systems comprise. Furthermore, additionally, explaining to these two young children that facilitating the flow of water enhances the contact surface between water and air, thereby increasing dissolved oxygen and elevating the oxygen content within the water. The logic concerning the oxygen layer is indeed quite abrupt. After some contemplation, Dolly reluctantly returned the small filtration device to Ailey and, with a serious expression, said, "Ailey, Sr., have you perhaps forgotten the agreement we made a couple of days ago when I visited the kitchen?" Upon hearing Dolly's inquiry, Ailey's face brightened, revealing a look of confusion. Finally, she clenched her fist and struck it against her other delicate palm. "Oh, I remember now. Yes, there was such an arrangement. You initially mentioned that if you could assist me in resolving this issue, I would agree to let you enjoy seafood every day. However, I also believed I was merely jesting at the time. If you are unable to resolve it, it is of no consequence. We can always wait for a while. The aquatic fish will be delivered once more by the surrounding food suppliers." Alice clasped her hands together on her lap. Her head bowed as she gazed at Dolly, offering a kind smile. "All right, Dolly, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. However, I must attend class now. You know how irritable Professor McGonagall can be. If she finds out that I've lingered too long by the door, she might punish us with more transfiguration spell exercises." After speaking, Alice reached out to place Dolly's filtering device into her pocket. However, Dolly paused and spoke up, "Senior Alice, wait a moment." Alice halted. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Dolly, uncertain of what this younger student wanted. Her gentle nature meant that unless she was genuinely frightened of Professor McGonagall's stern disposition, she would have enjoyed explaining her culinary inspirations to this fair-skinned junior. Regrettably, before Alice could ponder further, Dolly raised his hand and politely waved at her. "So, Senior Alice, please make sure to use it this evening. From my perspective, it has been over 10 hours since this batch of aquatics was prepared. Even if it fails, please be sure to inform me tomorrow. After all, it took me quite some time to create this filter." Observing Dolly's earnest expression, Alice, though puzzled, nodded emphatically. "All right, I will. And I will update you tomorrow." With that, she hurriedly opened the door to the second-year Hufflepuff classroom and swiftly exited. Dolly lingered by the door for a moment, waiting until Alice's figure had completely vanished before turning to depart down the corridor. Beside him, Ron watched in bewilderment before finally exclaiming, "Dolly, wait. This is not right. You previously mentioned that you would lead me through the process of enhancing my magical talents. How did we end up at Hufflepuff Academy and encounter an unrelated senior? I wish. This should have nothing to do with me directly. Dudley, you must not deceive me. You promised." Ron trailed behind Dudley, rambling incessantly. He truly failed to grasp the significance of Dudley leading him to seek out this Hufflepuff senior. Could it be that he remains oblivious to his current predicament? Quidditch is imminent, and there's also the Charms Club. As Dudley listened, he continued to move forward. Ever since Ron had entered his mode of complaints, he had been chattering away as if there were an endless stream of words to express. After a while, Ron realized that the little wizards around them had vanished. He and Dudley had arrived at a corner of the corridor near the Hogwarts dormitories. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps halted. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Dudley's small frame stood motionless. At that moment, an inexplicable pressure weighed heavily upon Ron. Dudley, what is the matter?" Ron instinctively inquired. Dudley did not turn around. His back facing Ron, his voice carried a tone of indifference. "Ron Weasley, I ask you, why should I assist you in enhancing your magical prowess?" Ron's expression stiffened, and he instinctively responded, You have helped Harry strengthen his magical abilities. Therefore, I believe you should also help me enhance mine." Indeed, Dudley, however, did not turn around, maintaining his silence. This left Ron feeling rather awkward. As he spoke, he sensed an unusual discomfort. Why was Dudley silent? Yet, expressing himself proved to be such a challenge. In that fleeting moment, Ron became acutely aware of a question he had long chosen to overlook. Dudley, why was he so intent on aiding him in enhancing his magical prowess? All along, I have been incessantly reiterating this matter. In the end, I subconsciously began to believe that it was only natural for me to seek assistance for myself. Upon realizing this, Ron hastily shook his head. No, that is not right. What on earth am I thinking? Clearly, as friends with Harry, friends should support one another. Only in this way can we journey further together. This is what parents and most of the magical instructors at Hogwarts impart. The conclusion: one is not at fault. Well, Dudley, I believe you and I are friends. Therefore, I implore you to assist me. Ron clenched his teeth, although he felt it peculiar to utter such words. Yet, he could not seek out his parents at this moment. Both of his brothers had already informed their mother of his selection as a Quidditch seeker. Given his father's propensity for sharing joy, it was likely that all his relatives and friends were already aware of the significance of his Quidditch selection. What if he were to embarrass himself on the day of the match? This is simply unimaginable. The parents are inadequate. Shall we seek out Professor McGonagall from Gryffindor? This is even less likely, if only, to seek out Professor McGonagall and confess her magical talents. She would undoubtedly question why she had not admitted her mistakes sooner, choosing instead to reveal them at this moment. Given her serious demeanor, I can only anticipate being reprimanded in front of all the young wizards at the school. Now, the only ally I can rely upon is Dudley, who possesses a method to help me grow stronger. Although Ron does not genuinely believe that Dudley can truly alter a person's innate magical talent, yet having hope is far more tangible than despair. Dudley remained turned away, adhering to the usual plan. This was his last inquiry. Ultimately, Ron's predicament stemmed from his own fixation. He yearned to change the past, the ingrained perception of him as a failure. After a moment's reflection, Dudley sighed again and said, Ron, let me be frank. I have always believed that on any path one traverses, there exists a fundamental principle, the law of equivalent exchange. If you wish to acquire spells, you must learn the art of spellcasting. If you seek admiration and reverence, then you must toil diligently behind the scenes. Just as now, if you desire to attain the same magical prowess as Harry, do you truly comprehend the cost involved? Ron replied almost without hesitation, Derry, rest assured. Whatever the cost may be, I am willing, as long as it enhances my magical prowess. Regardless of the cost, I am willing, as long as it strengthens my magical abilities. Derry suddenly turned away, extending his hand in a gesture of refusal. Ron, you are being overly serious. The price I mentioned, I have already conveyed it to you. Ron, filled with confusion, instinctively spoke, You mean, to consume more meat? Eggs, milk? Yes, precisely meat, eggs, milk. Thus, starting tomorrow, Ron, you will join me and Harry for breakfast each morning, and I shall meticulously tailor your dietary regimen. Upon hearing Dudley's earnest expression of his heartfelt desire, Ron's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. The recent burdens that had weighed heavily upon him vanished entirely. He was overwhelmed with joy, rushing forth with the impulse to embrace Dudley, only to be halted by Dudley's outstretched hand. Well, Dudley, you are truly wonderful. I am exceedingly delighted to be your friend. Gazing upon Ron's innocent visage, Dudley's eyes flickered momentarily, although it may appear to be innocent banter. Given his current state of mind, he found it difficult to adopt Ron's carefree demeanor. It had been some time since their arrival at Hogwarts. His physical ailments required urgent resolution. The second phase of the wizarding cell experiment must commence. The scarcity of experiments was alarming. The data was pitifully limited. Observable samples, having undergone the first phase under the principle of equivalent exchange, must be avoided henceforth. The methods of the wizarding world are exceedingly intricate. One cannot dismiss the possibility of certain sorcerers having dominion over time or the human psyche. They could manipulate souls. Furthermore, they might even probe into thoughts. Ron serves as a direct experimental subject. Yet, he also embodies a risk of exposure. I must remain concealed. Even if one day Ron were to truly diverge from my path, I cannot allow prying eyes to witness my actions. Such taboo experiments, applying them to oneself is one matter, but when inflicted upon others, perhaps some self-proclaimed just wizards would wield their wands to obliterate their own deeds. All technology and knowledge are forged by breaking through layer upon layer of shackles. Technology itself bears no inherent morality, even decades hence. For mature pharmaceuticals to impact the lives of the populace, countless in vivo experiments are requisite. In vivo experiments encompass not only animals. In clinical settings, humans are an indispensable component. To progress, one must shatter taboos. Human rights protests? At the very least, this taboo must be conducted in secrecy. Otherwise, the unchanging world and environment will merely become a tumultuous tide, an incessant cycle of competition devoid of innovation. Dolly observed Ron, who was leaping and running before him. seemingly having resolved his own troubles. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Mutual benefit. It is his hope that this time, the second phase of his wizarding cell experiment will proceed smoothly. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, the esteemed Gryffindor School of Magic. Here lies a corridor. Harry took a deep breath, gazing ahead at the figure rushing forward, unable to resist calling out, "Hermione! Hermione, wait for me!" However, the Hermione in the distance seemed oblivious to his cries. Clad in a dark, flowing wizard's robe, her petite form tightened the collar as her steps quickened. "Wait! Wait!" Harry gasped for air, raising his hand in a gesture for her to halt. Yet, despite his shouts, Hermione showed no intention of stopping. Alas! What to do? After what felt like an eternity, Harry stood helplessly in place, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His dark robe was soaked through. Lost. Lost. "Hermione, are you there?" Harry called out a few more times, but it was still in vain. After a brief respite, he mustered the strength to rise from the ground, looking around in bewilderment, only to discover that the surroundings appeared rather peculiar. There was not a soul in sight, merely a series of platforms constructed from earthy yellow stone bricks. Taking a deep breath, Harry scrutinized the stones before him, perplexed, for these yellow bricks seemed to be moving. The reason for their movement became clear as he observed the weathered paintings upon their surfaces. These paintings seemed to depict a forest where in the depths, tigers pounce upon their prey and eagles soar majestically in the sky. It was once a splendid animated portrayal of the woodland, yet now it eerily envelopes him. Upon witnessing such a scene, Harry inhaled gently. Although he was uncertain of his whereabouts, the surreal dynamic mural before him induced a sense of discomfort. A sharp pain surged in the upper left corner of his forehead. However, the dreamlike animation continued to unsettle him. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Harry instinctively stepped back, bewildered by the spectacle in front of him. "Hermione, are you there?" He called out instinctively, yet silence prevailed around him. He swallowed hard, a nervous gulp escaping him, and instinctively retreated another step. Should he leave? Harry pondered, feeling a conflict within, setting aside how he would explain himself to his cousin Dudley later. The mere thought of abandoning his friends and distancing himself from this area left an unsettling feeling in his heart. Just as Harry wrestled with his turmoil, a series of unsettling noises echoed as the walls seemed to writhe. Soon after, the trees creaked and rustled ominously. Reacting instinctively, Harry took a step back, sensing something drawing nearer. Moments later, the unfolding scene left him utterly astonished. What is happening? He gasped in alarm, glancing behind him to find, inexplicably, an ancient tree standing where none had been before. The ancient tree stood majestically, its branches lush and its bark mottled and wrinkled. A crackling sound echoed through the air as Harry beheld, in astonishment, the immovable giant before him suddenly parting its lips. From within emanated a voice, aged and resonant. "I have a little one who has intruded upon my realm. It seems she is faring quite poorly." As Harry gazed at the venerable tree, its murmurs compelled him to steady himself. Tentatively, he raised his hand and said, "Hello. Can you hear me?" Despite his words, his hand instinctively trembled, hoping the ancient sentinel would acknowledge his presence. "I find it hard to believe. Your emotions appear to be quite sorrowful." Harry pondered, bewildered by the tree's observation. He felt an urgency that seemed unrelated to sorrow. Could it be? However, it dawned on him that the tree might not be addressing him directly. The forlorn figure it spoke of could very well be Hermione. With that realization, Harry hastily implored the ancient tree, "Excuse me, tree sir, could you please tell me where Hermione is?" As his words lingered in the air, he gazed expectantly at the venerable being. The ancient tree regained its focus, its limbs swaying gently as its mouth opened and closed in response. "Little one, you do not possess a pass. How is it that you have come here?" "A pass? What might that be?" Harry gazed at the ancient tree with a furrowed brow. "I apologize, Mr. Tree, but I am in search of a lost little witch. She is about my age, with long hair." The tree, unhurried, awaited the conclusion of Harry's words. After a brief silence, Harry stammered, That's all I have. In truth, I am rather at a loss." "Ha ha ha." The tree emitted a deep, resonant chuckle, its bark wrinkling and settling into stillness. "Very well, young one. I am aware of your predicament. Now, please tell me your name." Harry, perplexed, regarded the ancient tree but ultimately managed to respond, "Harry. Harry Potter." The name resonated with a sense of familiarity and nostalgia. "However, Harry, as you seek your missing companion, I wish to pose a few questions to you." Upon hearing the tree's inquiry, Harry instinctively nodded. Ask away. As long as it aids me in finding Hermione. Harry, how do you comprehend the essence of friendship? You are so eager to locate Hermione. Thus, she must be your friend. Harry, staring at the talking tree, found it hard to fathom why it cared about such matters. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he replied, well, Hermione, she should be considered my friend. Should be? Why you should? Is there a possibility that she may not be your friend? The tree questioned, perplexed. Harry, with a wry smile, shook his head. In truth, I have always regarded Hermione as my friend, yet I believe friendship ought to be a mutual acknowledgement. Merely my recognition of Hermione as my friend might not be entirely accurate. If she did not wish to be my friend, that would be unfortunate. The tree, absorbing Harry's explanation, fell into a thoughtful silence, lingering in contemplation. What troubles you? Harry inquired, observing the ancient tree with curiosity. The ancient tree is truly peculiar. Both the timing of its appearance and the questions it poses leave one in bewilderment. Harry, do you know? As a tree, I do not possess any true friends. Harry gazes at the ancient tree in confusion, uncertain of its intended message. The tree, unhurried, continues, as we ancient trees grow. We constantly absorb nutrients. However, you may not have noticed that there are almost no two great trees that rely on each other for growth. Within a small area, there will only be one tree. Listening to the tree's words, Harry furrows his brow. Through his interactions with his cousin, he instinctively senses that there is more to the tree's speech. What do you mean? The ancient tree does not answer directly, but instead muses. I too desire many friends. Yet, during my growth, I must maintain distance from other trees. If I grow too close, according to my own growth trends, there will be no space for other friends. Harry, absorbing the tree's cryptic message, almost blurts out, Ancient tree, do you mean to say that I should not interact with Hermione right now? The tree remains vague, stating, that is not my intention. To clarify, in our interactions as ancient trees, this behavior is known as beauty born from distance. Only by maintaining an appropriate distance can wildflowers, wild vegetables, and other beautiful plants flourish. At this, Harry is astonished to find that the lush greenery surrounding him has vanished. The mottled, yellowish walls revert to their original state, devoid of any anomalies. It is as if nothing had transpired at all. In that moment, Harry hears the sound of muffled sobs emanating from another corner. Contemplating this, he cautiously approaches the wall to confirm his suspicions. Upon nearing the edge, he recognizes a familiar figure, Hermione Granger. Before him, a small figure curled up in a corner, weeping incessantly. Harry's eyes shone with an unusual brightness, reflecting the shards of glass around him. In his mind, he involuntarily recalled the words spoken by the ancient tree moments ago. Distance breeds beauty. With his astute intellect, Harry could ascertain without a second thought that the tree's sudden appearance was meant to convey a vital message, to provide Hermione with an ideal space, allowing her a moment of tranquility. Perhaps, this is undoubtedly the most straightforward and immediate course of action. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Harry's mind flickered with the image of his cousin aboard the train, gazing intently out of the window. Harry, you are still too young. There is much to learn, observe, and contemplate. It is best to refrain from any rash actions in the absence of ability. His cousin had once imparted this wisdom to him. There may be dangers lurking within Hogwarts. However, in recent times, he had encountered no peculiar occurrences and was on the verge of forgetting. Yet now, confronted with this bizarre scene, he felt compelled to act, for if things were to remain unchanged, he would never acquire any valuable information. With this thought, Harry, who had initially been retreating, found his steps slowing to a halt. At that moment, he felt a slight sting in the upper left corner of his forehead. A strange emotion surged within him, compelling him to step around the corner of the wall. He approached the weeping Hermione with determination. Harry wished to explore the situation further. He did not believe that the teachings of the ancient tree were entirely correct. Similar questions had been posed by his cousin Dudley in the past, who advised that when faced with discord and conflict, if the fault lies on one's own side, the most prudent course of action is to first acknowledge the mistake. Regardless of whether the other party accepts it, one's own attitude should be expressed openly. Harry stood before Hermione, observing her weeping inconsolably. He gathered his thoughts and gently spoke. I am sorry, Hermione. On behalf of my friend Ron, I extend my sincerest apologies. Meanwhile, in the office of the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, an elderly man with white hair stared quizzically at the mirror before him. Before the smooth glass, a hidden corridor within Hogwarts is revealed, showcasing two diminutive figures. One is Harry Potter, and the other is Hermione Granger. At that moment, Dumbledore appears to be speaking to himself, contemplating the child before him. However, before he can utter a word, the yellowish hat resting on the table suddenly crinkles and contorts, ultimately splitting open to reveal a gaping, dark mouth. Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore, I see it clearly. To be frank, this child's situation is rather complicated. Dumbledore remains silent, observing the Sorting Hat intently. Soon, the voice of the Sorting Hat sharpens with urgency. Dumbledore, you must make a swift decision. From my perspective as a Slytherin, this child evidently possesses a mindset that defies taboos. On the surface, he appears delicate and fragile. However, lurking within him may be a far more terrifying darkness. For instance, during this particular lesson, an ordinary adolescent wizard would typically obediently listen and ultimately embrace the notion that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Yet, within his heart resides an unexpected resentment. This is not a favorable situation. Professor Dumbledore. However, before the Sorting Hat could finish its statement, another voice erupted from his lips. Ah, Slytherin, I believe you are merely envious. The sentiments you describe as dark and negative appear to us in Gryffindor as commendable traditions. This child is innately unbound by the archaic shackles of convention. His intellect enables him to comprehend the magical pedagogy of Dumbledore when he previously employed the ancient tree spell. However, given his current mindset, he has opted for a different course of action. It is evident that Harry Potter is a brave child who dares to break free from the shackles. This spirit indeed receives commendation in the currently outdated and rigid wizarding world. Commendation? Bah, in my Slytherin house, it appears. Such behavior is entirely an uncontrollable constraint. This will only bring calamity to the school and to him. With his current capabilities, can you envision the formidable entities he may provoke in the future? Slytherin, you are merely envious. From our perspective in Gryffindor, your actions are utterly stifling a young wizard's potential. Enough. Everyone, please pause. I believe you ought to closely examine the scene reflected in the mirror at present. A voice suddenly emerged, calm and gentle. During your quarrel, I, as a Ravenclaw, have been attentively observing the developments within the mirror. A wise individual would never hastily conclude a young wizard's future based on a mere fraction. Whether it pertains to his strengths or weaknesses, we Ravenclaws always approach matters with a results-oriented mindset and consistently conduct a comprehensive rational analysis. Take a closer look at the two children depicted in the image. Harry clearly steps forward, offering comfort and an apology. Hermione begins to sulk once more. Yet Harry remains steadfast in his beliefs. Ultimately, observe how Harry takes Hermione's hand as they make their way back. If we were to judge solely based on this, following our initial approach, allowing Harry to understand that distance creates beauty, waiting until Hermione calms down, then encouraging him to apologize. Although this method appears to be the most reasonable, I feel that such behavior will undoubtedly leave an estranging notion in Hermione's heart. After all, Harry himself has stated that Hermione is his friend. Considering the outcome, Hermione's current emotional state and her relationship with Harry have grown closer. The voice of the Sorting Hat abruptly ceased at this point. Dumbledore gently cleared his throat and remarked, "So, Hufflepuff, what are your thoughts on this matter?" The room fell into an immediate silence. After a while, a faint sound of huffing emerged from within the Sorting Hat. What were you just discussing? Dumbledore, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Hufflepuff, what are your thoughts on this matter? The Sorting Hat questioned again. What matter? Dumbledore replied, I was just resting. I apologize. I am unaware of what you are debating. I only sensed that Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw were particularly loud. It seemed that an internal conflict was about to arise within the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore gently flicked his fingers, releasing a surge of milky white magic that struck the Sorting Hat. The cacophony of noise vanished completely, and the entire office was enveloped in utter silence. Only Dumbledore's eyes slowly closed, his palm gently raised, and then he waved it slowly. The scenes reflected in the mirror before him faded away, revealing the image of an elderly man. The old man appeared serene, with his hands clasped together and the corners of his eyes slightly drooping, as if he had entered a dreamlike state. At this very moment, in the Gryffindor dormitory at Hogwarts, Dudley sat at a table where a transparent glass fish tank rested. According to the normal experimental protocol, today marked the final feeding of the heavy metal water orchids. In the tank, The black-scaled fish had already undergone various changes within some of the fish. Their semi-transparent bodies revealed organs that were faintly darkening. The once vibrant and lively eyes have now become fixed, and there are even a few black-scaled fish turning over on their bellies. This signifies that their brief existence as fish has come to an end. By correlating the time of the deceased black-scaled fish, Dudley has formed a preliminary estimate in his mind. The duration of feeding the black-scaled fish should be approximately 3 days. Typically, when the black-scaled fish consume water lilies contaminated with mercury, they will succumb to poisoning around the 3rd day. Moreover, this toxic flesh is inedible. According to experiments on heavy metals, the most critical aspect lies in cultivation and breeding. If mercury is present from the embryonic stage of the fish and through continuous metabolism, a certain batch of fish may develop unique properties. When consuming water lilies containing mercury, the emergence of characteristics that prevent death becomes paramount. This involves breeding mercury-laden black-scaled fish with their normal counterparts. From the embryonic stage, they carry natural organic mercury. Some embryos with poor resistance to toxins will perish before birth, while the remaining will undergo continuous physical evolution post-birth. The black-scaled fish that fail to evolve will succumb to poisoning, leaving only a scant few to survive. At this moment, it is essential to initiate proactive human intervention. Allow only the surviving black-scaled fish to breed, so they may produce offspring. Thus, the envisioned black-scaled fish that successfully absorb mercury will come into existence. At this very instant, Derry is simultaneously organizing his thoughts and jotting down notes. He is also placing the deceased black-scaled fish into dark plastic bags. He plans to discard them in the Hogwarts recycling area when he steps outside. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Before long, a knock resounds. Derry halts his actions. Then, he opens the door. Outside the study, he sees Harry, hands behind his back, wearing a beaming smile as he gazes at him. This took Dudley by surprise. What's the matter, Harry? Your expression. Could it be that there is something to be joyful about? Upon seeing his cousin open the door, Harry stepped back with a smile and exclaimed with enthusiasm. Dudley, I did it. Did what? Dudley questioned, increasingly perplexed. Taking a deep breath, Harry replied, I successfully comforted a girl and made her stop crying. Cousin, you once told me that a boy who is good at helping others is truly remarkable. Am I becoming remarkable too? Dudley gazed at Harry's hopeful face, his expression pleading for praise, and couldn't help but chuckle. Well, Harry, yes, I did say something like that. And since I have some time, why don't you tell me? What exactly happened between you and Hermione? Harry nodded joyfully and took Dudley's hand, leading him to sit on a chair in the dormitory. With his eyes sparkling, Harry took a deep breath, showcasing his gentlemanly side. Cousin, you might not know, but when I went to find Hermione, as he animatedly recounted how he saved Hermione, he shared how he helped her emerge from her sorrow. Finally, he pulled out 2 small cakes from his pocket. Look, Dudley, this is Hermione expressing her gratitude. She proactively gifted me some snacks. She even mentioned that I should bring one for you. In truth, I have discovered that Hermione possesses a genuinely kind nature. She is thoughtful in her actions and is willing to share delicious treats. Darius smiled as he accepted the small cake from Harry, placing it upon the table. He then took a moment to observe Harry's slightly flushed cheeks. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, being complimented by the opposite sex, receiving rewards. Even little Harry cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. This is what one might refer to as the awakening of one's desire for performance in the presence of the opposite sex. Dudley chuckled softly. Although he could not perceive the subtle shifts in Harry's mindset, it did not hinder him from deducing the crux of the matter. Oh, the beauty of youth. As for this old fellow, he felt indifferent to such interactions. With a smile, Dudley ruffled Harry's hair and said, All right, Harry, it's time to rest early in preparation for tomorrow's magic class. A good night's sleep is essential. The following day, a series of loud knocks resounded. Harry rubbed his slightly swollen eyelids, rose from his bed, and approached the dormitory door. He extended his hand to pull it open. Morning, hey. Harry, why are you still lounging in bed? Do you realize today is Gryffindor's transfiguration class? If you're late, you'll surely face reprimand. Ron's head popped in, observing Harry's sleepy visage with a disapproving frown. Ugh, Harry scratched his head, reluctantly smacking his lips. Fine, Ron, just wait a moment. As he spoke, Harry stifled a yawn, then entered the washroom to tidy his attire, alongside washing his face and brushing his teeth. Seizing the moment, Ron stepped into Harry's dormitory. Upon looking up, he noticed Dudley seated at the desk, engaged in writing and drawing. "Good morning, Dudley. Why didn't you wake Harry? We have transfiguration class in half an hour." "If he is late, he will certainly be scolded," Ron remarked, hands tucked in his pockets. Without turning, Dudley replied coolly, "I've already told Harry that getting up is his own responsibility. I will no longer wake him." Ron was taken aback. "No, that can't be. You are his cousin." Dudley calmly stated, "Indeed, it is precisely because I am his cousin that I cannot indulge him." Resigned, Ron sighed. "All right, you make a valid point." He then pulled over a stool and waited for about 10 minutes until Harry emerged, freshly washed and ready. Ron eagerly dashed over to Harry's side and promptly assisted him in retrieving a large box from beneath the bed. Take it slow, Ron. If you want something, just go ahead. No need to be so enthusiastic," Harry responded. Realizing that Ron had taken to heart his earlier promise to allow him to join for breakfast in his room each day. "Well then, Harry, let me tell you. Today I desire yogurt accompanied by creamy chicken wraps," Ron declared, his face beaming with delight at the prospect of enjoying free breakfast daily, which brought him immense joy. Harry, on the other hand, felt no particular qualms, for sharing culinary delights with friends was indeed a joyous affair. "Hey Dudley, why not join us for a bite?" Ron mumbled, glancing at Dudley, who remained indifferent. Dudley simply grabbed a carton of milk and continued to organize his notes. Minutes later, the trio concluded their breakfast. After tidying their attire, Harry took the initiative to open the door, leading Ron and Dudley toward the common dormitory of Hogwarts. "Hey, Harry, are you prepared to face Professor McGonagall's inquiries today?" Ron asked, a grimace adorning his face. "What? I usually take her transfiguration class quite seriously. My magical notes are adequately prepared, so I shouldn't encounter any significant issues with Professor McGonagall's post-class questions." Observing Harry's earnest expression, Ron was somewhat taken aback. "No, Harry, didn't you previously express your disdain for Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor during her classes? Why are you now so intrigued by her assignments?" Harry chuckled softly in response. "It's just that recently, someone assisted me in grasping the essential points of the magical curriculum, making my understanding of spells and transfiguration much less daunting. Previously, I struggled to comprehend what the professor was discussing in her class, but now it has improved significantly." Ron, listening to Harry's peculiar remarks, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why was his usually carefree friend, who relished skipping classes and avoiding lectures, suddenly so committed to his studies? What on earth is happening? Ron felt a sense of discontent. His interest in the subject of magic was rather lukewarm. In his view, possessing a solid magical talent rendered the study of magic an effortless endeavor, rather than squandering time memorizing the intricate framework of magical knowledge. He believed it more advantageous to enhance his innate magical abilities. Just then, Ron caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting in front of him. A girl with tousled brown hair stood before him. "Hermione, what are you up to? I must remind you that we are due for class today, and we shall not engage in any behavior that would incur point deductions. Please do not obstruct our path. Your actions resemble those of a supervisor monitoring our extracurricular activities." With a face full of indignation, Ron glared at Hermione, harboring a deep-seated dislike for her. She took pride in her academic prowess, earning the admiration of professors in various magical subjects, and thus labeled herself as a model student. "You may adhere strictly to your own standards, but why must you impose your expectations upon us?" Having uttered these words, Ron braced himself for an anticipated retort from Hermione. However, to his astonishment, Hermione offered no response to his taunts. Instead, she smiled and chose to ignore him. Hermione then turned her attention to Harry. "Good morning, Harry." Harry looked up at Hermione, a smile gracing his face in return. "Good morning, Hermione." Ron stood there, bewildered, gazing at the two before him. He felt disoriented. This was not how it was supposed to be. His steadfast ally was now entangled with Hermione. Sighing, Ron was about to inquire further when he noticed Hermione bypassing him to approach Harry, retrieving a notebook from her possession. The basic outline of Transfiguration, compiled by Professor Minerva McGonagall. "Harry, this is the notes I prepared yesterday. As per our agreement, you must review it promptly, as I intend to quiz you on your recitation later." With her hands clasped behind her back, Hermione regarded Harry earnestly. "Thank you," he replied. Hermione, however, had a few additional inquiries she wished to address. For instance, concerning transfiguration, should one draw their wand before uttering the incantation? Upon hearing Harry's question regarding such knowledge, Hermione's interest was instantly piqued. With an enthusiastic expression, she eagerly opened her textbook on the fundamentals of transfiguration and proceeded to extract a portion to elucidate to Harry. The two of them became deeply engrossed in their discussion. Meanwhile, Ron, trailing behind and gradually distancing himself from Hermione and Harry, wore a perplexed expression. He felt quite bewildered. He contemplated approaching them, yet realized he could not comprehend the intricacies of the transfiguration concepts they were deliberating. What is happening? Dudley glanced at Ron's somewhat troubled countenance and casually inquired, "Is something the matter?" Ron instinctively swallowed hard, responding, "And nothing." "Oh, if there is nothing, then do not dawdle. Let us hasten to class," Dudley replied calmly, then stepped out of Gryffindor's dormitory. After a moment, Ron followed suit, stammering, Dudley. Do you have any idea why this is happening? When, precisely, did Hermione grow so close to Harry? If my memory serves me right, their relationship was rather tenuous just a couple of days ago. Ron pondered his choice of words, as a perplexing emotion stirred within him. This emotion is one of helplessness, as I find it difficult to articulate my thoughts clearly. My words, seemingly directed at Dudley, are in fact inquiries I pose to myself regarding the sudden friendship between Harry and Hermione. Dudley paused momentarily, not providing a direct response to Ron's question, but rather casually suggested, "Perhaps they do not exclude you." Ron, suppressing his voice, retorted, "Exclude? How is this possible?" Just after Hermione found Harry, the two of them delved into a discussion about the intricacies of transfiguration. I was utterly bewildered, and they paid me no mind as they continued on their path. Ron, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Isn't this exclusion in itself?" Observing Ron's agitated demeanor, Dudley calmly halted his steps. "What? Do you think I am mistaken?" Ron crossed his arms defiantly, his face a picture of stubbornness. After all, Harry had first chosen to befriend him, yet now, merely 2 days later, he seemed to ignore him completely. Witnessing Ron's obstinate expression, Dudley replied coolly, "No. I believe you may have misunderstood." Ron shook his head vehemently. "No, Dudley, I cannot have misunderstood. This is indeed exclusion." However, Dudley maintained his composure, stating, "Let me put it this way, Ron. If you were to grasp the essence of transfiguration, wouldn't you then be able to join their conversation?" Ron, bewildered, looked at Dudley and replied, "That is not the case. Dudley, Harry and I are friends. I am certain he does not care for the transfiguration teacher either. You must believe me on this." Observing Ron's continued obstinacy, Dudley sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned his attention towards the classroom for magical studies. After all, Dudley felt no obligation to explain the notions of dedication and consideration to a child like Ron. In his worldview, friends are meant to inspire one another positively. When one befriends another, the relationship undergoes a remarkable transformation, and one should not alter oneself for the sake of friendship. Friends should relish in skipping class together. Yet a friend's betterment also requires consideration for your feelings. Such selfishness is destined for an unfavorable conclusion. In a trio, there will always be a teacher among them. Yet with 3, conflict is inevitable. At present, Dudley had far more pressing matters to attend to. The relationship among Ron, Harry, and Hermione has reached a delicate equilibrium. No longer a matter that requires Dudley's energy. The study of magic must persist. As usual, today's transfiguration class passed without significant incident. The sole distinction was that after class, Harry and Hermione eagerly clutched their notes, seeking out Professor McGonagall to pose their inquiries. Dudley and Ron lingered nearby for a moment. After their questions regarding magic were addressed, Harry and Hermione wore expressions of contentment. "Hey, Harry, my guess was indeed correct. I have always maintained that transfiguration cannot conjure something out of nothing. When performing this magic, one does not create non-existent entities. As you previously stated, transforming into an angel or superhero is utterly impossible," Hermione declared with a triumphant gleam in her eyes. Harry, with his head bowed, scribbled in his notebook, "Indeed, Hermione, you are absolutely right. This is a crucial point to take note of." Observing the exchange between Harry and Hermione, Ron instinctively opened his mouth. He yearned to contribute to the conversation, but ultimately could not refrain from exclaiming, "I already knew that. In fact, you could also transform into furniture like tables and chairs." "Indeed, this could be considered a secondary application of transfiguration," Ron replied with a chuckle. However, Harry, with a serious expression, raised his gaze to meet Ron's. What is it?" Ron inquired, startled. "Ron, you are mistaken," Harry articulated slowly. "Professor McGonagall just emphasized the key points in our transfiguration lesson. In the initial stages, transfiguration is not merely laden with numerous restrictions. It is fundamentally incapable of transcending species. For instance, you are a human, yet you wish to transform into a puddle of water. Such a situation is nearly impossible to achieve during our various stages of schooling. It is akin to the notion of a table. The impossibility is even greater, unless one specializes in transfiguration and possesses mastery over all its intricacies. Yet, even Professor McGonagall, who has delved deeply into transfiguration, acknowledges its challenges. Thus, theoretically speaking, Ron, your assertion lacks rigor. Magic demands precision and meticulousness. Ron gazed at Harry's serious expression, feeling at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to respond. Well, all right then. I understand. Observing Ron's admission of comprehension, Harry and Hermione resumed their passionate discussion regarding other aspects of their charms class. Glub, glub, glub. A look of sadness and embarrassment crossed Ron's face. During this period, he attempted several times to join the conversation between Harry and Hermione, yet he found himself unable to integrate into their discourse. This has brought about a subtle shift in his previously carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, Dudley observed everything quietly. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. If only Ron could seize this opportunity to diligently study spells and amend his undesirable habits. Perhaps that would indeed be a positive development. As for the sudden camaraderie between Harry and Hermione, it seems that after the incident where Hermione was brought to tears, something intriguing transpired between them. Nonetheless, none of this exceeded his expectations. However, as the four young wizards pressed on, a figure abruptly intercepted their path. Excuse me, is this the Gryffindor Academy? The girl, with flowing golden hair, appeared somewhat distressed. Could you assist me? Harry looked up at her in surprise. Why you? Who are you looking for? Ron, equally taken aback, responded, Hey, do you need something? Hermione, gazing at the fair-skinned, exquisitely featured girl, quickly deduced her identity from her attire. Ron, Harry, keep it down. This is Hufflepuff. Are you a young wizard from Hufflepuff? But this is quite peculiar. Here stands the teaching building of Gryffindor. What brings you here? Avery regarded the two young wizards before her, unable to resist surveying them, finally resting her gaze upon Derry. Hello, Derry. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. You haven't introduced me to your two companions. Observing the beaming smile on Avery's face, Derry politely nodded. All right, it is my pleasure to introduce them. With that, Derry stepped forward before Avery, under the curious gazes of Hermione and Harry. Then, smiling at the two behind him, he said, This is my classmate, Hermione Granger. This is my cousin Harry. Upon hearing Harry's name, Ailey was somewhat taken aback, covering her mouth with her hand. Ha, Harry, my goodness. You are the legendary Harry Potter, the little wizard who saved the world? Harry, feeling a touch sheepish, rubbed his head and replied with a hint of resignation. No, I'm not as remarkable as you say, Ailey. In fact, I don't consider myself a hero at all, because I have no recollection of such events. Upon hearing Harry's humble words, Ailey couldn't help but gently bite her lip. However, she waved her hand and said, Well, never mind. This is not of great significance. Moreover, I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot engage in extensive conversation with you. Well, Dolly, this is our agreement. As Alice's voice resonated, she reached behind her and retrieved a plastic bag. Inside the bag lay 5 or 6 translucent fish, each roughly the size of a palm. Black-scaled fish. Black-scaled fish. Before Dolly could extend his hand, Ron eagerly stepped forward. He circled around the bag held by Alice and, with a hint of delight, remarked, Alice, if memory serves me correctly, you previously assured Dolly that if he assisted you in resolving the pressing issue concerning the black-scaled fish, you would graciously offer him a few as a token of appreciation. Could it be? All of this is true? With a smile, Alice handed the black-scaled fish to Dolly, her face alight with joy. Of course. The device that Dolly gave me yesterday has miraculously saved the black-scaled fish that was destined to perish this morning. This is simply astonishing. Although, the details remain unclear. However, I am aware that Dudley has rendered me a significant favor. If you still have needs. If I could provide you with a certain quantity of black-scaled fish each day, Senior Sister Ailey said as she extended her hand, patting the badge that represented Hufflepuff on her chest. Ron looked at the black-scaled fish in Dudley's hands with a hint of envy. If memory serves him correctly, Dudley had once mentioned that to possess formidable magical talent, one must consume regularly meat, eggs, milk, and the fish before them serves as the finest source of protein. Gulp. Ron swallowed hard. All right, Senior Sister Ailey then. I would appreciate it if you could deliver black-scaled fish to me every 3 days for a while. After all, my classmates seem to favor grilled fish and similar dishes. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively nodded. However, he soon shook his head. No, Cousin Dudley, if given a choice, I would rather have beef. In comparison, the taste of steak far surpasses that of fish fillet. Harry chuckled as he said this, gazing affectionately at his cousin. Dudley, however, pinched Harry's cheek playfully. Honestly, having something to eat is already wonderful, yet you still pick and choose. You are still in a growth phase. You cannot subsist solely on bread. This is not particularly beneficial for your physical growth. Harry pouted, displaying an expression of disbelief. Ha. Dudley, your relationship with your cousin is quite remarkable, but I must take my leave now. Moreover, Halloween is approaching. We Hufflepuffs will be quite busy. The black-scaled fish that I am to receive as a gift will be delivered to your dormitory area in 3 days. Oh, by the way, this is my email address. If you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to have the magical creature deliver the envelope directly to this address. I will respond promptly upon seeing it. After Alice spoke, she did not wait for Harry or Dudley's response and hurriedly picked up the Hufflepuff wooden basket from the ground, rushing towards the other side of the corridor. Along the way, in her flustered state, she nearly collided with several upperclassmen from Gryffindor. However, Alice always managed to maintain her balance at the most critical moments, avoiding a fall due to excessive momentum. Oh, Dudley. She appeared somewhat reckless. Hermione pondered her words carefully, articulating them slowly. On the other side, Harry nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, Hermione, I concur with your assessment. You are absolutely right. This is indeed a matter worthy of attention. However, why did she specifically choose to gift my cousin with a black-scaled fish? Such matters. Would it not be more straightforward to deliver them directly to the dormitory? Harry inquired thoughtfully. Hermione nodded in agreement, stating, I believe, if someone were to observe her carrying a basket, and then willingly offer the black-scaled fish to a young wizard of Gryffindor, such behavior might not be perceived favorably by others. Not favorable? Harry appeared somewhat perplexed and was about to inquire further when Hermione interjected. Enough, Harry. I am not a mind reader like the one in Alice's tale. It is impossible for me to discern what she truly thinks. Really, I cannot know her thoughts. However, there is one certainty. Halloween is approaching. Do you, or rather, you and your cousin, have any plans? Harry shrugged. Plans? What plans could there possibly be? I merely hope to indulge in plentiful treats on Halloween. Thus, the following day, one would be able to rise punctually to review their knowledge of magic. Hermione, upon hearing Harry's explanation, felt a twinge of surprise. No, Harry, don't you need to prepare something, such as a pumpkin lantern, or perhaps candies, or even a magical broomstick? Although we cannot ride actual magical transportation within Hogwarts, a model broomstick would suffice. Additionally, one would require a black cat, or perhaps disguise oneself as a bat. Alternatively, one could present a skull. If my memory serves me correctly, if you adorn yourself in a peculiar manner, you could venture into most wizard dormitories to knock on doors, and the one who answers would surely offer you candies. Hermione rambled on. However, to Harry's ears, it was somewhat embarrassing. He was aware of Halloween. Yet, in his recollections of previous Halloweens, to prevent himself from wandering off, he would often find himself locked away in the storage room beneath the stairs. Over time, Harry had come to believe that Halloween held little significance for him. Now, hearing Hermione's vivid description, his spirit was suddenly invigorated. Cousin. At this thought, Harry instinctively glanced behind him, seeking his cousin's opinion. It's all right, Harry. You need not look at me. Halloween is an important occasion. I believe that on that evening, you could accompany Hermione dressed as a little skeleton, or a pumpkin head, to collect candies from the dormitories of the older wizarding students. Hearing his cousin's calm yet caring tone, Harry took a deep breath, unable to suppress a vigorous nod. All right, Dudley, I will. He calculated the time. It had been quite a while since leaving Uncle Vernon's home. The life at Hogwarts fills Harry with joy and a sense of fulfillment. By the way, Dudley, would you like to check the mailbox? Hermione interjected suddenly. Dudley looked at Hermione with confusion. She explained, the Hogwarts mail area. Every year, on the eve of Halloween, many parents traditionally inquire about their children's wishes. Some parents might even fulfill their little one's desires at this time. If I recall correctly, the piano I have at home was a result of a wish I made in 5th grade, whispered into an envelope. My parents actually went and bought it for me. As Hermione spoke, she moved forward, urging, Come along, Dudley. Perhaps your family has sent a greeting in advance. Even if they haven't, I can guide you along the way. Without looking back, Hermione continued ahead, while Dudley followed closely behind. Intrigued by the mail storage at Hogwarts, instinctively, Harry walked alongside Dudley, harboring a small flicker of hope. A hope that perhaps he too might receive a greeting concerning Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Although it was highly likely just a fanciful thought, Harry couldn't help but hold on to that expectation. As for receiving gifts from his biological parents, Harry had never entertained such notions. After all, the news of his parents' demise had long been confirmed. With Hermione leading the way, Harry and Dudley followed her closely. Dudley's steps faltered momentarily, yet he did not stop. Behind the three stood a young boy with a shock of red hair, Ron Weasley. From the beginning until now, Ron felt utterly unable to insert himself into the conversation. He hadn't even had the chance to communicate at all. Observing Harry, Hermione, and Dudley engaged in lively conversation until their distant silhouettes faded away, Ron's heart was a tumult of emotions. He opened his mouth, intending to call out to them, to urge them to wait a moment for him. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Ron found no suitable justification for his hesitation and stood there, dazed and motionless. In that moment, a profound sense of solitude enveloped Ron. This sensation is reminiscent of my childhood. This sensation is profoundly familiar, evoking both disdain and dread within him. In his childhood, venturing away from home to frolic in the streets, his fiery red hair rendered him an object of scorn among many young wizards. Each time he endeavored to initiate a conversation, he was met with nothing but retreat or derision. They mocked his crimson locks, labeling him a monster, disparaged his attire as garish, and some even summoned arcane texts from who knows where to recite bizarre incantations. Sacred 28 bloodline, you are corrupt, you are selfish. You are the offspring of extremist wizards. Ron could scarcely remember who had whispered such things behind his back. While he too belonged to the Sacred 28 bloodline, his father embraced it with pride, as did Malfoy. Yet, Ron, with his striking red hair, yearned for camaraderie among his peers, only to be met with alienation and insults. During those times, he felt an overwhelming solitude, save for his family. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, he finally managed to join the Quidditch team and became an admired figure within Gryffindor, forming a deep friendship with Harry Potter. Yet, in the end, Ron pressed his lips together, his expression a mixture of confusion and despair, before releasing a resigned sigh. It will be all right. Everything will improve. In a corridor of Hogwarts, Hermione bounced ahead, with Harry and Dudley trailing behind. After a brief moment, Harry hesitated, gazing at Hermione's hair, and said, "Hey, Hermione, do you think what we are doing is not quite right?" Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that, Harry?" Harry stammered, finally mustering the courage to speak. "I believe you've noticed it too. During this period, we have neglected Ron, and is this approach truly justified? After all, Ron is a friend of both you and me." Hermione, upon hearing this, shook her head. "Listen, Harry, you must not entertain such thoughts. It is precisely because Ron is our friend that we must take this course of action." Harry remained silent, offering no response. However, Hermione continued unperturbed. "Harry, you must understand that Ron's current situation is quite dire. We could have anticipated this outcome. Just look, Ron has been selected by Professor Flitwick for the Charms Club. Are you not aware of the significance of the Charms Club for him? You see, he is now drifting aimlessly, with his mind entirely absent from the pursuit of learning charms. If this continues, he may very well be surpassed by the other young wizards in the Charms Club. Rather than allowing Ron to succumb to feelings of inadequacy and withdraw from the Charms Club, I believe it is imperative to ignite his desire for learning at this moment." As Hermione spoke, she clenched her small fist in determination. Harry, with a resigned expression, voiced his concern. "Hermione, according to your reasoning, do you believe Ron will be motivated to catch up with us and thus re-engage in his studies?" Hermione nodded. "Indeed. Precisely. As Ron's friends, we must maintain a positive outlook. If Ron wishes to continue sharing in our adventures, he must commit to his magical studies." Yet Harry remained somewhat conflicted, shaking his head. "But what if Ron, he decides not to play with us anymore?" Hermione, taken aback, quickly shook her head in response. "Not play with us? What are you thinking, Harry? This is nearly impossible. Before I ventured into the realm of magic, my teacher imparted wisdom to me. As long as you maintain an optimistic outlook, you will gradually inspire your friends to uplift themselves as well. Thus, Ron's detrimental habit of neglecting his studies would be rectified." Hermione, hands on her hips, felt utterly confident in her plan to reform Ron. However, Harry shook his head, uncertain. If he were to speak candidly, he, too, was not particularly keen on reciting the monotonous theories of spells, if it weren't for his cousin supervising him. He genuinely believed that spending carefree moments with Ron would be far more enjoyable. How could such thoughts arise? He quickly shook his head. The act of skipping classes would surely displease his cousin, and he could not allow himself to do that. All right, we have arrived, Hermione announced, her feet halting before a mailbox. Harry, Dudley, behold the mailing cabinet. Oh, no. According to Gryffindor lore, this should be known as the birdhouse, which is essentially identical to the mailing process. Having lived in the Muggle area, it seemed more fitting to refer to it as a mailing cabinet. Let me ponder the specific usage, Hermione mused as she stepped forward to stand before the cabinet, instinctively murmuring, Hogwarts. First year Gryffindor wizard, Hermione Granger. As her words echoed, a series of clicks resonated, and the wooden mailing cabinet creaked open, revealing a panel from which emerged some fresh garments and a letter. Delighted, Hermione approached and retrieved the items from the panel. Did you see that, Harry? You simply need to state your class and name, and the cabinet opens automatically. Gulp. Harry instinctively yearned to mimic her, but then an idea struck him, and he obediently fell silent. After all, he had no relatives to send him letters. Cousin, why don't you give it a try? I suspect Uncle Vernon must have sent you plenty of packages. Harry pursed his lips and began to speak. Dudley smiled faintly and stepped forward, casually stating, Hogwarts. First year Gryffindor wizard, Dudley Dursley. As his words fell, a cacophony erupted. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. Hermione and Harry stood there, utterly astonished. Before them, an entire row of open cabinets revealed themselves. A preliminary estimate suggested there were around 50 or 60 small cabinets. Each wooden panel was laden with goods. Simultaneously, the surface of each item bore a note inscribed with the following words, My dear son Dudley, on your first day of independent schooling. I imagine you did not have a hearty breakfast, so I have prepared this special cream cake for you. My dear son Dudley, on your second day of independent schooling. I suspect you might have felt cold at night, hence this genuine silk blanket I have arranged for you. My dear son Dudley, on your sixth day of independent schooling. I believe you must have risen late in the morning, thus I have prepared this custom alarm clock for you. Dudley. Hermione stood speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Hermione, do you have any idea how long we've been enrolled at Hogwarts? Harry inquired. Perhaps just a few weeks. Or maybe a month. Hermione replied hesitantly. Well, honestly, I find it rather normal. Harry asserted. Normal, you say? Harry, do you realize that during my time at school, such behavior was deemed indulgent by our teachers? Hermione expressed her disbelief. Yet, beneath her incredulity, there lingered a hint of envy. Dudley, oh no. Cousin, there are far too many items here. What do you intend to do with them? Harry weakly asked. Dudley responded nonchalantly, of course. I plan to send them all back to the dormitory. All of this. Will you even use it all? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. That seems rather wasteful, Dudley. I think you should return some of it. It would help save space. Dudley shook his head. No need. If I can't use it all, there's always Harry, isn't there? These items appear to be intended for me. However, given their substantial quantity, it is certain that some belong to Harry as well. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? Harry, upon hearing this, gazed incredulously at his cousin Dudley. Dudley, are you suggesting that all of this is true? Dudley nodded confidently. Of course, Uncle and Aunt must be aware of our togetherness, which is why they dispatched such a multitude of items to me. I believe they are also concerned about you. At this, Dudley stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Harry's hair. Harry bit his lip, suppressing the doubts that lingered in his heart. Indeed, it seemed that his cousin was the one who cared for him the most. He watched as Harry busied himself, seeking out the administrator to arrange the transportation of these large pieces of luggage. Meanwhile, Dudley was captivated by a letter hidden within another cabinet. This is a letter from the Morrison Laboratory in London. This immediately piqued Dudley's interest. Hadn't he just stated that he would only return during the winter and summer vacations? How could it be? After merely a month since the beginning of the school year, someone had sent him a letter, addressed to him. He glanced at the date inscribed above. This letter, in all fairness, should have reached me 2 weeks ago. However, at that time, I had already commenced my studies at Hogwarts, which suggests that Vernon and Petunia must have utilized the special delivery channel designated for Hogwarts to send it to me. The letter bears no signs of having been opened. The seal and wax are intact. It seems that, despite their curiosity, my parents deemed it crucial to respect their child's privacy. After pondering for a moment, Dudley opened the letter. He glanced over it briefly, but upon reaching the first line, His attention was captured, and a sense of perplexity arose within him. Morrison Hill, Cambridge University School of Biological Medicine, branch to Dudley Dudley. Greetings, Dudley. I am your assistant tutor, Evans. It is rather audacious of me to pen such a letter, yet I find this not to be an insurmountable topic. After all, each field has its own expertise. And while I have reached a pivotal point in my biological research, I am eager to inquire if you possess any similar concepts regarding the genetic structures of creatures like the mole rat and dragonfly. That is all. This passage, originating from Evans, was entirely disregarded by Dolly. The sole aspect that piqued Dolly's curiosity was the greeting from the owner of the biological laboratory, Morrison. My dear student Dolly, I am delighted that you are able to receive this letter. In preparation for the forthcoming curriculum, I shall provide you with fundamental, middle school biology textbooks. During this period, take your time to read thoroughly, for during the winter break, we shall engage in nearly a month of intensive training. If my memory serves me correctly, the second student biology competition in London is set to be organized once again. It appears you are currently enrolled in a fully enclosed boarding school. Correspondence may be somewhat slow, but rest assured, this will not hinder the bond between us as teacher and student. Additionally, I would like to share an intriguing observation with you. Since your departure, my teaching assistant, Evans, seems to have been acting rather strangely. He has been frequently taking sick leave. Just the other day, upon returning to his seat, he was found lost in thought, holding the experimental discourse that you once had in your possession. Moreover, his desk was adorned with an array of sweet treats. Although I did not initiate this topic, I am indeed among the references. As long as you diligently study and master the corresponding knowledge system, I firmly believe that you will secure a place on the list for the next competition. Furthermore, since your departure, my assistant Evans has exhibited some peculiar behavior. He has been frequently taking sick leave. Just a couple of days ago, upon returning to his seat, I found him lost in thought, clutching your experimental discourse. His desk was also cluttered with an abundance of sweets. If my memory serves me right, he used to disdain bread and donuts. Yet now, his workspace is overflowing with cream, cheese, and even candies, despite my prohibition against the genetically modified experiments you once proposed. He seemed to have consented to everything in our discussions. However, I suspect he has resorted to the most primitive methods, perhaps immersing himself in the mindset of a laboratory rat or a mouse, engaging in profound contemplation. Alas, I must impart a sobering truth to my student: knowledge is an accumulation process. Behind every moment of inspiration lies an unwavering foundation of solid evidence. His approach, without a doubt, is remarkably foolish. I share this with you in hopes that you do not follow Evans into a dead end. Knowledge is interconnected. When faced with a bottleneck, it is imperative to explore other systems of thought. Enough of my lengthy discourse. Lastly, I must emphasize the importance of thorough preparation for the biology competition. I hope that when we meet during the winter break, you will not have forgotten the knowledge you have acquired. Observing Morrison Hill's extensive discourse, it is clear to Derry that after the Ministry of Magic assisted his father in securing a lucrative deal, his father's wallet has once again swelled, resulting in increased investment in biological experiments at Morrison Hill. In an effort to curry favor and reciprocate with his father, it is evident that the latter has become a significant benefactor to this biological PhD. It is essential to express some concern for this princely figure. Even the typically pedantic Morrison felt compelled to include some trivialities in his correspondence. After all, a brief letter might leave Derry feeling neglected by the biological laboratory, which would not bode well for Morrison Hill if his benefactor were to become displeased. However, what perplexes Derry is Evans. His impression of Evans is faint, decades hence. This individual seems to hold no noteworthy position within the realm of biological academia. Indeed, it remains uncertain whether he even graduated as a postgraduate. Yet, as it stands, if Derry's understanding is accurate, there appears to be a barrier hindering the fusion of the silky mouse and the listening cells. Consequently, Morrison Hill has eliminated funding for this experiment, which has understandably incensed Evans, leading him to struggle with this reality. Ultimately, this resulted in his peculiar behavior, mimicking the dietary habits of the silky mouse. Is this an attempt at protest against Morrison Hill? Such a response is hardly befitting of a mature, accomplished undergraduate pursuing advanced studies in biology. It seems that further contemplation yields no fruitful insights. After a moment's reflection, Derry turned to Harry and Hermione and explained, "I may need to step away for a short while." "Step away? Cousin, where are you going?" "We still have history of magic class to attend." Observing Harry's hesitance, Derry chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further, simply stating, "I'm feeling a bit unwell. If possible, Harry, could you please excuse me?" Harry, clutching his belongings, appeared somewhat bewildered. Hermione interjected with a huff, "Derry, you seem perfectly fine. If you can take a leave like this, it sets a poor precedent for Harry. As his cousin, you ought to be a good role model for him." With hands on her hips, Hermione prepared to elucidate the significance of this matter. Indeed, the history of magic class is particularly vital for young wizards. If one frequently absents oneself, it is inevitable that unnecessary troubles may arise. This even included the overall credits of Gryffindor. However, Darryl remained indifferent. He gently waved his hand, tucking the envelope from the biological research facility into his pocket. Subsequently, he strode purposefully towards the dormitory area of Hogwarts, leaving behind Harry and Hermione, who wore expressions of bewilderment and confusion. The two exchanged a glance. Hermione stamped her foot and turned to Harry, saying, "Harry, why don't you persuade your cousin? His behavior, it can be deemed exceedingly serious. Are we to silently shield him? He is clearly not ill. Why should we request leave from the professor of history of magic? This is simply too much." Gulp, gulp, gulp. Harry swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Hermione, if you're upset, please don't take it out on me. It is quite evident, undeniably, somewhat disheartening. Sigh. Hermione, my cousin Dudley has always been quite opinionated in his actions. This time, let us extend our assistance to him. Perhaps, Dudley has significant matters to attend to. In contrast to the brief interlude between Hermione and Harry, Dudley strides along the path to the dormitory. His steps are brisk. He weaves through the crowd, skillfully avoiding the throngs of people. In his mind, he recalls every detail of the heavy metal biological experiments. During this time, he even reflects on the initial process of harnessing wizarding cells to awaken magical powers. The study of magic is indeed a laborious endeavor. Throughout this endeavor, one may encounter numerous unforeseen circumstances. However, based on personal experience, there exists a significant deficiency of experimental data. For instance, the comparative details of peripheral blood samples between wizards and ordinary individuals. Furthermore, the characteristics exhibited by chloromethylmercury when interacting with wizards, along with the various indicators of experimental animals that have ingested methylmercury, the conditions surrounding erythropoietin, and the subtle reactions in response to the magical powers of wizards remain to be explored. During this period, can the role of the white mouse as a manifestation of methylmercury poisoning be utilized? Besides the white mouse, the number of experimental subjects must also be increased, including field mice, domesticated rats, and bamboo rats. Will these animals exhibit signs of erythrocytosis in the process of confronting wizard cells and methylmercury? At this moment, a flurry of thoughts surged through Dolly's mind as the research plan regarding the wizard was steadily advancing. This includes even one's own hypotheses regarding wizards. Merely in terms of magical aptitude, Harry, Ron, and Hermione undoubtedly possess exceptional skills. They are all quite remarkable. Of course, Ron appears to lag slightly behind. Nevertheless, this is not a difficult task. If one could ingeniously utilize the results of this experiment and subsequent trials to enhance Ron's magical abilities, would it not also serve as a means to address the issue of his own magical awakening? Contemplating this, Darius paused in his steps, his gaze fixed ahead. In the exclusive dormitory of the first-year Gryffindor wizards at Hogwarts, the door is devoid of a conventional lock. Instead, a magical ornament resembling a small horn adorns the entrance. Dudley gently places his hand upon it. With a series of peculiar clicks, the door swings open automatically. Observing the interior of the dormitory, which reveals no abnormalities, Dudley steps into the study. Simultaneously, he places the remaining black-scaled fish in a separate section of the aquarium. At this moment, his gaze meticulously scrutinizes the movements of the black-scaled fish, guided by his initial instincts. From a superficial perspective, it is evident that a portion of the black-scaled fish has engaged in mating. According to their growth cycle, in 2 weeks' time, a group of these fish will spawn. Following 2 days of natural incubation, the newly laid eggs will hatch. The mature black-scaled fish that emerge will be the most desirable living aquatic organisms rich in methylmercury. However, as Dudley observes the black-scaled fish in the tank and contemplates his plans, he does not hesitate. He dons a mask and retrieves a blade from the nearby table, methodically extracting a robust and lively black-scaled fish. Holding the slender blade, he begins to delve deeper into the internal anatomy of the mature fish. The following day, after finishing his review the previous night, Harry returned to the dormitory. Through the crack of the door, He felt compelled to inform his cousin that he had successfully accomplished the task he had been entrusted with. The history of magic teacher showed no signs of discontent regarding Dudley's absence. Rather, she expressed concern and requested Harry to offer some comfort to her. Yet, gazing at the dim yellow light on the floor, Harry felt a sense of helplessness. His cousin must have retreated into his own world, oblivious to what he was doing. Well, never mind, he would tell Dudley in the morning. As memories swiftly faded, Harry awoke, bleary-eyed, only to be greeted by an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. The aroma momentarily rendered him oblivious. Grilled fish? Harry, somewhat uncertain, sat up in bed, his hands propping him up as he climbed towards the edge. As he tossed aside the bothersome blanket, he beheld his cousin diligently handling a small grill. "Cousin, are you barbecuing?" Harry instinctively inquired. Dudley nodded lightly. "Yes, indeed. What is there to be surprised about?" Yet Harry felt compelled to clarify. "No. Cousin, where did you acquire this grill?" Dudley shifted the barbecue in his hands, explaining. "This was noted by your uncle and aunt in the delivery. I saw it yesterday. They believe that in the midst of a busy academic life, it is prudent to take moments to relax." After a brief pause, Dudley added, "All right, Harry, get up and hurry to the bathroom. We still have to attend Charms class." Upon hearing the mention of Charms class, Harry instinctively exclaimed, "Oh no." He then leaped off the bed and swiftly dashed to the windowsill, retrieving his Charms homework from beneath it. Flipping open to the pertinent chapter, he exhaled a long breath. "What is the matter?" Dudley inquired, observing Harry's flustered demeanor. "Nothing. This is something Hermione entrusted to me. She mentioned it was her notes on Charms class from the past few days. I returned late yesterday and feared I might have left it in a different classroom. Now that I see everything is in order, I feel considerably more at ease." As Harry spoke, he placed the Charms textbook back into his bag. At that moment, a knock echoed at the dormitory door. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, knock. Reacting instinctively to the sound, Harry approached the door and pulled it open. "Hi." A familiar figure stood awkwardly outside, Ron's smile appearing somewhat strained. In truth, he had not intended to seek out Harry, especially after Harry and Hermione had evidently distanced themselves from him the previous day. Ron resolved silently, "Humph. You choose to ignore me, and I shall do the same." However, Derry had just informed him yesterday that to enhance one's magical prowess, one must arrive at their dormitory punctually within the designated time frame. With the Quidditch match and the matters concerning the spell club looming before him, Ron found himself in dire need of Derry's assistance. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and made his way to Harry's dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, Ron inhaled deeply, a familiar fragrance instantly enveloping him and transporting him back into the realm of memories. The aroma is somewhat familiar to him, a subtle hint of peppery fragrance. This is the aroma of grilled fish. Gulp. Ron swallowed hard. He instinctively glanced at Dudley and said, Dudley, is this the breakfast you invited me to? Might it be a tad extravagant?" Ron was overwhelmed with emotions. Yet some words remained lodged in his throat, leaving him at a loss for expression. Harry, not dwelling on the matter, willingly made space for Ron. He moved 2 stools to position himself next to Dudley. "Cousin, is this the meat and dairy plan you mentioned to Ron earlier?" Dudley, observing Harry's puzzled expression, casually explained, "Well, relying solely on the snacks under your bed and milk is insufficient for us at this point. Only ample protein can ensure our healthy growth." Listening to Dudley's explanation, Harry instinctively nodded. "Indeed, cousin, you are absolutely correct. Only by eating well and sufficiently can our bodies become stronger. This way, when faced with the monotonous and tedious lessons of charms, transfiguration, and even potions, I can recite the key points with ease." "Ron, why are you just staring? Come and eat with us." In the absence of Hermione, Harry felt no hesitation in drawing Ron to the dining table. He bore no psychological burden when it came to sharing food. After all, it was merely a step to assist a friend in becoming stronger. At that moment, gazing at the grill where the fish was divided into chunks, he noted the central line. On the left, the black-scaled fish contained a trace of mercury, while the right side featured a black-scaled fish that Hufflepuff Senior Alice had generously shared, adhering to her original plan. The intention was to allow Ron to take the black-scaled fish home for his own consumption. Yet, this was Hogwarts' magical realm, where countless unexpected events awaited. It is indeed preferable to handle matters concerning one's own secrets personally, to avoid revealing any flaws in the process. Observing Ron, his face aglow with excitement as he took a generous piece of fish from my hand, he savored it with a look of utter satisfaction. Dudley remained utterly impassive. Mercury, in minute particles, lingers within the fish, colorless and tasteless. A normal person would scarcely detect any anomaly. Delicious. Dudley, I must say, your grilled fish is truly delightful, Ron praised as he continued to eat. Harry, already eager, received a piece of fish from his cousin and joined in the feast. Chewing thoughtfully, he remarked, By my instinct, perhaps it lacks a bit of salt. If only a touch more could be added. Ron waved his hand dismissively. No? Harry, I believe the seasoning is just right. Strangely, I feel a surge of strength coursing through me after eating this fish. Harry stared in astonishment. Is that merely a psychological effect? One bite of fish and you feel empowered? I certainly do not share that sensation. Ron smacked his lips. Is that so? As he spoke, he glanced at Harry and Dudley. The flavor is quite agreeable. I suppose I must have grown stronger. His words were somewhat garbled. However, Dudley found this understandable, for Ron's expression and demeanor exuded a certain contentment. It was evident that Ron was not accustomed to seafood, as his awareness of such culinary nuances was rather limited. Breakfast soon came to an end. Harry took the initiative to help his cousin tidy the table, subsequently preparing the materials needed for their charms and magical history lessons. As Ron ambled along, relishing the taste lingering in his mouth, he said, Harry, I truly envy you for having such a cousin, who provides such splendid breakfasts every day. Harry chuckled softly. Ron, you're mistaken. My cousin usually does not prepare breakfast himself. He likely felt that the quantity of black-scaled fish gifted by Senior Ailey yesterday was excessive, which is why he chose to cook it this morning. With a soft murmur, Ron recalled the enticing flavor of the black-scaled fish. Grilled fish. Truly delightful. All right, Ron, since you have a fondness for grilled fish, you may come to our dormitory every morning. I have an abundance of fish here, and Harry and I cannot consume it all. Upon hearing this, Ron instinctively nodded, only to realize he was met with Dudley's grateful expression. Dudley, I truly appreciate your kindness. However, before Ron could finish his sentence, Dudley abruptly turned and walked away. A sudden pat on his shoulder startled Ron, and he turned to find Harry's hand resting there. It's all right, Ron. You need not overthink. Since your cousin has agreed, he naturally wishes for you to join us for grilled fish daily. I once thought Dudley was averse to my friendships, but it seems he has taken quite a liking to you. Observing Harry's contemplative demeanor, Ron offered a gentle smile, followed by a resigned sigh. Harry remained oblivious to the complexities between himself and Dudley. Had he understood the underlying tensions, he might have perceived the situation differently. Ultimately, the resolution lay within Ron himself, as he had been persistently intruding upon Dudley. Shaking his head, Ron chose not to delve deeper into his thoughts. He hoped Dudley would not grow weary of him due to his frequent visits. From another perspective, perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. Clearing his mind of the chaotic thoughts, Ron purposefully matched Dudley's pace. The day's magical lessons passed swiftly, particularly in Transfiguration, where Professor McGonagall seemed to be in a hurry, hastily covering several key points before departing from the Gryffindor first-year classroom. Meanwhile, Harry, seated beside Dudley, earnestly approached Hermione with his homework in hand. Hi, Harry, what brings you here? Hermione gazed curiously at Harry, who had maneuvered around Dudley to take a seat beside her. Inquiring about his thoughts, Harry chuckled softly and explained, regarding the historical overview of the Transfiguration spell that you presented to me yesterday. There are still aspects that elude my understanding. For instance, the subsequent materials and the array of realities contain remarkably striking rules of enchantment. Dudley glanced over at Harry and Hermione, observing Harry leaning earnestly against Hermione, diligently absorbing magical knowledge with a quill in hand. During their discourse, Harry occasionally interjected with his own insights. In stark contrast to this harmonious duo, Ron appeared increasingly restless. Here it comes again. This situation, Ron sighed, having hoped that with Professor McGonagall's absence, he could engage Harry in a discussion about Quidditch or the magical snacks from the shop. He even wished to share a humorous anecdote about a dorm mate who snored at night, like a musician. However, before he could utter a word, Harry had already shifted to the other side. Observing Harry's devoted study and the filled pages of his spell homework, Ron felt a growing sense of discomfort. It seemed he had once more been overlooked. Were it not for Dudley acting as a barrier, Hermione and Harry would surely have noticed the forlorn expression on his face. After a prolonged moment, Ron finally resolved to act. He felt an overwhelming loneliness. To join Hermione and Harry's conversation, he resolutely opened his textbooks on spell work and transfiguration, forcing himself to plow through the dense text. The sheer volume of words had already inflicted a significant impact on Ron's spirit, rendering his expression somewhat numb. Contemplating his options, Ron turned to glance out of the window, hesitating as he pondered whether to speak up. His mind was busy organizing the spell vocabulary he had just jotted down. Meanwhile, Hermione and Harry exchanged furtive glances. Hermione made a small fist in triumph. Harry mirrored her gesture, affirming, "Hey Hermione, did you see that? Ron is actually starting to take the initiative to study." Hermione nodded. "Isn't that precisely the approach I suggested? Previously, I encountered in a textbook that to enhance an individual's learning capabilities, one must approach the matter from various angles, akin to the method we are currently employing, referred to in the book as cohesion." Team cohesion? Harry's subconscious inquiry. Hermione sensed something amiss, yet she nodded in assent. "Hush. Hermione, lower your voice. Ron is approaching. We must appear a tad more enthusiastic. We cannot let him perceive our fade." Before Harry's words had fully settled, Ron's footsteps drew near. He looked at the two before him, awkwardly scratching his head. Harry, Hermione, I have some questions regarding my studies." Harry felt a surge of delight within. Hermione felt similarly. Yet she stifled Harry's instinctive response and coolly raised her head. "Questions about studies? Ron, are you actually taking the theoretical aspects of magic seriously? Did you not always believe that true understanding arises from practical application? Why the sudden seriousness in your studies?" Ron found himself momentarily at a loss for words, under the scrutiny of Hermione's somewhat intense gaze. He instinctively forgot what he had intended to say. Taking a breath, Ron pondered what he had meant to express. Had he truly forgotten? On the other side, Hermione regarded Ron with intrigue. This situation felt rather peculiar. In the past, when faced with such circumstances, Ron would invariably be the first to voice his objections, decisively belittling himself with sharp and cutting remarks. But today Ron seemed unusually gentle. "Oh, well, perhaps I have no issues after all," Ron mumbled, clutching his book as he returned to his seat, leaving Hermione standing there, lost in thought. In truth, it was not that Ron was unwilling to respond. Rather, in that moment of tension, he had completely forgotten the knowledge he had gleaned from his studies, even the most fundamental theoretical concepts of the transformation spell. Ron was utterly perplexed, attributing the entire situation to his own nervousness leading to this embarrassing predicament. Meanwhile, Harry, observing the somewhat dazed Hermione, could not help but express his frustration. "Hermione, look at what you've done. You've scared Ron away. He had mustered the courage to discuss spell theory with us. And now you've frightened him off." Hearing the slightly reproachful tone in Harry's voice, Hermione sighed in exasperation. "No, that's not it, Harry. Under normal circumstances, I was employing a method of provocation. Have you forgotten that Ron always enjoyed our banter? As long as I engaged him in a quarrel and incited him to exclaim, 'It's just about learning spells,' I could manage it." Such expressions. Only with such stimulation could Ron subsequently continue to delve into the tedious theories of incantations. However, he now astonishingly chooses to ignore my previous actions, even evading them. This is entirely inconsistent with Ron's character. Frankly, Harry, are all boys so emotionally fragile? Upon hearing Hermione's explanation, Harry quickly shook his head. "Hermione, I believe you are overthinking this. Perhaps the matter is not as complicated as you imagine. We should simply accept Ron's pace of learning as it is. After all, our intention is to sincerely grasp the fundamental principles of spellcasting." Hermione swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, yet she continued to explain. "Harry, you must trust me, my judgment is sound. Perhaps, never mind. In any case, you interact with Ron more frequently, so you should comfort him. You are right. We cannot continually undermine Ron, as it may lead to counterproductive results." In contrast to Hermione's bewilderment, Harry's guilt, and Ron's confusion, Dudley observed everything silently, remaining unmoved. 4. According to the most basic logic, his initial experiment, wherein the black-scaled fish ingested water lilies containing trace amounts of mercury, indeed resulted in symptoms of memory deterioration. However, that mercury was from the water lily. The methylmercury contained within the fish's flesh, once ingested, would circulate throughout the body via the bloodstream. The reason metallic mercury is so difficult to metabolize naturally and expelled from the body is that this metal is soluble in fats. The region of the human body with the highest fat content is, in fact, the brain. The fat within the brain serves as a breeding ground for mercury. Even a small quantity of mercury can be fatal. Therefore, the repercussions of trace mercury entering Ron's system are painfully apparent. It was initially assumed that after consuming the mercury-laden water lily, Ron would only exhibit significant adverse reactions the following day. However, to their surprise, he displayed some forgetful traits that very same day. Nevertheless, in Dudley's calculations, such a minuscule amount of mercury should not yield such effects. Could it be that Ron, as a wizard, is somehow different from an ordinary person? Do wizards possess a faster blood flow, or is their metabolism more accelerated? This only intensified the process of mercury infiltrating Ron's mind. After a moment of contemplation, Dudley opened the notebook on the table and elegantly recorded the following passage with a quill. Heavy metal biological experiment. The wizard's body appears to absorb mercury more efficiently than that of an ordinary human. Having organized Ron's personal information, Dudley rose and approached him, gently placing a hand on Ron's shoulder. Feeling the impact from the touch, a faint, bitter smile tugged at the corners of Ron's lips. Dudley, are you here to mock me too? Ron's voice was barely above a whisper. He could hardly believe that he had forgotten even the most fundamental incantations, a realization that filled him with disbelief. Could it truly be that his anxiety had overwhelmed him? A sense of bitterness enveloped Ron's heart. Yet, Dudley replied calmly, Ron, I genuinely believe you are doing remarkably well. Compared to before, at least you are now willing to open your spellbooks. This behavior, undoubtedly noted by Hermione and Harry, and there is no need for you to feel remorse. Upon hearing Dudley's explanation, Ron once again shook his head with a bitter expression. Although he had longed to articulate something, the words eluded him at the last moment. Well, observing the transformation in Ron's demeanor, Dudley took the opportunity to make a fresh observation in his notebook. Upon entering a wizard's body, mercury not only exerts a certain influence on memories, but also alters cognitive speed and even personality traits as a precursor. At this moment, Ron sat in a chair, staring vacantly at the notebook on his desk, ultimately managing a rueful smile. He had always aspired to master magic, hadn't he? Yet why? Upon encountering the written word, did he find himself yawning? Could it be that Ron was inherently disinclined towards spells? Since Professor McGonagall's departure from the Gryffindor dormitory, she had not returned. As the class concluded, Hermione stood up of her own accord, clutching the after-class exercises. Harry walked beside Hermione, and this time, Ron did not intentionally lag behind. Instead, he chose to join Harry and Hermione. Dudley observed the changed Ron, contemplating thoughtfully. It appears that Ron has indeed undergone a transformation in his mindset. He yearns to break free from the shackles of his own psyche. Daryl, observing this, is quite intrigued and refrains from intervening excessively. The path to amplifying one's magical prowess is fraught with burdens that few can fathom. One can only hope that Ron will endure. Hey, Harry, wait for me, Ron called out as he hurried from behind. Hermione, watching Ron catch up, felt a twinge of curiosity. However, Ron eagerly spoke up. Have you all forgotten? Our first festival at Hogwarts is just around the corner. Harry, looking puzzled, replied, Ron, are you talking about Halloween? Yes, precisely. I am indeed referring to Halloween. Have you truly forgotten? During Halloween, we must prepare pumpkins, sweets, and an assortment of other trinkets. Ron exclaimed animatedly. Hermione, observing Ron's enthusiasm, couldn't help but interject. Ron, given how invested you are in this, do you perhaps have some insider knowledge? Ron was taken aback. Hermione, how did you know? Did I inadvertently reveal something? Hermione sighed, feeling an urge to chastise Ron for his exuberance. Meanwhile, Harry clarified. No, Ron. It's just that your expression while speaking gave away that you were eager for us to inquire further about your little secrets. We are friends, after all. Besides, Halloween is indeed significant. I plan to dress as a pumpkin creature and go around the other dormitories asking for treats. Hermione paused, then said, asking for treats? Harry, I think you might be mistaken. A pumpkin head is not the typical guise for soliciting candy. I read somewhere that to collect treats, one must don a witch's hat and paint their face black to entice others to share their sweets. Is that how it goes? But speaking of which, Ron, why are you holding back? Do you wish for us to ask you again in front of you? Ron instinctively swallowed hard. Well, all right. Since you've all caught on, I shall no longer conceal it. I have 2 older brothers in Gryffindor who enrolled before me, and both of them have a penchant for Halloween and various small gifts. Should you desire advice on costumes and Halloween festivities, I could escort you to my brother's secret stash for a glimpse. They claim their hidden repository is filled with countless curiosities from Diagon Alley, Ron declared, his words hanging in the air. Hermione gazed at him in shock, and Harry mirrored her astonishment. What's wrong? Ron questioned, bewildered. Hermione shook her head, yet ultimately elucidated. Ron, I truly did not expect you to trust us so implicitly. revealing such matters to both me and Harry. Harry nodded in agreement. Regarding the somewhat perplexed Ron, indeed, Ron, I believe I may have misjudged you previously. However, I must remind you that within the confines of Gryffindor, the trading of wizarding items is strictly prohibited, especially among students. This is overtly prohibited. Have you not revealed to us the misdeeds of your two brothers, thus disclosing their illicit dealings? If Professor McGonagall were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly face repercussions. Ron suddenly realized that in his eagerness to engage with Harry and Hermione, he had impulsively shared information that was exceedingly reckless. Contemplating this, Ron couldn't help but rub his forehead. What was wrong with him today? Why did he keep uttering such nonsensical statements? Meanwhile, Hermione, noticing his distress, approached and gently patted Ron's shoulder. It's all right, Ron, you need not worry. Since you've mentioned this matter, Harry and I will certainly assist you. How will you help? Ron inquired, feeling utterly disheartened. Harry, however, responded with composure. It's quite simple. Since your brothers are running a small shop for young witches and wizards during Halloween, and you are worried that we might report you, Hermione and I will go to your brothers and purchase some small gifts. Thus, we are fully aware of your inaccuracies. Yet we continue to procure from you. When the time comes for Professor Mag to penalize your two brothers, we shall inevitably bear the consequences as well. This ensures that I shall not divulge what you have just confided. A crisp sound echoed. Hermione playfully nudged Harry, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she remarked, since when did my affairs require your decision? Moreover, when did you become so astute? And why must I purchase from Ron's brother? Harry shrugged, recalling the familiar expression etched in his mind, and replied in a calm tone, what choice do we have? We are currently united in our cause. If we do not proceed this way, Ron might abandon us. No, that won't happen. It's my own thoughtlessness. Ron hastily clarified, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Hermione, upon witnessing this, felt her heart soften and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall acquiesce this time. But, Harry, next time, you must consult me beforehand. With that, Hermione tossed her head and strode ahead. Ron appeared somewhat taken aback, looking utterly bewildered. Yet, Harry gave Ron's shoulder a reassuring pat. What should I do? Ron stammered. Harry urged him. Why are you still standing there? Go after her. Soon, a classic scene unfolded before Dudley's eyes. Hermione marched forward, head bowed, fuming. Harry and Ron trailed behind, awkwardly attempting to explain. The atmosphere was warm and familiar. In his memory, he had never experienced such camaraderie, having distanced himself from the group since childhood. Devoid of close friends, he felt the chill of isolation. Whether due to a reclusive nature or exceptional academic prowess, he sensed a profound loneliness unlike any other. The pure friendship shared among Harry, Hermione, and Ron stirred something within Dudley, igniting a desire to belong. Yet, that yearning was swiftly extinguished in its infancy. The experiment had commenced. Throughout the process, excessive emotional investment was strictly prohibited. Whether it be familial bonds, friendships, romantic inclinations, or even a sense of familiarity, all must be cast aside. In relation to the subjects of the experiment, one must maintain an unwavering composure. In order to conduct a thorough investigation, one must arrive at the most rational conclusions. Although it remains unclear why Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, did not seek assistance for himself, Darryl was acutely aware that danger was brewing. The absence of an immediate threat did not imply its disappearance. The study of magic is not as vibrant and enchanting as one might envision. The mere wave of a wand does not guarantee the ability to soar through the skies or alter one's fate. Activities such as hunting and other pursuits often diverge significantly from one's imaginative expectations. Magic embodies the principles distilled by countless generations. Once any novel concept is proposed, only the essence remains, rife with endless intricacies and tedium. Though regarded as treasures, for the majority, the process of learning magic is exceedingly monotonous. To effectively wield magic in public or to skillfully execute spells, Darryl came to understand, through his educational journey, that the notion of effortlessly soaring through the air with a simple incantation is perhaps impractical. It is akin to the reality of the Great Xia Kingdom on Blue Star, where many are aware of the presence of university students. However, in terms of tangible significance, those who manage to navigate the rigorous selection processes to gain admission to a university constitute a mere 1 or 2% of the total population. The remainder face substantial barriers at the levels of elementary, junior high, and even high school. This signifies that diligent effort can indeed compensate for natural deficiencies in the realm of early childhood education. However, when confronted with the drudgery of mundane knowledge, one must still rely on comprehension and the innate application of intellect. This is particularly true for wizards. Although many possess the capacity to wield magic, the true power of magic, when applied to reality, manifests through the learned knowledge, exhibiting great potency, extensive reach, and formidable intensity. Such formidable application, however, cannot be achieved solely through effort. In the magical domain, diligence serves as the foundation. Without it, one cannot effectively cast spells. The strength, fluidity, and subsequent exploration of spells predominantly rest upon inherent talent. When considering the age spectrum, from 1 to 7 years, the theoretical knowledge may not be overly complex. Yet the same spell, when performed by students of varying talents, yields vastly different results. Although Hogwarts consistently asserts that each magician is significant and invaluable, and that all professors must treat each student equally, the reality often diverges from this ideal. Darrell halted his musings regarding the future structure of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The nighttime hours always seemed to pass swiftly. Early the next morning, a knock echoed upon the door of Darrell's dormitory. Ron appeared punctually. Knock, 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 knock. Harry, clad in slippers, opened the door and couldn't help but smirk at Ron's exuberant demeanor. All right, Ron, I believe I no longer require an alarm clock. I shall entrust my morning awakenings to you from now on. Ron chuckled, scratching his head. What can I say, Harry? You know I'm here to amplify my own talents. Your cousin mentioned that consuming more meat, eggs, and dairy would enhance my magical prowess. At present, my greatest anticipation revolves around enjoying the roasted fish that Darrell prepares each morning. As Ron's gaze drifted to the nearby desk, he noticed Dudley had set up the grill. The fish and meat sizzling above were perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within. Ron swallowed hard. If only he could devour it, he would surely grow stronger. Several minutes later, having relished a delightful meal, Ron rose from his seat and addressed Harry and Dudley, who were tidying up by the door. Well, Harry, your cousin's culinary skills are rather impressive, far surpassing my mother's pumpkin soup. To be honest, had I not known that you and I share the same class in Gryffindor, I might have suspected he was a Hufflepuff student. Surely, only a Hufflepuff's cooking could rival your cousin's. As Harry approached the door, he glanced at Ron and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey Ron, you might have a point, but in my opinion, Dudley's cooking is undoubtedly superior to that of those Hufflepuff wizards. Ron shook his head. No, Harry, I believe your cousin's fish grilling skills, while commendable, would still fall short when compared to a professional chef. Ron smacked his lips, savoring the lingering aroma of the black-scaled fish. Dudley trailed behind Harry and Ron, remaining silent while slowly taking out a pen and paper to make notes. What on earth is your cousin doing, Harry? Is there a class that requires such diligence? Must he take notes on the way to the magic classroom? Ron inquired with curiosity. Harry shrugged, somewhat resigned. I'm not quite sure, Ron, but I've grown accustomed to it. My cousin has always had a penchant for anything related to studying. He adores engaging with books. On the other side, Ron shook his head in disappointment. He had little affinity for the knowledge inscribed in books. Soon after, Harry, Ron, and Dudley departed from the Hogwarts dormitory. However, this time, they did not encounter the familiar figure of a girl along the way. For some reason, Hermione, the little witch, did not appear at her usual spot to await Harry and Ron. After traversing a considerable distance, Harry finally spoke. Ron, are you not curious? Ron, somewhat puzzled, replied, curious about what? Harry elaborated, about Hermione. Are you not curious where she has gone? Ron shrugged. Sorry, Harry, but I think you're overthinking this. Since Hermione has come to find us, she must be in a classroom or somewhere similar. After all, a little witch's range of movement is limited. She wouldn't wander off carelessly. As Harry listened to Ron's perspective on the matter, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the oddness of the situation that left him at a loss for words. Ron, sigh. Never mind. Harry hesitated, ultimately shaking his head and dismissing the impulse to delve further into the discussion. Ron and Harry returned to the first-year classroom of Gryffindor. Soon, Harry spotted Hermione sitting in the front row, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then glanced at the other little witches and wizards before choosing a seat beside Hermione. Ron eagerly followed suit, while Dudley opted to sit behind Ron. Just then, another voice chimed in. Hey, Ron, what is that you're holding? Hermione, glancing at Ron beside her, couldn't help but speak up. Although she hadn't intended to remind him, Ron's actions were too conspicuous if their professor of magic were to notice. You might very well be called out in front of the class. What's wrong? Hermione, I haven't done anything to upset you today? Observing Ron's continued bewilderment, Hermione could no longer contain herself and remarked with a serious tone, Ron, take a closer look at the magical textbook you're holding. Instinctively, Ron glanced at the table and exclaimed, it's the Transfiguration spellbook. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? My goodness. Harry, please explain it to Ron for me. I am truly exasperated with your good friend. Upon Hermione's prompting, Harry also became aware of Ron's peculiar behavior. He gazed at Ron with a mix of helplessness and concern, saying, Ron, your first class today is Professor Snape's potions. How is it that you are holding Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration book? At last, Ron began to grasp the gravity of the situation, stammering, no, that can't be right. I distinctly remember today being Transfiguration class. Could it be? Could I have made a mistake? Ron, this is no longer a matter of right or wrong. The issue lies in the fact that you have brought the wrong textbook to class, and you have seated yourself in the last row. Are you so eager to ensure that Professor Snape does not notice you? Upon hearing this, Ron hurriedly sprang from his seat, exclaiming, wait. I'll go back to the dormitory right now and get my potions textbook. However, a hand reached out and firmly pressed Ron back into his seat. Dudley. Ron began to speak, but was silenced by Harry's urgent whisper, keep your voice down, Ron. The classroom door has opened. I just heard footsteps. Professor Snape is already at the door. If you run out now, you are essentially betraying yourself. Heeding Harry's warning, Ron cast a glance towards the door crack, where he caught sight of a standard wizard's robe approaching. This filled Ron with immense relief. Yet, he soon found himself entangled in a web of confusion. As the tension mounted, Ron expressed his anxiety about being caught by Professor Snape if they ventured outside, while remaining in the front row would undoubtedly attract the teacher's attention. What should I do? He lamented. Harry shook his head in response, don't ask me. I have no idea what to do either. Just as Ron's unease escalated, a book was handed to him from behind. Upon glancing at it, he realized it was the potions textbook. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Dudley, you gave me this book. What are you going to do? Dudley gently patted Ron's shoulder, subtly indicating the gap in the door. At that moment, the door to the Gryffindor first-year classroom swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a flowing black wizard's robe. His long hair framed his face, cascading down each side, accentuating his striking features. Upon entering the classroom, Snape surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on the familiar faces of his students for but a moment. He uttered no words. Striding purposefully to the podium, grasping his wand, its tip ignited with a crimson glow, casting a vibrant reflection onto the blackboard behind him. With a swift motion of his wrist, lines of text manifested clearly. Potions class, outline, section 6, conditions for the growth of hypnotic grass. At Hogwarts. In the Gryffindor first-year classroom, Dudley glanced at the clock mounted on the distant wall, realizing it had unknowingly progressed to 4 in the afternoon. The curriculum for first-year young witches and wizards was not overly complicated, devoid of burdensome tasks or stringent learning schedules. In this regard, Dudley did not perceive Hogwarts as a place that rigidly enforced the necessity of education upon young sorcerers. Observing the departing figure of the history of magic teacher, Dudley inscribed a line in his notebook. The wizarding education system, throughout its extensive history, is not immutable. They equally prioritize the physical and mental well-being of young witches and wizards. Phew, that was close. That was truly perilous. Ron remarked, patting his chest. Harry, I am genuinely grateful to you. Had it not been for your assistance today, I might have faced the severe punishment of Professor Snape in potions class. He is, after all, a renowned professor of Slytherin. All Slytherin students, especially those mischievous little wizards, fear this potions master. Just imagine, if he discovered that I had forgotten my textbook. He would surely impose upon me the task of writing the day's lesson 1,000 times. Ron spoke, his expression revealing lingering trepidation. Is he really that terrifying? Harry interjected, unable to contain his skepticism. I believe Professor Snape is not as severe as you portray him, at least from the perspective of the potions curriculum. His expertise is remarkably thorough. Every time I attend his lectures, I glean a wealth of new knowledge. Hey, Harry, you need not doubt this. My 2 older brothers, George and Fred, have informed me that Professor Snape's methods of punishing disobedient, inattentive, or fidgety little wizards are utterly inscrutable. Harry, from what I've heard, any wizard who has undergone punishment at his hands expresses nothing but reverence for Professor Snape. Ron, I think Professor Snape. Harry wished to argue further, but he merely shook his head and sighed. All right, Ron, let us take our leave. Take her leave? Where to? Ron instinctively inquired. Harry, somewhat bewildered, replied, of course. Back to the dormitory. Are we to linger in the magic classroom for an extended period? I nearly forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder. Ron uttered a series of incomprehensible words. He quickly returned the book to Daryl, expressing his gratitude. Daryl, I truly appreciate your assistance. Daryl smiled gently as he reclaimed the assignment notebook from Ron's grasp. Hermione and Harry also organized their belongings. The four of them departed from the Gryffindor classroom. Along the way, Hermione attempted several times to greet Ron, yet he remained unresponsive to her gestures. This left Hermione feeling quite uncomfortable. However, she refrained from voicing her concerns until they arrived at the fat lady's portrait, where Dudley and Ron uttered the opening command. Only then did she discreetly pull Harry aside. Hermione, what is the matter with you? Harry inquired, looking at her with confusion. With a pout, Hermione replied, Harry, did you notice? What is going on with Ron? Just yesterday, we discussed purchasing Halloween gifts from his two brothers. Yet today, he remains utterly silent on the matter. Listening to Hermione's account, Harry instinctively responded, You could always ask him directly. Hermione stamped her foot in frustration, asked. Of course, I tried to broach the subject indirectly. But Ron appeared completely oblivious. What is going on? Does he suspect that I am trying to manipulate him with this? Observing Hermione's sulking demeanor, Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for words. All right, Hermione, since this is the case, let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps Ron has already contacted his brothers. It might just be inconvenient for him to discuss it right now. Harry articulated his conjecture. With a sigh of resignation, Hermione replied, Well, I hope so. After all, I made arrangements with my dorm mates to celebrate Halloween together. I just hope Ron doesn't delay too long. Harry nodded in response. Don't worry, Hermione. Leave this matter to me. I will prompt him to act. Meanwhile, Dudley, upon returning to the dormitory, paid no mind to Harry's whereabouts. Instead, he focused his attention on the notebook before him. If memory serves him correctly, the details and clues from their recent classes, charms, potions, and transfiguration, indicated that Ron's external demeanor had gradually shifted from mild forgetfulness to a more pronounced state of amnesia. It appears that a substantial accumulation of mercury has gathered near Ron's brain. At this stage, it has not impaired his cognitive abilities. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that, in the future, the mercury may interfere with the neural functions of Ron's brain. The brain, being one of the most critical organs in the human body, not only harbors a wealth of vital information, but also relies heavily on a network of neural units to convey memories. Until now, there has been no experimental evidence suggesting such effects on the human body. Yet, it increasingly seems that the influence of mercury on the brain is indeed profound. Victims, often unaware, gradually begin to lose their memories. The following day, bright and early, Ron knocked on Harry's door as usual. Upon the door's opening, he found Harry seated alone in a chair. Good morning, Harry. Where's your cousin? Ron inquired. Harry gestured towards the study. Dudley is in there. He might be organizing the Hogwarts curriculum. Hearing Harry's voice, Ron instinctively glanced towards the room Harry indicated. With a creak, the door opened, and Dudley looked out at Ron with a faint smile. You've arrived? Ron nodded. Yes, Dudley, I'm here. So, what would you like to eat? Without hesitation, Ron replied, roast fish. Today, I must have roast fish. Only then will my magical abilities strengthen. Ron spoke earnestly. At this, Harry looked at Ron, perplexed, before finally letting out a sigh. Ron, puzzled, asked, Harry, why are you sighing? After a moment of hesitation, Harry decided it was best to be candid. Ron, I genuinely believe that one's magical talent has little correlation with what one eats. For instance, when it comes to this matter, Harry found himself at a loss for words. In his view, if one could enhance their magical prowess merely through consuming food, then countless individuals would possess extraordinary magical talents. Harry's voice was but a whisper, yet Ron seemed oblivious to it, eagerly watching Dudley prepare roasted fish. And soon he could no longer contain his appetite. With his mouth filled with the delectable aroma of fish, he exclaimed, "MMM. Harry, why are you just staring? Come on, let's eat together." Ron mumbled through his mouthful. Harry was taken aback. After a brief pause, he managed a wry smile and replied, "I'm quite full." "Well, I might need to attend to some matters today. I should take my leave." Upon hearing this, Dudley nodded gently. "All right, Harry, go ahead with your business. I'll wait for Ron to finish eating, and then we can head to magic class together." "Cousin." After a moment of hesitation, Harry reluctantly nodded in agreement. He turned to adjust his attire, gathered the magical books from the ground, and set off in the direction his memory recalled. At that moment, Harry had resolved to discuss this matter with Hermione. Meanwhile, Dudley silently observed Harry's departing figure, choosing not to utter a word. It was evident that Ron's self-absorbed fixation on his own magical abilities was something Harry found intolerable. After all, during their previous encounters, Ron would regale Harry with tales of secrets and history from the magical world, along with many fascinating anecdotes. Yet, in recent times, their meetings had devolved into Ron's incessant inquiries about food, followed by discussions of meat, eggs, dairy, and other topics tangentially related to magical aptitude. In fact, from Dolly's perspective, this predicament presents quite a challenge for Ron. After consuming fish containing mercury, Ron's memory and cognitive functions have been affected to varying degrees. Observations over the past 2 days reveal a noticeable decline in Ron's memory capacity. It is often said that a fish's memory lasts only 7 days, however. This assertion remains unverified. Human memory, too, is fleeting, typically lasting a mere decade or several decades, gradually fading with the passage of time. For instance, you may recall your bank card number from 10 years ago, but after 2 or 3 years of disuse and neglect, that string of numbers may dissipate from your mind. You will retain only a vague notion, while the precise memory eludes you. Ron's condition is somewhat more severe. The mercury's impact on a wizard's brain surpasses Dolly's expectations. Yet he is fortunate to monitor the situation daily and devise optimal plans tailored to Ron's circumstances. Undoubtedly, the changes in Ron will trouble those close to him. 5 minutes later, Ron relished the fish, contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. Dolly observed Ron's expression of satisfaction and smiled gently, gesturing casually. "So, how does it taste?" Ron nodded enthusiastically, "It's delicious. To be honest, Dolly, this fish truly feels extraordinary. My magical aptitude seems to have strengthened." Dolly watched as Ron spoke with such fervor, then inquired unexpectedly, "What do you mean by magical aptitude?" Ron, taken aback, responded, "Magical aptitude?" Harry nodded affirmatively, "Yes. What is magical aptitude?" Ron gazed at Dolly with confusion, replying, "Magical aptitude is simply magical aptitude. What more is there to say?" Dolly fixed his gaze on Ron's eyes, and after a moment, smiled softly. "It's nothing, Ron. Just remember to come to my dormitory for breakfast tomorrow. By the way, here is some paper and a pen. Jot down the time and a reminder for tomorrow. This will help you organize your schedule effectively." Ron received the paper and pen handed to him by Daryl, feeling somewhat perplexed as he began to inscribe his daily schedule for the forthcoming days. Daryl, in turn, produced a quill and parchment, gently jotting down notes. The wizards were engaging in a heavy metal gene recording. After several days of consuming mercury, the wizards' minds were gradually becoming homogenized, causing them to lose their capacity for complex thought. Judging solely from an evolutionary perspective, this behavior was evidently regressive. Complex thinking has always been a hallmark of human intelligence. As a wizard, at this moment, he had diminished considerably. At this very moment, across the way, at Hogwarts, at the entrance of Gryffindor, Harry clutched his spellbooks and hurried towards the classroom building. Before long, he spotted a petite figure in the familiar vicinity. "Hello." Harry greeted Hermione. She tilted her head up to look at him and nodded. "Why are you so slow?" Harry replied with a hint of exasperation, "I wish I could be quicker. But this morning I ran into Ron, and he arrived at my dormitory right on time again." "Oh, Harry, let's not dwell on that for now. Last night, my fellow magically inclined classmates urged me to hasten the preparation of our Halloween gifts. But, as you know, we promised to purchase magical items from Ron's 2 brothers. As Harry listened to Hermione's explanation, he instinctively shook his head. "Hermione, hear me out. I think you should find a way to handle this yourself." "How can that be?" she exclaimed. "We have already committed to buying Halloween gifts from Ron. You shouldn't be so untrustworthy," Hermione asserted, hands on her hips, her expression serious. Harry shook his head again. "No, Hermione, I believe Ron has likely forgotten about this matter." "What? Forgotten? How could this be possible? Just a few days ago, we emphasized it to him repeatedly." Hermione looked utterly astonished. Harry, with a sense of helplessness, explained, "Truly, Hermione, you must believe me. This morning, I sought out Ron, and you won't believe what happened. He actually gazed at me in bewilderment and said, 'Harry, are you joking with me?' or something along those lines. It is evident that Ron wishes for us to cease our fixation on yesterday's events." This. Hermione is equally exasperated. His behavior is quite excessive. Does he truly believe we would expose his 2 brothers for clandestinely running a magical goods shop in their dormitory? Harry shook his head, pondering, who knows? In any case, ever since we resolved to encourage Ron to embark on his magical studies, he has become rather inexplicable. Hermione, what do you think? Could it be that Ron's earnest pursuit of mastering magic might lead to some psychological turmoil? Hermione scoffed. Harry, this is nothing but an unfounded argument. If we could explain. Never mind. In that case, I will handle the Halloween preparations on my own. Furthermore, Hermione, with a serious expression, looked intently at Harry. When you go to find Ron, tell him this matter is no joke. As Hermione's words lingered in the air, she haughtily tossed her head and strode alone towards the interior of the classroom. Harry stood there, momentarily taken aback, wondering how this girl could so swiftly shift to anger. At that moment, Harry found himself in a dilemma. If he were to chase after Hermione, he felt it might create distance between himself and Ron, perhaps even invite Hermione's disdain. Yet, it was Ron who had stood by him on their first day at school. Conflicted, Harry lingered beneath the Gryffindor tower. Just then, a figure clad in wizarding robes approached. Hey, Harry, what are you doing here? Harry turned to see Neville. Neville, what brings you here? Neville nodded. I owe a debt of gratitude to your cousin Dudley for the last incident with the memory ball. If you have a moment, please extend my thanks to him. Harry, upon hearing this, instinctively pondered for a moment. Neville took a couple of steps forward, then turned in confusion. What's wrong, Harry? Our history of magic class is about to start. Why are you still standing out here? With a sigh, Harry cleared his tangled emotions from his mind and followed Neville back to the classroom. As they entered, Harry was astonished to discover that his cousin Dudley and Ron were already seated inside. Strangely, Hermione, who usually preferred to sit beside Dudley, had chosen a seat far away. This sight left Harry feeling conflicted. He wanted to sit beside his cousin, but was met with Hermione's furious gaze. If memory served him right, she hadn't been this irate when she left the classroom earlier. Had something unpleasant transpired between Dudley, Ron, and Hermione? Harry awkwardly smiled and chose to sit in the front row of the classroom, distancing himself from Ron and keeping a respectful space from Hermione. Although this decision left him feeling somewhat resigned, it appeared to be a necessary course of action for the time being. Soon, the door to the magic classroom swung open, revealing an unexpected figure. It was none other than Professor McGonagall, clad in her immaculate black wizarding robes. Hey, didn't you say this lesson was supposed to be history of magic? Why is the Transfiguration Professor here? Ron voiced his confusion. Dudley cast a surprised glance at Ron, equally puzzled as to why the lesson had shifted from history of magic to Transfiguration. However, what astonished Dudley even more was Ron's remark. Despite his memory beginning to falter, he still retained a vivid recollection of the teacher who had come to instruct them. It seemed that Professor Minerva McGonagall had left an indelible mark on Ron's memory. Contemplating this, Dudley opened his notebook and inscribed a line of text. Special memories are often the most difficult to erase. Even patients afflicted with dementia can recall significant moments from their past. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's expression was stern as she surveyed the young wizards seated in the classroom and remarked, "Is it so strange? I shall be the one to lead this session. Furthermore, there is an important matter I must underscore to all the young wizards in attendance. In just 2 days, we will celebrate Halloween on the 31st of October. This occasion is one of the essential festivities that has been observed since the founding of Hogwarts, and every young wizard is required to participate punctually. During the celebration, there will be a feast prepared by Professor Dumbledore, providing an opportunity for interaction and discourse. Additionally, I must emphasize that young wizards are not permitted to return home on Halloween. This is not a holiday as stipulated by the rules of the School of Magic," Professor McGonagall declared. Observing the young sorcerers before her, she nodded in satisfaction as none dared to question her authority. Additionally, I expect everyone to present themselves with a touch of elegance, for we shall dine together with the 4 houses. I do not wish for the spirit of our Gryffindor students to be overshadowed by Slytherin, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and departed. Once she was gone, the young sorcerers congregated, fervently discussing all matters pertaining to the enchanting Halloween festivities. Hey, Neville, have you decided how you will dress for Halloween night? Don't even get me started. I'm sure my grandmother has sent me a plethora of peculiar gifts. Wait, let's take a look. Amidst the bustling chatter, Dudley remained silent, turning his gaze to his side. At that moment, Ron sat idly on a chair, his eyes fixated ahead in a daze. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped Ron on the shoulder. Hey, Ron, did you hear? Professor McGonagall mentioned that Halloween night is approaching. Are you surprised by this? Ron turned his head in a daze, realizing it was Neville. However, he offered no response, for he was indeed at a loss regarding his plans for Halloween. When was the last time he celebrated Halloween? Ron's expression shifted from confusion to a slight rigidity. Finally, he sighed in resignation and turned to his companions, saying, "Let us not dwell on me. Neville, what are your plans for Halloween night?" "Hey, Ron, you've asked the right person. Did you hear? Professor McGonagall just announced that Halloween night will be celebrated with all 4 houses together, marking a grand magical ceremony. I believe none can refuse such an invitation. In summary, Ron, consider this. The Slytherins, Hufflepuffs, and the little wizards from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw will be together. Typically, we seldom encounter one another. Now that we have crossed paths, I feel, ultimately, Ron, we must pay attention to our appearance. As your admirer, I suggest you take better care of your outward appearance." Neville's expression appeared somewhat stiff. Ron looked at Neville in confusion, asking, "What about my appearance? What's wrong with it?" Neville shook his head regretfully, explaining that while he had always wanted to emulate Ron, he simply could not replicate the unique aura he possessed at present. Ron, feeling lost by Neville's cryptic words, sighed helplessly. "Neville, I'm not quite sure what you're trying to say. Can you please be straightforward?" Upon hearing Ron's encouragement, Neville summoned his courage and said, "Well, Ron, if I say this, you won't hit me, will you?" Ron replied irritably, "Just speak plainly. What reason would I have to strike you?" Only then did Neville feel reassured enough to continue. "To be frank, Ron, have you noticed that you haven't washed your hair in a week? It's all matted together. And your wizarding robe, its collar is greasy and appears to have gone unchanged for quite some time. I can even smell an unpleasant odor emanating from you. It's rather sour." Neville could no longer contain himself, emphasizing, "Ron, if you show up at the Gryffindor Halloween feast looking like this, I doubt anyone would want to sit beside you." He spread his hands, revealing his genuine thoughts. The odor emanating from Ron was overwhelmingly unpleasant, reminiscent of someone just emerging from a restroom. To be honest, had he not seen Ron impeccably groomed before school started, he might have assumed Ron had a penchant for negligence. Perhaps Neville had articulated the issue too dramatically, as Ron instinctively lowered his gaze to his chest, where a note was affixed, chronicling his daily breakfast rituals aimed at enhancing his magical prowess. Now, Ron actively picked up his pen and inscribed an additional line, "Daily bathing and personal hygiene." Noticing Ron's disinterest in engaging with him, Neville reluctantly turned back to his seat to focus on his work. Meanwhile, Dudley took the initiative to retrieve paper and a pen, diligently recording relevant notes in his draft book. Professor Minerva McGonagall's discourse on the 4 great magical schools captivated his attention. To delve deeper into Hogwarts, one must possess a fundamental understanding of the histories of these esteemed institutions. For instance, Dudley discovered through his readings of various tomes on magical history that during the initial establishment of Hogwarts, Salazar was the head of Slytherin, Helga presided over Hufflepuff, Godric led Gryffindor, and Rowena governed Ravenclaw. In the early days of Hogwarts, these heads symbolized their respective factions and embodied the most evident traits of their houses through various animal forms. Thus, Dudley developed a certain degree of curiosity. Magic, as a crucial node that requires a vast amount of knowledge and information, should not allow one's unique personality to be expressed too vividly. This will only backfire to a certain extent. Time for contemplation always seems to pass swiftly. Before one realizes, it is already 4 o'clock in Gryffindor. Today's History of Magic class covered numerous topics that piqued Dudley's interest. In contrast, Ron appeared utterly bewildered. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of tomorrow's roasted fish. He believed that consuming the roasted fish would enhance his magical prowess, if only slightly. Before long, footsteps approached. Dudley turned to see Harry standing beside him. "What's up, Harry? Is there something on your mind?" Dudley observed Harry's hesitant demeanor. Harry opened his mouth but hesitated, glancing at Ron with a resigned sigh. Just behind Harry, Hermione popped her head up, glaring at Ron with deliberate emphasis. "Ron, I shall ask you once more. Halloween is upon us, and we must prepare our costumes and treats this evening. I trust you understand what needs to be done." Ron, equally perplexed, wondered why Hermione was so irate upon their meeting. He scratched his head and replied, "I'm sorry, Hermione, but I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. And I would prefer if you did not speak to me in that tone again. This situation leaves me quite uncomfortable." Ron's expression appeared somewhat stiff, while Harry stood by, visibly shocked. What is wrong with Ron? Why does he speak to Hermione in such a tone? Clearly, the fault lies with Ron. Yet he carries an air of innocence. Hermione, too, found herself at a loss for words due to Ron's remarks. Were it not for the concern that calamities should not extend to friends and family, Hermione would have truly wanted to loudly remind Ron in public. Have you forgotten about the private Halloween gifts from your two brothers, George and Fred? Such a breach of school rules. It was evident that Ron, with a tone laced with resentment, had garnered the attention of several young wizards, some of whom were beginning to gather around. After all, Ron was somewhat of a celebrity, having joined the Quidditch team in his first year, a rarity indeed. Ron, I shall ask you once more, are you truly going to feign ignorance regarding Halloween? Hermione pressed, her intensity escalating. Ron, seething with frustration, could not fathom why Hermione was so persistently fixated on him. Enough, Hermione. Is this behavior an attempt to draw my attention? He retorted. I must say, your abrasive inquiries remind me of some things my father once told me. Whether wizards or mere muggles, there are always individuals who are utterly unreasonable. A palpable silence fell over the scene. Hermione stared at Ron, her expression one of disbelief as she pointed at him. Then at herself. Very well, Ron, from this moment forth, consider me unacquainted with you as a classmate. With that, Hermione, her face flushed with anger, turned on her heel, tossing her long hair back as she strode away. Ron shrugged nonchalantly, glancing at Harry beside him. Harry, did you see that? Hermione always likes to cause a scene. However, Harry's response took Ron by surprise. With a serious demeanor, he addressed Ron. Ron, you have truly crossed the line. I expect you to apologize to Hermione immediately. If this continues, we may not even remain friends. After a moment's hesitation, Harry chose not to voice any further threats and instead turned to hurry after Hermione, his actions speaking volumes. In this moment of discord, Harry chose to stand by Hermione's side. Ron gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene before him. His previously indifferent expression underwent a palpable transformation for the first time. A sharp pang tugged at his heart, and he felt an urge to reach out and retain her presence. However, he soon diverted his gaze to Dudley, who was beside him. Dudley, Ron began tentatively. Dudley, seemingly unconcerned, nodded casually and replied, "What's up?" Ron, in a hushed tone filled with confusion, queried, "Dudley, if my magical aptitude were to strengthen, would simply consuming more meat, eggs, and dairy suffice?" Dudley, without lifting his head, retorted, "Then, Ron, what just transpired a moment ago?" Ron's expression was one of puzzlement. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Subsequently, he uncertainly mused, I think I should have just finished eating the grilled fish you prepared. Yet, he added, it's astonishing how, in just a few hours, I am already on the verge of forgetting the taste of that grilled fish." Observing Ron's somewhat distressed demeanor, Dudley proactively retrieved a record from the drawer, titled Magical Heavy Metal Biological Experiment. He proceeded to append a new entry, Record 23. In the case of a wizard's body eroded by mercury elements, the decline in memory begins in a geometrically progressive manner. Initially, details from days past are forgotten, followed by the loss of memories from one day, and ultimately, from mere hours. Given this trajectory, I harbor no doubt that Ron's memory may very well succumb to a fleeting bout of amnesia by tomorrow. However, the question remains, to what extent will this short-term memory loss manifest? Will it merely freeze within a certain interval? Such matters merit profound contemplation. The inherent drawbacks of live experimentation are evident, particularly the inability to clearly expose the scalp and observe the true condition of the skull's interior. I believe that even without direct observation, one could surmise the subtle changes occurring within Ron's brain. This situation is akin to the human pulmonary cavity. Prolonged tobacco consumption leads to a darkening of the lungs, with nicotine adhering to and infiltrating the surface. The fascia and fat surrounding the pulmonary cavity are virtually inseparable. If one were to ponder this, what would be the outcome of entering the region of the brain most saturated with wizardliff fat? On the other side, within the ranks of Slytherin, a trio of young wizards observed the unfolding events. Clark, captivated by the scene before him, turned to his companion Goyle and exclaimed, "Look, it seems that Harry, Hermione, and Ron are embroiled in some conflict. I've recently heard whispers that it has been confirmed Harry and Ron are permitted to join the Quidditch match. Can you believe it? Quidditch is an inherently perilous sport, utterly inaccessible to first-year wizards. Yet, Harry and Ron are allowed to participate. Frankly, I find myself sympathizing with Malfoy. Why should Harry Potter have the opportunity to engage in such a thrilling competition while our Malfoy is denied this chance?" Goyle nodded in agreement, then directed his gaze towards Malfoy, stating, "Master Malfoy, I believe it is imperative that we voice our discontent to Professor Snape. If Gryffindor can bend the rules, why should Slytherin not be afforded the same privilege?" Hearing this, Malfoy shook his head, displaying a look of exasperation towards his two subordinates. Foolish. Clark and Goyle were momentarily taken aback. This assertion was undoubtedly factual. Why would Malfoy deem them foolish? Before long, Malfoy pointed towards the departing figures of Ron and Harry and remarked, "You've seen it as well. The current relationship between Harry and Ron is rather strained. If I am not mistaken, Quidditch is a team game that necessitates exceptional synergy among teammates. Yet, observe how Harry and Ron are at odds. This discord may easily lead to errors on the field. Should mistakes occur, both could suffer grave consequences. Broken arms or legs are merely the tip of the iceberg." Upon concluding his statement, Malfoy turned to Goyle and inquired, "How did the matter I entrusted you with progress?" Goyle approached Malfoy with a hint of confusion, momentarily unable to recall the context. Meanwhile, Clark gently nudged Goyle and, with a look of resignation, remarked, "Goyle, have you truly forgotten? Just a couple of days ago, you mentioned to Malfoy that a relative's child is part of the Slytherin Quidditch team. At that time, you even said you would look into the matter. What is the current status of Quidditch?" Upon hearing Clark's reminder, Goyle remembered that he had previously sought to forge a closer bond with Malfoy by deliberately approaching him in the afternoon to discuss Quidditch. Under Malfoy's gaze, Goyle awkwardly smiled and said, "Master Malfoy, you must be aware that our Slytherin head is Professor Snape, who possesses far more detailed knowledge of Quidditch than I do. Moreover, my relative has already made discreet inquiries regarding our involvement in Quidditch, but unfortunately, he was met with a direct refusal from Professor Snape." "Refusal? But Goyle, you claimed this matter was virtually guaranteed," Malfoy replied, his displeasure evident. Goyle offered an awkward smile in response. "That is not the case, Malfoy. Professor Snape cited Hogwarts regulations, stating that first-year students are not permitted to participate in Quidditch. There is little I can do. After all, rules are rules." Clark interjected, "Did your relative not mention to Professor Snape that Harry and Ron Weasley have both joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team?" Goyle shrugged. "Of course. I certainly brought that up. However, Professor Snape made it abundantly clear that this is Slytherin, unlike Gryffindor, and under no normal circumstances would he allow first-year students to partake in Quidditch. He insisted it was for the sake of their health, considering the frequent accidents that occur in the sport." Malfoy's expression darkened, while Clark remained silent, clearly recognizing that Professor Snape was resolutely against allowing Malfoy to compete in this year's Quidditch matches. "Young Master Malfoy, are we truly to stand idly by and witness Harry and Ron partake in Quidditch? This is indeed an opportunity that has captured the attention of many," Clark inquired, expressing his helplessness. Beside him, Gore sighed and remarked, "There's no point in discussing it. We cannot alter the situation now." Malfoy, upon hearing this, shook his head and said, Let us not rush. This matter can be postponed, for on the eve of the Quidditch match, no one can guarantee that Harry and Ron will truly make the roster. However, let us set this aside for now. Recently, I encountered something quite intriguing. A couple of days ago, during our defense against the dark arts lesson, Professor Quirrell introduced us to a creature. Its name is a troll. A troll. Are you certain, Malfoy? Clark and Goyle inquired in unison. Malfoy nodded and stated, "The troll is a creature that resides in the dungeons of Hogwarts, brought forth by former wizards who ventured into the Forbidden Forest for hunting. With Halloween approaching, do you think if I were to disguise myself as a troll, it would frighten Harry and Ron?" Clark wore a stiff expression. Goyle, looking rather uncomfortable, replied, "Master Malfoy, if I may suggest, if the Professor of Transfiguration once informed us that transforming into creatures of similar size is relatively simple. However, attempting to transform into a troll, given its enormous stature, it could easily backfire. If the spell fails or is interrupted, the consequences could be dire." Malfoy shrugged at this. "I am well aware of that. No need for reminders. I propose we contemplate our Halloween plans. After all, this is an excellent opportunity for notoriety." Meanwhile, observing Harry storm away in anger, Dudley did not intervene. Instead, he organized his notes and stood up from his seat. "Wait, Dudley, where are you going?" Ron instinctively reached out to block Dudley. Dudley gazed at Ron's somewhat stubborn eyes, as if he believed that once he left, he would lose the last straw of hope in his life. "It's nothing, Ron." "In that case, shall we head to the dormitory together?" "Dormitory? Which dormitory?" Ron inquired, and Dudley replied nonchalantly, "The Gryffindor first-year dormitory." As his words faded, Dudley took the lead, with Ron following in a daze. Throughout their journey, Ron remained silent, his mind weary, as if he had just forgotten something of great importance. The notion of significance weighed heavily on him, making contemplation a challenge. Perhaps it was best not to think at all. Thoughts swirled chaotically in Ron's mind. Dudley, observing Ron's demeanor, suddenly asked, "Ron, do you remember who first spoke to you on the very first day of school?" Instinctively, Ron responded, "On the first day at Hogwarts. If my memory serves me right, it was you and Harry, and then we encountered Hermione. After that, well, we just settled into our studies of magic at Hogwarts." As Ron recounted his thoughts, he counted on his fingers. Dudley, having observed for a while, produced paper and pen from his pocket and inscribed the following: "Heavy metal biological experiment record." Ron's memory was clearly being disrupted, specifically due to the influence of mercury. The harm inflicted by this element on the body appeared to manifest gradually. It was now evident that Ron would lose short-term memories from the past few days, with effective recall unlikely to exceed that time frame. Soon, Dudley halted as they approached a familiar door. The fat lady scrutinized the two Gryffindor wizards before her. One was Dudley Dursley, and the other. After a prolonged examination, the fat lady recognized him as Ron Weasley, albeit a disheveled boy with unkempt red hair. Appearing haggard and muddy, embodying the image of a wizard indifferent to personal hygiene. "Oh, hello. The weather today is rather dismal." The plump matron, dressed in formal attire, pinched her nose while speaking in an utterly bewildering tone. Dudley, too, was intrigued, as it was his first encounter with the matron exhibiting such personified expressions. Previously, her demeanor, whether in graceful gestures or expressions, was akin to that of a refined lady. Yet now, within Dudley's gaze, the matron's countenance had altered several times. "Young wizards, please recite today's password." The matron intoned slowly. Harry did not expect Ron to remember the password, so he took the initiative to declare, "Tequila." However, contrary to Dudley's anticipation, the door that was supposed to open automatically remained completely still. "Why is this happening?" Dudley furrowed his brow, perplexed. Why did the matron remain unresponsive even after I uttered the password? After a moment's contemplation, Dudley resolved to repeat himself. Yet, the matron pointed her finger towards Ron, who stood beside Dudley. "This time, you shall state the password, Weasley." "Me?" Ron approached the matron with a look of confusion. The matron pinched her nose once more and, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Today's password has been changed from tequila to bathhouse. Please recite today's password." As the matron's voice echoed, Ron appeared utterly bewildered. Had Dudley not repeated the words bathhouse behind him, Ron might have instinctively dismissed the matter altogether. "Bathhouse." The matron nodded approvingly. "Excellent, Ron. I hope to see you again. You may emerge from the bathhouse." Ron gazed at the matron in utter bemusement. How does this guardian of souls differ from those in memory? Dolly has developed a deeper perspective on the mural before him. Previously, Dolly believed that these murals, or entities akin to souls, lack the capacity for independent thought. This is akin to programming code designed within a computer. They merely execute the preordained instructions. However, this time, Dudley has altered his perspective. The portly matron's recent actions were rather unconventional, likely contravening the regulations of Hogwarts. She possesses the capacity for independent thought and commands the authority to regulate the dormitory entrance. Previously, her demeanor was exceedingly rigid, unperturbed by the antics of the surrounding young wizards, even coldly observing their daily routines. It appears that this guardian also serves a monitoring function. With a resolute decision, Dudley smiled faintly and took it upon himself to usher Ron into the Gryffindor common room. Along the way, the two parted on the staircase. Ron, clutching a note, muttered to himself as he continued onward, "I need to shower tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall head to Dudley's room for grilled fish, then to the washroom for cleaning." Dudley paid little mind to Ron's murmurs. In fact, such repetitive recitation aids in short-term memory retention. It seems Ron's memory is beginning to falter once more. Upon returning to the common room, Dudley unhesitatingly entered his study. The black-scaled fish in the tank were lively, swimming energetically within their confines. Conversely, the subset of black-scaled fish containing mercury exhibited even greater vitality than their typical counterparts. From this, Dudley surmised that these fish, following a loss of memory, displayed an overwhelming sense of novelty towards their surroundings. Time passed slowly. Creak. The door swung open. Harry gazed into the dimly lit dormitory, instinctively yearning to switch on the light. However, upon noticing the glow emanating from the study below, he hesitated, ultimately deciding against disturbing his cousin. Instead, he retreated to his bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Tomorrow marked October 31st, the eve of Halloween, and he had spent the day bustling alongside Hermione, deliberating on the most suitable costume for the evening's festivities. Fortunately, Hermione's preferences were not overly complicated, After visiting the Hogwarts magical snack shop twice, she finally settled on a creation that delighted her. Throughout their journey, Harry listened intently to Hermione's tales and amusing anecdotes about Halloween, laughing along with her during her moments of joy. "Good night, cousin. I hope we have a delightful Halloween night tomorrow," Harry murmured as he gradually drifted into sleep. The night passed in silence, and the following day, Harry opened his eyes, instinctively glancing towards the bedside. There, he found his cousin leaning against the desk, engrossed in a notebook. Scanning the surroundings, Harry queried, "Dudley, why didn't you make grilled fish this morning?" He was genuinely puzzled, as he had grown accustomed to waking to the enticing aroma of his cousin's culinary endeavors. Yet today, the familiar scent was conspicuously absent. Dudley set down the book and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, Harry. After all, eating grilled fish every morning isn't particularly good for your health." At the mention of food, Harry instinctively peered beneath his bed, expecting that, as per routine, Ron would have already unpacked the snacks from his suitcase. "Ron, leave me some. I want yogurt bread for breakfast," Harry called out, only to be taken aback by the realization that aside from himself and Dudley, there was no one else in the dormitory. "Cousin, how peculiar it is that Ron hasn't come today," Harry remarked as he sat up in bed. Dudley, too, felt a twinge of confusion. Ron's unusual behavior, could it be that something happened last night, with his memory as it is now? "Cousin, did Ron truly not visit?" Harry pondered in his mind. "No," the cousin affirmed with certainty. Harry refrained from further words, rummaging beneath his bed for bread and yogurt, hastily concluding his meager meal. A few minutes later, Dudley had dressed and stood at the dormitory door awaiting Harry. "Today, dear cousin, we have Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall indicated that there would be a quiz on the last Transfiguration spell. Have you prepared your notes accordingly?" Harry, clutching his wizarding books, walked ahead of Dudley. Dudley did not respond to Harry's inquiry, but instead frowned in contemplation. Ron's memory was currently lacking. Yet according to the usual course and the note pinned to his chest, he should not so easily forget the matter of eating grilled fish. Although it seemed somewhat peculiar, it warranted further investigation. With this thought, Dudley glanced towards the fat lady at the entrance of Gryffindor Tower. Without hesitation, he strode swiftly to her. At that moment, the fat lady was adjusting her hood and attire within the portrait, offering the kindest smiles to the passing young wizards. "Good day," Dudley greeted. The fat lady instinctively turned to respond politely, "Good morning, my dear little wizard, but it seems to me that time is rather late now. If you do not hasten, you are likely to be tardy for this morning's wizarding class." However, before the fat lady could finish, Dudley interjected, "I wonder if you happened to see a young wizard leaving the dormitory last night?" "Last night? A young wizard leaving unaccompanied? Mr. Dudley, I do not understand why you harbor such suspicions, but I must remind you to be accountable for your words. Leaving Gryffindor Tower unaccompanied during rest hours is subject to disciplinary action. I can assure you, no young wizard could have left under my watch last night." Observing the resolute demeanor of the corpulent lady, Dallor pondered momentarily before replying, "Are you certain that you won't sneak out in the evening due to boredom to converse with the oil paintings next door?" At this, the corpulent lady's expression subtly shifted. How could this little wizard possibly be aware of this matter? Is this the secret between him and the knight's portrait? No, there is also a gentleman's portrait. Or, never mind, could these despicable men truly have revealed their issues to the young wizard? "Oh, my dear Mr. Dudley, I am unaware of where you have heard the slander about me. However, I must reiterate my statement. I did not leave the Gryffindor dormitory last night. This I can assure you." Dudley observed the fat lady repeating the 3 words from the previous night with emphasis, and he understood clearly that the fat lady likely had not ventured out clandestinely. Perhaps she was simply in a foul mood, or perhaps there were other reasons. However, Dudley recognized that once matters had progressed to this extent, there was no need for him to continue his inquiries. Doing so would only yield counterproductive results. Since it was established that Ron had not left the Gryffindor dormitory, he decided to wait until after class to seek him out for further clarification. Surely, a living person would not forget something as crucial as attending class. As he exited the Hogwarts dormitory, Harry glanced at his contemplative cousin and reached out, intending to give him a gentle nudge and inquire about his own lingering questions. However, the situation did not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. It was evident that his cousin had already concluded the answer he sought based on the fat lady's demeanor. Harry felt a touch of helplessness. When his cousin became engrossed in thought, he was wholly absorbed. Could the recent conversation with the fat lady have clarified Ron's whereabouts? Throughout the journey, Harry scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of familiar figures. The previous day, Hermione had been incensed by Ron's antics, and Harry had spent considerable time comforting her until her temperament improved. She had made it clear that he would have to choose between Ron and her. Harry was immediately torn. Ron was his dear friend, and so was Hermione. Now, with the two good friends at odds, aiding either would not be a favorable choice. After some contemplation, Harry turned to his cousin Dudley. "Cousin, if it were you, what would you do?" Harry contemplated asking a question, but ultimately suppressed the urge to voice his curiosity. Instead, he diverted his attention to the corridor beside him. His cousin had once advised him to listen, observe, and reflect when faced with challenges, emphasizing the importance of not relying excessively on others. Thus, under the weight of Dudley's unspoken concerns, Harry silently made his way to the rear entrance of the Gryffindor classroom. Following the familiar ochre staircase, they rounded a corner and approached the door. Before pushing it open, Harry instinctively glanced down the corridor, only to feel a gentle tap on the back of his head. Turning around, he was greeted by a familiar figure. "Professor McGonagall, what brings you here?" Harry inquired instinctively. However, he quickly realized the impertinence of his question. "Mr. Harry Potter, why should I not be here? In just 2 minutes, class will commence. Although technically your behavior does not constitute tardiness, I doubt any professor of magic would appreciate a young wizard deliberately arriving late, such as in this instance." Observing the professor's somewhat stern demeanor, Harry promptly apologized. "I am sorry, Professor McGonagall. We will certainly improve next time." With that, he ushered his cousin into the classroom. Outside the door, Professor McGonagall watched Harry's retreating figure, shaking her head. "It has been over a month since the term began, and he remains so impulsive. It seems necessary for me to inquire with Wood regarding the progress of Quidditch practice." After reflecting on this, Professor McGonagall turned and made her way towards the main entrance. Once inside the classroom, Harry surveyed the room and immediately spotted Hermione. However, today, her side was already filled with other young witches and wizards. And with class about to start, there was no time to seek a suitable spot. Similarly, Dudley scanned the classroom, searching for a familiar face among the other young wizards. "Ron Weasley, if he does not appear, then we may be in serious trouble. After all, Ron's behavior has become somewhat peculiar, should he act even more outlandishly. It is certain that discontent would arise, subsequently drawing the attention of either the professors or students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This profoundly impacts one's own heavy metal biological project." However, it wasn't long before Dolly noticed the familiar red hair in a corner against the wall. Even from the back, it was evident that his attire had undergone slight changes. The previous grease had vanished, and his hair was impeccably groomed. It appeared that the memory enhancement from yesterday had been executed flawlessly. Yet, this left Dolly somewhat perplexed, despite everything proceeding smoothly. Why had Ron Weasley not come to his dormitory as agreed to continue feasting on the black-scaled fish? Could there be some unforeseen circumstance at play? Before Dolly could ponder further, Harry had already pulled him to sit in another area, just as the door swung open. Professor McGonagall entered the classroom, her gaze sweeping around before she nodded in satisfaction. "Gryffindor students, please open your 5th volume of Transfiguration Analysis. Today, we shall discuss how to execute Transfiguration more fluidly." Meanwhile, in the bustling teaching environment of Hogwarts, in another corner, Slytherin's Draco Malfoy sat at his desk, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. The classroom was anything but quiet, as the young wizards engaged in animated discussions. "Hey, Goyle, did you heed Malfoy's suggestion from last night?" Crabbe inquired. Goyle glanced at Malfoy's somewhat handsome profile and explained, "Crabbe, to be honest, that's rather improbable since our teacher is the professor of defense against the dark arts. I believe, considering the safety of the young wizards, he would never make such a choice." "How could that be?" Goyle shook his head and added, "Professor Quirrell is kind-hearted and very approachable. Just follow my lead, and you can cheer me on. Perhaps Professor Quirrell will agree." Crabbe hesitated. "Forget it, Goyle. What if the teacher gets angry?" Goyle waved his hand dismissively. "Come on. Just trust me. After all, Halloween is just around the corner. To shine in the Halloween performance, we must master Transfiguration, and whether Transfiguration can be successfully executed. Professor McGonagall has stated, the art of transformation born from mere imagination is the most unstable. It is also one of the forms of magic most prone to misconceptions. Only with a profound understanding of the object we wish to transform can we hope to succeed." At this point, Gaul turned to Clark and remarked, "Have you forgotten that this is precisely what young Malfoy just emphasized?" "Enough. Both of you, be silent." Draco Malfoy shouted furiously from the side. Why would these two fools whisper about their plans in class? If this information were to fall into the wrong hands, Draco Malfoy would undoubtedly face a tarnished reputation. This was certainly not the sight Malfoy wished to behold. The door to the professor's chamber creaked open, revealing a figure clad in a scarf and dressed in khaki attire, who ascended the podium. At that moment, Quirinus Quirrell cradled a lizard in his hands. His expression was remarkably gentle, even tinged with a hint of timidity. Upon reaching the podium, he slowly began to speak. "Students, today I shall describe to you the origins of the dark lizard and their feeding process." Professor Quirrell's speech was hesitant, and the young wizards in attendance murmured amongst themselves. This situation is not unprecedented. The young wizards of Slytherin, upon perceiving Professor Quirrell's mild demeanor, which lacks severity and is characterized by a stammer, it remains unclear when this sentiment commenced. Someone was the first to utter the notion that Professor Quirrell's amiable nature rendered him easily manipulated. Gradually, the entire class of young wizards began to express their agreement. In contrast, during Professor Snape's lessons, even the slightest utterance or additional action on one's part could result in punishment. However, Professor Quirrell does not impose such penalties. Throughout his lessons, he refrains from reprimanding students, maintaining a kind disposition that rarely gives way to anger. This led the young wizards of Slytherin to regard Professor Quirrell's teaching quality with little esteem. Instead, it was more common for Professor Quirrell, standing at the podium, to utter his lesson while the young wizards below engaged in their own pursuits. The magic instructor paid no heed, and the young wizards were more than content to enjoy their leisure. The lamentable quality of education, to speak frankly, is an act of utter irresponsibility. Yet, in contrast, Quirrell appears to regard such matters with a sense of detachment. Perhaps several years ago, or even a decade or more in the past, he would have found the disdain of his students intolerable. Yet at this moment, he perceives it as a sacred mission. Everyone assumes he is an easy target. All the young wizards believe him to be lax. However, only Quirrell understands that he views these wizards with the same dismissive gaze one might reserve for fools. They are merely a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Since dedicating his body and soul to the Dark Lord, Quirrell feels he has opened the door to a new realm. Regardless of the commotion caused by the Slytherin students, Professor Quirrell does not intervene. Instead, he begins to delve into the subsequent course material, seemingly oblivious to their antics. The knowledge imparted in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class extends beyond mere spell application. Professor Quirrell is more inclined to start from the fundamentals when addressing the Slytherin students. He first aims to enlighten them about the perils lurking within the Forbidden Forest, gradually deepening their understanding of the intricacies of magical creatures. Since the last failed mission involving the capture of the cat-toothed creature and Harry, Quirrell claims to have faced the repercussions from his master. This arises from the oppression of the spirit and the torment of the mind. This enchantment, rooted in a spiritual framework, left Professor Kylo in a state of mental disarray for several consecutive days. However, such matters pale in significance. It suffices to endure the mental torment inflicted by the Dark Lord. In doing so, one could once again regain the Dark Lord's trust and favor. Although the punishment has concluded, for the past few days, no matter how fervently he called out, the Dark Lord offered no new directives. This compelled Chilo to feel the necessity to do something to attract the attention of the great and supreme Dark Lord. All right, children. Today's lesson on the creatures of the Forbidden Forest will conclude here. Professor Chilo inquired, as per his usual practice, if anyone had questions regarding the lecture. Typically, the Slytherin young wizards would remain silent. He would merely smile faintly to ease the atmosphere. Just as Professor Chilo was preparing to depart the podium with his spellbook in hand, a somewhat youthful yet mature voice interrupted. "Professor Chilo, please wait. I have some questions I wish to consult you about." Taken aback by the sudden interruption, Professor Chilo looked up to see a golden-haired child standing in the second-to-last row of young wizards. Malfoy, gazing intently at Professor Chilo, spoke slowly. "Professor, I have a query. Since you mentioned that the lizard in your hand is a creature of the Forbidden Forest, could you tell us about trolls as well? If possible, I would appreciate it if you could take us to see one." Observing the earnest expression on Malfoy's face, Professor Chilo found himself momentarily dazed. Before shaking his head resolutely, "That is not permissible. Trolls are magical creatures confined in the dungeons by Hogwarts enchantments, and no one may approach them without Professor Dumbledore's permission." Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor Tower, Harry glanced at Professor McGonagall at the front of the classroom and couldn't help but lean toward Dudley, murmuring, "Cousin, are you ready? Just a little longer until class is over." After the lesson, Professor McGonagall would lead the young wizards to the Great Hall of Hogwarts, where the festivities for the Halloween Eve of the 4 wizarding houses would commence. As Harry spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Dudley's profile. According to the information he had previously gleaned from Hermione, the onset of Halloween was imminent. Unfazed by Harry's gaze, Dudley focused his attention elsewhere, while Ron, situated a dozen meters away on the opposite side of the podium, was earnestly engrossed in his magical texts. Such an unusual scene caused a flicker of suspicion in Dudley's heart. It shouldn't be like this. Ron, who harbored a strong aversion to reading magical tomes, often regarded the lessons of their charms professor as akin to a sacred lullaby, were it not for the penalty of losing Gryffindor points for malicious slumber. Dudley surmised that Ron would undoubtedly be napping during class. Soon, the wizarding professor on stage announced pivotal information, prompting a flurry of activity among the young wizards. One by one, they rose from their seats, eagerly seeking their companions to discuss the particulars of that evening's Halloween festivities. It was at that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Dudley turned to find, unexpectedly, Hermione had positioned herself between him and Harry. "Hermione, why didn't you wait for me this morning?" Harry inquired, voicing his curiosity at her sudden proximity. After all, the previous night, in a fit of anger, Hermione had explicitly declared her intention never to utter another word to Ron, leaving Harry as her only friend, among other sentiments. This left Harry deeply moved yet somewhat conflicted. If he were to acquiesce to Hermione, it would essentially mean relinquishing his friendship with Ron. This conclusion is not what he had envisioned. "Harry, are you prepared?" "Prepared for what?" Harry inquired, gazing at Hermione. Hermione elaborated, of course, for the talent showcase Professor McGonagall mentioned regarding the Halloween feast. "After all, the 4 houses will gather together. I believe the magical professors of each house will request their young witches and wizards to display their talents in order to enliven the atmosphere of Halloween night." Harry truly wished to express that he possessed no particular talents. However, he promptly recalled that although Ron had declined to attend the Quidditch training sessions, he himself had been punctual. Through this period of practice, Harry felt that his magical aptitude had significantly improved, unbeknownst to him. His control over the enchanted broomstick was now far superior to the wobbly attempts he had made when he first acquired it. "Don't worry, Hermione. If it comes to it, I can perform a demonstration of flying on a broomstick. As the Seeker, I have put in considerable effort to catch the elusive golden snitch that flits about in the air. I am confident such a performance will not bring disgrace to Gryffindor." As Harry's voice faded, he turned his gaze toward his cousin Dudley, curious to ask, "Cousin, do you have any special talents you will be showcasing at the Halloween feast?" Dudley responded with a faint smile and a wave of his hand. "No need to worry, Harry. In this situation, participation is what matters. We shouldn't take it too seriously. Maintaining a cheerful mood during Halloween is of utmost importance." Hermione, observing Dudley's indifferent reply, felt a sense of helplessness. She truly hoped Dudley would have a personal performance of his own. After all, if the performance were outstanding enough, their respective wizarding schools would receive corresponding bonuses and points. As the professor of magical history departed, the young witches and wizards engaged in animated discussions. Approximately half an hour later, the door swung open. There stood Professor McGonagall, clad in a standard wizarding robe. Although still maintaining a stern demeanor, this does not dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards eagerly anticipating the festivities of Christmas Eve. "All right, young wizards, it appears you are brimming with impatience. Prepare yourselves now. Please form 3 orderly lines, ensuring that each line has a fixed number of participants. And then proceed neatly into the Great Hall of Hogwarts. I certainly do not wish for a chaotic arrangement to tarnish the esteemed reputation of Gryffindor in the minds of the wizards from Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. I hope you will forever keep Gryffindor in your hearts." At this point, Professor McGonagall paused momentarily, her expression softening slightly. "Now, I will count to 3. Once I conclude my count, the young wizards shall follow me to the Grand Hall of Hogwarts." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated gently, prompting the young wizards to spontaneously line up. This time, no unexpected events transpired. Professor McGonagall regarded the young wizards with a satisfied nod before extending her hand to open the door. Harry and Dudley promptly formed a queue along with the throng. Hermione stood ahead of them. Meanwhile, Harry quietly inquired, "Hermione, is it acceptable for us to queue like this? If we happen to miss Ron, our previously devised plan may become redundant." Hermione turned to Harry and whispered, "Harry, let's keep this matter confidential. Do not mention it to Ron or let anyone else know. Although the situation is somewhat urgent, I believe that if we adhere to our plan, we can resolve this incident perfectly." Observing Hermione's confident demeanor, Harry weakly nodded. "Well, all right then." The queue began to move. Due to the crowding, everyone was closely packed together, making it difficult for Dudley to spot Ron amidst the throng. However, this did not pose a significant issue, for Professor McGonagall was leading the group, If anyone were to go missing, she would undoubtedly take notice. Soon, McGonagall's excitement confirmed Dudley's suspicions. She gently counted the people present and nodded in satisfaction. "We are ready. Let us depart." As her words fell, the doors of the Gryffindor classroom swung open, creating a long passageway. The crowd surged forward, and after leaving the first-year wizards area, groups of older students prepared to proceed along the designated path to the Hogwarts Hall. 30 minutes later, Dudley found himself seated at the side of the hall, which conveniently faced the Hogwarts podium. Much like in his memories, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw students took their places according to the established arrangements. Sitting at the table, Harry gazed at the feast before him. "Hey, Harry, what are you so engrossed in?" Harry turned to see Neville, who was poised to take a bite of an apple. However, his action abruptly halted as he caught sight of Hermione, her eyes blazing with anger, which left him feeling rather flustered. "Hermione, what do you mean?" Neville stammered. "Hermione," with a serious expression, replied, "Mr. Longbottom, I implore you to consider your actions. That apple in your hand, if you dare to take a bite, it will result in the loss of all our Gryffindor points. Such an outrageous act. I believe you are more aware than we are." Upon hearing this, Neville reluctantly placed the apple he was holding back in its place, casting a helpless glance at Hermione. "Miss Granger, to speak frankly, if it weren't for Professor McGonagall's endorsement of you, your behavior would certainly not be met with my approval." Hermione remained unfazed by Neville's jibe. The Hogwarts dining hall soon bustled with students. Harry instinctively scanned the room, turning to Hermione and whispering, "Hermione, have you seen Ron?" Hermione furrowed her brow, responding, "Harry, did I not tell you? Please refrain from mentioning Ron's name. It is not a pleasant matter." Harry offered an awkward smile. Neville, intrigued, looked at Harry with confusion and inquired, "Harry, aren't you and Ron quite close? Why do you seem this way now?" Faced with Neville's question, Harry smiled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. After all, the secrets between him and Ron were not something he could divulge to Neville. However, Hermione, visibly upset, piped up, "Neville, you indeed asked the right person. I heard you often teamed up with Ron before. What is it? Have you discovered some merit in him?" Upon hearing this, Neville hurriedly clarified, "Hermione, I think you misunderstood. I did not deliberately team up with Ron. I merely found his Quidditch talent to be quite remarkable." Yet, before Neville could finish, Hermione interjected in frustration, "Enough. Neville, you need not explain. To me, Ron is simply someone who disregards agreements and is exceedingly selfish." "Selfish? Disregarding agreements?" Neville gazed at Hermione in disbelief, perplexed as to how his usually vibrant and cheerful friend Ron could be labeled in such a manner. Hearing this, Neville turned to look at Harry beside him. "Harry, 33 Novel Network." However, Harry promptly shook his head, indicating his reluctance to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Dudley sat in his place, surveying his surroundings. As time passed, first-year wizards entered, followed by second years, and then the older students. With the ebb and flow of various class dismissals, the young wizards gradually arrived. Glancing at the clock on the wall behind him, he noted that it was now 10 minutes past 8. According to Professor McGonagall's optimal schedule, the Halloween Eve feast was set to commence at 8:30. Young wizards with urgent matters could return to their dormitories to retrieve any items they wished to prepare, such as pumpkin heads, specially crafted broomsticks, and skeleton costumes. Before long, Dudley spotted a small figure approaching from the other side of the line. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Harry. Harry hurriedly trotted to Dudley's side, his face etched with frustration. "Dudley, I just dashed back to the dormitory to grab some things and also stopped by Ron's room, searching around. But I still haven't seen Ron. I find this rather peculiar. If I recall correctly, we saw Ron just the other day after class." As Harry spoke, he glanced towards Hermione beside him. At this moment, Hermione's initially indifferent expression transformed as she perked up, listening intently. The instant she turned her head, her gaze met Harry's. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly, and she awkwardly said, "No, that's not it. I'm concerned about Gryffindor's points. It's not as if I care where Ron has gone." Harry, disregarding any potential argument with Hermione, quickly responded, "Hermione, perhaps we should inform Professor McGonagall. After all, Hogwarts is so vast that it would be quite challenging to locate him if he were lost." However, Hermione shook her head. "Harry, I do not recommend that course of action. If Professor McGonagall becomes aware that Ron is missing or deliberately absent from the Halloween feast, such behavior would result in a deduction of points. The repercussions of such a significant incident will undoubtedly have a profound impact on our final evaluations." Observing Hermione's grave demeanor, Harry felt compelled to nod in agreement. Hermione, if this is your assessment, what course of action should we take? He inquired. I suggest we wait a little longer. At present, no one seems to have noticed Ron's absence. As long as we refrain from mentioning his disappearance. It is likely that no one will care, Hermione replied. Harry shrugged in resignation. Very well. That seems to be our only option. But where could Ron possibly be? Why did he vanish immediately after class? Harry and Hermione engaged in speculation about the various places Ron might have gone. Meanwhile, Dudley furrowed his brow, sensing an air of peculiarity surrounding the situation, which left him feeling uneasy. Could it be that the influence of elemental mercury had a more profound effect on Ron's mind than anticipated? Yet, this did not entirely align with his own reasoning. According to the dosage of mercury, it was still far from reaching the critical threshold he had initially devised. What transpired in that moment? As Dudley pondered. A gentle cough echoed through the hall. At the forefront of the Hogwarts Great Hall, behind a row of tables, an elder rose. Professor Dumbledore surveyed the gathering of young wizards, his hand gracefully raised in a soothing gesture. The grand doors of the hall began to close slowly. With a soft cough, Dumbledore regarded the wizarding apprentices with warmth. Dear young wizards, this eve marks the night before Halloween, the commencement of our most significant annual celebration. A time for bidding farewell to the old and embracing the new. Tonight is a celebration of beginnings. I encourage you all to revel in the festivities, accompanied by the exquisite culinary delights of Hufflepuff. Upon concluding his address, Dumbledore snapped his fingers lightly. In an instant, the previously empty platters were once again filled with an array of meats, breads, and beverages. Harry and Hermione were captivated by the sumptuous feast before them. Neville could not suppress a gulp, turning to Harry beside him. Look, Harry, behold how the culinary offerings this time are entirely different from those at the opening feast. Of course, I do not mean to suggest that the ingredients vary, but rather the methods of preparation are completely distinct. The roasted chicken from the previous occasion was a golden hue, while today's is a fiery red. If memory serves, the crimson roast is of a sweet and sour flavor. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, both in agreement that the gastronomic offerings from Hufflepuff were indeed commendable. In stark contrast to the bright illumination on the other side of the hall, the light here is rather dim, surrounded by walls adorned with slate-gray tiles, at the top of which 4 windows are ajar, allowing a glimpse of the ethereal moonlight beyond. The sound of footsteps echoes softly, rhythmic, and deliberate. A solitary figure meanders aimlessly down the specially designed slate-gray corridor. The newcomer has a shock of red hair, is of diminutive stature, and appears to be merely in his early teens. He halts, surveying his surroundings, and murmurs to himself, "How peculiar. Where am I? I distinctly remember heading back to the dormitory. How did I suddenly end up here?" As Ron continues his way, he scratches his head contemplatively, then gazes ahead at the path before him. The lighting here is rather dim, making recognition quite challenging for him. Recalling the events of this morning, he remembered waking up and then attending his magic class. However, during the lesson, Ron discovered something exceedingly peculiar. Despite his vivid recollection of just having started school a mere week ago, how could Halloween be suddenly upon them? Particularly with Professor McGonagall's emphatic insistence that everyone should dine in the Great Hall, which instinctively made Ron feel that something was amiss. Initially, he intended to take a detour back to the dormitory to check the calendar and ascertain what to do next. Yet, midway, a sharp pain pierced his head, causing him to lose track of the main group. When he regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in darkness. It was undeniably morning in his memory. So how had it turned to night in the blink of an eye? The intense feeling of memory tearing apart furrowed Ron's brow, and a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth indicated his discomfort as he felt a throbbing in his head. Were it not for his certainty that his body felt normal, Ron might have believed that his head had endured a tremendous blow. He soon advanced several meters through the pitch-black corridor, arriving once more at a corner formed by stone walls. Ron stood there, momentarily frozen in place. He instinctively raised his hand to pat his head, murmuring to himself, "How strange. How did I end up here? What was I just thinking about? And where is this place?" Thus, he continued to repeat his questions aloud, followed by affirmations, as he traversed one stretch of path after another. Abruptly, Ron's steps came to a halt. He had heard an odd sound, a peculiar clatter accompanied by the unmistakable noise of chains scraping against the ground. Bewildered, Ron turned to look behind him. Just moments ago, he sensed a shadowy figure passing from the direction of the strange noise. The silhouette was familiar to him, yet he could not quite recall who it was in that fleeting moment. The entanglement lasted merely 7 seconds before Ron turned his head in bewilderment once more. Suddenly, As he took a couple of steps, he felt something strike against his shoulder. Instinctively, Ron lifted his gaze to his side, only to find a somewhat pallid hand resting upon it in the darkness. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of trepidation flickered within his heart. However, he quickly composed himself and inquired into the shadow behind him. "Hello. May I ask who you are?" Yet, from the inky blackness, no sound emerged. The pallid hand slowly clenched, then gradually relaxed. Curiously, Ron glanced at the right side of his shoulder, scratching his head in confusion. Strange. When did a pool of crimson blood appear on my shoulder? Approximately 7 seconds elapsed again. Ron turned his head once more, behaving as if nothing had transpired. At that very moment, in the depths of the shadow, a figure with a bandaged head gazed intently at the unsteady youth as he departed. Ron Weasley. Why had he suddenly appeared here? Quirinius Quirrell's eyes were fixed unwaveringly ahead. This undertaking must be approached with utmost caution. The Dark Lord has afforded himself numerous chances, and should another blunder occur, it would be the most disloyal display towards the revered Dark Lord. Unexpectedly, Ron Weasley has appeared. Initially, Quirrell believed he could effortlessly dispose of him. However, after some contemplation, Quirrell resolved against such an action. Although the demise of a young wizard might incite some commotion, it would not facilitate the fulfillment of his original scheme. Perhaps it is a young wizard on the brink of death at the hands of a monster that could truly throw Hogwarts into disarray. In this manner, he could also secure ample time to ascertain the true whereabouts of the Philosopher's Stone, hidden away by Professor Dumbledore. Oh, great and esteemed master. May the forthcoming actions meet your expectations. Quirrell instinctively called upon the magnificent and supreme presence within his heart. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no response was granted. Professor Chilo felt a profound sense of helplessness. Could it be that the Dark Lord was truly punishing him for his previous ineptitude? Just as Chilo was engulfed in despair, a familiar pang of anxiety surged through his mind. This left Chilo feeling somewhat exhilarated. The prolonged silence from the Dark Lord had instilled a sense of impending abandonment within him. Yet now, it appeared that circumstances might be taking a more favorable turn. Ahem. The familiar cough reverberated in his mind once more. "My lord," Chilo silently called out. However, this time, he was met with an extraordinary scene. Unlike anything he had anticipated, the familiar environment failed to materialize. The deep, raspy voice of the Dark Lord did not emerge. Instead, he was met with a fleeting disorientation. Soon, Chilo sensed a transformation in the scene before him. What had once been a dark and eerie corridor, with a floor paved in bluestone bricks, was suddenly illuminated. The air was filled with a cacophony of bustling noises, as if emanating from a distant realm. The spectacle was both surreal and abstract. The imagery flickered intermittently. Nevertheless, Chilo, the Quirinius, recognized everything before him at a glance. This familiar scene evoked memories of his students. Gryffindor. Neville Longbottom. Chilo slowly uttered this name. Soon, the subsequent events left him in a daze. The familiar scene did not unfold as anticipated. This unfamiliar perspective is one that even Cairo finds quite alien. Throughout the decades he has devoted to the study of magic, he has never encountered such a phenomenon. Such clarity and vividness, sight, smell, touch, sensation. This is not an illusion. Quirrell was certain in his heart. "Hey, Harry, what has happened to you?" Quirrell stared blankly at Neville before him, instinctively wanting to speak. However, he soon realized that the voice that emerged was different from what he had envisioned. Even the tone of speech felt strikingly familiar. "I'm sorry, Neville. I don't know what's going on. I feel a bit of pain in my forehead." Neville looked at him with concern. "Is that so? In that case, Harry, perhaps I should fetch Professor McGonagall for you. You seem to be in a rather precarious state." "No, Neville, I don't believe it has come to that. I think this will pass in due time." Neville sighed helplessly as he gazed at Harry. "All right, Harry, if you feel fine, that is your choice. Nevertheless, I still recommend that after Halloween night concludes, you should consult the potions professor or the nurse regarding your mental state. This sudden headache, I suspect it stems from your recent intense focus on your studies. The process of magical learning is reciprocal and requires a balance between work and rest." Neville continued to articulate his conjectures, albeit in a fragmented manner. Harry scratched his head and quickly returned to his original state. The surrounding young wizards felt a sense of relief upon witnessing Harry's return to normalcy. However, at that moment, Quirrell raised his hand to shield his eyes. Just moments ago, those intermittent images had once again detached from him, from clarity to distortion, until they ultimately faded into nothingness. In Quirrell's eyes lay disbelief. After the series of events he had just experienced, he had almost confirmed two situations. The young wizard standing before him, if he remembered correctly, should indeed be Harry Potter. Astonishingly, his perspective had inexplicably intertwined with Harry's. This revelation left Professor Quirrell in a state of astonishment. However, as he fully comprehended the situation, he helplessly realized that the small wizard he had previously grasped had completely vanished without a trace. Coughing softly, a familiar and somber voice echoed in his mind. Quirrell's knees involuntarily trembled, his head bowed and body turned towards the wall as he spoke softly, "O great and esteemed master, your humble servant is eager to heed your commands. After a period of contemplation, I have gleaned some insights regarding the legendary Philosopher's Stone. It is my conjecture that should the turmoil at Hogwarts escalate tonight, the once impenetrable stronghold shall surely reveal its vulnerabilities. Thus, I may uncover the true whereabouts of the illustrious stone for my revered master." No sooner had Quirrell's words fallen than the deep, raspy voice resonated once more. "I have seen him. I can sense a familiar essence emanating from him. It is one of hatred, of disgust, of animosity. This sensation is all too familiar to me. Chilo, my servant, you have an opportunity to atone for your misdeeds. Should you succeed, my forgiveness shall be yours." Chilo stood in a daze, absorbing the Dark Lord's ominous instructions. Upon hearing of the possibility of forgiveness, Chilo's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Great and noble master, to receive your forgiveness is an unparalleled honor. Your loyal servant is willing to sacrifice everything for you." As Chilo's voice faded, the deep, raspy murmurs of the Dark Lord emerged. "The magical stone is already within my grasp. Seeking it shall not consume much of our time. Provided you are willing to once more surrender your body to me, the quest for the magical stone shall not prove arduous. However, I sense an exceedingly uncomfortable sensation. It is hope. It is struggle. It is a yearning and understanding for new knowledge. Yet, I have no need for these. Such emotions only serve to burden me. Listen, my servant. Before we acquire the magical stone, ensure that Harry Potter is plunged into the abyss of darkness and despair. My other soul is awakening. Its resurgence requires ample nourishment." At this moment, Quirrell raised his head in astonishment. His years of knowledge and magic instinctively led him to a profound conclusion. The reason he could perceive the world through Harry Potter's eyes, witnessing all that transpired around him, was undoubtedly due to the power of his magnificent master. His earlier in-depth studies into soul magic must have touched upon the true pathways of soul division and fragmentation. As one delves deeper into the arcane arts, the barriers within the realm of knowledge become increasingly formidable. Without guidance or enlightenment, a wizard often finds it exceedingly difficult to transcend these barriers through sheer will alone. Yet, in his quest for a more profound understanding of magic and the mastery of formidable powers, Quirrell gradually discovered that the gaps in his previously limited knowledge were beginning to unveil themselves. The application of dark arts seemed to open a new gateway to an entirely different realm of knowledge. "Great master, your servant shall exert every effort to fulfill your will. According to your design, the new host, the cataclysmic body of the Totoro, the resurrection of the crucial Philosopher's Stone, and the complete ensnarement of Harry in darkness shall proceed steadily, just as you have envisioned." As the words fell, Chilo slowly emerged from the shadows. The cobblestone path was bathed in a silvery moonlight. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a watch. The time had struck 9 o'clock in the evening. According to his plan, he was to accomplish something significant this night. At this moment, he should have been poised to take the final, crucial step. Thus, Professor Chilo proceeded deliberately towards the direction of the hall from his memories, his 5 fingers gently rubbing together, with a brewing tension in his heart. His facial expressions began to evolve. From an initial chill, they transformed into indifference, then anxiety, followed by indignation, ultimately settling into an expression of apathy. Gazing at the brightly lit hall in the distance, Chilo's countenance froze in a state of alarm. However, just as he was about to take his next step, his entire body stiffened, and his expression turned to one of astonishment. Before him stood a young boy with a head of fiery red hair, his demeanor peculiar. "Ron. Ron Weasley? How could you be here?" Chilo's expression remained rigid, filled with confusion. Yet, Ron, standing before him, extended his hand and, in a daze, pointed at himself, uttering, "Ron, who are you talking about? And may I ask, who are you? Where's this place?" Quirinus Quirrell's expression was rigid. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts Halloween Great Hall, Hermione gazed at Harry with evident concern. "Harry, what is the matter with you? You've been rubbing your forehead since just now." Harry's face reflected a hint of pain as he hesitated, saying, "Hermione, to be honest, I feel as though I just saw Ron." "Ron? What are you joking about, Harry? Ron has not been seen in the hall for nearly 3 or 4 hours. If you hadn't confirmed it yourself, I would have considered reporting it to Professor McGonagall. How could you possibly see Ron? Or is it that Ron didn't come to Gryffindor and instead sat in the Slytherin area? Hearing Hermione's questions, Harry shook his head once more. It's not like that, Hermione. I feel as if Ron were right before my eyes, though I cannot explain it. I am certain that the figure I just saw was undoubtedly Ron. Hermione, feeling exasperated by Harry's conviction, raised her hands in surrender, unsure of how to respond. However, Dudley suddenly interjected. Harry, what did the Ron you just saw look like? Harry turned to Dudley, puzzled. Let me think. The Ron I saw was wearing his Gryffindor robes and standing right in front of me. Yet, his expression was somewhat blank and vacant. And he was speaking words that I could not understand at all. Overall, I sensed that Ron's condition appeared quite dire. As Harry recounted his experience, Dudley furrowed his brow. This situation surpassed his expectations. He had thought that Harry was merely conjuring illusions of Ron, given his persistent preoccupation with him. However, he was taken aback to discover that Harry had witnessed such a vividly realistic scene. This scenario aligns precisely with his expectations regarding Ron's mid to late-stage manifestations after the ingestion of methylmercury. Could it be? Are these mere coincidences? Or could it be that within the realm of magic, there exist extraordinary abilities beyond the mere use of spells? Perhaps the gift of foresight? After pondering this, Harry turned to Hermione and casually remarked, Hermione, do you think it's possible that Harry could suddenly awaken the ability to foresee the future? Foresee the future? Hermione responded with an emphatic shake of her head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Dudley looked at Hermione with a puzzled expression. Impossible? Why is that? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Dudley and inquired, Dudley, are you not aware? In the annals of magical history, only a scant few races are believed to possess the rare gift of foresight. It is said that unicorns, or perhaps the seers residing within the fabled Black Forest, are endowed with such an ability. Ordinary human wizards are unlikely to acquire similar magical talents with ease. Hermione articulated her views with deliberate clarity. Meanwhile, Harry took a deep breath, steadying his thoughts, having already forgotten the fleeting image of Ron that had momentarily distracted him. Neville, noticing this, felt a wave of relief. Should Harry continue to suffer from headaches or hallucinations, he would have no choice but to report the matter to Professor McGonagall, regardless of Hermione's objections. Harry gently massaged his temples and surveyed the surroundings, allowing his gaze to settle at the entrance. Observing Harry's peculiar behavior, Hermione instinctively paused in her chewing. Harry, what are you looking at? Nonetheless, whether affluent or not, returning home for the new year is a cherished tradition. The author maintains an unwavering sense of optimism. Some have suggested that the author should simply continue writing. The author is encouraged to persevere, and gratitude is extended for the unwavering support received thus far. May everyone prosper in wealth and achieve academic success in the new year. Wishing you all a joyous new year. Legend has it that only unicorns or the seers dwelling within the fabled Black Forest can attain such innate gifts. Ordinary human wizards could never so effortlessly acquire magical talents of this nature. Hermione articulated her viewpoint with deliberate precision. Beside her, Harry took a steadying breath, calming the turbulence of his thoughts. In a fleeting moment, Neville observed that Ron's visage had faded from his memory. This sight brought him a sense of relief. What if Harry continued to suffer headaches or experienced hallucinations? Even if Hermione tried to stop him, he would still report this matter to Professor McGonagall. Harry rubbed his aching head as he glanced around the room. Then her gaze fixed upon the entrance. Hermione, noticing Harry's peculiar behavior, instinctively paused, letting the food she had been chewing slip from her mouth. Harry, what are you looking at? Hermione inquired with a hint of confusion. But Harry nodded and said, though I cannot articulate it clearly, I sense that there is someone behind this door. Is someone there? It cannot be. Harry is currently at the Halloween feast at Hogwarts. No one would stand outside. If there were, they would undoubtedly be drawn in by the tantalizing aroma of the food and indulge in the delicacies laid out on the long tables. However, before Hermione could finish her thought, Harry reached up to press his hand against his forehead. After a moment of stunned silence, he spoke, Hermione, I am not mistaken. There is indeed someone standing outside. It appears he is conjuring some sort of magic. Wait, his magic is aimed at Ron. In an instant, Harry sprang from his seat. This unexpected reaction startled Hermione, yet she swiftly glanced around, hoping this scene would not attract too much attention. Fortunately, the banquet hall was quite noisy, and Harry's actions were not overly conspicuous. Only a small number of individuals noticed what was happening over here. In the Slytherin section, Clark held a chicken leg, his gaze fixed on the nearby Gryffindor area. See, Goyle, I told you so. Harry must be having a disagreement with Ron. Goyle, upon hearing this, set down his grape juice. What is going on? Clark, somewhat puzzled himself, responded, Where on earth has Ron gone? Aren't you usually well informed? A conflict has arisen among these individuals. Do you possess any information at all? Clark sighed, stating that he indeed had some news, albeit merely speculative and lacking in credibility. What truly concerned him, however, was our dear Malfoy. Upon mentioning Malfoy, Goyle also sighed, admitting that he felt something was amiss in the absence of Master Malfoy's presence urging him on. But where, pray tell, is Master Malfoy at this very moment? Clark shrugged, expressing his ignorance, lamenting that the delightful feast before them was wasted on Master Malfoy, who could not partake. Furthermore, he mentioned that Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, had permitted Malfoy to visit the trolls at night. Yet, with such time elapsed, could it be that Master Malfoy has encountered some misfortune? Goyle, however, remained unfazed, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. How could that be? Although Professor Quirrell appears quite amiable, I have heard from my elders that his magical prowess far surpasses that of most wizards. Master Malfoy is certainly safe in his company. Just as the two exchanged words regarding Professor Quirrell and the details concerning Malfoy, a sudden, resounding bang echoed through the hall. The doors swung open violently, and a figure rushed in, flustered. Clark's expression stiffened, while Goyle's face turned awkward. Clark, how could this be Professor Quirrell? At that moment, Professor Quirrell stumbled forward, his demeanor frantic, his face a canvas of unspoken dread. Troll, troll, he stammered, his voice a series of fragmented exclamations. The professors at the dining table, Dumbledore and McGonagall, sprang to their feet in alarm. A troll. As these three words resonated, Professor McGonagall turned in astonishment to Dumbledore, questioning, Isn't the troll confined to the dungeons? Why is Professor Quirrell in such a state of panic? Dumbledore furrowed his brow and gestured for Professor McGonagall to take a seat and wait for a moment. He then directed his probing gaze towards Professor Quirrell, who had entered the center of the hall. However, before Dumbledore could utter a word, Professor Quirrell drew a deep breath and, with a trembling voice, reiterated his earlier statement. Professor, something terrible has happened. The troll has escaped from the dungeons of Hogwarts. Oh my goodness, it's utterly horrifying. Just as Quirrell's voice fell, Dumbledore was about to inquire further when Quirrell's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor. It was evident that the situation could no longer be pursued further. Simultaneously, in the upper region of Hogwarts, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead, their swirling mass obscuring the night sky. Another clap of thunder erupted, shaking the air. Lightning pierced the night, illuminating the surroundings through the hall's windows, casting a scene of utter chaos. The sight of Professor Quirrell sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from his thigh, intensified the alarm. The sheer intensity of the moment instilled a profound fear in the young sorcerers present. Upon witnessing this, Gaul could not help but let out a piercing scream. He had indeed heard terrifying tales about the man-eating ogres. The ogre, a towering behemoth of immense strength, wielded a club with malevolent intent, reveling in the grotesque pleasure of shattering the skulls of young wizards and savoring the cerebral contents within. Their abject foolishness fueled an insatiable curiosity about the brains of all sentient beings. It is evident that this tale, akin to those parental fables designed to frighten children, had permeated the households of many young wizards. Gaul's scream ignited a chain reaction, spreading swiftly from the Slytherin domain to Gryffindor, followed by Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Amidst the cacophony of panicked cries, Dudley furrowed his brow, observing the frantic expression on Harry's face, along with the bewilderment of Hermione and Neville. Across the gathering of wizards, the chaos and screams of the younger students did not perturb the older, more seasoned wizards. The overwhelming panic was predominantly exhibited by the first and second-year students. However, the contagion of fear was palpable. Although some young wizards remained composed, their numbers were few and far between. The phenomenon of crowd behavior was vividly evident within the wizarding community. The turmoil prompted a frown from Dumbledore, seated in the stands. Yet, he swiftly made the most judicious decision, his voice resonating with authority, sending waves of sound that reverberated in the hearts of every wizard present. Silence. A ripple of magic spread throughout the hall. Dudley's brow arched. Was this yet another manifestation of psychic force? Dumbledore's formidable magic enveloped the entire chamber with ease. The unconscious Professor Quirrell, lying prostrate on the ground, felt a chill within. The effortless expansion of such mental magic across the vast expanse of the hall spanning 700 or 800 square meters, left one unable to fathom the depths of Dumbledore's power. Professor Quirrell's mind raced as he contemplated his own schemes. At such a moment, pretense could no longer be sustained. In the presence of such a formidable wizard, one must exercise utmost caution. Soon, Professor Quirrell softly intoned an obscure incantation, and he succumbed completely to a deep slumber. Mental art, sleep spell. The Great Hall of Hogwarts swiftly fell under control, with the restless young wizards quelled by Dumbledore's imposing presence. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the students below as she spoke with grave authority. The Halloween feast concludes here. All class prefects, escort your respective houses back to your dormitories immediately. Further announcements will follow. Everyone evacuate now. As McGonagall's voice echoed, upper-year students promptly dispatched special personnel to organize the younger students' orderly exit from the Great Hall. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves quietly at the rear of the line, flowing out with the throng. However, at that moment, Harry hesitated slightly. What's wrong, Harry? We must return to the dormitory now. You'll be caught by the upper-year students. Hermione queried, puzzled by his intentions. Gritting his teeth, Harry replied, Hermione, Ron is likely alone. He isn't in the dormitory area. There are trolls lurking about, and I believe this situation is exceedingly perilous. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione expressed disbelief. Difficult to comprehend. Are you planning to search for Ron now? Harry nodded emphatically. Indeed, Ron must be in grave danger. We must find him quickly and bring him to safety. Hermione appeared conflicted. Yet Harry spoke with unwavering resolve. Hermione, Ron is not merely our classmate. He is our friend. We cannot stand idly by while he is in peril. Upon hearing Harry's resolute affirmation, Hermione looked to Dudley, seeking his support in persuading Harry to reconsider. As returning with the main group to the dormitory seemed the safer option, Dudley, I believe we must leave this place. Dangerous matters should be handled by professionals. The teachers at the Wizarding School are responsible for our safety. I believe, Dolly, that we must depart from this place. Matters of peril ought to be entrusted to professionals. And the instructors of the Wizarding School will ensure our safety. At this juncture, if we were to sneak out, it would undoubtedly create chaos and could easily lead to unforeseen mishaps. This is an unwise decision. Hermione expressed her opinions. In her view, Dudley was also a rather rational individual who would not make overly impulsive choices. However, Dudley's subsequent remark left Hermione utterly speechless. Hermione, I must say I agree with Harry's decision. After all, Harry is my cousin, and Ron is his friend. Oftentimes, friends cannot be reasoned with. I choose to support Harry. As Dudley's words resonated, Harry looked at his cousin with gratitude. Hermione raised her hands in surrender. All right, I concede to you both. I also agree. However, Harry, I hope you can make the right decision. Otherwise, we will undoubtedly incur a significant penalty and points for Gryffindor. Harry nodded and replied, Rest assured, Hermione, though I'm unsure how to articulate it, I feel I can see him. Ron Weasley, if I recall correctly, should be in this vicinity. Dudley looked at Hermione in confusion. Is that even possible? Why is this? Hermione exclaimed, gazing at Dudley in astonishment. Dudley, are you not aware? According to the annals of magical history, the races endowed with the gift of foresight are exceedingly rare, numbering only 1 or 2. It is said that unicorns, or perhaps the seers dwelling within the fabled Black Forest, possess such an ability. Ordinary human wizards cannot easily attain such magical talents. Hermione articulated her perspective with precision. Meanwhile, Harry took a deep breath, regaining his composure, having momentarily forgotten the fleeting image of Ron that had crossed his mind. Neville, observing this, felt a sense of relief. Should Harry continue to suffer headaches or experience hallucinations, he would feel compelled to report the matter to Professor McGonagall, regardless of Hermione's objections. Harry rubbed his temples, looking around before his gaze settled on the entrance. Noticing Harry's unusual behavior, Hermione instinctively paused her chewing. Harry, what are you looking at? Hermione inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Harry nodded, saying, though I cannot quite articulate it, I sense that there is someone behind that door. Someone. Surely not. We must leave this place. Perilous matters are best left to those who are adept. The professors at the Wizarding School will ensure our safety. At this moment, if we were to sneak out, it would not only create confusion but also easily lead to unforeseen accidents. This is an unwise decision. Hermione expressed her opinion, believing that Dudley was a rather rational person who would not make impulsive choices. However, Dudley's subsequent statement left Hermione utterly speechless. Hermione, in my view, I support Harry's decision. After all, Harry is my cousin, and Ron is his friend. Often, friends cannot engage in reasoning. I choose to support Harry. As Dudley concluded his statement, Harry gazed at his cousin with gratitude. Hermione, throwing up her hands, replied, "All right, I yield to you both. I agree. However, Harry, I hope you can make the right decision. Otherwise, we will certainly incur a hefty penalty for Gryffindor." Harry nodded in response. "Rest assured, Hermione. Although I cannot articulate it well, I feel I can see him. Ron Weasley, if I recall correctly, should be in this vicinity." Hermione looked at Harry with confusion, uncertain about how he could be so self-assured. "Harry, are you certain you remember Ron's exact location?" Seeing Hermione's skepticism, Harry explained, "Hermione, if memory serves, the last scene I recall was Ron heading towards the restroom. If he hasn't lingered for too long, he should still be in that direction." Upon hearing this, Hermione gritted her teeth and nodded. "All right, Harry, let us search for Ron together, but heed my words, this search is limited to the restroom area. If we do not find him in that direction, we must return to the Gryffindor common room. I trust you understand that Hogwarts is exceedingly vast. Aimless searching for Ron would be counterproductive. Not only would we face point deductions, but our safety would also be compromised. As a friend, I must take responsibility for your safety, even if you might resent me for it." Observing Hermione's earnest demeanor, Harry reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, Hermione, I shall follow your lead. If unexpected circumstances arise, we will communicate further." Dudley furrowed his brow, pondering the improbability of Ron encountering an issue so swiftly. Could there have been an anomaly in the experimental data? "Well, Hermione, I shall defer to your judgment for now. If unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall continue our discourse then." Hermione, however, regarded him with utmost seriousness and stated, "Listen, Harry, I do not require ambiguous answers. I need a definitive statement." Harry found himself at a loss. Glancing at his cousin Dudley, who showed no inclination to assist him further, with a resigned sigh, he replied, "All right, Hermione, I understand the situation. Although it is not entirely satisfactory, I promise you." Upon hearing Harry's agreement, Hermione released her grip on his wrist. This way, without hesitation, Harry chose a secluded corner and sprinted toward the opposite side of the Hogwarts corridor. Dudley observed Harry and Hermione as they departed, his mind preoccupied with deeper thoughts. In contrast to Harry's unwavering friendship with Ron, Dudley was more concerned with Ron's actions and current psychological state. Based on Harry's fundamental description, it appeared that Ron might be ensnared in a state of complete amnesia, which could even manifest intermittently. This intermittent memory leaves Ron unable to ascertain what actions he ought to take in his present predicament. In such perilous circumstances, it is utterly impossible to predict Ron's specific behavior. Yet, this unforeseen situation instills a sense of uncertainty within Dudley. Based on the current levels of methylmercury, Ron should not be deteriorating at such an alarming rate. Tumors within the human body can be classified as malignant or benign. However, regardless of their classification, both types of tumors undergo gradual changes over time, ultimately reaching an untreatable stage. This process is by no means something that can be accomplished in just a day or a mere week. Could it be that, as a wizard, Ron's body encountered unforeseen consequences upon exposure to methylmercury? The three of them raced through the pitch-black corridor, while Dudley quietly made a decision in his heart. Once they find Ron, they would analyze the situation accordingly. If delay was not an option, then there was little that could be done. After all, he had invested considerable effort in his experiments on Ron. It would be exceedingly difficult to find another young wizard willing to cooperate so seamlessly with his endeavors in such a short time. "Hey, is Harry not here yet?" Hermione gasped, her prolonged sprint along the corridor proving particularly taxing for her youthful body. Yet, Harry showed no signs of fatigue, indicating his innate athletic prowess. "We're almost there. Hermione, I recall that it's just ahead on the flagstone path. If memory serves me right, Ron turned into this section of the flagstones." Upon hearing Harry's account, Hermione took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and continued her pursuit. At that moment, within the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry gazed at the washroom before him and softly called out, "Ron, Ron, are you in there?" After a moment of silence, there was no response. No way. Harry thought, Ron can't possibly have left already. After all, what I saw of him was merely an illusion. He cannot be here. Hermione extended her hand to halt Harry's impulsive advance. With a determined resolve, Harry entered the boys' restroom, only to emerge moments later, his face a mask of exasperation. Hermione, hands on her hips and clearly displeased, declared, "All right, Harry, let us hasten our return. We have searched thoroughly, and Ron is not here. If we delay any longer in returning to Gryffindor's dormitory, we risk incurring the wrath of Wood and we shall undoubtedly face severe consequences. At this, Harry let out a resigned sigh, gazing at Hermione with pleading eyes. Hermione, would you do me the favor of checking the girls' restroom for Ron? What did you say? Hermione exclaimed, her expression akin to that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Looking earnestly at Harry, she replied, Harry, if we were to find Ron in the girls' restroom, even if we did locate him, I could never condone such behavior. If this behavior were to be reported, the professor of magic would undoubtedly impose penalties. Moreover, I do not believe that Ron would be here. As Hermione symbolically called out a couple of times, Ron, are you there? No one responded, and she looked at Harry, hoping he could accept reality. However, Harry remained visibly conflicted. Just then, Dudley's voice broke the silence. Hermione, I think Ron is likely nearby. Hermione frowned and turned to Dudley, saying, Dudley, you shouldn't always defend him just because Harry is your cousin. His actions are inherently wrong. However, before Hermione could finish her sentence, Dudley picked up a bright red hair from the ground. He held it up next to Harry's head and confidently stated to Hermione, the Weasley family is known for their red hair, and with this length, it strongly suggests that Ron has indeed been here. Seeing the compelling evidence in Dudley's hand, Hermione was left speechless. Harry, filled with excitement, grasped Hermione's hand. Look, Hermione, I told you I wasn't mistaken. I truly saw Ron right here. As he spoke, Harry gestured emphatically. Reluctantly, Hermione, acknowledging Dudley's undeniable proof, conceded, all right, Harry, in that case, we should head to the restroom together. After all, it's quite late. And there aren't many people inside. With Hermione's agreement, Harry wasted no time and led her into the restroom, where they began to search separately. The girls' restroom was spacious, boasting a multitude of wash basins. Dudley trailed behind Hermione and Harry just as he was about to step inside the restroom when a thunderous clap suddenly echoed. Boom. The sudden cacophony instantly seized the attention of both Hermione and Harry, heightening their senses. Almost immediately, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. Boom. Boom. The sound of heavy footfalls echoed ominously. A colossal shadow emerged around the periphery of the lavatory area. In stark contrast to Harry's bewilderment, Hermione appeared utterly petrified. Her voice piercing through the air as she exclaimed, No, how can this be? Why is there a wizard's inscription here? A wizard's inscription. This was the first time Dudley had heard that title. Before his eyes, at the exit of the washroom, a series of pitch-black patterns twisted and formed, resembling tadpoles. Thunderous roars echoed from the window above the washroom. Yet, it could not mask the ominous footsteps gradually emerging from the other side of the dark inscriptions. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footfalls resonated from beyond the markings etched into the wall, which presented a colossal arc. Within, a continuous sound of thumping footsteps reverberated. Run! Danger! We must flee this place. Run! Danger! We must flee. Dudley's thoughts were remarkably clear as he turned to Harry and Hermione, urging them to hasten their departure. Although he was unaware of what lay within the wizarding inscriptions, it was evident that it was no benign presence. However, Harry suddenly crouched down, clutching his forehead. Hermione appeared as if she had been struck dumb with fear, motionless and exhibiting signs of a disoriented mind. What was happening? Dudley felt a surge of confusion. Yet soon, he sensed a soft bite at the tip of his fingers, which jolted him into clarity. In that fleeting moment, Dudley realized that someone must have cast a spell upon the three of them, resulting in such an extraordinary scene. Just as he was lost in thought, a violent tremor resonated through the walls. A massive, shadowy figure emerged from the other side of the inscriptions. The creature stood an imposing 3 to 4 meters tall. Its frame lacked pronounced muscles, yet layers of fat enveloped its entire body, resembling a humanoid form. Its mouth gaped open, revealing sharp tusks. The upper half was clad in earthy yellow animal hide, while the lower half was obscured by rough fabric. Behind him, his right hand was gripping a wooden stick, remarkably over 2 meters long and as thick as a rolling pin. Although it was not his first encounter with magical creatures, the sight of this particular monster immediately conjured memories of Professor Quirrell, who had fainted in the center of the hall, proclaiming it a creature of horror, a troll. A flesh-eating beast, a monstrosity of the forbidden forest. Its immense size and robust limbs rendered it an adversary beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. At this moment, a first-year wizard could not possibly contend with such a colossal being. It was not merely a matter of magical prowess. It was a tremendous challenge for mere children, barely in their teens, to maintain their composure in the presence of such a terrifying creature. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione had regained their senses and were now acutely aware of the troll before them. An indescribable terror began to fester within their hearts. Stop dawdling. We must leave this place at once and inform the professors at Hogwarts, Hermione urged, her voice tinged with urgency, though her legs trembled beneath her. This rendered her movements rather cumbersome. What should we do? Harry was also somewhat flustered. However, the ogre before them brandished its enormous club as it entered the lavatory. Dudley, too, faced this terrifying creature for the first time. The creature's appearance was utterly repulsive. Its hands and feet were encrusted with a grotesque filth. Everyone, quickly take cover. Derry's voice rang out. Harry promptly complied, rolling forward to take cover. Hermione, however, was paralyzed with fear, her legs trembling uncontrollably at the sight of the ogre's colossal form, rendering her unable to move. This is the drawback brought about by being overwhelmed by terror in a short span of time. With this thought, Dudley stepped forward and forcefully pulled Hermione down to the ground. It was at this moment that a howling gust of wind swept through. A massive wooden beam swept past. The walls, the rock formations, and the wooden lavatory, all were utterly obliterated. The sheer destructive power left Harry utterly stunned. If that club were to strike him, it would not merely result in fractures, his very body would be reduced to a pulp. Without Harry's urging, Dudley was also acutely aware that, given their current abilities as first-year wizards, neither he nor Harry nor Hermione could inflict any harm upon the ogre before them. Hermione, my wand has fallen. You know magic, right? I'm counting on you now. Quickly, cast a levitation charm on this ogre. Harry shouted, having narrowly evaded the club's attack. Hermione snapped out of her daze, hastily retrieving her wand from her robe. After experiencing 2 intense shocks, she had begun to acclimate to the terror of the creature before her. The ogre was indeed enormous, and its movements were not particularly swift. If she heightened her focus, perhaps she could deliver a decisive blow. By using the levitation charm, she could seize the club and turn it against him. Harry rapidly articulated his thoughts. Hermione, not one to lag behind, began to chant as she brandished her wand. Ordinary spell, levitation charm. The magical energy dispersed in the air converged towards the tip of Hermione's wand. Soon, she aimed her wand at the club in the ogre's grasp. The club began to levitate, suddenly yanked backward with tremendous force. In an instant, the ogre's actions froze as he gazed at his wrist in confusion, seemingly puzzled by the absence of any person or animal. Why is my club being pulled? Yet, Hermione's expression was far from favorable. Harry urged her on, Hermione. Lift the club and smash it against his head. Hermione's brow furrowed. No, I can feel that my levitation charm cannot extract the club from the ogre's grip. How could this be possible? Harry was utterly astonished. However, Dudley interjected with an explanation. According to the incantation professor, Flitwick, the potency of spells cast by young wizards varies from individual to individual. As they mature, the strength and efficacy of their spells progressively amplify. In this instance, it is highly probable that the ogre's power has surpassed the maximum gravitational pull that Hermione could exert. Harry, perplexed, struggled to comprehend the meaning of gravitational pull as articulated by his cousin. Nevertheless, he grasped that Hermione's spell had likely failed, but the levitation charm remained effective. Resolving to cast the levitation spell himself, he pivoted to rush towards his wand. However, just as he moved, the ogre let out a furious roar. With a thunderous bellow, the ogre's muscular right arm surged, violently pulling down the levitating wood and slamming it into the ground. The earth trembled with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. Harry was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, while Hermione, positioned closest to the chaos, was enveloped in a cloud of dust and debris, rendering her unable to see. Struggling to lift his head from the ground, Harry looked at Hermione in terror and shouted, Hermione, get out of the way. The ogre is coming towards you. However, Harry's cries were swiftly drowned out by the sound of shattering stone. Hermione rubbed her eyes in distress, the dust irritating her orbs of vision, rendering her incapable of casting magic.A. When she finally reopened her eyes, she beheld the colossal figure of the troll drawing near. Danger! In that fleeting moment, Hermione unexpectedly spotted a figure rushing out from behind the troll. It was none other than Ron Weasley, his head crowned with vibrant red hair. Ron, what are you doing here? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, Ron's actions left her utterly astounded. He dashed to her side and threw himself upon her, pinning her to the ground just as a massive club swung perilously above him. With a thunderous crash, the troll's club struck the wall with ferocity. The violent impact sent tremors through the structure, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface, originating from the ground and extending skyward. Soon, the stones of the ceiling, burdened by the widening fissures, began to plummet downwards. Thud, thud. Everything transpired in an instant. By the time Hermione grasped the situation, she found herself watching Ron, who lay atop her as a shield, bracing his back and the back of his head against the stones that fell from a height of 5 or 6 meters. In that moment, Hermione's fear of the troll dissipated, replaced by urgent concern as she cried out, "Ron! Ron! What on earth is happening? How did you end up here?" Ron blinked rapidly, his head spinning, struggling to articulate, his voice a mere whisper. I am equally perplexed by the situation at hand. Regardless, we are friends. And I cannot stand idly by while you suffer." As the words left my lips, Ron's body collapsed completely to the ground. The scene unfolded with startling abruptness. Harry was equally astonished by Ron's unexpected appearance, while Dudley appeared somewhat perplexed. Ron had clearly been in a state of amnesia. A brief interjection. The author will continue to strive. Harry remained taken aback by Ron's sudden emergence. Dudley, still puzzled, noted that Ron had been wandering around the lavatory earlier, seemingly lost in his own mind. It was highly probable that witnessing Hermione in peril had provided such a profound mental jolt that it temporarily restored a significant portion of his memories. However, this was not the time to delve into Ron's condition. The ogre is undeniably formidable. A first-year wizard would undoubtedly find it exceedingly difficult to contend with. At present, I can only rely on my Totoro. However, it serves merely as a last resort. Given the tumultuous commotion here, it is unreasonable to assume that the wizards of Hogwarts are oblivious to the events unfolding. As a seasoned sorcerer with years of casting experience, Darius has every reason to believe they should arrive shortly. Yet, beside him, Harry harbors a different sentiment. Witnessing Ron injured in his valiant attempt to rescue Hermione while he himself cowers behind cover fills him with disquiet. This incited his fury as he picked up the wand from the ground. At this moment, Harry extended his wand, pointing it towards the distant troll. He articulated each word with precision, levitation charm. Unlike the usual incantation, where the tip of the wand would glow with a brilliant light, this time a soft azure radiance flickered from the wand's end. A surge of magical energy began to coalesce. Soon, an unexpected scene unfolded. The entire body of the troll seemed to be immobilized by an unseen force. Gradually, it began to levitate upward. Harry's hair stirred without a breeze, as if the very act of casting the spell caused the surrounding air to tremble. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The immense form of the troll slowly detached from the ground. Harry's singular eye, usually calm and composed, now bore a chilling intensity as he tightened his grip on the wand. Observing the scene, Hermione could surmise Harry's intent to suspend the troll several meters in the air before abruptly ending the spell, thus causing the creature to plummet from a great height. Such a colossal figure. The thought of it falling from above was horrifying to contemplate. "All right, Harry, we need to leave this place quickly," she urged. "Just keep him contained. The professors from Hogwarts will handle it." "Come on, Harry, we need to leave now. Just control him, and the Hogwarts professors will take care of the rest," Hermione called out anxiously. Yet, at that moment, it seemed as though Harry was entirely oblivious to her pleas. His eyes, shadowed beneath his glasses, were cold and resolute. He murmured almost unconsciously, "If you dare to bully my friends, you will pay the price." The situation was dire. Hermione, supported by Ron, was unable to move swiftly. However, Dudley stepped forward to assist the staggering Hermione, saying, "It's all right, Hermione, you need not worry. Leave this to me." Hermione looked at Dudley in surprise. Yet, Dudley turned his gaze directly towards Harry, his voice deepening with the tone of a stern uncle. "What are you doing just standing there, you little brat?" At the moment the words were uttered, Harry appeared startled, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear, and his expression became increasingly anxious. The spell he had been casting abruptly faltered. Dudley observed Harry before him and let out a slight sigh of relief. The situation was indeed as he had imagined. It was evident that Harry had just succumbed to an unusual emotional turmoil. In such moments, it is only by invoking vivid memories that he can swiftly extricate himself from that peculiar emotional state. It seems that throughout his childhood and adolescence, his father, Fred, has indelibly etched a mark upon his heart, albeit not one associated with pleasant recollections. "Harry, hurry up. We must leave this place." Seeing the half-kneeling troll momentarily incapacitated, Dudley beckoned Harry to follow. Just then, a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed through the air, revealing 3 shadowy figures at the entrance of the washroom. The trio that burst into the lavatory consisted of Professor McGonagall from Transfiguration, Professor Snape from Potions, and Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Professor McGonagall hurriedly surveyed the scene within the washroom. The air was thick with dust, and shattered walls and scattered fragments of tiles lay strewn about. Fragments of broken mirrors clung to the walls. Upon witnessing this scene, Professor McGonagall inhaled deeply and shook her head, striving to compose her thoughts. However, it was Professor Snape who spoke first, asserting, "I believe there must be some misunderstanding here." McGonagall was taken aback, perplexed by Snape's sudden outburst. Yet, with a grim expression, Snape continued, "Hermione Granger, Harry Potter, and Dudley Dursley, I expect you three to provide me with an explanation. Why did you venture out after Professor Dumbledore's emphatic decree to return to your dormitories?" At that moment, Harry broke free from his unsettling emotions. His gaze fixed on the motionless figure of the ogre lying unconscious before him. He then glanced at Hermione, unsure of how to elucidate the situation. Nevertheless, Snape, with unhurried composure, added, "Moreover, I do not believe that you three first-year wizards possess the capability to confront an ogre. I cannot fathom how you could have created the current predicament." Harry opened his mouth, at a loss for words, when suddenly Professor McGonagall interjected, "Enough, Professor Snape. I believe this is not the time to address such matters. While the rules of Hogwarts are indeed important, our foremost principle is to safeguard the lives of young wizards. Have you not noticed that both Harry and Hermione have sustained injuries of varying degrees? Even now, you choose to raise irrelevant questions?" This time, Professor McGonagall decisively interjected, halting Snape's inquiries. In her eyes, the safety of the young wizard eclipsed all else, particularly when it came to Harry Potter. Her heart had long been burdened with guilt regarding this child. Professor McGonagall's intervention against Snape's questioning was resolute. She believed the well-being of the young wizard to be paramount. Snape was taken aback by McGonagall's ire, yet he maintained his composure as he gazed at her. "Ah, my esteemed deputy headmistress of Hogwarts. I believe you need to clarify something. The rules of Hogwarts must be upheld. I am not particularly concerned with the urgency of the present situation. My sole desire is to unveil the truth of the matter. You see, the dungeons, the trolls, Halloween, the rule-breaking young wizard, and ultimately, everything that unfolds before us. These elements are interconnected. Could it be? Do you have nothing to express, Professor Minerva McGonagall?" Upon hearing Professor Snape's serious demeanor, McGonagall's brow furrowed. She recalled that he had never been one to take such matters so seriously with her. Conversely, he was not the type to engage in vehement arguments. Yet, at this moment, he clung to this issue persistently. What could it possibly mean? "According to your perspective, Professor Snape, how do you believe this matter should be addressed?" McGonagall inquired slowly in response. "Excellent. In my view, the young wizards must be individually isolated and then questioned one by one. After all, this incident has caused quite a stir throughout Hogwarts. It is imperative that we handle this matter with utmost seriousness." Professor McGonagall, upon hearing this, could no longer contain herself. She fixed a piercing gaze upon Professor Snape and pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. "Professor Snape, you are being rather excessive. They are merely children. The consequences of your actions on these young wizards could be profoundly severe. I urge you to contemplate the gravity of your decision." Yet, Professor Snape remained unfazed. "Professor McGonagall, I am prepared to accept responsibility for my decision. After all, are you truly willing to ignore the peculiarities surrounding this incident? Or do you wish to bestow upon a young wizard privileges that he should not possess? Take, for instance, this very child, Harry Potter." With that, Professor Snape fixed his gaze firmly on Professor McGonagall. Taking a deep breath, Professor McGonagall retorted, You are insufferable." However, just as the two continued their heated exchange, one of the young wizards, who had been standing quietly, suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Wait, please, cease your quarrel. Is this how you treat a young wizard on the brink of grave injury? Or have you chosen to remain willfully blind? Although we are indeed at fault. I must emphasize that, Ron." At this point, Hermione's voice quivered with the hint of tears, her earlier terror from the encounter with the troll still evident. After experiencing such extreme fear, the panic within her had begun to subside. Yet, in the face of familiar faces, she sought refuge while they were preoccupied with debating their own punishment. This scene profoundly impacted Hermione, still in her youth, leaving her emotions in turmoil. She cradled Ron's head, gazing at Professor McGonagall and Snape, exclaiming, "Are you truly going to stand idly by while a severely injured young wizard lies unconscious before you? Punishments can be administered later. I implore you to come and save him." As her voice echoed, Hermione gasped for breath, only to despairingly realize that Professors McGonagall and Snape remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoving. Their expressions conveyed an unsettling peculiarity to Hermione. Just as her fury was about to erupt, Snape's voice pierced the tension. "Professor McGonagall, is this indeed your Gryffindor wizard? Their behavior seems rather lacking in decorum." McGonagall sighed, refraining from answering Snape's inquiry, and instead turned to Hermione, stating, "Miss Granger, might I suggest that when you speak, You lower your gaze to the individual in your grasp. You have been pressing him into the ground since the outset, your knee obscuring his face. In truth, Mr. Ron Weasley had long since regained consciousness. Based on our experience, the recent impact appeared daunting. Yet it did not inflict significant harm. Although it seemed severe, the worst outcome, I believe, would merely involve the loss of some memories. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. I am confident that, in due time, all will be well, Hermione. However, before Professor McGonagall could finish her sentence, Ron's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly motionless. This time, the hall was enveloped in silence. Professor, let us take this child to the infirmary of the magical school, suggested Professor Snape. Very well, the professor acquiesced. We shall proceed as you wish. However, this incident concerning the first-year Gryffindors pertains to our own students. After this, you need not trouble yourself with overseeing Slytherin matters. Upon hearing this, Snape remained silent for a moment before replying. Very well, but I expect a prompt explanation. With that, Snape strode forward, lifting Ron from the floor and cradling him in his arms as he departed the lavatory. Very well, but I expect a prompt explanation. With that, Snape strode forward, lifting Ron from the floor and cradling him in his arms as he departed the lavatory. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall extended her hand towards Harry, Hermione, and Dudley, beckoning them to follow. Though you have dealt with the troll, there remains the matter of your violation of Hogwarts rules, which requires additional consequences. I do not wish to be accused of favoritism or of condoning the misdeeds of young witches and wizards. As Professor McGonagall concluded her remarks, Harry timidly asked, So will we be deducted points this time? Of course. I hope you will learn from this experience. After Professor McGonagall departed the washroom with the three individuals, only Professor Quirrell remained, observing the scene before him. His emotions were exceedingly complex. Fortunately, the Dark Lord in the back of his mind had once again succumbed to a state of immersion, oblivious to the unfolding events. Otherwise, the failure of his plans would subject him to inhuman suffering once more. However, Professor Quirrell was profoundly astonished. How could Harry Potter, a mere first-year wizard, wield such formidable magical spells? The levitation charm, capable of lifting even trolls into the air, indicated a power that rivaled that of third- or fourth-year students. Yet, he was merely a teenager. Based on his comprehension of the situation, he had anticipated that Hermione, Ron, or Dudley would encounter the troll. Rendered helpless in the face of such overwhelming strength, like lambs awaiting slaughter. At the critical moment, he would intervene to save them. During this interval, he had also devised a remote spell intended to disrupt Harry and the other psychological defenses, instilling sufficient fear to render them incapable of casting spells. Such were the thoughts that occupied Professor Quirrell's mind. When the moment of crisis arrives, I will intervene to save myself. In the meantime, I have meticulously devised a remote spell designed to disrupt Harry and the other psychological defenses, instilling sufficient fear to render them incapable of casting their spells. Eventually, as Harry succumbs utterly to the terror of the monstrous creature, I shall approach him in class under the guise of protecting a friend, guiding him into the dark arts. My intention is to tempt Harry into the abyss of dark wizardry, leading him to embrace the vital truth that only power can effect change. However, it appears that my stratagem has faltered. The root of this failure lies in my miscalculation of Harry's inherent strength. Legend has it that Harry Potter is the child who defeated the Dark Lord head-on. Such matters have long been the subject of rumor, a sentiment echoed by Professor Quirrell. Even upon witnessing Harry firsthand, he bore no distinguishing characteristics from the majority of young wizards. He ceased further speculation, for it was evident that his plans had faltered. The recent incident involving the trolls, when thoroughly investigated, would undoubtedly reveal numerous anomalies. It was imperative to secure the Philosopher's Stone without delay. Lest he face the resurgence of the Dark Lord, not only would he contend with the skepticism of Hogwarts, but he would also confront the Dark Lord's retribution. Professor Quirrell was acutely aware that for those who failed in their duties, being discarded by the Dark Lord was but a fleeting thought. With this realization, he resolutely turned and departed towards the other side of the teaching building, where the storage room on the third floor awaited. Meanwhile, in a secluded office of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall was diligently pinning proposals related to the day's records. Beside her, Hermione and Harry exchanged glances, each reflecting a subtle sense of relief. What they had initially perceived as a grave matter, Professor McGonagall was expected to impose a probationary measure or a decision to send Harry, Hermione, and Dudley home. However, to their surprise, she merely reprimanded them quietly in her office before allowing them to leave. Harry felt a pang of guilt at the thought that Hermione and Dudley might face more severe consequences due to his actions. All right, Harry, Hermione Granger, and Dudley. You three should return to your dormitory at once. Furthermore, I do not wish for any rumors regarding your unauthorized departure to circulate throughout Hogwarts tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Harry exhaled in relief. He glanced at Hermione beside him, then nodded towards Dudley, and finally bowed to Professor McGonagall. Yes, Professor, I will be more cautious in the future. Additionally, I hope you will investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, we truly do not understand why a troll was near the washroom. At this, Hermione could not help but chime in. Indeed, Professor McGonagall, you must believe us. The emergence of the creature has no connection to us whatsoever. That colossal monster emerged from a pitch-black magical inscription. According to my understanding of magical inscriptions, someone must have imprinted it near the lavatory. In my view, there is certainly something amiss. As Hermione spoke, her spirit began to invigorate, as if she had grasped a crucial thread of insight. Indeed, someone must have inscribed the magical runes near the lavatory. I firmly believe there is something suspicious about this. However, before Hermione could continue, Professor McGonagall adjusted her monocle and interjected, Enough, Hermione. There is no need for you to dwell on this matter. I do not wish for any young witches or wizards from Hogwarts to publicly question the integrity of the school's professors. This is an exceedingly impolite act. It not only affects the students' mindset but also influences the public's perception of young wizards. At this point, Professor McGonagall ceased to speak further and merely gestured towards the door, indicating, Very well, you may leave now. Remember what I previously said. I hope you can adhere to the agreement. Hermione, biting her silver teeth, seemed as though she wished to voice her thoughts. After all, she felt she had discerned the crux of the issue, convinced that articulating it would lead to a resolution. Her dear friend, Ron Weasley, was also hurt by this matter. Understanding the underlying reasons would provide Ron with a reasonable explanation. With this in mind, Hermione took a deep breath, the image of Ron selflessly rescuing her resurfacing in her thoughts, prompting her to make another attempt. However, Harry, standing nearby, proactively intervened. Speaking first, All right, Professor McGonagall, we will return to our dormitory and rest promptly. With that, Harry grasped Hermione's hand, pulling her towards the exit. Hermione was bewildered by the sudden strength Harry exhibited as he forcibly led her outside. Dudley, displaying polite demeanor, gave a slight bow to Professor McGonagall and waved before following Harry. Professor McGonagall continued to watch the trio as they departed. Harry, let go. You cannot prevent me from clarifying the entire situation. After turning a corner, Hermione forcefully shook off Harry's grasp, glancing at Harry, who stood a half-head shorter than her. Hermione pouted, somewhat reluctant. In contrast, Harry, shedding his usual timidity, adopted a serious demeanor. Hermione, we must put an end to this matter. Did you not notice that Professor McGonagall wishes to avoid further entanglement in this matter? If you persist, you may inadvertently cause her distress. Harry articulated his viewpoint, believing that Hermione before him was clearly flustered by anxiety. However, Hermione firmly countered, Harry, I can discern Professor McGonagall's indifference as well, but that is a separate issue altogether. After all, she is a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House. This matter ought to provide us with an explanation. Why did the trolls suddenly manifest near the lavatories of Hogwarts? How did that formidable magical inscription come into existence? All of these matters require thorough investigation. The reason I have repeatedly emphasized this is to draw Professor Mag's attention, and I also hope that the perpetrator behind this heinous act can be swiftly apprehended. Thus, Ron, who had been hurt, could not continue. At this point, Hermione fell silent. Harry, with his mouth agape, found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that he was also encountering, for the first time, a situation marked by such a divergence of perspectives. The endeavor to locate Ron was ignited by my own suggestion. I must ensure that Hermione, Ron, and Dudley remain uninvolved in this matter any further, returning to a semblance of normal wizarding life. However, despite being fully aware of the circumstances, Hermione has resolutely chosen to pursue the investigation to its conclusion. It seems she is determined to aid Ron in seeking vengeance. This behavior left Harry perplexed. Hermione, didn't you say that in the event of an incident at Hogwarts, there would be designated wizard professors to handle it? As students, the best course of action is to await further news from the school. However, Hermione waved her hand dismissively, saying, No, Harry, I can guarantee you, if we do not continue to investigate, the professors at Hogwarts will certainly not take this matter to heart. After all, the school is vast, and occasional disturbances are to be expected. I once read in a magazine that there exists an unwritten rule in the regulations of magic schools. Due to the uncontrollable influence of magic during the learning process on young wizards, the best approach in such situations is to maintain a degree of silence. There are numerous instances of magic schools where unforeseen accidents have resulted in fatalities due to the release of magic. Hermione argued passionately, looking at Harry with emphasis. Harry, only I can assist Ron. He is injured and unaware of who is sabotaging him. I must uncover the culprit, so that they realize our Gryffindor wizards are not to be trifled with. Upon finishing her statement, Hermione clenched her small fist tightly. Harry stood in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Dudley took the initiative to grasp Harry's arm and turned to head towards the opposite side of the corridor. Harry looked at his cousin in confusion. Dudley, what are you doing? Dudley offered no further explanation, simply stating, all right. We need to return to the Hogwarts dormitory quickly. So, what should Hermione do? As Harry glanced back at Hermione, who was sulking with her arms crossed, Dudley gently patted the back of Harry's head and remarked, Harry, have you forgotten what I once told you? Instinctively, Harry responded, when faced with insurmountable troubles or pressing issues. The wisest course of action is to observe, contemplate, listen, learn, and maintain silence. Dudley nodded in agreement. Exactly. Harry, you have now been drawn into Hermione's emotional whirlwind. In such situations, the best approach is to remain silent and watch closely. But, Harry hesitated, still struggling to make a decision. Meanwhile, Dudley continued calmly. See, Harry, you have indeed entered the vortex, yet your heart is not tranquil enough. To achieve your goal, you must undertake some unconventional actions. Just like now, there is no need to argue with Hermione. Simply follow me towards the dormitory. I believe Hermione will surely follow. Harry stared at his cousin in astonishment. Though he could not fathom why this would be the case, he chose to trust Dudley and silently trailed behind him. After approximately a minute, Harry, who had distanced himself considerably from Hermione, sensed a presence following him. Upon glancing back, he found that it was none other than Hermione. At that moment, Dolly's voice softly resonated. This is indeed the wisest course of action, as it not only circumvents any disputes but also allows Hermione to accompany you back to the dormitory. It was evident that Hermione had discerned the crux of the issue. However, confronting the stern Professor McGonagall alone might be somewhat daunting for her. After all, without your presence to share the burden, the pressure from the magical professor would rest solely upon her shoulders. And she was certainly not prepared to face McGonagall head-on at this moment. As Harry listened to the calm voice of his cousin, he glanced back at Hermione, who was quietly following him. In that instant, he felt that his earlier thoughts had been rather foolish. If only he could possess the same cleverness as his cousin. Meanwhile, within the Gryffindor common room, Professor McGonagall observed the retreating figures of the three young wizards until they faded from view. She promptly rose from her seat, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a document from her desk. After opening the envelope and inscribing a few words, she gently blew upon it. The envelope seemed to sprout wings as it slipped through the crack of the office door. Professor McGonagall then approached the fireplace on the left side of her office, grasping a handful of flue powder from the shelf. Murmuring a familiar location, she scattered the powder, and in an instant, her figure vanished within the confines of the fireplace. The next moment, a flash of purple light appeared as McGonagall surveyed her surroundings. The scene was still familiar. This is indeed Dumbledore's office. The powdered flue was scattered, and Professor McGonagall's figure vanished instantaneously within the confines of the fireplace. In the next moment, a flash of purple light appeared as Professor McGonagall surveyed her surroundings. The scene remained familiar. This was Dumbledore's office. At this very moment, seated behind the desk, the headmaster of the magical school, Dumbledore, was in a state of repose, his hands folded together. Headmaster, Professor McGonagall called softly. Yet her words seemed to fall on deaf ears as there was no response from him. Dumbledore, please awaken. I have matters to report to you. Still, Dumbledore maintained his slumberous demeanor. Finally, with her hands firmly planted on the desk, Professor McGonagall, her expression grave, insisted, Headmaster, this concerns Harry Potter. I sensed something awry when the troll appeared. It seems as though there is a plot aimed at Harry. And Harry, how should I put it? His emotions appear to be rather disturbed. Disturbed? Dumbledore inquired. Pray, elaborate on the nature of the disturbance. Professor McGonagall was momentarily at a loss for words. She gazed at Dumbledore, whose expression remained serene. In an instant, she connected numerous thoughts. At last, she bit her lip and demanded, Professor Dumbledore, why? Why did you not take the initiative to prevent this troll from departing our dungeon? although I am unaware of the identity behind these actions. It is evident that our esteemed Hogwarts school is no longer a bastion of safety. Heeding Professor Snape's counsel, he intends to investigate the entire faculty of magic. However, he meticulously scrutinizes each piece of crucial information. Professor McGonagall, upon reaching this point, regarded Headmaster Dumbledore with an expression of utmost seriousness. In her estimation, Professor Dumbledore has reached the pinnacle of magical prowess. It is inconceivable that he remains oblivious to the events transpiring within the school. One can surmise that he must possess some knowledge. As the deputy headmistress, how shall she collaborate with Dumbledore to navigate these challenges? Amidst Professor McGonagall's contemplation, Dumbledore seemed to withdraw from the conversation, gesturing for her to take her leave. Nonetheless, Professor McGonagall remained resolute, gently tapping her fingers on the table. Headmaster, I trust you understand that the Quidditch Championship, a matter of great significance for Hogwarts, is approaching swiftly. I hope you can address the issues at hand without delay. At this juncture, Professor McGonagall fell silent. It was then that Dumbledore rose from his chair. Looking at McGonagall with a calm demeanor, "You may be speaking a touch too much, Professor McGonagall," I inquired. "What do you perceive to be amiss with Harry nowadays?" Professor McGonagall paused for a moment before responding. His temperament. The child's mindset may be encountering certain issues. In our conception, Harry should embody health and a strong sense of justice. Similar to him, the young wizards can be perceived as the former Potters. As Harry's father, he occasionally exhibits a somewhat irritable temperament. However, he excels at uniting his friends around him. Potter is an exceptional leader. Yet, the Harry we observe now clearly harbors a current of negativity within his heart. Initially, during the Sorting Hat ceremony, it was anticipated that Hogwarts would offer Harry Potter a distinctive academic experience. However, it appears that his social interactions are confined to Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, and his cousin Dudley. Beyond these, he scarcely engages with others, excluding the expectations we, as wizarding professors, hold for Harry. I believe we ought to approach his present circumstances with rationality. Lacking friends, he may struggle to lead Gryffindor in the future, as his character flaws could easily lead him to make erroneous judgments. Professor Dumbledore, upon hearing this, inquired with a hint of profundity. "So, Professor McGonagall, what do you believe embodies the spirit of Gryffindor? Is it selflessness? Or perhaps altruism? Or even humility and respect?" Professor McGonagall found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. She felt a pang of guilt regarding the Potter family, as her intention was never to amplify the negative emotions within Harry. However, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "Professor McGonagall, a lion, in its formative years, may transform into either a sheepdog or a wolf. These are matters for another time. There is no need for us to be overly anxious at this moment. The future is fraught with uncertainties. As for now, I believe everything is proceeding quite normally. We should refrain from interfering too much in Harry's developmental journey." Upon hearing Dumbledore's perspective, Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself. "Are you suggesting, Headmaster, that we ought to adopt a wait-and-see approach regarding the strange occurrences surrounding Harry and the events connected to him? How is this possible? This is indeed a troll, a fearsome creature dwelling within the dark forest." Headmaster Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Of course, Professor McGonagall, to aspire to be a hero, to transition from an innocent young wizard to a fully fledged sorcerer, one must endure hardship. It is through such trials that one hones their mind. Indeed, Professor McGonagall, to become a hero, to evolve from an inexperienced young wizard into an accomplished sorcerer, he must face challenges to refine his intellect. My counsel is to extend a helping hand when Harry needs us most. Only then can he swiftly attain what he seeks amidst his suffering. What does he seek? Professor McGonagall gazed at Dumbledore in astonishment, sensing an unusual tone in his words today. What he desires, I cannot say. Yet, one thing is clear, what Harry yearns for, neither you nor I can provide. Very well, Professor McGonagall, rest assured. Let us set aside the matter of the troll for now and focus on preparing for the Quidditch match. We must not always think to stifle things in their infancy, for we can never predict what their future holds. At that moment in Hogwarts Hospital, two figures loomed around a hospital bed. Harry, instinctively, spoke up. "Hermione, I fear this may prove to be quite a troublesome affair." Hermione nodded with a hint of exasperation, stating, "In the past few days, I have heard from the professor that Ron's mental state has encountered some issues. Aside from his frequent ramblings, his clarity of thought fluctuates between lucidity and confusion." Harry nodded in acknowledgement, gently placing a hand on Ron's shoulder to convey his concern for his friend. Professor Hermione mentioned that this predicament is likely a result of the stone that fell upon him from the ceiling during the encounter with the troll in the restroom, which may have led to his current condition. Did the professor indicate when Ron's affliction might improve? Professor Hermione informed me. It is highly probable that the incident in the restroom, where a stone dislodged by the troll fell upon him, has contributed to his current predicament. Has the professor mentioned when Ron's condition might improve? Observing Hermione's evident concern, Harry shook his head, indicating uncertainty. Matters involving neurological and psychological ailments seldom yield definitive answers from the professor. Alas, it is all my fault. Hermione could not suppress her frustration, her thoughts drifting to Quidditch. Harry, do you think Ron will still have a chance to play? In my opinion, it seems unlikely. If it comes to that, I shall approach Wood. However, before Harry could finish his thought, Dudley, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, interjected. Harry, hold on a moment regarding this matter. Do not disclose the outcome to Quidditch Captain Wood just yet. I understand your deep concern for Ron. Though his current state appears rather bleak, I believe that with a few days of rest, he may very well recover in time for the Quidditch match. Hermione looked at Dudley in astonishment. Harry, standing nearby, held little skepticism, for his cousin typically refrained from making illogical assertions. Perhaps during his time in the Muggle world, he had gleaned unique insights from his studies with the biology professor concerning such phenomena. I find this rather concerning, after all. Quidditch is a team sport, and should Ron be unable to participate or if his absence adversely affects the team's performance, it would undoubtedly be an even greater blow to him. At this point, Hermione seemed to be striving to substantiate her previous assertions. Gently shaking Ron, she inquired, Ron, do you recall what position you played in Quidditch? I believe this is rather concerning, as Quidditch is fundamentally a team sport. If Ron is unable to participate or if his performance adversely affects the entire team's outcome, it could be detrimental. Undoubtedly, this was a far greater blow for him. At this point, Hermione seemed eager to substantiate her claims. Gently shaking Ron, she inquired, Ron, do you recall the position you played in Quidditch? Ron, in a daze, replied, I think I was the keeper. Oh no, I must have been the beater. How strange. I seem to remember being the seeker. Observing Ron's rambling state, Hermione threw up her hands and remarked, you see, Ron can no longer distinguish his most fundamental position. He used to be quite passionate about watching Quidditch matches, and he could recite the responsibilities of the chaser, beater, seeker, and keeper by heart. Given his current condition, do you really want him to take the field? Are we sure this won't lead to a defeat for Gryffindor at Hogwarts? As Hermione articulated her concerns with deliberate clarity, Harry found himself at a loss for a counterargument. After a moment, he stammered, while that may be true, we can't deny him the chance to play just this once. After all, it has been his dream. Ron has confided in me that playing in a Quidditch match is his lifelong ambition, and he would be willing to sacrifice anything for it. We cannot be so cruel as to extinguish his hopes. Moreover, Ron saved you. Hermione appeared somewhat at a loss, yet she bravely articulated, but if memory serves me correctly, Ron's designated position in the Gryffindor Quidditch team is that of a beater. She continued, given his current condition, he is likely to make a fool of himself if he takes the field. Hermione's words trailed off as she was swiftly silenced by Harry's earnest gaze. Subsequently, she turned to Dudley with a pleading look. Dudley, can you truly assist Ron? Dudley offered a slight smile and nodded. Hermione, you are overthinking the matter. Ron's situation is not as dire as it appears, while it may seem somewhat challenging at present. I would be more than willing to apply my theoretical knowledge acquired from my time as a tutor at Cambridge University in the Muggle realm to aid Ron in his swift recovery. Hermione had heard of Cambridge University, and although one must feign indifference towards Muggles at Hogwarts, their advancements in medicine, biology, and electronics are undeniably impressive. A few minutes later, Harry reluctantly led Hermione out of the Hogwarts hospital wing. The room was empty, leaving only two individuals behind. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Dudley silently observed Ron, who appeared somewhat bewildered, as if struggling to recall something. Dudley, I think I vaguely remember what Hermione mentioned about the Quidditch positions. I believe I should be looking for a seeker, the one responsible for catching the golden snitch. As Ron muttered to himself, Dudley offered a faint smile. Ron, after a night apart, you must be famished. Do you still remember your favorite food? Ron's dazed expression seemed to regain a glimmer of clarity, and he hurriedly exclaimed, yes, grilled fish. Ron's dazed expression seemed to regain a glimmer of clarity, and he hurriedly exclaimed, yes, grilled fish. Dudley, you promised to let me have grilled fish every morning. As Ron's words faded, Dudley casually produced a pre-prepared grilled fish meal and laid it out before Ron. The enticing aroma of the grilled fish compelled Ron to indulge eagerly. This is the flavor. As long as I can savor grilled fish every day, I believe I will eventually surpass Harry, surpass everyone. Observing Ron as his demeanor gradually returned to normal, murmuring phrases that he could barely comprehend himself, Dudley chose to remain silent, continuing to observe quietly. It was evident that Ron's current state could be categorized into 3 distinct phases. The first phase occurred after consuming the mercury-laden grilled fish, during which Ron would recall his aspirations and intentions. Although his memories were fragmented, he still possessed a fundamental ideological awareness, enabling him to strive towards a singular goal. The second phase emerged after approximately half a day of consuming the mercury-infused grilled fish. If he did not ingest more mercury-containing food, his mental state would begin to falter. His thoughts would become disordered, and his memory would intermittently return to a state of clarity. The third phase would set in after 24 hours without consuming grilled fish, plunging his cognitive processes into a void of blankness. At this stage, Ron's mind is essentially in a state of stagnation, with his thoughts exhibiting extreme lethargy. His speech and overall demeanor increasingly resemble that of an individual suffering from dementia, often forgetting what he has just said. After gathering sufficient information regarding Ron's current condition, Daryl fell into deep contemplation. Currently, in order for Ron to maintain a relatively alert mind, he requires an uninterrupted diet of mercury-laden black-scaled fish. However, this peculiar behavior may very well expose him. Ron's current abnormal situation could be attributed to the sudden impact of a stone slab in the washroom that injured his brain, serving as a pretext to explain his present predicament. If there were to be an issue with his mind, a fool or someone with mental health challenges consuming black-scaled fish daily would not raise suspicion, as no one can measure a mentally ill person with normal reasoning. Yet, this is not a viable option, as Ron must participate in Quidditch matches representing Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall, along with Wood's team, would engage Ron in strategic planning for Quidditch before each match. Should the typically normal Ron suddenly adopt an unusual habit of consuming black-scaled fish at every opportunity, he would likely seize the chance to shine in Quidditch matches. Consequently, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry would undoubtedly place greater emphasis on Ron. It is not unfathomable that powerful wizards would take an interest in Ron's past, as they would never believe in the potential of an ordinary and unremarkable young wizard. Through relentless effort and determination, one can transform their previously lackluster talents. Talent is inherent. The very essence of magical aptitude, impervious to alteration, has solidified the seemingly insurmountable barriers of the wizarding class. In Hogwarts, within the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry sat upon his bed, his gaze sweeping across the room's door. This is Dudley's study. 3 hours ago, upon returning to the dormitory, Dudley had spoken not a word and directly retreated to his study. Harry had initially intended to discuss with his cousin the matter of how to aid Ron, only to be dismissed with a wave of the hand. Left standing there, Harry felt a sense of unease settle in his heart. Ron had sustained an injury to his brain due to an incident during the Halloween feast. Harry and Hermione had quarreled over trivial matters, and even Dudley, who had always been his steadfast ally, now wore an expression of indifference. He had witnessed his father's trophy firsthand. His father was also a renowned Quidditch player at Hogwarts. Harry aspired to follow in his father's footsteps, striving to attain equal honors. Yet, Ron's current predicament weighed heavily on Harry's heart. Although he had promised to play alongside Ron, the latter's condition was alarmingly frail, to the point where he struggled to recall his own name. Harry feared he would make a fool of himself on the field. Quidditch is a team sport, and the synergy between players is of utmost importance. If Ron, whom Harry fervently supported, were to falter during the match, the entire first-year class at Hogwarts would be watching with bated breath. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Harry lay back on his bed, a mixture of frustration and guilt washing over him. He had vowed to uphold his beliefs for the sake of his friend. Yet why did he find himself privately harboring doubts about Ron being a liability? There lingered even a fleeting thought of casting him aside. Harry's small heart was in turmoil. On one hand, he felt compelled to uphold the loyalty of friendship with Ron. On the other, he was troubled by the possibility of Ron becoming a burden. What if at this moment, Dudley would know what to do? Surely, Dudley could handle it far better than I could. He cast a glance at the still-closed door of the study. With a swift motion, Harry rolled out of bed. And donned a simple set of pajamas, traversing the corridor of the dormitory until he reached the common room on the first floor of Hogwarts. During this period, in order to adapt to the academic rhythm of Hogwarts, Harry devoted most of his energy to his studies, neglecting the finer details of his surroundings. Now, with the common room relatively quiet, he found an opportunity to unwind. Hermione, did you know that the Quidditch match is coming up soon? Exclaimed Lilith. Of course I know. But could you please set your book aside while we speak? Replied Hermione, her patience wearing thin. Clutching a magical tome nearly as tall as herself, Lilith enthused. This is incredible. Previously, I could only glimpse snippets of Quidditch in the magical newspapers. I still don't understand it in detail. Look, the book states that Quidditch will be held on a 500-foot-long circular pitch. As she spoke, she glanced over at Hermione, who displayed no signs of interest. Unfazed, Lilith continued to peruse the pages of her book. Hermione, do you know the exact start time for Quidditch at Hogwarts? Hermione sighed, somewhat exasperated. Lilith, please respect everyone's routines. You keep staying up late in the study room. Then, when all of us have gone to bed, you return to the dormitory at a snail's pace. It's one thing to come back late, but you also make a racket. Lilith waved her hand dismissively. Hermione, you must learn to understand that everyone has different lifestyles. You cannot expect others to adhere to your own strict schedule. You cannot expect others to adhere to the same regimented lifestyle as yours. Upon hearing Lilith's retort, Hermione felt a surge of frustration. The recent events in her life had been overwhelmingly numerous. Ron had entered the infirmary to save her, and he still lay in bed to this day, which weighed heavily on her heart. Now, her daily routine was also being disrupted by others, and the mounting pressures had led to a profound drowsiness in class, significantly hindering her academic progress. Lilith, listen to me. Our girls' dormitory comprises merely 4 individuals, and your daily habits are entirely dissimilar to those of the others. You cannot allow this to affect everyone. Lilith gazed at the meticulously composed Hermione and scoffed. So, Hermione, are you the chosen envoy between the two of them? But have you considered why they dare not approach me themselves and instead prompt you to do so? Observing Lilith's profound expression, Hermione furrowed her brow, sensing that matters might not align with her expectations, perhaps in the realm of non-wizarding education. It was entirely reasonable for her to adopt a stern tone in advocating for her rightful claims. Was it not the case that Hogwarts? Just as Hermione became lost in contemplation, Lilith closed her book with a gentle smile and remarked, Since you have brought this matter up, there is no need for us to squander excessive time on it. As long as you can provide me with detailed personal information about Dudley, I shall acquiesce to your request. Dudley? Hermione instinctively echoed. Indeed. I kindly request that you divulge all pertinent details regarding Dudley Dursley. Lilith reiterated with earnestness. Although most first-year Gryffindors were focused on Dudley's cousin Harry and his friend Ron, I believe that having an exceptional seeker like Dudley would indicate that he cannot possibly be lacking in talent. Hermione gazed at Lilith in astonishment. Are you serious? Lilith, do you genuinely suspect that Dudley possesses Quidditch aptitude? This is not merely my speculation. Have you not noticed our 2 upperclassmen in Gryffindor? It is said that they are Ron's brothers. In this vein of thought, when one member of a family possesses a talent for Quidditch, it stands to reason that the others may not be lacking in their own abilities. However, Lilith, I urge you to set aside those fanciful notions. It remains uncertain whether Dudley has a knack for Quidditch, but given our long acquaintance, his physique and temperament do not suggest he would excel in such a pursuit. He is an academic at heart, inclined towards delving into the knowledge found within textbooks. If one were to argue that Dudley possesses a talent for wizarding studies, it would be far more substantiated than any claim regarding Quidditch prowess. Lilith fixed her gaze upon Hermione, her scrutiny lingering for an uncomfortable duration. What is it, Lilith? Why do you keep staring at me? Hermione inquired. Lilith responded with an air of significance. Hermione, you aren't concealing anything from me, are you? No. There is absolutely nothing to hide. Hey, Harry, what brings you out here at such a late hour? Emerging somewhat awkwardly from behind the walls of the Gryffindor dormitory, Harry caught sight of Hermione and Lilith engaged in conversation. Upon overhearing their discussion regarding her cousin, he deliberately slowed his pace. However, before he could listen for long, Lilith noticed his presence. Hello, Lilith. Greetings, Hermione. With his cover blown, Harry decided against further concealment and stepped forward with an air of confidence. See, Hermione, I was right, wasn't I? Professor McGonagall has a keen eye for character. I've heard that Harry is the seeker for the Quidditch team, she remarked, adding, and the seeker's role is to catch the golden snitch. Look at Harry's rather slender build. Such a physique is exceptionally suited for excelling in the chaotic Quidditch matches. As she spoke, Lilith unabashedly reached out to grasp Harry's shoulders, measuring him up with a few gestures. Harry responded with a shy smile. This is the second girl, apart from Hermione, who has taken the initiative to draw so close to him. Alas, I still harbor concerns. Hermione, Consider the Quidditch pitch. It is oval in shape, approximately 500 feet in length and about 100 feet in width. Can his diminutive frame withstand the impact from the beaters and chasers? As a first-year wizard, his physical constitution is generally quite frail. Even if he receives effective treatment for any injuries, the pain endured during the process will be far from negligible. There is no need for you to worry. Ron and I will coordinate well, and these matters will be resolved during our regular training, Harry stated deliberately, his words measured and clear. Hermione gazed at Harry in surprise. This was the first time he had spoken with such gravity in front of his fellow first-year wizards. Lilith was also taken aback by Harry's serious demeanor. She had merely expressed a flicker of doubt. Given Harry's slender build and the inherent risks of injury in a contact sport like Quidditch, well, it seems our classmate Potter is not in the best of spirits at this moment. Lilith raised her hands in exasperation. Harry, however, retorted with irritation. Anyone would feel displeased upon overhearing others discuss them behind their back. Moreover, I am representing the first-year Gryffindor in the competition, and I hope you can show me a modicum of respect. All right, let us cease the quarrel, Hermione interjected, quickly placing her hand in front of Harry. Though Hermione was puzzled by the sudden shift in Harry's demeanor today, he typically possessed a gentle disposition and seldom took offense to provocation. She found it peculiar that he was so earnest this time. Beside them, Lilith showed no intention of backing down. She glared at Harry, articulating each word with precision. Listen to me, regarding Quidditch. I assure you my knowledge far surpasses yours. Do you realize that in the Quidditch arena, injuries are commonplace, whether it be with Slytherin or Hufflepuff? Accidents are an ever-present reality amidst the high-speed collisions of magical brooms. Furthermore, direct use of spells is prohibited within the Quidditch pitch. A wizard on a broom cannot even draw their wand. This implies that regardless of the circumstances, one must rely solely on external assistance. According to my statistics on Quidditch matches over the past few years, most patients receive treatment only after plummeting from great heights. Why do you mention this? Isn't it better that someone provides aid? Harry furrowed his brow in response. However, Lilith stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Do you know why first-year witches and wizards are prohibited from participating? First-year students have yet to fully develop their bodies and joints, rendering them quite fragile. The risk of fatality from a fall is significantly higher for them compared to older students, especially before they have long been exposed to magical energies in wizarding school. Wishing all readers a prosperous new year. Meanwhile, within the Hogwarts dormitory, ever since Harry departed, the room had succumbed to utter darkness. An eerie silence enveloped the space. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed. The cage perched on the windowsill rattled slightly. Inside, Hedwig, with her keen eyes, stared intently into the abyss of darkness. As an owl, she could expand her pupils to gather the faintest glimmers of light from the weak moonlight. Traditionally, as a messenger, Hedwig's training involved delivering letters, parcels, and correspondence, or perhaps honing her magical talents. Yet, since she had been assigned to her new young master, that tranquil existence had been irrevocably shattered. Despite Harry's frail appearance, characterized by a pair of tattered glasses, which made him seem easily bullied, Hedwig had anticipated a life of leisure in his company. Who could have foreseen that her young master's cousin would turn out to be a veritable villain? In Hedwig's limited vocabulary, she struggled to find the right words to describe her disdain for this period of cohabitation. Her once aloof persona as an owl had completely crumbled. It is all the fault of the young master's cousin and his extraordinary pet. In Hedwig's perception, a mouse, as a creature at the lowest end of the food chain, was merely a morsel of bread to satiate her hunger. Yet, this very morsel now seemed to be pushing its luck. Thoughts swirled in Hedwig's mind as a peculiar bulge emerged beneath her delicate wings. Soon, something pried her wings apart, revealing a furry mouse head. The chinchilla's whiskers quivered. Its small, pea-sized eyes fixated intently on Hedwig before her. With a stubborn resolve, Hedwig turned her head, refusing to meet its gaze. The chinchilla, undeterred, wriggled out from beneath her wings and, extending its tiny paw, gently snapped its fingers. With a sharp crack, a tiny flame, no larger than a fingernail, flickered to life at the tip of the chinchilla's finger. Hedwig cowered in a corner of the cage, her large, enchanting eyes blinking rapidly, seemingly terrified of the flame. The chinchilla, witnessing Hedwig's reaction, grew even more exhilarated. However, before it could make its next move, a sudden flash of light erupted from the study behind them. The brilliance was fleeting, yet the chinchilla's fur bristled as if confronted by a grave threat. Inside the study, as the abrupt light faded, Dolly leaned heavily on the table, gasping for breath. The Quidditch match was fast approaching, and his experimental plans were progressing steadily. Yet, as he recorded the data, He gazed in astonishment at the magical stone spread before him on the table. This object, as documented in the notes I once discovered, is a miraculous magical artifact capable of granting immortality. It can also transmute precious metals such as mercury into gold. However, as I delved deeper into my research, a vague suspicion began to take root within me. Perhaps the philosopher's stone conceals a far greater secret. The notions of immortality and the alchemical transformation of base metals into gold are merely the rudimentary applications devised by wizards, constrained by their superficial understanding of theoretical principles. If this matter continues to be analyzed and studied, it would be akin to unearthing a Pandora's box. In the stillness of the night at Hogwarts, within the Gryffindor dormitory, Ron lay in bed, his expression contorted in anguish, as dark tendrils slowly coiled beneath his cheek. Mirror, oh mirror, who was the fairest among the countesses of the Byzantine Empire? A pitch-black vortex surrounded him, rendering the void so profound that it seemed to stifle his thoughts within its constricted space. Enveloped in this extraordinary ambience, all Ron could perceive was the chilling embrace of solitude. Each time the mirror called out in that obsidian realm, Ron felt he could discern the faint outline of a woman. Her features remained indistinct, yet her figure was strikingly graceful as she sat sideways on a chair, her exquisite curves and astonishing contours radiating an alluring beauty. She bore cascading chestnut hair, and even her blurred visage could not obscure the prominence of her nose nor the alabaster quality of her skin. The familiar inquiry echoed once more, Mirror, oh mirror, who is the most beautiful among all the baronesses of the Byzantine Empire? Initially, Ron was disinclined to engage, for the youthful lady before him was not addressing him. Alas, her apparent narcissism became increasingly burdensome, her incessant prattle proving to be quite irksome. Just as Ron contemplated uttering a response, an unexpected voice pierced through the air. Well then, esteemed Lady Eliza, do not doubt that you are indeed the most beautiful among all the baronesses of the Byzantine Empire. The creaking of the wooden door signaled the entrance of a woman clad in a russet gown, who ascended the stairs with a smile, though weariness was evident in her demeanor. Lady Eliza, it appears your treatment has proven quite effective. If Baron Philip were to know that his wife prayed devotedly each day for her unrelated stepson, he would surely be deeply moved. Lady Eliza turned to the elderly man beside her, adorned in ecclesiastical robes with a sunflower emblem embroidered upon his breast, nodding in acknowledgement. Revered priest, all that I do is for the Criss family. Ron is the eldest son of the barony, the future heir. His well-being is pivotal for the continuity of the estate. Though I am his stepmother, I have treated him as my own son throughout the years. The priest, clad in white, nodded with satisfaction. Lady Eliza's assertion held truth. Ron was indeed the eldest son of the barony and a legitimate heir of the empire's nobility. As the temple priest of the Criss barony, it was imperative to cultivate a good rapport with this future heir. In the barony, apart from the genuine priests who receive imperial financial aid, the remaining followers and apprentice priests must bear their own daily expenses. If I can successfully heal the baron's eldest son, I trust that the food supply for my modest prayer house will be adequately resolved for the coming year. Roman priest, how fares my son Ron? A robust middle-aged man strode into the room, observing the young boy on the bed, whose eyes were tightly shut and breathing steady. Baron Philip, based on your previous account, your son Ron fell from his horse during a duel at the Knight Academy. Through prayers to the Sunflower, his external injuries have nearly healed. The reason young Master Ron remains in a state of unconsciousness is likely due to his mind's lack of recovery. However, your wife, Eliza, has been diligently following the Sunflower's guidance, remaining by Ron's side each day, offering sincere prayers and calls. Surely, one day young Master Ron will awaken. Listening to Roman's description, Baron Philip displayed no sign of relaxation. As a knight of the Byzantine Empire, this barony was earned through his military exploits, and he had witnessed his son Ron's condition far too often. A priest could only mend external wounds, but a damaged brain was not so easily healed. Most patients who received timely rescue ended up bedridden for life, akin to the living dead. Even if there was a chance of awakening, it was exceedingly rare. Noticing the change in Baron Philip's expression, Roman sighed softly. It was evident that mere platitudes would not placate him. Merchants passing through the barony had always held his words in high regard. Aware that his deceit could be uncovered, Roman felt regret, yet humbly bowed. Baron Philip, young Master Ron's health has improved under the Sunflower's care. We have done our utmost. Eliza, sent a document to the Knight Academy, informing them that I, Baron Criss, shall visit tomorrow. State the reason. A mentor at the Knight Academy colluded with others in a plot to harm a noble. With that, Baron Philip summoned his guards and stormed out of the courtyard. In the enveloping darkness, since the day another unfamiliar voice had emerged, the frequency of the murmurs surrounding him had diminished significantly. The incessant nagging that once lingered in his ears had vanished. Ron gradually sensed that his stagnant thoughts were beginning to awaken. Waves of memories, not his own, surged into his mind. After a period of assimilation, Ron could ascertain one truth. He was the eldest son of Baron Philip of the Byzantine Empire. The circumstances of this nation differ somewhat from those of the world in which one resides. In this region, the populace is largely uninformed, and the overall pace of life is exceedingly languid. Literacy and education are privileges afforded only to affluent merchants and nobility. Commoners and ordinary slaves are regarded as the private property of their lords, who dictate their labor based on the specific circumstances of the territory. Without the lord's documentation, the majority toil for a lifetime, confined to their designated areas. As Ron gradually assimilates memories, he expresses gratitude for the well-established legal system of the Byzantine Empire, particularly in relation to his status as a scion of nobility. In this realm, nobility is inherited through a primogeniture system, where the eldest son inherits the title. And the Act for the Protection of Noble Rights distinctly underscores the irreplaceability of the firstborn. Consequently, Ron's past transgressions against commoners remain unpunished by imperial law. The Byzantine Empire boasts 30% of its territory bordering the sea. While the ocean bestows vast wealth upon the empire, it also harbors unimaginable perils. Numerous amphibious sea tribes constantly lurk around the empire, frequently plundering and harassing coastal towns and villages. As memories continue to intertwine, Ron groggily opens his eyes. And this time he clearly perceives a woman clad in a light reddish-brown dress, her back turned toward him. Despite only seeing her silhouette, he instantly recognizes her as his stepmother, Eliza. With an entranced expression, Eliza gazes into the mirror and murmurs, "Mirror, mirror, who is the most beautiful woman in the barony of the Byzantine Empire? Esteemed Lady Eliza, I can affirm that you are indeed the most beautiful person here." Ron is astounded by the unfolding scene. Is there truly a mirror that speaks? A series of knocks resound at the door, followed by a familiar voice. "Young Master Ron, the butler has arranged your request from a few days ago, and a traditional pastry chef has been summoned from the town to guide us in the castle." The door swings open, and upon observing young Master Ron calmly seated at the dining table without making any further extravagant demands, the castle maid exhales a sigh of relief and scurries out, carefully closing the door behind her. As Ron watches the maid's graceful figure retreat, he can't help but lament the wickedness of noble lords. However, one cannot entirely blame the maid, for the original owner of this body had already earned the title of baronial bully at a tender age. The current Byzantine Empire still adheres to absolute monarchy, and the nobility follows a hereditary system dictated by imperial law, resulting in most noble offspring enjoying remarkable social status from birth. In typical noble territories, the majority comprise serfs or impoverished individuals who earn their sustenance by raising livestock or cultivating the land. Bound by imperial law, trade can only occur in towns that are adjacent to or sanctioned by the lord. Great nobles possess vast towns, while lesser nobles are the proprietors of villages surrounding these towns. Serfs are responsible for transporting food from the fields to the towns, which in turn provide them with essential goods that they cannot produce themselves. According to the memories of the original owner, Baron Philip's domain boasted a population of approximately 1,000. The population density of this scale can be regarded as a village by Byzantine Empire standards. Currently, the economic system of the territory is rather singular, primarily centered around agriculture. Some industrious individuals, or refugees who have integrated into serfdom, engage in slightly more skilled tasks such as weaving and milling. Although 1,000 inhabitants may seem modest, the taxes imposed by the lords of the Byzantine Empire are exceedingly burdensome. It is no exaggeration to say that after the levies are deducted, what remains for the serfs barely suffices for 2 meals a day. Although the agricultural technology here is somewhat rudimentary, it is still sufficient to sustain over 1,000 individuals. Ron vaguely recalls this body. Since his earliest memories, he has lived a life of luxury, and as he matured, he was subtly informed by friends at the Noble Academy about how his maid willingly provided intimate service, which seemed to open the door for Ron to transition from a well-behaved child to a tyrant. Even the subsequent duels he faced at the Knight Academy were directly tied to his boorish and unreasonable disposition. Scenes from his memories flicker through his mind. Ron savors the millet porridge and pickles on the dining table. The all-natural, additive-free food is not as unpalatable as one might expect, and paired with 2 boiled eggs. It can be deemed both scientific and nutritious. This does not imply that Ron harbors no interest in the luxurious and delectable fare of the aristocracy. Rather, it is the case that the original owner of this body has nearly squandered its robust constitution, even in the absence of his presence. It is likely that this body would have met an untimely demise, to perish at the tender age of 20. He would have been deprived of the opportunity to inherit the barony from his indulgent father. If he can manage to endure for 2 years, he may then possess the chance to surpass the average lifespan of the majority. This is indeed a foolproof venture. Just as Ron was about to swallow the final morsel of egg from the dining table, a knock echoed at the door once more. The young maid, her head bowed in trepidation, timidly announced, "Young Master Ron, the lady has arrived." Ron furrowed his brow, recalling the memories of his original host regarding this stepmother. They were not blood relatives. Eliza had been wed to his father and brought into the estate when he was merely 10 years old, and their acquaintance was rather limited. Deep down, Ron harbored a reluctance to be entangled with this stepmother. After all, one who converses with a mirror hardly seems normal, and with his current feeble abilities, it was wiser to focus on personal growth. "I have heard from the servants that you have forgotten many things since awakening. Today, Roman, the priest in charge of the Sunflower Temple, has come to examine your health." As the words were spoken, the grand door swung open, revealing Eliza. Adorned in a rich russet gown, her presence radiating aristocracy. Her brow furrowed in displeasure as she regarded Ron. "Ron, as the heir to the barony, how can you consume such a meager breakfast? Wheat porridge and pickles are food fit only for the lower class. As the eldest son of a baron, your every action must reflect the dignity of nobility." Eliza gazed at Ron with evident discontent, yet he responded with a look of bewilderment. "What do you mean by all this? I simply find these dishes more palatable. Furthermore, who are you? I was told by the lady at the door that you are my mother." Eliza's meticulously coiffed hair quivered slightly at his serious demeanor, which made her question her initial assumptions. She had presumed that Ron's amnesia was merely a fabricated excuse to evade punishment, especially given the disgrace of dueling against school regulations at the Knight Academy. However, it now appeared that her stepson genuinely seemed to have lost his memory. The situation seemed rather grave. She thought it prudent to step aside, for as a devout follower of the Sunflower, she might just provide some assistance. The Roman priest emerged from behind Eliza, and Ron regarded him with a curious expression. It was difficult to ascertain the priest's age based solely on his features, but he appeared to be at least in his 40s, clad in a formal robe. The Roman priest extended a hand to gently touch the sunflower emblem on his left chest, softly murmuring a series of obscure syllables. Soon, a milky radiance enveloped him, and he placed his palm upon the nape of Ron's neck. A soothing sensation enveloped Ron's entire being, and this process lasted almost a quarter of an hour before the Roman priest withdrew his hand, gazing at Ron with an expression of regret. He then turned to Eliza and said, "Madam, under my observation, the young master's emotions are exceedingly simplistic. Whether he gazes at the sunflower on my chest, at you, or at the maid outside, his emotions seem as innocent and curious as those of a newborn babe." Upon hearing this, Eliza expressed disbelief, saying, "Are you suggesting that Ron has truly forgotten the vast majority of things?" The Roman priest nodded, under the gaze of the sunflower. "Anyone's emotions towards circumstances are intricate and ever-changing. I can assure you of this on behalf of the priesthood. Madam Eliza, please trust that as the chief steward of the only temple in the barony, the faith I uphold in the sunflower, supported by dozens of devout followers, renders my words entirely truthful." Seeing the Roman priest's solemnity, Eliza refrained from pressing further. "I understand, madam. Young Master Ron's amnesia may be a considerable blow to you, but it is not the worst possible scenario. Compared to a living corpse lying in bed, the current state of young Master Ron is indeed quite fortunate." She added, "Once Baron Philip returns, I will faithfully relay your suggestions. For now, Ron's situation requires your discretion." As she spoke, Eliza's gaze did not linger on Ron. With his amnesia, it was evidently unwise for him to inherit the barony at this juncture. However, Baron Philip was still young, and given that Ron's condition was merely amnesic, perhaps over the years his health would improve. Baron Philip could still serve the Empire in his prime for many years to come. As such, should she not take this opportunity to mend the frigid relationship between them while Ron remained in his state of forgetfulness? Watching Eliza and the Roman priest depart, Ron exhaled deeply, his tension dissipating. The scenes that had just unfolded before him were indeed both thrilling and bizarre. This was Ron's first encounter with extraordinary power, When the Roman priest wielded his abilities, he radiated a soft, milky glow. This sensation bears a striking resemblance to the magical effects etched in the recesses of his memory, closely aligning with the arcane energies described in certain novels. Due to the scarcity of knowledge, Ron finds himself unable to articulate a clear definition of the powers wielded by the priest. Nevertheless, this does not impede his burgeoning understanding of the world in which he currently resides. The recollections of Ron's original self do not encompass scenes of diligent study. In fact, he harbors an intense aversion to libraries, having only learned to read and write under the duress imposed by Baron Philip. His comprehension of the Byzantine Empire is limited to the small domain governed by the Baron and the band of rascals at the Knight Academy. Yet, from the myriad fragments of knowledge, Ron astutely seizes upon several key terms. See beasts, priests, knights. Even in his carelessness, Ron has grasped the fundamental concept of his surroundings. Danger. Utterly perilous. Ordinary individuals may possess little to no means of self-preservation when faced with imminent threat. In light of this realization, Ron grows ever more resolute in his conviction. Until he acquires a measure of strength, the wisest course of action is to remain inconspicuous. This is not merely an act of evasion. Rather, it is a conscious choice to utilize the comprehensive and unwavering protection afforded by the barony, allowing for gradual development. When the wings are sufficiently strong, contemplating other matters will not be too late. Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes, 3 days have elapsed. During this period, Ron visited the study of his father, Baron Philip. Contrary to his expectations, the modestly appointed study appeared grand and imposing. However, it contained merely a single bookcase. This bookcase was incomplete, lacking a bottom shelf, and only boasted 2 rows of books arranged upon it. This does not preclude the fact that one's father is a baron of military merit. The cultural heritage of the Chris family is rather scant. However, this does not impede Ron from uncovering the most fundamental information regarding the territory here. The documents of the Byzantine Empire record that subjects within a baron's fief must reach approximately 1,000 individuals within 2 years of inheriting the title. Most noble castles are situated apart from their subjects, and the management of these over 1,000 individuals, including the resolution of disputes and the collection of territorial taxes, is predominantly entrusted to the loyal confidants cultivated by the noble lords. Beyond the rudimentary daily management issues, each baron is required to maintain a unique military force, typically comprising around 5 to 10 individuals, all of whom must meet the standards of knights. In summary, science transforms life, and thus it can also alter magic. An exceptionally intelligent individual from Blue Star traverses into the magical realm of Harry Potter, embarking on a legendary journey at Hogwarts. Lacking magical talent? Then let science dismantle the Dark Lord's ideology of pure blood. What transformations will arise when dragons, elves, dwarves, the dragonkin, titans, Death Eaters, and slimes confront the principles of science?